At Kaiyang City's Awakening Tower, Instructor Chen Shui orders Class D to line up for the life-changing awakening, and the whole group goes tense. As he looks up at the tower, Wan Xiao reflects that he has lived in this dangerous Lord world for 6 years since transmigrating from an ordinary Earth-like life. He remembers the rule of this era: once people come of age, they awaken a territory, and the Lord talent born there decides how far their future can go. When Kaiyang Academy Class D is called, the students start whispering excitedly about awakening high-level combat talents and powerful starter soldiers. They even bring up a neighboring student who awakened an elemental overlord talent with a lava ripper, which only makes everyone more desperate to stand out. As awakenings begin, students with useful combat talents leave smiling, while those stuck with weak support abilities shrink under open contempt. Then Wan Zhao's name is called, and the class immediately focuses on the student they know as their top genius. Inside the tower, a robed awakener tells Wan Xiao to open his mind, and the ritual begins as strange energy moves through him. A blank continent forms in Wan Zhao's mind, and the tower announces his result: Level 2 Beast Tamer Lord, Initial Soldier Mutated Beast. The news hits outside like a splash of cold water, and Chen Shui's hopeful smile freezes on the spot. Wan Xiao quickly understands the problem himself, because Beast Tamer Lord sounds martial but is infamous for raising weak mutated beasts that barely qualify as cannon fodder. The talent's bigger flaw is even crueler: it barely helps a territory grow, and stronger mutated beasts take absurd time and effort to raise. When Wan Xiao walks back out, Chen Shui awkwardly tries to comfort him by saying he at least awakened a combat talent. Her own words instantly sound hollow, and the awkwardness deepens because everyone knows this so-called combat talent is worse than many support ones. Instead of sulking, Wan Xiao smiles and tells Chen Shui not to worry, insisting that Beast Tamer Lord is still fine. That composure only invites louder mockery from classmates, who finally get to sneer at the class genius and call his future crippled. One of them even jokes that Wan Xiao should sell beast feed to support their troops, but he ignores the noise and heads straight home. Once he is alone at home, Wan Xiao finally lets himself smile, because everyone else has missed the real reason this talent suits him perfectly. A system window appears and announces that his 10,000-fold enhancement system has successfully bound to him. When the system asks for confirmation, Wan Xiao answers yes without hesitation and enters his newborn territory in his mind. Inside his mental space, Wan Xiao sees the basic interface for his mutated beast territory, still empty except for its starting status. Then the system upgrades the interface with 4 new enhancement paths for reproduction, aptitude, growth, and skill amplification, though all of them are still grayed out. A second notice arrives right away. The system gives him a newbie gift bag, and Wan Xiao accepts it on the spot. The reward is huge: 3 enhancement chances at once, enough for Wan Xiao to survive the fragile opening stage even though they cannot be stacked. He immediately sees the catch: the buttons are active now, but they are useless until he actually has a beast to enhance. Wan Xiao coolly reviews the standard rule every lord lives by: if your first soldier is weak, even a great talent can struggle badly in the early game. That matters even more because rich families can feed their heirs extra soldiers and resources, while ordinary students like him start with almost nothing. He also knows why Beast Tamer Lord gets laughed at. Normal mutated beasts are black iron trash that cannot even grow into real extraordinary fighters. But with the 10,000-fold system in hand, Wan Xiao no longer has to accept that judgment. He leaves the territory, sleeps through the night, and heads to the academy at dawn to claim the free starter resources new lords receive after their territory stabilizes. Because his territory stabilized overnight, Wan Xiao can now collect the basic resources needed to activate it properly. The moment he appears, the same students who felt inferior before start mocking him again for daring to compete after drawing a useless talent. Wan Xiao refuses to waste energy arguing and goes straight through the academy to the logistics department. At the resource desk, he unexpectedly runs into Chen Shui, who sounds surprised to see him there at all. When Wan Xiao simply says he came for resources, Chen Shui is briefly embarrassed because she had assumed his setback would crush him. Wan Xiao registers and receives the academy's basic resource ball, a fist-sized orb glowing green with life. Just as he is about to leave, Chen Shui stops him and quietly presses another item into his hands. Wan Xiao instantly realizes it is far too valuable to accept, but Chen Shui insists that he take it because he is still her student. He accepts the favor, and after Chen Shui leaves with a worried sigh, Wan Xiao is left realizing just how deep her background must be. He knows a green-grade item is something ordinary students should never casually touch, so he silently decides to repay Chen Shui someday. Wan Xiao heads home and sinks back into his territory, ready to use the resources immediately. When he feeds the basic resources into the territory core, the dormant core finally lights up and begins activating. Once the core stabilizes, Wan Xiao opens its status and checks the line that matters most to him first. His 3 enhancement uses are still intact. The core has also generated 3 Beast Tamer imprints, which are his real choices for hatching an initial soldier. When Wan Xiao touches the 3 imprints, their options appear in his mind: a fire eagle, an earth bear, and a wind wolf. He thinks it through and chooses the wolf, because speed and scouting matter more than brute force at the start. The moment he merges the wolf imprint into the core, the system interrupts with a choice enhancement prompt. Wan Xiao is offered a fork in the road, boost quantity or boost quality. He rejects the idea of raising a pack of ordinary wolves, since weak numbers would just drain his tiny territory dry. So he chooses the 10,000-fold quality increase instead, betting everything on one powerful starter beast. The upgrade works instantly, transforming the original Black Iron Wind Wolf into a gold-quality Snow Wolf with natural ice affinity. Wan Xiao can hardly hold back his excitement, because his weakest possible beginning has just turned into a first-rate opening move. With his decision made, Wan Xiao gives the final command to bring it into the world. Hatch. The phantom fades away in front of Wan Xiao, leaving behind a patterned egg that starts to crack open. A snow-white wolf cub tumbles out of the broken egg, wobbling on new legs while Wan Xiao leans in to inspect it. The hungry cub turns back to eat its own eggshell, and Wan Xiao watches as its tiny body immediately grows a little bigger. A status window tells Wan Xiao the beast is still in infancy, and would normally need a year and 4 months to reach youth. That timeline hits hard because Wan Xiao has less than half a month before the joint exam, and no chance to wait for a helpless cub to mature naturally. Realizing other awakened lords are already grabbing land and points, Wan Xiao decides he cannot afford a slow start. He uses his 10,000 times growth talent on the snow wolf, and its development starts racing forward in front of him. The cub finishes transforming into a lean young predator, and Wan Xiao looks up at the cold mist rolling off its stronger body. The next status update shows the snow wolf has reached youth, and Wan Xiao realizes the boost pushed it to the peak of level 1. Since a peak level 1 snow wolf can beat a bronze level 2 soldier, Wan Xiao realizes he has just taken the lead. He almost boosts the wolf again, then stops when he remembers one strong beast may not be enough against rich students with hidden cards in the joint exam. Instead, he checks the snow wolf's skills and finds a gold tier set that is useful in every direction. Ice Claw, Ice Spike, Extreme Cold Body, and Quick Healing give the snow wolf attack, defense, terrain advantage, and recovery all at once. With the wolf's speed and skill set in mind, Wan Xiao can already see it tearing open his early expansion path. Then Wan Xiao remembers Chen Shui's gift and finally reaches for the item card she gave him. The card turns out to be a special resource called Winter Carp River, exactly the kind of food supply he was missing. Wan Xiao instantly sees that this green card can feed more than 10,000 wolves and solve his biggest resource problem. He tears the card open, and his territory starts shaking as the temperature drops. An icy river slowly forms inside the territory, creating a perfect hunting ground for the snow wolf. The snow wolf gets excited at once, jumps onto the ice, claws a hole open, and starts pulling out carp to eat. Watching the wolf feast, Wan Xiao can't help envying the big families that can stockpile resource cards and speed their development even faster. He leaves the territory and hurries to the Awakening Tower to collect the magic crystal needed to connect to the myriad worlds. Once everything is ready, Wan Xiao activates the magic crystal and his dark territory fills with star-like light and rushing phantoms. Wan Xiao knows the next connected territory is random, and if he lands badly and loses, rebuilding later would cost him dearly. After the dizzying transit, a snowy forest finally appears and starts fusing with his land. As the fusion completes, a bone-piercing cold wind sweeps the forest, and Wan Xiao sees the snow wolf immediately draw strength from the frozen terrain. As the territory is about to expand, Wan Xiao considers multiplying the wolf count right away since the Carp River can support a huge pack. But when he tries to multiply the pack, the core blocks him. His level 1 territory has only 1 pit, and the 10,000 creature requirement is still unmet. That reminder also shows him the path ahead. Level 2 gives 3 pits, level 3 gives 10, and level 3 is mandatory for the joint exam anyway. So Wan Xiao changes plans and decides to build combat strength first, then upgrade the core and eventually flood the exam with a massive beast army. To level the territory core, he still needs both more land and more resources, so expansion becomes the only way forward. He orders the snow wolf into the forest, confident that anything below level 3 will not stop it here. Before long, Wan Xiao spots the forest's rulers, a group of barbarians in tiger-hide clothing carrying huge bone-spiked clubs. A quick scan marks them as bronze level 2 barbarians with rage, dangerous for most new lords but not for Wan Xiao now. Since level 2 enemies usually mean a bigger territory, Wan Xiao sees this whole fight as a lucky chance to grow faster. He keeps the snow wolf hidden nearby and waits for the barbarians to relax before ordering the ambush. When the opening comes, the snow wolf explodes out of hiding with ice claw and slits one barbarian's throat in a single pass. The white fur turns red with blood, and the rest of the barbarians whirl around in furious disbelief. They charge together, but the snow wolf is too fast, weaving through the pack and ripping them apart with claws and fangs. Even their fear-ignoring rage cannot save them once pain sets in, and the hunters start looking like prey. After tasting blood, the snow wolf becomes even fiercer, taking club hits head-on just to tear out a barbarian's heart and keep pressing forward. Quick healing keeps the snow wolf's wounds from worsening, and after a brutal rush only 2 barbarians are still left standing. The last 2 barbarians finally break and try to run, terrified of the monster they provoked. The snow wolf still catches them, and even their desperate berserk stand only delays the end before both are killed. When the fight ends, only blood and bodies remain, proving how completely the snow wolf crushed the forest's defenders. Wan Xiao immediately receives the capture notice, and the conquered forest begins fusing into his territory. The new land locks in, spreading snow across the whole territory and making the snow wolf visibly happier in its home turf. The interface shows a gain of 10 territory units, enough space and resources for at least a few thousand more snow wolves later. That first big win hooks him immediately, so Wang Xiao keeps connecting outward and expanding again and again. For the rest of the day he finds no full stronghold like the barbarian one, only scattered level 1 black iron creatures and modest gains. The rewards are small, but Wang Xiao still values them because every kill adds more points. After a brief rest and a quick nutrient solution, he dives right back into the myriad worlds instead of slowing down. By now the territory is large enough for an upgrade, but he is still just short on the resource requirement. Watching the resources climb little by little makes Wang Xiao more excited, because he can already see the next leap coming. He starts imagining what it will look like when a true beast tamer lord unleashes overwhelming numbers instead of just one wolf. Driven by that thought, he keeps sending the snow wolf from fight to fight until the night pushes his resource stockpile almost to the threshold. By the end of the night, Wang Xiao judges his points ranking should already be high and decides to rest before finishing the core upgrade tomorrow. The promise of reaching 100,000 mutated beasts leaves Wang Xiao too excited to calm down, even as he prepares to stop for the night. At the Awakening Tower, students with decent combat talents gather in bad moods because the new territories are far more dangerous than they expected. One student complains that his level 1 bronze skeleton archers ran straight into level 2 bronze enemies, and he barely escaped before his territory core was smashed. Another student says he got swarmed by 20 gold fire cloud spirit crows, and their flames nearly burned his territory to the ground. Even after taking losses, the students console themselves with one thing: if their points are high enough, the academy rewards can help them recover. Someone jokes that no one there had it worse than Wang Xiao, the former genius who awakened the beast tamer lord talent everyone looks down on. They assume Wang Xiao already failed, saying a beast tamer lord will never belong in the same world as the real contenders again. As more students gather, the talk turns to the ranking race, and everyone is shocked that Class A and B geniuses have already pushed their territory cores to level 2. Then a new rumor hits even harder: Fang Tianyu from Class B has already reached level 3 in just 2 days. The crowd explains why Fang Tianyu is so feared. His Frost Lord talent gives him gold snow elves that start at peak level 1 strength. But Fang Tianyu is not the only monster this year, because Class A is said to have Han Bufan with a divine domain talent so strong it even drew Big Dipper University teachers. Another name rises with him as students reveal that Tian Chang awakened the magic network talent, letting even ordinary soldiers supply him with magic power. By noon on the third day, the Awakening Tower square is packed, and almost everyone is arguing over which genius will take first place. Most of the guesses circle around Fang Tianyu, Tian Chang, and the other elites, while Wang Xiao is completely left out because no one believes a beast tamer lord can compete. Then the Awakening Tower lights up, and a giant floating ranking screen appears overhead with every student's talent and points. The first wave of rankings makes some students smile and others sigh, but the student stuck in 11th place looks especially crushed because only the top 10 earn academy rewards. The screen clears and begins revealing the top 10 from the bottom, starting with Yang Fan in 10th place on 2,000 points. As the list climbs, 5th place shocks the crowd because Lin Dong appears with 6,300 points even though he was not one of the famous names everyone expected. The next reveals look more familiar. Han Bufan takes 4th with 8,000, Fang Tianyu takes 3rd with 8,600, and Tian Chang takes 2nd with 9,900. Then first place appears, and the entire Awakening Tower goes dead silent when everyone sees Wang Xiao on top with 11,000 points. A heartbeat later, the square explodes in disbelief because the useless talent they mocked just crushed every elite on the board. Even the ranked geniuses look ugly now, and the 11th ranked Lava Lord student burns with humiliation after being pushed out of the top 10 by Wang Xiao. Back at his residence, Wang Xiao receives the academy message congratulating him on first place and telling him to come claim his reward. On the way to the academy, Wang Xiao is honestly surprised because aside from one crucial item, he had almost no outside resources helping him. Meanwhile, the tower crowd stays shaken, because the first place they argued over all morning was stolen by the beast tamer lord they looked down on most. For the top 10 especially, the result stings hard because first place gets rewards far better than everyone behind it, especially the lord's skill choice for the top 3. Fang Tianyu and Tian Chang leave the tower in silence, too unconvinced and too embarrassed to stay after being suppressed by Wang Xiao. Once the shock settles, some students wonder if Wang Xiao cheated, but others immediately shut that down because the Awakening Tower's evaluation cannot be faked. The 11th ranked Lava Lord student turns that humiliation into a threat, swearing that if he meets Wang Xiao in the joint exam, he will make him regret competing for the ranking. Word spreads across the academy, and everyone keeps speculating how Wang Xiao pulled this off while envying the reward that comes with first place. Chen Shui rushes over as soon as she hears the news, but when she sees Wang Xiao in person, she is too stunned to hide it. Before Chen Shui can press him for answers, Wang Xiao cuts straight to the point and asks where he can collect the academy reward. Chen Shui swallows her questions and leads him to the logistics department, where first place gets to choose one of 3 Green Lord skills. Wan Xiao immediately realizes the academy is being unusually generous, because first place gets green quality skills while second and third only receive white ones. He thinks through the options and rejects Blazing Meteor first, because his current magic power is too low to cast such a heavy spell more than once or twice. He also gives up Fountain of Life, because right now he only has 1 Snow Wolf and its natural recovery already covers that role well enough. That leaves Strength Totem as the best fit, so Wang Xiao chooses it without hesitation. The moment he gets it, Wang Xiao uses the last enhancement from his newbie gift bag and silently upgrades the skill into something far stronger. The new skill becomes Saint Beast Totem, a purple lightning totem that boosts all soldiers inside its huge range by 500%, adds lightning damage, and slowly heals them too. Wang Xiao instantly sees the payoff, because with this totem backing it, his Snow Wolf can now sweep through level 2 enemies. Students in the logistics department stare at the skill ball in his hand with naked envy, and someone bitterly mutters that a Beast Tamer Lord does not deserve such a good skill. Still in a good mood, Wang Xiao walks back to Qin Shui and drops another surprise on her by asking to apply for the Academy's Secret Realm trial. Qin Shui immediately warns him that the Secret Realm trial is much harsher than normal exploration, because once enemies enter the territory there is no retreat at all. Wang Xiao understands the risk, but he still insists because he wants to build up resources as fast as possible. Qin Shui still doubts that a Beast Tamer Lord should take this kind of risk, but Wang Xiao calmly tells her he knows his limits. With no better way to stop him, Qin Shui agrees and takes him to the Academy's Secret Realm area to open an entrance. On the way, the story frames the stakes clearly. Besides connecting to the infinite worlds with magic crystals, lords can also expand by clearing secret realms of different sizes. Most Academy's secret realms are only small or medium, and anything large or beyond is normally reserved for proper universities. Before he goes in, Qin Shui hands Wang Xiao a secret realm key and gives one last warning not to pick anything too dangerous. Wang Xiao accepts the key, nods once, and steps through the teleportation door without backing down. After a blur of teleportation, Wang Xiao arrives in a huge interior square where countless challengers are choosing secret realms. The square is not just a trial hub either, because stalls line the area as people openly trade the resources they brought back from secret realms. Wang Xiao steps through the Academy's Secret Realm Square for the first time and finds it roaring with veteran students trading hard-won resources. As he looks over the stalls, Wang Xiao realizes this place is built for upperclassmen who have spent years grinding for the joint examination, not fresh awakeners like him. He quickly figures out that almost everyone here prefers bartering, but since he still needs his own stockpile for upgrades, he decides not to trade yet. A smiling senior named Ma Yinla walks over, spots him as a newcomer at a glance, and casually starts the conversation. When Wang Xiao asks about secret realm resources, Ma Yinla boasts that no one knows the area better than he does, then slyly rubs his fingers to name his price. Wang Xiao pays without fuss by taking out a water-type spirit grass, and the senior's eyes light up at the quality of it. Because his territory already has forests but no mine, Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and asks for the secret realm with the best ore supply. Ma Yinla pulls him to the teleportation maps and points out safer choices like Spirit Cave Valley, Myriad Beast Forest, and Black Gold Mountain Range. Those options still do not satisfy him, so Wang Xiao presses for a place with more kinds of ore instead of just a little of each. Ma Yinla immediately warns him off, because the really mineral-rich realms are dangerous enough to wreck a newly awakened lord. Wang Xiao calmly insists he knows what he is doing, and after taking the payment, Ma Yinla finally gives him the real answer. He points out the Lava Secret Realm, a small high-level realm packed with minerals but brutal enough that one unlucky student recently lost 2 years of savings to a level 2 gold flame sprite. Instead of flinching, Wang Xiao accepts the danger as worth it, and quietly makes up his mind to go. Before leaving, he asks Ma Yinla to keep watch for special resources and promises him a reward, which makes the senior instantly realize this junior is hiding a real trump card. After checking on his snow wolves one more time, Wang Xiao enters the teleportation entrance and chooses the Lava Secret Realm. A few breaths later, he arrives in the Lava Secret Realm and the first thing that hits him is the furnace-like heat. The heat is so savage that his territory core flares up on its own to shield him as his territory links into this new realm. Right in front of him is a mine, and his snow wolf force darts through the lava terrain to seize it before anything else can. The capture succeeds immediately, and when the collection panel starts ticking upward, Wang Xiao breaks into a pleased smile at the realm's rich payoff. His first stop alone yields 150 units of copper, confirming that Ma Yinla's risky recommendation was absolutely right. Just as he is ready to move on, a sudden wave of danger makes him stop cold. A fist-sized fireball shoots at him out of nowhere, but the snow wolf snaps it apart with a claw before it can land. When Wang Xiao looks up, he finds more than 20 fire goblins closing in, with a larger silver rank leader among them. Their ranged fire magic makes them even nastier than the barbarians he fought before, and this is exactly why the Lava Secret Realm has such a deadly reputation. Then Wang Xiao notices the real reason they are guarding this spot: low-level flame crystals glittering behind the goblin line. The moment he understands how valuable those crystals are for fire-type lords, he drops any thought of retreat and orders the attack. The snow wolf surges forward with the goal to predator's pressure, and the fire goblins visibly panic as the leader hurls a huge fireball first. That only triggers a full volley, but the goblin's rain of fireballs is far too slow to catch the snow wolf. Once the snow wolf reaches melee range, the fight stops being a battle and turns into slaughter. With one icy claw after another, it tears through goblins so fragile they cannot survive a single hit. In moments, every ordinary fire goblin is dead, leaving only the leader frozen in fear and fury. Desperate, the leader burns through all its fire power at once and unleashes a violent flame shock wave. The blast singes the snow wolf's white fur black in places, but the injury is so minor that it shakes itself once and heals right back up. That tiny recovery crushes the leader's last hope, and the snow wolf kills it without giving it another chance. A burst of level-up notifications follows, and the rich experience from these stronger monsters pushes Wan Xiao all the way to level 7. The stronghold is captured, the flame crystal resource is secured, and Wan Xiao realizes this trip has already turned into a huge score. While the territory core starts mining the crystals, Wan Xiao keeps moving through the lava secret realm instead of wasting the rest of the day. The realm lives up to its reputation, coughing up rich minerals all day but also throwing one monster group after another in his path. He tears through blood-sucking fireflies, flaming bats, undead flame skeletons, and even level 2 bronze rock men, proving the snow wolf is the only reason this reckless run works at all. Wan Xiao keeps clearing everything in his way, and the steady stream of kills pushes him up again to level 8. By then, the mined flame crystals are finished, and his haul has expanded to include rare finds like lava vine, fire fine iron, daylily, and a pile of ordinary ore on top of them. Looking at the time left on his academy access, Wan Xiao knows he cannot afford to linger, so he decides to use the remaining half-day for one more jump. He activates the key and territory core again, forcing a fresh spatial connection to another territory inside the lava secret realm. The next area is even worse, a field of active volcanoes with denser fire energy and minerals scattered almost everywhere he looks. He is just about to start scooping up the easy ore when a large hostile group appears first, and this time the enemies are clearly stronger than the last territories. Deeper in the lava secret realm, a swarm of bronze and silver fire monsters rushed Wang Xiao, with one gold-ranked lava rat hiding in the middle to boost the whole pack. The lava rat's flame halo swelled over the battlefield and made the whole pack burn hotter, but without any lord backing them, the monsters still could not overturn the fight. The snow wolf tore through the mob anyway, cutting down every bronze and silver monster until only the lava rat was left. In the one-on-one finish, the snow wolf bit the lava rat's head clean off and proved that at equal quality, it was still the stronger predator. After the massacre, Wan Xiao checked the spoils and found a pile of valuable fire element materials, all useful for lower-level territory cores or profitable trades. Even so, he still had not found the rare mineral he actually needed, and Beast Tamer core upgrades demanded more kinds of resources than most other lords had to worry about. Just when he thought this area was nearly cleared, a broad patch of purple light shone ahead and stopped him cold. It was a purple gold mine, the exact rare mineral Wang Xiao had been searching for, and a huge deposit like this could finally solve a major upgrade bottleneck. Knowing how absurdly valuable purple gold was, Wang Xiao quickly judged that this vein could yield at least 50 units and immediately moved to claim it. A deafening bear roar answered him first, and the real owner of the mine came crashing in. The Guardian was a gold level 2 lava raging bear with 4 skills, and the level gap alone made this a dangerous fight for the snow wolf. The bear opened with fear deterrents, filling the mine with crushing pressure before the real clash even started. With the pressure still on, Wang Xiao kept directing the fight from behind while the bear's heavy defense made every counterattack look frustratingly shallow. Then the bear finally landed a heavy hit, and Wang Xiao watched the fight swing in a dangerous direction. Before the snow wolf could recover, a pillar of fire erupted under its feet and scorched away part of its fur, leaving it in obvious trouble. Wang Xiao realized that fighting up a level with one beast was too risky, so he answered with the strongest advantage he had, his lord's skill. A 3-meter Saint Beast totem crashed down beside the battlefield and flooded the snow wolf with healing light and purple lightning. The charred fur peeled away, the torn flesh closed up, and the snow wolf snapped back to peak condition almost instantly. That brutal reset made Wang Xiao see just how absurd this purple lord's skill was, because one totem could keep a beast army fighting like it never ran out of life. The confused bear charged again, but this time the totem's second effect kicked in and wrapped the snow wolf in crackling lightning. Buffed 5-fold in speed and strength, the snow wolf flashed past the bear and ripped a chunk of flesh from its waist before it could even react. When the bear tried to fight back, the lightning numbed its body, turning the whole match into a one-sided hunt. From there, the snow wolf toyed with the lumbering bear, reopening wound after wound while its own injuries kept recovering under the totem. Half an hour later, the arena floor was soaked in the bear's blood and the giant monster was too weak to even lift its paw properly. Once it had enough, the snow wolf lunged in with one last ice claw and shattered the lava-raging bear's heart. As the gold monster fell, a golden egg the size of half a person dropped onto the ground in its place. Wang Xiao checked the drop, confirmed it was a lava-raging bear egg, and immediately knew he had hit the jackpot again. He cut his wrist on the spot, used the Academy's contract method, and successfully bound the egg as his second mutated beast with a hatch time a little over 5 days away. Even with the second gold-quality beast secured, Wang Xiao knew the mine itself was the real prize, so he stayed to finish extracting the purple gold. By the time the Secret Realm's return countdown sounded, the mining was done too, so Wang Xiao activated his key and opened the way out. He stepped through alone, because the Snow Wolf had already returned to his territory, leaving the Lava Secret Realm completely behind. Back in the Academy Square, the place was far louder than before because students were pouring out with fresh resources and rushing to trade. There, Wang Xiao unexpectedly spotted Fang Tianyu, the Academy's cold ice beauty, moving through the crowd with the calm confidence of a queen. Fang Tianyu noticed him too, and the fact that a beast tamer lord had ranked above her, and even returned from this square, made her curiosity impossible to ignore. She walked straight over, introduced herself, and made it obvious she wanted answers. Wang Xiao answered with a slightly amused line about the famous ice goddess greeting people first, still unsure what she wanted from him. Fang Tianyu started to ask how he had surpassed her, but Wang Zhao's attention snapped away before she could finish. A vendor was yelling about spirit grass from the secret realm, and Wang Xiao immediately headed over because that kind of resource would matter later in his fused forest territory. Most of the grass was ordinary and too cheap to impress Fang Tianyu, but Wang Xiao saw a practical chance to stock up on something he barely had. After hearing the normal market prices, Wang Xiao skipped straight to the real question and asked how much purple gold it would take to buy out the whole stall. The stall owner was stunned that Wang Xiao even had purple gold, then quickly dropped the full bundle to 50 units because he desperately needed that mineral himself. Inside, Wang Xiao quietly multiplied his newly mined purple gold 10,000 times over, turning a small haul into absurd wealth before anyone else knew it. Then he paid the 50 units without hesitation, and the stall owner nearly threw the spirit grass onto the trade column before Wang Xiao could change his mind. The crowd around them went quiet in shock, because most students could barely imagine anyone spending 50 units of purple gold on plants. Even Fang Tianyu could not hide her disbelief now, especially after realizing Wang Xiao had come back from the Lava Secret Realm, a place she would not casually enter herself. With money to burn, Wang Xiao kept moving through the square and bought a mountain of materials, enough to push his territory core toward level 2. By this point Fang Tianyu was almost numb, because Wang Xiao had already spent hundreds of units of purple gold as if he had dug up an entire mine. Ahead of them, a crowd had formed around an auction, so Wang Xiao pushed forward to see what prize could make this many people stop trading. At the center, a seller was auctioning a spirit energy core, the key resource many lords needed to advance to level 3. The bidding was about to end at 10,000 copper when Wang Xiao suddenly cut through the whole square with a new offer. He threw out a bid of 200 purple gold minerals and bluntly asked who still wanted to compete. The entire place froze, then exploded as students recognized Wang Xiao and realized the top-ranked beast tamer was somehow also richer than all of them. The auctioneer snapped out of his shock, instantly folded, and practically handed the item over with a shamelessly respectful attitude. At the square auction, Wang Xiao coldly tells the auctioneer to finish it, and his crushing bid of 200 purple gold scares everyone else silent. Once the core is handed over, the auctioneer immediately treats Wang Xiao like a major buyer and invites him to come back for anything valuable. Wang Xiao casually says he can take anything useful, and that one sentence sets off the whole square. Students who desperately need purple gold swarm in with rare materials, hoping to trade directly with Wang Xiao on the spot. The other talented students can only watch in frustration as Wang Xiao buys things they badly want, including evolution materials and item card ingredients. Wang Xiao spends nearly 10,000 purple gold to sweep up most of the square's precious stock and comes away with a huge haul. But when Wang Xiao opens his territory interface, one last shortage blocks the upgrade. He still needs 180 units of iron core wood. He openly offers to pay any price for iron core wood, but after asking around, nobody in the square has it. Even Fang Tianyu can only shake his head, because he still lacks plenty of upgrade materials himself, and has no spare iron core wood either. A student suddenly steps up, and Wang Xiao thinks the missing wood has appeared at last. Instead, the student reveals a blue item card called Winter is Approaching, which can freeze a large area and slow enemies. The seller asks for 5,000 purple gold, and Wang Xiao instantly cuts him down to 1,000. When the seller tries to argue, Wang Xiao bluntly points out that this is only a niche tool card, not a truly valuable blue resource card. Pressed by his own need for purple gold, the seller finally grits his teeth and accepts the 1,000 offer. Wang Xiao smiles after the trade, because in his hands this so-called useless card can sharply boost the Snow Wolf's battlefield advantage. Then Ma Yunla brings the real bad news. Iron core wood usually only appears in medium-sized secret realms. That explains why nobody had the wood, and Wang Xiao is just about ready to leave the square and try his luck elsewhere. At that moment, the square suddenly lights up as a random medium secret realm refreshes, and Ma Yunla immediately realizes this is Wang Xiao's chance. Ma Yunla points out the newly opened Endless Canyon and tells Wang Xiao that someone who can profit in the Lava Secret Realm might survive this medium realm too. He explains the key rule fast. This random medium realm does not consume secret realm time, but the entry spots have to be snatched immediately. Academy staff arrive and announce that only 4 people can enter this medium-sized secret realm. Seeing the chance, Wan Xiao even invites Fang Tianyu to come with him so he can gather the resources he still needs. Fang Tianyu refuses, because she knows her current force is too weak and entering a realm like this would be reckless. Wan Xiao does not waste another second and goes straight to register for one of the 4 spots. Before entry, the staff warn that students may compete inside but killing is forbidden, which tells Wan Xiao the academy fully expects them to fight over resources. The other 3 entrants glance back and sneer at Wan Xiao before stepping through the gate together, but he barely bothers to react. After swapping in a few extra special item cards, Wan Xiao finally walks into Endless Canyon himself. Inside Endless Canyon, Wan Xiao quickly sees this place is huge, with each territory far larger than anything in a small secret realm. His territory appears linked as usual, and he starts out in a dense forest section of the canyon. The moment he steps into the forest, Wan Xiao spots spirit grass growing openly ahead and realizes the resource density here is on another level. Wan Xiao sends his snow wolf ahead, and it tears through the monsters guarding the spirit grass so fast that corpses soon litter the patch. As Wan Xiao collects the grass, he regrets that he cannot take the seeds too, because planting this in his own forest would have been even better. Then Wan Xiao notices the snow wolf's body starting to grow, and he immediately understands that it is nearing a natural evolution. With that promising sign in mind, Wan Xiao keeps pushing deeper into the forest to gather more resources before the evolution happens. The monsters here are scattered instead of swarming, so Wan Xiao lets his snow wolf cut down bronze and silver beasts almost effortlessly while he keeps harvesting materials. As the snow wolf devours battle energy, Wan Xiao sees its ice core thicken and its ice claw grows stronger, pushing its combat power up another step. Then Wan Xiao suddenly spots a gold-level storm cloud leopard, a strong sign that some unusual resource is hidden nearby. A second leopard appears to the side, and now Wan Xiao knows the snow wolf is about to be attacked from both directions. The 2 leopards strike first with wind-charged speed, but the snow wolf is already fast enough to slip the pincer attack. In the same exchange, the snow wolf forms an ice claw and slashes one leopard open. Following Wan Zhao's lead, the snow wolf baits a mistake and then rips into the first leopard's throat hard enough to cripple it on the spot. The second leopard fires wind blades, but the dense trees ruin its line of attack and the forest itself becomes the snow wolf's cover. With one leopard bleeding out and the other dragged into close combat, the snow wolf overwhelms the survivor and snaps its neck. Beyond the dead leopards, Wan Xiao finally finds what he came for, a whole stand of iron core wood. Wan Xiao quickly occupies the resource point, and the iron core wood count on his interface starts climbing at last. While the snow wolf keeps the area safe from wandering monsters, Wan Xiao clears the whole forest section to make sure he misses nothing. Then the number finally hits 180, and Wan Xiao knows he has every material needed for the level 2 core upgrade. Without waiting any longer, Wan Xiao pours his resources into the territory core upgrade right there inside the secret realm. The territory shakes as the upgrade succeeds, raising Wan Xiao to a level 2 territory and expanding his Beast Tamer Lord contract capacity to 1 out of 3. Because he is still inside the secret realm, Wan Xiao realizes the outside rankings cannot update yet, which gives him a little more room to stay hidden. Now that the upgraded territory has extra incubation pits, Wan Xiao finally has room to hatch the Raging Lava Bear egg. He takes out a green Accelerate Growth card and uses it on the egg to force the hatching process forward. With the incubation time dropping to just minutes, Wan Xiao waits beside the egg for the hatch to finish. The egg finally opens, and a miniature version of the lava bear crawls out before immediately eating the shell clean. The hatchling reaches infancy, but its natural growth time is painfully long, so Wan Xiao turns to the enhancement reward he just earned from the core upgrade. He spends 1 enhancement on the bear's growth speed, and the newborn surges all the way into a youth stage peak gold quality level 1 beast. The new Raging Lava Bear keeps all 4 inherited skills, giving Wan Xiao a second gold beast alongside the Snow Wolf. Just as Wan Xiao is ready to move out again, a huge pack of 30 silver fierce poison hyenas appears outside the forest and blocks the way. A pack of fierce poison hyenas suddenly notices Wan Xiao in the forest and charges him instead of leading him deeper to whatever drew them here. The Raging Lava Bear plants itself in front like a wall of flame, and the hyenas can't get close enough to use their poison. Once the pack is stalled, the bear starts crushing skulls while the Snow Wolf cuts through the gaps with icy claws. The hyenas finally break and try to run, but the Raging Lava Bear's fear deterrence roar makes their legs buckle and their escape dies on the spot. The Snow Wolf takes that opening and tears through the slowed pack in a few breaths. The last few hyenas almost make the trees, until a pillar of fire cuts off their escape and throws them back half dead. The Raging Lava Bear calmly walks up and finishes the survivors one slap at a time. Watching from behind, Wan Xiao is pleased because his 2 mutated beasts fight together even better than their raw strength suggests. After collecting the hyena's poisonous teeth as valuable materials, Wan Xiao follows the route the pack had been taking. The forest opens into a broad valley with a fast river, and Wan Xiao immediately guesses the real resources must be upstream. As he pushes along the river, Wan Xiao keeps cutting down guardian beasts and harvesting the unusually dense spirit grass lining the banks. Several hours later, he finally reaches the upper river and stops dead when he spots a spirit energy crystal. The spirit energy crystals are a fortune, but 6 or 7 silver level 2 jungle pythons are coiled around them like living traps. That guard lion still isn't enough to stop him, and soon the riverbank is littered with python corpses and harvested snake gall. Even with 2 spirit energy crystals right in front of him, Wang Xiao forces himself not to occupy them yet because the hyenas had clearly been chasing something even bigger. A thick blood smell pulls him onward, and the quiet route suddenly makes sense when he finds a field of monster corpses ahead. When he gets closer, he sees the truth. Level 2 monsters are all slaughtering each other in one chaotic fight for the same prize. Seeing no gold monsters yet, Wang Xiao sends the Snow Wolf and Raging Lava Bear straight into the melee. The Raging Lava Bear bullies its way through the center, shrugging off weaker attacks and smashing a path open by force. The Snow Wolf runs right behind it, finishing anything that tries to slip through, and its fast healing keeps it at peak condition. Following behind the carnage, Wang Xiao finally sees what all these monsters were killing each other over: a whole spirit spring surrounded by heaven's spirit flowers. The treasure is rich enough to lure something much worse, and a thunderous set of footsteps suddenly proves it. Wang Xiao doesn't hesitate and immediately throws up the Saint Beast totem to multiply his beast's strength. Buffed by the totem, the Raging Lava Bear turns savage enough to crush a silver monster's head in one hit. Then the real threat arrives, a peak gold level 2 rock elephant charging into the Spirit Spring battlefield. Even this monster nearly holds, but the totem buff lets the Snow Wolf and Raging Lava Bear batter it into a barely standing wreck. At Wang Zhao's order, the Snow Wolf lands the killing blow, and the rock elephant drops a beast egg. Before Wang Xiao can breathe, more monsters pour in, and his 2 beasts have to hold the line again. A bronze quality level 3 Black Wolf pack joins the rush, but higher level or not, they still get torn apart by the 2 mutated beasts. By the end, even the Snow Wolf is visibly tired, and the Raging Lava Bear has to sweat down the last Black Wolf itself. When the battlefield finally goes still, Wang Zhao's territory interface confirms the Spirit Spring is his. Back in his territory, the Course starts extracting the Spirit Spring and relocates it into his forest as a brand new lake. The new Spirit Spring Lake immediately changes the area, thickening the energy and pushing nearby plants into special growth. The Snow Wolf suddenly returns to the territory on its own, and Wang Xiao realizes this rich spring might trigger the rare thing he has been waiting for: evolution. Wang Xiao checks the finished landmark and is delighted to see his territory's first true feature is a Spirit Spring Lake that can nourish plants across 1,000 meters. Then the Snow Wolf's eyes flare purple, and it rushes to the lake to drink as spiritual power gathers around its body. Its status confirms it. The Snow Wolf is still gold quality level 1, but now it is actively evolving. While Wang Xiao waits over the transformation, the story cuts to a poison swamp on the other side of the secret realm where 3 brothers are moving through toxic ground with skeleton soldiers. The younger brothers complain about the swamp, but the eldest keeps them focused on poison resources they can haul back and trade. Their confidence comes from the eldest brother's undead revival talent, which lets his skeleton troops ignore most of the swamp's poison. After gathering a good haul, the eldest orders a retreat because a level 2 gold toad up ahead could melt even his skeletons. Even as they back off, the second brother reminds him they did not enter this medium secret realm just to scavenge and wait for some stronger monster to kill them. That is when their real target comes out. They followed Wang Xiao in because robbing his purple gold looked easier and richer than fighting for medium realm resources. They also still hold a grudge because Wang Xiao ruined their bullying before, so now they want both revenge and everything he is carrying. The brothers talk themselves up with their talents, and convince each other Wang Zhao's Beast Tamer Lord talent is still the weak one here. They are still grinning about Wang Xiao begging for mercy when a new danger slithers into the swamp behind them. A corrosive python appears, and the 3 brothers go pale when they recognize a level 2 platinum swamp king in front of them. They panic and order every soldier to run, but the trouble started because they stole a poisoned spirit fruit from the python's own territory. The third brother's apprentice knight tries to hold the rear with an iron shield and gets flattened into a bloody mess in one sweep. The second brother desperately tells the third brother to throw away the spirit fruit, hoping that will stop the chase. But the third brother knows they are past that, because the corrosive python has already marked them and won't stop until one side dies. With the younger 2 rattled, the eldest burns most of his energy to raise fresh skeleton soldiers from scattered animal bones behind them. His emergency plan is brutal and simple: let the skeletons by a few moments, then drag the python toward the dense forest instead. Deep in the swamp, the 3 bully brothers realize everyone in this medium secret realm shares one huge territory, so if Wang Xiao is not here, he has to be in the dense forest ahead. The eldest brother coldly decides to drag the corrosive python to Wang Xiao, betting that the top-ranked freshman must be hiding a powerful trump card they can force out and steal from later. Once the plan is set, the brothers burn a speed card and sprint the last few thousand meters with the platinum python still right on their heels. Upstream by the river, Wang Xiao stops in delighted shock when he sees just how dramatic his wolf's purification and evolution turned out to be. The Snow Wolf has become a youth stage Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, a platinum level 2 dual attribute beast with a larger frame, purple markings, and a sharp crystal horn on its forehead. Its new Berserk Thunder skill lets every hit carry lightning that punches through part of an enemy's defense, and Wang Xiao instantly sees how deadly that will be with his Saint Beast totem. Confident that this evolved wolf can dominate the territory, Wang Xiao leaves the already cleared upper river behind and heads downstream for the last untouched area. That is when Wang Xiao runs straight into the bully brothers, and one look at their miserable state tells him something dangerous is chasing them. Instead of warning him, the eldest brother sneers and throws a hate transfer card that dumps the corrosive python's killing intent directly onto Wang Xiao. Wang Zhao's face turns cold, but he also knows the brothers miscalculated badly this time because his wolf has already evolved. The brothers retreat to the side and smugly wait for the python to soften Wang Xiao up, convinced his beasts cannot possibly match a platinum level 2 monster. The corrosive python lunges first and spits a stream of poison at the ice thunderhorn wolf, proving immediately how nasty this platinum beast really is. The wolf slips aside cleanly, and when the poison hits the ground it burns a huge corrosive crater that shows just how dangerous a direct hit would be. To the brothers' shock, the evolved wolf can actually fight the corrosive python head-on, matching a platinum level 2 monster instead of being crushed by it. The python's scales still make it brutally hard to injure, but the wolf's lightning slows its body and keeps that poison pressure from deciding the fight. Then Wang Xiao sends in the raging lava bear, and his 2 mutated beasts start fighting with the kind of clean teamwork the brothers never saw coming. The ice thunderhorn wolf knocks the python back with an ice claw, opening a perfect gap for the lava bear's fire pillar to blast away its protective scales. With the scales gone, the wolf tears straight into the python's vital spot and floods the wound with lightning until its body turns into a bloody ruin. The badly injured corrosive python finally tries to flee, but Wang Xiao wants every bit of top-grade material from this kill and refuses to let it escape. The wolf blocks the retreat, the lava bear slams down one massive paw, and the python's head shatters on the spot. Watching a platinum level 2 python get crushed like that leaves the 3 brothers stunned, and even the eldest cannot accept that Wang Xiao might already own a platinum beast. Wang Xiao does not even bother harvesting the python first. He turns straight toward the brothers and throws them a challenge instead. The eldest brother starts cursing him as trash, but Wang Xiao cuts him off and makes it clear he is about to show them exactly who the real trash is. The evolved wolf explodes forward at more than 10 times its old speed and wrecks the brothers' soldiers in just a few breaths, leaving the trio reeling. Unable to attack Wang Xiao directly under secret realm protection, the brothers can only retreat in humiliation after coughing up the resources they lost. The eldest brother tries to save face by threatening revenge in the Myriad World battlefield, but Wang Xiao answers even harder and says he will beat them every time and destroy their home if they keep coming. Even after escaping, the 3 brothers look sick with anger because Wang Zhao's hidden strength was far beyond what they expected. They convince themselves this is still Wang Zhao's limit and vow that once they meet him in the real battlefield, they will smash his territory core themselves. Wang Xiao lets them go, because inside the secret realm lords can compete but still cannot personally fight each other under human protection rules. Seeing the long list of resources he just won, Wang Xiao decides to use the last bit of secret realm time to sweep the swamp too before leaving. With 2 mutated beasts, the Saint Beast Totem, and his terrain card support, even the level 3 gold toad hiding deep in the swamp goes down under Wang Zhao's assault. That swamp kill pays off with a toad golden bead, a rare evolution material Wang Xiao cannot use himself but instantly recognizes as excellent trade bait. Soon the whole secret realm starts turning hazy, and the territories Wang Xiao captured fold back into his mind as the trial ends. In the next instant, Wang Xiao is back in the Academy Square and the noisy crowd outside feels almost unreal after the secret realm fight. He immediately checks his haul and finds not just piles of spirit grass and rare plants, but several especially valuable treasures hidden among them. Among the best drops are 6 grasses, profoundine wood, and 9-leaf flower, materials valuable enough that even higher core lords would fight over them. Wang Xiao also realizes he was lucky with this territory, because other medium secret realm zones could have held even level 4 or 5 monsters instead of the level 3 gold toad he faced. Ma Yunma has been waiting in the square, eager to see what Wang Xiao brought back and ready to broker more trades for him. Since raw resources matter less to him than useful power-ups, Wang Xiao decides he would rather turn spare materials into item cards or a strong lord skill. To make the point, Wang Xiao shows Ma Yunla a batch of rare minerals, and one low-level poison stone core nearly makes Ma Yunla blurt out in shock. Ma Yunla explains that even a low-level poison core can become a special resource card in the hands of a prop master, which makes it highly desirable to poison attribute lords. Wang Xiao asks the question that matters most to him now: can any of this be exchanged for a city-building token? Ma Yunla shuts that hope down immediately, saying the token is too precious to appear on the open market and would only be handed to someone truly close. That answer stings because territory core level 3 is a real wall, needing not just land and resources but also buildings, population, and that exact special token. Because monsters cannot drop a city-building token, Wang Xiao realizes the only path left right now is the new lord competition starting in a few days. The rules suit him perfectly. Any lord below level 3 can enter, the top 20 win a city-building token, and the top 3 get even better rewards. Since he cannot trade directly for the token, Wan Xiao decides to dump his extra rare minerals into Ma Yunla's hands and have him hunt down item cards and Lord skills instead. Ma Yunla responds the right way and pulls out a formal Lord contract, because this kind of deal needs binding protection on both sides. After they sign, Wan Xiao hands over all the surplus resources, and the sheer quantity leaves even Ma Yunla staring in disbelief. When Ma Yunla blurts out that Wan Xiao must have practically swept an entire territory, Wan Xiao just smiles, tells him to contact him if anything good appears, and walks away. Back at his residence, Wan Xiao sinks into his territory and sees how much the Spirit Spring has changed it. The rapid growth excites him, but one problem is obvious. His level 2 territory still has almost no real buildings or residents. He knows normal lords would build up population and infrastructure first, but his development has run so far ahead that the empty setup is starting to look suspicious. Since he cannot waste space on random structures, Wan Xiao decides to start with one practical defense building instead. He contacts Ma Yunla and asks him to trade over an Arrow Tower card as fast as possible. Ma Yunla responds immediately and meets him at the academy gate with the building card in hand. Wan Xiao returns to his territory, crushes the card, and a plain 10-meter Arrow Tower rises from the ground. The tower is weak by any serious standard, but Wan Xiao only wanted a base to upgrade. He uses one of his 10,000-fold enhancements on the tower, and the entire structure mutates on the spot. The crude tower becomes a 15-meter purple flame magic tower made of magic stone, crowned by a floating red crystal. To test it, Wan Xiao has the tower strike his own raging lava bear, and even that fire-type beast is badly hurt by a casual shot. That result tells him the tower is brutal enough to cripple almost anything below level 3 if it lands a full hit. Once he confirms the tower can even run on its own with enough fire crystals, Wan Xiao finally considers his territory's defense settled. With defense handled, he spends the whole night expanding again, capturing territory after territory without slowing down. By the time he stops, Wan Xiao has forcibly doubled the size of his land. Then the surroundings suddenly change, and Wan Xiao realizes his territory has appeared on a vast battlefield continent among other moving territories. That is when it clicks for him. His level 2 core and expanded land have pushed him out of novice protection and into the real myriad world battlefield. He does not try to greet anyone, because on this battlefield every nearby lord could just as easily become an enemy. So instead of rushing in blindly, Wan Xiao decides to observe how the other level 3 below lords are developing first. While scouting the newbie battlefield with the raging lava bear, Wan Xiao spots a nearby territory slightly larger than his own. The place is packed with defensive buildings instead of soldiers, with walls, earth spikes, and towers layered all around it. Before Wan Xiao even attacks, the entire territory starts moving away, and he realizes the lord inside is already trying to flee. He pushes through the outer defenses with the raging lava bear and reaches the entrance under fire. Inside, Wan Xiao finds the lord is a beautiful woman frantically packing up her territory before he can touch it. Seeing how weak her actual troops are, Wan Xiao cannot help finding the situation a little funny. He calls out for her not to run, which only makes Zhou Shiro look even more alarmed. Wan Xiao pushes all the way inside with the raging lava bear and tells Zhou Shiro he only came to ask about the battlefield, not to rob her territory. Once she realizes he really could have attacked already if he wanted to, Zhou Shiro finally relaxes a little. She tells him she mistook him for the same dangerous people who have been harassing her nearby. The woman introduces herself as Zhou Shiro, another new level 2 lord who only just reached this random battlefield zone. She admits it took her a long time to advance, relying on slow, careful defense to gather enough resources and land. Then she asks Wan Xiao what his talent is, with the kind of casual trust that should get someone killed out here. Wan Xiao finds that honesty ridiculous, but he answers anyway. His talent is Beast Tamer Lord. Zhou Shiro freezes in disbelief, because that talent is publicly known as trash and should never have made it this far. Instead of feeling safer, she starts packing even faster and urges Wan Xiao to leave before those troublemakers return. When Wan Xiao points out that her defenses look strong enough against ordinary lords, Zhou Shiro shakes her head and says the enemies chasing her are not ordinary. She reveals her own talent is Construction Lord, a powerful late-game path that can build terrifying structures, but right now she is still far too weak to hold her ground. The real threat, she says, is a trio of brothers with level 2 silver soldiers, and their eldest brother can even raise undead. The moment she says undead revival, Wan Xiao realizes exactly which 3 brothers she means. Zhou Shiro keeps trying to drag him away, but Wan Xiao only gets more interested and decides to stay put. Before she can convince him, voices ring out from outside the territory, and the 3 brothers arrive to pressure her again. The brothers shout for her to make up her mind and threaten to snatch her territory core if she refuses them again. Zhou Shiro goes pale at how fast they caught up, but Wan Xiao just smiles because he knows those voices already. He casually tells Zhou Shiro not to worry, because he will handle them himself. Even then, Zhou Shiro can only warn him one last time that her defenses might buy him a little time if he loses. Outside, the 3 brothers are already talking about breaking in by force, and the 3rd brother is openly lusting after Zhou Shiro. They are still scheming when Wan Xiao walks out with his raging lava bear and cuts right through their confidence with a familiar greeting. The brothers are stunned for a second, then instantly turn vicious when they realize the man blocking them is Wang Xiao. They brag that the last time in the secret realm they were holding back, but this time they brought enough soldiers to crush him. The eldest brother now has more than 10 skeleton soldiers and even 2 contracted silver level 2 skeleton archers armed with dark glowing bows. Wang Xiao looks them over, unimpressed, and mocks the trio as nothing more than future money deliverers. Humiliated, the eldest brother snaps and orders everyone to kill the mutated beast beside Wang Xiao first. The brothers' whole force charges, confident they can overwhelm Wang Xiao by numbers alone. They immediately learn how wrong that was when the peak golden raging lava bear smashes the skeleton front line into scattered bones. The third brother's bronze level 2 knight charged first, and the raging lava bear smashed both rider and horse into a bloody paste in one hit. The second brother's bronze merfolk tried to answer with water magic, but the lava bear burned through them with a raging pillar of flame. Seeing Wang Xiao's mutated beast wipe out soldiers that new lords would normally fear, Zhou Shiruo could only stare and wonder if the raging lava bear was already gold quality. After his losses piled up, Yulai went mad with rage and threw out a swamp card under the raging lava bear's feet. The eldest brother sees the opening, and his 2 silver skeleton archers fired heavy arrows that finally drew blood from the trapped bear. Zhou Shiruo finally felt how dangerous the 3 brothers were together, and she forced herself to send out her own weak human soldiers instead of hiding behind Wang Xiao. That brave move accomplished nothing when the skeleton archers casually punched bloody holes through Zhou Shiruo's black iron troops. Wang Xiao stayed calm, told Zhou Shiruo to shut the gate, and pulled out his Coldfield venue card himself. Wang Zhao's Coldfield card froze the swamp solid in an instant, and gave the raging lava bear its footing back. The raging lava bear smashed up through the frozen trap, unleashed fear deterrents, and made the skeleton archers miss their timing. Since the 3 brothers had been standing too close, the bear lunged straight into melee before they could reset their formation. The brothers ran for their own lives, leaving the archers behind to be crushed as the bear stamped out one skeleton's burning soul flame. Even after losing their silver archers, the brothers still shouted that Wang Xiao only got lucky because they were away from their home territory. They finally retreated, but Zhou Shiruo still looked sick with worry because neighbors like that could attack her again at any time. Wang Xiao did not bother comforting her and simply left with the raging lava bear, already thinking ahead. When Zhou Shiruo called out to ask where he was going, Wang Xiao answered with chilling simplicity, "Cut the weeds and pull out the roots." To keep those troublemakers close enough to finish, Wang Xiao moved his own sub-base beside Zhou Shiruo's territory. His relocated territory unfolded with forest, water, and the glowing spirit spring lake, and then the huge ice thunderhorn wolf leaped out ready for war. From there, Wang Xiao studied the brothers' land and saw exactly why they had been so arrogant. 3 linked territories, a nearby forest full of valuable wood spirit shrubs, a river, and rows of attribute arrow towers. He also noticed bronze and silver patrol soldiers everywhere, and realized these brothers had poured real money into bought soldier cards and defense upgrades. Instead of backing off, Wang Xiao smiled at the sight of so much loot and decided their wealth would become his. He activated the cold field card again, and icy power swept across the approach before the brothers inside even understood he had really come to attack their homes. When they rushed onto the wall, they found the river already frozen solid and Wang Xiao waiting outside with a mocking stare. The brothers roared that this was their territory, and Wang Xiao would never leave alive. Wang Xiao answered with the same ruthless promise as before. If he said he would destroy their home, he meant it. Zhou Shiruo caught up to the battlefield just in time and, instead of stopping him, decided to support the assault. She used a one-time invigorating halo card on Wang Zhao's side, admitting her own black iron troops were too weak to make real use of it. Buffed by her support, Wang Xiao sent both mutated beasts charging straight at the enemy territory. The wolf's burst of speed stunned Zhou Shiruo all over again, because that movement was clearly in the range of a level 2 gold beast. Before the brothers' outer patrols could react, the wolf ripped through their level 1 soldiers like they were nothing. The eldest brother tried to answer with his attribute arrow towers, pouring in energy crystals and betting that home field defense could still grind Wang Xiao down. It was not enough. The attribute towers could not track the ice thunderhorn wolf at all, and the raging lava bear only took shallow scratches even under heavy fire. As his towers burned through crystals for no result, the eldest brother snapped and cursed Zhou Shiruo for bringing Wang Xiao into this fight. Yulai finally used his real trump card, sending out a level 2 silver official knight and boosting him with another strength card. Fully geared with a flame sword and elite armor, the official knight slammed into the raging lava bear with barbaric charge and finally knocked it back. For a moment, Yulai got cocky as the knight's polished technique kept the bear on the defensive and denied it any chance to fire back. Wang Xiao never flinched, because the bear only needed one opening to set up the real kill. The opening came when the raging lava bear roared and made the knight hesitate for an instant. The ice thunderhorn wolf flashed in at that exact moment, and sliced the knight's throat open with one icy claw. The knight collapsed choking on his own blood, and Yulai could only watch his expensive ace die in disbelief. Wang Xiao immediately claimed the fallen knight's gear, and Zhou Shiruo's human soldiers rushed in to strip the body before the enemy could recover it. The second brother tried to punish that move by ordering a level 2 silver merfolk priest to attack the looters. The wolf blocked the water magic under a shell of ice, buying enough time for the loot to be secured. Once the gear was safely taken, Wang Xiao sent both beasts forward again, and for the first time the three brothers felt their defenses might truly collapse. Their jointly raised undead knight, supposedly as strong as a proper level 2 gold soldier, still could not last 10 rounds against the ice thunderhorn wolf. Even with tower support, that undead knight was torn apart, and the territory's defensive energy was nearly spent. The raging lava bear kept smashing without pause until one of the attribute arrow towers collapsed into rubble. With their linked territories about to be split open, the second brother finally begged the eldest brother to stop hiding his last card. The eldest brother pulled out a special soldier card he had been saving for a mithril mine monster and cursed Wang Xiao for forcing it out early. A huge 5-meter skeleton covered in bone spikes and ending in monstrous claws materialized, and even the raging lava bear stopped under the pressure of its level suppression. Zhou Shirua recognized the monster at once and blurted out its name in alarm. Hunter. Wang Xiao turned to her for answers, and Zhou Shirua explained that this was an undead hunter, a rare special soldier card she had only seen before in the Lord's shop. The three brothers finally revealed their hidden trump card, a gold level 3 undead hunter, strong enough to crush almost any new lord here. The eldest brother's face turns ugly because this special soldier card was ruinously expensive, and this is its last use. He orders the undead hunter to kill Wang Xiao's 2 beasts, betting everything on this one summon. The undead hunter opens with a silent soul attack, and both of Wang Xiao's beasts go blurry-eyed for a dangerous instant. Sensing the bear as easier prey, the undead hunter blackens its claws and rips open the raging lava bear's chest in one brutal strike. By the time the wolf shakes off the mental shock, the bear is already badly wounded and the brothers think victory is in their hands. The eldest brother laughs like he's already won and vows to smash Wang Xiao's territory core today. Zhou Shirua grabs Wang Xiao's arm and urges him to run, because surviving now would still leave them a future. Wang Xiao refuses to back down, deciding he has to wipe out these 3 troublemakers now or they'll never stop coming after him. The second and third brothers get excited and throw all their soldiers forward, trying to bury Wang Xiao's side before the fight can turn. Instead of panicking, Wang Xiao calmly drops the Saint Beast totem onto the battlefield. The totem's power surges through both beasts at once, rapidly healing the bear's chest and boosting their strength several times over. The 3 brothers stare in disbelief as the beast they thought was crippled is suddenly back at full power. Even shaken, the eldest brother still trusts the undead hunter and triggers his territory's defensive boost to make it even stronger. Still unsure how this fight will end, Zhou Shirua raises an appraisal card toward Wang Xiao's beast to see what he has really been hiding. The results hit her hard. Wang Xiao's wolf is actually a platinum quality level 2 beast, something the 3 brothers could never afford or keep. That revelation leaves Zhou Shirua reeling, because these aren't temporary summons at all but Wang Xiao's real contracted beasts. Wang Xiao doesn't explain himself, and simply gives the order to tear through the enemy. The ice thunderhorn wolf strikes first, smashing apart the undead hunter's ribs with a giant ice claw. The raging lava bear follows with a crushing slap that sends the undead giant reeling on the spot. Before the undead hunter can recover, the wolf tears through the rest of its body with lightning-charged attacks and reduces it to shattered bones. The eldest brother freezes in shock as his last gold level 3 soldier card goes dead right in front of him. Wang Xiao's 2 beasts don't pause and charge straight into the 3 brothers' territory. The bear's oversized flame pillars blast through the arrow towers and tear the territory's defenses apart. With their defenses gone, the 3 brothers stumble out and drop to their knees, begging Wang Xiao to spare them. Wang Xiao coldly reminds them he keeps his word, and the bear swats all 3 of them away. At the center of the base, the wolf unleashes a furious barrage and finally shatters the trio's territory core. The occupation succeeds, and a glowing resource ball flies out of the ruined core into Wang Xiao's hand. The 3 brothers lie limp and ash-faced as Wang Xiao swallows their territory into his own new sub-base. Once their lord cores are gone, the brothers lose their qualifications completely and begin fading out of the battlefield forever. After seeing all that power up close, Zhou Shirua blurts out that she wants to rely on Wang Xiao from now on. Wang Xiao is caught off guard and asks why she wants to join him so suddenly. Zhou Shirua admits her construction talent is too weak early on, so without strong protection she can't survive long enough to develop. She quickly adds her value too. If Wang Xiao supplies resources, she can reshape the territory and build special fortifications for him. That practicality wins him over, and Wang Xiao agrees to merge their territories at the newly captured resource-rich spot. Zhou Shirua happily rushes off to move her remaining base over, and after a long round of work the two finally finish combining everything. With the bigger combined base in place, Wang Xiao finally feels like a real lord instead of a lone survivor. After signing on as Wang Zhao's subordinate lord, Zhou Shirua steps into his territory proper and is instantly shocked by the purple flame magic tower. Then she sees the Spirit Spring Lake and Wang Zhao's platinum wolf in person, and her shock jumps to a whole new level. Half serious and half overwhelmed, she asks if Wang Xiao is secretly the illegitimate son of some legendary lord. Wang Xiao just hands territory planning over to her and leaves, relieved that someone else can finally manage construction and population for him. Back in the real world, Wang Xiao focuses on his next bottleneck, he still needs one last city building token to push his core to level 3. His communicator suddenly starts beeping with the competition registration notice he had bookmarked earlier. The message says the competition starts the day after tomorrow, which means Wang Xiao has almost no time left to fill his final contract slot. He thinks through his options and quickly rules out gambling on a random drop, because buying a suitable soldier is now the fastest path. So he opens the resource ball from the three brothers and starts checking what their defeat really earned him. The haul is hefty, with mountains of common ore, 600 mithril, and a very welcome 200,000 star coins. That cash matters even more than the ore, because it lets Wang Xiao buy what he needs without exposing his purple gold stock too openly. Grinning at the timing, he privately labels the three brothers as real money givers even after they lost everything. He also notices Academy reward messages piling up, because staying in first place has quietly earned him plenty of extra benefits. After sorting the rest of the loot, he decides most of it is better sold off fast than left sitting in storage. He messages Ma Yunla and sends the sale batch over, pushing for speed instead of waiting around for a better price. Wang Xiao heads for the academy while Ma Yunla takes over the selling, and both move fast because the clock is already ticking. The market bites immediately, and Ma Yunla unloads the batch the same day for nearly 90,000 star coins. With this sale added to what Ma Yunla had already moved for him, Wang Zhao's liquid funds climbed to a full 300,000 star coins. Now backed by serious cash, Wang Xiao finally has enough buying power to go after top-tier soldiers before the competition begins. With fresh item cards from Ma Yunla and money finally in hand, Wang Xiao heads straight for the busiest market street in Kaiyang City to start shopping in earnest. The whole street is built around Lord Life, with stall owners shouting about hired soldiers because most novice lords need extra troops just to survive on the battlefield. Wang Xiao checks the prices and immediately sees why ordinary lords struggle, because even basic black iron soldiers are costly and stronger units are absurdly expensive. When he spots a level 3 bronze human centurion marked at 20,000 star coins, even Wang Xiao thinks the roadside shops are charging far more than the units are worth. He skips the overpriced troops and starts buying practical combat support instead, loading up on strength boosts, speed boosts, and recovery cards. By the time he finishes, 30,000 star coins are gone, and the ease of spending that much only reminds him how expensive real high-level lord gear must be. He reins in that thought just as quickly, because what matters now is finding mutated beasts before the coming competition. That goal leads him to the most obvious place in the city, a massive 7th-floor lord's shop that towers over the smaller stalls outside. Inside, a Cheongsam-clad clerk greets him politely, but she is clearly unsure this simply dressed young man can afford anything in a shop like this. Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and says he wants items and mutated beast eggs, which only makes the clerk more cautious about steering him toward the catalog first. Once he opens the catalog, Wang Xiao finds a completely different tier of stock, where even blue-grade items are treated as ordinary goods. He ignores the usual enhancement cards and locks onto something much more useful: special building blueprints at the bottom of the catalog. Seeing blueprints like Thunder Tower, Dark Earth Spike, and Energy Spring, Wang Xiao immediately realizes they would strengthen both his own territory and Zhou Shiro's future construction options. He buys all three without even hesitating over the price, dropping 15,000 star coins in one move. That casual purchase instantly terrifies the clerk, because she realizes the customer she quietly doubted may be rich enough to get her fired if she mishandles him. Trying to recover, the clerk hurries back with special item cards from the shop's treasured stock, hoping they will finally satisfy him. But Wang Xiao only takes one look and rejects them, because none of those fancy cards are actually useful for what he needs right now. Seeing he is still dissatisfied, the clerk changes tactics and starts laying out the lord's shop's better beast eggs one by one for him to inspect. Wang Xiao quickly sees the problem with this batch, because these eggs are relatively cheap and top out at silver quality. Since even silver beasts do not interest him, Wang Xiao says the quality of these mutated beasts is too low for what he wants. Pressed by that standard, the clerk grits her teeth and brings out a hidden batch the shop has kept in reserve for a long time. This reserve batch finally includes gold-quality beast eggs, but Wang Xiao notices they are incomplete and may not hatch true gold mutated beasts. His patience runs thin, and he asks the embarrassing question directly: does a shop this big really not have even one proper gold mutated beast for sale? Knowing she cannot lose a customer like this, the clerk rushes upstairs to call someone with real authority. While she is gone, the other shoppers keep sneaking looks at Wang Xiao, because anyone dismissing silver beasts this casually clearly is not ordinary. A refined young lord named Li Keifu approaches on his own and introduces himself, sensing that Wang Xiao is someone worth knowing. As they talk, Wang Xiao learns Li Keifu is a leading third-generation disciple of the Li family, already a level 3 lord and a man who makes a habit of building connections. Wang Xiao immediately sees the value in that connection, because he still needs a reliable way to turn a large pile of purple gold, or into spendable star coins. So he calmly asks whether Brother Li can take a large amount of purple gold minerals off his hands. Li Keifu answers easily at first, assuming Wang Xiao means a few hundred or a few thousand units at most. That easy smile vanishes the moment Wang Xiao names the amount: 200,000 units. Li Keifu is so shocked he blurts out that this has to be a joke, because that much purple gold would matter even to far stronger lord families. Wang Xiao answers with proof instead of words and opens the trade interface to show the full 200,000 units sitting there for sale. Faced with the real thing, Li Keifu can only stare and wonder who Wang Xiao really is, because no ordinary person in Kaiyang City could produce resources on that scale. Wang Xiao even gives him an out by asking whether he still wants the deal, which finally snaps Li Keifu back into action. Li Keifu promises to return quickly and hurries off to consult his family, because even he cannot buy that much purple gold by himself. Just a few minutes later, Li Keifu comes back with family approval and offers 500,000 star coins for the whole batch. The price surprises Wang Xiao enough to make him realize he sold too cheaply at the Academy Square before, but not enough to slow him down now. He accepts at once, and the huge trade goes through, moving the 200,000 units of purple gold into Li Keifu's hands. Seeing how smoothly the first deal went, Wang Xiao says he still has more special resources if Li Keifu wants to keep trading. When Mithril and Poisonous Stone appear next, Li Keifu is stunned all over again, because Wang Xiao keeps pulling out resources families usually hoard for themselves. This time Li Keifu does not hesitate at all and spends everything his family handed him, too excited by the value of the deal to care about the cost. Another 120,000 star coins lands with Wang Xiao, and Li Keifu leaves beaming after warmly inviting him to visit the Li family estate someday. The shoppers watching all this are left stunned, because the Li family's rising young leader just treated Wang Xiao with open respect in public. At that exact moment, the branch manager finally comes down and instantly realizes the clerk did the right thing by escalating such an unusual guest. The manager introduces himself as Lin Xiang, and Wang Xiao immediately returns to the real issue. He still needs beast eggs above gold quality. Lin Xiang admits the hard truth. Proper gold beasts are so scarce in Kaiyang City that the moment one appears, a major faction usually buys it immediately. After thinking it over, Lin Xiang offers one ordinary solution. The shop can help him source a gold quality egg, but it would take another half-month. Wang Xiao rejects that at once, because the competition starts the day after tomorrow and waiting is not an option. So Wang Xiao presses him for any faster option, no matter how unusual it is. That question makes Lin Xiang think of one last resort, and he finally reveals the lead that changes everything, an artificial secret realm. At the Lord's shop, Lin Xiang offers Wang Xiao something far rarer than a normal training ground, an artificial secret realm left behind by a high-level mutated beast lord. The pitch lands immediately because Wang Xiao knows what that means, a high-level lord's private territory turned into a secret realm, with the original mutated beast possibly still inside. Since a beast tamer like him needs strong mutated beasts more than anything, Wang Xiao agrees on the spot instead of hesitating. Lin Xiang only charges 10,000 star coins to activate the realm, treating Wang Xiao like a customer worth keeping on good terms with. Lin Xiang leads him to the top floor, where several special secret realm gates stand waiting behind the lord's shop's polished facade. Before opening the gate, Lin Xiang carefully hands over a crystal return key and warns Wang Xiao to crush it if the artificial realm becomes unstable. Wang Xiao accepts the warning, opens the secret realm, and vanishes into the portal in a blur of light. When he arrives inside, Wang Xiao finds a peaceful artificial world with dense energy, spirit grass everywhere, and none of the usual monster pressure. A quick search tells him the realm has already been stripped of obvious resources, so he keeps heading deeper instead of wasting time. At the center of the realm, he discovers a quiet lake ringed by tall trees, with a narrow path leading to a tiny house on the water. The simple house feels almost modest for a high-level lord, and that contrast makes Wang Xiao even more curious about what its owner left behind. Those books turn out to be research notes on forcing mutated beasts to grow faster, written by a lord who awakened the talent extreme nurturing. Wang Xiao quickly realizes the methods do not directly suit his own talent, but the notes still open his eyes to how deeply a lord's gift shapes beast evolution. That insight alone counts as a real gain, and the system responds by rewarding him for absorbing a high-level beast lord's understanding. The reward is even better than he expected. His beast tamer limit permanently jumps by 10 sublevels, letting him control stronger beasts far earlier than normal. Satisfied that the trip has already paid off, Wang Xiao puts the notes down and turns to leave the house and search for more. Before he can get far, the entire artificial secret realm lurches violently, stopping him in his tracks. Outside, the peaceful realm has transformed into a disaster zone, with a huge crack split across the sky and 5-colored elemental energy pouring down. The pressure warps the whole landscape at once, rippling the lake and bending the giant trees until some of them snap outright. Wang Xiao grips the emergency return crystal and almost retreats, but the thought of leaving without the senior lord's beast makes him force himself to stay. He makes the risky call to hold the line first and summons his contracted beasts to defend the house. The strengthened Ice Thunderhorn Wolf can still manipulate ice and lightning at this point, but the lower-level Raging Lava Bear is clearly struggling against the storm. Then the sky tears wider, and a second surge of power smashes through the realm hard enough to shred the forest even faster. To keep from being overwhelmed, Wang Xiao activates the Saint Beast Totem and burns through item cards without caring about the cost anymore. Ice spreads across the entire lake. His beast's magic power surges nearly tenfold, and for the moment they finally stabilize the defense around the little house. Even so, Wang Xiao is still only a level 2 lord, and the strain starts chewing through his energy far faster than he can afford. He downs fresh energy potions and keeps feeding power into the defense, gambling that the outside energy tide will end before he collapses. His luck turns worse instead, because another crack opens and doubles the pressure just when he is already near his limit. Now on the edge of running dry, Wang Xiao realizes that if the Saint Beast totem breaks, everything he protected here will be lost with it. At that desperate moment, the frozen lake erupts from below and a giant black turtle smashes through the ice onto the island. Its golden-lit shell, horned head, and beastly jaw make the answer obvious to Wang Xiao. This is the high-level lord's original mutated beast, finally awakened by the energy tide. Instead of attacking him, the golden-armored black turtle rushes to Wang Xiao's side and helps shield the small house from the storm. Wang Xiao reacts fast and uses a share card so the turtle can receive the same halo boosts as his own side. With the totem buffs layered on top, the turtle's already monstrous power surges again, and suddenly Wang Xiao's energy burden drops to something he can survive. Watching it fight, Wang Xiao judges that this beast is already peak gold quality level 3, strong enough to make the three brothers' hidden cards look small by comparison. The two of them hold out for hours until Wang Xiao's last energy potions are gone, and the storm finally starts to die away. Once the outside tide cuts off, the cracks stop spreading and the artificial secret realm settles back into uneasy calm. Wang Xiao drops the frozen field, checks the island, and is relieved to find the senior lord's little house still mostly intact. He even goes back inside to straighten the scattered notes, treating the old lord's research with real respect after nearly losing it. The real reward comes as he steps back out. The golden-armored black turtle asks to sign a contract with him. Wang Xiao accepts instantly, stunned that protecting the house was enough to earn the guardian beast's acknowledgement. The huge turtle lowers its head before him, and just like that Wang Xiao gains a third contracted beast. When Wang Xiao checks its status, the numbers confirm how absurd his luck is: a peak gold quality level 3, metal and water dual attribute mutated beast on the verge of evolving. Its loaded skill set makes Wang Xiao stare in disbelief, because this new contract finally gives his lineup both brutal defense and far more tactical freedom. Wang Xiao studies the golden-armored black turtle and realizes this dual attribute beast is absurdly hard to deal with, built almost entirely around defense, healing, and reflecting damage. The next line on the status screen makes it clear the turtle has already hit its current limit, and now needs breakthrough materials before it can advance. Wang Xiao quickly figures out the turtle is already at the peak of the low-level mutated beast tier, which means advancing it will cost him a painful stack of breakthrough stones. Since his 3 beast slots are already full and his own lord level is still too low to rush this, Wang Xiao decides it is time to leave the artificial secret realm. He crushes the teleport stone and reappears on the top floor of the lord's shop, safely back outside. Lin Xiang visibly relaxes when he sees Wang Xiao return unharmed, because an energy tide had just appeared in the secret realm and the shop's reputation would have been wrecked if anything happened to him. Wang Xiao thanks Lin Xiang for the help, and the manager tactfully asks no questions about whatever gains he brought back. A Cheongsam-clad staff member hands Wang Xiao a discount card and sees him out, ending the visit on very good terms. Outside, Wang Xiao finds that night has already fallen, and after everything he has been through, hunger hits him hard. Now that he finally has real money to spend, Wang Xiao heads straight for Kaiyang Restaurant, the city's famous place for rich diners. He gets stopped at the door almost immediately, because this place is so busy that diners need reservations just to get in. Wang Xiao can only laugh at himself and turn away, realizing his first attempt at eating like the rich has already failed. Before he can leave, Qin Shui calls out warmly from inside and jokingly asks whether he came because of her invitation. Wang Xiao recognizes Fang Tianyu among the group and immediately realizes this dinner is not casual at all, but some gathering of the academy's strongest students. Since Qin Shui already reserved a private room, Wang Xiao follows her inside instead of walking away hungry. As expensive mutated beast dishes fill the table, Wang Xiao quietly notes that Qin Shui's background must be far from ordinary. Once everyone is seated, the room turns chilly fast as several students openly look down on Wang Xiao for being there. Tian Chang is the first to say it out loud and bluntly tells Qin Shui they should replace Wang Xiao. Qin Shui shuts that down by reminding him that Wang Xiao is ranked first in the academy and is supposed to be part of this competition. That answer makes the real tension obvious. Tian Chang, the rank 2 genius, hates being pressed down by a beast tamer lord. Wang Xiao, still missing the whole setup, directly asks what this competition has to do with his ranking in the first place. Qin Shui explains that the upcoming competition has changed completely, with many academies now joining instead of just a smaller local contest. Because of that change, every academy now has to send its top 8 students, and Qin Shui is the instructor leading their side. Wang Xiao lowers his eyes and starts thinking seriously, while Qin Shui mistakes his silence for fear that his weak lord class will get him crushed. Trying to protect him, Qin Shui quietly offers to apply for his disqualification if he does not want to take part. Tian Chang immediately backs that idea and sneers that Wang Xiao would only embarrass the academy if he went. The pressure keeps building as a few of the others quietly agree, and even Fan Tianyu offers no sign that he thinks a beast tamer lord belongs in a serious fight. Then another hot-tempered student pushes it furthest, mocking that if Wan Xiao insists on coming, he can trail behind and serve as blood food for the student's blood pool. Wan Xiao finally answers with cool sarcasm, telling the blood pool student he should use that ability to support him instead, since it is supposed to heal soldiers quickly. That comeback humiliates the blood pool student on the spot, and he explodes to his feet demanding a fight. Wan Xiao still does not get up and cuts him down even harder by asking what a mere 5th place student thinks gives him the right to challenge 1st place. The furious student nearly charges him, but Han Bufan grabs him first and stops the private room from turning into a brawl. Han Bufan tells the raging student to save it for the captain battle later, making it clear there is already an official fight ahead to decide who leads. The raging student forces himself to cool down, but he still throws one last threat at Wan Xiao and promises to show him the gap if he refuses to withdraw. Han Bufan follows up more coldly than angrily, asking what a beast tamer lord can possibly contribute when their academy only gets 8 slots. Wan Xiao answers with the same confidence as always and says that even alone, he would still be enough. That boast makes the room flare again, but Wan Xiao ignores the noise and turns to Qin Shui with a clear decision. He tells Qin Shui plainly that he will compete, and not just compete, but take 1st place. Qin Shui can only accept it, because under the academy's fairness rules nobody can force a ranked student out unless he chooses to leave himself. Then Fan Tianyu finally speaks and says Wan Xiao arrived at exactly the right time, because under normal circumstances his talent would never have qualified him for this event. She reveals the reason at once. This year's foreign race invasion is much worse than usual, and even high-level lords are dying in large numbers on the front line. The whole table goes solemn, and Wan Xiao finally understands why the military has stepped in to supervise this competition and scout promising new lords. Qin Shui adds one more warning on top of that. With the military involved this deeply, this competition may come with real casualties. Wan Xiao does not back down and instead asks the key question: which foreign race is attacking this time? The answer hits hard. The invaders are from Crimson Star, humanity's old enemy from the earliest days of the Lord era. Wan Xiao remembers the history well. Blue Planet and Crimson Star are similar human races whose worlds lie so close that their dimensional tunnels keep opening into the same secret realms. Because both sides fight over the same scarce resources, every encounter between Blue Planet and Crimson Star has become a kill-or-be-killed race war. Fan Tianyu explains the latest trigger too. A legendary lord discovered a true secret realm, but its dimensional tunnel unexpectedly linked straight to Crimson Star. That makes the stakes painfully obvious to Wan Xiao, and he can almost smell the blood behind the news. He understands the truth immediately. In a racial war, weak lords are just sacrifices, so he has to get stronger as fast as possible. When the heavy silence has lasted long enough, Qin Shui brings everyone back to business and tells them to prepare for the captain battle next. She makes the rule clear too. Only the 1st place winner of that battle gets to become captain. That rule instantly sweeps away the war-heavy silence, and the blood pool student fixes Wan Xiao with a hostile stare, already treating the captain battle like a personal score-settling match. By the time they leave Kaiyang restaurant, everyone is carrying a different mix of ambition, resentment, and looming fear about what comes next. After the captain battle briefing ended, everyone hurried off to prepare, but Wan Xiao stayed behind with an amused look instead of panicking. Qin Shui walked over and quietly reminded him that if he really refused to withdraw, he needed to get ready for tomorrow's captain battle. She made the stakes clear too. If Wan Xiao wanted real standing in this competition, he had to seize the captain position in the opening round. Wan Xiao simply nodded and told her not to worry, leaving Qin Shui half helpless and half unconvinced as she walked away. Once she left, Wan Xiao headed straight back to the lord's shop and started buying anything practical that could raise his combat power. He was so flush with cash now that even rich family disciples could not match him, and he spent like it without hesitation. Lin Xian also delivered several mutated beast equipment pieces, including a blue Dominator's necklace and a green magic transfer device. After Wan Xiao casually spent more than 100,000, Lin Xiang was left stunned and even more determined to keep this monster client close. With the shop finally tapped out, Wan Xiao returned home feeling very pleased with himself. That night, the academy released the captain battle details, and the moment Wan Xiao saw the format, he lit up. The military was opening a special medium-sized dungeon for the top 10 students of every academy, and its resources were far richer than the academy's usual secret realms. What really hooked him was one rare reward in that dungeon, the breakthrough stone he had wanted all along. To Wan Xiao, that meant the military was serious about scouting top talent this time, and the captain battle was practically throwing resources into his hands. Before sleeping, Wan Xiao entered his territory and started equipping his 3 mutated beasts like he was arming a private army. He even fed the beasts permanent attribute boosters without blinking, making the whole lineup stronger overnight. The biggest change hit the raging lava bear, whose fire aura thickened until it wrapped around his body like a living flame coat. Seeing that abnormal fire surge on a gold quality level 1 beast, Wan Xiao immediately guessed the bear might be approaching an evolution too. Early the next morning, Wan Xiao arrived at the competition venue, where the academy was already packed with students eager to watch the rare event. Tian Chang and the other top students were already there waiting, looking fired up and clearly not welcoming Wan Xiao at all. A top student mocked Wang Xiao in public and told him it was still not too late to withdraw before he embarrassed himself. The crowd piled on too, because almost nobody believed a beast tamer lord like Wang Xiao belonged in a live broadcast competition for all 9 provinces to watch. Wang Xiao answered the whole group with one icy line, asking if they only knew how to move their mouths. His comeback darkened the top students' faces on the spot, and they silently decided to deal with him after entering the dungeon. Then the venue finally shifted from trash talk to spectacle as a giant screen opened in the sky and showed the final battlefield in advance. With a dignified announcement that the competition had begun, each top student received a teleportation stone for their academy's private dungeon entry. The contestants crushed their stones at once, and in a burst of light Wang Xiao disappeared with the rest. When Wang Xiao steadied himself after the spin of teleportation, he found himself inside a military dungeon whose energy density was absurdly rich. He immediately recognized what that meant. A secret realm like this could grow a huge amount of valuable resources. Next he checked his communicator and saw the captain battle was split into 2 phases, starting with one simple rule: kill monsters and gather points. The second phase was the real trap, because once it began, contestants could attack each other and take every point the loser had earned. There was another pressure point too. Only 8 of the 10 academy entrants would remain, so the 2 lowest scores would be cut even before anyone dreamed of captain. A bracelet marked with a big 0 appeared on Wang Xiao's wrist, making the competition's point race suddenly feel very real. Outside, the academy staff and students watched every contestant live, and while the others rushed off to hunt, Wang Xiao stayed put and thought first. With 10 people trapped in a race where nobody wanted to be one of the 2 eliminated, every other participant was obsessed with points from the first second. After weighing the rules, Wang Xiao made a completely different choice and started moving through the dungeon without summoning his beasts or setting up a base. Instead of chasing monsters, Wang Xiao calmly focused on gathering resources, and the people outside were left staring in disbelief. To the crowd, it looked like Wang Xiao had mistaken a brutal ranking match for a casual treasure run, and several teachers were furious on the spot. Even Qin Shui was thrown off, because the student who had just assured her yesterday now looked like he was doing the exact opposite of competing. The students who disliked him quickly convinced themselves they had figured it out. Wang Xiao knew he could not survive the later fights, so he was grabbing loot before getting cut. That explanation spread fast, and the resentment only got worse among the students who thought Wang Xiao had stolen a top 10 slot from someone stronger. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao kept smiling to himself because the special dungeon was handing him rare materials he normally would never see. He was so satisfied with the haul that he admitted to himself that even being eliminated later would still feel like a profit. When a monster roar rolled over from the distance, Wang Xiao judged it as at least a silver quality level 2 threat and turned away without the slightest interest. He could have handled even stronger monsters now, but fighting them would waste time he wanted to spend collecting more valuable things. Outside, that decision only made the audience angrier, and some students were already swearing to challenge Wang Xiao after the competition ended. The loudest resentment came from the 11th place Lava Lord Genius, who stared at the screen pale with rage because he believed Wang Xiao had taken the spot that should have been his. None of that reached Wang Xiao in the dungeon, where he kept moving deeper through the map and treating the whole place like a rare resource harvest route. As he explored, the terrain resolved into a canyon map with a broad lake and steep cliffs, and Wang Xiao realized the cliff bases were exactly where breakthrough stones might appear. That made his goals sharper than ever, because he could ignore ordinary loot if needed, but he absolutely was not leaving this dungeon without chasing that stone. At the foot of the cliffs he found several ore points, but each one sat under the watch of level 2 monsters, so he held back instead of forcing a fight. Then, from a distance, Wang Xiao suddenly recognized a familiar woman fighting near a makeshift base. It was Zhou Shiro, and Wang Xiao had not expected her to be strong enough to earn a place in this competition too. Zhou Shiro had dropped a temporary base on the spot and was using several bronze level 1 human soldiers to lure a level 2 bronze monster into her defenses. Because she was a construction lord, staying inside her territory was how she fought best, and she leaned fully into that slower but safer style. Flame and Frost Arrow towers she had built herself opened fire together, hammering the monster until it howled and collapsed into points. By playing that careful game, Zhou Shiro had already scraped together more than 100 points, enough to keep herself out of immediate danger. The moment Wang Xiao understood what he was seeing, he stopped hiding and headed straight toward her territory. Zhou Shiro sensed someone approaching, turned around sharply, and blurted out her surprise when she recognized Wang Xiao from Kaiyan Academy. Zhou Shiro stares at Wang Xiao in disbelief when she realizes the terrifying beast tamer lord from the battlefield is actually a student from her own academy. Wang Xiao is just as surprised that the famous school bell in front of him is also the construction lord who has been helping him all this time. With a teasing smile, Wang Xiao asks if she still cannot believe someone with his strength is only a beast tamer lord. Zhou Shiro can only go quiet, because his platinum ice thunder horn wolf and terrifying lord skill already feel far beyond any normal beast tamer. Wang Xiao changes the subject and asks how Zhou Shiro even made it into a competition reserved for the top 10. Zhou Shiro explains that becoming Wang Zhao's subordinate lord let her share his authority and use his territory defenses, which is why her score rose so fast. She reveals her whole strategy too. She lures monsters in and lets Wang Xiao's towers kill them, even farming a few gold level 3 monsters safely. Wang Xiao immediately sees the upside of this partnership, because with his resources and her building talent, the two of them can push much farther together. He locks his territory in place beside hers, and the merged area instantly expands as fresh fortifications rise from the ground. A passing monster barely steps into range before the new defenses instantly gun it down, proving the setup is already lethal. Then the ground starts shaking, and Wang Xiao snaps to attention as he senses dense earth element magic from a very strong enemy force. A squad of green-clad elves marches into view, and Zhou Shiro's face falls because another lord has arrived right on top of them. Wang Xiao quietly appraises the troop and realizes this is no bluff. 20 elf soldiers, including silver archers and 5 gold level 2 elf mages, enough to kill even level 3 gold monsters together. Their leader finally steps forward, and Wang Xiao recognizes Tian Chang behind the battle-worn but still dangerous elf team. Zhou Shiro measures the enemy and knows that without burning through the flame magic tower, her base should not survive a direct attack. 2 more geniuses walk out behind Tian Chang, and Wang Xiao sees Han Bufan and Lin Dong have joined forces with him. The moment they spot Wang Xiao, the whole group reacts with open resentment, because just seeing him still feels like an insult. Lin Dong mocks Wang Xiao for having no troops at his side and sneers that he probably has not even earned any points yet. Han Bufan ignores the real threat and lights up the second he sees Zhou Shiro, turning the standoff into a personal pursuit. Zhou Shiro shuts him down on the spot and tells Han Bufan to stop acting familiar with her. Han Bufan immediately reads the situation and tries to lure her away, promising he can guarantee her a place in the competition if she joins him instead. Zhou Shiro rejects him again without hesitation, and that calm refusal finally pushes Han Bufan into anger. The others pile on and warn Zhou Shiro that only 8 people move on, trying to scare her into abandoning Wang Xiao before she is dragged down with him. After a steadying breath, Zhou Shiro makes her stand public and declares that she already contracted with Wang Xiao as his subordinate lord. The confession shocks the geniuses, and Han Bufan completely loses his composure when he hears she already chose Wang Xiao. Han Bufan bitterly warns her not to beg him later when she gets eliminated, but his threat lands more like wounded jealousy than confidence. Instead of attacking, the rival geniuses make a nastier choice and spread out to clear every nearby monster first, trying to starve Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro of points. Zhou Shiro looks more and more helpless, because with only a few bronze level 1 troops, she cannot even challenge 1 elf archer on her own. Before her worry can spiral, Wang Xiao calmly tells her to let them take points for now and promises he will help her win them back later. He tells Zhou Shiro to stay put and wait for him, making it clear he is about to move alone instead of wasting time on their provocation. Outside the battlefield, the Academy's giant screen fades away, and everyone switches to watching the competition through their communicators instead. Viewers swarm Zhou Shiro's stream in disbelief and rage after learning their school belle became Wang Zhao's subordinate lord. Even the calmer viewers think Zhou Shiro got dragged into a bad deal, because a construction lord is too weak early on unless someone truly strong protects her. As viewers watch Tian Chang and the others sweep the area around her, most of the Academy becomes convinced Zhou Shiro will score almost nothing in the first half. Before long, the general verdict hardens. The 2 most likely to be eliminated in the second half are Zhou Shiro and Wang Xiao. Most people abandon Zhou Shiro's stream after that and head off to watch the stronger geniuses show off instead. On Tian Chang's stream, viewers watch his magic network talent link all his soldiers' power into one coordinated spell attack. With that link boost, a huge demon energy bullet blasts a gold level 2 monster so hard its bones crack apart, and the viewers are stunned by how absurdly strong he already is. Another stream shows Lin Dong feeding energy crystals into a glowing blood pool and mass-producing blood-red humanoid soldiers from it. The blood people are only bronze level 1, but there are dozens of them already, and their blood-made bodies make brute force a poor answer. Lin Dong drives the blood tide over a pack of badly wounded silver level 2 tigers, calmly proving that sheer attrition is enough to grind stronger monsters down. The comments cheer the top 10 strength, and Lin Dong joins in by sneering that Wang Xiao would lose to a single blood person if they met. Back in the secret realm, Wang Xiao finishes brief instructions for Zhou Shiro and leaves behind a pile of energy crystals so her flame magic tower can keep running. Since Tian Chang's group is obsessively wiping out monsters just to deny them points, they end up clearing the guardians off valuable resource spots for Wang Xiao instead. Wang Xiao happily scoops up the free gains and even calls them idiots, because their sabotage just made his resource run easier. He keeps moving and crosses into another section of the military-adjusted medium secret realm, where stitched-together territories give way to a new terrain zone. Following the river to its end, Wang Xiao spots a sinister cave across the water, ringed with monster corpses and crawling with fang-filled insects. The eerie place excites him immediately, because in this world the strangest terrain usually hides the best resources if you are strong enough to survive it. He heads straight for the cave and summons the golden armor black turtle to take point before he enters the danger zone. The territory interface marks the new area as Spider Cave, confirming that even nastier spider monsters are probably waiting deeper inside. Wang Xiao advances behind the black turtle as the insect pack outside the cave starts swarming, but their bronze-level attacks barely matter against its defense. The black turtle crushes the insects one after another even without a full defensive stance, and Wang Xiao's bracelet starts chiming with easy points. Still, Wang Xiao is not here just for score, because his real goal in Spider Cave is a breakthrough stone for the golden armor black turtle. He wants that stone because turning the black turtle into an intermediate mutated beast would give his whole side a huge jump in strength. At the Spider Cave entrance, the strange insects outside make Wang Xiao slow down and call out all 3 mutated beasts before going in. As soon as they step inside, a heavy dark aura cuts every beast's attributes a little, and Wang Xiao realizes this cave will keep draining them the deeper they go. The firelight suddenly reveals a crawling wall of human head-sized little demon spiders rushing straight at them. The raging lava bear opens with a flame pillar, and the ice thunderhorn wolf tears through batches of spiders, but the swarm is so dense it barely slows down. Seeing brute force won't clear the cave fast enough, Wang Xiao pulls his attackers back behind the golden armored black turtle. The turtle triggers backlash, and a golden barrier wraps around the whole group like a moving fortress. The spiders slam into the barrier and get shredded, and even the dark projectiles bounce back harder than before, wiping the swarm out in seconds. With that trick working perfectly, Wang Xiao keeps marching deeper while stronger and stranger spiders still fail to crack the turtle's defense. After a long push through the nest, Wang Xiao reaches a fork in the cave and decides one branch must hide the spider core. He picks a tunnel at random, and almost immediately a thick surge of energy tells him he has found something valuable. The chamber holds a huge pile of energy cores, but more than a dozen gold level 2 shadow demon spiders are guarding it. The sight of so many energy cores thrills Wang Xiao, because one haul like this can keep his territory defenses running for half a month. The shadow demon spiders vanish into stealth, and even the wolf can't track them in the cave's darkness. Wang Xiao answers by pushing the turtle into absolute defense, stacking even more protection on top of backlash. The hidden spiders finally lunge in with deadly spear strikes, and the moment they hit the barrier their legs snap and their bodies are wrecked. The ice thunderhorn wolf dives in immediately and finishes every crippled shadow demon spider before they can recover. With the guards gone, Wang Xiao calmly scoops up the entire energy core stockpile and figures the other tunnel must lead to the true nest center. He doubles back, clears the rest of the cave, and soon reaches the actual core of the spider lair. At the heart of the cave, Wang Xiao finally faces the demonic spider mother, a platinum level 3 breeder that created the whole nest. But after losing most of her swarm, the spider mother is all threat and no support, and Wang Xiao knows she has already lost the battle. The spider mother reveals a few last gold spider trump cards, but the turtle's reflected force blows them apart, and the nest boss goes down with them. Wang Xiao doesn't get the breakthrough stone he hoped for, but the drops on the ground still make his eyes light up. The first item is a winning streak badge, and Wang Xiao is stunned to find a prize that can mutate his territory core talent after 10 straight Lord Battle wins. Because badge items are absurdly rare and this one fits the coming competition perfectly, he binds it on the spot without hesitation. His next drop is a mutation core that can reshape a gold-quality beast and sharply boost its power, which is exactly the kind of direct upgrade he wants right now. He quickly rules out the turtle and the freshly evolved wolf, then decides the raging lava bear will get the biggest payoff from this core. The moment Wang Xiao uses the core, the raging lava bear starts roaring as its fire flares wildly and evolution-like energy surges through its body. The upgrade doesn't push its quality higher, but the bear rises up in a new standing form that looks far more dangerous than before. Wang Xiao tests the result with one command, and the bear's slap lands so hard it shakes the entire cave. The check confirms what Wang Xiao hoped for. The raging lava bear is now gold level 2, with strength several times higher than before. The real prize is bigger than a level up, because the bear has become a dual attribute beast with both fire and earth power. Its new form transformation gives it a fire standing form with doubled fire damage and magic power, and an earth wild beast form with doubled strength and speed plus earth spikes. Once the bear calms its aura, Wang Xiao leaves the emptied spider nest feeling like he stripped the whole lair clean. On the way back, the upgraded lava bear shows off immediately by taking its bearman form and blasting the weak cave-side monsters apart with flame pillars. After that, Wang Xiao spends the rest of the first half of the competition quietly farming resources instead of chasing more points. By the time he finally gathers enough map progress to move on, the secret realm suddenly changes and the protected phase ends. The military's safety lock disappears, and now any lord who meets another can openly attack, which means the real captain fight has started. Wang Xiao actually likes the new rules, because they turn the contest into a direct test of strength instead of luck or hiding. The next notice reveals that only the current top 8 can even pick up the captain flag, and by chance that flag has spawned right beside Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro's sub-base. Knowing the fight will gather everyone there, Wang Xiao stores his 3 beasts in his territory and hurries back on foot. When Wang Xiao arrives at the sub-base, the top contenders are already gathered outside, while Zhou Shiro hides inside her territory so she won't get dragged into the fight. Tian Chang stands outside Zhou Shiro's base and gives her one last offer: back him now, and after he becomes captain he'll let her keep participating. The pressure works on everyone else too, because the whole group is glaring at each other and waiting for someone to make the first move. Wang Xiao returns to the territory openly and tells Zhou Shiro not to panic yet, because he wants the others to keep staring each other down a little longer. Then the deadlock finally snaps when a burly, still unnamed contender suddenly appears and grabs the Lord's flag first. The moment the captain's flag goes up, the whole arena locks onto the man holding it, and even the top students tense up. Han Bufan calls out the stranger, and Tang Hingshan calmly confirms who he is. The name hits hard because Tang Hingshan is the Class C genius with a level 9 giant tribe talent. Tian Chang grows visibly wary, because his own level 9 talent tells him exactly how dangerous an early game monster like this can be. Lin Dong also turns grim, because he wanted the captain rewards for himself and now a brutal rival has stepped in first. Outside the arena, the students watching the live broadcast recognize Tang Hingshan immediately, and the chatter turns into alarm. The audience explains why his talent has such a bad reputation. Giant tribe can turn ordinary human soldiers into giant fighters that crush same-level enemies head-on. Tang Hingshan takes the flag as proof of ownership and bluntly declares that anyone who wants to stay in the competition must hand over half their gains to him. To back up the threat, he summons more than 10 giant soldiers, and their sheer size slams pressure onto the whole field. No one likes being bullied into submission, but facing that wall of giants, even the geniuses hesitate. Tang Hingshan pushes harder, calling his protection an honor, and demanding their points right now. That finally sets someone off, and Yang Fan steps out to challenge him instead of kneeling. The broadcast crowd recognizes Yang Fan too, because his life recovery talent is infamous for keeping troops alive far longer than they should be. Yang Fan answers with numbers, releasing a swarm of poisonous and elemental slimes that bounce straight at the giants. Even Wang Xiao has to admit this lineup is nasty, especially when the slimes start spitting saliva that eats holes into the ground. Fang Tianyu reigns in her pride and quietly realizes every genius here really did bring a dangerous specialty. The first slime barrage works, knocking the giants off rhythm and burning flesh off one giant's body. Yang Fan grins at the opening and mocks Tang Hingshan for looking powerful until his giants actually get hit. Tang Hingshan doesn't argue. He orders the giants to crush every slime in sight. Earth elements surge over the giants, wrapping them in armor and instantly dulling the slime attacks. Yang Fan's confidence breaks when the armored giants smash through the swarm, and just 3 of them are enough to tear apart dozens of slimes. He reacts fast and floods the field with green life recovery light, restoring the battered slimes before the crowd's eyes. The audience is stunned because Tang Hingshan's giants hit like monsters, but Yang Fan's healing talent is just as shameless in a drawn-out fight. Watching the exchange, Wang Xiao finally understands why life recovery is considered genius level once it scales to larger armies. Tang Hingshan cuts off the stalemate by throwing 2 more giants into the fight and declaring Yang Fan's struggle useless. With 5 giants rampaging at once, the slimes are smashed flat into meat and slime pulp, leaving no chance for another recovery cycle. Yang Fan goes pale, realizes the gap is real, and decides there is no point burning more troops before the real competition starts. He walks up like a beaten rooster, admits defeat, and hands over his points. Tang Hingshan only takes half, because even he knows it is smarter to keep a healing genius in the game than knock him out completely. After seeing Yang Fan lose, 2 more challengers step up, size up the giants, and decide they simply do not have the strength to win. The real reason is obvious up close. Every giant is at least gold quality level 2, and the tallest one feels even worse, almost like a platinum unit. Lin Dong weighs the odds and decides that fighting now would cost too many elite troops and hidden cards, so he submits instead. Tian Chang tests the field and hates the answer, because the giant's magic resistance blunts his current talent too hard for an early fight. Unwilling but realistic, Tian Chang also hands over his points. Han Bufan refuses to fold, and with a cold look he summons 30 silver level 2 knights in divine armor. He layers a military formation over a divine domain, turning the knight unit into a blazing golden wedge of force. The charge hits like a hammer and kills one giant outright, splashing flesh across the battlefield and finally wiping Tang Hingshan's smug look away. The viewers erupt, because Han Bufan's formation and talent combo makes even 30 knights look like a nightmare in the making. Wang Xiao watches closely and judges the formation the same way. Unless someone has crushing power, breaking through that setup is extremely hard. Tang Hingshan answers by unleashing his strongest giant, whose roar and earth-loaded strike crack the ground itself. The shockwave rattles Han Bufan's formation, and the other giants instantly pile in with raging smash to exploit the opening. The knights take damage but hold the line, and the fight grinds into an ugly stalemate neither side can break cleanly. Han Bufan can tell that biggest giant has already reached a terrifying threshold, so winning now would cost him more trump cards than he wants to spend. Tang Hingshan reaches the same conclusion, because dragging this out would only leave both of them crippled for everyone else to pick apart. So the 2 strongest sides stop and make peace, with Han Bufan not surrendering points and Tang Hingshan keeping the captain's spot by tacit agreement. After seeing those 2 monsters clash, Fang Tianyu gives up on forcing it, and hands over her points too, knowing her current snow elves cannot beat the giants. By that point, the only people still not submitting are Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro. Zhou Shiro already looks cornered, because she barely has any points left and handing them over would probably eliminate her anyway. Then Wang Zhao's live stream gets flooded with abuse, because angry viewers blame him for dragging Zhou Shiro down and embarrassing Kaiyang Academy. Students from other academies pile on too, mocking Wang Zhao's beast tamer talent as proof that Kaiyang has no real contenders. Chen Shui watches those comments with a heavy face and quietly loses hope, because the weakest geniuses here already field silver level 2 troops. Over in Tang Hengshan's stream, the mood is the exact opposite, with viewers crowning him Kaiyang's real genius and urging him to crush Wang Xiao next. Tang Hengshan turns toward Wang Zhao's territory and openly sneers that trash like him has no right to compete for captain. Zhou Shiro snaps back immediately and tells him that if he has the guts, he can come attack the territory himself. That challenge catches Tang Hengshan for a second, because even he can see how many defenses are packed into that base, especially the flame magic tower in the center. He recovers fast and hides the hesitation behind more insults, acting like Wang Xiao is just too mediocre to understand his own place. His arrogance strikes a nerve with ordinary talented students watching outside, who suddenly want Wang Xiao to shut him up even if they know the odds are awful. But on the field, Wang Xiao still doesn't move, and Tang Hengshan presses again, warning that hiding behind points won't save him forever. Then a sudden shout cuts across the arena and blows up the mood completely. Wang Xiao is somehow ranked first. The reveal lands so hard that the very next reaction is disbelief, with people blurting out the obvious question, did Wang Xiao cheat? The moment everyone checks the ranking board, Wang Xiao is sitting in first place, and the whole field freezes in disbelief. The shock gets worse when they see Zhou Shiro still stuck in last place, which means Wang Xiao earned all those points without any help from her. Tang Hengshan briefly suspects cheating, but even he knows the military-run competition would never let that happen. Even the live stream falls strangely quiet, because nobody can explain how the so-called weak beast tamer just crushed the rankings. While everyone is still reeling, Wang Xiao calmly walks out of Zhou Shiro's territory instead of hiding behind its defenses. Qin Shui jolts up in alarm, because from her view Wang Xiao is walking straight toward Tang Hengshan's strongest fighters. The other geniuses laugh it off as arrogance, convinced Wang Xiao got lucky and is now marching out to die. Tang Hengshan takes Wang Zhao's attitude as a direct insult, and decides to crush him in public to prove a beast tamer should stay beneath everyone else. Wang Xiao stretches like this is just the start of his climb, ready to trigger his winning streak reward and use these top students as his next stepping stones. When Wang Xiao tells Tang Hengshan to attack because he is taking the captain's spot, Tang Hengshan snaps and sends the giant charging in. The giant never reaches him, because its throat suddenly bursts open and it crashes down before anyone can see what moved. When the dust clears, Wang Zhao's hidden trump card finally appears, a massive horned wolf wrapped in ice and lightning. The appraisal result hits even harder, because the wolf is a platinum quality level 2 mutated beast. The revelation shakes everyone watching, from academy teachers to the military supervisor, because no beast tamer lord is supposed to command something like this. Tang Hengshan refuses to back down and throws all his giants forward, betting his level 2 platinum giant can still overpower the wolf. Wang Xiao answers with a stack of buff cards and a battlefield card, pushing the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf's speed and power to a terrifying new level. Once the buffs land, the wolf moves so fast Tang Hengshan's giants cannot even react before it starts tearing through them. Tang Hengshan can only watch in horror as giant after giant falls and his strongest tools become useless against that speed. After losing more than 10 giants, Tang Hengshan finally surrenders to save his platinum giant for the matches ahead. Wang Xiao takes Tang Hengshan's points and immediately turns that one wolf loose on the rest of the field. Except for Fang Tianyu, the other geniuses are swept aside one after another by the same brutal wolf assault. Han Bufan takes a hard hit as more than half his knight team is left dead or wounded, and he can only sweat in helpless rage. Lin Dong fares no better, because even his blood pool setup is nearly flattened by the wolf's charge. By now the viewers, teachers, and officials have all gone quiet again, because Wang Xiao just turned the captain battle into a one-man show. Wang Xiao drives the humiliation home by telling the defeated geniuses he used only one mutated beast, so who exactly is the trash now? Zhou Shiro watches from the wall and quietly realizes Wang Xiao has grown even stronger, which seals her decision to follow him. Before the phase ends, Wang Xiao casually passes some points to Zhou Shiro so she is no longer stuck at the very bottom. The captain battle officially ends with Wang Zhao's rampage burned into everyone's memory, and even the military starts wondering if this beast tamer could become something legendary. Once everyone is teleported out, the 8 advancing names are confirmed, with Wang Xiao still leading the group. Most of the others trail behind Wang Xiao in silence now, because after being beaten by one beast, they have lost the right to talk big. The academy head personally greets Wang Xiao with a smile and tells him the school is counting on him now. The academy head hands over a green blood chi connection card, a support item that can link health and defense across 10 soldiers. Other people might find that card mediocre, but Wang Xiao instantly sees how perfectly it fits his tiny mutated beast lineup. Wang Xiao confidently promises to take first place, and the academy head answers with satisfied restraint instead of pushing him any harder. As the team heads for the next teleportation passage, students crowd around with shock and curiosity over how a beast tamer lord reached this level at all. Some people start calling Wang Xiao a once-in-a-generation beast tamer, but plenty still think he is only a brief fluke who will be exposed against stronger academies. Tang Hingshan keeps his own pride burning too, telling himself Wang Xiao only won by lucking into a powerful beast and that the real number one genius is still him. After half a day of setup, the true main event opens. All academy dungeons are stitched into one super large secret realm for a team flag battle. The competition goes domain-wide now, with official live streams and analysts drawing attention from major powers looking for future battlefield talent. The analysts explain the new rule clearly. This match is about seizing enemy flags, and beating a captain means nothing unless you take the flag itself. Because rankings depend on flags, the smart opening move is to hide your own flag and avoid wasting troops while you hunt other teams. That logic spreads across the whole super realm at once, as teams from many academies immediately start concealing their flags. Then the analysts notice Kaiyang Academy's captain is a beast tamer lord, and viewers immediately flood into Wang Zhao's stream to see if that can possibly be real. Inside Kaiyang Academy's dungeon, the team gets the start signal and Tang Hingshan immediately argues they should hide the flag first and play it safe. Wang Xiao hears that cautious plan and gets the exact opposite idea, deciding this format is perfect for taking flags by force instead of hiding. He turns straight to Zhou Shiruo and invites her along, promising to make her a mountain king with him and grab first place outright. Tang Hingshan's tone turns cold when he reminds Wang Xiao this is a team competition, not a one-man playground. Wang Xiao just keeps walking and throws the choice back at them. Hiding is boring, open snatching is better, and anyone brave enough can come with him. When Wang Xiao says he wants to snatch something, the whole team instantly remembers his earlier behavior and realizes he means trouble. Zhou Shiruo bluntly asks if he plans to attack first, and Lin Dong immediately refuses to follow him into something suicidal. The others pile on, warning that he cannot possibly sweep every academy by himself. Tang Hingshan challenges Wang Zhao's arrogance, but Wang Xiao just shoots back that yes, with his mutated beasts, he really can do whatever he wants. That look makes the so-called geniuses burn with humiliation, because every one of them already lost to him and cannot deny it. Now tied to Wang Xiao as his subordinate lord, Zhou Shiruo still nervously urges him to play it safe. Wang Xiao eases the tension for a second by saying he is not going to snatch other people's stuff directly, and everyone visibly relaxes. Tang Hingshan takes the opening and demands the captain's flag, hoping to keep it away from Wang Xiao before this gets any worse. Wang Xiao refuses and reveals the real plan. He will not go snatch flags, he will make the other teams bring their flags to him. He points to the mountain at the junction of all the dungeons and spells it out. If he carries the flag there, everyone will have to come to him. Zhou Shiruo understands first, and Wang Xiao immediately drags her along before the rest can even catch up. A beat later the others finally understand too, and Lin Dong panics that if someone else grabs the flag first, their whole run is finished. Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, takes Zhou Shiruo with him, and races up the mountain far ahead of the others. Wang Xiao reaches the summit first and plants Kaiyang Academy's captain flag on the peak to bait every team passing through. When the others finally reach the summit, Han Bufan is horrified that Wang Xiao has just made them the target of every academy. Wang Xiao ignores the protests and tells Zhou Shiruo to start building, turning the summit into a real sub-base with her construction talent. The flame magic tower goes up almost instantly, and the bare mountain suddenly looks armed for a siege. The rest of the team can only stare, because Wang Xiao is really preparing to fight everyone from the strongest position on the map. Then Wang Xiao summons both mutated beasts, and their pressure alone tells everyone he really can anchor this insane defense. With the summit defenses ready, Wang Xiao grabs a loudspeaker and openly declares the mountain road his, demanding payment from anyone who wants to pass. His own teammates feel their hearts sink, because this is not a bluff anymore and they are trapped on his side whether they like it or not. Even Fan Tianyu cannot figure out what he is really aiming for, but the sheer confidence behind it makes her unexpectedly curious. Outside the arena, even the live commentators need a moment before one of them finally says the obvious. Wang Xiao is blocking the road and robbing people. The live stream chat explodes with shock and ridicule, because almost nobody believes a beast tamer lord can survive provoking every academy at once. Back on the peak, Wang Xiao calmly checks the setup and finishes arming the flame magic tower with the energy core from the spider cave. After finishing the fortifications, an exhausted Zhou Shiruo offers a last fallback and tells Wang Xiao to pass her the flag if the defense collapses. Zhou Shiruo is ready to hide the flag with her stealth item, but Wang Xiao just waves off the worry. The others stay off to the side and secretly decide they will only move if Wang Xiao falls and the flag becomes easy to steal. Fan Tianyu keeps planning for herself, because she still needs a top result from this competition no matter how reckless Wang Xiao gets. Zhou Shiruo thinks she and Wang Xiao will have to hold the mountain alone until Yang Fan suddenly steps into Wang Zhao's territory and volunteers to fight beside him. Zhou Shiruo warns that this could ruin his reward, but Yang Fan still chooses Wang Xiao because his own slime force is nearly gone and he trusts Wang Xiao more than the others. Wang Xiao likes the decision immediately, because Yang Fan's support talent is exactly the kind of boost that makes his mutated beasts even more miserable to face. In Wang Zhao's mind, this choke point is the perfect defense, because Zhou Shiruo can fortify it, and every contestant coming out of the secret realm is carrying resources he can take. He also wants the spotlight, because showing this much potential is how he plans to win both resources and reputation before his winning streak badge fully activates. As more contestants pour out of the dungeons, their first reaction to Wang Zhao's told demand is disbelief and contempt. But once they spot the captain's flag on the peak, the joke turns real and the mountain instantly becomes the most dangerous point in the event. Some teams want to avoid the summit and regroup later, but the hot-headed ones decide to crush Wang Xiao on the spot. Wang Xiao answers by sending the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Raging Lava Bear to block the key exits, sealing the mountain road with brute force. That is when the crowd finally gets truly angry, because Wang Xiao is not just taunting them anymore, he is physically trapping them. Behind the lines, Tang Hengshan and the others sneer and wait for Wang Xiao to be beaten so they can snatch the flag afterward. Outside the arena, Qin Shui watches the broadcast in a panic, because Wang Xiao could have secured a result but is instead turning the entire field against himself. The public chat turns even nastier, calling him Kaiyang Academy's disgrace and expecting him to be crushed in the very first clash. Even Kaiyang Academy's teachers lose hope, and the academy head can only shake his head with a bitter smile at the mess Wang Xiao has made. The commentators pile on too, joking about how few exchanges Wang Xiao can survive before he is flattened. Then the first academy lords lose patience and launch the opening assault at Wang Zhao's wolf, bear, and the terrain card he throws into the fight. Because these are all proud academy geniuses, they charge in separate waves instead of truly joining forces, which is exactly what Wang Xiao wants. The enhanced Raging Lava Bear turns into a killing machine, blasting towering fire pillars that mow down whole batches of soldiers at once. Anyone who barely escapes the bear's fire runs straight into the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, which has been stacked with so many boosts and items that normal level 2 limits barely matter anymore. Even a few geniuses who throw out level 3 gold trump cards still get crushed, proving Wang Zhao's beasts are overwhelming against everything below level 4 here. In the chaos, several academy captain flags land in Wang Zhao's hands, and that brutal opening instantly rockets him to first place. At the mountain passage, Wang Zhao's 2 mutated beasts cut down every challenger, and no one can force a way past them. The spectators who wanted to laugh at him go quiet fast when Wang Zhao's second beast proves just as terrifying as the first. Lin Dong stares at the flaming bear and realizes even his hidden card probably would not stop a monster like that. Outside the battlefield, the live stream and academy audience fall into stunned silence because no one can explain how Wang Xiao raised beasts like this in half a month. Even Qin Shui is left blank-faced, while military officers and top university instructors start paying close attention to Wang Xiao for the first time. Once the breakout is fully shut down, Wang Xiao finally activates his winning streak badge and his beasts surge again. Then Wang Xiao turns the choke point into a robbery gate and tells the defeated contestants to hand over their secret realm resources if they want to stay in the match. The losers burn with anger but still give in, and the weaker contestants behind them do not even dare to move. Watching Wang Xiao hold the whole route by himself, Yang Fan suddenly sees a chance to ride behind this monster and climb the rankings. That calm breaks when a handsome genius named Yu Bo steps forward with paired robe-wearing mages and openly challenges Wang Zhao's blockade. Tian Chong recognizes Yu Bo at once as the Magic Energy King talent holder and his own most dangerous rival. As Yu Bo's reputation spreads through the audience, the mood flips and many people start believing this is where Wang Zhao's run ends. Before the crowd can settle, another top genius from Yaoguang Academy steps out beside Yu Bo and brings sacred hymns and broken-winged angels with him. More academy elites line up behind Yu Bo and the Angel Talent Lord, but Wang Xiao just mocks the whole group and invites them to come one by one if they dare. Han Bufan calls Wang Xiao absurdly arrogant, and Lin Dong coldly decides this many real geniuses should finally crush him. A burly orc lord loses patience first, and marches out with several terrifying gold-grade orcs to break the blockade by force. Instead of flinching, Wang Xiao reveals a third mutated beast for the first time, the golden armor black turtle. Wang Xiao immediately uses the Vitality Connection card, linking the turtle to the other 2 beasts so they share health and defense. The burly challenger thinks Wang Zhao's beasts just rushed to their deaths, until his strengthened orcs start collapsing almost on contact. In the next breath, all of the orcs are dead, while Wang Zhao's 2 attackers are still completely unhurt. With the 2 beasts right in front of him, the burly challenger can only sweat, while Wang Xiao coldly asks whether he is handing over his resources or not. The man finally surrenders his resources, deciding it is better to stay alive in the competition than get wiped out on the spot. That surrender rattles the crowd, but Lin Dong's side still clings to the excuse that Wang Xiao only won because his beasts happened to counter that opponent. Even Yu Bo stops looking down on Wang Xiao and finally takes him seriously. Yu Bo attacks with his full trump card right away, ordering his mage formation to unleash a massive spell barrage over the entire passage. The explosion is so violent that everyone nearby is blown backward, and Yu Bo is sure nothing could survive inside it. But when the dust clears, the wolf and flaming bear burst straight through the smoke and rip apart Yubo's mage line before they can recover. Yubo turns his head and meets the eyes of the two beasts, and for the first time the genius looks genuinely afraid. The Angel Talent Lord refuses to hold back any longer and floods the battlefield with holy light, upgrading his broken winged angels into 2-winged battle angels. 30 gold grade level 3 battle angels take shape, and even Han Bufan is stunned by how far that light talent can go. This time the holy assault finally draws blood, and Wang Zhao's 2 attackers get dragged into a brutal close fight instead of another clean sweep. Seeing the 2 beasts covered in wounds, the Angel Talent Lord shouts that Wang Zhao is finally reaching his limit. That shout breaks everyone's restraint, and several top geniuses with their academy forces all pile into the fight against Wang Zhao at once. Yubo even grits his teeth and throws in every remaining mage he has, turning the whole area into a flattened war zone. Watching from afar, Zhou Shiro can only turn red with anxiety because her construction-focused territory is too far away to help him. Back near the main fight, even Kai Yang's own students start eyeing Wang Zhao's territory flag because they think the siege is finally about to crush him. Wang Zhao stays completely calm and tells them he already gave them a chance they refused to take. Then the Saint Beast Totem slams down, and all 3 of Wang Zhao's mutated beasts jump to 5 times their previous strength. Yang Fan instantly seizes that opening and pours his healing talent into Wang Zhao's injured beasts. With the 5-fold boost and the turtle's defense sharing, Wang Zhao's 3 beasts become so tough that the entire siege stops doing real damage. From there it turns into a slow massacre, as the bear and wolf grind through the battlefield while the attackers can only watch their own forces collapse. Some contestants finally crack and shout that they will surrender their resources if Wang Zhao lets them out of the fight. Wang Zhao still crushes roughly half the field before stopping, leaving the once proud top contenders battered, filthy, and completely humbled. After catching their breath, the publicly acknowledged top geniuses lower their heads and come to Wang Zhao one by one to hand over their resources. Seeing that impossible result, Tian Chang and Tang Hingshan are left shaken, because even a crowd of top talents could not break Wang Zhao. And for Lin Dong, that victory turns into real fear, because he suddenly realizes Wang Zhao might be able to wipe out even his own teammates if he feels like it. Outside the arena, the live streams go dead quiet as everyone finally sees how absurdly strong Wang Zhao really is. People who mocked him a moment ago are now inwardly cursing whoever said a beast tamer lord was weak. At Kaiyang Academy, the academy head laughs openly because Wang Zhao has just given their school a huge moment of pride. Military officers, top instructors, and even visiting legendary lords all lock onto the same conclusion: Wang Zhao is a rare genius. In military headquarters, a deputy commander slaps the table and orders his secretary to contact Kaiyang Academy before anyone else steals Wang Zhao first. Watching the screen, the deputy commander can't hide his excitement and sees Wang Zhao as a sign that Blue Planet's human race still has a bright future. Inside the secret realm, Wang Zhao knows nothing about the uproar outside and only grins at the mountain of resources pouring into his hands. He quickly realizes this haul is almost enough to push him up 4 levels, and the only thing he still badly wants is a city-building token. In Wang Zhao's mind, breaking into intermediate lord rank means one thing: finally reaching the myriad world battlefield and fighting foreign races head-on. After collecting his toll, Wang Zhao lets that batch of contestants pass into the super-large secret realm and waits for the next group to arrive. To Wang Zhao, the endless stream of academy elites is basically an endless field of crops ready to harvest. The next crowd shows up, and Wang Zhao robs them the same way, taking flags from anyone who resists and sparing a little loot only for the obedient ones. Wang Zhao even has the nerve to call himself kind for leaving his victims a little behind. Yang Fan arrives to heal Wang Zhao's mutated beasts, but Wang Zhao's shameless claim leaves him speechless inside. Even so, Yang Fan feels he chose the right side, because following Wang Zhao now looks like a straight path into the top 3. Once the last contestants finally enter the large secret realm, Wang Zhao heads back to his territory to count everything properly. The inventory check starts with a flood of basic resources, including hundreds of energy cores and vast stacks of elemental crystals and attribute plants. Then the real prize appears: high-grade enhancement cards that can directly raise combat power on the spot. Cards like Shared Halo, Cloud-Piercing Moon, Life Absorption, and Steel Skin make it obvious these top geniuses were carrying serious money and serious firepower. Wang Zhao doesn't hesitate and keeps every useful card for himself, because anything that boosts his side matters now. The leftovers include special minerals, scarce materials, and even several silver beast eggs that Wang Zhao still sees as valuable trade goods. Anything he cannot use right away, Wang Zhao casually hands to Yang Fan and Zhou Shiro instead of letting good materials sit idle. The other Kaiyang Academy members can only watch with envy, because by now Wang Zhao has already become the one person none of them dares to challenge. When Wang Zhao finds huge stacks of copper and iron ore, he immediately dumps them into the territory as building materials for Zhou Shiro's defenses. To Wang Zhao, investing in Zhou Shiro's growth is worth it, because a strong construction lord will pay him back far more than raw stockpiling ever could. After sorting nearly everything, Wang Zhao suddenly notices an appraisal scroll mixed into the loot, and remembers the unknown item he took from the spider cave. Curious, he tears the scroll open and decides to finally reveal what that spider cave prize really is. The hidden item turns out to be a psychedelic spider mother nest, a poison and superpower special soldier base that arrives at exactly the right time. Wan Xiao instantly signs a contract with the mother nest, because this is not a beast to tame but a whole production base for special soldiers. Its inherited abilities make the value obvious at a glance. Invisibility, fierce poison, hallucination, and spider silk are all nasty support tools. Wan Xiao wastes no time and immediately uses one incubation chance on the new nest. In the next instant, 10,000 shadow demon spiders flood his territory and turn the whole place into a crawling nightmare. Thanks to the mother nest enhancement, these spiders are even stronger than the ones he fought back in the cave. The sight would make anyone else's scalp crawl, but for Wan Xiao it feels like pure security. With 10,000 level 3 gold shadow demon spiders behind him, Wan Xiao feels confident enough to sweep the entire super large secret realm. Since the choke point has no more victims to harvest, Wan Xiao prepares to leave and start exploring the deeper secret realm instead. Before he can set off, the supposedly stable super large secret realm suddenly shudders like the artificial secret realm from before. Wan Xiao looks up just in time to see a huge crack tearing open across the sky. The sight instantly puts Wan Xiao on edge, because if another artificial secret realm disaster is happening here, this time nobody will stop it easily. Outside the realm, the sudden anomaly jolts the monitoring teams into panic. The first report lands hard. A dimensional passageway has opened, and it may connect straight to a foreign race secret realm. Because the competition is military supervised and packed with future elite lords, nobody dares take this failure lightly. Experts know a super large secret realm should be too stable for something like this, which makes the breach feel even more terrifying. Top instructors rush in, and among them are level 8 and level 9 lords who immediately recognize the passage as belonging to the Crimson Star people. That recognition makes the room go colder, because everyone knows how ruthless the Crimson Star people are. The military is alerted at once, and the scale of the response jumps from concern to full emergency. What terrifies the top brass most is simple. If all these level 2 geniuses die here, Blue Planet loses a whole generation of future pillars. Inside the realm, the contestants can only watch the giant crack widen, because none of them are remotely strong enough to repair it. Then the crack stabilizes into a massive teleportation passage, turning a bad sign into a confirmed invasion route. A level 9 military lord rushes to the university core and immediately demands one answer. Can anyone cut the passage off from outside? Nobody has a good answer, and the silence says as much as the words do. A black-robed legendary mechanic lord from 9 States University arrives, but even he can only offer a grim limitation. He explains that the artificial super-large secret realm has already solidified, so attacking the passage from outside could destabilize the whole realm and collapse it. Once even a legendary lord says there is no safe fix, the room is forced to admit the trapped contestants may have to survive on luck alone. While the universities scramble, the Warfront lords on the Myriad World battlefield launch retaliatory attacks against the Crimson Star people. After defeating one opponent, a legendary lord finally uncovers the method behind the breach. Years of war let the Crimson Star people set up many possible dimensional routes into Blue Planet. The competition site was simply unlucky enough to line up with one of those weakened points in space. The news enrages the military chief, because if this passage had linked to a truly terrifying realm, everyone inside might already be doomed. There is one thin piece of relief. The passage connects to an ordinary large secret realm, not some catastrophic death zone. That relief dies almost immediately when the next detail arrives. This is the very large realm where the Crimson Star people hold their plunder battles. Those plunder battles are pure life and death slaughter, the kind of brutal trial that produces survivors who charge without fear. When that truth spreads through the livestream audience, panic hits hard because everyone understands this is now a real invasion by humanity's mortal enemy. What makes it worse is that inside this realm, there is no higher lord protection waiting to save the contestants if they lose. Back inside the territory, Wan Xiao silently watches the crack finish forming into a passage and starts measuring the danger. Zhou Shirua is the one who says it out loud first. The foreign races have invaded. Wan Xiao immediately recognizes the name Crimson Star and knows anyone coming through that passage will come in to kill. The real question is one he cannot answer yet. If high-level enemy lords step through first, even he will have no way out. Across the secret realm, the other genius contestants react just as fast, because many of them have already seen Crimson Star warfare through their families. By the end of the warning, the entire field understands the same brutal truth. This competition has turned into a battle to the death. Once everyone confirms a foreign race is invading, the Academy geniuses stop bickering because another round of infighting would only hand the enemy an easy win. Wan Xiao refuses to wait for disaster at his base and bluntly says they need to move out before the Crimson Star people hit them without warning. The Kaiyang Academy side mobilizes fast and heads toward a desert region near the forming passage, choosing speed over caution. At the edge of the passage zone, Wan Xiao finds exactly what he wants, a lifeless desert with almost no plants but rich mineral deposits everywhere. He immediately buries his spider mother nest under the sand and turns the whole desert into a hidden harvesting field. Tens of thousands of shadow demon spiders spread beneath the desert, sweeping up minerals, energy crystals, and energy cores at a terrifying pace. When strong monsters appear in the desert, the spider tide simply surrounds them and tears them down too, clearing Wang Zhao's future battlefield. Seeing how perfectly the open desert suits his spider army, Wang Zhao decides this is where he will anchor his territory and fight. As the passage becomes more solid by the minute, Wang Zhao realizes the enemy may cross at any time and tells Zhou Shiro to move her territory here as quickly as possible. Elsewhere in the secret realm, weaker contestants start thinking less about glory and more about staying alive once the Crimson Star invasion becomes real. A lot of them quietly break from their teams and go looking for hiding places, betting that survival is better than dying for pride. Even outside the arena, the audience and teachers do not rage at them this time, because surviving the foreign race suddenly feels like the only thing that matters. A few geniuses who had already lost to Wang Zhao wrestle with their pride, asking if hiding makes them cowards before talking themselves into calling it a tactical retreat. Their final logic is simple and cold. If the enemy turns out too strong, they will hide until the competition ends and the secret realm opens on its own. Then the waiting ends as the dimensional passage fully forms halfway through the competition and the entire super secret realm shakes again. A pillar of red teleportation light blasts upward, and everyone nearby understands the Crimson Star invasion has truly begun. One figure after another walks out of the red light, and the first thing the onlookers notice is how human the Crimson Star people look. Up close, the only obvious differences are the red brow star and faint red skin, which makes their casual hostility even more unsettling. The invaders grin the moment they arrive and openly call this blue planet territory a place for massacre. That contempt lights a fire under the nearby academy geniuses, who decide the foreign race cannot be much stronger than them and rush in for fame and revenge. The Crimson Star side barely reacts, looking at the charge with flat indifference like it is not worth taking seriously. Then the red marks between their brows flare, and they activate their talents without a hint of urgency. Ugly monsters crawl out behind them, and the blue planet side is stunned to see level 3 gold soldiers answering level 2 Crimson Star lords. The clash turns one-sided almost instantly, because the monsters are both stronger and more numerous than the charging geniuses expected. The Crimson Star invaders mock blue planet's humans as trash while their monsters press the slaughter forward. Terrifying tentacles punch through the geniuses' bodies, and the first wave dies in only a few brutal exchanges. That massacre stops the next group in their tracks, because everyone can now see the power gap is much worse than they hoped. The level 3 Crimson Star Lords watch the bodies with cold boredom, and sneer that blue planet's long-fought humans turned out to be this weak. The surviving geniuses are furious, but once they compare themselves to both level 2 and level 3 Crimson Star Lords, anger gives way to naked fear. They decide to run while they still can, figuring even top talent cannot stop a full crowd from escaping at once. One ruthless level 3 Crimson Star Lord raises both hands and summons his talent, Dark Pagoda. A 7-story pagoda manifests in front of him, and miserable cries spill out before the ghosts even appear. More than 100 level 3 gold ghosts pour from the pagoda and streak after the fleeing contestants with terrifying speed. The runners barely have time to turn around before ghost claws are already in their faces, as if the things teleported straight onto them. In desperation they throw out soldiers and item cards, trying to buy even a second of distance. It does not work, because the ghosts can ignore the defenses of weaker targets, and rip through their resistance like paper. Screams fill the battlefield as soldiers die in breaths and the fleeing geniuses are pierced through the heart one after another. The dying geniuses can only look back at the sneering Crimson Star Force before collapsing in unwilling silence. Outside the live broadcast, many viewers finally understand what the frontline foreign race really looks like, and the shock hits hard. The academy staff behind those dead students are devastated, burning with anger but powerless to save the geniuses they raised. Some can only bitterly wonder if things would be different if Blue Planet's students had already broken into level 3. Back at the passage, the Crimson Star side calmly follows the massacre by releasing more scouts instead of celebrating. Several ferocious demon spirits appear and melt into the air, using soul detection to hunt for surviving Blue Planet humans. After scouting, the invaders realize the secret realm is hosting Blue Planet's genius competition, and that almost everyone here is still only a level 2 lord. That discovery excites them, because wiping out a whole generation of future enemies here would be a huge military achievement. Just as they decide to erase everyone in one sweep, a storm of magic suddenly crashes down on them from afar. The distant spectators erupt with hope, because Blue Planet's top geniuses have finally entered the fight. Yu-Bo is the one who opens that counterattack, refusing to watch a few level 3 foreign lords strut around unchecked. He goes far harder than he did against Wang Xiao, pouring out a much more terrifying spell barrage without caring about the cost. When the explosion clears, more than half the ghosts around the Crimson Star side are left badly wounded, and the invaders finally look angry. The other level 3 Crimson Star lords answer together, but Blue Planet is no longer relying on one person. One top genius after another throws out their trump cards, and the battlefield turns into a shocking stalemate between level 2 humans and level 3 invaders. That resistance lifts the audience's spirits, and people start cheering the top geniuses for finally hitting the foreign race back properly. But in the middle of that praise, viewers also start asking where Wang Xiao has gone now that the real invasion has started. Some immediately turn on him again and accuse him of hiding in fear instead of facing the Crimson Star people. Shui does not buy that at all, because she remembers Wang Xiao as someone bold and smart enough to be planning something instead. On the battlefield, the Crimson Star side is genuinely surprised that Blue Planet's level 2 geniuses can hold them back at all. Instead of backing off, that only excites them more, because killing this many strong young enemies now would cripple Blue Planet's future frontline. Just as both sides are about to escalate again, the passage behind them lights up one more time. Another Crimson Star figure steps out, and he looks different from the others the moment he appears. Instead of a simple red brow star, this newcomer has a glowing ruby in his forehead, and his robe and bearing scream high status. He coldly asks why they still have not crushed a group of level 2 lords, sounding more annoyed than impressed. The other Crimson Star people do not argue back at all and immediately kneel, calling him Lord Endu and promising to finish the humans at once. The Blue Planet geniuses freeze when they see several level 3 Crimson Star lords acting like subordinates, because anyone who can command people like that has to be far more dangerous. Endu coolly orders the other Crimson Star lords to hunt down the rest of Blue Planet's contestants, making it clear he plans to handle the top geniuses by himself. When the geniuses try to stop the Crimson Star group from leaving, Endu cuts them off first and attacks with brutal confidence. The ruby between Endu's brows flashes, and his annihilation light slices straight through the battlefield, cutting down rows of soldiers in one terrifying sweep. That single spell tells everyone the truth at once. Endu is a level 4 lord, and the gap between him and this group of level 2 geniuses is ugly. A genius recognizes the ruby mark and calls Endu what he is, a Crimson Star royal family member, which makes the situation feel even worse. Once the royal identity clicks, fear spreads through the Blue Planet side, because a royal genius with inherited talent and endless resources is exactly the kind of monster they did not want to meet. Some of the geniuses want to run, but the leaders snap them back to reality. Alone, nobody is escaping a level 4 royal hunter. Endu almost sounds impressed as the geniuses unleash their strongest troops and talents, but his praise comes with a death sentence. Then Endu opens a dark territory vortex and starts pulling out demons, turning the battle from dangerous to completely lopsided. More than 100 demons mass up around him, including a platinum level 4 demon commander and many level 4 gold burning demons, and the Blue Planet side instantly loses any illusion of winning head-on. The geniuses quietly switch from fighting to survival and start searching for a breakout route, hoping they can at least regroup behind fortifications somewhere else. Endu reads that plan immediately and crushes a purple item card, sealing the whole area inside a life and death arena with no exit. With the barrier up and the demons advancing, the trapped geniuses realize there is truly nowhere left to run. Yubo snarls that he will skin Endu alive even if he dies here, and Endu answers by sending the demon army in without the slightest respect. The Blue Planet side is already worn down from the earlier clash, so when Endu's level 4 demons crash into them, their line starts collapsing almost immediately. As one genius falls into despair and admits this may be the end, the whole battlefield starts tipping toward a massacre. At that worst possible moment, Wang Zhao's giant wolf bursts in and tackles a demon off a genius, suddenly dragging hope back onto the field. Endu instantly judges the wolf as strong but underleveled, which only makes him more curious about the person behind it. Wang Zhao's rescue is not just one beast either, because the raging lava bear and the golden armor black turtle charge in right after the wolf and jam up the demon advance. Even ordinary level 4 gold demons cannot break that 3-beast wall, and Endu's amused mood starts turning into irritation. To break the stalemate, Endu sends in his platinum demon commander, and its black flame saber strike finally blasts the wolf flying. The wolf survives, and Endu finally realizes the real problem is the golden armor black turtle, whose defense is absurdly hard to break even at this level. The demon commander still starts hurting the wolf badly, but Yang Fan stands beside Wang Xiao and keeps healing the injuries as fast as they appear. With Yang Fan's support, and Wang Ao's beasts refusing to give way, the demon force gets stalled long enough for the trapped geniuses to breathe again. Endu gets impatient and summons even more demons, including 2 more platinum demon commanders, pushing the pressure to a whole new level. But just then the purple arena card finally burns out, the barrier drops, and the Blue Planet geniuses seize their only chance to bolt. Once everyone is out, Wang Xiao withdraws with his beasts and Yang Fan too, ending the rescue exactly when it has done its job. Endu is not furious at all, because he never meant to finish them yet. He wants them to run, taste hope, and break harder later. After getting clear of the battlefield, Wang Xiao stays calm because he already knows his current 3 beasts cannot beat Endu head-on. Most of the escaped geniuses scatter, but Yu Bo and a few of the strongest stay with Wang Xiao because they trust his strength more than anyone else's. Yu Bo's side wants to hold up and survive until the competition ends, but Wang Xiao bluntly says the Crimson Star group came to them with resources, so letting them go would be a waste. The others still think that sounds reckless against a level 4 royal enemy, but Wang Xiao does not argue further and just starts setting his board. He settles the surviving geniuses inside his fortified desert territory, leaving them with a defensible base while he moves alone into the next phase. Wang Zhao's real plan is simple and greedy: use his 3 mutated beasts as bait, isolate the Crimson Star contestants one by one, and strip them for everything they're worth. That bait works immediately, because weaker level 2 Crimson Star Lords cannot take a single blow from him once they chase too close. Even the stronger level 3 Crimson Star Lords can only struggle for a moment before Wang Xiao beats them down too. Before long, Wang Xiao's bait pattern becomes obvious, and the remaining Crimson Star contestants all start chasing the three beasts together, determined to crush him in one sweep. Wang Xiao keeps retreating on purpose, bleeding away their soldiers along the route while relying on his own near-endless recovery to stay in control. By the time the chase reaches the desert, the Crimson Star group is angry, worn down, and exactly where Wang Xiao wanted them. The furious Crimson Star Lords charge him at once, and Wang Xiao sees them exactly the way he hoped to, walking treasure delivery. Then Wang Xiao activates a foreign race challenge and drags the whole pursuing group into a fight on his terms. Inside the challenge, Wang Xiao finally lets his three mutated beasts fight at full power, and their boosted stats blow past the normal limits of their level and quality. The pursuers who thought they were cornering prey get cut down instead, as Wang Xiao wipes out the Crimson Star group that dared to chase him this far. Wang Xiao dryly tells the dying enemies he had not planned to touch them first, but since they insisted on delivering resources to him, he may as well accept. A Crimson Star Lord insults Blue Planet and unleashes a full army, turning the desert around Wang Xiao into an instant battlefield. Wang Xiao stays completely calm and has the golden armor Black Turtle spread its absolute defense across the wolf and bear with bloodshy connection. The raging lava bear roars with fear deterrence, pinning the weaker Crimson Star soldiers in place even as the stronger ones keep coming. Knowing the tougher enemies will not stop, Wang Xiao sends the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf straight into the formation as his first real kill move. The Platinum Wolf tears through the front line, dropping Crimson Star soldiers one after another with every lightning-wrapped strike. The raging lava bear refuses to be outdone, enters Berserk Beast form, and crashes into the army like a flaming meteor. The wolf mauls enemies open and the bear follows with Blazing Pillar, turning their teamwork into a brutal assembly line of kills. Enemy attacks keep landing, but under the turtle's shared absolute defense they barely do more than scratch Wang Xiao's two attackers. In only a few minutes the Crimson Star force loses a third of its numbers and Wang Xiao's live stream swings from mockery to loud support. While the audience gets excited, Wang Xiao grows more serious because the easy kills are gone, and only the high-level enemies remain. The change shows fast as the wolf's kills slow down, needing multiple hits now that it is chewing through gold level 4 targets. The Crimson Star side finally figures out the real problem. The giant turtle is sharing defense, so they split their forces to pin the wolf and bear and rush the turtle instead. The live stream mood flips again as viewers realize the turtle may not survive a full focus fire from so many stronger soldiers. Outside the fight, Blue Planet's military side is panicking too, because the fragile secret realm could collapse if reinforcements force their way in. Thousands of attacks crash into the immobile golden armor Black Turtle, and the entire audience starts to think Wang Xiao is finished. Cracks spread across the turtle's golden barrier, enemy morale surges, and despair starts spreading through the live stream. But Wang Xiao has been waiting for exactly this point, and his calm voice cuts through the panic when he says it is finally his turn. The shield shatters on purpose, and the Crimson Star side celebrates a second too early. Wang Xiao immediately orders backlash, and 80% of the damage they poured in comes screaming back at the attackers. Before the survivors can recover, the turtle follows with energy explosion and wipes away almost everything left around it. The whole battlefield falls silent, because both the audience and the Crimson Star side just watched a sure loss turn into a massacre. Wang Xiao breaks the silence with a grin and tells the Crimson Star side exactly what he wants: their resources. The surviving Crimson Star Lords panic and try to flee, but the chance is already gone. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf flashes out to cut off the retreat, while the raging lava bear switches forms again to lock the survivors into a kill zone. With one order from Wang Xiao, fire-charged earth spikes and lightning-laced ice spikes erupt together and turn the trapped survivors into a slaughterhouse. The live stream explodes with worship after that finishing move, and even the watching military brass start treating Wang Xiao like a must-have genius. Back in the secret realm, Wang Xiao stands with his three beasts around the last surviving Crimson Star people, and the enemy still glares instead of begging. One surviving Crimson Star Lord still acts arrogant and demands Wang Xiao's name as if he has leverage. Wang Xiao gives his name and lightly mocks the survivor, saying mercy would need a much better attitude first. The Crimson Star Lord refuses to kneel and threatens that if any of them escape, they will report everything to Lord Andu. He even offers Wang Xiao a place as Andu's slave, trying to act superior despite being completely trapped. Wang Xiao smiles right back and says he might consider it only if Andu becomes his slave instead. The Crimson Star side explodes in anger, and Wang Xiao calmly tells them that if they think they can escape, they are welcome to try. Then Wang Xiao suddenly recalls all three beasts, leaving both the enemy and the viewers confused about what he plans next. A quiet spatial vortex opens behind Wang Xiao, and the first car-sized shadow demon spider crawls out and nuzzles his arm like an obedient pet. The Crimson Star survivors recognize the monster and panic, because a level 2 lord should not be able to command a gold level 3 shadow demon spider at all. Before they can process that shock, a second spider appears, then a third and a fourth, and the summons do not stop. When the survivors finally look around, they realize they are trapped inside a black sea of 10,000 gold level 3 shadow demon spiders. That sight stuns even the livestream, because Wang Zhao's beast tamer strength suddenly looks far deeper than anyone guessed. Against 10,000 gold spiders, the remaining Crimson Star people have no fight left, and their territory cores are smashed almost instantly. The foreign race challenge ends in Wang Zhao's victory, and the desert floor erupts into a dazzling field of dropped resources. Wang Zhao dives straight into collection mode, and even moving fast, it still takes him more than half an hour to gather everything. Once he finishes counting, Wang Zhao realizes the ordinary materials alone could sell to Ma Yinla for at least 1,000,000 star coins. And the rare drops are even better, with purple item cards, mid-grade attribute cores, and gold beast blood essences piling up in absurd numbers. What truly excites him is the breakthrough stone haul, because this one gives him enough to push all 3 main beasts toward breakthrough instead of only the bear. After checking the breakthrough materials, Wang Zhao's face stiffened when he realized he had no spare mutated core left for another mutated breakthrough. He gives up on upgrading for now, because a normal breakthrough would be weaker and would only make the next upgrade even more expensive. Once he makes sure he has not missed any loot, Wang Zhao turns back toward the base instead of hunting scattered survivors across the whole secret realm. He also wants to ask the other geniuses for a mutated core, gambling that someone from a powerful family might still have one. When the base finally comes into view, Wang Zhao is stunned, because Zhou Shiruo has turned it into a huge fortress in the short time he was gone. The place is packed with defensive machines and towers, and even Wang Zhao can tell Zhou Shiruo has built almost everything around surviving a siege. As Wang Zhao looks for a way in, a lord he robbed earlier spots him from the wall and starts mocking him for coming back so soon. Wang Zhao does not argue and simply orders them to open the gate. The man on the wall tries to act tough until Wang Zhao summons the flaming raging lava bear and coldly warns that he can force his way in. That old fear hits instantly, and the gate is opened without another word. Inside, Wang Zhao sees the base has filled up with even more blue planet lords who must have fled here for protection. The moment they recognize the man who robbed them, angry whispers spread through the crowd and several people glare at him openly. Wang Zhao heads straight to the center, where Zhou Shiruo and the other top students are still grimly dumping out their last materials to strengthen the base. He tells everyone to stop, and the first reaction is shock that he came back alive at all. Lin Dong immediately assumes the worst and demands to know whether Wang Zhao was driven back with Crimson Star pursuers right behind him. Just hearing the word pursuers makes the whole group panic, and Tian Chan snaps that Wang Zhao should have died outside instead of dragging danger back to them. Fan Tianyu cuts in and asks the real question: if enemies are coming, how many are there and how strong are they? Wang Zhao calmly says there are no pursuers at all. Before anyone can process that, he opens his inventory and dumps out a mountain of fresh war spoils in front of Zhou Shiruo. Zhou Shiruo is stunned by the sheer amount, and Wang Zhao answers with one flat explanation: spoils of war. He immediately asks how many attack buildings those materials can become, switching the whole conversation from defense to counterattack. After a quick estimate, Zhou Shiruo says the hall could build around 30,000 basic structures or 10,000 intermediate ones, if they have time. Wang Zhao answers instantly: then start now. When Zhou Shiruo points out that the base is already packed and there are no free build pits left, Wang Zhao tells her to tear down the current buildings. He reveals why he is this blunt: he already killed most of the Crimson Star invaders, and these ordinary defenses will not stop the royal family anyway. That claim explodes through the crowd, because nobody believes a single level 2 lord could wipe out most of Crimson Star's force in a few hours. Wang Zhao shuts the doubt down by pointing at the impossible mountain of loot, forcing everyone to accept that it really did come from defeated enemies. Fan Tianyu recovers first and warns that none of that changes the real problem. The Crimson Star royal family is still a level 4 lord. She argues that the safest option is still to pile up fortifications and survive until the military breaks into the secret realm to rescue them. Wang Zhao asks the question nobody can answer: do they really believe these basic defenses can stop a level 4 lord? That brutal point kills the room again, and the fresh silence feels even more hopeless than before. Then Wang Zhao makes his real move and says they should fight to the death instead, because he has a plan to survive and maybe even capture the royal enemy. The geniuses clearly think he sounds insane, but this time nobody dares cut him off. Wang Zhao pulls out more than 10 intermediate Crimson Star attack building blueprints and hands them straight to Zhou Shiruo. After checking them, Zhou Shiruo says the designs are close enough to blue planet buildings that she can construct them. Wang Zhao immediately orders the rebuild: keep the outer wall, tear down everything else, and turn the whole base into an attack platform. That is too much for Tian Chan, who finally explodes and demands to know if Wang Zhao has truly gone mad enough to challenge the Crimson Star royal family head-on. Even Zhou Shiruo, who trusts him most, warns that holding out behind defenses still sounds safer than gambling everything on an attack. As the rest of the base hears the argument, more dissatisfied lords crowd in and the noise swells into open resistance. Wang Zhao crushes the uproar with one cold reminder: this is his base, he makes the decision, and anyone who hates it can leave and hide somewhere else. That hits hard because the base belongs to Zhou Shiruo, and Zhou Shiruo is already Wang Zhao's vassal, so nobody can really argue with his authority. Outside the secret realm, the live audience erupts at Wang Zhao's arrogance, and even the watching military leaders think he is marching himself to death. Still, the senior officer issues a hard order to open the passage as fast as possible, and save Wang Zhao at any cost, while the others are only to be saved if possible. Back in the base, Wang Zhao sees nobody leaving and finally starts assigning roles for the plan. He orders Zhou Shiro and the others to rebuild the base, while Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, Lin Dong, Tang Hingshan, Han Bufan, and Tian Chang come with him to the entrance. At the entrance, Wang Zhao warns them there is no time, and they need to remember every instruction the first time. He hands Fan Tianyu the blue Winterfall card and tells her to wait for his signal before turning the battlefield into an ice field. Fan Tianyu is startled that he trusts her with something that valuable, and Wang Zhao says her elemental talent will make it stronger. That detail is enough for Fan Tianyu to realize his plan may actually be thought through, and she accepts the job seriously. Wang Zhao sends Fan Tianyu back to assist Zhou Shiro, keeping the builder and the ice card connected to the base side of the plan. Then Wang Zhao pulls Yang Fan, Tang Hingshan, and Han Bufan close and quietly gives the three of them a separate mission. The mission sounds bad enough that Tang Hingshan bluntly says it feels like Wang Zhao is sending them out to die. Wang Zhao does not deny it, and coolly asks whether staying here is guaranteed to be any safer. That lands, and the three exchange looks before silently accepting the risk and heading out of the base. Right before disappearing, Tang Hingshan turns back and warns that if he dies because of this, the Tang family will never let Wang Zhao off. Wang Zhao only smiles and waves them off, which earns him one more glare before they finally leave. With them gone, Wang Zhao turns to Tian Chang and asks for the one thing his talent can provide now: boost the best soldiers in the base with magical power. Tian Chang agrees on instinct, but he immediately catches himself and bristles at the idea of taking orders from Wang Zhao. Pride takes over, and Tian Chang demands the full plan before he will help, insisting that his level 9 talent is too valuable to follow blind orders into madness. Wang Zhao stares at him for a moment, and then simply lets him go, making it clear he would rather lose strength than keep a dissenter beside him. That casual dismissal hits Tian Chang harder than an argument, because Wang Zhao is still treating him like dead weight even now. Humiliated and furious, Tian Chang leaves the base by another route with a cold, dangerous look in his eyes. Outside the base after crossing a few dunes, Lin Dong finally catches up and demands to know why Wang Zhao just let a level 9 lord walk away in the middle of this crisis. Wang Zhao answers that an enemy at the gate is bad enough, and keeping someone openly unwilling at their side would only create a second threat from within. Lin Dong starts to argue again, but he suddenly catches a strange smell on the wind and turns toward it in alarm. Under a sand dune, Lin Dong stares at a 1,000-meter field of mangled flesh and realizes Wang Zhao has wiped out a massive Crimson Star force. Wang Zhao ignores the praise and goes straight to the point, asking whether Lin Dong's blood pool can turn all this Crimson Star flesh into blood soldiers. Lin Dong lights up at once and says Crimson Star flesh is even better blood food, enough to make stronger blood soldiers than usual. When Wang Zhao asks for numbers, Lin Dong estimates about 1,000 silver level 3 blood soldiers, or 10,000 if they settle for the weakest bronze ones. Wang Zhao chooses quantity over quality on the spot, and orders Lin Dong to make as many bronze blood soldiers as possible. Lin Dong summons his blood pool and starts mass-producing blood people, while Wang Zhao keeps feeding him energy potions to keep the machine running. Outside the battlefield, even the military observer and the live audience can no longer read Wang Zhao's plan, and the mystery briefly drowns out the panic over the invasion. Elsewhere in the secret realm, Endo casually watches fleeing blue planet lords get cut in half, treating the slaughter like a performance. Drunk on power, Endo raises his arm and mocks Blue Planet as nothing but ants that can only run. A giant rock suddenly flies at Endo like a cannonball, breaking his smug rhythm. The demon commander crushes the rock with one hand, and Tang Hingshan loudly insults Endo from the distance to draw him in. Endo spots Tang Hingshan, Yang Fan, and Han Bufan beside the giants, and his killing intent spikes at their nerve. He points at them and orders his demon army to crush them immediately. As the demons rush in, Yang Fan angrily slaps Tang Hingshan for provoking Endo without warning them first. Tang Hingshan shrugs it off, dismisses the giants, and tells Han Bufan to stop freezing up and get them out of there. Han Bufan summons 3 holy horses, and the trio mounts up and bolts for the base. The escape almost fails at once when winged demons catch up and stab Han Bufan off his horse. Han Bufan cries for help, and Yang Fan instantly burns energy with life recovery to heal the wound and get him moving again. Tang Hingshan activates Giant Tribe next, turning the holy horses into huge mounts so the 3 can barely stay ahead of the demon horde. The 3 can do nothing but run, hearts pounding, while the demon army keeps crushing along right behind them. Endo realizes these 3 are obvious bait, but his arrogance only grows because he thinks no trap can matter against his strength. Instead of rushing, he deliberately slows the main force and keeps his prey at a teasing distance, wanting to see their trick before crushing it. Back at the desert base, Zhou Shiro finishes rebuilding the interior into Crimson Star attack structures and can't shake how badly Blue Planet seems outmatched. Her thoughts break when Wang Zhao suddenly returns alone through the gate. Zhou Shiro rushes over and demands where he went and why the others aren't with him. Wang Xiao brushes it off as preparation work, says the others are on separate missions, and immediately asks for Tian Chang instead. When Zhou Shiruo says she thought Wang Xiao took Tian Chang away, he casually waves it off and refuses to explain more. He cuts straight to battle orders, warning everyone the final fight is about to start and telling them to top up their energy at once. A sharp warning whistle from the wall snaps every nerve tight because the enemy has reached the base. Wang Xiao orders the gate opened, and the base sees 3 battered giant horses racing in from the distance. The crowd shouts encouragement, but Yang Fan is drained dry and the horses are already at their limit. Just short of the entrance, all 3 giant horses collapse into white light and dump their riders onto the ground. Han Bufan tries to resummon their mounts, but the demon army is already on top of them. Knowing there is no time left, Tang Hingshan hoists the nearly unconscious Yang Fan, grabs Han Bufan, and sprints for the gate himself. Endu is ready to have them trampled, but the sight of a base full of Crimson Star attack buildings makes him pause and look harder. His cruelty takes over, and he decides it will be more satisfying to let the Blue Planet side think they are safe before crushing that hope in front of everyone. An ice spike suddenly shoots at Endu, and the demon commander slices it apart before it can land. Furious, Endu looks up and finds Wang Xiao waiting for him on the city wall with all 3 mutated beasts crouched to strike. Wang Xiao calmly calls Endu by name and says he has already walked into a trap, even offering to spare him if he surrenders half his resources. Endu laughs in rage and answers that he had planned to kill Wang Xiao last, but now Wang Xiao is just asking to die early. Wang Xiao refuses to flinch and coldly says it is still not certain who will die here. Then Wang Xiao gives the signal, and the ice thunderhorn wolf howls hard enough to make the calm desert start shaking. At first Endu thinks it is just an earth-type beast trick, but the next second bloody figures start pouring over the dunes from every direction. The blood people are only bronze level 1, so Endu is ready to laugh them off until the smell hits him and he recognizes Crimson Star flesh in their bodies. Realizing Wang Xiao used his dead subordinates as raw material, Endu explodes and demands to know what happened to his men. Wang Xiao only sneers and calls into the base for Tang Hingshan to get up and do his part. Inside the base, Tang Hingshan instantly understands the plan from the Sea of Blood people, even while grumbling that he is not Wang Zhao's vassal. He activates Giant Tribe anyway, spreading a huge domain across the battlefield. The moment the Bronze Blood people enter that range, they swell into giant blood soldiers more than 10 meters tall, and the ground starts shaking under their steps. Faced with 10,000 giant blood people, Endu's demon force suddenly looks tiny, and everyone finally sees that Wang Zhao's counterattack has begun. Endu hacks through the giant blood people with his ghost head saber, but the blood bodies knit themselves back together and keep charging. Realizing brute force will not stop them, Endu pulls his melee demons back and orders the fire demons to form the outer line instead. Dozens of fire demons unleash hellfire, and any giant blood person that comes close is burned away on the spot. With the blood army stalled, Endu looks toward the wall and mocks Wang Xiao for calling this his big move. Even the livestream audience sours as the giant blood people keep shrinking under hellfire, and Wang Zhao's plan starts to look flimsy. Inside the base, the panic returns, and some Blue Planet lords quietly summon troops not to fight, but to be ready to run. On the city wall, Wang Xiao keeps watching the evaporating blood giants with a strangely steady expression, as if he is still waiting for something. Fang Tianyu rushes over clutching the blue Winterfall card, too anxious to hide it, and asks if it is finally her turn. Wang Xiao refuses again and tells her it still is not time, which only makes Fang Tianyu more frantic. She argues that ice naturally counters those fire demons, but Wang Xiao still shuts her down and keeps waiting. When half the blood giants are already gone, Fang Tianyu finally loses patience and starts to crush Winterfall herself. Before she can do it, a lone figure reaches the foot of the wall, and suddenly one giant blood person after another bursts apart on its own. In a blink, the remaining blood army turns into a thick red fog that swallows Endu and his demon troops whole. Only then does Wang Xiao lean close and calmly tell the stunned Fang Tianyu that now it is her turn. Fang Tianyu instantly understands, crushes Winterfall, and stacks it with Elemental Overlord to flood the whole blood fog with extreme cold. The blood mist, demon soldiers, and Endu are frozen together into a massive scarlet ice sculpture stretching across the battlefield. Wang Xiao is pleased by the result, but Fang Tianyu is drained badly enough that she has to drink an energy potion and warn him the trap will not hold the level 4 lord for long. Wang Xiao answers that he knows his limits, and drops a lightning holy beast totem over the base to start the real barrage. With Wang Zhao's shout, the ice thunderhorn wolf fires berserk thunder first, and the blue planet lords finally join in under the totem's lightning boost. Their attacks merge into a giant lightning pillar that smashes the ice sculpture and sends violent currents straight through the frozen prison. Wang Xiao immediately calls for the fire lords next, and the raging lava bear rises upright to lead the flame strike. The fire blast shatters the frozen blood prison back into mist, and Fang Tianyu instantly refreezes it for another lightning strike. After 3 full rounds of lightning and fire, Winterfall breaks apart, many demon soldiers are wrecked, and a third of them can no longer stand. The live stream erupts, because Wang Xiao just turned a pile of mismatched forces into a clean elemental kill combo that nobody expected from him. Even the military big shot watching the stream jumps up and orders the replay, now convinced Wang Xiao is a real genius worth recruiting at all costs. Back in the secret realm, the final fire attack burns away the last blood mist and leaves a smoking crater nearly 1,000 meters wide in front of the base. The people inside the base stare in disbelief for a beat, then the relief hits all at once, and they start cheering that they survived. Wang Xiao coldly cuts through the celebration and warns everyone not to get happy too early, because a level 4 lord will not die that easily. The crowd resents the downer for a moment, but nobody dares push back once they see the look on Wang Xiao's face. Fan Tianyu steps in more gently, arguing that even if they only scratched Andu, some celebration still helps morale after surviving the impossible. Wang Xiao turns on her with brutal honesty, calling that kind of morale naive and saying all it really does is make people underestimate the enemy. Instead of celebrating, Wang Xiao tells everyone to refill their energy, tosses out potions, and even hands one to Zhou Shiruo when she arrives. Fan Tianyu knows he is right, but his superior tone still leaves her furious, and the viewers start attacking Wang Xiao for speaking to her like that. Then a thin but terrifying red beam suddenly shines up from the crater, and the whole mood drops in an instant. A badly injured winged demon crawls out of the pit clutching something protectively as it struggles into the air on broken wings. Wang Xiao quietly says Andu is coming, and a second later the winged demon breaks into light and reveals Andu himself stepping out untouched. Andu praises the Blue Planet Lords for surprising him, and when they see he is perfectly unharmed, the whole base goes cold. Fan Tianyu can barely believe their full-force combo did nothing, and Wang Xiao answers that a Crimson Star Royal would not be worthy of the title if that was enough to hurt him. When Wang Xiao openly admits he already knew they could not truly hurt Andu, the frightened geniuses below turn on him and start shouting accusations. Some even accuse Wang Xiao of colluding with Crimson Star, and he can only look at them like their fear has burned away their brains. Fan Tianyu steps back in and demands a straight answer, asking Wang Xiao what he is really trying to do here. Wang Xiao answers with perfect simplicity that he wants to survive, which only makes Fan Tianyu angrier because it sounds like he led them into a hopeless fight anyway. When Fan Tianyu says he knew they were outmatched, Wang Xiao cuts her off and asks the one thing she somehow missed: where did all of Andu's demon soldiers go? That is when Fan Tianyu finally realizes the combo attack was never meant to kill Andu at all, but it did wipe out the demon army that could no longer keep fighting. Hearing Wang Zhao's logic, the shaken defenders realize their earlier attacks were not wasted after all, and the base's morale lifts just enough to fight again. Wang Xiao takes a breath and announces that Stage 1 is over and Stage 2 begins immediately, catching everyone off guard. Before anyone can ask what he means, a vortex opens behind Wang Xiao and a flood of shadow demon spiders pours out into the sky. The spiders instantly fire dark green silk into the air, weaving a huge poisonous web that drops straight over Andu. Andu senses the danger at once and burns through part of the trap with annihilation light, but the web keeps stacking faster than he can clear it. The sky-spanning web seals into a full cocoon around him, and Wang Xiao immediately calls every poison lord to attack together. The Blue Planet Lords finally understand the plan and hurriedly summon every poison soldier they have, even if poison is not their main talent. Wang Xiao does not wait either, and his 10,000 spiders all turn in unison to aim their abdomens at the cocoon target. A storm of fatal spider spears rips upward first, punching the cocoon full of black spikes. Then the other lords pile on with poison arrows and toxic fog until the whole sky around Andu turns a violent green-purple haze. After the blast, everyone freezes and watches the ruined cocoon fall, because if this direct hit still failed, they know there is almost no hope left. At the last moment the cocoon bursts open, and Andu flies back out instead of crashing down. But this time the crowd sees the difference. Andu is poisoned, his skin and clothes are stained green, and blood is already at the corner of his mouth. The base erupts in cheers as the defenders realize they really managed to wound him, and even Wang Xiao cannot hide his relieved grin. Wang Xiao cuts through the celebration with a warning that Andu will definitely counterattack. He is right immediately, because a red flash appears on Andu's forehead and an annihilation light shoots across the distance straight at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao has already prepared for that move, and the golden armor black turtle throws itself in front of him with absolute defense at full power. The beam still shatters the turtle's golden barrier and blasts Wang Xiao off the wall with the shockwave. Even while falling, Wang Xiao orders a backlash, reflecting most of that terrifying attack right back at Andu. The reflected strike hits hard enough to blow Andu away like a cannonball, but the golden armor black turtle pays for it by collapsing into fragments of light. The whole exchange takes only seconds, and the others are left stunned by how fast Wang Xiao read the attack and turned it around. For the first time, the proud geniuses around him look at Wang Xiao with real respect instead of doubt. Fan Tianyu jumps down first and rushes to Wang Xiao with an intermediate life potion, clearly rattled for him. Yang Fan pushes through the crowd to heal him too, only to realize Wang Xiao somehow does not seem seriously injured. Wang Xiao waves off their panic, sits up, and says the reflected attack hurt Andu but definitely did not finish him. He says there is still a third stage to prepare before Andu recovers, and this time nobody interrupts him. Wang Xiao lays it out plainly. Stage 1 killed Andu's soldiers, Stage 2 wounded Andu himself, and Stage 3 is the riskiest part because they need to make him truly angry. Outside the battlefield, That plan jolts the live stream audience and even the military observers, because any serious level 4 royal from Crimson Star should be far deadlier than what they have seen so far. One military big shot thinks the safest move would be to abandon the base and stall for rescue, so Wang Zhao's choice to stay and provoke Endu looks almost reckless to him. Then his adjutant rushes in with a new development. Their artificial secret realm is too unstable for a forced entry, but there may be another route. The technical team has locked onto the Crimson Star side's large secret realm, and the rescue force may be able to link through that space and use the enemy's own passageway as a transit path. The catch is brutal. They do not know what waits inside that Crimson Star realm, so the rescue team itself could be wiped out before reaching the trapped students. After a short silence, the officer slams the blueprint and orders the risky plan to go ahead anyway because there is no time left. He does not stop there and decides to lead the rescue personally, his sharp aura flaring as he looks at Wang Zhao's group on the screen. Back in the secret realm, nobody understands the full idea yet, but after everything Wang Zhao has done, no one argues with him anymore. Tang Hingshan volunteers first, saying his giant soldiers can provoke Endu if Yang Fan supports them so they can last longer. Yang Fan instantly agrees to back him up, happy to throw himself into the same dangerous three-man team again. Han Bufan joins too, offering his holy knight to pull Endu's attention and buy the others more time. More lords pile in with suggestions, and even those with weak troops start helping figure out the best way to provoke Endu efficiently. In the middle of that discussion, Fang Tianyu notices Wang Xiao is not fully listening because he is scanning the crowd for someone specific. When she asks, Wang Xiao explains he needs someone with magic element attacks, because Endu's fighting style leans toward magic even though he commands demon soldiers. Fang Tianyu remembers Tian Chang's magic net talent, but that only reminds them he already ran away because he never trusted Wang Xiao's plan. Since true magic support is gone, Wang Xiao settles on Zhou Shiro, because her fortifications still count as magic-type firepower, and that is better than nothing. He hands Zhou Shiro 1,000 intermediate energy cores and orders her to push every building's range and power to the limit, then wait for his signal. As his subordinate lord, Zhou Shiro does not even ask why and hurries off at once to make the changes. Then Wang Xiao turns back to Fang Tianyu and directly asks if her initial soldier is a snow elf, hitting one of the secret's lord's guard most closely. Fang Tianyu freezes because a lord's initial soldier is normally a major secret, but after one beat she trusts him enough to admit it and adds that it is only bronze level 3. Instead of answering with words, Wang Xiao pulls out a handful of pure egg-sized breakthrough stones, and Fang Tianyu is stunned by the sight. Wang Xiao tells her to use all 20 stones on the snow elf, because getting it from bronze to silver right now matters more than saving those resources for his own beasts. His reasoning is cold and practical. His own mutated beasts are all bottlenecked by dual attribute limits, but Fang Tianyu's snow elf can gain a real leap in power, and even change form if it breaks through now. Fang Tianyu accepted Wang Zhao's 20 breakthrough stones as a loan and solemnly promised to pay him back later. Wang Xiao stopped her and quietly named the price he really wanted, the Fang family's rare mutated core. He asked for it because Ma Yunla had already confirmed the Fang family owned one, and Wang Xiao had wanted another ever since the last core boosted him so much. Fang Tianyu hesitated, which told Wang Xiao the deal was possible even if she couldn't decide alone. Seeing that, Wang Xiao eased off and told her to discuss it with her family if they survived and made it back. When Fang Tianyu asked if he truly believed they could leave alive, Wang Xiao answered with calm certainty that they could, as long as he was here. His confidence hit Fang Tianyu hard enough to make her blush, and she finally believed they still had a way out. That brief calm shattered when a sharp whistle cut through the air and a red beam ripped past Fang Tianyu's shoulder, barely missing her. With no time to panic, Fang Tianyu rushed the stones into her territory so her snow elf could complete its breakthrough before the enemy closed in. At the same time, the whole base snapped back into motion as Wang Xiao summoned the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and led the defenders up onto the wall. Yang Fan, Tang Hengshan, and Han Bufan slipped out through a side gate to circle behind Endu and tried to drag him away from the base. It was Wang Zhao's last plan, either lure Endu off, or pin the lone royal attacker between the base and a rear assault. But Endu was even nastier than Wang Xiao expected, because he suddenly stopped 300 to 400 meters away instead of entering their range. From that safe distance, Endu could still hit the base with Annihilation Light, while almost none of Wang Zhao's forces could touch him back. A few casual red shots were enough to tear apart more than half the base's fortifications in seconds. Even the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf lost a front claw to the barrage, and Wang Xiao watched the disaster unfold in stunned disbelief. In that brutal display, Wang Xiao finally felt the true gap between a junior lord and an intermediate one, and for a moment all his planning looked useless. When the bombardment finally stopped, Endu drifted closer with a smug smile, admiring the wreckage like it was his masterpiece. The survivors regrouped around Wang Xiao, and even the flank team had been forced back by how badly the battle had turned. Zhou Shiro tried to comfort him, saying a group of level 2 lords had already done well just by surviving this long. Around them, some lords thanked Wang Xiao, some blamed him, and most just stared at the ground like they had already given up. While the whole scene sank into silence, Wang Xiao kept staring at the approaching Endu and thinking instead of despairing. Then Wang Xiao broke the mood by saying they still had a chance. When Zhou Shiro asked if he had another plan, Wang Xiao said no, but added that Enda didn't have one either. He pushed everyone to think about one strange detail. Why would a Crimson Star Royal attack personally instead of crushing them with summoned troops? Tang Hengshan argued that if Enda summoned more demons, they would only die faster, which was exactly what made the situation feel so wrong. Zhou Shiro suddenly caught on and pointed out that Enda had arrived riding a demon commander, but after the first clash he never summoned anything else again. That clue reignited hope, because the only explanation that fit was that Enda might no longer be able to summon soldiers at all. Wang Xiao laid out the logic. In Lord Warfare, soldiers mattered far more than the Lord's own body, so Enda's choice to fight alone made no sense unless something was wrong. He offered two possibilities: either Enda had gone insane, or he was so drained that he no longer had the energy to summon troops. No one believed the first option, which left them staring at the second and wondering if a level 4 lord could really be running on empty. Before they could settle it, Enda pushed within 100 meters, and the base's last automatic towers fired at him on instinct. Enda dodged them with ease and erased the final attack fortifications in one more flash of red light. Watching her hard-built defenses collapse again, Zhou Shiro muttered an embarrassed curse at how flimsy Crimson Star buildings really were. Now fully recovered and spotless again, Enda floated above them like a cruel false god and began mocking Blue Planet's stubborn resistance. Wang Xiao fired back immediately, sneering that if Crimson Star Lords were all at Enda's level, they should stop coming out and embarrassing themselves. The insult darkened Enda's face, but he forced himself calm and promised Wang Xiao would need that courage very soon. While the two traded words, Zhou Shiro secretly slipped a vassal contract into Yang Fan's hand and whispered that Wang Xiao needed a hidden channel. Yang Fan was stunned that Wang Xiao wanted him as a vassal in the middle of a death match, but Zhou Shiro insisted it was the only way to talk without Enda overhearing. Even worried about his family's reaction later, Yang Fan signed anyway, and Wang Xiao's voice immediately reached him through the territory link. Inside that hidden channel, Wang Xiao told everyone he needed the team's strength for one last coordinated counterattack. At that same moment, the ruby in Enda's forehead flickered, and he smiled because he believed he had enough strength again to finish them all. Enda fired another annihilation light straight at the people on the wall, aiming to wipe them out in one shot. Wang Xiao shouted for the golden armor black turtle, tricking Endu into jerking the beam upward to avoid being swallowed again. By the time Endu realized he had been fooled, the defenders had already scattered from the wall in every direction. Enraged, Endu locked onto Wang Xiao riding the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and tried to kill him first. But the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf swerved sharply and dragged Wang Xiao into the ruins, baiting Endu to chase them deeper over the broken base. The instant Endu entered the airspace above the ruins, the whole base flashed green as Yang Fan unleashed life recovery. Because Crimson Star fortifications were built from living biomechanical technology, Yang Fan's talent instantly restored all the structures Enda had destroyed. That hidden trait was exactly why Wang Xiao had chosen Crimson Star buildings in the first place, and why he had stayed strangely calm when the base was wrecked. The recovery burst nearly emptied Yang Fan on the spot, and he almost collapsed as soon as he finished. Tang Hengshan caught the spent Yang Fan, hauled him onto his shoulder, and immediately roared out his next move. With a stomp and a shout of giant tribe, Tang Hengshan made the restored catapults, magic towers, and arrow towers swell to more than 10 times their original size. As soon as Enda forced his way into the base, every defender turned on him and buried him under a storm of attacks before he could escape. The blast fused into one huge fireball so hot that everyone inside the base could barely stand the heat. Wang Xiao yelled for nobody to relax, warning that Crimson Star fortifications would not be enough to finish Endu. His warning proved right immediately when a red flash burst out of the flames and smashed more than a dozen nearby Crimson Star fortifications. Realizing they had to finish this fast, the fire attribute troops poured even more flames along the fortifications' attack paths to keep Endu pinned. The fireball doubled again, but now the defenders faced a new problem. Endu might not burn to death before they roasted themselves first. Then Fontaine descended like a snow saint and dropped the whole base into biting cold. With Fontaine's ice domain cooling the base, the defenders could finally attack at full strength again without being cooked alive. One shouted taunt against that red shrimp fired everyone up, and the barrage turned savage again. 2 minutes later the fortifications ran dry, and 5 minutes after that the lords themselves were spent too. As the flames finally shrank, Endu appeared inside them still alive, and the pressure pouring off him made the whole base go pale with fear. Charred and furious, Endu swore that these ants would finally see the real power of Crimson Star royalty. Wang Xiao instantly sensed disaster and shouted for everyone to run, but Endu moved first. A pitch-black vortex opened behind Endu, and a claw the size of a building reached out of it first. The defenders' hearts dropped as Endu opened his arms in delight and declared their destruction. Then the destruction demon forced half its body through the vortex, and its mere presence made the 1,000-meter base look like a toy. Inside the secret realm and in front of every livestream, the same hopeless thoughts spread fast. There was no way Blue Planet could beat a Platinum Level 8 monster. Wang Xiao forced himself to think through every card he still had, but none of them looked strong enough to cross that absurd gap. Even while bracing for death, Wan Xiao noticed one odd detail. Enda's summon was taking far too long to come through. He compared it to his own instant summons and Tang Hengshan's giant soldiers, which meant the delay could not just be about size. Right then, a deep rumble split the desert outside, and a huge canyon opened as golden sand poured down like a waterfall. That collapsing landscape gave Wan Xiao the answer, and he finally understood why the demon was being held back. He leaped onto the city wall and shouted that they could still win because high-level foreign soldiers could not descend into this secret realm. As if proving him right on the spot, the destruction demon stopped advancing and began to retreat back into the vortex. The audience exploded in confusion, and even the people inside the base could only stare as the impossible monster slowly withdrew. Enda panicked and pushed harder on the summon, but some stronger force was rejecting him outright. Now sure of his guess, Wan Xiao explained that every secret realm has a power ceiling, and anything too strong gets rejected or breaks the realm itself. He added that this league battlefield was an artificial secret realm built for new lords, so even his Ice Thunderhorn Wolf was probably near its upper limit already. That was the first time Enda realized he had landed in an artificial secret realm, and the surprise hit him hard. Wan Xiao pressed the advantage and loudly guessed that Enda's earlier stalling was really to hoard the huge energy needed for this summon. Enda still said nothing, but his ugly expression gave Wan Xiao the answer he needed. Wan Xiao seized the opening at once, summoning the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Raging Lava Bear and ordering everyone to kill Enda before the demon fully withdrew. Then Wan Xiao jumped onto the wolf's back, and the two mutated beasts launched like arrows into the sky. That charge pulled everyone else with it, because even if they died here, nobody wanted to die without fighting back. Tang Hengshan roared and called out his giant commander, sending the 30-meter giant leaping after Enda too. More elite summons followed after him, and for one desperate moment every blue planet attack lined up on the same target. The commentator came roaring back too, calling this their only chance before Enda could use his annihilation power again. Wan Xiao opened with Berserk Thunder from the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, but Enda slipped past it. That miss was bait, and the Raging Lava Bear smashed straight into Enda's escape route with Claw of Fury. The blow sent Enda flying toward Tang Hengshan's giant, and the giant answered with a full-power mountain-breaking slash. At the same time, Fang Tianyu's Ice Domain attack joined the airborne barrage, making the whole pursuit feel like a historic team assault. Back outside, the audience finally dropped the fear and started screaming for Blue Planet to finish him. Then the giant commander landed a heavy punch and hammered Enda down into the desert like a cannonball. As Enda lost consciousness, the giant summon burst into drifting light and the black vortex collapsed shut. Wan Xiao and the others landed one by one, stunned for a beat before the truth finally hit them. Zhou Shiro was the first to break, shouting that they had really won, while tears streamed down her face. That one shout broke the dam, and the whole battlefield exploded into wild, messy celebration. Wan Xiao could only grin like an idiot with everyone else until Fang Tianyu suddenly leaned in and kissed his face. Stunned but trying to act cool, Wan Xiao reminded her she still owed him 20 breakthrough stones. Fang Tianyu snapped back at him, but her face suddenly froze in real fear before she could finish. When Wan Xiao turned around, he saw a red flickering teleportation gate opening in the sky, and the cheers across the desert died at once. Just when everyone thinks the battle is over, another teleportation gate swells open and the exhausted survivors feel their hearts drop. A winged burning mist griffin leaps out first, crackling with lightning, and its gold level 3 aura makes the situation look hopeless. Wan Xiao uses his last appraisal scroll, accepts that defeat is certain, and closes his eyes rather than die without knowing what killed him. But the killing blow never comes, and when Wan Xiao looks up, more than 100 Blue Planet Lords are pouring out of the same gate instead of Crimson Star soldiers. He cannot make sense of the reversal, and the instant he realizes they are safe, a full week of strain crushes him into unconsciousness. When Wan Xiao finally wakes, he finds himself in a hospital ward under a white ceiling with medicine in the air. Zhou Shiro, wearing a hospital gown by his bedside, lights up and tells him he is finally awake. Wan Xiao is puzzled that she is up and about, and Zhou Shiro cheekily boasts that she is already a proper level 3 lord and was barely hurt in the first place. Her offhand comment jolts him harder than his injuries, because Wan Xiao had no idea a full week had passed while he was unconscious. Zhou Shiro explains that the Blue Planet military reached them through the Crimson Star Passage because forcing entry from their side might have collapsed the secret realm. After that came rescue and cleanup, and because Wan Xiao had already smashed most of the Crimson Star force, the remaining enemies were easier to wipe out. The harder part was finding the scattered Blue Planet Lords still hiding across the secret realm, so the military had to search the whole place piece by piece. Hearing that not everyone could be gathered in time leaves Wan Xiao heavy-hearted, because he knows more people might have survived if there had been more time. Even so, he quickly realizes that gathering everyone was never realistic when people like Tian Chan had already refused to trust him and walked away. Zhou Shiro nervously brings up the vassal contracts and admits she cancelled them herself once everyone was safe. Wan Xiao brushes it off without hesitation, saying the contracts were only a survival measure and useless if those geniuses did not truly want to follow him. Their talk is interrupted when Chen Shui enters the ward with an unfamiliar middle-aged man, and Zhou Shiro immediately stands to greet her teacher. Wang Xiao tries to sit up out of respect, but Chen Shui quickly stops him and fusses over his condition. As they talk, Chen Shui looks at him with complicated pride, because the student once pitted for Awakening Beast Tamer Lord has just done what many veteran lords never could. Then Chen Shui finally hands over the academy reward for the lord competition, and Wang Xiao instantly locks onto the purple city building token he has wanted most. He barely notices the fine iron and crimson copper beside it, because this token means he can found a city-state and push his territory core to level 3. When Wang Xiao looks ready to use it on the spot, Chen Shui laughs and stops him because she still has one more reward to give. She reveals 3 extra green skill cards as a bonus from the academy for his outstanding performance, even though the celebration ceremony has to wait. The moment he reads Berserk, Blood Chi Connection, and Water of Life, Wang Xiao realizes the academy has basically handed him tools that fit his own style perfectly. He thanks Chen Shui again, and only then does the quiet man finally ask for a private talk with the little fellow. At his request, Chen Shui respectfully leads Zhou Shiro out, leaving Wang Xiao alone with the stranger in the ward. The man introduces himself as Qin Jinrong, and Wang Xiao is so stunned to realize he is the commander-in-chief of the Kaiyang military district that he nearly falls out of bed. Qin Jinrong waves off the panic and frankly tells him that what he did during the Crimson Star invasion was even more impressive than his own achievements at the same age. He even regrets that Wang Xiao is not in the army yet, because otherwise the military could have awarded him a gold merit medal. Wang Xiao humbly says he only did what he had to do, but he also immediately guesses this legendary visitor did not come just to praise him. Qin Jinrong laughs at Wang Xiao's profit-seeking look and admits he actually came to ask for something, not to hand over another gift. The request lands hard when Qin Jinrong asks for the resources Wang Xiao seized from the Crimson Star Lords he defeated. Wang Xiao hesitates at once, because the loot is legally his, but refusing a military commander this powerful is not exactly simple either. Seeing the resistance, Qin Jinrong explains that they captured Andu alive and found suspicious clues, but the royal is too cunning to talk, so they need to study the seized resources instead. He makes it clear the military only wants to borrow the loot for research and will pay compensation, and that one word instantly gets Wang Xiao's full attention. Wang Xiao immediately asks what the reward is, and Qin Jinrong calls him out for clearly planning to squeeze a big deal out of him. When told to name his price, Wang Xiao does not hesitate for a second and asks for breakthrough stones and mutated cores, as many as possible. That finally shocks Qin Jinrong, because those are strategic resources even he cannot hand out casually. They slip into direct haggling, with Qin Jinrong opening at 10 breakthrough stones and 1 mutated core while Wang Xiao pushes for much more. Even after being slapped down, Wang Xiao keeps pressing and drops his counteroffer to 20 breakthrough stones and 1 mutated core. Then Wang Xiao changes tactics and casually suggests that if the military cannot part with those materials, they can pay him another way. When Qin Jinrong asks what he really wants, Wang Xiao finally lays his cards on the table and asks for 10 high-level beast eggs. Back in the ward, Wang Xiao weighs his new city-building token against one hard truth. Extra beast pits mean nothing if he cannot find truly worthwhile mutated beast eggs. He realizes the military is his best shortcut, because they raid dangerous secret realms and get high-level eggs that most people would never see. Since the army has no beast tamer lord like him, Wang Xiao decides to trade Crimson Star materials for beast eggs and turn the deal into a clean win for both sides. Qin Jinrong loves the suggestion so much that he immediately offers not 10 eggs, but 30. Wang Xiao quickly refuses the excess, because even after his upgrades he only has room to raise a limited number of new beasts. Instead of taking 20 extra eggs, Wang Xiao slyly asks to trade that value for one answer about Qin Jinrong's lord talent. The question instantly hardens the mood, and Qin Jinrong reminds him that a lord's talent is not something people casually pry into. Wang Xiao hurriedly explains that he is really asking about beast-raising experience, because Qin Jinrong's Burning Mist Griffin looked like an expertly nurtured mutated beast. After a long look, Qin Jinrong drops the real surprise. That griffin is not a mutated beast at all. He hints at the answer through the name Burning Mist, tying it to the old military lines about wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Then Qin Jinrong spells it out. His talent is tied to manufacturing, and the Burning Mist Griffin is a mechanical beast powered by an energy core. That revelation stuns Wang Xiao, because even with his top academy grades, he has never heard of a mechanical beast before. His disappointment flips in an instant when he realizes a mechanical beast might count as a moving fortification. When Qin Jinrong agrees with that comparison, Wang Xiao gets openly excited and brings up Zhou Shiro's construction talent on the spot. Qin Jinrong immediately guesses he means Zhou Shiro, reminding Wang Xiao that their connection is already obvious to outsiders. Wang Xiao sees the bigger picture at once. If Zhou Shiro can build mobile fortifications while his beasts handle the fighting, the two of them could run wild in any secret realm. He lowers his own asking price on the spot and seriously begs Qin Jinrong to teach him, even offering to settle for just 3 beast eggs. Qin Jinrong pretends to scold him, then says guiding young lords is his duty and agrees without hesitation. He promises to send the organized materials and 10 beast eggs the next morning, turning Wang Xiao's gamble into a real payoff. Wang Xiao immediately transfers the battle spoils over, trusting Qin Jinrong and promising to sort out the consumed items in a list later. Qin Jinrong just smiles helplessly and says Wan Xiao was born for business, because even the idea of a reimbursement list gave his little scheme away. After exposing Wan Xiao's little scheme, Qin Jinrong leaves the ward, and Wan Xiao is left feeling unexpectedly touched by how seriously the commander is backing him. The moment Qin Jinrong is gone, Zhou Shirua sneaks into the ward and immediately starts fishing for gossip about what the military just gave him. Wan Xiao deliberately complains that instead of rewards, the military took all his spoils of war away. Zhou Shirua flares up at once, because in a lord's world those spoils are supposed to belong to the one who won them. Once Wan Xiao explains the army only borrowed the materials to study the strange Crimson Star invasion, her anger settles into practical concern. She immediately follows his thinking and suggests making a list of everything they consumed, proving they are already working like a real team. But Wan Xiao has something more urgent in mind, so he throws off the blanket, jumps out of bed, and tells Zhou Shirua to go change because they are heading out. Zhou Shirua reminds him they are not cleared for discharge, but Wan Xiao only gives a confident grin and says he has a way. 10 minutes later, the two swagger out of the hospital together, looking close enough to pass casually through the crowd. With her face red, Zhou Shirua quietly asks if this flimsy plan can really keep anyone from recognizing them. Wan Xiao boldly says no one will notice them, and the sentence is barely out of his mouth before a fan spots him. In seconds, a whole crowd piles in asking for autographs, calling Wan Xiao their idol, and loudly connecting him to Zhou Shirua. While Wan Xiao is still stunned, Zhou Shirua thinks fast, shouts that they are only classmates, and drags him out of the mob. They finally duck into a remote alley, and Wan Xiao can only ask what on earth just happened. Zhou Shirua explains the real problem. The Crimson Star invaders kept their live signal running, so all of Kaiyang City watched his secret round performance in real time. According to the students who visited, Wan Xiao is now so famous that most people on the street would recognize him at a glance. That hits Wan Xiao like a disaster, because he was trying to sneak to the trading market, not get buried under a sea of fans. Then he spots a nearby toy vendor, and the look in his eyes says he has just found a workaround. At the busy Kaiyang City Resource Trading Center, life already looks normal again, and Ma Yinla is back in the Golden Zone bragging as loudly as ever. He hypes his expensive commission by name-dropping Wan Xiao as his best friend and claiming that connection lets him get better resources than anyone else. Before Ma Yinla can finish the pitch, someone suddenly yanks a sack over his head and carries him off through the square. The rough ride leaves him nearly sick, and when he is finally dropped in a remote corner, he finds two suspicious figures waiting in cheap comic masks. Ma Yinla tries to recover his dignity by shouting that kidnapping him is a huge mistake, because Wan Xiao the Beast Tamer Lord is his best friend. Zhou Shirua cannot resist teasing him and quietly asks the masked boy why she has never heard Wan Xiao mention this best friend before. Thinking he has scared them, Ma Yinla gets even cockier and threatens to call Wan Xiao over to rob them instead. The masked boy finally laughs and says Wan Xiao probably does not have the nerve, and that odd voice is what makes Ma Yinla stop cold. Ma Yinla stares at the mask and slowly realizes the truth, blurting out the one name he was never expecting to hear back from his kidnappers. Wan Xiao pulls off the cheap mask with a grin, ending the ambush by asking if Senior Ma really sees him as a bandit. When Wan Xiao mocks him, Ma Yinla instantly drops the tough act and says his threats were just for scaring crooks. Ma Yinla notices Wan Xiao hiding his face, and Wan Xiao puts the mask back on because people in the square are already starting to recognize him. Ma Yinla complains that Wan Xiao roughed him up instead of calling him, only for Wan Xiao to remind him he called more than 10 times and got ignored. Realizing he really missed the calls, Ma Yinla quickly changes the subject and asks if Wan Xiao brought more goods to sell. Wan Xiao opens the deal by dumping a huge pile of materials into the trading list, showing he still has plenty left even after recent battles and base building. Ma Yinla is stunned by the volume, and Wan Xiao warns him this is only the first batch because an even bigger haul is coming soon. Ma Yinla admits he can sell the materials, but after the Crimson Star invasion the market shifted to survival cards, so basic resources are now worth about 30% less. Even knowing he will take a heavy loss, Wan Xiao tells Ma Yinla to sell everything anyway because he needs money right now. Then Wan Xiao raises the stakes and orders all the sale money to be converted into population cards. Ma Yinla immediately realizes Wan Xiao is preparing to found a real city-state, and Wan Xiao confirms he wants to use his city-building token to reach level 3 Lord faster. After a quick calculation, Ma Yinla warns that 30,000 people is a huge first city to manage. Wan Xiao casually reveals he is not planning to run it alone, because half those people are for his vassal Lord Zhou Shirua. Both Ma Yinla and Zhou Shirua are shocked when Wan Xiao says he will hand her 15,000 people, which means giving away a fortune on the spot. Zhou Shirua tries to refuse such an expensive gift, but Wan Xiao cuts her off and says he will not let a subordinate who bet on him regret that choice. His promise lands hard, and Zhou Shirua impulsively grabs his hand to tell him she already knows choosing him was the right decision. Ma Yinla coughs awkwardly and teases them about flirting in front of him, which makes Zhou Shirua let go at once while Wan Xiao snaps at him to stop talking nonsense. Then Ma Yinla remembers something important, and pulls out a rare purple skill card for Wan Xiao to inspect. The card is Demonic Spirit Birth, a purple combat skill that lets 10 units deal magic damage, exactly the upgrade Wang Xiao realized he lacked against magic-heavy enemies. Wang Xiao is tempted but knows a true purple combat card should cost far more than he can comfortably spare while he is trying to build a city. Seeing that hesitation, MANHWA simply stuffs the card into Wang Xiao's hand and tells him to use it first and pay later. Wang Xiao understands MANHWA is also investing in their relationship, but he accepts that goodwill and names a price of 1,000 units of purple gold mineral within 3 days. When Wang Xiao even takes out a contract, MANHWA refuses it and says an old customer like him does not need that kind of paperwork. MANHWA suddenly runs back into the trading market, leaving Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiru alone in a much more awkward silence. Zhou Shiru quietly asks if Wang Xiao and MANHWA are really that close, because skipping a contract over such a large debt feels almost unbelievable to her. Wang Xiao tells her MANHWA skipped the contract because trust and future ties are worth more than a formal penalty that would never really recover the debt. That answer leaves Zhou Shiru feeling almost naive, but Wang Xiao softens it by telling her she is not stupid, just kinder than most. MANHWA comes rushing back with an ornate gift box and grandly presents it as a congratulation gift for Wang Xiao's performance in the Lord competition. Wang Xiao is about to thank him when he freezes on the words runner-up, because he had not realized Tian Chang actually took first place by collecting one more flag. The news makes Wang Xiao realize why even Qin Shue's prize had felt a little thin, and he can only swallow the frustration because at least he already got the city building token. Then he opens the gift box and is genuinely stunned to find a beautiful blue-grade phoenix mask inside. MANHWA explains the mask can change the wearer's appearance and boost energy by Lord level, but it only works up to level 5, which keeps it from being truly top tier. Even so, the disguise effect is exactly what Wang Xiao needs, because he can no longer enter secret realms openly without attracting a crowd. Wang Xiao thanks MANHWA sincerely this time and immediately replaces the cheap mask with the phoenix mask. The mask fuses to his skin with a cold touch, and when he activates it his facial features shift just enough to turn him into someone unfamiliar. Zhou Shiru studies the result and decides it feels hard to describe, so she hands him a mirror to see that the disguise is subtle but good enough to fool strangers. With the gift settled, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiru leave the market quickly because the two of them had snuck out of the hospital and need to get back before the doctors check the rooms. As soon as they vanish, a silent young man in casual clothes steps out from the shadows behind MANHWA and asks if the job is done. MANHWA recognizes him as his cousin and grumbles that he still moves like a soldier even when he is supposed to sound human. When MANHWA says everything went smoothly, he also admits he does not understand why Commander Chen had an adjutant route the skill card through him instead of sending it directly. The cousin finally reveals the reason. Wang Xiao is a promising talent worth protecting, and if Commander Chen showed too much interest too openly, it could put a target on him. MANHWA starts to ask if the dangerous rumor is true, but his cousin cuts him off at once and warns him not to pry into things he should not know. Back at Kaiyan Hospital, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiru slip into the ward without anyone recognizing him through the phoenix mask, only to find Fang Tianyu already waiting inside. Fang Tianyu says she came to see the newly awakened Wang Xiao, but she is really here to talk about the mutated core. Wang Xiao tries to act casual for half a second, then immediately asks whether the Fang family agreed to hand the core over. Fang Tianyu confirms her grandfather agreed, but Wang Xiao has to attend a banquet where the mutated core will be officially presented. When Wang Xiao wonders why a whole banquet is involved, Fang Tianyu explains it is really a thank you feast for everyone who fought beside her during the Crimson Star invasion. Fang Tianyu invites Zhou Shiru on the spot as well, and both of them agree to come in 3 days. After Fang Tianyu leaves, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiru dive into the miserable job of sorting which building materials were war spoils and which ones they had gathered themselves. They keep working until midnight before finally finishing a rough list with uncertain amounts clearly marked, and by then both of them are completely fed up. With the paperwork done, the two of them head straight into the territory because MANHWA still needs time to buy the population cards, but they can already build their city-states. Now that their contract has expanded both territories, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiru each crush a city-building token in front of the core. The ground shakes hard as both cores absorb the light, and a few minutes later the upgrade settles with a brighter pulse that confirms success. Zhou Shiru cheers over her level 3 construction territory, while Wang Xiao checks his own interface and realizes his mutated beast territory has also reached level 3 with a much larger area and several resource zones. That upgrade triggers Wang Zhao's system reward, giving him 1 10,000 times quality increase, 1 growth increase, and 1 quantity increase. Wang Xiao quickly sorts out what the 3 rewards are good for. The growth increase fits the beast egg arriving tomorrow, the quantity increase could mass build city-states later, and the real dilemma is where to spend his 1 quality increase. He narrows the choice to the Phoenix Mask or Demonic Spirit Descent, then decides boosting himself matters more right now than adding more magic pressure to his troops. The quality increase lands on the Phoenix Mask, and after a flash of white light the item erupts in orange radiance as Wang Xiao gets his first orange-grade equipment. When Wang Xiao reads the new effects, the shock only gets better. The Nirvana Mask can freely change his appearance, boost his energy by 300%, and even block one fatal hit with no level limit. Wan Xiao gets so visibly excited that Zhou Shiruo starts worrying he has gone strange right after advancing. To answer her, Wan Xiao puts on the Nirvana mask and instantly turns into a perfect imitation of Andu. Zhou Shiruo panics and jumps back at the sight of Andu in front of her, only to realize a beat later that it is still Wan Xiao playing with the disguise. Once he calms down, Wan Xiao hands city-state building authority over to Zhou Shiruo and tells her to use whatever materials she needs. When Zhou Shiruo asks what he plans to do after dumping the city-state on her, Wan Xiao answers with shameless honesty: sleep. By the next morning in the hospital, Wan Xiao wakes to find a sharp young man in casual clothes waiting at his bedside, Commander Chen's adjutant, Qi Lianjuan. Qi Lianjuan introduces himself, and Wan Xiao immediately hands over the overnight list of used war spoils. Qi Lianjuan accepts the rough numbers without making trouble and prepares to leave, which makes Wan Xiao realize something is missing. When Wan Xiao stops him, Qi Lianjuan says the 10 mutated beast eggs were already transferred before he woke up. That answer only makes Wan Xiao press harder, because Qin Jinrong also promised him the method for making mechanical beasts. Qi Lianjuan delivers the bad news with a stiff apology. The military decided that technology cannot be shared with commoners, and Chen Jinrong asks Wan Xiao to accept other compensation instead. By the time Wan Xiao chases into the corridor, Qi Lianjuan is already gone, leaving him to realize he has been cleanly played by Qin Jinrong. Wan Xiao fumes over Qin Jinrong going back on his word, but the only comfort is that he never bragged about the deal to Zhou Shiruo first. His mood shifts when Ma Yunla calls to say he has already bought 20,000 people, and the two arrange to meet at the trading market that afternoon. After that call, Wan Xiao enters his territory again and is stunned on the spot by what Zhou Shiruo built overnight. One city-state is already finished and the second is nearly complete, both sprawling across the territory after just one night of work. The layout is brutally practical too, with tall walls, 16 purple flame magic towers, layered outer defenses, and positions chosen so the two city-states can cover each other with overlapping fire. Wan Xiao can only stare and wonder if Zhou Shiruo really worked the entire night without stopping. His heart hurts a little when he realizes these two city-states burned through nearly 70% of his savings, but the result is too strong for him to complain. When Wan Xiao reaches the unfinished city-state, he finally spots Zhou Shiruo still hard at work among the construction. He goes in smiling with recovery potions and a sweet thank you, trying to make peace before she can be mad at him. Zhou Shiruo is not fooled at all and snaps that he left a girl here to work all night while he went off to sleep. Wan Xiao can only admit he did not expect her to stay up all night, and quickly offers to take over the heavy work himself. Zhou Shiruo immediately puts him to work by pointing out a nearby mountain range that leaves the city-state exposed to long-range attacks from above. Her order is simple and ruthless: flatten that mountain, and Wan Xiao salutes dramatically before heading out toward the target. Back in his territory, Wan Xiao stares at the fused mountain range and realizes it is now a nuisance, because this Mystic Realm resource can no longer be reshaped like normal terrain. He remembers one of Qin Jinrong's beast eggs and pulls out a metal-devouring ant egg instead of a combat beast. What he needs is not firepower but the ant's ore-refining skill, because it can eat rock and spit out cleaner, more valuable minerals. The idea clicks for Wan Xiao at once. Other lords take the best ore and leave the leftovers, but he can turn the whole mountain into steady future profit. Still annoyed at Qin Jinrong for earlier betrayal, Wan Xiao admits those 10 beast eggs were genuinely useful and immediately makes the contract. The ant would normally hatch quickly anyway, but Wan Xiao is too eager to wait and burns an acceleration card on the spot. The egg cracks open, and a fist-sized metal-devouring ant crawls out, bronze rank 1 and already rubbing against Wan Xiao's leg like a pet. Wan Xiao pets the little ant, and decides the best use of his power here is quantity, not growth, since this beast can level itself by eating ore. A flash of white light later, Wan Xiao turns one tiny miner into a carpet of 10,000 ants covering the ground. Wan Xiao points at the mountain and gives the swarm one simple order: eat. The ant swarm pours over the mountain like a dark living blanket, and the grinding starts at once. In less than 10 seconds the mountain is visibly lower, and refined mineral lights begin glittering all across the chewed-up stone. Satisfied that his money machine works, Wan Xiao leaves the ore for later and heads back to the city-state construction site. By the time he returns, Zhou Shiruo has already finished the city-state's main structure and only the outer defense lines remain. Wan Xiao was going to bring her along to collect Ma Yunla's 20,000 people, but her worn-out face makes him change course and tell her to rest instead. Zhou Shiruo brushes him off with a cold reply that it's almost done, never even turning toward him, and her lingering anger is obvious. Wan Xiao wants to apologize but cannot find the words, so he quietly leaves recovery potions for her before slipping out of the territory alone. Outside the territory, Wan Xiao puts on the Nirvana mask and instantly changes from his young self in a hospital gown into an ordinary middle-aged man in casual clothes. Disguised and finally free to move around, Wan Xiao heads into the busy trading market. Before he can call Ma Yunla, Wan Xiao spots Lin Xiang hurrying through the market with 6 black-robed escorts carrying a huge metal box. The way Lin Xiang's group keeps sweeping the area makes it obvious the box holds something valuable enough to guard like treasure. Curious, the disguised Wan Xiao waves from a distance and calls out to Manager Lin. The escorts instantly lock onto him, and only then does Wan Xiao remember he is still in disguise. He drops the disguise at once, and Lin Xiang relaxes and tells his men this is a big customer of the shop. Lin Xiang is impressed by Wan Zhao's disguise tool, and Wan Xiao dryly admits he just wants to stop getting mobbed wherever he goes. Lin Xiang praises the live broadcast battle that made Wan Xiao famous, then hints that the box contains a news shipment he might want to see. Wan Xiao agrees to check the shipment, but first he says he needs to collect something and will meet Lin Xiang at the shop later. Next he calls Ma Yunla, and even standing right by the city lord statue, Ma Yunla still looks straight past the disguised Wan Xiao without recognizing him. When Wan Xiao finally changes back and calls out, Ma Yunla is jolted to find him practically beside him the whole time. Ma Yunla lets the strange disguise issue slide and gets straight to business, handing over a population card with a total of 23,000 people. After confirming the population, Wan Xiao asks about the current, or market, because he is already thinking ahead to selling his new mountain harvest. Ma Yunla says prices are a little high because many new level 3 lords are building city-states, then asks the real question, is Wan Xiao buying or selling? Wan Xiao calmly says he wants to sell about 6 million units of high-quality ore, and the number nearly leaves Ma Yunla speechless. Ma Yunla is stunned that Wan Xiao went from saying he was short on money to suddenly having absurd wealth, and in his head it feels like robbery-level money-making. Instead of saying that out loud, Ma Yunla gives him a better route and suggests he strike a formal cooperation deal with the lord's shop. When Wan Xiao asks how that works, Ma Yunla explains that the market here runs on messy barter, which often forces lords to overpay. He adds that lords' shop partners get steadier pricing and even first pick on incoming goods, which makes the arrangement genuinely worth it. Wan Xiao quickly sees the value, thanks Ma Yunla, and decides to head to the lord's shop right away. Ma Yunla stops in with one last catch. Lord's shop cooperation needs a guarantor with real credibility in the trading market. Wan Xiao instantly understands the hint and promises that if the deal goes through, Ma Yunla will be his guarantor. With that settled, the two part ways and Wan Xiao heads straight for the lord's shop. At the lord's shop, he finds the whole place shut tight, as if business has stopped for something important inside. Before Wan Xiao can guess what is happening, a side door opens and Lin Xiang warmly waves him in, saying everyone has been waiting. Inside, Wan Xiao sees the same giant metal box on the floor and more than 10 powerful people already gathered around it. Because Wan Xiao has put the Nirvana mask back on and now looks completely ordinary, the gathered experts barely notice him. An impatient bearded man presses Lin Xiang to stop stalling and open the box already. Lin Xiang apologizes to the room, steps forward, and unlocks the container. The instant the lid cracks, purple light spills out, and the disguised Wan Xiao realizes whatever is inside is at least purple quality. Then the full truth is exposed. The giant box is packed to the brim with purple quality resource balls. Wan Xiao quickly realizes each purple resource ball can hold 10 million units, and with hundreds of them here, the shipment dwarfs everything he thought counted as wealth. While Wan Xiao is still absorbing the shock, the other buyers move in with practiced calm around the box as if this scale of wealth is normal to them. Not wanting to miss the chance, the disguised Wan Xiao steps in with everyone else and starts checking the resource balls one by one. At the lord's shop, Wan Xiao touched a resource ball and instantly read its contents, only to find 10 million units of ordinary black iron ore instead of anything rare. He checked several more balls and quickly realized the shop's giant stockpile was mostly low-grade ore and decent but unremarkable spirit grass. When a bearded supplier lit up over an ordinary spirit grass ball, Wan Xiao quietly took it as proof that this floor almost never saw truly rare goods. Just then, manager Lin Xiang walked over with a polished smile and noticed that Wan Xiao clearly was not shopping like everyone else. Wan Xiao got straight to the point and said he was not here to buy today, but to discuss selling a batch of ore instead. Before Wan Xiao could finish, the nearby supplier lords mocked him, and the bearded man sneered that he was only pretending because he could not afford the goods. Lin Xiang tried to smooth things over, but the bearded supplier cut him off and bragged that he supplied 3 million units of ore a month just to earn first pick privileges here. Wan Xiao answered flatly that he had 6 million units of high-quality ore, and the whole smug mood broke at once. When Wan Xiao added fine iron ore, fine copper ore, and even black gold ore, the bearded supplier was so stunned he almost lost his composure. Even Lin Xiang was shaken, because black gold ore was a precious purple item material so scarce that lords usually hoarded even tiny fragments of it. The other lords rushed over and pinned Wan Xiao with hungry stares, and he finally admitted he could spare only a few dozen units. Realizing how huge the deal was, Lin Xiang instantly regretted not taking Wan Xiao upstairs sooner and stepped in to shield him from the crowd. Lin Xiang tried to take Wan Xiao upstairs for a private talk, but the supplier lords quickly cut them off so the shop could not lock up the black gold ore first. Lin Xiang's face turned cold as he accused the suppliers of causing trouble in the shop, but the bearded man only grinned and said they were protecting their own business interests. When the bearded supplier openly hinted that Wan Xiao should sell to them instead, Lin Xiang was furious enough to think about forcing the issue to keep this huge client. Before the standoff blew up, Wan Xiao calmly suggested they just talk right there in the open. The suppliers instantly turned helpful, dragging over chairs, pouring water, and fussing over Wang Xiao while Lin Xiang got squeezed out to the side. After everyone sat down, Wang Xiao noticed Lin Xiang's ugly expression and teased him, even though he knew exactly why the manager was upset. Lin Xiang pointedly reminded everyone that Wang Xiao had come here specifically to discuss cooperation with him, but the other suppliers pretended not to catch the hint. The bearded supplier mocked Lin Xiang for trying to monopolize the deal, and the whole table burst into laughter at the manager's expense. Lin Xiang finally snapped back, but the bearded supplier shut him down with one simple point: no contract existed yet, so Wang Xiao was free to sell to anyone. With the argument turning ugly, Wang Xiao stepped in as the calm center again and told everyone they could discuss it like friends. The bearded supplier finally stopped circling the issue and bluntly demanded the black gold ore, and the other suppliers piled in with bids of their own. After hearing them out, Wang Xiao turned to Lin Xiang and deliberately asked whether the Lord's shop had anything to say. Lin Xiang admitted the shop could only win by throwing around far more money, and Wang Xiao used that opening to reveal an even bigger deal was coming in a few days. That one line stunned the whole table, because Wang Xiao had just turned a one-time windfall into the promise of steady supply. Wang Xiao laid out his real terms. He could provide large amounts of minerals every week, black gold included, but because it was so valuable he wanted the safety of working through the Lord's shop. Lin Xiang came back to life on the spot, while the other suppliers wilted as they realized Wang Xiao was leaning toward an official partnership with the shop. Then Wang Xiao tossed them a lifeline and promised that every future batch would still include 10 units of black gold ore for the outside buyers to compete over. That number hit everyone hard, because even a single unit of black gold ore was normally valuable enough to shake the whole market. Once the excitement eased, suspicion crept in, and the bearded supplier carefully asked the obvious question: could Wang Xiao really produce that much? Wang Xiao did not bother arguing and simply said that anyone who wanted to buy had to follow his rules, starting with a half-price deposit paid in advance. Because nobody here even knew what a deposit was, Wang Xiao had to spell it out as 500,000 star coins up front and the rest after delivery. The bearded supplier repeated the rule in disbelief, clearly treating it like Wang Xiao wanted money before showing anything real. So Wang Xiao simply placed one real unit of black gold ore on the trading column and made it clear that deposit payers would get priority later. While everyone else was still hesitating, Lin Xiang moved first and transferred 1.5 million star coins on the spot, buying the visible ore and locking in a deposit. Wang Xiao immediately handed over the black gold ore, and that clean exchange shattered most of the room's doubts. After that, the suppliers rushed to transfer money too, though a few still hung back, wondering if Wang Xiao and Lin Xiang were staging the whole thing together. By the end, 7 lords had paid deposits, and with Lin Xiang's money included, Wang Zhao's account jumped to 5 million star coins in one shot. Staring at that long string of numbers, Wang Xiao could not help thinking he had just found an almost no-cost way to make a fortune, since the ants gathered the black gold for him, and he only needed to collect it. After signing contracts with 7 lords, Wang Xiao leaves the lord's shop without lingering, because the new goods are not worth his time. Back at the trading market, Wang Xiao finds Ma Yinla and immediately drops a huge order on him. Wang Xiao transfers 1 million star coins and tells Ma Yinla to buy building materials and 20,000 people before tomorrow night. Ma Yinla blurts out that Wang Xiao must have robbed the city lord manor to get that kind of money. Instead of arguing, Wang Xiao sends over another million and orders Ma Yinla to sweep up as much high-quality ore as he can find. Ma Yinla nearly loses his breath under the weight of a 2 million star coin deal and admits he has never handled business on this scale. Wang Xiao tells him this is only the appetizer, and if he performs well, an even bigger business will follow. Privately, Wang Xiao decides this 2 million star coin job is a test to see whether Ma Yinla can become his long-term business manager. After giving a few final instructions, Wang Xiao sends Ma Yinla off to work and heads back to the hospital himself. The moment Wang Xiao gets back to his ward and removes the Nirvana mask, Zhou Shiru arrives looking rested enough to walk but still plainly exhausted. Seeing how tired she still looks, Wang Xiao feels guilty and asks if she should rest more. Zhou Shiru waves that off and hands him a black crystal banquet invitation Fang Tianyi left for him earlier. Wang Xiao thanks her, then immediately transfers 1 million star coins to his vassal so she will not be left short on resources. Zhou Shiru is stunned enough to ask if he robbed someone again, and Wang Xiao can only complain that everyone keeps treating him like a bandit. Once Wang Xiao explains it came from selling resources, Zhou Shiru relaxes and accepts the money because her city building has already burned through a lot of materials. Zhou Shiru reminds him the doctor approved their discharge, so she goes back to finish packing and tells him to do the same. After packing up, Wang Xiao gets mobbed again on the way out, but he slips on the Nirvana mask and finally escapes the hospital crowd. After leaving the hospital, Wang Xiao parts ways with Zhou Shiru on the street, grabs a quick meal at home, and then opens the entrance back into his territory. Inside, Wang Xiao finds both city-states already completed and more than half the mountain range eaten away by the metal-devouring ant. The devoured mountain has become a glittering ore field, with refined minerals strewn like stars and the leftover impurities turned into soft planting soil. Wang Xiao splits the population cards and sends more than 20,000 civilians raining down into the 2 city-states. With one order, the newly formed civilians rush to the mountain zone and start hauling or back into storage by sheer numbers. In barely more than 10 minutes, the automated workforce pulls in huge ore gains, even though black gold ore itself is still coming in slower than Wang Xiao hoped. Since he still has a week before delivery, Wang Xiao sets the ore issue aside and turns to the beast eggs Qin Jinrong gave him. As he checks them one by one, Wang Xiao realizes Qin Jinrong put real thought into this gift, including 6 combat eggs with mixed attributes, and even a platinum one. But Wang Xiao does not need more frontline power first, so he keeps looking for something that can grow his territory instead. He locks onto the support-type Bright Moon Merman when he sees that its mermaid tears can massively speed up spirit grass growth. That discovery hits Wang Xiao like a second golden goose, and for once he feels Qin Jinrong was incredibly generous. Wang Xiao contracts the Bright Moon Merman first, and the interface tells him it will hatch in 1 hour. He chooses not to waste an acceleration card because the merman needs a proper water habitat before it comes out. Since one spring is nowhere near enough, Wang Xiao searches his remaining eggs for something that can dig him a real pool fast. He contracts a platinum dark swamp crocodile dragon and is startled to see it is a rare beast born with both earth and water attributes. That rarity thrills him, but it also bothers him, because someone with his academy knowledge has never even heard this beast's name before. Wang Xiao starts wondering if the military got this egg from a secret realm no one knows about yet. Before he can think further, the egg cracks open and a forearm-long crocodile-headed hatchling crawls out with tiny wings on its back. Those little wings confirm the dragon part is not just a name, and Wang Xiao immediately uses his last 10,000 times growth increase on it. The beast starts shedding again and again, its scales darkening each time as its body swells into something monstrous. When the growth finally stops, Wang Xiao is facing a 6 to 7 meter youth-formed giant with black scales, horns, and real combat skills. The new beast throws its head back and roars, and the force of its wing beat blasts Wang Xiao off his feet. Instead of getting angry, Wang Xiao scrambles up grinning, because this fresh level 1 platinum beast already looks faster than his level 2 Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. With his Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the new platinum crocodile dragon, the lava bear, the black turtle, and the spider mother nest in mind, Wang Xiao suddenly feels strong enough to challenge a level 4 lord. The dark swamp crocodile dragon lands, gulps down its eggshell, and throws Wang Xiao a dark green look that is somehow openly fishing for praise. Wang Xiao points to an empty stretch of land and bluntly orders the flashy new beast to dig him a hole. When the beast just stares back, Wang Xiao has to spell out the whole method, soften the ground with endless swamp, then blast the mud out with berserk impact. Even that does not work, and Wang Xiao finally realizes this proud thing only plans to move if he praises it first. The instant Wang Xiao admits it is handsome and says digging would make it even more handsome, the beast shoots underground like a black arrow. The ground starts rumbling, then erupts in waves of mud as the beast tears through the earth below. In less than 10 seconds, it finishes a massive pit about 300 meters wide and 1,000 meters deep. The dark swamp crocodile dragon circles overhead and lands in front of Wang Xiao like it expects applause, so Wang Xiao gives the praise on cue. Its smug little routine leaves Wang Xiao wondering what kind of mutated beast he just raised, because this thing is far too smart for a normal contract beast. Still, he decides the praise habit is harmless enough and focuses on the job instead of overthinking the anomaly. Because filling the pit will still take time, Wang Xiao places the bright moon merman egg inside and leaves it to hatch once enough water gathers. With about 40 minutes left before hatching, Wang Xiao leaves the territory, disguises himself again, and heads for the trading market because he cannot wait to test his new platinum beast. Wang Xiao wants to test the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but the Academy's secret realms would force him to show his real name and get mobbed again. So he comes to the trading market instead, buys a small secret realm key, and plans to do the test quietly on his own. Before he can enter, the whole square suddenly flares red and a rare medium-sized secret realm opens right in front of him. When the staff announces Miss Rainforest with only 6 entry slots, Wang Xiao lights up because that terrain is perfect for the crocodile dragon. To stay unnoticed, Wang Xiao instantly switches into a bearded disguise and signs up under the fake name He. While he waits, 3 rough middle-aged men arrive, and Wang Xiao immediately recognizes the look of seasoned secret realm hunters. The 3 hunters notice the name on the register, look straight at Wang Xiao with bad intent, and start muttering among themselves. A young man and woman from Yuheng Academy arrive last, making the full 6-person entry team complete. The staff hands out the entry keys and warns everyone that Miss Rainforest is dangerous enough that teaming up is the safest choice. The 3 hunters go in first after throwing Wang Xiao one more ugly look. Just before Wang Xiao enters, Su Junra politely asks him to team up with her and Yi Han. Wang Xiao turns her down because he already suspects those 3 men are targeting him, and he does not want to drag the Yuheng pair into it. He leaves them confused, crushes his key, and enters the Miss Rainforest alone. Inside the secret realm, Wang Xiao opens his eyes to a cold, wet forest where giant tree crowns and thick fog choke off almost all visibility. He immediately understands the warning. In this place, low visibility makes even allies easy to hit by mistake. Before he can summon the dark swamp crocodile dragon, footsteps and a metallic scrape behind him tell him the hunters have already followed. The 3 secret realm hunters step out of the mist and block him right at the entrance with open hostility. When Wang Xiao asks what they want, the leader sneers that he is here to settle the score with Hidaji and even pulls out a flute-like tool as a threat. Wang Xiao realizes his disguise caused the trouble, so he calmly drops the act and changes back into his real face. He explains that he is Wang Xiao and only used Hidaji's face to move around more easily, hoping the misunderstanding will end there. Instead of backing off, the hunters instantly turn greedy because they recognize Wang Xiao as the famous lord who killed the Crimson Star youth. The leader mocks Wang Xiao's famous battle as mostly luck and acts like the 3 of them can handle him easily here. Wang Xiao does not argue, because even he knows that win depended on timing, terrain, and everyone else's help. Mistaking his silence for weakness, another hunter flashes a black crystal and demands all his resources if he wants to leave alive. Wang Xiao raises his hands like he is surrendering, and the 3 hunters laugh at how easy this seems. Then Wang Xiao suddenly springs upward, grabs a vine, and vanishes into the treetops before they can react. The hunters rush after him on the ground first, and the rainforest punishes them immediately with hidden traps under the moss. The worst one sinks into a swamp and comes out with his legs mangled, finally proving why Wang Xiao fled into the trees instead of running on the forest floor. Humiliated that a younger lord read the terrain better than they did, the 3 hunters patch up the injury and climb into the treetops to continue the chase. A few minutes later, Su Junru and Yi Han finally arrive inside the secret realm and realize everyone else has already disappeared. Su Junru complains that Yi Han wasted time buying props, leaving the 2 of them stranded alone in a medium-sized secret realm. Yi Han shrugs it off and says the extra preparation was worth it because this secret realm could be dangerous in ways they cannot predict. Since exploring blindly would be reckless, Yi Han gives Su Junru a ruby bracelet and says he is about to set the field up for her. Su Junru jokes that he had better not burn the rainforest down, and Yi Han answers with the smug confidence of someone already planning to show off. Yi Han opens his eyes like burning furnaces and starts forcing the wet air around them to heat up. In seconds, the fog burns away, the moss dries out, and a 100-meter dry zone is carved out of the rainforest around them. Su Junru is impressed but suspicious, because this much terrain control should have needed more than talent alone. Yi Han plays the genius card, but when Su Junru is not looking, he quietly tosses away the used venue card that really helped him do it. With the ground prepared, Su Junru starts building her base and tells Yi Han to guard the area for the next 15 minutes. Yi Han responds by summoning his Lava Ripper, a compact red saber-toothed tiger whose aura is far stronger than its size suggests. He grumbles that if this trip goes well, he can evolve the beast to gold and stop being mistaken for that famous beast tamer from Kaiyan Academy. Su Junru instantly needles him by saying he is not even half as good as that Kaiyan lord anyway. Too annoyed to answer, Yi Han whistles and sends the Lava Ripper into the forest to patrol. 3 kilometers away, Wang Xiao finally drops from the treetops and takes a moment to catch his breath after that brutal swing through the canopy. He judges that he is far enough away now that the Yuhing pair should not witness whatever he is about to do next. As the hunters close in through the branches again, Wang Xiao finally summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and orders it to hide underground. With his trap set and his prey rushing toward him, Wang Xiao looks up at the incoming hunters and smiles like a man back in his favorite line of work. The 3 secret realm hunters finally spot Wang Xiao in the rainforest and drop down, smug that they have cornered him after the chase. Instead of answering their taunt, Wang Xiao pulls out a scroll and asks what level they are, which throws the hunters off for a second. When they answer that all 3 are level 4, Wang Xiao decides that is close enough and tears open the scroll on the spot. White barriers rise through the rainforest and seal off a huge challenge arena, trapping both sides inside until one side is defeated. The hunters laugh at first, because a challenge scroll means the winner can strip the loser of territory and resources, and they think Wang Xiao just handed them everything. Wang Xiao says nothing, because this was exactly his plan. His own territory is too small for his current strength, and he ran this far so the Yuhing Academy group would not get dragged into the challenge. His confidence makes the hunters stop joking, and they quickly switch to serious battle preparation. Their leader orders a manufactured battlefield, and a venue card turns 100 meters of rainforest into a stone desert around them. Another hunter summons 30 goblin archers and forms them into 3 ranked lines to screen the trio. The archers unleash flying fire-flowing arrows, and a burning volley screams straight at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao barely reacts and calls out for Handsome, trusting his beast to handle the attack. A huge black shape bursts up and takes the full arrow storm, and when the sparks clear, it is completely unharmed. The hunters are startled because this is clearly not Wang Xiao's familiar golden armor black turtle, but a horned, winged-scaled beast they have never seen before. Before they can make sense of it, the dark swamp crocodile dragon beats its wings and a violent gust sends both the second arrow wave and the goblin formation flying. Then it turns into a streak of black lightning and smashes through all 30 goblin archers in one brutal pass. Panicked, one hunter throws out his real trump card and summons a 5-meter iron rock giant. The giant plants itself, and actually stops the dark swamp crocodile dragon's full charge with raw strength alone. That makes Wang Xiao pause, because even his dragon's monstrous power gets checked for the first time here. He checks the enemy and learns the iron rock giant is gold level 3, a strength-focused soldier backed by a power-enhancing skill. Wang Xiao realizes the answer is not to overpower it head-on, but to use the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon's speed instead. Before he can even give the order, the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon makes the same decision on its own and flashes around behind the giant. Its armored tail slams the back of the giant's head, sparks burst out, and the huge body staggers. The dragon follows immediately with a brutal double kick that launches the 5-meter giant through the petrified brush. When the Iron Rock giant finally stops sliding, it cannot get back up, and the hunters' faces go pale because their best card just got crushed. Wang Xiao is shaken for a different reason, because the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon did not just fight well, it seemed to read his thoughts and act on them first. He even wonders if high-quality beasts can communicate telepathically, but quickly rejects that idea because his Ice Thunderhorn Wolf has never done anything like this. Remembering how this beast only worked after being praised before, Wang Xiao starts to feel that the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon is genuinely different. The dragon lands in front of the 3 hunters and, instead of finishing them, glares down with open contempt like it is daring them to try something else. Wang Xiao can only shout at it in frustration to stop showing off and finish the fight so they can keep exploring the secret realm. The dragon still refuses to move, and the look in its eyes is so dismissive that it enrages the hunters even more. The middle hunter finally snaps and summons his hidden trump card, a netherworld ghost that turns the air suddenly cold even before anyone can see it. Wang Xiao warns the dragon, but an invisible blow hits first and hurls the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon backward through the air. The dragon stabilizes in the air and stares at the empty space in confusion, because even it cannot immediately tell what struck it. Wang Xiao spots the real damage right away. A small handprint has dented the dragon's chest hard enough to crack off several iron-hard scales. A second invisible strike crashes into the dragon's back and slams its huge body down into the ground. Wang Xiao tells it to go underground, using the dragon's earth affinity to escape what they cannot see. Even that does not work, because a huge force blasts the dragon back out of the ground before its tail can fully disappear. For the first time in this fight, Wang Xiao turns fully serious, because his supposedly unstoppable dragon is getting battered without any answer. He immediately summons the Silver Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and orders it to ignore the invisible soldier and goes straight for the 3 hunters instead. But just as the wolf prepares to charge, the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon drops down in front of it and aggressively blocks its path. For a second, Wang Xiao thinks the dragon is betraying him, then he tests a wild guess and asks if it wants to settle this on its own. To Wang Xiao's disbelief, the dragon actually nods, throws one more human-like glare at the wolf, and flies back up for round 2. That pushes Wang Xiao from surprise into real suspicion, and he decides he has to question Qin Jinrong after they get out of the secret realm. When Wang Xiao looks back up, the air battle has already flipped, because the dragon has started reading the invisible enemy's attack route. Every pass of the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon tears through empty-looking space, and the ripping sounds prove it is hitting something real. The eldest hunter blurts out that no one should be able to see his netherworld spirit, and Wang Xiao calmly answers that impossible things happen all the time. By then Wang Xiao has figured it out. The invisible spirit still has a body, and the dragon is using shifting airflow from its wings to pin down that hidden position. Once it has played enough, the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon stops slashing and whips its tail straight through the hidden target for the finish. The dragon lands again with more than 10 scales knocked loose, yet it still strolls up to the 3 hunters and gives them the same cold, contemptuous stare. After their final trump card is crushed, the 3 Secret Realm hunters finally drop their pride and admit defeat. The hidden barriers from the challenge contract fade away, and everything the 3 hunters staked on this fight transfers to Wang Xiao. In one stroke, Wang Xiao's territory balloons by 700 kilometers, plus 11 city-states, 60,000 people, and a mountain of resources. He can barely hide how pleased he is, because this one battle saved him months of grinding for land and supplies. Still playing the gentleman, Wang Xiao asks the defeated hunters whether they are truly convinced by the result. One hunter mutters that Wang Xiao would never return the spoils anyway, and Wang Xiao cheerfully proves him right. Then he dangles a comeback path in front of them and pulls out 3 vassal contracts. The eldest brother is so offended he laughs, because 3 level 4 lords being asked to serve a level 3 lord is humiliating on its face. Wang Xiao calmly doubles down, making it clear he means exactly what he said. When the hunters ask whether they could still work as Secret Realm hunters, Wang Xiao says yes, but he wants 70% of every haul. That shameless split makes the hunters explode, because Wang Xiao wants all the benefit while they still take all the risk. The eldest brother instantly sits back down when the dragon looks at him, and Wang Xiao gives the simplest answer possible, because he is stronger. Even after losing, the 3 hunters refuse to sign, because becoming a lower lord's vassal would crush their dignity. Wang Xiao was expecting that answer, so he puts the vassal contracts away and shifts to the deal he actually wants. He asks for every future beast egg they find, as long as it is at least gold quality. In exchange, he offers to return all the seized resources while keeping the territory and population for himself. The eldest brother hesitates, but practical pressure wins out, because they still owe clients those resources and future gold eggs are manageable to provide. He finally agrees, and Wang Xiao immediately draws up a new contract. Once both sides sign, Wang Xiao sends the resources back through the trade interface, and the hunter's expressions finally ease. With the deal settled, the eldest brother gives Wang Xiao a formal apology for the earlier conflict. Wang Xiao does not care how sincere it is, and simply tells them where to deliver future high-level beast eggs, Ma Yinla or Kaiyang Academy. The three hunters hurry into the deep forest like they are afraid Wang Xiao might change his mind if they linger. Left alone, Wang Xiao realizes he never even asked their names, but the signed contract and huge gains already make this trip worth it. He even starts imagining Zhou Shua's reaction when she sees how much his territory has expanded. Since he already tested the dark swamp crocodile dragon's strength and the area has gone strangely silent, Wang Xiao decides to leave the secret realm. Just before he retreats, a rapid rustling rushes in from the distance, and the temperature around him suddenly starts climbing. The rising heat burns away the fog, revealing the true shape of the mist rainforest more clearly than Wang Xiao has seen it yet. Wang Xiao senses no mutated beast aura and suspects the newcomers are the two students from Yuheng Academy. He starts to switch into his Hidaji disguise, but a silent wave of flowing fire suddenly blasts out of the forest first. The dark swamp crocodile dragon whips its tail up to block the attack and sends the fire scattering, but its scales come away blackened. That single hit shocks Wang Xiao, because a soldier strong enough to injure this dragon without even showing beast aura is no small threat. Then the attacker bursts out of the trees in person, and it turns out to be the cheerful boy Wang Xiao saw with Su Junru outside the secret realm. Yihan immediately apologizes, explaining that his timid soldiers lash out on instinct whenever they sense a powerful mutated beast. Wang Xiao checks the damage, sees the dragon's injury is ugly but minor, and decides not to make trouble out of it. But the moment Yihan gets close enough to see him clearly, he lights up and recognizes Wang Xiao on the spot. Wang Xiao inwardly winces, because he meant to hide behind his Hidaji disguise but the fire attack interrupted him, and he forgot. Since there is no point pretending now, he admits who he is and asks the excited boy for his name. The boy introduces himself as Yihan, and gets so starstruck that he nearly scrambles his own words trying to say how much he admires Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao assumes this admiration comes from the Crimson Star battle, but Yihan says that is not the real reason. What really impresses Yihan is that Wang Xiao climbed back up with the so-called trash beast tamer Lord Talent through sheer effort. Before Wang Xiao can escape the praise, Yihan eagerly tries to drag him back to their nearby base so Su Junru can see him too. Wang Xiao stops him and says he needs to leave the secret realm, hoping to postpone the visit until later. Yihan waves the excuse away and insists the base is very close, leaving Wang Xiao face to face with a wall of cheerful persistence. Since Yihan means no harm and Wang Xiao is not actually in a rush, he gives in and follows. As they move out, Wang Xiao notices there is no need for a guide because a strikingly dry dirt road has already been carved through the wet rainforest. That road bothers Wang Xiao, because it does not look like a normal venue car terrain shift, and feels more like controlled elemental work. So he casually asks what kind of soldier could launch fire that strong. Yihan bashfully says it is nothing special and reveals that his soldier is only a peak silver level 3 lava ripper. Then Wang Xiao catches the real implication and realizes the cheerful boy beside him is Yuheng Academy's famous elemental overlord genius. That revelation hits hard, because elemental overlord is on a completely different level from ordinary elemental talents, and can theoretically control nearly every attribute. Wang Xiao cannot help thinking that this year is packed with monsters, with talents like Yihan, Tang Hingshan, Han Bufan, and Tian Chang all appearing in the same generation. Meanwhile Yihan keeps acting humble, saying he only barely made it to level 3 at all. Wang Xiao is puzzled, because with that kind of talent he expects Yihan should have ranked high and been heavily funded by his academy. Yihan explains that Yuheng Academy supported him, but not on Kaiyang's scale, and his team's 6th place finish left him with far too little after splitting the prizes. Wang Xiao immediately understands, because even his own second runner-up reward barely covered the cost of surviving that competition. Then Yihan happily announces they have arrived, and Wang Xiao looks up toward the base ahead. What Wang Xiao sees leaves him speechless. An enormous mechanical spider sprawled through the forest, so huge he cannot even take in the whole thing at once. At the edge of the giant mechanical spider, Yihan proudly welcomes Wang Xiao and treats the machine like a masterpiece worth showing off. Wang Xiao blurts out the obvious question, and Yihan immediately corrects him with full seriousness. This is not a spider, it is a mobile spider fortress. Yihan explains that Su Junru's alchemist talent lets her build mechanical creations, but this fortress is mostly for defense and rest, not true combat fortifications. While Yihan talks, Wang Xiao quietly compares Su Junru's crude machine work to Qing Jinrong's much cleaner creations and wonders what would happen if Su Junru ever teamed up with Zhou Shiro. Yihan brings Wang Xiao under the fortress, where a lift basket descends to carry them up into the mechanical base. Inside the fortress, Yihan eagerly drags Wang Xiao from place to place like a kid showing off every favorite toy he owns. Su Junru suddenly appears, knocks Yihan out of his rambling tour, and rushes to apologize to Wang Xiao for his lack of filter. Wang Xiao awkwardly waves off the formality, but Su Junru still insists on treating him like an idol from the same generation. Then Su Junru notices something odd. The Mist Rainforest only allows 6 people, so she asks how Wang Xiao got inside at all. To explain himself, Wan Xiao uses the Nirvana mask and changes his appearance on the spot into Hidaji's disguise. Su Junru and Ihan are instantly fascinated by the disguise item, but Wan Xiao brushes off their questions and keeps the focus on business. Wan Xiao directly asks Su Junru whether she would work with a construction lord, clearly bringing up a possible future partnership with Zhou Shiru. Su Junru immediately realizes Ihan already leaked her talent, and shoots him a sharp look before naming Zhou Shiru herself. Even though she appreciates the offer, Su Junru refuses because she is from Yuheng Academy, and says Ihan has to stay with her. When Wan Xiao asks what academy membership has to do with teaming up, Su Junru explains that Ihan is a well-known Yuheng genius, and working with outsiders right before the academy ranking could hurt his standing. Wan Xiao still cannot make sense of why the two of them seem inseparable, but he respects the boundary and stops asking. With the partnership refused, Wan Xiao takes out the secret realm key and politely says they can look for a chance to cooperate after the academy ranking ends. That is when Su Junru blurts out the real issue and asks if Wan Xiao is leaving because he already found the sacred beast heart. Wan Xiao's puzzled reaction makes it clear he entered this medium secret realm without even knowing what the sacred beast heart was. Su Junru is stunned that a beast tamer lord skipped the secret realm briefing, and Wan Xiao can only stand there awkwardly because that is exactly what happened. So Su Junru explains that the sacred beast heart is legendary advancement material for beasts and orcs, especially valuable because higher level evolution normally becomes harder and harder. The real bombshell is that the sacred beast heart can force beast type advancement to a full 100% success rate, even at platinum and diamond quality. That promise instantly hooks Wan Xiao, because even with his own advantages he knows he will eventually need reliable ways to raise more mutated beasts. Instead of leaving, Wan Xiao decisively puts the key away and says they should go hunt the sacred beast heart together. His sudden turnaround stuns the pair, but having Wan Xiao as backup makes them openly thrilled. After another burst of flattery, Su Junru brings them into the control room, works the operating rods, and sets the mobile fortress in motion. Su Junru says the tree demon swamp is 17 minutes away, using the travel time to lay out their plan. When Wan Xiao asks how she knows the timing so well, Su Junru admits they researched every secret realm that can produce a sacred beast heart because Ihan's lava ripper needs one to level up. Wan Xiao realizes the two of them actually prepared like people using a guidebook, unlike his own habit of charging into dangerous secret realms without doing the reading. Su Junru begins the full briefing. The Mist Rainforest spans about 600 miles and is divided into 4 regions based on different dominant mutated beasts. She identifies their entry area as the Misty Forest, where skeleton gray sparrows fly in groups and spread poisonous fog that slows soldiers and even lords. Then she turns to the tree demon swamp, warning that man-eating tree demons use thorn vines that can paralyze anyone they catch. Wan Xiao cuts in because rooted tree demons sound like an easy target, and he suggests simply burning through them with Ihan's lava ripper and his own lava raging bear. Su Junru shuts that idea down immediately. The sacred beast heart is really a mature spore sac on the verge of exploding, so one fire attack would destroy it. Their original plan was much safer on paper: stay inside the fortress and use a probe arm to pluck a suitable spore sac from outside vine range. But the fortress can only search through cramped observation windows, so finding the right spore sac would take too long for their limited time inside the secret realm. Worse, the fortress itself causes heavy ground vibration, and that shaking could rupture a mature spore sac and send nearby tree demons berserk. When Su Junru admits that this shaky gamble was their entire plan, Wan Xiao finally gets why they were so thrilled to pull him in. Still, Wan Xiao does not back out and instead asks for any detailed information they have on the man-eating tree demon. Su Junru immediately produces her own scroll of man-eating tree demon notes, and Wan Xiao schemes it long enough to judge that the information is usable. That quick judgment lights up both of them, because it sounds like Wan Xiao already sees a workable path. Wan Xiao explains that the man-eating tree demon's spore sac sits at the top of a long stem about 10 meters up, even above the tree canopy, so the probe arm idea is not wrong. His small change makes the real danger clear. After the fortress stops, someone has to climb out onto the probe arm to search from above where the view is clear. The suggestion leaves Su Junru and Ihan in uneasy silence, because they built this fortress to avoid having to put a person that close to the tree demons. Wan Xiao does not pretend the danger is small, but he says plainly that nothing good comes without risk. Then Wan Xiao removes the biggest objection by calmly saying that since they do not dare to go, he will climb the probe arm himself. With the risk now on his shoulders, Wan Xiao names his first condition: no matter how many sacred beast hearts they collect, he takes half. Su Junru agrees immediately, because anyone taking that level of danger has earned a serious cut. Then Wan Xiao turns to Ihan and adds a second condition: someday, Ihan must do one thing for him, as long as it is not something bad. When Wan Xiao asks for a future favor, Su Junru presses him for details, and all he can admit is that it will probably involve combat. After thinking it over, Su Junru agrees, and Ihan immediately seals the deal with a blood contract for Wan Xiao to sign. Their mobile fortress reaches the tree demon swamp, where countless mature man-eating tree demons loom through the mist across a wide, rotten marsh. Even the fortress's careful movement still startles more than 10 spore sacs, and the nearby tree demons whip their vines hard enough to scatter spores farther out. While they wait for the swamp to quiet down, Su Junru crawls under the fortress and reinforces the probe arm with a metal protective cage for Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao praises the cage after testing it, but Su Junru warns him grimly that it can only survive about 3 vine strikes. That warning makes Wan Xiao keep the secret realm key ready on his person, so he can crush it and escape the instant things go bad. Once the man-eating tree demons settle down, Wan Xiao climbs into the cage and Su Junru lowers him out through the fortress floor on the ironwood arm. The moment he leaves the fortress, Wan Xiao feels the swamp's cold rot and realizes a single fire attack could turn this whole place into a disaster. From the cage, he spots the bright orange-red mature spore sacs standing out against the gray-green tree demons, making the real targets easy to pick. Instead of touching the fragile sac directly, Wan Xiao summons a green resource ball and inches it forward with almost painful care. The first harvest works perfectly, and the tension inside the fortress finally breaks into a relieved cheer. With Su Junru carefully adjusting the arm, Wan Xiao keeps harvesting until he has collected 15 sacred beast hearts. 15 is already enough for Wan Xiao's own needs, but because he promised to split the haul, he signals that they have to keep going. Back inside the fortress, Wan Xiao drops to the floor exhausted, because 10 quiet minutes in the swamp felt worse than a full fight. They relocate the fortress, wait for the disturbed tree demons to settle again, and send Wan Xiao down for a second harvest run. Seeing they only have about 20 minutes left in the mist rainforest, Wan Xiao tells Su Junru to lower him faster this time. The quicker drop works at first, and Wan Xiao snatches 3 more sacred beast hearts in barely a minute. Then one last target sits just out of reach, and Wan Xiao gets reckless enough to open the cage door and lean his whole body outside. Yihan is rattled by how fearless Wan Xiao looks, but before Su Junru can answer, she hears a new threat rushing in through the mist. A flock of skeleton gray sparrows bursts into view, and Su Junru instantly yells for Wan Xiao to get back so she can haul him up. Wan Xiao scrambles back into the cage, but the skeleton gray sparrows arrive in seconds and the wind from their wings detonates nearby spore sacs. That one disturbance is enough to set the whole tree demon swamp off, and every nearby man-eating tree demon snaps into a berserk frenzy. Before Wan Xiao can react, more than 10 barbed vines coil around the cage and his arm, pinning him in place. Realizing escape is slipping away, Wan Xiao lunges for the secret realm key to force an emergency exit. Then the bad luck gets absurd, because panicked skeleton gray sparrows smash into the cage and knock his hand off target. The impact sends Wan Xiao's glowing key flying through a tiny gap in the cage and vanishing straight into the mist below. A heartbeat later, the battered ironwood probe arm finally snaps in half under the combined impact of birds and berserk vines. Wan Xiao is dragged down into the fog sea by a mass of whipping vines before he can do anything else. Inside the fortress, Yihan almost jumps after him, but Su Junru pins him down and insists that throwing himself in now would change nothing. To force Yihan to stop, Su Junru reminds him exactly who Wan Xiao is and gives him a strange signal that makes him swallow whatever he was about to say. With too many man-eating tree demons raging around them, Su Junru decides the fortress will not survive and orders an immediate retreat. Su Junru crushes her key and disappears first, and after one last conflicted look into the fog, Yihan leaves too. Almost the same instant they escape, the spider fortress loses its legs and crashes into the swamp as the tree demons tear it apart. Far away at the forest edge, the 3 secret realm hunters watch the crash and light up, convinced their trap just brought down a giant mutated beast full of loot. As the 2 companions praise the plan and fantasize about beast eggs, their leader basks in it for a moment on the rocky overlook. Even while he is pleased with himself, the hunter leader is still bitter that a level 4 lord like him lost to Wan Xiao before. With time running out, the hunters stop celebrating and rush off the rock toward the fallen fortress. Back in the tree demon swamp, Wan Xiao survives the fall because the cage lands in soft mud, but the bars are cracking and the whole thing is slowly sinking. Frustrated by his terrible luck, Wan Xiao still thinks fast and summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to recover the lost key. Less than a minute later, the crocodile dragon returns through Wan Xiao's territory link, and the glowing secret realm key reappears safely in his hand. Just as Wan Xiao is about to crush the key and leave, the cage suddenly shifts upward like something outside has grabbed it. When the vines peel back, Wan Xiao is stunned to find the 3 hunters he beat earlier standing outside the cage in a strangely safe pocket of the swamp. Instead of gloating, the hunters rush to pull Wan Xiao out of the cracked cage, and their guilty obedience immediately puts him on alert. One look between the wrecked fortress and the hunters' guilty faces is enough for Wan Xiao to connect them to the skeleton gray sparrows. The hunter leader hurriedly apologizes and admits they mistook the fortress for a giant mutated beast, then tried to herd it over to Wan Xiao as a favor. Wan Xiao cannot even get properly angry after hearing that, because this disaster really did come from their misguided attempt to repay him. Pushing past the absurd apology, Wan Xiao turns serious and asks whether they saw Su Junru and Yihan in the wreck before they arrived. The hunters say they found no one else, leaving Wan Xiao staring at the wreck and wondering how Su Junru and Yihan vanished within minutes of the accident. Still trapped in the mist rainforest, Wan Xiao forces himself to calm down and concludes Su Junru and Yihan probably followed their emergency plan rather than deliberately abandoning him. When Wang Xiao asks why the man-eating tree demons are hanging back, the hunter leader explains they scattered high-level mutated beast bone powder to scare low-level monsters away. With only a few minutes left before the realm ejects them, Wang Xiao switches into his Hidaji disguise and drops to the ground to wait it out. Out of boredom, Wang Xiao brings up the sacred beast heart, and the hunter leader immediately identifies it as the man-eating tree demon's spore sac from an old Western Tomb region legend. The hunter adds that the item is rumored to raise the success rate of beast-type soldier advancement, but he has never heard of anyone actually proving it works. When the hunter guesses Wang Xiao entered the realm for that item, Wang Xiao brushes it off, but the talk leaves him doubting whether the legend was exaggerated from the start. Then the hunter casually offers to sell sacred beast hearts for only 1,000 star coins each, and Wang Xiao is stunned that something so dangerous can be bought that cheaply. Before Wang Xiao can dig deeper, the secret realm timer expires and white light throws everyone back to the trading market. Back in the noisy market, Wang Xiao checks his interface and finds he harvested 18 sacred beast hearts, then grimaces because half of them already belong to Ihan. When Wang Xiao spots Su Junru and Ihan nearby, both of them freeze up with obvious guilt as he walks over. Su Junru bows and takes the blame for pulling Ihan out of the realm, but Wang Xiao coldly reminds them that fleeing after an accident was the plan from the beginning. Instead of dragging out the argument, Wang Xiao opens a trade window and puts up 9 sacred beast hearts, keeping exactly half and handing the rest to Ihan as promised. Ihan tries to refuse because Wang Xiao nearly died collecting them, but Wang Xiao snaps that it was only a man-eating tree demon and orders him to stop arguing and take them. Ihan timidly asks for one more because he needs 10 hearts to advance his soldier, and that one sentence instantly flips Wang Xiao from annoyed to calculating. Wang Xiao quickly decides his own beast cannot use the leftovers yet, so he would rather sell all 9 and use Ihan's future advancement as a live test of whether the method really works. So Wang Xiao offers all 9 hearts at once and asks Ihan how much he plans to pay. Ihan nervously starts at 5,000 star coins each, and Wang Xiao nearly blows his cover when he realizes this rich fool values them far above the hunter's price. Misreading that reaction completely, Ihan panics and raises the price all the way to 10,000 per heart, making Wang Xiao secretly decide he is absolutely worth befriending. Wang Xiao puts on a reluctant face and accepts, and Ihan immediately transfers 90,000 star coins before the trade is even finished. After handing over the last 9 hearts, Wang Xiao almost feels guilty, so he probes why Ihan didn't just buy them from secret realm hunters. Su Junru explains they already tried that route, but the hunters cheated them with immature sacred beast hearts that were useless for advancement. That answer convinces Wang Xiao to keep his own hunter contacts secret, because a wealthy buyer like Ihan and reliable suppliers are both too valuable to share. Wang Xiao takes out his communicator and suggests exchanging contact details, really because he wants to hear the advancement test result as soon as possible. Ihan is about to agree on the spot, but Su Junru cuts in first and gives Wang Xiao the Yuheng Academy office number instead of their personal contacts. Su Junru claims the academy forbids students from carrying communicators, and Wang Xiao can tell from Ihan's face that she just lied to keep distance. Since the rejection is obvious, Wang Xiao leaves his own number anyway and walks off without pressing the issue. After Wang Xiao is gone, Ihan innocently asks why Su Junru lied, and she says she is trying to protect him from someone who is clearly not as simple as he looks. Su Junru says the real problem is how calm Wang Xiao stayed after being abandoned in danger, because that kind of maturity should not belong to someone their age. Ihan nods like he understands, but one look at him tells Su Junru he absolutely does not, so she can only smile helplessly and leave with him. Wang Xiao leaves the market too, but his next stop is the military building, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon's odd behavior makes him suspect Shin Jinrong knows something about that egg. He also wants to ask about the Crimson Star spoils, so this is not a casual visit anymore but a push for answers and resources. At the gate, Wang Xiao drops the Hidaji disguise and approaches as himself, hoping his real identity will be enough to get him in. The guard stops him cold, asks whether he has an appointment with Commander Shin Jinrong, and shows no sign of being impressed. When Wang Xiao admits he has no appointment, the guard tells him to leave because Shin Jinrong is too busy to meet whoever walks in off the street. Wang Xiao tries one more time by pointing out who he is, but the guard recognizes him already and says that is exactly why he is still bothering to answer politely instead of driving him off. Even asking where to make an appointment gets him nowhere, so Wang Xiao swallows the urge to curse and walks away without any official path forward. But Wang Xiao does not leave the area. From across the street he keeps studying the building and decides he still has to get inside somehow. After staring at the guards for a while, he suddenly comes up with a reckless solution. Wang Xiao ducks into an alley and comes back out disguised as Shin Jinrong in casual clothes, gambling that a quick glance will be enough to fool the gate. He knows military uniform would have sold the act better, but since he has never seen Shin Jinrong dressed that way up close, this is the best imitation he can manage. Heart pounding, Wang Xiao walks straight back to the military building and lowers his voice to pass himself off as the commander. The guard almost salutes on reflex, and when Wang Xiao tells him not to make a fuss, the bluff works and the gate opens. Wang Xiao gets into the courtyard, only to hit the next problem immediately. He has no idea where Qin Jinrong's office actually is. He cannot ask anyone without exposing himself, because anyone who belongs here would obviously know where the commander's office is and any outsider would get interrogated. While Wang Xiao is still trying to improvise inside, a car races toward the military building outside with the real Qin Jinrong in the back seat and Adjutant Qi Lianjuan driving. The same gate guard casually mentions that Commander Qin already went in a moment ago, and that one sentence snaps both men awake to the infiltration. After hearing the details, Qi Lianjuan is ready to sound the alarm, but Qin Jinrong stops him because he has already guessed exactly which reckless kid pulled this stunt. Inside the building, Wang Xiao has already switched again into a cleaner's appearance, and is searching floor by floor when the public announcement suddenly calls him out by name. The speaker orders student Wang Xiao to come to the first floor because Commander Qin is waiting, and the moment his real name echoes through the building, he realizes he has already been caught. Back on the first floor in his real face, Wang Xiao walks out of the stairwell and freezes when he sees Commander Qin Jinrong waiting in full uniform. The pressure crushes Wang Xiao's nerve, and he lowers his head to apologize like a kid caught doing something stupid. Qin Jinrong coldly reminds him that sneaking into a military building in disguise could have gotten him killed as a spy. Wang Xiao admits the guards blocked him, says he panicked, and promises he will not dare do it again. That quick surrender finally cracks Qin Jinrong's stern act, and he laughs it off as a first offense before ordering Wang Xiao to get out. As Qin Jinrong turns away, Qi Lianjuan steps in politely to escort Wang Xiao out. Wang Xiao suddenly realizes he came for something serious and blurts out that he needs to speak with Qin Jinrong. Without even turning back, Qin Jinrong guesses it is about the beast eggs and tells Wang Xiao to hurry before the elevator leaves him. Wang Xiao rushes after him and jumps into the elevator just as the doors open fully. Qi Lianjuan follows them in, skips the floor buttons, and silently points at the elevator camera to warn Wang Xiao this is not a place for loose talk. When the elevator starts moving downward, Wang Xiao realizes Qin Jinrong's real destination is buried somewhere underground. Trying to stay focused, Wang Xiao says he actually came to ask two things, not just one. Qin Jinrong casually reveals he expected questions about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, which makes Wang Xiao instantly more alert. Instead of explaining, Qin Jinrong turns the question back on him and asks what exactly he found strange about that beast. Wang Xiao lays out his suspicions, but after he finishes, Qin Jinrong just watches the floor display and leaves him hanging in silence. When Wang Xiao presses him again, Qin Jinrong says he will answer only after Wang Xiao agrees to one condition. Wang Xiao thinks it is just a secrecy demand, but Qin Jinrong jumps ahead to next month's applications and asks what university he plans to choose. Wang Xiao answers without hesitation that he wants Blue Planet University, the top choice every lord dreams about. Qin Jinrong calmly demands the opposite. Wang Xiao must give that up and apply to the weak, obscure Xiling Academy instead. Before Wang Xiao can get a real explanation, the elevator stops after a long descent and opens onto a blast of underground cold. Standing at the threshold, Qin Jinrong makes it blunt: agree first and follow him, or refuse and go back with nothing. Qi Lianjuan stays by the elevator in silence, leaving Wang Xiao alone with the choice. After only a few hard seconds, Wang Xiao decides to trust that Qin Jinrong has a motive and steps out into the underground corridor. He hurries through the long frozen hallway and catches up, formally accepting Xiling Academy so Qin Jinrong will finally talk. Qin Jinrong finally says the dark swamp crocodile dragon feels alien for a reason. It is not a blue planet species at all. The answer hits Wang Xiao at once, and he blurts out that the beast must be from the outer realm. Qin Jinrong confirms their analysis points to the dark swamp crocodile dragon being a mutated beast from Crimson Star. He stops beside an observation room and points out the evidence waiting behind Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao turns, he sees a snow-filled containment room and a rough human-shaped ice block with a faint red glow in its head. The familiar red glow clicks into place, and Wang Xiao realizes the frozen figure is Endu. Qin Jinrong coolly reveals that Endu is still alive, and for now he cannot be allowed to die. Wang Xiao immediately guesses the military wants to pry open Crimson Star secrets through Endu. Qin Jinrong says that is part of the plan, but the more urgent truth is that the dark swamp crocodile dragon egg came straight from Endu's territory. He adds that it was the only mutated beast egg in that Demon Run territory, which is exactly why the military suspected it was something unusual. Because Endu refused to talk, the military finally decided the only way to test their guess was to see whether that strange egg could hatch at all. That explanation lands badly, and Wang Xiao bluntly asks whether the military used him as a test subject. Qin Jinrong dodges the accusation with a smile and reminds him the other 9 eggs were never free gifts either. He says Wang Xiao hatching the egg proved all their assumptions wrong, so the only path left is to get the truth directly from Endu. Wang Xiao pushes back harder, furious that nobody warned him he was contracting a Crimson Star beast and that they gambled with his life. Qin Jinrong does not deny it at all and simply asks what Wang Xiao plans to do about that now. The blunt response kills Wang Xiao's momentum, because he knows he cannot really turn against the military over it. Reading that silence, Qin Jinrong points out the obvious. If Wang Xiao had known the truth beforehand, he never would have hatched that egg. Once Wang Xiao has no reply, Qin Jinrong shifts smoothly into a new offer and promises a major reward for one more favor. Then he whispers the words mechanical beast, and that one bait instantly catches Wang Zhao's attention. Wang Zhao is tempted, but he remembers how hard that method was to get before and immediately suspects this favor is anything but small. So instead of agreeing, Wang Zhao asks exactly what Qin Jinrong wants him to do. Qin Jinrong taps the freezing observation window and suggests that if a fellow Crimson Star person appeared to rescue Andu, he might slip and reveal something. Wang Zhao slowly understands and blurts out the absurd plan as if Qin Jinrong wants him to disguise himself as a Crimson Star rescuer. Qin Jinrong shakes that off and says Wang Zhao is too young for the act anyway. What he really wants is the item Wang Zhao used to sneak in. With a brush of Qin Jinrong's fingers across his face, Wang Zhao realizes the commander has already figured out he used a high-grade disguise item. After a long pause, Wang Zhao peels off the truth and reveals the thin crystal Nirvana mask in his hand. Even Qin Jinrong is taken aback when he realizes the disguise item is orange grade. Wang Zhao cuts off any questions about where it came from and warns Qin Jinrong not to pry if he wants to borrow it. Qin Jinrong accepts that line, but when he reaches to take the mask, Wang Zhao pulls it back again and starts naming his price. Since the item is orange grade, Wang Zhao demands 10,000 star coins and a formal contract before he will hand it over. Instead of getting angry, Qin Jinrong laughs that Wang Zhao's money-grabbing instincts really never change. Then he summons a contract scroll on the spot, writes a 3-day loan, and includes the 10,000 coin rental payment. Wang Zhao checks every line carefully and signs, but even after that he still refuses to let go of the mask. That finally makes Qin Jinrong's face darken as he asks what else Wang Zhao wants. Wang Zhao pushes once more and asks for a guaranteed date to receive the Crimson Star spoils of War 2, even if not immediately. After a brief thought, Qin Jinrong sets the deadline at 3 days. Wang Zhao can return for both his mask and those spoils. This time Wang Zhao agrees quickly, knowing it would be foolish to squeeze a military commander any further. After warning him to keep everything underground absolutely secret, Qin Jinrong has Ji Lianjuan escort him back out. Once he is back outside the military building, the normal traffic and street noise feels strangely unreal after what he just saw below. He stares at the ordinary city and can't shake the thought that a Crimson Star Royal is locked beneath it, along with who knows how many other hidden secrets. After leaving the military building without the Nirvana mask, Wang Zhao keeps his collar up and slips home fast, trying not to be recognized on the street. Once he gets home safely, Wang Zhao rests briefly and enters his territory to see how much it changed after swallowing 3 secret realm hunters' land. The site waiting for him is huge. His level 3 territory now stretches past 1,000 kilometers and already looks like an intermediate lord's domain with 11 city-states and a population of 60,000. Even the mountain range is gone, completely chewed down by the metal-devouring ant and turned into collected ore and wide fertile farmland. When Wang Zhao checks the warehouse next, he finds 6 more units of black gold ore, and immediately realizes he finally has enough to fill the supply orders with some left over. Carrying the black gold ore with him, he heads to the giant black pool to confirm whether the bright moon merman has really hatched. At Wang Zhao's soft call, the still black pool finally ripples and a small silver bright moon merman pokes its head out of the waves. Seeing that the bright moon merman is only a gold-quality infant, Wang Zhao decides not to spend his growth boost on it yet because mermaid tears will only matter later. Before the moment can stay peaceful, a black shape drops from the sky like lightning and slams down hard enough to whip sand and stones through the area. It is the dark swamp crocodile dragon, already healed and posing as arrogantly as ever, but now Wang Zhao feels awkward around it after learning it came from Crimson Star. Wang Zhao quickly checks himself and remembers the simple truth. Whatever its origin, this beast signed his contract, so he does not need to act guilty in front of his own mutated beast. Feeling steadier, he ignores the dragon's needy look and sends for Zhou Shiro through their contract instead. Zhou Shiro appears already mid-complaint, then freezes on the spot when she sees that Wang Zhao's territory has more than doubled and suddenly includes a whole spread of city-states. After staring for a long moment, Zhou Shiro can only ask the most direct question she can think of. Did he go rob someone again? Wang Zhao gives a helpless half-yes and explains that this time he did not start it. Then he retells the Miss Rainforest fight, while deliberately leaving Ihan and Su Junru out of the story. Even with the missing pieces, Zhou Shiro gets pulled into the danger of it, and tenses hard when she hears Wang Zhao fought 3 lords by himself. She only relaxes when Wang Zhao reaches the ending and tells her he won and took all their resources. Then Zhou Shiro notices the dark swamp crocodile dragon properly and circles it with open excitement, impressed by how powerful and cool it looks. The second she praises it, Wang Zhao panics and yanks her into his arms because he already knows what the dragon does when it gets too pleased with itself. A beat later the dragon blasts into the sky, kicking up another storm of grit, and Zhou Shiro mistakes the chaos for an attack. Wang Zhao dryly explains that no one is attacking. The dragon is just mentally off and gets carried away whenever anyone flatters it. That strange explanation leaves Zhou Shiro staring at the dragon and then at Wang Zhao, quietly arriving at a very unkind theory about what soldiers inherit from their master. Ignoring her private conclusion, Wang Zhao opens the interface and gives Zhou Shiro permission to start remaking all 11 city-states. He tells her to work hard and not worry about materials, then awkwardly adds that there is no rush and she should rest when she needs to. Zhou Shirua answers with sarcasm that makes it clear she is still annoyed at him, but she abruptly changes the subject to something more urgent: tomorrow night's Fang family banquet. When she asks what gift he is bringing, Wan Xiao blankly reveals that he did not even know he was supposed to prepare one. Zhou Shirua quickly realizes this is his first time attending a banquet like that at all, which explains a lot and creates a whole new problem. With a helpless sigh, she decides banquet training matters more than rebuilding the territory right now. For the next 2 days and 1 night, Wan Xiao barely leaves the territory, as Zhou Shirua drags him through both city-state modifications and crash course banquet etiquette. When the banquet night finally arrives, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shirua leave the territory together and head to the trading market first. As soon as they enter, Ma Yunla comes over and hands Zhou Shirua 2 resource balls containing the things she asked him to prepare. Wan Xiao assumes the gift issue is already solved, only for Zhou Shirua to tell him those are not gifts at all, they are his clothes. She grabs his worn academy uniform and bluntly points out that he cannot show up to the Fang family banquet dressed like that. Wan Xiao still does not see the problem, so Zhou Shirua stops arguing and physically pushes him toward the changing room to just get it done. Elsewhere in the military building, Qin Jinrong watches a bank of screens centered on an ice sculpture marked by a flashing red light. Qi Lianjuan enters to report that the external setup is complete and the operation can begin at any time. Qin Jinrong immediately presses on the real risk. Endu is experienced and dangerous, so the retreat route has to fool him without tipping him off. Qi Lianjuan brings up a city map and explains the plan to pressure Endu from 3 sides, drive him west, and guide him toward the trading market and a fake dimensional escape point. The goal is to keep Endu running long enough for hidden personnel near him to squeeze out as much Crimson Star intelligence as possible. Qin Jinrong notices the path cuts through the wealthy district and worries it could spark panic, but Qi Lianjuan argues that a safer detour might alert Endu too early. After a long pause, Qin Jinrong accepts the risk and approves the plan as drafted. Qi Lianjuan also volunteers himself for the infiltration, insisting the job needs someone experienced enough to hide beside Endu under pressure. To prove he is ready, Qi Lianjuan puts on a thin crystal mask and transforms on the spot into a Crimson Star-looking figure. Qin Jinrong still hates sending him, but Qi Lianjuan answers with a stiff smile that everything is for Blue Planet, and the orange-quality mask even boosts his strength. In the end, Qin Jinrong can only grip his shoulder and tell him to be careful before sending him out. Just before leaving, Qi Lianjuan raises one more concern. Wan Zhao's run of rare beasts and orange-quality loot feels almost unnaturally lucky. Qin Jinrong refuses to chase that thought for now and tells him to focus on the mission, but once Qi Lianjuan leaves, the words clearly keep echoing in his head. Back at the trading market, Wan Xiao steps out of the changing room in a fitted black windbreaker suit that suddenly makes him look far sharper and more intimidating. Ma Yunla blurts out that Wan Xiao looks ridiculously handsome, and this time the praise is not even exaggerated. Wan Xiao, still embarrassed, only worries that the dark silver embroidery might be too flashy for him. Before Ma Yunla can answer, his face locks up in total shock at whatever just came into view behind Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao turns and sees Zhou Shirua walking over in a black off-shoulder gown, with light makeup and loose long hair that make her look elegant enough to stop both men cold. Caught under their stare, Zhou Shirua immediately grows self-conscious and asks whether the outfit looks wrong. As Zhou Shirua shows off her banquet look, Ma Yunla elbows the stunned Wan Xiao until he finally blurts out that she looks beautiful. When Wan Xiao asks about the black gauze in her hand, Zhou Shirua crisply calls it a veil and folds it into his breast pocket to mark that they came together. Ma Yunla instantly reads the mood, gives Wan Xiao a teasing thumbs up, and earns a sharp glare from Zhou Shirua. Then Ma Yunla hands Wan Xiao a resource ball, explaining he already picked out banquet gifts because it would be awkward for Wan Xiao to shop in public now. Wan Xiao checks the contents and stiffens when he realizes the gift is huge: 100 units of purple gold mineral and 100 spirit herbs. He immediately balks at the cost, but Zhou Shirua cuts him off and insists his status has changed, so showing up stingy would only invite ridicule. Wan Xiao still winces at burning nearly half his fresh earnings on one visit, and the two start edging toward a real argument. Ma Yunla pulls Wan Xiao aside and quietly explains the rich family logic. The public gift is really a courtesy play that flatters the Fang family, and can come back with even better returns. That finally works, and Wan Xiao grudgingly accepts the expensive gift plan even if his old frugal instincts still hurt. With the gift prepared, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shirua head out for the Fang family banquet together. Crossing into Kaiyang City's wealthy western district, Wan Xiao can feel the gap at once as ordinary sturdy streets give way to lavish buildings blazing with energy core lights. At the Fan estate, the huge open gate and courtyard packed with banquet tables make the place look more like a luxury venue than a private home. Wan Xiao blurts out that even this courtyard is bigger than his house, and Zhou Shirua lightly tells him this is only a medium family by Kaiyang standards. Watching her tease him so naturally, Wan Xiao realizes Zhou Shirua has quietly stopped acting like a distant subordinate and feels more like an equal friend now. The pair enters together and instantly draws attention like a golden couple, with everyone in the courtyard turning to look. Tang Hingshan rushes over first and jokes that they look like they just came from a wedding. Han Bufan and Yang Fan join in, and Han Bufan's sour face makes it obvious he hates seeing Zhou Shirua standing so close to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao hurriedly denies that anything is going on, and Zhou Shirua keeps smiling, but a brief flicker of disappointment still slips across her face. Fang Tianyu arrives in an ice blue evening gown, stunning the room, with several young lords from the old battle following behind her. Even the classmates who once mocked Wang Zhao's beast tamer talent now greet him warmly, because surviving the Crimson Star invasion changed how they see him. That easy reunion gets cut short when Tian Chang coldly mocks everyone for treating a runner-up like the real genius. Tang Hingshan bristles at once, but Tian Chang doubles down and reminds them that he was still the champion of the Lord competition. Zhou Shirua snaps back that without Wang Zhao's group stalling the Crimson Star Royal, Tian Chang might not even be alive now. Tian Chang answers with the ugliest version of the truth, claiming Wang Zhao's group only benefited from the earlier lord's sacrifices and has no right to act noble. Before the argument can stall there, Wang Xiao steps out and asks the real question: why is Tian Chang even here at a thank you banquet? Just seeing Wang Xiao makes Tian Chang instinctively flinch back, a tiny crack that gives away how much fear still lingers under his swagger. Tian Chang tries to cover it by sneering that he survived just fine without Wang Zhao's protection. Wang Xiao ignores the bait and turns to Fang Tianyu instead, bluntly pointing out that Tian Chang fled early and was never someone this banquet needed to thank. Fang Tianyu admits the truth a little awkwardly. Inviting Tian Chang was just her grandfather's way of not appearing rude to one of the academy's young talents. Wang Xiao drags the point home with a faint smile and says it out loud, so Tian Chang was invited out of pity. The courtyard finally breaks into laughter, and Tian Chang can only slam down his cup and angrily insist that what he did was strategic retreat, not fleeing. Wang Xiao brushes the excuse off with a perfunctory okay and simply heads for the main banquet room, and the others follow without even sparing Tian Chang another look. Left alone in the courtyard, Tian Chang's face twists as the public cold shoulder hits harder than any direct insult. His resentment boils over as he remembers being the competition champion and still watching everyone rally around Wang Xiao instead. He crushes his glass in his bare hand until blood drips onto the white tablecloth, swearing that one day he will trample Wang Xiao underfoot. Finally he turns and storms out of the Fang estate, too angry and too humiliated to stay where no one wants him. Still cursing Wang Xiao as he leaves, Tian Chang never sees the sudden strike coming before a heavy blow to the back of his head drops him cold. Inside the banquet hall, Wang Xiao sits at an absurdly formal long dining table and quietly wonders if rich people really make eating this inconvenient. Before Zhou Shirua can answer, the doors open and Fang Tianyu walks in beside the Fang family patriarch, whose silver hair and heavy aura instantly command the whole hall. All the young lords rise as the Fang patriarch greets them warmly and explains that tonight's banquet is to thank everyone who protected Tianyu in the secret realm. The young lords answer with polite modesty, and the Fang patriarch just smiles and claps his hands for the next part of the banquet to begin. At the elder's signal, more than 10 servants file in with red-covered trays and place one in front of every young lord at the long table. When the red cloths come off, Wang Xiao finds a green resource ball packed with hard currency materials so valuable that even this thank you gift feels extravagant. Even the well-born guests are startled by the Fang family's generosity, and one young lord quickly stands to refuse such a costly return gift. When the others start to follow that lead, the Fang patriarch turns serious enough that everyone can only sit back down and accept the gift. Once everyone accepts the Fang family's return gift, Yang Fan politely rises and offers his own first visit present, starting the expected exchange around the table. As one modest or honored gift after another goes onto the trays, Wang Xiao realizes the package he prepared with Zhou Shirua is about to stand out far more than either of them expected. Zhou Shirua can't even look at him now, but Wang Xiao still steels himself and brings out the resource ball they prepared together. Wang Xiao formally presents the gift in both his and Zhou Shirua's names, announcing that it contains 100 units of purple gold mineral and 100 spirit herbs. The whole table reacts at once, because even among gifted young lords, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua's present is far beyond the normal scale of banquet courtesy. Without letting the shock linger, Wang Xiao calmly adds that the gift is not just banquet courtesy at all, but payment for something he wants from the Fang family. Before Wang Xiao even finishes pushing the point, the Fang patriarch shows he already understands and names the thing he came for, the mutated core. A brocade box opens at the head of the table, and the sight of the golden mutated core locks Wang Xiao in place because the prize he has chased for so long is finally right in front of him. Still wary after Qing Jinrong tricked him before, Wang Xiao brings up his earlier agreement with the Fang family right in public. Old Master Fang is already prepared, and the instant he brings out a glowing golden ball, the whole room forgets everything else. Tang Hingshan blurts out the obvious question, and Old Master Fang explains that the item is a mutated core that can reshape gold-grade beasts and sharply boost them. Once everyone hears it works on mutated beasts, they immediately understand why Wang Xiao wanted this item brought out in the open. Tang Hingshan jokes that Wang Xiao got a huge bargain, but Old Master Fang immediately corrects him and says this was never a sale. In front of everyone, Old Master Fang reveals that Wang Xiao once gave Fang Tianyu 20 breakthrough stones, and this mutated core is the Fang family's thank you gift in return. That public explanation also solves an old mystery for the room, Now everyone understands how Fang Tianyu's snow elf broke through during the competition. Tang Hingshan quickly realizes his joke was unfair, because those breakthrough stones may have been even more valuable than the mutated core to most lords. So Tang Hingshan stands up on the spot and gives Wang Xiao a blunt, sincere apology. Wang Xiao brushes it off, but his real attention is on Elder Fang's wording, because turning a deal into mutual gifts makes their relationship sound much closer. Privately impressed, Wang Xiao admits to himself that this old patriarch handled the same matter far better than Qin Jinrong ever would. He accepts the mutated core with both hands and formally offers his own banquet gift back to the Fang family. Ma Yunla had guessed the Fang family would refuse the returned gift, so Wang Xiao is caught off guard when old Master Fang casually accepts it anyway. Watching his resources disappear with the servant, Wang Xiao silently decides Ma Yunla is definitely losing pay later. After a little more polite conversation, old Master Fang excuses himself and leaves the younger crowd to enjoy the banquet on their own. The second the old master is gone, everyone relaxes, but Wang Xiao stays seated alone, still sighing over what just happened. Zhou Shiro quietly misunderstands his mood and apologizes for the expensive gift, even offering her own resources if his heart really hurts that much. Wang Xiao immediately snaps back that he is not that petty, and Zhou Shiro weakly answers, "Yes, actually you are." When she presses him again, Wang Xiao starts to compare Elder Fang and Qin Jinrong in his head, then gives up on explaining it aloud. Instead of talking, Wang Xiao abruptly says he'll enter his territory and tells Zhou Shiro to wait here. Left outside alone, Zhou Shiro can only sigh and quietly eat dessert, while Wang Xiao disappears into his inner territory. Elsewhere that night in Kaiyang City's western district, two black-cloaked figures hide in a dark alley and decide it is finally safe enough to rest. One of the cloaked men lowers his hood and reveals the slightly red skin of a Crimson Star native, making the alley meeting feel far more dangerous. The second man reveals himself too, and the crystal ruby at his brow identifies him as Andu of the Crimson Star royal family. Andu immediately turns suspicious and demands to know why he was never told the Crimson Star King had already planted infiltrators on Blue Planet. To force an answer, Andu draws a short knife and presses the blade against the other man's throat. The other man answers without fear that the mission was top secret even on Crimson Star, and that Andu simply was not important enough to know. That insult finally gets under Andu's skin, and the blade opens a shallow cut across the man's throat. Even with blood at his throat, the other man stays cold and reminds Andu that he can kill him if he wants, but he still needs someone to lead the way. Andu counters by kicking toward a body lying behind him, showing he already has an unconscious Blue Planet lord to use instead. The infiltrator just sneers back, and the alley drops into a long, ugly silence while Andu thinks. In the end, Andu puts the knife away and says he still has to finish the mission given to him by the Crimson Star King before returning home. When the other man asks what mission could matter more than invasion, Andu's answer turns the whole attack into something much darker. Looking down at the unconscious captive, Andu reveals that the invasion was only a cover to keep Blue Planet focused on the wrong danger. Back inside his territory, Wang Xiao stands before his gathered mutated beasts and stares at the mutated core, torn between safe expansion and a riskier upgrade. He knows the core can add a random new attribute, so the real gamble is whether to keep stacking power onto one beast or spend his resources on raising new ones. After weighing everything, Wang Xiao decides to gamble on the psychedelic spider mother nest, because boosting the brood boosts an entire army and failure would hurt him the least. The moment he confirms the choice, a pillar of golden light crashes down and swallows the entire nest. Half blinded by the glare, Wang Xiao can still feel a frightening aura building inside the light, and wonders if the mutation actually worked. When the light vanishes, the nest has not changed shape much, but it is larger, darker, and now unmistakably stronger. The appraisal confirms his gamble paid off. The spider mother nest has advanced to platinum and become a rare poison, metal, and superpower 3 attribute unit. Then one new skill makes him light up even more, because Golden Shield Nest can create a 10-unit safe zone that blocks all attacks for 10 minutes. To Wang Xiao, that short invincible window is incredible, because it gives him room to react on dangerous maps and lets Zhou Shiro build even under pressure. Eager to see the real payoff, he immediately summons one of the brood to check what happened to the shadow demon spiders. A tide of 10,000 spiders rushes over, and their dark shells now gleam with metallic shine as they clatter across the ground. The new appraisal names them Shadow Golden Thorn Spiders, platinum poison metal soldiers built for stealth and brutal armor-piercing volleys. Seeing 10,000 of them upgraded at once, Wang Xiao's confidence spikes so hard that he thinks even Endo would be killable now. That excitement is cut short when a warning from Zhou Shiro suddenly reaches him, and the message feels wrong enough to make him stop cold. He cannot understand what danger Zhou Shiro could possibly face inside the Fang family estate, but he retreats from the territory at once anyway. The instant Wang Xiao opens his eyes back in the banquet hall, a red beam is already flashing straight at his face. He throws himself backward on instinct, and the blast barely misses his nose before smashing into the room behind him. Smoke and dust erupt through the dining room, and Enda's sharp mocking voice confirms exactly who came to finish the job. Wang Xiao recognizes Enda at once, and his mind flashes to Qin Jinrong's fake prison break plan and the huge question of why this enemy is here instead. But the answer can wait, because outside a secret realm he cannot summon soldiers, while Endu can still fire light of obliteration like normal. Knowing he cannot fight like this, Wang Xiao uses the smoke as cover, grabs the hand nearest him, and runs for the restaurant corridor. He bursts into the corridor and turns to call for Zhou Shiro, only to freeze as he realizes something is wrong with the person he dragged out. The person in Wang Xiao's hand is not Zhou Shiro at all, but a red-skinned Crimson Star man, and his escape just turned into a new trap. The instant Wang Xiao runs into a supposed Crimson Star man, instinct takes over and he yanks him in close while throwing a brutal punch at his face. The stranger catches Wang Xiao's punch cleanly, proving he is fast enough to be a real threat. Before Wang Xiao can follow up, the man drops the disguise long enough to blurt out that he is Qi Lianjuan. Wang Xiao is stunned to recognize Adjutant Qi and immediately demands to know why both Qi Lianjuan and Endu are here. Qi Lianjuan switches back to his Crimson Star disguise and cuts the questions short, warning that Endu is hunting Wang Xiao specifically and he must leave now. Wang Xiao refuses to let him go and presses harder, angry that what was supposed to be intelligence work somehow turned into Endu being released for real. Qi Lianjuan insists there is no time, saying Commander Chen will explain later, but Wang Xiao has to get out first. Wang Xiao still refuses because his friends are trapped inside, but Qi Lianjuan answers with a quiet promise that he will protect them. Qi Lianjuan suddenly numbs Wang Xiao's arm with a quick technique, forcing his grip open. Before Wang Xiao can stop him again, Qi Lianjuan dives back into the dust and red light deeper inside the restaurant. Wang Xiao almost charges in after him, then forces himself to stop when he remembers Endu is targeting him, and his presence could make things even worse. He makes the hard call to leave, hoping that drawing himself away is the safest move for everyone still inside. Outside in the courtyard, Wang Xiao finds the elegant estate blasted apart, with the shredded ground showing clear signs of Endu's annihilation attack. As he curses Commander Chen for letting this happen, Wang Xiao spots a trembling figure crouched under a tree. He runs over to help, only to realize the terrified wreck under the tree is Tian Chang, who was supposed to have already left. Tian Chang is so badly shaken that he can only mutter to himself, and even Wang Xiao is rattled by how completely fear has broken him. Endu suddenly roars Wang Zhao's name from inside the building, leaving no time to think. Knowing Tian Chang will die if he leaves him here, Wang Xiao drags the terrified man out with him despite the risk. Just outside, Tang Hingshan calls from a nearby alley, giving Wang Xiao a place to run. Wang Xiao reaches the alley and finds the other banquet guests hiding there, dusty and rattled but still alive. Tang Hingshan is baffled that Wang Xiao brought back Tian Chang, since Tian Chang was supposed to be gone already. Wang Xiao hands Tian Chang over for the moment and asks Zhou Shiro what happened while he was inside. Fan Tianyu explains that someone suddenly warned the Fang family an attack was coming and told everyone to evacuate at once. Zhou Shiro says she did warn Wang Xiao, but he was still in his territory, and the others pulled her away before she could wait for him. Fan Tianyu lowers her head in guilt, ashamed that they left Wang Xiao behind in the middle of the chaos. Han Bufan bluntly takes the blame onto himself, saying he was the one who told everyone not to wait. Instead of blaming them, Wang Xiao says any sane person would have evacuated immediately under that warning. That answer eases the sting, and Wang Xiao feels the earlier sense of abandonment melt into genuine warmth. Wang Xiao cuts straight to the core of the crisis. Endu escaped from prison. Then he drops the second blow. Endu came here for him. And Wang Xiao finishes with the only move he sees left. He has to leave now and drag the danger away from the civilians nearby. Zhou Shiro grabs him in disbelief, still shaken that a Crimson Star royal like Endu survived at all. Wang Xiao answers grimly that a royal family member was never going to die that easily. He explains the real problem is the battlefield itself. In the city, surrounded by civilians and unable to summon soldiers, they would be fighting crippled from the start. So his plan is simple and dangerous. Lure Endu out of the city before the real fight starts. Tang Hingshan immediately refuses to let Wang Xiao shoulder that alone and volunteers to go with him. Han Bufan and Yang Fan jump in right after him, and even the hesitant Lin Dong finally steps forward too. Back inside the Fang estate, Endu stalks through the mansion, blasting doors apart one by one as he searches for Wang Xiao. Qi Lianjuan warns that Blue Planet troops will arrive soon, but Endu coldly says he cannot go back without the Dragon Seed or he is dead anyway. When Qi Lianjuan presses him, Endu finally explains that the Dragon Seed is a top-grade soldier egg stolen from the infamous Purple Star. Endu reveals the cost of that mission too. His force paid 700 lives to secure the beast egg. Endu admits their return passage accidentally opened into Blue Planet's secret realm, so he faked an invasion to hide what his force had really been doing. Qi Lianjuan stays stone-faced, but inside he is rocked by the fact that Crimson Star can already force passages all the way to the distant Purple Star. He silently decides this intelligence is too important and must reach Commander Chen immediately. Then Endu suddenly stops, turns around, and says he is done searching. Qi Lianjuan tries to steer him out by offering to keep hunting Wang Xiao later, but Endu answers by calling him what he is, a Blue Planet spy. Endu explains he suspected Qi Lianjuan from the start, and only kept talking because he wanted to see what information the spy was fishing for. Qi Lianjuan tries one last denial, but Endu crushes it with a simple flaw: all his real subordinates are dead, so how could the Emperor have sent help? Caught, Qi Lianjuan finally drops the disguise and returns to his true appearance. Even exposed, Qi Lianjuan stays calm and admits the information was worth the risk. Endu answers with lethal speed, flashing the ruby on his brow and firing straight through Qi Lianjuan's chest before he can dodge. Qi Lianjuan looks down at the wound, tries to hold on through sheer will, and then crashes to the floor unwilling and defeated. Back in the alley, Wang Xiao accepts the volunteers and agrees to fight beside them again, but only if they follow his command this time. Tang Hingshan backs that immediately, saying now that he knows Wang Xiao's ability, he will be the first to shut down any disobedience. Some of the other lords in hiding get swept up and offer to join too, but Wang Xiao cuts that off before the group gets unwieldy. He gives the rest of them a different job instead. Once Andu is lured away, Zhou Shiro and Fan Tianyu must go back in and rescue anyone still trapped inside the estate. Just as Wang Xiao is about to finish the plan, Tian Chang suddenly screams that he will talk and tell everything. Tang Hingshan, already on edge, smacks him down to shut the panic up. The hit actually snaps Tian Chang partly back to himself, and he sits there dazed, confused about where he even is. Nobody wastes time explaining, and the group simply ignores him because the crisis is moving too fast. That slight is all it takes for Tian Chang to notice Wang Xiao behind Tang Hingshan, remember who Andu is hunting, and bolt for the alley exit in panic self-preservation. Then Tian Chang commits the worst possible betrayal and shouts for Lord Andu that Wang Xiao is right here. Tian Chang suddenly shouts for help with his last strength, and everyone instantly realizes he just exposed their position. Tang Hingshan explodes in rage, kicks Tian Chang down, and beats him until he passes out again. When Tang Hingshan asks what to do with the traitor, Wang Xiao cuts him off and orders an immediate retreat. The moment Wang Xiao bolts out of the alley, a red annihilation light rips past his shoulder and blows a hole in the wall beside him. Wang Xiao keeps sprinting west without even looking back, and the others scramble after him under the constant threat of another shot. While running for his life, Tang Hingshan still turns back to taunt the Fang family, and a red annihilation light instantly cuts him off. Tang Hingshan nearly wipes out dodging the beam, and Yang Fan catches him while cursing him for talking nonsense at a time like this. Pushed by pure survival instinct, the five of them squeeze out every bit of speed and finally reach the western edge of Kaiyang City. Tang Hingshan tries the wall and cannot even reach half its height, then angrily blames the city lord for building it so absurdly high. Yang Fan snaps at him to shut up, because Endu is already walking toward them down the empty street. And his slow steps feel even worse than a charge, and the group freezes in front of the wall with nowhere left to run. Tang Hingshan asks in a low voice what they can do now, and Wang Xiao admits he has no plan except stalling until the military arrives. Lin Dong nearly breaks down, regretting that he ever got involved in this rescue at all. Endu stops 20 meters away and greets them almost politely, which only makes the situation feel more hopeless. At this close range, Tang Hingshan and the others finally feel what the Crimson Star royal bloodline really means, and all four of them think they are dead. Just when everyone else is sinking into despair, Wang Xiao steps out and offers Endu a deal. Wang Xiao says Endu only wants him, so he will stay behind if the other four are allowed to leave. The others immediately refuse, because they came together and do not want to abandon Wang Xiao even now. Wang Xiao thanks them with a forced smile and tells them not to throw away all their lives with his. Before they can decide, Endu coldly reminds them that he never agreed to let anyone go in the first place. Wang Xiao tries one more time to argue that killing the others is pointless, but Endu makes it clear that only his own will matters here. Then Endu pulls out a green card and declares that no one here is leaving alive. He crushes the card, and a burst of green light swallows everyone at once. When the light fades, the group finds itself on a bleak basalt plain under a dead gray sky, and Endu is nowhere in sight. Tang Hingshan and Han Bufan test the place and realize it is a secret realm, which means they can finally summon soldiers again. That discovery flips the mood for a moment, because outside they were helpless, but in here they can at least fight back. The four of them immediately start building a battle line, but Wang Xiao stays off to the side, still bothered by why Endu brought them here at all. Lin Dong spreads a blood pool across the open ground, turning the battlefield itself into part of their setup. Han Bufan's 30 holy knights charge through that blood pool and come out transformed into red-tinted slaughter knights. Tang Hingshan follows with his giant tribe talent and swells those slaughter knights to more than 10 times their original size. Yang Fan plants his foot and spreads a green recovery halo that can instantly heal allied soldiers inside it. Even after the team finishes its setup in seconds, Wang Xiao still refuses to summon anything and instead opens the Secret Realm's information panel. The panel confirms this is just a common challenge mystic realm meant for sealed sparring, which makes Endu's real purpose feel even more suspicious. Then a pitch-black vortex tears open in the sky, and a terrifying scarlet claw reaches out of it. Everyone instantly recognizes the problem. Endu is summoning the level 8 Platinum Destruction Demon that failed to descend in the last battle. Tang Hingshan's battle spirit dies on the spot, because even their giant knights do not reach the monster's knee. Lin Dong panics and begs Wang Xiao to just get them out, but Wang Xiao stays locked on his own line of thought. Wang Xiao says he may have a way to take them out, but he first has to verify something that can only be tested here. Yang Fan protests that they will all die if they stay, until Han Bufan points out the worst truth. Outside, without summoned troops, Endu would kill them even faster. With no clean way out left, the group finally chooses to trust Wang Xiao and fight for time instead. Wang Xiao tells them to buy as much time as possible until the military arrives, and even claims this is not that dangerous if they cooperate well. A few seconds later, the nearly 1,000-meter destruction demon closes the distance, with Endu standing on its shoulder and looking down on them like insects. Endu coldly says they did not finish their last fight, and the destruction demon lifts one foot to crush them all in a single step. Wang Xiao gives the order to move, and the other four flee with the mounted slaughter knights while he breaks away on a different line. Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and charges straight toward the destruction demon's other leg instead of retreating. The giant foot slams down behind him with a world-shaking boom, and the blast of wind hurls the wolf through the air. The wolf recovers instantly, lands cleanly, and keeps running without losing momentum. Once he reaches the other leg, Wang Xiao turns the wolf's speed into a vertical assault and starts climbing the destruction demon's body. With swift lightning flash, the wolf becomes a streak of light and rockets almost all the way to the monster's waist. Only then does Endu realize Wang Xiao was never trying to survive below. He was aiming straight for the one weak point he could actually reach, Endu himself. Endu sneers that a real demon is more than just a huge body, and he calmly triggers fire burning the heavens. A tiny ice blue flame blooms on the destruction demon's chest, and despite its size, the heat wave that hits Wang Xiao is instantly unbearable. As the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf climbs the destruction demon's body, a brutal heat wave hits Wang Xiao from hundreds of meters away and instantly tells him this approach is far more dangerous than it looked. The pale blue flame on the destruction demon's chest suddenly spreads along its lava veins, turning the giant body into a burning trap around them. Even with its natural ice resistance, the wolf starts losing condition fast once several blue flames close in, and Wang Xiao immediately abandons the climb. The wolf jumps back just in time, and Wang Xiao sees the flames gather exactly where they were a moment earlier, confirming the monster can target that whole surface. Wang Xiao braces for a finishing swipe when he notices the destruction demon's flaming claws still easily reach them, but the giant strangely does nothing. When Wang Xiao looks up and catches Endu calmly smiling on the giant's shoulder, he realizes his enemy is here for more than simple revenge. Tang Hingshan and the others rush over in alarm, but Wang Xiao answers with a sudden grin and says he has found a way to turn this passive fight around. Han Bufan openly worries Wang Xiao is going to get himself killed, but Wang Xiao insists Endu will not kill him and orders everyone to charge no matter what happens. The group commits, and Lin Dong and Han Bufan unleash the Bloody Tank combination skill to turn the four slaughter knights into blood-armored lances. Endu sneers at the charge and starts to trigger the destruction demon's chest flames again, clearly ready to erase them. Before that attack can land, Wang Xiao flashes in on the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and plants himself directly between the giant and his charging allies. Endu's face hardens with anger, and just like Wang Xiao bet, the destruction demon's killing flames weaken instead of firing. That hesitation gives Tang Hingshan's team their opening, and the four bloody tanks slam into the destruction demon's calf with crushing force. The giant roars in pain, but the shockwave shatters Lin Dong's blood shields and the backlash makes him spit blood and nearly fall from his mount. Han Bufan orders an immediate retreat, and when the furious destruction demon tries to stomp them, Wang Xiao appears under its feet again to stop the kill. Grinding his teeth, Endu finally orders the monster to let them go, which proves to everyone that Wang Xiao's insane gamble was real. Back in the safe area after less than 10 terrifying seconds, the team finally exhales and Tang Hingshan admits he thought they were dead. Wang Xiao admits he was betting on instinct, but he explains that if Endu truly wanted him dead, he would have killed him before dragging everyone into this secret realm. Yang Fan points out the contradiction, and Wang Xiao answers with a taunting stare at Endu. He is being kept alive because Endu wants something from him. That confidence spreads through the group, and Tang Hingshan climbs back up with a growl, ready to press the advantage instead of waiting to die. For the next 10 minutes, the five of them keep repeating the same brutal pattern, charging the destruction demon again and again, while Wang Xiao keeps throwing himself in front of Endu's killing blows. Eventually the team burns through everything they have, the slaughter knights vanish into white light, and even the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf collapses from exhaustion. From a few hundred meters away, Tang Hingshan stares at the destruction demon's calves stripped nearly down to bone and asks the question nobody can avoid anymore: is this really enough? Wang Xiao says this was never about killing the monster's weak points anyway, only about buying time until Blue Planet's military reaches the secret realm. The moment Wang Xiao mentions they may be able to leave soon, the half-collapsed group finds enough strength to get back on their feet. Seeing them stand again after finally getting a quiet moment, Endu's patience snaps and he coldly warns that they should not assume he truly lacks the nerve to kill them. Wang Xiao fires back with open contempt, and using the last of his energy, summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to test what Endu really wants. Tang Hingshan and the others are stunned that Wang Xiao has been hiding such a fierce mutated beast, but Wang Xiao only watches Endu's face for an answer. Endu's brief shock confirms everything for Wang Xiao. This whole trap was never about settling old grudges, but about the dark swamp crocodile dragon. After a heavy pause, Endu finally admits the truth. Since Wang Xiao actually hatched that beast, he cannot kill him and must take him back to the Crimson Star alive. The destruction demon suddenly breaks apart into light, and Andu drops from the sky to take control of the fight himself. A black vortex opens behind Andu, and hundreds of ghost-faced demon commanders pour out with sabers, instantly surrounding Wang Zhao's exhausted team. Andu declares that Wang Zhao will be captured alive and everyone else killed, and the battered group still forces themselves upright to face the odds. Just as Andu thinks he has them cornered, Wang Zhao and the others shout that they admit defeat instead of fighting to the last man. Andu freezes as challenge resources suddenly pour into his territory, and Wang Zhao mockingly reminds him that admitting defeat is also a legal way to lose. Wang Zhao's team disappears in white light, and only then does Andu realize they endured the whole battle just to stall until the military arrived outside. Left alone with the truth, Andu sinks into despair and bitterly admits to himself that he completely underestimated Wang Zhao. A flash of white throws Andu out of the secret realm, where Wang Zhao's group is already sitting on the ground waiting and mocking him from a safe distance. Beyond them, dense blue planet troops already have their attack weapons trained on him, and Andu instantly raises his hands in surrender before he can be shot down. With weapons still trained on him, Andu finally stops pretending he can turn this around and lets the warriors pin him down. A pair of black prisoner shackles snaps onto Andu, cutting off his lord energy and extinguishing the ruby glow on his forehead. Only after the shackles take effect do Wang Zhao and the others finally breathe again, knowing the worst danger has passed for now. Tang Hengshan can't resist taunting the fallen Andu, mocking the swagger he had just moments earlier. Instead of answering Tang Hengshan, Andu fixes Wang Zhao with a strange smile and warns that he has already stirred up something that will kill him. When Wang Zhao guesses he means the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Andu refuses to answer clearly and instead promises that next time he will not underestimate him. That threat lands hard on Wang Zhao, because he knows luck and rule loopholes saved him this time, and a serious Andu will be far harder to survive. Andu leans into the fear on purpose, laughing wildly and promising to come for Wang Zhao again as soon as he can. The ugly laughter cuts off when a weak voice from the side speaks up, and Andu jerks his head toward the crowd as everyone parts for the newcomer. Qi Lianjuan walks out pale and badly wounded, his chest wrapped in thick bandages, and Wang Zhao is stunned to see him alive. Andu's composure finally cracks when he blurts out that Qi Lianjuan should have died from the annihilation light that shredded his heart. Qi Lianjuan answers with cold restraint, reintroducing himself as Qin Jinrong's adjutant from the Blue Planet military. In that instant, Andu realizes he spilled Crimson Star secrets to a man who survived, and the panic on his face turns real. He thrashes against the prisoner's shackles in frustration, but the special restraints hold him without budging. Qi Lianjuan steps in close and formally announces that Andu is under arrest by the Blue Planet military and will be sent to the extreme ice hell. The moment he hears he is no longer useful, Andu drops his arrogance and desperately begs to trade more information for a lighter fate. Qi Lianjuan does not even entertain the plea and simply orders the warriors to drag Andu away. Once Andu is gone, Qi Lianjuan turns back to Wang Zhao's group, salutes them, and apologizes on behalf of the military for putting them in danger. The five quickly pull him up, because none of them know the hidden truth behind the operation and none of them blame him. Seeing Qi Lianjuan's discomfort, Wang Zhao changes the subject and asks for the resources they lost after surrendering in the challenged Mystic Realm. Qi Lianjuan immediately agrees to report it and have the resources returned, which lifts everyone's mood at once. Then Qi Lianjuan asks Wang Zhao to stay behind for a private word, signaling that the rest should leave first. Wang Zhao understands the hint right away and sends Tang Hengshan and the others back to the Fang family to report that they are safe. Once they are alone, Qi Lianjuan peels away the crystal-thin disguise and quietly admits that Wang Zhao's Nirvana mask was ruined saving him. The news hits Wang Zhao hard, because this was his first orange-quality item and its life-saving edge is what mattered most to him. But when Wang Zhao looks at the thick bandages over Qi Lianjuan's chest, his frustration cools, because the man nearly died protecting the whole planet, not himself. So Wang Zhao lets it go, telling Qi Lianjuan that tools are meant to be used and that saving a good man was worth more than one lost skill. Qi Lianjuan still insists on making it right and promises to report everything honestly so Wang Zhao can be compensated. Wang Zhao laughs that he does not need compensation, as long as they do not back out on the promised mechanical beast production method again. Qi Lianjuan swears that even if Commander Chen refuses, he will steal the method himself, and the two part on a firm handshake. After Wang Zhao walks off toward the Fang family, Qin Jinrong steps out of the shadows to meet his injured adjutant. Qin Jinrong checks Qi Lianjuan's condition first, and Qi Lianjuan answers that the wound is serious but manageable with rest. Qin Jinrong's real concern is whether Qi Lianjuan revealed anything he should not have to Wang Zhao, and he is relieved when the answer is no. He admits the silence is unfair to Wang Zhao, but anything involving Purple Star has to be handled carefully. Qi Lianjuan hesitates, then suggests warning Wang Zhao anyway because someone that dangerous should not be wandering freely, but Qin Jinrong decides to wait for the main region's reply. Qi Lianjuan can only accept the order, even though he clearly is not at ease with it. Back at the Fang family, Wang Zhao returns to find the once grand residence battered into near ruins and guests muttering about the disaster in the courtyard. The sight leaves Wang Zhao quietly conflicted, because he knows Enda came for him even if he never wanted this destruction to happen. Before he can sort that out, someone spots him and shouts that Wang Xiao is back. A heartbeat later, Zhou Shiro throws herself into Wang Xiao's arms, hitting him with the full force of the fear she had been holding in. Nearly in tears, Zhou Shiro pounds on his chest and scolds him for coming back so late and making everyone worry. Wang Xiao explains that he only stayed behind to report the situation, but Zhou Shiro is too shaken to accept a calm answer right away. Only after venting does Zhou Shiro realize she is still in Wang Xiao's arms with everyone watching, and her grief flips straight into embarrassment. She immediately shoves him away, calls him shameless, and tries to pretend he was the one harassing his own vassal lord. Wang Xiao blurts out that she was the one who jumped on him first, and her instant denial turns the whole scene absurd enough to make people smile again. Watching the two of them bicker breaks the gloom in the courtyard, though Fang Tianyu's eyes briefly dim before she hides it and steps forward. Fang Tianyu formally thanks Wang Xiao on behalf of the Fang family, which catches him completely off guard. Wang Xiao tries to shoulder the blame instead, because if Enda had not come for him, this place would not have been destroyed. Fang Tianyu firmly rejects that guilt and reminds him that without him drawing Andu away, the Fang family would have suffered far worse than broken buildings. Before Wang Xiao can argue more, Fang Tianyu discreetly produces the green resource ball he once gave the Fang family and says her grandfather wanted it returned. Wang Xiao immediately refuses to take back what he treated as a gift, but Fang Tianyu recasts it as the Fang family's thank you instead. She even puts on a stern face and says that if he will not accept it, he should stop coming to the Fang family altogether. That leaves Wang Xiao no graceful way out, so he accepts the gift and quietly acknowledges that keeping a good bond with the Fang family is worth it. With that settled, Fang Tianyu apologizes to the remaining guests and gently ends the ruined banquet, asking everyone to head home. The crowd understands, says their farewells, and the lively banquet that was supposed to celebrate the night quietly dissolves into an uneasy end. After leaving the Fang family, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua stroll down the night street and compare notes on everything that just happened. When Wang Xiao says he exploited the rules to admit defeat and escape instead of facing Enda head-on, Zhou Shirua bursts out laughing at how shamelessly clever that was. But once the joke passes, Zhou Shirua suddenly goes quiet and walks with her head lowered, clearly bothered by something deeper. Pressed by Wang Xiao, Zhou Shirua finally admits the real issue. She feels too weak to deserve being his vassal lord. Her guilt spills out fast as she says that every dangerous expedition ends the same way, with Wang Xiao protecting her while she struggles even to get a base built. Wang Xiao tries to reassure her that construction lords are supposed to ramp up slowly, and that he values her future potential more than her current combat power. That answer finally breaks the dam, and Zhou Shiro blurts out through a sob that she wants strength now so she can fight beside him instead of hiding behind him. Wang Xiao is caught off guard because the usually fragile, pouty Zhou Shiro has clearly been carrying this frustration in silence for a long time. After a long beat, he gently tells her that impatience will only backfire for a builder like her, even if he understands exactly why she feels this way. Then Wang Xiao flashes a mischievous smile and hints that she is lucky she met him, because he actually does have ways to make her stronger. The moment she realizes he might be serious, Zhou Shiroa's eyes light up and she urgently asks what he means. Wang Xiao starts with the first path and reminds her of the griffin-like reinforcement from the Lord competition, revealing that it was not a beast at all but a fortification. Zhou Shirua can hardly believe it, so Wang Xiao explains mechanical beasts in detail and finally lays out the real advantage for her. He says that if she masters mechanical beast production, she can stockpile them in their territory and summon them later to buy herself time whenever danger hits. That picture hits perfectly, and Zhou Shiro's whole expression turns bright with genuine excitement for the first time tonight. Wang Xiao stops her from celebrating too early and says the second path to strength is not a method, but a person. He brings up Su Junra from Yuheng Academy, but Zhou Shiro has no idea who that is because she barely even knows most people from her own school. So Wang Xiao explains that Su Junra is an alchemist who can build extremely precise machinery, including a giant mechanical spider dozens of meters tall. Zhou Shiro still does not see how that helps her, and Wang Xiao excitedly spells out the missing link between her fixed fortifications and Su Junra's machinery. His pitch is simple and huge. If the two of them combine forces, they could create a mobile fortress packed with high-level fortifications and dominate even bigger secret realms. Now fully fired up, Zhou Shiro wants to go find Su Junru immediately and start making it happen. Wang Xiao has to slow her down because Su Junru is from Yuheng Academy, and cooperating with Kaiyang students before the ranking assessment would cause the wrong kind of attention. She reluctantly accepts that they have to wait until the assessment ends, but the promise of real progress already lifts most of the pressure crushing her. Zhou Shirua straightens up and makes a serious promise that she will improve herself first, because she refuses to embarrass Wang Xiao when the real cooperation begins. Just as Wang Xiao is about to wrap up the night, his communicator suddenly rings and pulls the story in a new direction. The caller is Qin Jinrong, and Wang Xiao perks up because he had planned to seek him out anyway. Qin Jinrong gives him a curt order to reach the military building within 10 minutes and hangs up before Wang Xiao can say much. The rude attitude annoys Wang Xiao for a second, but the thought of finally getting the mechanical beast method wipes that mood away fast. When Wang Xiao tells Zhou Shiruo what the call probably means, she immediately asks to go with him. Wang Xiao thinks it over, realizes Chen Jinrong never said he had to come alone, and agrees to bring her. The two hurry across Kaiyang City and soon reach the military building in the center of town. At the entrance, the same guard from before recognizes Wang Xiao instantly, and already knows Chen Jinrong is expecting him. The guard hesitates when he notices Zhou Shiruo, and Wang Xiao briefly assumes she might have to wait outside. Instead, the guard steps aside and lets both of them through, which only reinforces how much smoother things go now that Wang Xiao has connections here. Inside the nearly empty building, a young officer is waiting in the first-floor hall to escort them because Adjutant Shi has gone to the hospital. They ride to the top floor and are brought down a corridor to Chen Jinrong's office. The escort knocks, Chen Jinrong calls them in from inside, and the pair step into a room with an immediately tense working atmosphere. Before Wang Xiao can finish greeting him, Chen Jinrong flicks a notebook across the office and says it contains the mechanical beast production method. Wang Xiao is thrilled to have the notebook at last, and seeing how busy Chen Jinrong is, he thanks him and prepares to leave quietly. But just as he turns to go, Chen Jinrong stops him and says there is something else they still need to discuss. Then Chen Jinrong keeps writing for more than 10 awkward minutes, leaving Wang Xiao standing there bored and waiting for whatever this mystery is. During the silence, Zhou Shiruo tugs Wang Xiao's clothes and whispers that the commander suddenly looks strangely familiar. When Wang Xiao reminds her that they already saw Chen Jinrong at the hospital, Zhou Shiruo drops an even bigger shock. Teacher Chen is actually his daughter. Wang Xiao is floored by the news, suddenly reinterpreting Chen Shui's unusually respectful behavior back at the hospital. Chen Jinrong hears them anyway, gives a helpless bitter smile, and admits that his daughter still needs work on keeping secrets. Now that the secret is out, Wang Xiao bluntly asks if Chen Jinrong really is Teacher Chen's father, and Chen Jinrong confirms it without fuss. That only raises a new question for Wang Xiao. If Chen Shui has this kind of backing, why would she choose to stay in a low-ranked Class D instead of teaching the elite class? Chen Jinrong explains that Class A brings too many distractions, while Class D lets Chen Shui focus on quietly spotting talented students with real potential. Then Chen Jinrong makes the personal angle clear by saying he has known about Wang Xiao far earlier than Wang Xiao ever realized. He pulls out a file with Wang Xiao's name on it, and reveals that Chen Shui recommended him long before his awakening because his school-wide results were always first. Chen Jinrong says they thought Wang Xiao's prospects had collapsed when he awakened as a beast tamer lord, but his later performance turned him into a surprise worth watching even more closely. The reveal leaves Wang Xiao conflicted, because Chen Shui's hidden role feels both flattering and deceptive at the same time. Once he steadies himself, Wang Xiao tries to guess the point of all this and asks if Chen Jinrong intends to recruit him into the military right now. Chen Jinrong immediately shoots that down, bluntly telling him he is not strong enough yet even to pass a recruit assessment. Instead, Chen Jinrong asks whether Wang Xiao now understands what Chen Shui's real work has been, and Wang Xiao can only nod along without fully seeing the endgame. Chen Jinrong taps Wang Xiao's file and drops the real bombshell. Starting tomorrow, Wang Xiao will be a student of Yuheng Academy. Chen Jinrong's offer leaves Wang Xiao stunned, and he finally asks if this transfer is really just about helping scout talent at Yuheng Academy. Chen Jinrong says not exactly, then brings up Ihan, the rare Yuheng student who awakened the elemental overlord talent. Once Wang Xiao confirms he has already met Ihan, Chen Jinrong drops the real assignment: protect Ihan no matter what happens. To make the job irresistible, Chen Jinrong offers military beast eggs and even strategic resources like city building tokens and breakthrough stones. The richer the offer gets, the more uneasy Wang Xiao feels, because none of it explains why a commander with countless experts wants him for this job. He finally asks the obvious question: with so many stronger subordinates available, why choose him at all? Chen Jinrong refuses to explain and only says he has his reasons, pressing Wang Xiao to answer yes or no. Before Wang Xiao can decide, Zhou Shiruo steps in and asks if she can transfer with him to Yuheng Academy. Chen Jinrong agrees immediately, reminding them that as Wang Xiao's vassal lord, Zhou Shiruo can of course go with him too. When Wang Xiao asks if she truly wants this, Zhou Shiruo blurts out that as long as she is with him, the place does not matter. Realizing what she just said, Zhou Shiruo flushes red and hurriedly reframes it as practical planning with Su Junru and their mechanical beast research. Her reasoning lands: transferring could help them work with Su Junru early and push the Lord Core to level faster. After a few minutes of weighing it all, Wang Xiao finally agrees to transfer and accept Chen Jinrong's mission. Before Wang Xiao can even bring up the promised rewards, Chen Jinrong produces a written contract with every condition already listed. Wang Xiao checks the terms, cuts his finger, and seals the contract with blood as the scroll breaks into glowing fragments. Even with his doubts still nagging, Wang Xiao lets them go because the rewards on that contract are undeniably real. With the serious business done, Chen Jinrong dismisses them and promises that Wang Xiao's Crimson Star spoils and the resources seized from Enda will be delivered tomorrow. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo say goodbye and leave, but less than a minute later the office door opens again for a different pair. Ihan and Su Junru step into Chen Jinrong's office and greet him, clearly summoned for another quiet assignment. After a heavy pause, Shin Jinrong admits it may be early for this, but he needs their help right now. Su Junra asks for the target, and Shin Jinrong answers with a name neither of them expected, Wang Xiao. Shin Jinrong explains that Wang Xiao will transfer to Yuhing tomorrow under a public mission to protect Yihan. Su Junru immediately sees through it, and asks if the truth is that they are the ones meant to keep watch over Wang Xiao instead. Shin Jinrong confirms the cover, saying the mission is just a way to make Wang Xiao willingly stay with them while they report anything unusual. When Su Junru presses him again, Shin Jinrong reveals the key limitation: his own subordinates cannot follow Wang Xiao into the secret realm. With that, Su Junru accepts the assignment, and gives him a crisp military salute. After they leave, Shin Jinrong pulls out a handwritten manuscript titled Purple Star Invasion Risk Assessment and Preliminary Response. The next morning, the transfer procedures are already finished, so Wang Xiao heads to Yuhing Academy early to avoid being late on day 1. At the entrance he runs into Zhou Shiro, and the two share an easy smile before going in together. That calm start lasts 1 second, because a huge crowd suddenly marches out with a red-letter banner that says Defeat Wang Xiao. Even Wang Xiao, who already topped the qualifiers once, is caught off guard by a welcoming committee this hostile. Zhou Shiro dryly wonders if he used to study here and offended too many people before transferring away. Wang Xiao shoots back that he is not the kind of person who goes around provoking people, and Zhou Shiro's silence says she is not buying it. Then Zhou Shiro shamelessly abandons him, stepping aside and introducing herself as a harmless new transfer student asking for directions. Before Wang Xiao can complain, a square-faced student stomps to the front of the crowd and snarls that he really dared to show up. Knowing these people are now his classmates, Wang Xiao swallows the urge to ignore them and tries to keep the first-day disaster from getting worse. He stares at the angry student for a long moment and then honestly asks the worst possible question: "Do we know each other?" The square-faced student snaps that Wang Xiao robbed him during the Lord competition and thinks he can now pretend not to remember. That finally jogs Wang Xiao's memory of the old road toll racket, where he took payment from passing teams without even learning who they were. He blurts out a half-remembered guess about goblins or slimes, then warmly grabs the wrong classmate by the wrong name. The student jerks his hand back, yells that his soldier was a lava slime, and finally gives Wang Xiao his actual name. Wang Xiao instantly pivots, apologizes, and tries to pass the whole ambush off as an enthusiastic first-day welcome. The student refuses the joke and loudly lists the exact resources Wang Xiao took from him back then. He even warns that if Wang Xiao does not return the goods, Wang Xiao might not be entering Yuhing Academy today. Wang Xiao shrugs off the threat and asks the simpler question: instead of sorting out old materials, can he just pay 1,000 star coins? The number alone stuns the whole crowd, because the original loss was worth only a fraction of that. Seeing no objection, Wang Xiao immediately transfers the 1,000 star coins on the spot. That one payment flips the front student completely, and the guy who came to block the gate suddenly hugs Wang Xiao like an old friend. The same student loudly declares that anyone who goes against Wang Xiao from now on goes against him too. Nobody actually cares about that speech, because the rest of the crowd has already rushed in to settle their own old scores in cash. Some of them are clearly exaggerating or outright lying, but Wang Xiao cannot be bothered to sort truth from opportunism and just keeps paying. He does not just compensate them either. He often pays more than they ask, turning the entire mob from hostile to thrilled in minutes. Watching from the side, Zhou Shiro smiles at first, and then starts inwardly wincing as more than 100 claims chew through a terrifying amount of money. Wang Xiao, though, sees it as a clean trade, spend some money, erase the grudge, and buy a new reputation all at once. By the time the payments stop, the angry ambush has turned into a full welcome team, and nobody cares about the old banner anymore. Once everyone is happy, Wang Xiao pulls Zhou Shiro back into the middle and introduces her as the transfer student who came with him and his vassal lord. The students greet Zhou Shiro enthusiastically and immediately start praising how beautiful she is and how well she matches Wang Xiao. Without missing a beat, Zhou Shiro gives a graceful self-introduction and asks everyone to guide her in the future. Then she leans close and hisses at Wang Xiao that he must be crazy after spending that much money in a few minutes. Wang Xiao only laughs and says money exists to be spent, and if they run out they can always earn more. But his last whisper gives the moment a sly edge, because Wang Xiao clearly is not done and does not think that money was easy for them to take. Escorted by more than 100 curious students, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro finish their transfer paperwork and are assigned to Yuhing Academy's Class B. When the pair enters the classroom mid-lesson, the room instantly goes from curiosity to complicated silence as students realize Wang Xiao is standing right in front of them. Some students are excited to see the famous Wang Xiao, but many more remember him as the ruthless Chief Wang and start whispering about why he transferred from Kaiyang. Zhou Shiro quietly ribs Wang Xiao that everyone's opinion of him is still painfully accurate, and he tells her to get lost under his breath. Wang Xiao still gives the proper greeting and introduces himself and Zhou Shiro to the class director with perfect politeness. Class director Li Changshan welcomes them, then immediately warns Wang Xiao not to bring Kaiyang Academy's messy habits into Yuhing. That warning opens the floodgates, and the class starts loudly mocking Kaiyang Academy and bragging that Yuhing will crush them in the coming rankings. Hearing her old academy insulted like that, Zhou Shiruo's face turns dark with anger while Wang Xiao stays so calm it almost looks detached. Zhou Shiruo finally snaps and demands to know why Wang Xiao is not angry when everyone is trampling on Kai Yang right in front of them. Wang Xiao finally answers with a lazy smile, saying Yuheng has lost to them for years and since they cannot win on the battlefield, they should at least be allowed to complain. Zhou Shiruo gets it first and bursts out laughing, while the entire class realizes they have just been mocked to their faces. Li Changshan explodes in anger and demands an apology, threatening to report Wang Xiao to the academy head and send him back where he came from. Wang Xiao only smiles wider and tells him to hurry, because he does not want to stay in this lousy place for even one more second. Then Wang Xiao turns from the teacher to the whole class and calls out their empty shouting, asking what all their slogans are worth inside a real secret realm. To shut everyone up for real, he pulls out a secret realm challenge card and dares anyone who wants to lecture Kai Yang to spar with him first. The room dies on the spot, because none of the students who were just yelling actually dared to challenge the man who fought through the Crimson Star invasion. Zhou Shiruo quietly gives Wang Xiao a thumbs up, thrilled that he crushed the whole room with a single move. Li Changshan tries to salvage authority by lecturing his students not to submit to force, but even that sounds hollow now. Wang Xiao immediately pushes the challenge card toward Li Changshan and tells the mighty teacher to set an example himself. Li Changshan says nothing, and Wang Xiao puts the card away with a contemptuous sneer because the whole act has been exposed. Done with the farce, Wang Xiao turns to leave, and an excited Zhou Shiruo quickly asks where he is going. Wang Xiao coldly declares that he is going to change classes with the academy head, because a useless person like Li Changshan is not qualified to teach him. Outside the classroom, even the furious crowd of more than 100 students instinctively parts and lets Wang Xiao walk straight through. To Wang Xiao's surprise, Zhao Yunyan breaks from the crowd and follows after him anyway. When Wang Xiao asks why, Zhao Yunyan awkwardly insists that he already said they are brothers now. Zhao Yunyan admits he is scared of offending everyone, but he still thinks Wang Xiao was right that slogans mean nothing and only secret realm results matter. That answer genuinely impresses Wang Xiao, and he offers Zhao Yunyan his hand in friendship. Zhao Yunyan refuses the friendship on purpose, saying he wants to be Wang Xiao's opponent and beat him fairly in the secret realm one day. Wang Xiao can only smile and tell him he will wait for that day. Once the tension settles, Zhao Yunyan asks if Wang Xiao really plans to change classes, and Wang Xiao says yes because he truly has no interest in staying with Class B. Zhao Yunyan immediately recommends Class E instead, saying it may not be the strongest class, but the people there are good and Wang Xiao would fit in. Wang Xiao quickly realizes Zhao Yunyan is recommending his own class and is just about to agree when Zhou Shiruo quietly stops him. Pulling Wang Xiao aside, Zhou Shiruo explains that Yuheng divides classes from A to F by results and reassigns students again after awakening based on Lord talent or personal strength. That ranking system makes Wang Xiao hesitate, because the second worst class is probably too weak for the kind of future competition he expects here. When Wang Xiao turns back to decline, he finds Zhao Yunyan already standing behind them with the disappointment written plainly across his face because he heard everything. Wang Xiao immediately figures out that Zhou Shiruo let Zhao Yunyan overhear on purpose so he would not have to reject the offer too bluntly himself. Since the situation is already exposed, Wang Xiao honestly tells Zhao Yunyan that he still wants to aim for Class A. Zhao Yunyan swallows the letdown, says the people in Class A are good too, and suddenly calls out to someone approaching from the school gate. The people he calls over are Ihan and Su Junru, and both immediately jog forward when they spot Wang Xiao. Zhao Yunyan cheerfully starts making introductions, only for Wang Xiao to cut in because he already knows Ihan and Su Junru. Even in that calm little reunion, everyone is measuring something different. Wang Xiao studies Ihan, Su Junru wonders what trouble Wang Xiao already caused, and Zhou Shiruo quietly inspects her future business partner. Ihan blurts out the wrong question by asking what class Wang Xiao is in, and that instantly makes Wang Xiao suspicious that he already knew about the transfer. Ihan freezes on the spot because Wang Xiao guessed too close to the truth, and he has no clean explanation ready. Su Junru smoothly steps into cover for him, saying they only heard the news this morning because Wang Xiao is already too famous to stay unnoticed. Before Wang Xiao can keep pressing, Su Junru pivots neatly and compliments Zhou Shiruo's beauty instead. Zhou Shiruo blushes, returns the compliment, and the two women click almost instantly through perfectly matched social polish. Watching that sudden alliance form beside them, Wang Xiao and Ihan can only exchange a helpless look and arrive at the same conclusion: women. Seeing Wang Xiao settle in with the others, Zhao Yunyan suddenly feels like the extra person in the group and awkwardly prepares to leave. Before going, Zhao Yunyan tells Wang Xiao to come find him in Class E if he ever needs help. Wang Xiao answers just as sincerely and tells Zhao Yunyan the same, already deciding this guy is worth trusting. After Zhao Yunyan leaves, Ihan asks Wang Xiao what class he is in now, and Wang Xiao casually says he used to be in Class B but wants to transfer. Ihan says he is in Class A and Su Junru is in Class C, which catches Wang Xiao off guard because the two are always together. Su Junru explains that Ihan is such an important talent that the academy barely makes him attend class, and because he has to stay near her, she benefits from that arrangement too. That answer gives Zhou Shiruo a sharp new impression of Yuheng Academy as a place where raw strength can override ordinary school rules. Instead of being put off, Joe Shiro feels a flicker of excitement because a brutal academy built around power is exactly the kind of place she needs right now. Wan Xiao, meanwhile, gets stuck on a different detail. Su Junra keeps saying Ihan must stay with her, and the tone sounds more forced than romantic. The more Wan Xiao thinks about it, the less it makes sense, because Ihan is the rare prodigy, and Su Junru is only a mid-level alchemist. He also rules out the obvious answers, because they are neither in a vassal relationship nor acting like a couple. After running through every theory he can think of, Wan Xiao finally asks Su Junru directly what her relationship with Ihan really is. Ihan starts to answer, but Su Junru cuts him off at once and says it is their secret. Without giving them room to press further, Su Junru immediately changes the subject and hustles everyone toward the academy head to handle Wang Zhao's class transfer. At the academy head's office, Wan Xiao meets a middle-aged man whose thin cheeks and hooked nose make him look downright vicious. Su Junru shows no fear at all and breezily recommends Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro as high-potential transfer students who should join her and Ihan's team. Then Su Junru suddenly remembers Wan Xiao once wanted to cooperate with Zhou Shiro and bluntly decides that his transfer must be for exactly that reason. Caught off guard by how fast she moves, Wan Xiao can only hurriedly agree with her improvisation. Satisfied, Su Junru declares the matter settled and orders the academy head to approve it while she drags the others off to the assessment first. She rushes out so fast that Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and the academy head are left staring at each other in awkward silence. The academy head explains that Xiao Rou is always impatient, tells them to get used to it, and quietly says he will handle the transfer paperwork. That easygoing answer only makes Yuheng Academy feel even stranger to Wan Xiao, because the scariest-looking man here is somehow one of the most accommodating. Outside, Su Junru and Ihan are already waiting, and Su Junru urgently waves them over. The moment Wang Xiao gets close, Su Junru nervously asks whether the academy head got angry after she ran away. When Wang Xiao says no, Su Junru finally exhales and admits she was terrified the whole time even if she did not show it. Wang Xiao dryly points out that she looked fearless a moment ago, then asks what this assessment actually is. Su Junru says it is a potential assessment, basically a few tests used to judge how much room a student has to grow. Ihan tries to reassure them by saying the test is easy, especially for a construction lord like Zhou Shiro and someone with Wang Zhao's mutated beasts. Zhou Shiro visibly relaxes, but Wang Zhao's expression turns more suspicious instead of less. Wang Xiao quickly realizes something is off, because if passing meant freedom from class and more time to gain strength, almost everyone would chase it. He remembers that Class B was still mostly full, so he turns to Ihan and asks the real question, how many students actually passed? Ihan hesitates for a beat and silently holds up 6 fingers. Wang Xiao first thinks he means 60, and Ihan has to admit the brutal truth. Only 6 students in the entire academy passed. That number leaves Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro stunned, because thousands enrolled and nearly 1,000 had solid talent, yet only 6 made it through. Su Junru still insists the test is not that hard and even swears on Ihan's intelligence, which only makes the reassurance sound worse. Wang Xiao says nothing, but his look makes it obvious he trusts that promise even less than before. That expression rattles Ihan enough that he leans over and whispers to Su Junru, worried Wang Xiao might refuse the assessment now. Su Junru whispers back that if Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro do not pass, she and Ihan will have to give up traveling and return to the academy to keep watch on him. At the same time, Zhou Shiro quietly asks Wang Xiao if they should just try it, because staying in class would make it impossible to keep protecting Ihan outside. Wang Xiao agrees with the logic, but he worries that following too closely could expose their mission after Commander Chen told them to keep it secret. When Zhou Shiro doubts Ihan could notice anything, Wang Xiao warns that Ihan is not the real problem, because Su Junru is much sharper than they first thought. After one more pause, Wang Xiao finally decides the promised reward is worth the risk and tells them to lead the way. Relieved and pleased, Su Junru and Ihan hurry out in front to take them to the testing site. The assessment venue turns out to be a forgotten corner of Yuheng Academy with nothing but a lonely, shabby little house. Wang Xiao stops and stares at the place in disbelief, because it looks far too miserable for an academy that worships strength. Su Junru says the outside is deceptive and warns that there is another world inside, but academy rules stop anyone who already took the test from entering again. After thanking them, Wang Xiao steps up with Zhou Shiro and knocks 3 times on the low wooden door, calling to the teacher inside. No one answers out loud, but the door slowly opens on its own with a narrow dark crack. Taking Su Junru's signal to enter, Wang Xiao pulls the door wider and steps inside with Zhou Shiro. Inside, the room is windowless and unnaturally dark, with sunlight dying off just a few steps from the entrance. The temperature also drops sharply, so Wang Zhao's nerves snap tight and he instinctively shields Zhou Shiro while keeping the door open behind them. When no one appears, Wang Xiao speaks up and formally announces that they are transfer students here for the assessment. A low hidden voice finally asks only one thing: what talents they have. Wang Xiao answers Beast Tamer Lord and Zhou Shiro answers Construction Lord. Trying to make his case, Wang Xiao quickly adds that they are already level 3 lords with 14 city-states, 1,400 kilometers of territory, and 80,000 people. The voice replies with icy indifference, telling Zhou Shiro to stay and ordering Wang Xiao to leave. Wang Xiao first agrees out of habit, then catches the insult and asks if that means he already failed. The answer is even worse. The teacher says a beast tamer lord is not even qualified to take the assessment at all. Wang Xiao tries to explain who he is, but the voice cuts him off again and refuses to hear a single extra word. At that point Wang Xiao gives up arguing, bitterly realizing this teacher's prejudice is stronger than any facts he could present. He tells Zhou Shiro he has no chance here and wishes her luck instead. Zhou Shiro immediately refuses to stay alone and politely says that as Wang Zhao's vassal, she will leave if he cannot participate. But the moment Zhou Shiro tries to walk out, her foot hits what feels like empty air made solid. She reaches out in confusion and finds an invisible wall blocking only her path. When Wang Xiao asks what happened, Zhou Shiro quickly explains that something in this room is trapping her at the door. Wang Xiao reaches toward the same spot and his hand passes straight through, which makes the whole thing even stranger. Zhou Shiro tries again where Wang Xiao just reached, and she is blocked a second time. Now both of them realize this is no normal room, especially because such a bizarre spatial trick is happening in the real world, not a secret realm. Wang Xiao suddenly thinks of a way to identify the room and pulls out an identification scroll. He tears the scroll open toward the darkness and reveals the truth. This place is a purple scene type item called Trial Proving Ground. Once he sees the item description, Wang Xiao finally understands what Su Junru meant by there being another world inside. Zhou Shiro reads the same description but still cannot make sense of how a room can simulate someone's highest future combat strength. Wang Xiao explains that the trial probably creates a development environment and tests how far a person can normally grow inside it. That makes sense to Zhou Shiro at once, and she realizes a tool like this would let Yuheng Academy sort students by future potential, not just current strength. But Wang Xiao is still unimpressed, because the whole system only predicts normal development and ignores people who break the rules through abnormal opportunities. Wang Zhao's point lands hard on Zhou Shiro. Any trial can only measure a rough standard, because luck, judgment, and strange exceptions can completely change a lord's path. Once she follows his logic, Zhou Shiro can only laugh bitterly at Yuheng Academy for treating a simulation like a final verdict on a student's worth. Wang Xiao stays practical and tells her to take the assessment anyway, because a harmless simulation is still worth using if it opens a door. Zhou Shiro hesitates because passing without Wang Xiao seems pointless, until he hints that an alchemist's companion's slot could still drag him into the trip. Now that she sees the workaround, Zhou Shiro hardens her resolve and shuts the door behind her to start the test. When Wang Xiao comes back alone, Ihan is baffled, and Wang Xiao casually explains that Yuheng rejected the Beast Tamer Lord talent as too low level even to test. Su Junru quickly smooths things over and says that if Zhou Shiro passes, she can simply apply to bring Wang Xiao along as her companion. Wang Xiao shifts the conversation to Ihan's Lava Ripper, expecting the Sacred Beast Heart to guarantee its breakthrough after they finally got one. Instead, Ihan excitedly reveals that the first breakthrough failed even after using the material, and he only succeeded on the second attempt after buying even more Sacred Beast Hearts. That answer throws Wang Xiao off, because a supposed 100% breakthrough item now sounds a lot like a very expensive scam. Wang Xiao does the ugly math in his head and decides not to say another word, because admitting the Sacred Beast Heart might be useless would only wreck their friendship and start a fight over the money. So he shamelessly changes the subject and asks where Ihan got all those strange legends in the first place. Ihan points to the Academy Information Library, and Wang Xiao immediately realizes the huge building he noticed earlier is not a training hall at all but a giant archive. Wanting answers, Wang Xiao asks to visit the library at once and look through the records himself. Ihan agrees right away, but Su Junru grabs him and insists that she will escort Wang Xiao instead while Ihan stays behind for Zhou Shiro's paperwork. Ihan points out that she handled the process with him before, and Su Junru instantly shuts him down with a glare so fierce he folds on the spot. Wang Xiao sees straight through Su Junru's little blockade, but this time he lets it pass because he only cares about one thing in the library, the dark swamp crocodile dragon. Enda's last warning keeps needling him, because if his own soldier really hides a threat, Wang Xiao has to understand it before doubt poisons that bond. With his mood turning heavy, Wang Xiao gives the trial room one last look and tells Su Junru to lead the way. The moment Wang Xiao enters the information library, he is stunned by the place hiding behind that ordinary exterior. What really shocks him is the sheer danger of it, with students climbing bare ladders up towering shelves and not a single safety measure in sight. Su Junru can only smile bitterly and explain that the academy head calls this nonsense a test of stamina and courage too. After a quick tour, Su Junru brings him to the mutated beast section, where 7 towering shelves hold so many records that Wang Xiao instantly knows this search will be brutal. Since he has no idea which book might mention the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Wang Xiao can only start from the bottom shelf and dig in one record at a time. He tells Su Junru she can leave if she wants, but she mocks the idea and says he will still be here next year without help. When Wang Xiao asks how they usually find anything in here, Su Junru reveals that they rely on a human shortcut, an expert with a near photographic memory. That hope dies just as fast when she says their expert is away for 2 or 3 days in a newly discovered large secret realm. Wang Xiao is floored because a lord from their own batch should not even be touching a large secret realm yet. Su Junru quickly explains that the student was only recruited as a record keeper because his memory is absurdly good, which still leaves Wang Xiao sincerely impressed. Now interested in this walking encyclopedia too, Wang Xiao asks Su Junru to introduce them when the expert returns. Su Junru agrees, though she warns him that the guy's personality is strange enough that even Wang Xiao might not enjoy the meeting. Wang Xiao brushes that off as a normal genius problem and goes back to the shelves, still convinced he can handle any eccentric classmate. Once he studies the shelves more carefully, Wang Xiao notices that the library is not random at all but sorted first by beast quality, and then by attribute. That pattern lets him cut the search down to the platinum quality section, even if multi-attribute beasts are still messy to track. Su Junru stops joking and climbs another ladder to help, turning the search into a two-person sweep across the towering stacks. But after nearly 1,000 entries, Wang Xiao still has not even seen the words Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, and his patience starts to fray. Just as he is about to give up, Su Junru suddenly shouts from farther up the stacks that she found it. Then Wang Xiao sees the title High-Level Purple Star Soldier Index, and immediately thinks Su Junru grabbed the wrong file. Su Junru insists the name is inside, and when she spreads the page open, the hand-drawn image stops Wang Xiao cold. Wang Xiao moves instantly, jumping down from the shelf height, rolling on landing, and scrambling back up to snatch the document for himself. Up close, there is no doubt anymore. The file really is about the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon. But the real shock comes a second later, because the dragon is filed as a high-level Purple Star Soldier, not the Crimson Star Soldier Chen Jingrong told him it was. After staring at the beast's records too long, Wang Xiao gives up guessing and decides he will just go ask Chen Jingrong directly why the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon was described wrong. Su Junru quickly chases after him and asks where he is rushing off to so suddenly. When Wang Xiao says he wants to question Chen Jingrong about the crocodile dragon being called Crimson Star instead of Purple Star, Su Junru immediately tries to wave it off as a harmless mistake in civilian records. Her reaction feels too eager, and when Wang Xiao asks why she is stopping him, Su Junru awkwardly claims she was only worried he might offend Commander Chen in a rash mood. Before Wang Xiao can press her further, an angry shout from outside calls him out by name and cuts the conversation short. Outside the library, Wang Xiao finds 60 or 70 hostile Class B students waiting for him, with Li Chanshan planted in the middle and staring coldly. Su Junru quietly warns that the group looks bad, and Wang Xiao dryly asks if she would believe him if he said none of this was his fault. Deciding his first day should not explode into a scandal, Su Junru steps forward alone and asks Li Chanshan why he brought so many students to find Wang Xiao. Li Chanshan brushes her off and openly names the real issue. One of his students wants to spar with Wang Xiao, and he demands to know if Wang Xiao dares accept. Su Junru calls him out for targeting a new arrival on his first day, but Li Chanshan hides behind the academy's sparring culture and leaves her with little room to argue. Watching that performance, Wang Xiao realizes Li Chanshan did not come to teach his students anything and now disgusts him even more as a teacher. Instead of backing down, Wang Xiao shoves the beast's records into Su Junru's hands and calmly tells every Class B student who wants to challenge him to raise a hand. The entire crowd hesitates in shock, then their pride flares and one student after another raises a hand until the open space fills with angry declarations. Su Junru panics at the numbers and jumps in front of Wang Xiao, insisting he leave while she handles the mess herself. Wang Xiao simply pulls Su Junru behind him and crushes the challenge Mystic Realm card, refusing to run from the fight. In a flash, everyone who accepted the challenge is dragged into a basic wasteland sparring realm, and even Li Chanshan ends up trapped inside it. 100 meters away, Wang Xiao stands ready with his 3 mutated beasts already deployed, and the Class B students instantly lose some of their earlier courage. A frightened student whispers to Li Chanshan for help, and Li Chanshan can only bluff that their numbers still give them the advantage even though he knows he picked the wrong target. After weighing his pride against the danger, Li Chanshan steps out and pretends to be generous, saying he will drop the whole matter if Wang Xiao apologizes now. Wang Xiao does not even look impressed and tells him to stop talking, fight, or admit defeat. That public contempt finally snaps Li Chanshan's temper, and he roars that Wang Xiao asked for this. Li Chanshan summons 10 scarlet goblins at once, and Wang Xiao immediately notices these are not normal dark green goblins at all. The red skin reminds Wang Xiao of Anda's side, so he tears open an identification scroll to find out what these goblins really are. The scroll identifies the troops as silver level 3 crimson goblins with magic fireball, rock fire array, and steel, which immediately makes the fight feel more troublesome. The word magic creatures makes Wang Xiao even more interested, because it sounds uncomfortably close to what he knows about the destruction demon. Li Chanshan mistakes that reaction for fear, basks in the students' cheers, and doubles down on one last demand for an apology. Wang Xiao answers by asking a nearby student if Li Chanshan always talks this much in class, and that casual insult finally lights the fuse. Li Chanshan finally orders the attack, and all 10 crimson goblins rush forward while hurling 20 burning magic fireballs at once. Wang Xiao barely reacts before the gold-armored black turtle vaults in front of him and opens absolute defense. The fireballs hit, but instead of exploding they smear across the shield like burning liquid, showing Wang Xiao this magic attack behaves very differently. Even so, Wang Xiao can tell the goblins still cannot break absolute defense, and he watches their formation shift into a more deliberate setup. 4 goblins clasp hands in the center while 6 more spread outward, slam flaming claws into the ground, and draw a 6-pointed rock fire array across the wasteland. As the array flares, the ground inside it melts into magma and Li Chanshan smugly declares that the match is already over. Wang Xiao studies the molten formation, trying to understand what Li Chanshan is so confident about. Then a sudden chill brushes the back of his head, and Wang Xiao whirls around as if something has gotten close without him noticing. The culprit looks harmless at first glance, because the ice thunderhorn wolf is just crouched behind him swishing its tail, and Wang Xiao casually tells it to stop fooling around. But after Wang Xiao turns away, the wolf's confused eyes hint that whatever touched him may not have been the wolf at all. At the same time, bubbles rise in the magma pool and the 4 central goblins pop back up as the others haul them out like this was all part of the plan. Wang Xiao still cannot make sense of the move, but he stays confident because silver-quality troops should not be able to threaten his stronger beasts head-on. Just as he is about to send out the raging lava bear, Wang Xiao spots the last goblin climbing from the magma with a thick stack of cards in its hands. The cards look horribly familiar, and when Wang Xiao checks his storage interface, he discovers every skill card in his warehouse has been stolen. Wang Xiao frantically scrolls his interface and realizes his entire stack of skill cards is gone. Then the Crimson Goblin description clicks in his head, and he finally understands that being careful of your wallet meant they could literally steal his cards. Li Chanshan enjoys the hit and shouts from afar that he will return the cards if Wang Xiao admits defeat, but Wang Xiao snaps back with a flat refusal. That theft changes everything for Wang Xiao, because many of those cards are rare enough that once they are burned, they are gone for good. He drops his steady plan on the spot and decides to crush Li Chanshan fast before the goblins waste any more of his collection. Wang Xiao orders Earth Spike and Berserk Thunder, and both the Lava Raging Bear and Ice Thunderhorn Wolf burst forward at the Crimson Goblins. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf tears through the front line, dropping 2 goblins instantly and knocking 3 more straight into the rising spikes. Half the 10 Crimson Goblins vanish in seconds, shocking Class B, but Li Chanshan recovers first and yells for the survivors to retreat and counterattack. As the stolen card goblin flees, it throws more than 10 of Wang Xiao's own skill cards behind it, and the sky erupts in mixed elemental blasts. Watching his rare cards blown apart in midair, Wang Xiao can barely keep from cursing on the spot. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf pushes harder anyway, kills 2 more goblins, and gets blasted in the face by another volley of stolen cards. When the wolf crashes down with scorched silver fur, Wang Xiao's face turns even colder, because he knows it only got hurt that badly after Blood Chi connection was stolen. Li Chanshan, delighted by the scene, starts preaching to Class B that the best strategy is turning an enemy's own tools back on them. The students eagerly flatter him, and Li Chanshan pretends to wave it off while clearly enjoying every second of it. More goblins fall in the chase, but the exploding stolen cards maul Wang Xiao's attackers too, until only the gold-armored black turtle is still standing beside him. Knowing the turtle has terrifying defense but no offense, Li Chanshan folds his arms and looks at Wang Xiao like the fight is already over. Instead of arguing, Wang Xiao starts counting exactly how many cards were burned and how much money Li Chanshan just cost him. When Li Chanshan defends himself by saying anything is fair in battle, Wang Xiao finally shows his real answer. Wang Xiao coldly tells the whole Class B group that they are already surrounded and can summon all their soldiers if they want. Then a huge gray vortex opens behind Wang Xiao, revealing the trap he had been holding back. The first shadow golden thorn spider leaps out, and the students who saw his live stream instantly panic and scream for everyone to summon soldiers. But the spiders keep pouring out until Li Chanshan and dozens of students are crushed into a tiny pocket of open ground in the middle of a black tide. The trapped students start shaking, and even Li Chanshan is stunned by the absurd number of beasts Wang Xiao can nurture at only level 3. Unable to handle the pressure, Li Chanshan shouts that Wang Xiao is cheating because he left them no room to summon anything. Wang Xiao does not answer with words, and half the spiders quietly vanish to reopen the battlefield while keeping the threat clear. With breathing room restored, Li Chanshan instantly reframes the disaster as a training chance and pushes his students to fight for him. Hidden inside the spider swarm, Wang Xiao sees straight through the act and notes that Li Chanshan is shameless enough to make cowardice sound righteous. The Class B students fall for the speech anyway, and vortexes burst open behind them as they summon every kind of soldier they have. Wang Xiao turns serious too, because after what Enda taught him, he has no intention of underestimating a full class from Yuheng Academy. Class B launches first with a wave of poison, fire, charges, and pack troops that slam toward the spider line harder than the lords he faced in competition. Wang Xiao calmly orders a retreat, and the spider tide slides back in perfect discipline before turning their abdomens toward the oncoming army. Then the spiders unleash piercing spider spear, and their first mass volley rips straight through the Class B formation. Wang Xiao keeps the pressure on with a second and third volley, and in just a few breaths the enemy force is cut down to less than 100. Class B freezes in pure shock as the soldiers they were proud of get erased almost instantly. Wang Xiao halts the next volley with the spiders aimed directly at the students, then walks up to Li Chanshan and demands the stolen cards back. Now badly rattled, Li Chanshan hurriedly opens his interface and hands over the remaining skill cards without daring to stall. Wang Xiao confirms that key cards like Blood Chi Connection and Demon Spirit Descent survived, and only then turns to settling the bill. He states the damage plainly. At least 250,000 star coins worth of cards were wasted, so someone here is going to pay for it. Li Chanshan immediately objects that this was normal battle consumption and refuses to talk compensation. Wang Xiao gives up on the easy option and says if Li Chanshan wants rules, they can follow the challenge secret realm rules all the way. He lays out the terms in front of everyone. Surrender and lose half your resources, or refuse and let him shatter your Lord Cores. That threat breaks Class B's unity on the spot, and the same students who back Li Chanshan start begging him to pay before they lose everything. Li Chanshan lowers his head in silence, not because he feels guilty, but because 250,000 star coins is more than 2 years of his income, and he cannot bear to pay it. Inside the challenge secret realm, Li Chanshan dropped his anger and tried to sound like a reasonable teacher, telling Wang Xiao not to take things so seriously. Wang Xiao fired back that Class B had mocked Kai Yang first and challenged him first, so Li Chanshan had no right to act like Wang Xiao was the problem. Li Chanshan shamelessly rewrote the whole fight as normal student sparring and even claimed Wang Xiao, as a young student now, should not stand against everyone else. Then Li Chanshan offered to apologize on behalf of the whole class, clearly trying to bury his own role behind a polite gesture. Before Wang Xiao could answer, Li Chanshan bowed deeply and tried to settle the matter by force of etiquette. When Wang Xiao stayed silent from sheer disbelief, Li Chanshan immediately took that silence as agreement, and even threw an arm around him like the issue was over. Wang Xiao shoved him off at once and coldly repeated the real terms: surrender and lose half their resources, or have their Lord Core shattered. That finally broke Li Chanshan's mask, and he exploded in anger, accusing Wang Xiao of being shameless after he had already humbled himself. A ponytailed girl named Ma Weiwei finally spoke up and asked the question everyone cared about. If they surrendered, would they really only lose half their resources? Wang Xiao answered honestly that the secret realm's real rule was total loss, but he would personally return half after they got out if they surrendered now. When Ma Weiwei asked for a contract, Wang Xiao refused, and that instantly set off the rest of Class B. Wang Xiao let them vent and only said the terms were already clear, so believing him or not was their own choice. Ma Weiwei cut through the noise and told her classmates the ugly truth. They had no real choice left anyway. She reminded them that trusting Wang Xiao at least left them half, while fighting to the end would leave them with nothing. After deciding, Ma Weiwei turned back to Wang Xiao and sincerely apologized for being narrow-minded before. That sincerity caught Wang Xiao off guard, and he quickly returned the courtesy, admitting he had his own faults too. Wang Xiao handed Ma Weiwei the secret realm key and warned her not to hate the result, because every injustice had its cause and every debt had its debtor. Ma Weiwei followed his gaze to Li Chanshan and quietly understood who had really dragged the whole class into this mess. Ma Weiwei touched the key and exited the realm, becoming the first of Class B to surrender under Wang Xiao's terms. With the key still in hand, Wang Xiao faced the rest of Class B and simply asked who was next. Outside the information library, Ihan and Zhou Shiro arrived laughing, only to find Su Junru sitting on the ground with a deeply worried face. When Ihan rushed over, Su Junru told them Wang Xiao had been challenged and had already been inside the secret realm for almost an hour. At first Ihan brushed it off, bragging that his idol was strong enough to rank near the very top of the whole school. That confidence vanished the moment Su Junru clarified that the challenger was not one student from Class B, but the entire Class B. Then Su Junru added the worst part, that even Class B's teacher Li Chanshan was involved, and Ihan instantly went pale. He collapsed back to the ground muttering that it was over, suddenly convinced Wang Xiao was in real trouble. Zhou Shiro, still missing the history behind the name, asked in confusion if Li Chanshan was really that strong. Ihan started to explain that it was not just about strength, but he could not even find the words for what kind of person Li Chanshan was. Su Junru decided she could not wait anymore and moved to go find the academy head for help. Before she could leave, a flash of white light spat Ma Weiwei out of the secret realm right in front of her. Su Junru recognized Ma Weiwei at once and hurriedly asked what had happened inside, but Ma Weiwei only sighed and walked toward the office building. A second white flash brought out Li Wenlin, and he ignored Su Junru completely, stomping off in the same angry direction. Over the next few minutes, more and more Class B students came out, and every one of them refused to explain anything before heading to the office building. Left with only those strange reactions, Ihan guessed they must have lost, while Su Junru noticed the students looked less defeated than furious. Then another burst of white light finally brought Wang Xiao and Li Chanshan out together in front of them. The others crowded around in alarm, and Wang Xiao answered with an easy smile that there was no way he could have lost. Li Chanshan looked nothing like a winner, his face gray and jaw clenched as he spat out a threat that he would remember this debt. Wang Xiao only gave him a strange smile and said they might not even meet again in the academy. Everyone followed Wang Zhao's gaze and saw the answer coming from the office building. Class B was returning as a group behind the academy head himself. Ihan was baffled because Su Junra had not even gone to fetch the academy head yet, while Su Junra was just as confused. Li Chanshan rushed up first and tried to seize control of the story, demanding that Wang Xiao be expelled for bullying his classmates and disrespecting the school. The academy head ignored Li Chanshan completely and walked straight to Wang Xiao to apologize for the disgrace of his first day at Yuan. Wang Xiao politely said such an apology was too much, but the academy head made clear he was apologizing to the whole school for letting this kind of rot remain inside it. Then the academy head turned and called Li Chanshan the rat poop he had failed to clean out sooner. That insult made Li Chanshan snap, and he grabbed the academy head's arm while demanding an explanation for what he had done wrong. The academy head tore into him for every part of it, from letting students sneer at opponents to hiding behind them, twisting the truth, and failing every duty a teacher should uphold. Even Wang Xiao held his breath at that outburst, realizing this was the academy head's truly frightening side. After finally recovering, Li Chanshan made one last ugly attempt to survive by insisting Wang Xiao had framed him. The academy head crushed that excuse at once, asking whether Li Chanshan's own students were framing him too. Li Chanshan turned at last and saw the final blow for himself. The students who used to respect him were now all staring back with cold, accusing eyes. With the academy head present, Class B openly turns on Li Chanshan and backs Ma Weiwei's accusation instead of letting him talk them back under his control. Pressed by the academy head, Li Chanshan desperately claims Wang Xiao threatened the whole class into framing him and begs the students to confess. But this time the class only stares back in disgust, and Li Chanshan finally feels his usual pressure over them failing. Humiliated and furious, Li Chanshan drops the act and lunges straight at the students, raising his hand to strike Ma Weiwei first. Ma Weiwei freezes from old fear, and even Wang Xiao is a beat too slow to stop the hit. Su Junru and the academy head move at the same instant, with Su Junru yanking Ma Weiwei to safety while the academy head catches Li Chanshan's arm. Then the thin academy head shocks everyone by flipping Li Chanshan clean over his shoulder and slamming him hard into the ground. Li Chanshan lies there unable to get up, and Wang Xiao quietly realizes the academy head is far tougher than a normal lord who only fights through troops. Without even looking back at Li Chanshan, the academy head bows to Class B and apologizes for letting a man like that become their teacher. After that, the academy head pulls Wang Xiao aside and asks if he is willing to return to Class B now that the worst of the conflict has been exposed. Wang Xiao hesitates because he still wants to be in Ihan's class, but the academy head asks him to hear the reason before refusing. The academy head says he mainly wants Wang Xiao back in Class B so the knot between classmates can be untied instead of festering inside the academy. Feeling that sincerity, Wang Xiao finally gives in with a wry joke, and the academy head bumps him like an elder teasing a stubborn kid. Before the academy head can call for apologies, Ma Weiwei steps out on her own and turns to Zhou Shiro instead. Ma Weiwei admits she looked down on Kaiyang before, and this time she bows properly to Zhou Shiro for that mistake. The rest of Class B follows her lead and bows too, and Zhou Shiro's last bit of anger melts into flustered forgiveness. Pleased that the class really is salvageable, the academy head officially announces Li Chanshan's immediate expulsion. Class B erupts in cheers as staff haul Li Chanshan away and the academy head closes the matter with a few brief words of reassurance. Just as the academy head is about to leave, Ihan suddenly pushes Zhou Shiro forward to bring up one more request. Zhou Shiro quickly asks to take Wang Xiao as her companion because she passed the trial, while he was blocked from it. The academy head is thrown off because Wang Xiao not passing makes no sense, and he immediately suspects the assessor mishandled the test. When he hears a teacher rejected Wang Xiao just for being a beast tamer lord, the academy head explodes and curses that rigid old fool on the spot. He decides Wang Xiao can stay with Zhou Shiro for now, but promises to arrange a personal assessment later so Wang Xiao can get Yuhing's official priority status. Wang Xiao says he does not care much either way, but the academy head insists the title matters for both real benefits and Yuhing's reputation after Wang Zhao's earlier fame. That argument finally lands, and Wang Xiao agrees to let the academy head arrange the assessment. After the academy head leaves, Su Junru warmly congratulates Zhou Shiro and jokes that Wang Xiao can finally have the team up he has wanted. Zhou Shiro takes the hand and teases that Wang Xiao can finally sleep peacefully now, which only earns a tolerant smile from him. Then Wang Zhao's face turns serious, and he asks Su Junru to speak with him alone. Su Junru agrees, though neither she nor the others can tell what Wang Xiao suddenly wants. Once they are a short distance away, Wang Xiao looks Su Junru straight in the eye and bluntly asks who she really is. Su Junru tries to brush it off by giving her ordinary student identity, but Wang Xiao does not let the answer pass. He points out that her speed during Li Changshan's attack was far too fast for a normal student, and that slip is what made him suspicious. Su Junru tries to turn the question back on Wang Xiao, but he presses harder and names Commander Chen as the one who sent her. That tiny reaction is enough for Wang Xiao, and he smugly realizes he has guessed the hidden mission behind her cover. Then Wang Xiao reveals his conclusion out loud. Su Junru was sent here to protect Ihan. Su Junru admits it at last and even asks if Wang Xiao is on the same assignment, because his confidence makes him sound like another insider. Wang Xiao dodges the answer with a mysterious grin, clearly enjoying how completely he thinks he has read the situation. Playing along, Su Junru praises him, asks him to keep the mission secret, and lets him believe they are on the same side under Commander Chin. Wang Xiao agrees at once and says he only asked because he refuses to work with someone he cannot trust. Su Junru seals the exchange by saying that with Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro around, they will definitely be able to protect Yihan, and Wang Xiao agrees while quietly hiding a sharper thought behind his smile. Back with Yihan and Su Junru, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro hear an invitation to explore a small secret realm packed with resources. Yihan points out they just reached level 3 and should need the realm's resources to build a city-state, which makes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro trade a small, awkward look. Instead of asking about resources, Wang Xiao quietly asks Su Junru whether that secret realm has any high-level mutated beasts. Su Junru says the realm is a mountain area with few creatures, and only groups of flying blade mantises are troublesome enough to mention. With the danger sounding manageable, Wang Xiao still refuses the trip and says he needs to discuss something with Commander Chen first. When Su Junru bluntly asks if this is about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, Wang Xiao admits he wants to trace the beast's origins. Wang Xiao explains that the dark swamp crocodile dragon itself is fine, but the records he found suggest it may have come from Purple Star. That reveal wipes the smile off Yihan's face, and he warns Wang Xiao that Purple Star beings only respect strength. Yihan goes further and says a Purple Star soldier can even turn on its own lord if it decides the lord is too weak. Zhou Shiro blurts out that killing the lord should kill the soldier too, and Yihan grimly answers that Purple Star fighters would still choose mutual destruction over submission. Now treating the matter like a hidden bomb at Wang Xiao's side, Yihan urges him to get the truth no matter what. Wang Xiao solemnly promises to dig into it, then deliberately lightens the mood and says they can explore together after he sorts things out. Yihan and Su Junru head off, and the moment they are gone, Zhou Shiro urges Wang Xiao to hurry to Commander Chen. Wang Xiao quietly stops her and admits he lied just now. He says they still need answers about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but Commander Chen is the one person they cannot ask. Wang Xiao lays out the trap in this situation. Either Chen Jinrong never knew the beast might be from Purple Star, or he knew and chose not to tell him. Since either answer makes Commander Chen unreliable on this point, Wang Xiao decides to find another source instead. He finds Adjutant Chi's number and casually asks which hospital he is staying in, planning to visit him in person. Not far away, Yihan and Su Junru are actually hiding behind a big tree, secretly watching Wang Xiao instead of going to the secret realm at all. Completely lost, Yihan asks why they are hiding here when they were supposed to be leaving for the secret realm. Su Junru hisses that they cannot both enter the realm because Commander Chen's mission is to protect Wang Xiao. When Yihan suggests simply following Wang Xiao openly, Su Junru snaps that obvious protection would only expose them. Su Junru reveals her bigger worry. After replaying their earlier talk, she thinks Wang Xiao already sensed something and only pretended to be clueless. Yihan honestly says he cannot tell what she means, so Su Junru explains that Wang Xiao never pressed directly and kept supplying his own explanations instead. She says that trick forced her to react to Wang Xiao's framing, and every bit of agreement from her side let him confirm she was hiding something. Yihan finally gets it, and immediately looks miserable, because just hearing about this kind of conversation already makes him tired. Su Junru turns back to keep watching and suddenly realizes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro have vanished from the open field. The disappearance is so sudden that Su Junru is sure something is wrong and starts to turn for a chase. Then she notices Yihan is staring past her, and a bad feeling hits before she even turns around. Su Junru turns stiffly and finds Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro standing right behind her, both calmly watching. She forces an awkward smile and pretends this is a coincidence, but Wang Xiao immediately counters by asking why they are not on their way to the secret realm. Dropping the smile, Wang Xiao gives Su Junru one last chance and bluntly asks who she really is and why she is monitoring him. Su Junru panics and insists they were only discussing the secret realm, dragging Yihan in to back up her lie. Yihan caves almost instantly and tells Wang Xiao that Commander Chen sent them to protect him. Su Junru explodes at him, because all the careful acting Chen Jinrong ordered her to maintain has just been wrecked. After the shock settles, Wang Xiao asks in disbelief if they really were sent by Commander Chen to protect him. Su Junru admits it and explains the absurd setup. Chen Jinrong hired Wang Xiao to protect Yihan only as a cover so Wang Xiao would naturally stay near them. Wang Xiao presses again about the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but Su Junru says their actual mission was simply to stay close and report any abnormalities he discovered. When Wang Xiao flatly calls that surveillance, Su Junru can only admit that he is not wrong and beg him not to misunderstand their intentions. Wang Xiao believes Chen Jinrong may have meant well, but he hates being handled this way, and the silence that follows turns heavy. After letting the pressure sit, Wang Xiao says he is going to handle private business and orders them not to follow. He turns back with an icy threat that if he catches them tailing him again, he will make them regret it. Wang Xiao walks off, and for once Su Junru and Yihan do not dare test him by following. Trying to smooth things over, Zhou Shiro stays behind long enough to tell them Wang Xiao is just like that and she will calm him down. Once she runs after Wang Xiao, Yihan timidly asks if he said something wrong, and Su Junru is so fed up that she tells him to shut up. Su Junru immediately calls Commander Chen and reports, with no way to soften it, that their cover has been blown. Outside Yuheng Academy on the street, Wan Xiao storms ahead in silence, ignoring even the passers-by who recognize and greet him. Zhou Shiro hurries after him and tries to reason that neither Chen Jinrong nor Su Junra seem to have bad intentions, so he does not need to be this angry. Instead of calming down, Wan Xiao suddenly asks whether Zhou Shiro becoming his vassal back then was also Commander Chen's arrangement. Zhou Shiro is stunned and points out that when she chose to follow him, Wan Xiao did not even know Chen Jinrong yet. Wan Xiao coldly answers that Chen Jinrong already knew about him through Teacher Chen, so from his side the suspicion is completely reasonable. That finally hits a raw nerve, and Zhou Shiro's face falls into hurt anger as she snaps that after everything, Wan Xiao still does not trust her. On the busy street outside Yuheng Academy, Wan Xiao finally calms down and admits he overreacted when his distrust flared up. Zhou Shiro pushes back, saying Commander Chen was only trying to help, but Wan Xiao says hidden kindness still feels dangerous to him. Sitting down by the curb, Wan Xiao explains that he is grateful for the protection but hates being denied the chance to stay on guard himself. Neither of them has an answer, so they just sit together in silence while the city moves around them. After a long pause, Wan Xiao quietly thanks Zhou Shiro for staying with him through the mess. That simple thanks breaks the tension, and Wan Xiao helps Zhou Shiro up as they decide to get back to business. Back in Kaiyang City, Qi Lianjuan is already training shirtless in his hospital ward. Forcing himself through push-ups like recovery is just another mission. When he wipes off his sweat, the pale scar on his chest reminds him exactly where Enda's annihilation light nearly killed him. Qi Lianjuan is not shaken by almost dying so much as by how close he came to failing his mission, and he admits he now owes Wan Xiao a huge favor for the Nirvana mask. He even pulls out his communicator to contact Chen Jinrong, but after hesitating with a conflicted look, he puts it away instead. A knock interrupts him, and he looks up to find Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro waiting outside the ward door. As they come in, Wan Xiao immediately notices the scar, and Qi Lianjuan answers with unusual ease that he is nearly ready for discharge thanks to Wan Xiao's tool. Qi Lianjuan gets straight to the point and asks what Wan Xiao wants to know that must be hidden from Commander Chen. Before asking anything else, Wan Xiao checks whether Chen Jinrong even knows he came here today. To prove he kept his promise, Qi Lianjuan shows his call log, and Wan Xiao is quietly moved that he took secrecy this seriously. Wan Xiao warns him that the questions may force him to break rules, but Qi Lianjuan answers that he owes Wan Xiao his life and will say what he can. Wan Xiao raises 3 fingers for 3 questions, then starts with the hardest one by asking the origin of the dark swamp crocodile dragon. Qi Lianjuan's stunned silence tells Wan Xiao this secret is far more heavily classified than he expected. When Wan Xiao presses him to at least confirm the record, he opens the Purple Star Soldier Index to the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon page and asks if that page is true. Qi Lianjuan finally gives a reluctant nod, and Wan Xiao immediately understands that much at least was real. Wan Xiao moves to his second question and asks whether Commander Chen is preparing a plan related to him. Qi Lianjuan says yes without hesitation, but warns that the plan is not just about Wan Xiao and may affect the future of the entire Blue Planet. He refuses to reveal any details, but he does make one thing clear: Wan Zhao's part in that plan may be much bigger than Wan Xiao realizes. That phrasing bothers Wan Xiao, because it sounds like he was supposed to know this plan already. He suddenly connects it to Chen Jinrong's earlier push for him to attend the mysterious Xiling Academy, and tests that guess out loud. Qi Lianjuan almost confirms it on instinct, then realizes Wan Xiao never knew and instantly panics over how badly he just slipped up. Wan Xiao tries to use the opening and asks him to explain everything now that the trouble is already done. Qi Lianjuan refuses flatly, saying one mistake does not give him permission to make a second one. Wan Xiao brings out the Nirvana mask and reminds Qi Lianjuan of the life he saved, hoping that debt will finally make him talk. Instead, Qi Lianjuan grabs a fruit knife and puts it to his own neck, making it clear he would rather die than betray Chen Jinrong's order. Knowing Qi Lianjuan is exactly the kind of man who would follow through, Wan Xiao immediately backs off and tells him to put the knife down. Qi Lianjuan accepts Wan Zhao's word at once, lowers the knife, and still asks for the third question. But Wan Xiao gives up on the last question, admitting there is no point now that the second answer remains locked away. Qi Lianjuan apologizes as much as he can, and Wan Xiao leaves the ward after telling him to rest well. As soon as Wan Xiao steps out of the ward, Zhou Shiro moves in and asks whether he got the answers he wanted. Wan Xiao says he did solve one problem, but it only uncovered even more questions. When Zhou Shiro suggests asking Commander Chen directly, Wan Xiao says it would be useless and decides to go handle business at the trading market instead. Before heading over, Wan Xiao covers his face with the Nirvana mask and changes into a middle-aged man's appearance to stay low-key. At the Lord's shop, the receptionist begins her routine greeting, then freezes when the disguised middle-aged customer reveals himself as Wan Xiao. Recognizing him, the receptionist turns warmly respectful and rushes upstairs to fetch manager Lin herself. Zhou Shiro is caught off guard by the treatment, and blurts out that Wan Xiao looks far more than ordinary VIP material here. Lin Xiang comes down laughing and says it plainly: Wan Xiao is one of the Lord's shop's most valued supply lords. When Wan Xiao introduces Zhou Shiro as his vassal lord, Lin Xiang immediately turns his polished charm on her. Lin Xiang praises her beauty so directly that even Zhou Shiro, usually composed, blushes and hides behind Wang Xiao. Once the greetings end, Lin Xiang asks if Wang Xiao came for high-level beast eggs, and Wang Xiao says he is here to deliver goods instead. Wang Xiao places all 8 units of black gold ore into the trade column at once, and the sight shocks Lin Xiang on the spot. Lin Xiang checks the calendar in disbelief because Wang Xiao was supposed to need a full week, and he is delivering 2 days early. Wang Xiao shrugs off the early delivery, but Lin Xiang awkwardly admits the branch is short on cash because the other supply lords and buyers are not due for 2 more days. Before Lin Xiang can finish, Wang Xiao says he trusts the shop he chose to work with and transfers all 8 units anyway. Lin Xiang can only stare, shaken that Wang Xiao would hand over goods worth 4 million star coins on pure trust. Lin Xiang finally recovers from the shock and praises Wang Xiao for being unusually generous. Wang Xiao casually holds out 3 fingers to remind Lin Xiang it is time to pay. Lin Xiang slaps his forehead, opens his interface, and transfers far more money than Wang Xiao expected. When Wang Xiao questions the extra million, Lin Xiang explains it is a standing deposit for future black gold ore deals. Lin Xiang says the main shop values black gold ore so highly that it wants Wang Xiao to prioritize the lord's shop whenever he sells more. He sweetens the offer even more by promising another million star coin deposit every time Wang Xiao plans a new delivery, with no fixed deadline. Hiding behind Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro whispers that this sounds like the shop is just handing over free money. Wang Xiao quickly sees the real logic. The shop is rich enough to gamble on supply now because black gold ore will only get more expensive later. So Wang Xiao agrees to cooperate, but only if the price rises and falls with the market instead of locking him into a fixed rate. Lin Xiang probes the condition, asking whether Wang Xiao only wants market pricing when the ore goes up and not when it drops. Wang Xiao makes his stance clear. If the price follows the market, that means both gains and drops, not one-sided profit. After a brief calculation, Lin Xiang accepts the terms because Wang Xiao still holds the stronger position. The 2 men finalize the partnership and sign a formal supplier contract on the spot. Lin Xiang walks Wang Xiao through the special supplier terms, including monthly black gold or deliveries without the usual penalties other suppliers face. With the serious business done, Lin Xiang turns to Zhou Shiro and offers to show her some new accessory items from the shop. Zhou Shiro lights up immediately, but she still glances at Wang Xiao first because she knows she has already spent heavily on materials. Wang Xiao sighs and tells her to go pick what she likes, putting the bill on his account. Zhou Shiro happily heads off with the shop assistant, leaving Wang Xiao and Lin Xiang alone to talk. As soon as Zhou Shiro is out of the way, Wang Xiao drops the smile and tells Lin Xiang to stop hiding what he really wants. Lin Xiang admits the lord's shop wants a favor, and he offers a million star coin advance plus a heavy reward before even explaining the job. Wang Xiao refuses on the spot, judging that any job priced this high is too dangerous for someone at his current level. When Lin Xiang tries to keep talking, Wang Xiao cuts him off and asks the key question first. Am I really the only person who can do this? When Lin Xiang can only imply Wang Xiao is not strictly indispensable, Wang Xiao refuses again and makes it clear he will not take on trouble beyond his strength. Lin Xiang gives up on hiring him directly, then asks for something else instead. He wants to rent Wang Xiao's appearance-changing item. The offer of 10,000 star coins a day tempts Wang Xiao, especially since his downgraded Nirvana mask is now mostly valuable for disguise. But the more he thinks about it, the stranger it feels that a giant like the Lord's shop would need to hide someone's identity at all. His suspicion spirals into a ridiculous guess, and he blurts it out so bluntly that Lin Xiang is left stunned. Flustered and offended, Lin Xiang denies it hard, and Wang Xiao keeps teasing him just enough to make him squirm. Then Wang Xiao turns serious, and says he will only rent the item if the job is not illegal, and that word makes Lin Xiang visibly flinch. Lin Xiang panics, covers Wang Xiao's mouth, and insists the matter is improper but not actually against the law. Forced to explain, Lin Xiang reveals the military has found a new large secret realm and is still exploring it. He explains the usual rule. After the military explores and evaluates a secret realm, it decides whether civilians can enter or whether the place stays sealed. Then Lin Xiang quietly admits what the Lord's shop really wants: to sneak someone inside during the military's exploration and grab an early look at the resources. Wang Xiao blurts out that this is a military prohibition, and Lin Xiang nearly jumps out of his seat trying to keep him quiet. Lin Xiang insists they only want to scout and maybe grab resources if they can, but Wang Xiao immediately starts thinking through the danger to himself. He points out the fatal problem. If their infiltrator dies carrying his disguise item, the military can trace it straight back to him and punish him as an example. That reasoning ends the matter. Even Lin Xiang has nothing left to say. Right then, Zhou Shiro comes back carrying her purchase, cutting off the secret conversation before Lin Xiang can push any further. Wang Xiao gets ready to leave and pointedly reminds Lin Xiang that making money is fine, but only when it is earned the right way. After paying at the front, Wang Xiao leaves the Lord's shop with Zhou Shiro and steps back onto the street. On the street, Zhou Shiro catches his dark mood right away and asks what Lin Xiang was talking to him about inside. Wang Xiao lies smoothly and claims he is only upset because the price of some ore fell and cost him a few thousand star coins. Shiro rolls her eyes and calls him out for acting stingy over a small loss right after spending much more on her. Then she softens and hands him a small brocade box, saying she did not spend his money for nothing. Wang Xiao jokes that she bought him a gift with his own money, but the hurt look on her face makes him stop immediately. When Wang Xiao opens the box, he finds an exquisite purple-quality protective ring made of mithril and set with a clear gem. The ring can block all indirect attacks within a small protective field, and the purple quality alone is enough to brighten Wang Xiao's face at first. But when he notices the ring only covers a tiny area, Wang Xiao hesitates and awkwardly wonders if that makes it too limited to be useful. Wang Xiao braces for Shiro to hit him over his blunt comment, but this time she stays serious instead. Shiro explains that the protective ring blocks a huge range of indirect attacks, from magic and elemental attacks to thrown weapons. She makes the point even clearer: once the field is active, an enemy can only hurt him by getting close enough to fight hand to hand. Wang Xiao is impressed, but he still shrugs it off because he thinks his soldiers should keep him out of danger anyway. That answer stings Shiro, and she finally admits she bought the ring because Wang Xiao keeps facing real danger outside secret realms where his troops cannot help him. When she adds that she paid for it herself, Wang Xiao instantly realizes how badly he misread the gift and feels awful. Trying to fix it fast, Wang Xiao hurriedly puts the ring on and praises how good it looks on him. Shiro tells him to feed it energy, and the ring immediately shrinks to fit while a pale yellow shield spreads around him. Now that he has tested it, Wang Xiao sincerely admits the ring is excellent and thinks how much trouble it would have saved him before. Happy that he likes it, Shiro grabs his arm and excitedly pushes to return to the territory so she can study the mechanical beast. Then Wang Xiao notices Shiro is wearing a similar mithril ring herself, only a little more delicate. His question makes Shiro instantly blush, because he has stumbled onto the meaning she hoped he would notice. Wang Xiao confidently says he has already figured it out, but his answer completely misses the point. Instead of romance, he cheerfully assumes she bought matching rings so everyone will know she is his vassal lord. Shiro nearly chokes on the absurd answer, then forces a smile and agrees because there is no fixing this conversation. He doubles down by boasting that he is obviously not like Ihan, which only makes Shiro even more speechless. Right then, Ihan's voice cuts in from nearby and asks if Wang Xiao just compared himself to him. They turn and find Su Junru and Ihan standing only a short distance away, making the whole scene painfully awkward. Wang Xiao tries to act natural and asks why they are here, even though everyone knows this is a terrible recovery attempt. Su Junru reminds him they already said they were heading into a small secret realm, then points toward the nearby teleportation gate. Wang Xiao dryly says he and Shiro were only strolling around, and the group carefully avoids bringing up the earlier conflict. Of course, Ihan gets stuck on the wrong part and innocently asks what Wang Xiao meant about him a moment ago. Caught on the spot, Wang Xiao improvises wildly and claims he was praising Ihan's talent and hard work. Ihan still thinks the tone sounded strange, but he is too straightforward to sort it out on the spot. Before Ihan can think any harder, Wang Xiao seizes the opening and hustles Shiro straight into the teleportation door. Su Junru calls after them, but Wang Xiao and Shiro are already gone. Left behind, Ihan quietly worries that Wang Xiao might still be angry with him. Su Junru decides he probably just had something urgent to handle, especially since he still said they would meet at the academy tomorrow. That simple answer cheers Ihan up immediately, leaving Su Junru both relieved and exasperated. With that settled, Su Junru and Ihan enter the secret realm as well. At the same time, Wang Xiao and Shiro return to the territory and hover above it, taking in how much it has grown. From the air, Shiro sees a 1,400-kilometer territory with 14 city-states and 80,000 people, and the scale feels almost unreal to her. She cannot help comparing it to her old life, when even building the lowest-level Arrow Tower meant careful planning over scarce resources. Now, after becoming Wang Xiao's vassal lord, she is looking over a thriving domain gained in barely half a month. Wang Xiao stays practical and leads her toward a safer inland city in the old Black Gold Mountain range, where he left open space for mechanical beast work. After landing, Wang Xiao hands the stage over to Shiro and tells her it is finally her turn to show what she can do. Shiro carefully reviews the build process in her head first, then starts laying out large piles of materials across the ground. Wang Xiao knows he cannot help with the construction itself, but this time he deliberately stays beside Shiro instead of leaving her alone. Once she starts, Shiro works with startling speed, and every time Wang Xiao looks back, the half-built machine already seems different again. More than 2 hours later, her first finished prototype stands over 3 meters tall, shaped like an ice thunderhorn wolf but with its inner mechanical structure exposed. Wang Xiao circles the machine in disbelief and blurts out that he has really picked up a treasure. When he asks how she can look this practiced on a first attempt, Shiro admits she rehearsed the whole process in her head countless times first. Her old poverty forced her to calculate every build in advance, and even now that she has resources, she still has not shaken that habit. Instead of calling it a flaw, Wang Xiao tells her that exact habit makes her faster and more valuable than other construction lords. That praise leaves Shiro staring at him, because she had never really thought of her caution as a strength before. To test the machine, Wan Xiao inserts an elementary energy core into its power device. As the internal mechanism powers up, Zhou Shiro gives the simple first order for the beast to sit down. The mechanical beast obeys immediately, and that simple response is enough to make Wan Xiao realize it can act on commands by itself. In Wan Zhao's eyes, that makes it far more advanced than a mechanical fortress, which still needs someone inside to operate it. Even better, mechanical beasts do not use troop pits, so every one they build would be pure extra combat strength. Once he imagines building 10,000 of them, Wan Xiao gets carried away and blurts out that this talent was born for war. Zhou Shiro interrupts him and says she has one good news and one bad news about the machine. Wan Xiao quickly picks the good news first, trying to stay optimistic. She reveals that Qin Jinrong's method was incomplete, because the mechanical beast can still be fitted with more weapons, items, and different attributes. Then she lands the real good part. Given time, she is confident she can work out the missing sections herself. But when Wang Xiao asks for the bad news, Zhou Shiro's expression turns odd as she points back at the machine. She says the mechanical beast's energy use is worse than expected, and Wang Xiao leans in to inspect the core for himself. To his horror, the beginner energy core is already dim, cracked, and nearly spent after the beast performed a single sit-down command. That hits hard because even his purple flame magic tower could attack at full power for nearly an hour on a beginner core. Wan Xiao instantly sees the battlefield cost and realizes this amazing new technology is also a bottomless money pit. He cannot take the reward back now, because after learning the method and building a prototype, asking Qin Jinrong for a swap would get him beaten instead. Zhou Shiro sighs that this is exactly what people mean when chasing a small gain ends in a huge loss. Wan Xiao refuses to swallow it and accuses Qin Jinrong of knowing this weakness all along and baiting him on purpose. When Zhou Shiro warns him not to act rashly against the Kaiyang military district commander-in-chief, Wan Xiao only answers with a more dangerous smile. The chapter closes with Wan Xiao deciding that since Qin Jinrong tricked him so many times, it is only fair to trick him back once. The moment Zhou Shiro sees that familiar look on Wan Xiao's face, she knows he is about to do something troublesome again. She tries to stop him, but Wan Xiao has already made up his mind and logs out of the territory before she can finish. Realizing this could go badly fast, Zhou Shiro also rushes out and heads straight for Wan Xiao's house. Meanwhile, Wan Xiao pulls out his communicator and calls Manager Lin back about the secret realm job he turned down before. At the Lord's shop office, Lin Xiang greets him warmly and offers the original deal again, 1 million as a deposit, with more to come after the job is done. Wan Xiao says he is willing to go, but the price needs to change, and Lin Xiang instantly assumes he wants more money. Lin Xiang hurriedly raises the offer by 300,000, then 500,000, afraid the military will finish first if he hesitates. But Wan Xiao surprises him by lowering the terms instead. He will only scout the secret realm and refuse to bring any resources back out. Wan Xiao openly explains his logic. If he takes nothing, getting caught can still be brushed off as an accident, but stealing resources would make it a real crime. Lin Xiang brushes that concern aside and reveals the real assignment by taking out a strange metal rod. When Wang Xiao presses the button, the rod blooms open like a metal flower and starts blinking with a red light. Lin Xiang says Wang Xiao only needs to activate it inside the secret realm and wait until the red light turns green. The second he understands it is a secret realm locator, Wang Xiao finally sees the scale of the Lord's shop's real business. He pieces it together on the spot. The shop never cared most about whatever one scout could carry out. It wanted the coordinates, so it could sneak back into sealed secret realms later. Wan Xiao looks at Lin Xiang in disbelief, because compared to this trick, even his own opportunism suddenly feels small. Since the cover is blown anyway, Lin Xiang stops pretending and asks if Wan Xiao even knows how the military decides whether a secret realm stays open or gets sealed. Lin Xiang lays out the official rule: small and medium secret realms stay open only if a normal level 4 lord can handle the worst danger alone, while large and super large ones require a level 6 lord. Wan Xiao thinks the standard sounds reasonable, but Lin Xiang's expression makes it obvious he is about to challenge that whole logic. To make his point, Lin Xiang taps the steaming tea and compares a dangerous secret realm to a hot drink that still has value if you know how to handle it. Then he pushes the performance too far and deliberately drops the teacup, shattering it on the floor to show what happens when people give up out of fear. Wan Xiao dryly tells him that level of acting was unnecessary, because he never said he was refusing the job. Embarrassed but still hopeful, Lin Xiang hides behind a fresh teacup and asks if that means Wang Xiao agrees. Instead of answering right away, Wang Xiao asks the question that still matters to him most: is this actually illegal? Lin Xiang insists it only sits in a gray area, because they are risking their own lives to explore places the military would otherwise abandon. He goes even further and argues that without deals like this, the market on Blue Planet would never have stayed so well supplied for so long. That explanation answers an old doubt for Wang Xiao, and he starts suspecting the officials may know more about the Lord's shop than they admit. Lin Xiang adds one more selling point: if the military eventually opens the realm instead of sealing it, the Lord's shop still wins by using its own private gate more flexibly than everyone else. Wan Xiao is interested now, but instead of taking the cash, he starts thinking about how to squeeze out a much better long-term deal. He opens with a ridiculous demand on purpose, offering to work for free if the Lord's shop gives him 20% of everything it mines from all its private secret realms. Lin Xiang bursts out laughing at the sheer scale of that request and asks if Wang Xiao has gone crazy. That reaction is exactly what Wang Xiao wanted, because the outrageous opening was only there to make his real ask seem acceptable. So Wang Xiao lowers the demand to the one he actually wants. No money, just the right to use the Lord's shop's secret teleportation gates whenever he needs them. Lin Xiang is horrified for a different reason now, because even their smallest private secret realms are dangerous enough that they normally send level 5 or even level 6 lords. Wang Xiao says he understands the risk and asks again anyway, forcing Lin Xiang to either trust him or refuse him outright. As a friend, Lin Xiang tries one last time to talk sense into him, warning that a freshly advanced level 3 lord should not be this reckless. When Lin Xiang still refuses, Wang Xiao instantly puts the locator down and says he can find someone else. Lin Xiang starts to brush that off, until he notices Wang Xiao taking out his communicator right in front of him. Wang Xiao casually says he plans to call Qin Jinrong's adjutant to offer condolences, and while he is at it, warn the military exploration team to stay alert over the next few days. That threat lands immediately, because Lin Xiang knows a failed deal would only get him scolded, but ruining the whole operation could destroy him. He caves at once and promises to open a back door for Wang Xiao as long as he keeps the secret. Wang Xiao still does not trust a verbal promise, so he asks what happens if Lin Xiang changes his mind later. To settle it for real, Lin Xiang immediately pulls out a contract scroll, cuts his finger with a shard of broken porcelain, and presses blood onto the deal. After checking the terms carefully, Wang Xiao adds his own blood and locks the secret arrangement in place. With the contract finished, Wang Xiao finally smiles and wishes Lin Xiang a happy cooperation in advance. After sealing the deal, Lin Xiang still breaks business distance for a moment, and warns Wang Xiao not to gamble his life in a secret realm beyond his strength. Wang Xiao answers lightly, but Lin Xiang's concern makes him start believing this manager may really be treating him like a friend. Once the tea settles, Wang Xiao points out the real problem. Without a locator placed first, he has no way to enter that large secret realm accurately. Lin Xiang turns mysterious instead of explaining, telling Wang Xiao to prepare first and meet him back at the shop at 8 tonight for an introduction to an expert. When Wang Xiao hears someone else is coming along for safety, he has no real choice but to agree and leave with the first step of his revenge plan already in motion. But when Wang Xiao gets home, the next problem is waiting at his door. Zhou Shiro is sitting there with red eyes, obviously fresh from crying. He rushes over to ask who hurt her, and Zhou Shiro instantly snaps back that the only one who keeps scaring her like this is him. Zhou Shiro thumps him in shaky anger and demands to know why he keeps acting so recklessly when she was worried sick over him. Wang Xiao keeps the joke to himself, drops the attitude, and starts honestly coaxing her down by saying Lin Xiang had called him in to discuss another collaboration. The word collaboration flips Zhou Shiro right into practical mode, and she presses him for details instead of crying. Wang Xiao gives her the outline of the deal with Lin Xiang, carefully leaving out the most dangerous parts so she will not worry even more. After hearing it, Zhou Shiro says she has heard those rumors too and now finally understands why the Lord's shop seems tied to secret realm scavenging. Wang Xiao pushes back at her blunt wording, insisting it is less criminal than wasteful to let sealed secret realms sit untouched. Then Zhou Shiro quietly admits her own family has people who do this kind of secret exploration, which catches Wang Xiao completely off guard. Before Wang Xiao can dig deeper into her background, Zhou Shiro neatly changes the subject and asks when he is leaving. When Wang Xiao says 8 tonight, Zhou Shiro immediately starts recalculating her schedule and casually drops that she will have to postpone a gathering with friends. That is when Wang Xiao realizes what she means and blurts out the obvious question: she is planning to come too. Zhou Shiro answers without hesitation that as his vassal lord, there is no way she will let him walk into that danger alone. Wang Xiao does not like it at all, because in a large secret realm he trusts his own escape ability far more than he trusts an unknown team's situation. Sensing his refusal, Zhou Shiro suddenly locks both hands around his arm and flatly declares that if he does not take her, he is not going anywhere today. Wang Xiao tries to pull free and cannot, which only makes Zhou Shiro's smug little victory more obvious. With his original plan falling apart in real time, Wang Xiao finally surrenders and agrees to bring her along on one condition: she follows his instructions and does not act on her own. Zhou Shiro grins and accepts immediately, sounding very proud of her role at his side. Once the secret realm issue is settled, Zhou Shiro carefully circles back to the real danger on her mind and asks what he plans to do about Qin Jinrong. Wang Xiao admits he has not chosen the method yet, but he makes one thing clear: he absolutely will not let Qin Jinrong's actions slide. Her face tightens again, so Wang Xiao quickly adds that he only wants to get some benefit back, not do something reckless in a blind rage. That calm answer finally lets Zhou Shiro relax, because she had rushed over expecting to stop him from doing something extreme. With that argument settled, they finished preparing off-screen and later head together through the evening toward the Lord's shop for the 8 o'clock meeting. By the time they arrive, the shop is packed so tightly with customers that there is barely room to stand. Rather than fight the crowd, Wang Xiao takes Zhou Shirua straight upstairs and opens the office door himself to find an unexpected face waiting inside. Wang Xiao blurts out Teacher Qin on sight, recognizing Qin Shui, his former class director from Kaiyang Academy. Qin Shui is surprised too, but she immediately puts on a stern face and scolds him for transferring to Yuheng Academy without even telling her. Wang Xiao laughs awkwardly, bows properly, and treats her with open respect because she was one of the only people who supported him when everyone else mocked his talent. That deference finally makes Qin Shui laugh, and then she notices Zhou Shirua at the door and gives the pair a teasing look. Zhou Shirua blushes and hurries to explain that she is only staying close because she is Wang Zhao's vassal lord, which just makes Qin Shui look even more entertained. When Qin Shui asks why he is here, Wang Xiao lies smoothly that he only came to pick up some materials he ordered from manager Lin. Qin Shui believes him and is honestly impressed that he has grown enough to make formal arrangements with the lord's shop already. Wang Xiao quickly says any progress he made started with the resource card Qin Shui secretly gave him back at school. But Qin Shui abruptly refuses the credit and carefully asks if Wang Xiao already knows about her connection to Commander Qin. Wang Xiao answers plainly that he knows Qin Jinrong is her father. Qin Shui then reveals the first shock. The Winter Carp resource card Wang Xiao thought came from her was actually arranged by Qin Jinrong. Before he can process that, she drops a second reveal. Even the Demon Spirit Descent item card had been arranged by Qin Jinrong through Adjutant Qi. Wang Xiao is stunned because he had always believed Demon Spirit Descent was Ma Yunla's extravagant gift, and now the whole story suddenly looks different. He quickly connects the dots and realizes a practical purple skill card was far too valuable to fit Ma Yunla's personality as a casual gift. That realization also reopens an older mystery around Qi Lianjuan and Qin Jinrong's earlier compensation, and Wang Xiao finally understands Demon Spirit Descent was probably what they meant all along. But the thought only curdles into fresh anger, because that same skill card was later ruined in the fight with Li Cha Shan and never fully recovered. Qin Shui notices his expression go wrong and asks if Demon Spirit Descent was not useful after all, which forces Wang Xiao to pull himself back under control. He quickly says the skill card was useful and instead asks the sharper question. Did she really come here tonight just to tell him all this? Qin Shui admits that was not her reason, but before she can explain further, the office door opens and Lin Xiang hurries in apologizing for the delay. Lin Xiang is pleased to see everyone already gathered, and Wang Xiao casually explains that the shop was too crowded downstairs so they came up to wait. Then Lin Xiang cheerfully starts formal introductions and points out what he thinks is a lucky coincidence. Qin Shui is Wang Zhao's old class director. Lin Xiang happily says that with their history together, this cooperation should go smoothly, and that is the exact moment both Wang Xiao and Qin Shui realize what he means. The two of them interrupt at the same time and point at each other in disbelief, because either one knew they were supposed to be partners tonight. Lin Xiang, still missing the problem, reminds Wang Xiao that he already said an expert would be joining him, and Wang Xiao can only stare as the expert turns out to be Teacher Qin. The reveal lands badly, because Wang Xiao knows this job is secretly trespassing into a military-controlled realm, and Qin Shui is the daughter of the Kaiyang military commander. As he catches the strange look on Qin Shui's face, Wang Zhao's heart drops and he wonders if this whole meeting is another undercover operation aimed straight at him. Wang Xiao studies Qin Shui's face, trying to catch a crack in her expression, but she stays unreadable. Then Qin Shui suddenly goes to Lin Xiang and quietly asks if the person he mentioned before was Wang Xiao. When Lin Xiang admits it, Qin Shui's face drops and she angrily demands why he dragged a student into such a dangerous mission. Lin Xiang tries to calm her down and casually says she has handled this kind of operation many times before, exposing more than he meant to. Qin Shui cuts him off too late, and Wang Xiao immediately turns on her with a careful question about what exactly she has done before. Instead of explaining, Qin Shui hardens her voice and orders Wang Xiao to go home immediately. When Wang Xiao tries to protest, Qin Shui doubles down and pulls rank, reminding both him and Zhou Shirua that she used to be their teacher at Kaiyang Academy. Lin Xiang finally steps in and politely reminds her that this is not a classroom, and Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua are adults now. Then Lin Xiang reveals 2 contract scrolls, one for Wang Zhao's supplier role and one for the operation itself, making the real stakes unmistakable. Qin Shui knows a signed contract outranks everything, so her resistance collapses and she goes back to the sofa looking drained. With the argument over, Lin Xiang restarts the briefing and says tonight's main goal is to enter the secret realm, find a safe hidden spot, and install a secret realm locator. He adds that gathering intelligence and rare resources would be a bonus, but only if the timing is safe. Wang Xiao cautiously asks if he can bring his vassal lord, and Lin Xiang agrees on the spot. Lin Xiang warns that the shop only pays for one person, and Zhou Shirua must sign a separate confidentiality contract. After checking that the only requirement is secrecy, Zhou Shirua signs without hesitation by pricking her finger. With no more objections left, Lin Xiang announces that it is time to leave. Qin Shui immediately walks out ahead of everyone else, still carrying that cold anger. By the time Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua reach the corridor, Qin Shui is already gone, and that only deepens Wang Zhao's suspicion that she knows this place very well. He pieces together that this cannot be Qin Shui's first mission here, and starts wondering whether Lin Xiang also knows she is Qin Jirong's daughter. Wan Xiao decides not to ask yet, because if Lin Xiang does not know, one careless question could expose Qin Shui himself. He tells himself to wait until they are inside the secret realm, where he can ask Qin Shui directly. Then Wan Xiao notices something else. Even after reaching the 6th floor, Lin Xiang keeps leading them higher. That excites him, because Ma Yunla once told him the 7th floor was the one even market veterans knew nothing about. At the top, they find a massive rusty iron door, and Qin Shui is already waiting beside it in stony silence. Lin Xiang tells them to wait and places both hands on the huge door, but he does not actually push. Wan Xiao tears open an identification scroll, and the result hits him hard. The iron door is a red-quality ancient teleportation portal. The red rating leaves Wan Xiao stunned, because even orange-grade items could make great families fight to the death in Kaiyang City. His shock turns into a bigger fear when he wonders whether this branch alone owns such a treasure, or whether the Lord's shop is powerful enough to place them everywhere. Qin Shui quietly steps close and tells him not to overthink it, because the true main body of this portal is kept at the Lord's shop headquarters. She explains that the branch doors are only subsidiary portals linked back to that main body, which makes the setup more understandable but no less terrifying. Qin Shui slips away again before anyone notices, and Wan Xiao becomes sure she is hiding a secret identity from Lin Xiang. A heavy sound rolls through the landing as the giant door finally cracks open and psychedelic portal light spills out. Lin Xiang invites them through, and Qin Shui marches in first with an icy face, still acting out her anger for his benefit. Wan Xiao catches the act, quietly finds it almost funny, and pulls Zhou Shiro along into the portal after her. After the familiar warp transit, Wan Xiao arrives in a vast new place under a pitch-black night sky. He sees a huge circular plaza whose outer wall is lined with countless old iron doors. While busy people move through it like this impossible place is completely normal. Then Zhou Shiro suddenly spots the 12 heavenly god statues in the distance and blurts out the name in shock. Those 12 black statues stand back to back with their arms raised toward the moon, a monument to the legendary lords who once defended Blue Planet from other worlds. Wang Xiao remembers that the real 12 heavenly god statues should be in the holy capital far from the 9-province region, and the answer dawns on him mid-sentence. Lin Xiang steps up behind them, spreads his hands with open pride, and confirms the truth. They have arrived in the holy capital. Wang Xiao steps out of a teleportation gate and freezes in shock when Lin Xiang casually tells him they are already in the holy capital, 36,000 kilometers from Kaiyang. Lin Xiang starts showing off the Lord Shop's power, but Wang Xiao ruins the mood by asking why they still use people to carry goods if teleportation is this easy. Lin Xiang stiffens and awkwardly explains that only the Lord can pass through the ancient teleportation gate, while outside items are rejected. After that awkward detour, Lin Xiang drops the sales pitch and leads the group deeper through the chamber towards smaller iron gates and a spiral stairway below. At the bottom, they enter a dark stone room lit only by a 5-colored teleportation door, with a silent keeper waiting beside it under a dark red cloak. While Lin Xiang whispers with the cloaked keeper, Wan Xiao catches Qin Shui giving him a tiny head shake that tells him not to ask questions yet. Lin Xiang comes back with 3 golden keys and warns them that the target realm's coordinates are still uncertain, so if anything feels wrong inside, they must retreat immediately. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro answer with nervous determination, but Qin Shui stays calm and experienced as she takes her key. Right before entering, Qin Shui stops and gives Wan Xiao one last chance to back out without breaking the contract. Wan Xiao refuses to turn back because he needs the chance to test himself, and Qin Shui says nothing more before stepping into the portal first. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow her through the portal, only to emerge into a place that feels dangerously wrong the second the heat wave hits. Before Wan Xiao can crush his key and escape, Qin Shui stops him at close range and whispers that he must not move, make a sound, or use any energy. They stay frozen in silence for several agonizing minutes, trusting Qin Shui even without knowing what is passing nearby. When the danger finally passes, Wan Xiao opens his eyes and sees why Qin Shui stopped him. They are on a shattered ice plain with a gigantic flaming lizard crawling nearby. The scale hits even harder when Wan Xiao realizes that massive lizard must have crawled right over them while they were holding still. Wan Xiao tears open an identification scroll and learns the nightmare nearby is a platinum level 6 volcanic melting lizard. That one glance is enough to leave Wan Xiao shaken, because if he had triggered the key earlier, the energy ripple would have gotten all 3 of them killed. Zhou Shiro goes pale and clings close to Wan Xiao, and both of them finally understand that a large mystic realm is far more lethal than the stories made it sound. Qin Shui gives Wan Xiao one more chance to regret coming, but he can only answer with awkward bravado that he was just unprepared. Qin Shui drops the teasing and bluntly tells him this realm is beyond him right now, ordering him to go home. That hits Wang Zhao's pride, and he fires back that he and Zhou Shiro are already level 3 lords, not children who need to be handled forever. Qin Shui is visibly thrown by his words, and the sudden tension makes Zhou Shiro rush in to soften what he meant. Zhou Shiro explains that they are not rejecting Qin Shui's care, they just need to face some dangers themselves if they are ever going to grow. Wan Xiao calms down too and admits Qin Shui means well, but insists they cannot stay under her protection forever. Those words sting Qinshui because they echo something she once said to her own father, and her anger drains into a helpless sigh. In the end, Qinshui gives in and tells them they are no longer her students, so they can do as they want. Wang Xiao beams and thanks her at once, but Qinshui cuts off the flattery and says surviving comes first in a place like this. Following Qinshui's lead, the three of them move across the shattered ice until they find a sheltered depression tucked between two ridges. Once they confirm the sheltered depression will hold, Wang Xiao summons the lava-raging bear to melt out an ice cave for a temporary base. The realm's crushing ice aura immediately weakens Wang Xiao's fire summon, and he sees the lava-raging bear turn sluggish the moment it appears. The exhausted bear burns through several skills just to hollow out a small cave, then collapses into white light before Wang Xiao can even call it back. That miserable performance finally makes Wang Xiao understand just how outrageous that flaming platinum lizard really was for surviving here with ease. The cave is cramped but usable, and Zhou Shiruo reinforces it by building a flame magic tower at the entrance for defense and heat. Once they settle inside, Wang Xiao plants the secret realm locator into the cave floor and waits until its signal turns green. With the locator running, Wang Xiao finally asks the question hanging over everything: why is Qinshui helping a private secret realm operation at all? Qinshui reads his meaning immediately and says the ugly truth out loud. As Commander Chen's daughter, she is still here because this is one of her missions. She explains that the military has long known the Lord's shop secretly mines sealed realms, and the silence around it is not ignorance but deliberate policy. The reason, she says, is simple. Sealed realms are too deadly for ordinary lords, but exceptional lords can use them to grow stronger and bring resources back to Blue Planet. Zhou Shiruo catches the flaw right away and asks why the military would allow that if losing those top lords here would be an even worse disaster. Qinshui praises the question and reveals her real role. She is the military's hidden check on these expeditions, meant to sabotage any mission that crosses the true danger line. If even the Lord's shop cannot handle a realm, Qinshui is supposed to make the expedition fail so the coordinates are never secured and the realm stays completely sealed. Now Wang Xiao finally understands the logic, but Zhou Shiruo is still tangled up in the difference between sealed and completely sealed. Wang Xiao breaks it down for her. One standard blocks ordinary lords, while the higher standard decides whether even elites should be barred entirely. Once that clicks, Zhou Shiruo asks the question that really matters now: what category does this large mystic realm belong to in Qinshui's eyes? Qinshui barely starts to answer before a heavy blast slams from above, and cracks race across the ice cave ceiling over all three of them. A spreading crack rips through the ice cave, and Wang Xiao instantly grabs Qinshui and Zhou Shiruo and drags them into a run. The three barely make it outside before the entire cave crashes down behind them in a violent burst of shattered ice. When Wang Xiao looks up, he spots figures moving on the broken ice ridges above them and realizes they are wearing military uniforms. Qinshui turns grave and tells them to hide fast, because their identities are too sensitive to let the military discover. Wang Xiao finds a cramped space between broken ice slabs, and the three huddle inside while the soldiers above remain focused on their own fight. From cover, Wang Xiao sees the cave is gone for good and grimly admits his first mission may already be ruined. He pulls out the secret realm key and says that without the locator, they should head back first. Zhou Shiruo tells him not to blame himself, and she takes out her own key to leave with him. Then Qinshui suddenly stops them and says they still cannot leave, because they have to help the soldiers. Before Wang Xiao can argue, Qinshui dashes out from cover and forces the others to make a split-second choice. Zhou Shiruo looks to Wang Xiao for a decision, and he can only give a bitter answer that they really have no choice but to follow. Out in the open again, Wang Xiao sees a huge crack spreading across the ridge and realizes the entire high ground is about to collapse. Qinshui waves and shouts for the soldiers to come down, but the icy wind tears her voice away before it can reach them. Wang Xiao tells Qinshui to get Zhou Shiruo to safety, then decides he will climb up himself and warn the squad face to face. He summons the ice thunderhorn wolf, jumps onto its back, and charges up the ice ridge through the cutting storm. At the top, Wang Xiao sees 6 military soldiers trying to surround a gigantic ice python that dwarfs them all. The python is so huge that the soldiers' attacks barely seem to matter at all. After the python's tail tears a massive crack across the ice, Wang Xiao hurriedly tears open an identification scroll. The result is brutal. The monster is an ice corrosion python at platinum level 7, far beyond what Wang Xiao can handle. He drops any idea of helping in the fight and instead yells for the squad to stop attacking and run before the ridge gives way. The soldiers whip around at the sight of a young stranger on a giant white wolf, but the warning is urgent enough that they start moving. Wang Xiao has the wolf lower itself so the 6 soldiers can climb on, then the overloaded mount turns and jumps off the ridge. The moment they clear the edge, the entire ridge collapses into a giant pit and drags the ice corrosion python down with it. Shaken by how close they came to dying, one soldier salutes Wang Xiao and thanks him as Lord Wang, showing he knows exactly who saved them. The soldier says they are all from the Kaiyang military district, so of course they know the young hero from the Lord competition. Then the mood snaps without warning when the same soldier orders his men to seize Wang Xiao on the spot. 2 soldiers slam Wang Xiao to the ground before he can react, and he stares up in furious disbelief at this payback for saving them. Lu Wenbo coldly explains that gratitude changes nothing, because entering a secret realm that has not been opened is still forbidden. Thinking fast, Wan Xiao lies that he only entered the medium-sized extreme cold mountain range and must have landed here by accident. The story is improbable but not impossible, so Lu Wenbo has Wan Xiao pulled back up and starts questioning him more carefully. Lu Wenbo introduces himself and says Commander Chen admires Wan Xiao, but he still wants straight answers. Wan Xiao claims he entered through Kaiyang Academy while visiting after transferring to Yuheng, and says his class director and his vassal lord came with him. When Lu Wenbo asks for names, Wan Xiao reluctantly gives Chen Shui and Zhou Shiro, locking the lie in even deeper. The soldiers quickly bring Chen Shui and Zhou Shiro over, and both women instantly realize from Wan Xiao's restraint that the situation has gone bad. Before anyone can compare notes out loud, Wan Xiao quietly sends Zhou Shiro the cover story through their Lord Link. Lu Wenbo questions them directly, and Zhou Shiro calmly repeats that they thought this was Kaiyang Academy's medium-sized extreme cold mountain range. Chen Shui is caught off guard by how perfectly Zhou Shiro matches the story, and Lu Wenbo immediately wonders if Wan Xiao tipped her off somehow. The guards report that Wan Xiao never spoke to Zhou Shiro, so Lu Wenbo reluctantly accepts the portal accident explanation and lets the accusation go. Lu Wenbo apologizes for the rough treatment, and Chen Shui answers politely while privately wondering how Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro coordinated so perfectly. Still irritated, Wan Xiao says there is no need for apologies and tries to leave before anyone can dig deeper. Lu Wenbo stops them and reveals the real problem. This is not the extreme cold mountain range at all, but a newly discovered large secret realm. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro act shocked on cue, and Chen Shui quickly joins them, selling the portal accident story as if she just learned the truth too. Lu Wenbo warns them this large secret realm is too dangerous and orders them to withdraw immediately. Wan Xiao puts on a reluctant face and looks to Chen Shui, because now that they are pretending to know the truth, staying would only raise suspicion. Chen Shui decides the military will not harm them, so Wan Xiao reluctantly accepts that they have to withdraw for now. Even as he takes out the secret realm key, Wan Xiao is still thinking about the mission and whether the locator really activated before everything went wrong. A flash of golden light takes Wan Xiao out of the frozen realm and drops him back into the hidden basement. Lin Xiang has been anxiously pacing there, and the second Wan Xiao appears, he rushes over to ask if the large secret realm was found. Before Wan Xiao can answer, Zhou Shiro also returns in another burst of golden light, and the two of them exchange a helpless look. Pressed by Lin Xiang, Wan Xiao admits they found the realm and set the locator, but an accident hit before he could tell whether it worked. Then Wan Xiao suddenly realizes something is wrong. Zhou Shiro is back, but Chen Shui still has not returned. Halfway through the aftermath in the basement, Wan Xiao abruptly realizes Chen Shui still has not come back. He turns to Zhou Shiro and demands to know why Teacher Chen did not leave with her. Zhou Shiro explains that Lu Wenbo made them stagger their exit by 10 seconds to avoid drawing monsters, and Chen Shui told her to leave first. When Wan Xiao counts the lost time and Chen Shui is still missing, his heart drops. Lin Xiang finally senses the danger and presses Wan Xiao for answers about this Lu Wenbo person inside the secret realm. Annoyed but cornered, Wan Xiao snaps that Lu Wenbo is part of Blue Planet's military exploration team. The moment Lin Xiang hears military was involved, he panics and orders his cloaked worker to shut the teleportation door down. Wan Xiao steps in front of the worker and flatly refuses to let the gate be closed because he is going back in. Lin Xiang blurts out that Wan Xiao has to be insane, because being caught by the military would be disastrous. Wan Xiao keeps Chen Shui's real background secret, but he says one thing clearly: his teacher is still inside, so he has to go. He turns and rushes for the gate on impulse, ready to dive back into the secret realm. Zhou Shiro catches him and warns that if Lu Wenbo sees him inside again, their excuse about the portal malfunction will collapse on the spot. Wan Xiao admits he has no clean explanation, but he still insists on going because the giant mutated beast might have climbed back out of the pit. He says outright that if that python returned, Lu Wenbo's group would never beat it. Zhou Shiro breaks down and clings to him, asking how he can think only about saving Chen Shui and not about his own life. Wan Xiao quietly answers that Chen Shui was the one person who helped him when everyone else looked down on him, so abandoning her is not an option. Zhou Shiro tries to argue again, sees he will not bend, and wipes away her tears. Instead of stopping him, Zhou Shiro makes her choice and says she is going with him. Wan Xiao wants to refuse, but one look at her firm face makes him accept. Lin Xiang rushes in front of the portal and physically blocks them, refusing to let either of them enter. He argues that Chen Shui is experienced, and the safest choice is to wait here until she comes back. Lin Xiang adds a harsher problem. The teleportation gate is imprecise, so even if they enter again, they might not land in the same mystic realm at all. That one detail makes Wan Xiao catch on to something important and ask whether their locator has already been installed. Lin Xiang hesitates instead of answering, and that hesitation tells Wan Xiao the locator really is ready. Wan Xiao immediately orders him to lock onto the secret realm's coordinates and reopen the way. When Lin Xiang still resists, Wan Xiao grabs him by the collar and warns that this is no longer a discussion. Lin Xiang tries to brush the threat off until Wan Xiao actually starts, forcing him backward toward the teleportation gate. With the gate only half a step away, Lin Xiang finally panics and yells that he will prepare the teleportation immediately. Wan Xiao lets him go, and Lin Xiang backs off shaking with anger after realizing how close he just came to being thrown inside. Before leaving to make arrangements, Lin Xiang coldly says he considered Wan Xiao a friend and will remember this debt. Once Lin Xiang is gone, Zhou Shiro worries that forcing the issue like this could make an enemy of the Lord's shop. Wan Xiao says the opposite is true, because if the shop did nothing while Chen Shui was trapped, Chen Jinrong would never forgive them later. Zhou Shiro quickly sees the angle and praises him for turning a crisis into a chance to make Chen Jinrong owe them. But Wan Xiao quietly reveals he was never thinking about favors at all, only about saving Chen Shui. A few minutes later, Lin Xiang comes back with several cloaked men and a stack of unfamiliar machines for the gate. The cloak staff quickly attach the new equipment to the teleportation door and begin calibrating the rescue route. Lin Xiang gives one last warning: if Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro go through with this, it is entirely their personal action and the Lord's shop was never involved. Wan Xiao agrees to the cover story without hesitation, saying they only came here to buy a few things and nothing more. Even with a final chance to back out, Wan Xiao only repeats the same answer: his mentor is still inside. The instant a cloaked worker signals that the gate is ready, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro charge through together. After the spatial distortion clears, they land back on the frozen ice plane of the large mystic realm. Zhou Shiro spots the ice corrosion python in the distance, its giant body flashing with attack light from the people fighting it. Recognizing the same python, Wan Xiao instantly summons the ice thunderhorn wolf and takes off with Zhou Shiro on its back. The wolf devours the distance in a few breaths and brings them within 100 meters of the giant beast. Up close, the ice corrosion python feels even more hopelessly huge, like a living mountain laid across the ice. Worse, they have arrived behind the python while the others are attacking from the front, and bottomless crevices on both sides cut off any easy route. Zhou Shiro grabs Wan Xiao in fear because the only paths are climbing over the python or trying to go around its lethal tail range. Instead of answering right away, Wan Xiao summons more than 100 shadow golden thorn spiders onto the ice. He jumps onto one spider and tells Zhou Shiro the plan. He will draw the python's attention while she uses the opening to reach the others. Before Zhou Shiro can even finish protesting how dangerous that is, Wan Xiao charges straight onto the python with his spider swarm. The spider's sharp limbs bite into the scales like ice chisels, and to Wan Xiao's surprise they start climbing far more easily than expected. That small breakthrough tells Wan Xiao the python's ice armor is not invincible after all. He even realizes that if enough spiders attack together, they might truly be able to break through the python's defense. Once he reaches roughly 2/3 of the python's height, the spiders are finally in range to strike its head. Wan Xiao glances back and sees the ice thunderhorn wolf crouch low, ready for the mad dash. The moment he creates an opening. Trusting the wolf, Wan Xiao gives the order and unleashes a full volley of piercing spider spear at the python's head. The barrage shatters ice across the python's face, and one spear punches straight into its eye. The icy python erupts in pain and thrashes so violently that the spider swarm starts raining off its body. At that exact moment, the ice thunderhorn wolf activates extreme cold body and launches with Zhou Shiro toward the front line. Watching from above, Wan Xiao is stunned by how much the wolf has grown, because this sprint is not just fast but unbelievably precise. He realizes the wolf is practically running on a blade's edge, since one mistake would send Zhou Shiro straight into the abyss. Proud and anxious at once, Wan Xiao shouts for the wolf to keep running. But his relief lasts only a heartbeat before the light around him darkens, and he senses something wrong. When he turns, the python's icicle-covered tail is already right behind him, so close there is no room left to dodge. Wan Xiao realizes he is out of options in the air and for one grim instant, thinks he is about to die. Then, right before the hit lands, a soft sound cuts in and a pair of thin flesh wings suddenly spreads open in front of him. The instant Wan Xiao sees the dark swamp crocodile dragon's familiar flesh wings, all his old suspicion about Purple Star soldiers being disloyal crashes into confusion. Wan Xiao barely has time to wonder if he summoned it before the ice corrosion python's massive tail whips straight at him. Instead of fleeing alone, the dark swamp crocodile dragon grabs Wan Xiao, turns its own armored tail outward, and shields him head-on. Wan Xiao panics because a level 1 platinum dragon should never survive a direct clash with a level 7 platinum monster in this frozen cave. The two tails slam together with a brutal crack, and Wan Xiao's vision goes dark as the dragon folds its wings around him. When the spinning finally stops, Wan Xiao realizes the dragon used the python's own force to blast them hundreds of meters out of danger. That clever rescue wipes out Wan Xiao's mistrust on the spot, because the dragon just risked itself to save his life. Wan Xiao praises the dragon sincerely, and the creature lifts its head in smug satisfaction. With trust restored, the dragon casually tosses Wan Xiao into riding position, and he flips down onto its back in one practiced motion. Now mounted and steady, Wan Xiao points at the distant python and orders the counterattack. The dark swamp crocodile dragon bursts forward like black lightning, charging the giant snake at full speed. On Wan Xiao's command, the dragon curls into its berserk shock form and turns itself into a barbed iron ball. The spinning impact slams into the ice corrosion python's head so hard that the mountain-sized monster actually staggers. Down on the ground, Lu Wenba and the others only see the python suddenly convulsing and think the whole situation has become even more hopeless. Then a heavy crash echoes out, and the giant python suddenly stiffens and drops, leaving everyone below stunned. Before anyone can make sense of the crash, a huge silver snow wolf rushes in with Zhou Shiro on its back. Qin Shui recognizes Zhou Shiro and blurts out why she is back and why she is riding Wang Zhao's wolf, but Zhou Shiro cuts her off hard. Zhou Shiro shouts that Wang Zhao cannot hold on much longer and orders everyone to run right now if they want to live. As if proving her point, the ice corrosion python rises again with its head badly damaged and Wang Zhao's buried spider spear still jammed deep in its eye. The wounded python roars to the sky and the pressure turns instantly worse, because everyone can feel it has entered a berserk state. Zhou Shiro immediately wheels the snow wolf around and leads the whole group into a desperate escape. In the sky, Wang Zhao feels the storm strengthening and realizes the colder it gets, the stronger the berserk python becomes. Knowing they only heard it by luck, Wang Zhao orders the dark swamp crocodile dragon to retreat at once. But when Wang Zhao spots tiny figures running below and recognizes the snow wolf at their front, his retreat instinct turns into dread. A quick estimate tells him the people on the ground are nowhere near far enough to survive the python's range. Wang Zhao stomps and urgently reverses his order, telling the dragon they have to go back and buy the others time. The dark swamp crocodile dragon clearly thinks this sounds stupid, but it still obeys and swings back toward the python. The berserk python fixes them with pure hatred, and the broken area on its head starts freezing over into giant new ice spikes. Wang Zhao recognizes the skill as 10,000 arrows, and his face sinks as he realizes the real danger is the huge area attack aimed in front of the python. His estimate is grim. The spikes can reach at least 3 kilometers, and the runners are only about 2 kilometers away. While Wang Zhao is still searching for a way out, the dragon suddenly veers behind the python instead of staying in front of the attack. At first Wang Zhao fears the dragon might be escaping, but one look at the exposed frozen soil behind the python makes the plan click. Wang Zhao points to the ground and orders it to bury the python instead. The dark swamp crocodile dragon opens endless swamp, turning the iron-hard frozen ground into sucking sludge under the python's weight. The giant snake loses balance at the exact moment 10,000 arrows fires, so the launch angle tilts upward and the storm of spikes misses its full range. Even from the side, hundreds of ice spikes still spray toward Wang Zhao and the dragon, forcing a frantic midair dodge. They avoid the worst of it, but the dragon's wings still get pierced 7 or 8 times and hot blood splashes into the freezing air. Wang Zhao instantly tears open the water of life, spreading a green healing field through the frozen battlefield. As the dragon's wounded wings start mending, Wang Zhao twists around to check the fleeing group below. The tilted attack barely shortens the danger enough, and the fleeing group slips past the death line by the narrowest margin. Seeing that the others made it, Wang Zhao excitedly praises the dragon again and promises to brag about it for days. Just as they are about to leave, a much smaller ice spike suddenly screams toward them at a terrifying speed. An ice thorn attack hits before Wang Zhao can dodge, and 2 frozen spikes punch straight through the dark swamp crocodile dragon's chest. Wang Zhao tries to force the badly wounded dragon back to his territory, but once again it ignores his order and keeps flying on sheer will. Only after carrying him clear does the dark swamp crocodile dragon finally give out and collapse into white light beneath him. Wang Zhao slams into something furry and realizes the dragon spent its last strength bringing him back to Zhou Shiro's group. He curses the dragon through clenched teeth, but the guilt hits immediately because the creature just saved him while he had doubted it. Zhou Shiro checks him in a rush, finds no obvious injury, and immediately snaps that he broke his promise not to take reckless risks. Wang Zhao can only answer bitterly that he did not seek danger out this time, then turns to ask if Qin Shui is alright. Qin Shui asks why they came back at all, and Wang Zhao says they guessed she was in trouble when she never withdrew. When Lu Wenba tries to speak, Wang Zhao cuts straight to the real problem and points out that they need a way to deal with the ice corrosion python right now. Lu Wenba wants to flee, but Wang Zhao grimly admits he hit the python hard enough that its hatred is now locked on him, and it will not stop chasing. That one admission turns the mood heavy, because everyone knows a level 7 platinum beast with this much hatred leaves them only one option: stand and fight. Qin Shui presses Lu Wenba about his expedition, and he reveals their full force was much larger, but 10 of them were deliberately sent out as bait to protect the main group and scientists. The group understands what he is really saying: they were abandoned, and no rescue is coming. As the python's struggle grows louder, one terrified warrior blurts out another option, and Lu Wenba instantly realizes where this is going. The warrior says the cruel part anyway: one life is better than everyone dying, meaning Wang Zhao should be the bait because the python hates him most. Wang Zhao calls it what it is, repaying kindness with ingratitude, but the man cannot even meet his eyes. Even so, Wang Zhao calmly says they can do it, shocking the people around him. Zhou Shiro refuses on the spot and grabs him, swearing that if he stays, she stays too. Qin Shui steps in right after her, and Lu Wenba follows too, with 4 more warriors moving over until the coward who suggested it is left standing alone. That loyalty makes Wang Zhao hesitate, because dying himself is one thing, but trading 8 good lives to save one frightened ingrate is a terrible bargain. He suddenly changes course and says they will still use the python's hatred, just not by throwing one person away. Wan Xiao reminds Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui about the nearby volcano melting lizard, and both women instantly catch his meaning. His logic is simple but desperate. The lizard's fire should weaken the ice corrosion python's cold-based defense, giving them a real chance. Zhou Shiruo immediately asks the weak point in the plan. How do they lure the lizard over, and what if it turns out even worse for them? Wan Xiao admits he has not thought that far, but he argues the lizard is more docile than the python, so the gamble is still worth taking. To Wan Zhao's surprise, Lu Wenbo is the first to back him, saying a beast tamer lord's judgment is still their best shot after everything he has done. With Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui agreeing next, the rest fall in line because no one has a better option. By the time they commit to the plan, more than half of the ice corrosion python has already clawed free, leaving only minutes before it is fully out. Wan Xiao quickly assigns the split. He, Lu Wenbo, and the others will hold the python here while Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui go find the volcano melting lizard. The same fearful warrior objects again, openly suspecting Wan Xiao is just using this chance to let Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui escape. Wan Xiao shuts him down with cold logic. Those two are the only ones who have seen the lizard, and Zhou Shiruo is the only person besides him who can command the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. With that settled, Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui mount the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and race out across the frozen plain. Back at the line, Wan Xiao turns to face the python and summons the Lava Ripper and the gold armor black turtle behind him. He pulls out the Blood Chi connection card and orders every fire tribute soldier to attack while he stacks the turtle's defense onto them. The sight of the gold armor black turtle finally gives the remaining soldiers some hope that they might actually hold the line. Lu Wenbo answers by finally revealing his strongest soldier, a level 2 gold fire goblin commander carrying a pair of burning battle axes. He admits he hit it earlier because its defense is weak, but with shared protection now in place, he can finally risk using it. The Blood Chi connection tears open, and the gold armor black turtle's absolute defense spreads across the allied fire troops as a shared golden shield. With Lu Wenbo shouting for everyone to show their full strength, 10 fire soldiers charge together and slam attack after attack into the python. The barrage still cannot truly break the python's defense, but it does slow the monster's escape from the swamp for a few precious moments. Elsewhere on the ice field, Zhou Shiruo and Qin Shui race over the shattered plain on the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, scanning desperately for any sign of flames. But the huge flame-backed lizard is nowhere in sight, even though something that massive should have been easy to spot from far away. Qin Shui realizes the volcano melting lizard has probably gone back to its deep nest, which could be hidden in any bottomless ice crevice nearby. Zhou Shiruo suggests forcing it out, but Qin Shui rejects that immediately because blind provocation could draw in even more high-level beasts. That answer only makes Zhou Shiruo more anxious, because Wan Zhao's side cannot keep delaying the python forever. Qin Shui forces herself to stay calm for Zhou Shiruo's sake, even while she is panicking inside and trying to think under pressure. Then she notices the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf's twitching nose and suddenly seizes on a new idea. Back on the battlefield, a few more brutal minutes pass and the ice corrosion python finally drags its full body out of the swamp. Repeated rounds of 10,000 arrows keep hammering the defenders, and cracks start spreading through the golden defensive light protecting their troops. Wan Xiao knows this was already an amazing delay for a level 3 gold defense against a level 7 platinum monster, but once that shield breaks, the line is finished. While he bites his nail and searches for any answer, Wan Xiao suddenly notices the protective ring Zhou Shiruo gave him and a bold idea flashes into place. Wan Xiao calls out the badly injured dark swamp crocodile dragon, but he makes it clear this time it is following his plan, not charging in on its own. He warns Lu Wenbo that the gold armor black turtle is finished, tells everyone to run, and sets the trap in motion. The moment absolute defense disappears, the ice corrosion python's pressure slams into the soldiers and forces the whole group to scatter. While the others flee, Wan Xiao jumps onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon and flies straight at the level 7 platinum python. The ice corrosion python notices his approach, drops its wider attack, and condenses a deadlier ice sting right in its throat. At the last instant, Wan Xiao recalls the dragon and bets everything on the protection ring Zhou Shiruo gave him. He pours energy into the ring with no time to think, praying the tiny barrier can survive a platinum beast shot. The gamble works. The ice spike vaporizes against the force field, and only harmless ice scraps reach his face. The instant he sees the ring can hold, Wan Xiao tries to press the attack again. Before he is left alone, fireballs streak up from below, and Lu Wenbo's squad comes back to drag the python's attention off him. Lu Wenbo bluntly admits they are saving themselves too, because if Wan Xiao dies, the python will come right back for them next. Wan Xiao can only laugh at the rough honesty, but the distraction buys him the breathing room he needed. They settle into a dangerous rhythm. Wan Xiao blocks the python's killing shots, and Lu Wenbo's side immediately hits it again to pull aggro and buy time. For a short while, the impossible actually happens, and the two sides hold a tense stalemate against the giant python. Then Wan Xiao finally hits the limit, because the non-stop summons and ring defense burn through his energy faster than he can recover it. When he tries to summon the dark swamp crocodile dragon again, nothing answers, and his heart drops with his empty energy reserve. With no mount and no support beneath him, Wang Xiao starts falling, and the python is already lining up the finishing shot. A sudden heat wave hits him first, and Zhou Shiro catches him in midair before the python can finish him. She shoves a recovery potion into his mouth, and the half-dead Wang Xiao is dragged back from the edge in one gulp. When he opens his eyes, Wang Xiao finds himself on the ice thunderhorn wolf, and a new monster has crashed into the fight, the volcano melting lizard. The python tries another ice spike, but the volcano melting lizard slaps it sideways with a tail full of terrifying heat. That hit enrages the python, and it powers through the heat to coil around the lizard in a brutal close-range bind. Fire and ice cancel each other just enough that the two high-level beasts freeze in a deadly stalemate. Seeing the opening, Wang Xiao suddenly decides to go back in, because a chance this good is too valuable to waste. Zhou Shiro thinks he has lost his mind and tries to stop him, because one stray hit from either platinum beast could erase him. Wang Xiao refuses to back down and reveals the hate transfer card, determined to turn the monsters against each other even harder. Once Wang Xiao takes control, the ice thunderhorn wolf obeys him instead of the girls and whips around toward the battlefield. Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui are dumped onto the ground as the wolf turns into a streak of light and carries Wang Xiao straight back at the two platinum beasts. Inside 300 meters, the pressure becomes unbearable, and every step swings between furnace heat and bone-deep cold. Half dead but still stubborn, Wang Xiao tears the hate transfer card anyway. The green light scatters into the wind, and the volcano melting lizard suddenly inherits all the ice corrosion python's hatred for Wang Xiao. The cold on Wang Xiao's back vanishes, but the battlefield immediately gets even worse. Now carrying both natural enmity and transferred hatred, the ice corrosion python goes completely berserk. Under the surge of extreme cold, its ice armor rapidly regenerates, and fresh ice spikes grow straight into the volcano melting lizard's body. The lizard roars back and flares hotter, melting the spikes, but the python's freezing pressure still keeps building. Wang Xiao realizes the monsters are spiraling out of control and orders a retreat at once. But the ice thunderhorn wolf is almost frozen stiff under the python's pressure, and it can barely crawl away. Then the ice corrosion python clamps down with death bind, crushing and biting hard enough that Wang Xiao can hear the volcano melting lizard's bones break. The lizard loses more than half of its right forelimb, and its lava-hot blood burns a hole straight through the frozen ground. That is when Wang Xiao finally understands the real problem. On an ice field, the python is overpowering a beast that should be closer to its level. He decides the only way to keep the lizard alive long enough to save them all is to change the battlefield itself. Even knowing the cost will hurt, Wang Xiao chooses to sacrifice territory resources now because dying here would cost everything anyway. He opens a deep gray vortex behind him and tears the lava cave free from his territory. Scorching magma pours out like a flood, blowing away the cold and remaking the snowy battlefield into a fire zone. Within moments, a 1,000-meter inferno replaces the frozen ground, and the volcano melting lizard feels the fire attribute field return to its side. The lizard's flames roar back to life, wrapping its body as if Wang Xiao just handed it a second wind. The weakened Wang Xiao is dragged back out of the inferno, but the fire field also overwhelms the ice-attributed wolf carrying him. As soon as it reaches Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui, the ice thunderhorn wolf can take no more and shatters apart. Wang Xiao drops hard, but Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui catch him before he hits the ground. Now that the danger has eased for a second, Zhou Shiro finally explodes and demands to know what he would have done if any part of that plan had failed. Wang Xiao can only answer with a weak smile that it worked, which leaves Zhou Shiro too rattled to keep arguing. Back in the magma field, the python realizes too late that the pressure pinning the lizard down is gone. The volcano melting lizard bursts free as a living fireball and immediately turns the entire magma field into its weapon. With lava eruption, it batters the ice corrosion python under towering waves of molten rock. The python struggles to escape, but after nearly being killed, the lizard has no intention of letting it go. As the two monsters go all out, everyone else can do nothing but retreat and watch the battlefield keep growing wider. The heat wave swallows kilometers of ground, and even battle-hardened soldiers are left staring like they are watching immortals fight. More than 10 minutes later, the chaos finally begins to settle. Where the ice plain used to be, there is now a giant smoking crater, and the ice corrosion python lies at the bottom looking burnt into charcoal. Then a furious roar erupts from the lava, and the volcano melting lizard rises back into view still standing, but clearly exhausted by the fight. At the edge of the burnout pit, Wang Xiao forces himself forward with Zhou Shiro and Qin Shui's support, and sees just how brutal the fight was. Looking down, Wang Xiao spots the ice corrosion python's corpse half-cooked in the soil and immediately regrets how much valuable material the flames ruined. Then he notices the volcano melting lizard still alive beside the corpse, curled up and badly hurt with fire still burning on its back, and a risky idea flashes through his mind. Zhou Shiro catches that look instantly and bluntly accuses Wang Xiao of wanting to kill the weakened lizard. Qin Shui jumps in too, furious that he would even think about harming the beast after it saved them. Zhou Shiro pushes even harder when she reveals the volcano melting lizard is a mother with 2 newborns in its nest, and says killing it now would doom them too. She goes so far as to accuse him of repaying kindness with ingratitude, only to finally notice Wang Xiao has barely gotten a word in. When they finally let him speak, Wang Xiao says he never planned to kill the lizard at all, he wants to contract it while it's weak. He lays out the 3 ways beast contracts work and explains the hardest method is to subdue a badly injured beast and sign while it needs a territory to recover. Now convinced, Qin Shui summons 3 cute pink slimes, and Wang Xiao is briefly thrown off that such a mysterious fighter uses soldiers this adorable. But the soldiers on the far side are already sliding into the pit, so the 3 of them hurry onto the slimes and race down first. Wang Xiao reaches the volcano melting lizard first, but a wall of fire erupts across his path before he can get close. He quickly calms it down by reminding the beast that he was the one who created the fire attribute battlefield, and the flames drop long enough for him to approach. Standing in front of the wounded mother, Wang Xiao bows an apology and thanks her for saving them despite being dragged into their mess. He offers it a contract and a place to heal in his territory, but the volcano melting lizard answers with another fire wall that nearly scorches him on the spot. As Wang Xiao is about to give up, he catches the mother's eyes and gambles on one more promise: he will contract her children too. That promise finally breaks the deadlock, and Wang Xiao hears the lizard's request to sign a contract with him. He accepts instantly, uses a contract scroll, and the volcano melting lizard explodes into white light as the bond is sealed. Wang Xiao is thrilled when the contract succeeds, because a platinum level 6 fire beast this fierce gives him a huge jump in power. Zhou Shirua and Qin Shui rush over, and when Wang Xiao explains the mother only agreed after he promised to take the children too, both women are quietly moved. Then Zhou Shirua suddenly realizes the catch: a level 3 beast tamer lord only gets 10 contract slots, and Wang Xiao now needs room for 2 babies as well. Wang Xiao eases their panic by revealing his winning streak medal boosted his talent, so he actually has 11 beast slots instead of 10. Only then do Lu Wenba and the soldiers finally reach them, and he immediately questions where the volcano melting lizard went. When Wang Xiao admits he subdued it, Lu Wenba turns cold again and says this unopened large mystic realm is under investigation, so Wang Xiao must come with them. Wang Xiao refuses on the spot and smoothly asks to talk business instead. His offer is simple: the military keeps the ice corrosion python corpse as credit, and in return the 3 of them were never here. When Lu Wenba asks what happens if he refuses, Wang Xiao coolly bluffs that he will summon the volcano melting lizard and kill every witness here. Lu Wenba calls him insane for threatening Blue Planet soldiers, but Wang Xiao calmly presses the ugly point that dead men cannot report him. Neither man can read the other through the long standoff, with Wang Xiao bluffing behind a smile while Lu Wenba tries to decide whether to call it. Lu Wenba finally gives ground, but points out they still need a believable story for how a team of their strength produced the python corpse. Wang Xiao immediately scripts the lie: they lured the volcano melting lizard over, the 2 beasts fought, the python died, and the injured lizard escaped. Lu Wenba worries most about Little Zhao leaking the truth, but Wang Xiao coldly says the man is already too shaken for anyone to believe him anyway. That settles it, and Lu Wenba agrees they never saw Wang Zhao's group here, while insisting he is repaying a life debt, not trading for merit. Wang Xiao quickly waves over Zhou Shirua and Chen Shui to leave, while Lu Wenba quietly gathers his soldiers and keeps one of them from stopping the trio. As they walk away, Zhou Shirua asks what Wang Xiao said to make Lu Wenba let them go, and he just grins and says it is a secret. After recovering beside the charred pit, Wang Xiao summons the ice thunderhorn wolf and heads out to track the volcano melting lizard's nest. Following the wolf's nose, the 3 quickly reach a lava cave where 2 tiny volcano melting lizards are asleep in a rough stone nest. An identification scroll confirms the hatchlings are platinum quality, but Wang Xiao is stunned when he sees each one needs 7 years to grow out of infancy. The number hits hard, because even his platinum dark swamp crocodile dragon only needed 3 years, and now 2 more long-term beasts would tie up his breeding pits. Even so, Wang Xiao steadies himself and decides to keep moving, trusting that the adult level 6 volcano melting lizard already makes the trouble worth it. When Wang Xiao reaches into the nest, the 2 hatchlings respond to their mother's aura and nuzzle into his hand instead of resisting. Both contracts succeed at once, and Wang Xiao quietly notes that all 11 of his mutated beast pits are finally full. With his business finished, Wang Xiao takes out a secret realm key and signals that it is time for the 3 of them to leave. Golden light swallows them, and they jump straight from the lava cave back to the Lord's shop headquarters in the holy capital. Back in the basement, Lin Xiang has been pacing himself sick with worry, still asking if they have returned when the teleport light suddenly flashes. The second he sees Wang Zhao's group alive, Lin Xiang lunges over in relief and tries to rush them out before anyone can investigate. Wang Xiao stops him cold by saying he already reached a deal with the military, so no one will be chasing this anymore. Lin Xiang can hardly believe it, and Wang Xiao briefly explains the secret realm battle and his arrangement with Lu Wenba while carefully hiding the part about taking the volcano melting lizard. Instead of calming down, Lin Xiang turns red with excitement and almost regrets not sneaking into the large secret realm himself just to watch. Wang Xiao quickly shuts that down, because if Lu Wenba had seen Lin Xiang there, the military would have traced the whole mess straight back to the Lord's shop. Once the danger feels over, Lin Xiang immediately switches tone and starts flattering Wang Zhao's strength. Wang Zhao tells him to stop circling the issue, and Lin Xiang finally admits he wants to tear up the bad blood and sign a new contract. Wang Zhao throws Lin Xiang's own earlier words back at him, mocking the idea that the Lord's shop would risk getting dragged down by lunatics like them. For the sake of his career, Lin Xiang swallows the humiliation and insists that the Lord's shop truly wants to befriend someone with Wang Zhao's potential. Wang Zhao glances to Zhou Shiruo and Chen Shui for a silent read, and Chen Shui answers with the faintest shake of her head. Not sure why Chen Shui objects, but catching the warning, Wang Zhao plays for time and says they are tired and will discuss it later. Lin Xiang agrees at once and personally leads them toward the teleportation area, staying warm and attentive now that he sees hope again. At the circular hall lined with identical ancient portals, Wang Zhao suddenly realizes just how badly he should avoid making Lin Xiang an enemy here. The group passes through the gate and returns all the way to Kaiyang City. In his Kaiyang office, Lin Xiang opens a cabinet and offers each of them a green resource ball as a personal gesture. Chen Shui frowns first because from her side there was never supposed to be any official reward for what happened before. Wang Zhao catches the mismatch, puts his own gift back, and carefully reminds Lin Xiang that he only wants the convenience they already discussed. Realizing the risk, Lin Xiang hurriedly reframes the resource balls as his own apology for the ugly things he said when they tried to save Chen Shui. That explanation is solid enough, and after Wang Zhao and Zhou Shiro help persuade her, Chen Shui finally accepts the gift too. Now that they have accepted something from him, Lin Xiang relaxes and, instead of pressing harder, politely gives them room to think. That unexpected restraint improves Wang Zhao's view of him, and the three leave the Lord's shop together. Out on the street, Wang Zhao finally asks Chen Shui why she warned him off when Lin Xiang brought up cooperation again. Chen Shui says the problem is not a flat no, but that Wang Zhao should not rush into dangerous new secret realms without thinking hard first. Then she adds the real warning, the Lord's shop is complicated, and with Wang Zhao's current strength he should keep his distance as much as possible. Wang Zhao does not understand why someone at his level is still being told to stay careful, but he can tell Chen Shui is holding back something she cannot say. Rather than push her, Wang Zhao changes the subject and asks how Yuheng Academy is preparing for the ranking assessment. Chen Shui instantly teases him for sounding like a spy for his old school, and Wang Zhao jokes back that he only wants to know whether he should go easy on them. Chen Shui fires back with full confidence, telling him to fight seriously and warning that underestimating Yuheng could leave him unable to recover. After the banter, Wang Zhao parts with Chen Shui, walks Zhou Shiro home, and finally returns to his own place exhausted. He means to check his territory after getting back, but the moment he drops onto the bed, sleep knocks him out. He sleeps straight through into the next day, and when he wakes to the bright morning sun, panic hits all at once. Without even washing up, Wang Zhao bolts for Yuheng Academy, because even with special travel rights he still has to report in every day. By the time he reaches Class B at noon, Wang Zhao hears a lecture in progress and has to stand outside the door working up the nerve to knock. When he finally steps inside to apologize for being late, Wang Zhao looks up and realizes the person on the podium is not Li Changshan but a refined young man in gold-rimmed glasses. The new teacher introduces himself as Tian Gang, the new class director, and the name instantly sets off alarm bells in Wang Zhao's head. The new teacher confirms the problem himself by revealing that Tian Chang from Kaiyang Academy is his biological brother. Wang Zhao can only curse his luck, because he finally got rid of one hollow class director just to land under his old enemy's brother. The new class director's expression turns cold as he says Tian Chang came back from the Fang family banquet insane, still muttering Wang Zhao's name. The moment that scandal hits the room, Class B lights up with gossip and starts peppering Wang Zhao with excited questions. Wang Zhao says nothing, and the new class director uses that silence to issue a smiling threat that he will not act now, but Wang Zhao had better never slip up again. Back in Class B, Wang Zhao smoothly apologizes for being late and decides to stay when he realizes Zhou Shiro still has not shown up. Once class starts, Wang Zhao is caught off guard because Tian Gang teaches aggressively but genuinely well. Tian Gang breaks down multi-attribute combat in a way that is clear, practical, and sharp enough that even Wang Zhao feels he is learning a lot. He even uses Wang Zhao's old battle against Ender as a case study, praising what worked and bluntly pointing out what did not. By the end of the lesson, the whole class is hooked, and Wang Zhao cannot help comparing Tian Gang's real ability to Tian Chang's petty behavior. Then Tian Gang walks straight up to Wang Zhao and orders him to the office for a makeup lesson over the class he missed. Wang Zhao immediately suspects this is a trap for revenge, but he follows anyway because he thinks the worst Tian Gang can do is talk trash. But when they reach the office, Tian Gang calmly opens his lesson plan and starts a real one-on-one class. Wang Zhao finally blurts out the obvious question and asks if Tian Gang did not bring him here to settle a grudge. Tian Gang admits he does want payback for his brother, but not now, because the academy head sees Wang Zhao as ranking assessment material and ordered him to fix Wang Zhao's combat flaws first. That blunt fairness leaves Wang Zhao embarrassed enough to bow and admit he judged Tian Gang too narrowly. Tian Gang brushes it off with dry sarcasm and warns Wang Zhao he will still have plenty of chances to apologize later. The makeup lesson drags on for another hour, detailed enough that Wang Xiao has no choice but to take it seriously. When the tutoring ends, Tian Gang suddenly asks Wang Xiao to name his own weaknesses in battle. Wang Xiao repeats the flaws Tian Gang already pointed out in class. He overfocuses on elemental restraint, trusts himself too much, and treats everyone else like support for his own show. Tian Gang says that is only part of the problem and pushes for the flaw Wang Xiao still cannot see himself. Then Tian Gang names it plainly. Wang Xiao is impulsive, no matter how carefully he thinks his plans through. Wang Xiao tries to argue, insisting his dangerous moves were calculated, not reckless. Tian Gang shuts that down by dragging up the time Wang Xiao provoked hundreds of Crimson Star enemies without any real certainty he could survive it. He follows with an even harsher example, reminding Wang Xiao that he tore down his own defenses against the Crimson Star royal family without any backup plan for a disaster. This time Wang Xiao has no answer, because he really had not planned for a monster like that level 8 platinum demon to appear. Seeing the lesson finally land, Tian Gang ends the talk and tells Wang Xiao they are going into a secret realm right now. Tian Gang dryly calls it the revenge Wang Xiao was asking for, and Wang Xiao realizes this is really going to be live fire training. As they leave, Zhou Shiro comes hurrying over, flustered and apologizing for oversleeping after yesterday's exhaustion. Tian Gang answers her with easy politeness and even introduces himself warmly, which is a jarring change from how cold he is with Wang Xiao. Then Wang Xiao casually drops that Tian Gang is Tian Chang's brother, and Zhou Shiro jerks her hand back in alarm. Seeing her panic, Wang Xiao quickly explains that Tian Gang may be related to Tian Chang, but he is still a fair and capable teacher. Wang Xiao even lays on the praise extra thick, trying to pin Tian Gang into not taking any personal revenge on them later. Tian Gang ignores the trap entirely and just asks if they still want to train, which Wang Xiao accepts on the spot. Wang Xiao also asks to bring Zhou Shiro along as his vassal lord, and Tian Gang allows it without caring either way. As they walk, Zhou Shiro quietly asks what is going on, and Wang Xiao tells her Tian Gang's class was so good it exposed flaws he had never noticed in himself. Zhou Shiro immediately deadpans that being impulsive, arrogant, and addicted to showing off already sounded like enough flaws to her. He grumbles back at her, but the joke still lands because even Wang Xiao knows she is not wrong as they keep following Tian Gang. Tian Gang leads them to the Academy's secret realm building and opens a teleportation gate inside. Wang Xiao notices these Yuheng training realms are generally tougher than the ones at Kaiyang, which fits the Academy's push to surpass its rival. At last Tian Gang picks the ancient arena, a sparring realm with no resources and nothing there except the battlefield itself. After the teleport, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro arrive on a massive stone arena floating alone in the void. Before they can admire it for long, Tian Gang moves to the far side and summons 12 level 1 iron skeletons to set the training match. Then Tian Gang announces 3 rules for the test. Only bronze soldiers. Ring out means elimination, and neither side can field more than 3 troops. That first rule instantly puts Wang Xiao in trouble, because his weakest combat beasts are already gold grade and do not qualify. Tian Gang is completely unmoved and snaps back that Wang Xiao cannot rely on his own soldiers forever. So Zhou Shiro offers a workaround and says Wang Xiao can borrow her bronze level 3 dwarf artillery soldiers instead. A moment later, Zhou Shiro summons 3 bronze dwarf artilleries for him, and Wang Xiao stares at the tiny cannon-bearing dwarves with very mixed feelings. Inside Tian Gang's arena trial, Wang Xiao studies 12 iron-rank skeleton soldiers facing only 3 borrowed dwarf cannons and still thinks the numbers should be manageable. When Wang Xiao mutters that this should not be hard, Zhou Shiro dryly calls him conceited again, and he is left wondering how basic caution turned into arrogance. A red flag suddenly flies over to Wang Xiao, and Tian Gang reveals the real match rule. They win by taking the enemy flag, but the flag cannot be damaged or even stained. That restriction instantly puts Wang Xiao on edge, because explosive cannon fire near a guarded flag could lose the match for them before they ever reach it. Wang Xiao protests that the rule is too harsh, but Tian Gang coldly compares the flag to a captured teammate and makes it clear that difficult constraints are the whole point. With the start called, Wang Xiao orders Zhou Shiro to fire carefully, and the 3 dwarf cannons boom toward the skeleton formation. Wang Xiao immediately notices Zhou Shiro's smart aim. Instead of hitting the shield carriers in front, she targets the second row to break the formation's support. But the skeletons switch formations in an instant, crouch into 3 groups of 4, and use their shields to box the blast into empty space. The shields shatter and the skeletons get blown back, but none of them actually die, leaving Wang Xiao stunned that such a clean shot was neutralized. Wang Xiao quickly regains momentum and orders another volley, this time taking advantage of the fact that the skeletons have lost their shields. The next blasts finally break through, destroying 2 skeleton soldiers outright and scattering the rest across the arena. A third volley leaves the survivors completely spread out, which wins space for Wang Xiao but creates a new problem for wide-area cannons. Zhou Shiro suggests a triangular kill setup to trap single targets, but Wang Xiao rejects it because picking them off one by one would be too slow and too risky against 10 enemies. He instead draws up a tighter firing rhythm, 1 shell to force a dodge, a second half a beat later to catch that movement, and the third to pressure another target at the same time. Wan Xiao spots two skeletons standing only a few meters apart, and chooses them as the first test of his new plan. The trap works perfectly. The first shell makes one skeleton dodge, and the second lands exactly where it moves, tearing it apart before it can change direction again. Zhou Shiro brightens at the success, and the two of them keep the pattern going as the remaining skeleton soldiers are steadily whittled down. Just when only 2 or 3 skeletons seem to be left, one skeleton suddenly runs into view carrying Wang Zhao's red flag, and both of them freeze. They realize their own flag is gone and can only ask in disbelief when that happened, but neither of them noticed the theft at all. Tian Gang calmly confirms that the theft happened while they were busy chasing targets, and he takes the returned flag as proof that they already lost. As Wang Xiao tries to piece it together, Tian Gang explains that he first planned to split attack and distraction teams, then change tactics once Wang Xiao scattered the formation for him. Tian Gang drives the lesson home by warning that fixating on one leaf makes you miss the whole mountain, and Wang Xiao finally has to admit the flaw in his battlefield awareness. After a few quiet minutes, Wang Xiao asks for another try, but Tian Gang refuses because he is already done for the day. Then Tian Gang adds one last punishment on the way out. Wang Xiao has to write 10,000 words on what he learned and hand it in by morning. Tian Gang crushes the key and leaves, while Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro can only trade a helpless look at that absurd ending. Back outside among the academy's teleportation doors, Zhou Shiro quietly admits Tian Gang really is impressive, just in a very strange way. Wang Xiao can only sigh that Tian Gang's attitude makes sense, because he did offend the teacher's younger brother before. Since it is still early, Zhou Shiro suggests exploring more secret realms, and Wang Xiao immediately decides they should look for a lava environment to support his fire tribute beasts. While searching the teleportation area, Wang Xiao runs into Zhao Yunyan from Class E and quickly asks whether he knows a good fire tribute realm. Zhao Yunyan remembers a newly acquired small realm called Scorching Purgatory, a dangerous fire domain said to contain gold-quality exotic beasts and rich resources. That is exactly what Wang Xiao wants, so he decides on the spot and tells Zhao Yunyan to take them there. Zhao Yunyan hesitates at Wang Zhao's use of US, and Wang Xiao remembers he had sent Zhou Shiro to search elsewhere and shouts for her to come back. Zhou Shiro returns from behind another portal, but she is not alone. Yihan and Su Junru have just come out of a realm and followed her over after hearing Wang Zhao's voice. Once everyone is together, Wang Xiao invites Yihan and Su Junru to join the trip to Scorching Purgatory, and the two bodyguards naturally agree. Seeing this stacked team, Zhao Yunyan immediately gets tempted and awkwardly asks if he can tag along too. Wang Xiao points out that Scorching Purgatory may hold gold-rank beasts, but Zhao Yunyan admits that with this group around, he probably will not even need to fight. Wang Xiao thinks it through and realizes the team is absurdly strong already, with him and Yihan as top fighters and Zhou Shiro plus Su Junru as powerful support. Since the realm should have more than enough resources and Zhao Yunyan is not the kind to overreach forever, Wang Xiao finally waves him in and tells him to lead the way. Zhao Yunyan leads the team to a secret realm gate marked with a rare red warning that gold-quality beasts are waiting inside. Yihan grins at the danger sign like it is a novelty, but Su Junru immediately warns everyone that if the academy bothered to post this, the threat is probably real. Even Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro take the warning seriously now, because Tian Gang's brutal training finally taught them not to underestimate a battlefield. After a last check of their supplies, the 5 of them step through the teleportation door one after another. Wang Xiao arrives first and is hit by a savage wave of heat the moment he opens his eyes. The place turns out to be a blinding white desert that looks far too vast and hostile for a so-called small secret realm. Yihan drops in behind him, complains about the heat, and instantly answers it by freezing the desert into a 100-meter patch of ice. The sudden cold finally makes the air bearable, and Wang Xiao cannot help envying how absurdly practical Yihan's elemental talent is. Zhou Shiro, Su Junru, and Zhao Yunyan arrive next on Yihan's frozen patch and are all thrown by how brutal the desert environment feels. Su Junru points out the real problem. A fire-heavy realm with gold beasts should be crawling with danger, but the desert is eerily empty. Wang Xiao starts wondering if the beasts are hiding underground, but Zhao Yunyan suddenly spots something even stranger overhead. When they finally look properly, the reason for the heat hits all of them at once. 10 blazing suns hang in the sky above the desert. The others treat the 10 suns as bizarre but still possible secret realm nonsense, yet Wang Xiao feels the empty desert, and those suns have to be connected. Following that hunch, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and aims it at one of the fake suns. The truth lands hard. The suns are actually peak gold-level blazing golden crows that can survive anywhere and even overwrite the secret realm's elemental environment. That single line about changing the terrain tells the whole group their usual trick is useless here, because no matter what they do, this battlefield stays the crows' home ground. The only good news is that the blazing golden crows still seem calm, so nobody has to fight blind in the first minute. Yihan weakly suggests brute-forcing the heat with more ice, but Wang Xiao immediately points out that exhausting him for a temporary freeze would only make the real battle worse. With Yihan discouraged and retreat back on the table, Wang Xiao changes tack and asks the 2 quietest people there if they have a better idea. Zhou Shiro admits she has an idea, and that alone is enough to make everyone lean in. Once all eyes are on her, Joshiro gets tangled in her own explanation and starts losing confidence fast. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, she nearly gives up and says they might as well go back. Instead of taking over, Wan Xiao quietly steadies her and admits he used to ignore her input too often, but he wants that to change. The others are baffled by Wang Zhao's sudden self-reflection, but Joshiro understands exactly what he is doing and finally starts to relax. After taking a breath, Joshiro finally finds the core of the problem. The team does not need to change the terrain if they can solve the attack range. She points out that normal troops cannot even reach enemies flying kilometers overhead, and anything that gets close enough would burn unless it is built for fire. For a beat, everyone just stares at her, and Joshiro panics again because she thinks she said something wrong. Ihan blurts out that he is just shocked she is this smart, and Su Junru instantly punches him for phrasing it so badly. Now properly encouraged, Joshiro lays out the actual plan: build a giant arrow tower and forge heat-resistant ammunition to shoot the crows down from the ground. Zhao Yunyan immediately sees the value of the idea, and Ihan jumps in with his own upgrade by offering ice-infused, heat-resistant arrow support through Su Junru's machinery. Su Junru raises the one flaw left in the plan: the giant tower will need time to aim, and the crows will not politely wait to be killed. Wang Xiao takes that burden on himself and jokingly asks whether Lord Zhou approves the assignment. Playing along at last, Joshiro mockingly appoints him to the mission, and the team finally moves from debate to action. Ihan expands the frozen zone again so the group can keep working without collapsing from the heat first. With everyone feeding in materials, Su Junru builds the arrow tower's main body while Joshiro uses her lord talent to mount a powerful giant crossbow onto it. Because a construction lord and an alchemist are working together, a job that should take 5 hours is finished in less than 1. Su Junru even adds 8 mechanical legs under the tower, turning it into a mobile fortress that can dodge if anything slips past Wang Zhao's defense. Seeing the crows still staying calm overhead, Wang Xiao orders the others to search nearby for resources while keeping close enough to fight at a moment's notice. Wang Xiao stays behind to guard the tower and releases 5,000 metal-devouring ants to strip useful minerals out of the white desert itself. While the ants harvest, Wang Xiao stares at the sky and realizes this realm is not the fire territory he hoped for, because its fire environment exists only as long as the blazing golden crows remain here. He briefly considers capturing one of the crows to create a permanent fire zone in his territory, but that idea dies when he remembers all his beast slots are already full. After half an hour, the scouting team returns and reports that this huge secret realm seems to contain no living things at all besides the blazing golden crows. Joshiro and Su Junru come back empty-handed, while Ihan at least manages to pull 300 units from a small copper vein. Then Zhao Yunyan quietly tops everyone by revealing he found a massive copper deposit stretching for kilometers, but only took 1,000 units before marking the spot for later. Even so, nobody is disappointed, because everyone knows the real payout of a secret realm comes after killing the creatures inside it. After gathering up everything the metal-devouring ants extracted, Wan Xiao gives the final countdown and tells everyone to rest fast, because their attack begins in 10 minutes. After waiting 10 tense minutes in the blazing desert, Wan Xiao finally summons the raging lava bear because its speed makes it the best scout in this heat. Wan Xiao quietly judges that his ice thunderhorn wolf and dark swamp crocodile dragon would be badly restrained here, so he keeps them out of this fight. Ihan rushes over to help, boosts the arrows with ice, and proudly summons his gold-level lava ripper. Seeing the lava ripper for the first time, Wan Xiao is thrown off because the famous unit looks less like a monster and more like a thin lion-headed orc youth. Wan Xiao blurts out whether this is really Ihan's soldier, and Ihan casually throws an arm around the lava ripper like an old friend. Ihan reveals this was the same soldier who nearly attacked Wan Xiao back in the Mist Rainforest, but back then it was only silver rank and had not evolved into a human form yet. That shocks Wan Xiao, because he did not realize some soldiers could change form so dramatically as they evolved. After Ihan gives permission, Wan Xiao checks the unit and sees the key answer at once. Lava Ripper belongs to the Holy Beast race. Now the strange transformation makes sense, because holy beasts evolved by changing their appearance instead of staying in one body like normal beasts. Wan Xiao remembers that Fontaineu's snow elf is also a holy beast, and even his own strengthened strength totem showed just how absurdly powerful that race can be. He cannot help envying Ihan, then grumbles that his own volcano-melting lizard suddenly does not feel nearly as impressive. Wan Xiao snaps back to business and warns everyone that the blazing golden crow is probably a bird-type mutated beast with terrifying speed, so safety comes first and everyone should be ready to escape with their secret realm keys. Once everyone answers, Wan Xiao drops his hand and gives the order to attack. The first black arrow rips upward toward the 10 suns, but the targets suddenly shift into a circling formation and dodge cleanly. Su Junru quickly adjusts the giant arrow tower, and Joshiro fires again without wasting a second. When the suns dodge a second time, Joshiro reads the movement pattern and immediately sends a third arrow into the path of that evasion. This time she lands the hit, and a sharp cry finally tears across the desert sky. Ihan explodes with praise, thrilled that Joshiro used a feint and prediction shot so cleanly. Wan Xiao feels a flash of pride too, because he recognizes the tactic from his own training and realizes Zhou Shiro has improved fast. But the wounded sun suddenly flashes white and starts flying in pain, throwing all 10 lights into chaos. That strange reaction makes Wan Xiao turn grim, and he warns everyone that the blazing golden crow is about to strike back. Everyone braces for a counterattack that never comes, and after more than 10 awkward minutes the strange silence starts feeling worse than a battle. At last Ihan voices what everyone is thinking and asks why the enemy still is not attacking. Wan Xiao does not know either, so he tells Zhou Shiro to fire again and use an explosive arrow this time. Zhou Shiro loads the form-thick arrow and sends it screaming upward, where it bursts midair into a spread of smaller lights that swarm the suns. Another shrill cry answers the hit, and Wan Xiao's face changes instantly when he realizes the sound is rising from under the sand, not from the sky. While the sky lights whip around again, Wan Xiao drops to the ground and presses his ear to the blazing sand to confirm what he just heard. Ihan tries to ask what he is doing, but Wan Xiao cuts him off and listens through the muffled rustling of something huge moving deep below. A shaken Wan Xiao sits up and admits they may have made a huge mistake, because the real body of the blazing golden crow seems to be underground. Su Junru cannot accept that at first and demands to know what the 10 suns in the sky are if the real monster is buried below them. Wan Xiao says he cannot explain the link yet, then waves Ihan and Zhao Yunyan down to listen for themselves while telling Zhou Shiro to keep attacking. Another explosive shot scatters across the false suns, and this time the buried cry roars up so clearly that the 3 men on the ground nearly go deaf. Ihan and Zhao Yunyan shout that Wan Xiao was right, which finally forces even Zhou Shiro and Su Junru to accept that the real enemy is hidden below them. The new problem hits all of them at once. Even if the blazing golden crow is there, they have no clear way to attack something buried that deep. Back on the sand like when they first arrived, Zhao Yunyan suggests the safest answer: leave the sleeping monster alone, gather resources, and return while they still can. But this team is not built to walk away easily, and after a brief silence Ihan admits he still wants to challenge the blazing golden crow. Instead of answering right away, Wan Xiao asks Zhou Shiro what she wants, and she quietly chooses strength over safety. Wan Xiao accepts that answer and stands, deciding they will challenge the monster after all. Ihan and Su Junru stand with him at once, showing without hesitation that they are ready to fight. Zhao Yunyan jumps up to stop them, arguing that charging an unseen monster they still do not understand is far too reckless. Then Ihan suddenly agrees with the caution and suggests checking the Academy Information Library first, which feels oddly unlike him. Su Junru pushes the opposite way and says there is no need for all that, insisting they can just fight now because it is only a gold-quality exotic beast, and Wan Xiao is here. Wan Xiao is about to agree, but he catches Zhou Shiro giving him the slightest warning shake of her head. He immediately changes course and asks for time to discuss it, pulling Zhou Shiro a few steps aside before anyone can lock the plan in. Away from the others, Wan Xiao asks why she changed her mind after saying she wanted to become stronger. Zhou Shiro says her goal has not changed, but something feels wrong because Ihan and Su Junru just acted opposite to their usual personalities. That lands hard with Wan Xiao, because now he sees it too and realizes he missed a subtle but important inconsistency. Zhou Shiro honestly admits she does not know the full reason, but she is convinced Su Junru is hiding something and Ihan does not truly want to go along with it. Wan Xiao decides to test that theory by doing the exact opposite of what Su Junru seems to want, and watching what she does next. Back with the group, Wan Xiao announces that with the situation still unclear, they should collect resources first and leave to prepare before returning. Ihan and Zhao Yunyan agree at once, since the safer plan matches what they already wanted from the start. Su Junru does react, but not the way Wan Xiao expected. She frowns at skipping the fight, then relaxes the moment he says they will stay to gather resources. That tiny shift gives Wan Xiao a new suspicion that Su Junru's real goal is not forcing a battle at all, but keeping him inside the secret realm. He still cannot tell whether she needs something here or is hiding something happening outside, so he quietly grips his secret realm key and decides the fastest way to learn her motive is to break her plan. When Su Junru catches Wan Xiao with his hand in his pocket, he casually brushes it off, but he is really one squeeze away from crushing the secret realm key and bailing out. Su Junru hurriedly admits she was afraid he was about to secretly withdraw, because Chen Jinrong told her to stall him today and keep him from meeting him. Her honesty throws Wan Xiao off even more, and she explains that she only used Zhou Shiro's tip about this secret realm trip to create a chance to hold him here. Su Junru lowers her voice again and asks him to keep her confession secret too, even though Chen Jinrong explicitly told her not to say any of this. Wan Xiao agrees, but he also points out the obvious problem. If she knew she could not fool him, why was she still so tense about this mission? Su Junru finally tells him the real pressure point. Chen Jinrong promised Ihan a very good reward if they pulled this off properly. That makes Wan Xiao pull a strange face, because the promise sounds suspiciously familiar, but he still decides to play along and leaves Su Junru wishing for good luck with the reward. With the misunderstanding settled, Wan Xiao trusts Su Junru's sincerity and stops thinking about escaping, so the group finally sets out with Zhao Yunyan leading them toward the copper mine. Zhao Yunyan kept calling the mine close, but the loose desert sand turns every step into a slog, and the short trip starts to feel brutal. By the time Zhao Yunyan points at one last 10-meter sand dune and says they only need to cross that, the others look ready to collapse or kill him. Wan Xiao finally asks why Zhao Yunyan moved so much faster than everyone else, and Zhao Yunyan proudly reveals his shortcut instead of apologizing. He summons a lava slime, hops onto its sticky elastic body, and casually bounces his way up the dune while bragging that it moves especially fast in this desert. Watching that smug display after all the suffering, Wan Xiao and Yi Han exchange one bitter thought at once: this idiot deserves a beating. Zhao Yunyan cheerfully comes back down to hurry them along, and before he can finish warning them about the sand, Wan Xiao and Yi Han finally tackle him. A few minutes later they all ride the lava slime up anyway, and a bruised, swollen Zhao Yunyan points out the small pit where the buried copper vein should be 5 to 6 meters below. When Su Junru asks how he found a vein buried that deep, Zhao Yunyan matter-of-factly explains that part of it was exposed earlier, and he already mined that section himself. Zhao Yunyan immediately backs away from more labor and blurts out that this time he has no digging soldiers, so nobody should expect him to help excavate. Wan Xiao ignores Zhao Yunyan and turns to Yi Han, who offers a workable plan. He can solidify the loose sand into real earth first. Wan Xiao takes the digging job for himself and asks Yi Han for one more favor first: freeze the area too, because the desert heat would weaken his soldiers. Yi Han activates Elemental Overlord, and brown-white light races out from under his feet until the dune top hardens from loose sand into frozen earth. With the ground stabilized and the temperature down, Wan Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to start excavating the vein. He has the dragon spread endless swamp to rot the frozen earth into workable muck. But before the next digging move can land, the quagmire starts boiling on its own. Before anyone can make sense of that, muffled impacts rumble up from below, and the entire sand dune detonates under their feet. The blast is so sudden that even Wan Xiao gets launched high into the air before he can react. The dark swamp crocodile dragon streaks and like black lightning, catches Wan Xiao first, and he immediately orders it to save the others too. In one breath the dragon sweeps under the rest of them, and the whole team clings together on its back, shaken but still alive. Once he confirms everyone is alright, Wan Xiao looks back at the ruined dune and freezes at the sight rising out of the storm of sand. The dune has been completely blown open, and out of the flying sand rises a gigantic red bird head far larger than any of them expected. From the dragon's back, Wan Xiao stares down in disbelief at the half-emerged giant bird and cannot believe something this massive is only a level 3 gold mutated beast. But the real weird part is its behavior, because instead of chasing the people in the air, the giant bird keeps fussing over the blasted open copper vein. Su Junru is the first to call it out clearly. The beast is not trying to hit them at all, it is trying to protect that mineral vein. Looking closer, Wan Xiao realizes she is right. The giant bird keeps trying to push sand back over the shining vein as if it wants to hide it again. That makes no sense by normal mutated beast instincts, because territory guards are common but greed for minerals is not, so Wan Xiao starts wondering if he might tame this thing without a fight. Far away in Yuheng Academy, the story cuts to the academy head's office, where Qin Jinrong is already sitting in the head seat and casually handling a desk ornament, while Qi Lianjuan stands behind him like a drawn blade. The academy head walks in wearing open displeasure and mocks Qin Jinrong for making himself at home in someone else's office. Qi Lianjuan immediately bristles, but Qin Jinrong stops him with one hand before he can answer for his commander. Enjoying the tension, the academy head needles Qin Jinrong again by sneering that the successor he picked seems pretty ordinary. That finally sets Qi Lianjuan off, and he coldly warns the academy head to show Qin Jinrong some respect because he used to belong to the Kaiyang military district too. Hearing that old military identity named out loud wipes the smile off the academy head's face, and he turns his bitterness straight toward Qin Jinrong instead. Qin Jinrong answers with a rueful smile and calmly names the man in front of him as Huang Tingwei, once a 7th-level lord and candidate for commander-in-chief of the 6th military region. That finally cracks the academy head open, and years of resentment spill out as he accuses Qin Jinrong of transferring him here by force, framing him, and ruining even his descendants' chance to enlist. Qin Jinrong lets him vent without interrupting, and when Huang Tingwei finally runs out of steam, he only asks how he has been these past few years. Huang Tingwei is so caught off guard by that clumsy concern that he can only answer with dry sarcasm, and even Qin Jinrong ends up awkward for once. Qi Lianjuan steps in to translate the commander's meaning, guessing that Qin Jinrong really wants to know whether Huang Tingwei has found a new goal after all these years. That gets the conversation moving again, and Qin Jinrong points to Yuheng Academy itself, hinting that Huang Tingwei should have found plenty of promising young talents here by now. The academy head immediately sees through the setup and reminds Qin Jinrong that even Yuheng Academy was clearly arranged by the military, no matter how quietly they tried to hide it. He even lays out the proof. An academy normally takes more than a week to approve, but his paperwork was finished in 3 days, so of course he knew someone powerful was pushing it through. Qin Jinrong drops the act at last, says he did come for a mission, and the academy head's old military reflex kicks in so hard that he straightens up on instinct and asks what the mission is. High above scorching purgatory, the team circles on the dark swamp crocodile dragon and finally sees the desert go still again after the blazing golden crow's tantrum. Zhao Yunyan lets out a long breath, but Ihan stares down at the buried mine, frustrated that the monster's size makes both fighting and mining feel hopeless. Su Junru calmly chooses safety first, pulls out her secret realm key, and says they can come back later after researching the blazing golden crow's weakness. Ihan reluctantly accepts her call, and Zhao Yunyan also brings out his key as the group prepares to cut their losses and leave. Wan Xiao suddenly stops them and says they might not need to fight the blazing golden crow at all. Instead of explaining, Wan Xiao digs through his warehouse so long that everyone else is quietly stunned by how absurdly many resources he has. When Wan Xiao finally pulls out a black glinting metal piece, Su Junru immediately realizes it is no ordinary ore. The moment Wang Xiao names it black gold ore, Su Junru and Ihan both blurt out in shock while Zhao Yunyan is left completely lost. Su Junru explains that black gold ore is a rare strategic resource, and Zhao Yunyan nearly chokes when he realizes a tiny piece is worth around 10 million star coins. Ihan adds that the market price barely means anything because no one actually wants to sell this stuff, and even Su Junru's usually cool gaze turns greedy. Ihan can't hold back and immediately asks to buy the ore, even offering to pay Wang Xiao in installments. Wang Xiao says he would even give Ihan 1 unit for free, and Ihan lights up so fast he nearly grabs it on the spot. Wang Xiao pulls the ore back at the last second and makes one condition: if Ihan ever finds a secret realm with black gold ore, he has to mark it and report it. Ihan agrees instantly, but Su Junru warns that most secret realms barely yield any black gold ore at all, so mining enough of it is painfully slow. Wang Xiao brushes off the mining problem and finally reveals the real plan: use the black gold ore as bait to lure the blazing golden crow away from the mine, and maybe even kill it if things go perfectly. The idea lands in uneasy silence, because even if the lure works, the real problem is that mining the whole vein would still take far too long. Wang Xiao keeps it simple and says if they think the plan is impossible, they can leave right now. Zhao Yunyan admits he would only get in the way in a fight at this level, so he chooses to bow out without pretending otherwise. Wang Xiao takes that cleanly, says they can work together another time, and Zhao Yunyan crushes his key and vanishes with his 1,000 units of refined copper safely secured. Wang Xiao turns to Ihan and Su Junru for their answer, still determined to try. Su Junru runs the numbers and decides the vein's 100,000 refined copper is not enough to justify 4 people splitting the risk and reward. That settles it for them, and Su Junru has Ihan take out his key so the two can withdraw together. In a blink, Ihan and Su Junru disappear too, leaving only Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro alone on the dark swamp crocodile dragon. Wang Xiao jokes that in the end it is just the two of them, and the dragon's broad back suddenly feels a lot emptier and colder. Zhou Shiro calls his plan reckless, stretches like she is gearing up for work, and tells him to lend her the metal-devouring ants. Back at Yuheng Academy, the scene cuts to the academy head's office, where an academy executive questions why Chen Jinrong is putting so much effort into Wang Xiao. Chen Jinrong answers with a sly smile, hinting that Wang Xiao is not as simple as the Awakening Tower result makes him look. The academy executive pushes back, pointing out that Wang Xiao is already one of the top young talents, and that repeated public defeats in a global live assessment would be too cruel. Chen Jinrong cuts to the objection by exposing that the academy executive already poached Tian Gang, and is using the grudge with Tian Chang to pressure Wang Xiao. With no room left to deny it, the academy executive accepts the mission, and Chen Jinrong drops the playful tone and orders him to make sure it succeeds. The story snaps back to scorching purgatory, where Wang Xiao circles in the air while Zhou Shiro waits on the ground with 10,000 metal-devouring ants set for the real operation. Once he sees Zhou Shiro in position, Wang Xiao steers the dark swamp crocodile dragon toward the half-collapsed dune and raises the black gold, or like a challenge. The bait works instantly, because the desert explodes open and the blazing golden crow erupts from the sand with a wingspan so huge it turns the whole sky violet. Wang Xiao orders a retreat at once, and the dark swamp crocodile dragon shoots upward like black lightning before the monster can crush them. The blazing golden crow's first flap swallows the ant swarm in a wall of sand, but Zhou Shiro was ready and uses that tiny opening to charge the dune anyway. Far across the horizon, the chase turns brutal as Wang Xiao can barely lift his head in the wind but still keeps the black gold, or raised behind him. When Wang Xiao dares to look back, he sees the full nightmare behind him. The blazing golden crow is so huge that even the 10 suns in the sky look scattered by its wake. That sight gives Wang Xiao a new question too, because the 10 suns clearly are not part of the blazing golden crow's body after all. A moment later, Wang Xiao realizes the dragon's next dash will take them to the edge of the secret realm, where crossing the unknown boundary could mean vanishing forever. He immediately orders a turn to skim the edge instead and buy Zhou Shiro more time, but the size gap makes the maneuver dangerously slow. With left and right both turning into dead ends, Wang Xiao makes one desperate call and tells the dragon to go straight up over the blazing golden crow. The gamble works by inches, because the blazing golden crow is too massive to redirect fast enough and the two beasts miss each other by less than 2 meters. Right in that impossible pass, Wang Xiao gets an even stranger shock when a contract prompt appears saying the blazing golden crow wants to sign with him. The contract is auto-rejected at once because Wang Zhao's soldier pits are already full, leaving him more baffled than relieved. Wang Zhao can barely process why the monster recognizes him at all, because he has done nothing except fly around with the bait in hand. Before he can figure it out, the blazing golden crow sends more contract requests after him, and each one is rejected again as the chase keeps going. As Wang Zhao fled across the desert on the dark swamp crocodile dragon, the blazing golden crow kept spamming contract requests even though his soldier slots were already full. Fed up with the non-stop alerts, Wang Zhao shouted back that he really could not sign any more beasts. Still airborne, Wang Zhao studied the black gold ore in his hand and started suspecting that this rare mineral, not his charm, was why the blazing golden crow would not leave him alone. When they reached the far side of the secret realm, Wang Zhao had the crocodile dragon turn around and fly back the way they came to test the situation. As the two sides crossed paths again, Wang Zhao got distracted for a second and suddenly felt the black gold ore vanish from his hand. He whipped around and saw the truth at once. The blazing golden crow had already swallowed the black gold ore. Realizing the crow might go straight back to guard its mine now that it had what it wanted, Wang Zhao urgently ordered Zhou Shiro to retreat through the territory first. Wang Zhao pulled out the secret realm key to escape too, but another contract request from the crow stopped him cold. The crow had already eaten the ore and still wanted a contract, so Wang Zhao dropped the idea of fleeing and tried something reckless instead. He barked an order at the blazing golden crow, and to Wang Zhao's shock the unruly beast immediately slowed down and landed obediently on the sand. That made no sense to Wang Zhao at all, because his contracted crocodile dragon loved acting up, while this uncontracted crow was suddenly listening better than a trained soldier. After a brief hesitation, Wang Zhao had the dark swamp crocodile dragon fly back and land about 100 meters from the waiting crow. From that uneasy standoff, Wang Zhao asked the obvious question: did the blazing golden crow really want to become his contract beast? The crow nodded, and when Wang Zhao guessed it respected his strength, the soft chirp it gave back sounded weirdly disdainful. When he changed the question and asked if it wanted something from him, the blazing golden crow reacted very differently. The moment Wang Zhao guessed it wanted black gold ore, the crow chirped excitedly in a burst, confirming that the contract obsession was really about minerals. Now that he understood the motive, Wang Zhao seriously weighed the deal and realized the blazing golden crow would be useful, but feeding it black gold ore would be ruinously expensive. He almost asked for the black gold ore back, but the crow's suddenly gloomy stare made him swallow that idea and call it a greeting gift instead. But the instant Wang Zhao took out the secret realm key to leave, the blazing golden crow exploded with fire and hammered him with more contract requests, making it clear it would not let him go so easily. Wang Zhao could only stare, because the whole situation felt absurd. This powerful mutated beast was acting less like a predator and more like a tyrant forcing itself onto him. Even with the key ready to crush, Wang Zhao still hated the idea of abandoning a beast this rare, so he tried bargaining with a much cheaper purple gold mineral instead. The blazing golden crow stared at the unfamiliar ore in confusion, poked it with its beak, and finally swallowed it after a short pause. Wang Zhao waited for another contract request and got nothing, which told him right away that the cheaper ore was not what the crow actually wanted. When the crow admitted it did not like the mineral after all, Wang Zhao was furious that the shameless beast had still eaten it anyway. Done being played, Wang Zhao opened a deep gray vortex behind him and summoned the volcano melting lizard to force the issue. The platinum-level lizard's pressure hit instantly, and the blazing golden crow panicked and shot into the sky instead of trying to fight. Wang Zhao refused to let the ore thief escape and ordered the volcano melting lizard to drag it back down. A towering wall of fire exploded upward, latched onto the crow's talons like solid restraints, and kept climbing no matter how hard it struggled. The crow burned through its strength in a panic, and the volcano melting lizard contemptuously slammed the exhausted beast straight back into the desert. Before the crow could recover, a brutal bolt of lightning slammed onto its head and pinned it back into the sand with bone-deep cold. Now riding the ice thunderhorn wolf, Wang Zhao looked down at the instantly obedient crow and realized this easy victory felt suspiciously wrong. The crow was near platinum itself and should not have folded this fast, so Wang Zhao started suspecting it had barely resisted at all. Another rejected contract request popped up, and this time Wang Zhao thought he saw something almost pathetic in the crow's eyes. Then Zhou Shiro returned through a burst of golden light, and the sight of the blazing golden crow pinned to the ground left her openly stunned. Wang Zhao scolded her for coming back, and Zhou Shiro admitted she had waited outside, got worried when he never appeared, and returned to check on him. After hearing Wang Zhao explain the whole bizarre chase, theft, and one-sided takedown, Zhou Shiro was just as unconvinced as he was. Zhou Shiro finally said what the whole fight looked like to her. If this were not a mutated beast, she would swear it had surrendered early because it was scared of dying. That guess hit Wang Zhao hard, because once he considered it seriously, too many strange details suddenly started making sense. He jumped down onto the blazing golden crow's cheek, warned it not to move unless it wanted to die, and decided to test whether it truly understood him. When Wang Zhao told it to blink if it understood him, the crow blinked immediately, and gave away that it had been following every word all along. He pressed further, and the crow admitted by blinking again that it had not really wanted to fight him in the first place. Asked if it had tried to flee because it feared death, the blazing golden crow blinked once more and confirmed it outright. Then Wan Shao asked the real question about all those stolen minerals, and the crow started blinking frantically the instant he mentioned breakthrough. Once Wan Shao realizes the blazing golden crow is clinging to life because it is preparing to break through, he finally relaxes and drops his guard. He recalls his own beasts first, and the freed blazing golden crow still stays flat on the ground, which confirms it is more afraid of dying than fighting back. When Wan Shao orders it to get up, the giant fire bird obediently rises and bows its head in front of him like a well-behaved child. Wan Shao tests the moment directly and asks if it will become his contract beast in exchange for help breaking through. The blazing golden crow eagerly agrees, but Zhou Shiruo immediately points out the real problem. Wan Zhao's soldier pits are already full. Wan Shao grimly decides he has to sacrifice one contract beast, and the one he chooses is the still infant Bright Moon Merman. He enters his territory with his consciousness and cancels the Bright Moon Merman's contract on the spot, giving up its future value for the crow now. Back outside, Wan Shao tosses over a contract scroll, and the blazing golden crow signs without resistance. The contract finishes, the blazing golden crow breaks into light, and the 10 blazing suns over the desert vanish so suddenly that the whole world drops into darkness. In the pitch black, Zhou Shiruo grabs Wan Shao in alarm while he guesses the vanished suns disappeared along with the contracted crow's body from the desert. As Wan Shao links the vanished suns to the crow, Zhou Shiruo suddenly realizes the real problem is what those suns may have done to his territory. Wan Shao rushes into his territory and walks straight into a blast of heat from all 10 suns now hanging above his snowy land. Seeing the snow vanish by the second, Wan Shao panics and orders the blazing golden crow to put the suns away before the whole territory is ruined. The newly contracted crow obeys at once, shrinking the 10 suns down into 10 feathers that streak away to one point in the territory. The disaster stops, but more than half of the 1,400-kilometer ice territory is already melted, which makes the blazing golden crow's environment-changing power feel terrifyingly real. When Zhou Shiruo enters the territory too, Wan Shao decides not to waste time and starts rebuilding the land around the crow's new role. Since the Bright Moon Merman is gone, Wan Shao seals the old spring and raises a huge mountain where the useless pool used to be. He has the metal-devouring ants hollow the mountain into a colossal inner cave, turning the old water site into a future fire nest. Then Wan Shao summons the blazing golden crow and lets it ignite the cave with its crimson earth 1,000 miles power, creating a proper fire tribute home for his fire beasts. With the nest settled, Wan Shao finally opens the breakthrough interface for the crow and is hit by a brutal wall of required materials. The numbers are so outrageous that both of them go silent, especially after realizing the total cost would be at least 200 million star coins and still includes rare resources money cannot easily buy. Wan Shao can only slap his thigh and groan that he has been thoroughly swindled by his own good luck. For a moment, Wan Shao even wants to cancel the contract, but after sacrificing the Bright Moon Merman and rebuilding a whole nest, he knows he cannot back out now. Zhou Shiruo quickly starts sorting the list, pointing out that some ores can be covered by their inventory or by getting Ma Yunla to spend money. But when she points to black gold ore and breakthrough stones, the mood sinks again because those are rare strategic resources they cannot simply buy off the market. Wan Shao says they can sacrifice one batch of Lord's shop supply to gather black gold ore, but the low-drop breakthrough stones are the real headache. Zhou Shiruo suggests asking Commander Qin Jinrong for help, since the military has the best access to fresh secret realms and better odds of getting breakthrough stones. Wan Shao refuses after thinking it through, deciding Qin Jinrong's favor is too valuable to spend this early, so they will try collecting first and let Ma Yunla bid high if needed. After that, the two of them finish mining the remaining copper in the secret realm and leave through the key. Outside the teleportation building, Wan Shao is about to contact Ma Yunla when Zhou Shiruo spots a lone military figure waiting under a tree. Wan Shao recognizes Qi Lianjuan and is immediately puzzled, because Chen Jinrong should be here too but only the adjutant is waiting alone. Qi Lianjuan spots them first and silently waves them over, making the strange meeting feel even more deliberate. To keep his promise of secrecy, Wan Shao pretends to be casually surprised and asks why Qi Lianjuan is here and whether his injuries are healed. Qi Lianjuan says he came with the commander, but stayed behind on purpose because he has something private to tell Wan Shao. When Wan Shao asks if Qin Jinrong knows about this meeting, Qi Lianjuan dodges the issue and instead warns him not to take the academy ranking assessment too hard if he loses. The warning only gets stranger when Qi Lianjuan admits he should not be saying this at all, but felt the situation would be too cruel if Wan Shao went in blind. Then Qi Lianjuan leaves without explaining further, which only deepens the unease. A few minutes later, Wan Shao asks Zhou Shiruo if she understood any of that, but even she can only guess it was some vague warning against chasing quick results. Neither of them can make sense of it, so Wan Shao lets the mystery sit and moves on. After sending Ma Yunla the material list, evening has already arrived, and Wan Shao heads home to deal with Tian Gang's punishment assignment. At home, he sits down with pen and paper and quickly discovers that writing a 10,000-word battle reflection is every bit as miserable as it sounded. Even after all his real combat insights, he can only scrape together about 3,000 words before getting stuck. so he grinds through the entire flag-seizing battle from start to finish just to bloat the report enough to hit the target. By the time he finally finishes, it is already midnight, and the fear of being late again is enough to make him skip checking his territory and go straight to sleep. The next morning, Wan Xiao arrives at Yuheng Academy early with a thick stack of handwritten battle notes in hand. He runs into Tian Gang at the door and politely offers the finished assignment, still expecting this humiliation to at least have a point. Tian Gang takes one look, acts mildly impressed that Wan Xiao really wrote it, and then tosses the whole thing straight into the trash without reading a single page. Wan Xiao's face darkens instantly, and he demands to know what Tian Gang means by this after forcing him to write it all night. Tian Gang coolly says he did ask for it, but never said he would read it, turning the assignment into pure mockery. That is enough for Wan Xiao to see the truth, and he coldly calls it what it is. Tian Gang is taking revenge on him in the pettiest way possible. Tian Gang actually admits it with a grin, says he enjoyed Wan Xiao's reaction, and immediately doubles the next punishment to 20,000 words for talking back. Wan Xiao accuses him of abusing his position, and Tian Gang does not even bother denying it. Instead, Tian Gang shrugs and basically says yes, which pushes the fight past discipline and into a raw battle of stubbornness. Wan Xiao snaps back that they will see who outlasts who, then turns and storms off without giving Tian Gang another word. Left behind at the entrance, Tian Gang sneers after him, then unexpectedly bends down and picks the battle reflection back out of the trash. Not long after Wan Xiao reaches Class B, Zhou Shiro comes in and asks him to explore a secret realm with her. Wan Xiao flatly refuses and says with way too much force that he wants to stay in class today. Zhou Shiro immediately guesses Tian Gang upset him again, but Wan Xiao denies it so stiffly that the lie is obvious. Since he refuses to go, Zhou Shiro sighs and decides to stay in class with him instead of entering the secret realm alone. Before Wan Xiao can answer, a nervous Ma Weiwei walks over and asks if he is busy. Ma Weiwei keeps stumbling over her words, and Wan Xiao notices the rest of the class secretly watching him too. After forcing herself to say it, Ma Weiwei reminds him that when Li Chanshan pushed the class to challenge him, Wan Xiao promised surrendering classmates would only lose half their resources. Now that his memory is back, Wan Xiao realizes he really did forget to repay them after the academy head interrupted everything back then. Wan Xiao apologizes on the spot and opens the trade interface to return Ma Weiwei's resources first. Ma Weiwei is stunned when he sends back all of it, not just the half he had promised. Wan Xiao brushes it off by saying they are classmates, and that one move instantly lifts Ma Weiwei's mood. Once the others see that, the whole class crowds around, and Wan Xiao repays everyone he owes, always giving extra if he is unsure of the amount. By the time everyone sits back down smiling, Wan Xiao's territory resources have dropped by nearly 30%. Zhou Shiro secretly checks the remaining resources too, and even without showing it, the loss makes her heart ache. She pulls Wan Xiao closer and asks why he returned so much when he had only promised half. Wan Xiao answers with a grin that he is buying goodwill from his classmates, and he immediately stands to cash in that favor. The class answers him eagerly, making it clear the resource refunds worked exactly as he intended. Wan Xiao starts by explaining that his Beast Tamer Lord talent is hard to raise, which makes several classmates tense up and fear he is about to ask them for resources. Ma Weiwei even offers to lend him materials, and Wan Xiao quickly reassures everyone that resources are not what he needs. His first real request is practical. He urgently needs 15 breakthrough stones, so he asks everyone to watch the market or sell him any extras at a high price. The students agree without much hesitation, since keeping an eye out for a seller is easy enough for them. Then Wan Xiao reveals the second favor with a wicked smile. He wants the whole class to help him teach Tian Gang a lesson. When the bell rings and Tian Gang walks in, Wan Xiao suddenly shouts for everyone to stand, and the whole class greets the teacher with suspiciously perfect enthusiasm. Tian Gang tells them to sit and tries to stay composed, but Wan Xiao's face alone is enough to give him a bad feeling. The trap starts immediately when Ma Weiwei raises her hand and asks the ridiculous question of how to summon soldiers outside a secret realm. Tian Gang patiently explains it is impossible, but Ma Weiwei cuts him off and mutters that maybe he is not as capable as she thought. Another student follows with a real question about why a vassal lord can command soldiers but still cannot summon them directly, forcing Tian Gang to answer seriously. That pattern repeats all period long, with useful questions luring him into teaching and absurd ones snapping back in to mock him whenever he tries to regain control. By the time the bell finally saves him, Tian Gang has barely reached the second page of his lesson plan. Tian Gang shoots Wan Xiao a cold look, tells him to meet at the usual place, and leaves the classroom carrying all that bottled anger with him. The moment he is gone, Class B bursts into cheers and starts bragging about whose question hit the hardest. Wan Xiao thanks everyone for helping him vent his anger, then he heads out with Zhou Shiro. Out in the corridor, Zhou Shiro quietly admits the stunt did make him feel better, but she worries that dragging the whole class into it was still wrong. She points out that Tian Gang actually teaches well, so this kind of revenge also costs everyone valuable study time. Wan Xiao accepts that point and says this was a one-time move just to make his position clear. Even then, Zhou Shiro is not reassured, because Tian Gang is their class director, and she cannot see students winning a fight like this. Wang Xiao only sneers that whether they can win depends on the person, and keeps going toward the teleportation building. At the teleportation building, they enter the ancient arena door and find Tian Gang already waiting inside. Tian Gang directly asks if Wang Xiao was behind the classroom stunt, and Wang Xiao answers with a smooth denial that blames it on the class loving to learn. Tian Gang warns him not to let it happen again, then skips any more argument, and summons 12 skeleton soldiers for their usual match. This time Tian Gang wins in 3 minutes by splitting his 12 skeletons from the start, and crushing Wang Xiao's 3 dwarf artilleries with pure numbers. Even after that clean loss, Wang Xiao says nothing about the unfair rules and only asks for another round. Tian Gang, who usually wants to end quickly, unexpectedly agrees and keeps sparring him. Over the next 3 matches, Wang Xiao keeps changing tactics, and although he still loses every time, he drags Tian Gang's flag capture time from 3 minutes up to 10. After the 4th round ends, Tian Gang finally calls it there and tells Wang Xiao to go rest. Before leaving, Tian Gang coldly reminds him to hand in 20,000 words of battle comprehension by tomorrow morning. Wang Xiao fires back that he will hand in 30,000 words, turning even the homework into one more act of stubborn rivalry. The day ends with Wang Xiao and Tian Gang striding off in the same direction like they are still competing over who can leave faster, while Zhou Shiro can only sigh at this endless feud. The next morning, Wang Xiao shows up a little late at Yuheng Academy and walks straight into Tian Gang's office with another thick stack of battle notes. As usual, Tian Gang takes Wang Xiao's 20,000 word comprehension and tosses it straight into the trash, and Wang Xiao leaves without taking the bait. Outside the office, Wang Xiao spots Yihan and Su Junru waiting at the door and asks who they came so early to meet. Yihan reminds him that Su Junru wanted to introduce him to an expert, and Wang Xiao finally remembers the information specialist they mentioned before. When Wang Xiao asks why that expert returned earlier than expected, Su Junru admits she only knows he came back last night and suddenly waves towards someone in the distance. The person walking over looks nothing like a legendary expert, just a tiny pale boy with hair over his eyes who seems too weak to stay upright. Gao Lixuan reaches them yawning and complains that they keep coming to pick him up at the school gate like he cannot find his own way. Yihan immediately exposes him for once getting lost in the information library, and Gao Lixuan jumps up in outrage but still cannot reach him. Watching that messy scene, Wang Xiao finally asks the obvious question, is this really the expert they meant to introduce? Once he hears Wang Xiao speak, Gao Lixuan stops fooling around and asks who this newcomer is. Su Junru quickly makes the introduction by reminding Gao Lixuan about the student from Kaiyang Academy who led people against Crimson Star, and that finally clicks for him. Gao Lixuan lifts his hair, reveals the brutal dark circles under his eyes, and formally introduces himself as Gao Lixuan. Wang Xiao starts to shake his hand like a normal greeting, but Gao Lixuan pulls back and bluntly says he is asking for a protection fee. Gao Lixuan very seriously lays out his rule. Wang Xiao must pay him 100 star coins a month so any future help at school stays a clean business deal instead of a favor. When Wang Xiao jokingly asks whether Gao Lixuan would pay back if he ever needed help himself, Gao Lixuan proudly declares that inside Yuheng Academy he is the only one who can help other people. Yihan quietly tells Wang Xiao to just pay first and promises to reimburse him later, which only makes the whole thing sound even stranger. Curious more than annoyed, Wang Xiao transfers the 100 star coins and decides to see what gives this odd little guy so much confidence. The second the money arrives, Gao Lixuan becomes warmly friendly, pats Wang Xiao on the shoulder, and tells him to come find him for anything in the academy. After Gao Lixuan strolls off, Yihan bows an apology and hurriedly offers to send Wang Xiao the money back. Wang Xiao waves that off and asks the real question instead. If Gao Lixuan charges for help, how many students are actually paying him? Yihan silently holds up 3 fingers, and Wang Xiao first imagines 300 clients before learning the painful truth. He is only the 3rd one. The 3 victims share one horribly awkward silence before Wang Xiao asks what someone like Gao Lixuan could possibly do for people as capable as Yihan and Su Junru. Su Junru answers with the first real shock. The academy rule that lets students skip classes after passing the academy trial was made for Gao Lixuan from the start. Wang Xiao can barely believe it, because Gao Lixuan looked weak enough that he might not even be a level 3 lord. Yihan swears it is true and explains that when they first enrolled, Gao Lixuan was always late, skipped class, and got criticized constantly. Then Gao Lixuan made a bet with the teacher that if he took first place in the final exam, he would never have to attend class again. He actually won that bet, and after that he kept taking first place so consistently that the whole class lived under his shadow. After he awakened his talent, Gao Lixuan became even lazier, barely showing up a few times a month until even the academy head had to step in. That talk with the academy head ended with the academy trial being established, which means the famous rule really was built around him. Wang Xiao hears the whole unbelievable chain of events and is left speechless, because it sounds full of holes, but Yihan has no reason to lie. He presses further and asks the key mystery now, what exactly is Gao Lixuan's lord talent? Su Junru says that is the strangest part, because when Gao Lixuan awakened his talent, the awakening tower supposedly malfunctioned. Only a few people inside knew what he awakened, and afterward the academy head personally ordered Gao Lishuan to keep it secret. That double layer of abnormality finally jolts Wan Xiao, because even the academy head hiding a talent like this feels deeply wrong. Su Junru admits she and Ihan first got close to Gao Lishuan because that unknown talent might have been a threat they needed to watch. But after spending time with him, both of them came to genuinely respect Gao Lishuan, which is why they call him Brother Xian without any mockery. Wan Xiao quietly admits to himself that he may have underestimated Gao Lishuan badly. Right then, Gao Lishuan casually wanders back out, greets them like nothing happened, and then walks back toward the academy again. The three of them can only trade bitter smiles and head back into the academy themselves. Not long after Wan Xiao gets to class, Zhou Shiro comes in looking for him about secret realm exploration, but seeing him actually seated in class, she wisely keeps quiet. Then the bell rings, Tian Gang enters with his lesson plan, gives Wan Xiao a meaningful look, and starts teaching the same material again because of yesterday's disruption. Zhou Shiro sits through half the lesson in quiet dread, then finally relaxes when Wan Xiao makes no move to stir up trouble this time. After class, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow Tian Gang back into the ancient arena for another brutal round of flag-seizing training. The unfair rules never let up, and across 3 rounds Wan Xiao is crushed exactly as expected. After that, Wan Xiao falls into a hard routine of class, arena training, and endless written battle summaries that Tian Gang keeps throwing away in front of him. But while the humiliation stays the same, Tian Gang keeps changing the arena rules, steadily raising the ceiling on what Wan Xiao is allowed to use. 3 days later, Wan Xiao is still capped at 3 soldiers, but the quality limit rises to silver rank and Tian Gang's side scales up too, keeping the pressure vicious. A full month slips by like that, and Wan Xiao eventually reaches the point where he can field level 2 gold soldiers even though none of his own beasts fit the training limit. Because his own mutated beasts are all too strong for the setup, Wan Xiao has to keep borrowing troops from Zhou Shiro just to continue the training. Zhou Shiro even spends a huge sum to buy 3 level 2 gold soldiers for him, yet the two of them still cannot win a single one of Tian Gang's 3 daily matches. Even without a single clear victory, the non-stop pressure sharpens both of them fast, especially Wan Xiao. By the final week, Wan Xiao can drag out matches against 100 peak silver level 3 soldiers using only 3 ordinary gold level 2 troops, forcing Tian Gang to call repeated draws. After the latest draw, Tian Gang coolly tells Wan Xiao his performance was not bad today and immediately orders a fresh 30,000-word battle comprehension. When Wan Xiao protests that he did nothing to deserve the extra punishment, Tian Gang openly admits he is just unhappy because he failed to beat him today. Then Tian Gang adds one practical notice before leaving: the Academy's internal qualifier for the coming ranking assessment is about to start, so training will pause for a few days. Wan Xiao realizes a whole month has passed, and by the time that sinks in, Tian Gang has already crushed the key and vanished out of the secret realm. Grumbling that Tian Gang moves fast when it suits him, Wan Xiao turns to Zhou Shiro and tells her to recall her soldiers so they can head back. But Zhou Shiro does not move right away, because she has been watching Wan Xiao for a month and something about his restraint does not feel natural. When she asks what he thinks, Wan Xiao mistakes the question for the coming ranking assessment, and casually tells her to take it seriously since Jin Shui already warned her not to hold back. Zhou Shiro cuts that off and makes it clear she is asking about Tian Gang, not the qualifier. She points out the pattern plainly. Tian Gang keeps humiliating him, throwing away his writing, and provoking him, yet Wan Xiao has stayed focused in class and trained harder instead of exploding. Then Zhou Shiro cups Wan Xiao's face, looks him straight in the eye, and says this is not like him at all, so he must be planning something. In the ancient arena, Zhou Shiro worries Wan Xiao is quietly plotting against Tian Gang for tossing his battle notes, but Wan Xiao smiles and insists he really did learn something this month. Zhou Shiro does not buy it at all and points out that Tian Gang throws away every one of Wan Xiao's battle comprehensions, so there is no way he can be that unbothered. Wan Xiao gently pulls her hand away, plays the whole thing off, and changes the subject by suggesting they visit the trading market and see Ma Yinla. Still doubtful but willing to follow him, Zhou Shiro crushes the secret realm key and vanishes in a flash of golden light. The moment she is gone, Wan Xiao exhales in relief and mutters that Zhou Shiro is getting way too sharp, but luckily his acting still fooled her. Then Wan Xiao looks toward the spot where Tian Gang had been standing before and gives a meaningful smile, making it clear he has not dropped the matter at all. Wan Xiao crushes his own secret realm key next and leaves the ancient arena to rejoin Zhou Shiro in the trading market. After settling the resources Ma Yinla helped buy and sell, Wan Xiao brings Zhou Shiro straight to the Lord's shop. The shop is packed with students from different academies because the ranking assessment is close, so Wan Xiao heads up to the quieter upper floors instead of wasting time downstairs. On the 4th floor, Wan Xiao is about to contact Lin Xiang when someone coming down from above recognizes him first. The man turns out to be Li Keifu, the buyer from Wan Xiao's huge purple gold mineral sale, and Wan Xiao finally remembers him once that deal is mentioned. Li Keifu spots Zhou Shiro and cheerfully identifies her by name as Wan Zhao's vassal lord, which makes the shy Zhou Shiro duck behind Wan Xiao at once. Li Keifu assumes Wan Xiao must have brought more rare goods and asks to see them, But Wang Xiao says he has been buried in training for a month and only came to discuss private business with Lin Xiang. Li Keifu takes that as a brush off and bristles, insisting things are different now because his family has given him plenty of money for the coming assessment. Before Wang Xiao can smooth it over, Lin Xiang comes up from downstairs and greets him so warmly that the whole awkward mood shifts. Wang Xiao sincerely tells Li Keifu he really is here on other business and promises to contact him later if he organizes the resources on hand, which finally calms Li Keifu down. Once Li Keifu leaves, Lin Xiang takes Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro into his office and immediately asks what brought them here. Wang Xiao drops the pretense and says he came to talk about cooperating with the Lord's shop after making Lin Xiang wait for more than a month. The delay works exactly how Wang Xiao wanted, and Lin Xiang scrambles to serve tea and water like he is afraid the deal might slip away. Wang Xiao repeats the same terms as before. He will help explore new secret realms, and in return Lin Xiang must let him enter the military sealed ones. Lin Xiang agrees on the spot, admits headquarters has been pressing him about this partnership, and even raises his teacup in obvious relief. Lin Xiang immediately tries to slide into business by mentioning a newly appeared medium mystic realm, but Wang Xiao cuts him off before he can pitch it properly. Wang Xiao says the academy ranking assessment is too close for him to take missions now, and Lin Xiang realizes there is another reason they came today. Then Wang Xiao reveals the real request. He and Zhou Shiro want to visit those military-sealed secret realms themselves. That catches Zhou Shiro off guard too, and once Lin Xiang tactfully steps out with the teapot, she demands to know when Wang Xiao decided this without telling her. With no outsider listening, Zhou Shiro bluntly objects that sealed realms are sealed for a reason, and getting hurt right before the academy assessment would be a disaster. Wang Xiao answers that this is their best shot because the blazing golden crow is almost ready to break through, but he still lacks black gold ore and, more importantly, enough breakthrough stones. Zhou Shiro falls silent because she knows the problem is real. Breakthrough stones are so rare that even using Wang Xiao's connections would only buy a few each month. Wang Xiao presses the point that sealed secret realms have only been entered once by the military, so their drop rate for breakthrough stones should be far better than anywhere else. She still pushes back and suggests they stop chasing a breakthrough for now, since the volcano melting lizard already makes them strong enough for the assessment. Wang Xiao says that was his original plan too, until Gao Lishuan made him realize the situation may be more dangerous than it looks. He explains that Gao Lishuan's lore talent is still completely hidden, which is strange enough on its own for someone that gifted. Wang Xiao goes further and points out that even Yi Han and Su Junru, who spend time with Gao Lishuan every day, still have not seen enough to figure it out. That leaves Wang Xiao with one disturbing conclusion: Gao Lishuan may never have had to fight in secret realms at all. He breaks down 3 possibilities, starting with military rewards and secret solo exploration, before reaching the explanation that worries him most. Then Wang Xiao lowers his voice and shares the possibility that really worries him: someone may be funneling Gao Lishuan resources so he can grow without exposing anything. That thought rattles Zhou Shiro, because if someone is willing to nurture Gao Lishuan that heavily, his hidden talent could be terrifying. Wang Xiao tells her this is exactly why prevention matters more than comfort now, because the academy's internal selection is their best chance to uncover Gao Lishuan's real strength. He admits he can accept losing, but not losing because he failed to prepare when he still had the chance. After a long hesitation, Zhou Shiro finally agrees, but only if Wang Xiao promises to retreat the moment things turn dangerous instead of forcing himself again. Wang Xiao agrees with a laugh and says a month of watching Tian Gang trash his battle reports every morning has at least taught him patience. Zhou Shiro is stunned to realize he has been enduring that every day on purpose to grind down his impulsive side. Before Wang Xiao can answer, Lin Xiang returns with the teapot and a too smooth apology, making it obvious he had been eavesdropping outside the door. Wang Xiao cannot be bothered to expose him, so he waves off the tea and tells Lin Xiang to take them to the secret realms immediately. The 3 head up to the 7th floor, pass through an ancient teleportation gate, and emerge at the Lord's shop headquarters more than 30,000 kilometers away. Once they arrive, Lin Xiang asks what kind of resources Wang Xiao is targeting among the sealed realms they control. Wang Xiao answers without hiding it this time. He is looking for breakthrough stones. Lin Xiang thinks for a moment, then remembers that the military sealed a brand new small secret realm just a few days ago, and the shop had planned to explore it tomorrow. He confidently says that unopened realm should definitely contain breakthrough stones, and Wang Xiao realizes he came just in time before someone else could strip it clean tomorrow. Lin Xiang leads Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro down to the basement teleportation gate, where cloaked workers start preparing the sealed secret realm entrance. Lin Xiang quietly asks whether Wang Xiao has long-range soldiers, and Wang Xiao instantly hears the probing tone behind the question. Realizing he spoke badly, Lin Xiang quickly explains that Thorn Canyon is packed with poisonous spirit grass, so ranged firepower makes exploration much safer. Wang Xiao accepts the warning and silently decides Zhou Shiro's dwarf artillery is enough to clear a path if the poison plants become a problem. The modified gate flares to life in a wash of psychedelic light, and the entry window is finally open. Lin Xiang says he cannot wait because the shop is busy, promises to return in 2 hours, and sends the pair in. Wang Xiao leads Zhou Shiro into the portal, and as soon as they disappear, Lin Xiang drops the polite act and decides to report the fake name Gao Lishuan to headquarters. After the spatial distortion clears, Wan Xiao arrives inside Thorn Canyon and immediately sees that this so-called canyon is broad, open, and lined with steep walls. He immediately orders Zhou Shiro to summon the dwarf artillery so they can carve out a safe landing zone before anything poisonous reaches them. 3 dwarf artillery soldiers appear, and Wan Xiao boosts them with a fire attack card so their cannon blasts can burn the toxic plants to ash. Once the entry area is clear, Wan Xiao throws out 3,000 metal-devouring ants and has them start chewing into the canyon wall on the chance there are useful minerals inside. He summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Raging Lava Bear, leaves the bear behind as Zhou Shiro's guard, and tells her to build a small base while he scouts ahead. Zhou Shiro tells him to be careful, and Wan Xiao immediately rides off anyway like a streak of light. Watching him vanish, Zhou Shiro remembers his promise not to act recklessly, and rolls her eyes because she clearly does not buy it. She gets back to work and starts building the little base while Wan Xiao pushes deeper into the poisonous canyon alone. A short ride later, Wan Xiao realizes Thorn Canyon is far nastier than a small secret realm should be, with dense poison herbs and huge beast tracks everywhere. The deeper he goes, the more convinced Wan Xiao becomes that anything living here is steeped in poison and much harder to handle than an ordinary beast. With almost nowhere safe to land between the poisonous plants, Wan Xiao gives up on forcing a path on the wolf and prepares to switch to the dark swamp crocodile dragon to fly over it. Before Wan Xiao can switch mounts, something rustles nearby and the ground beneath him suddenly explodes. The ambush sends him airborne, but his recent training shows as he keeps his head, summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon in mid-crisis, and escapes straight into the sky. From nearly 100 meters up, he spots the fresh blast crater and a huge colorful python sliding through the grass below. Wan Xiao tears open an identification scroll and learns the beast is a peak silver level 3 decay poison corpse python with poison blood and brutal defense. But the python has no skill that explains the blast, so Wan Xiao realizes something else must still be hidden under the plants. He circles above the area, catches a white blur in the grass, and burns another identification scroll to reveal a peak silver level 3 silver shadow leopard. That only makes the place feel stranger, because 2 different silver predators should not be sharing a small secret realm at this distance from each other. A second explosive impact rips open the ground, and this time Wan Xiao sees the silver blur dart past the crater and suddenly understands what happened to him. He figures the leopard's burst of speed must have kicked up the blast near him earlier, which means he was standing almost on top of a hunting silver assassin without even noticing. Before he can finish sorting it out, something launches the giant python right out of the grass and into the open. The silver shadow leopard ricochets off the canyon wall and slams the python again, proving this was never about him at all, but a brutal hunt already in motion. The python crashes down and crushes the surrounding plants, and Wan Xiao instantly realizes the broken greenery is releasing poisonous gas. He snaps open the mithril protective ring Zhou Shiro gave him, and the golden barrier blocks the spreading poison before it can touch him. Because the dragon is too large to fit inside the barrier, Wan Xiao jumps onto a jutting section of cliff and recalls it before the gas can spread farther. Safe for the moment, he pieces the whole thing together and realizes the leopard's real target was always the python, while he was just an unlucky bystander in the ambush path. On the ground, the decayed poison corpse python coils into a tight defensive knot and makes every scale vibrate like a wall of blades. Wan Xiao immediately sees the trick. If the leopard crashes into that spinning armor now, it will pay for the hit with its own skin. Instead of forcing it, the silver shadow leopard keeps circling through the plants, stalking for an opening while the python refuses to expose one. The standoff stretches on, and Wan Xiao gets hooked because this silver-tier fight is full of technique instead of the overwhelming brute force he saw from platinum monsters before. 10 minutes later, both beasts are visibly tiring, and Wan Xiao can feel the stalemate reaching the point where one side has to commit or break. Then the leopard suddenly makes its move, but not at the python, as it launches toward the canyon wall instead. At 30 meters up, it carves a bright claw mark into the cracked rock and brings the whole weakened section down. The python senses the trap too late, and its stiff body cannot uncoil fast enough before the falling rubble smashes into it. Wan Xiao instantly knows the python has already lost, because the rubble was never meant to kill it, only to force a panicked escape. The decayed poison corpse python bursts free from the collapse, and the silver shadow leopard is already waiting at the exact moment it lunges out. In one clean silver flash, the leopard cuts off the python's head and ends the fight beautifully. Wan Xiao is thrilled, because the leopard just put on a textbook lesson in patience, pressure, and environmental killing. Then a few shiny objects spill from the python's severed head, and Wan Xiao's eyes lock on them as he recognizes breakthrough stones. The moment Wan Xiao spots several breakthrough stones below the cliff, he jumps without hesitation and calls the dark swamp crocodile dragon to catch him midair. A silver shadow leopard flashes in from the other side at the exact same time, drawn to the same energy-rich stones. The dragon is fast, but the leopard starts closer, so Wan Xiao can only watch it snatch all the stones first. Wan Xiao refuses to let the prize go, and immediately orders the dark swamp crocodile dragon to cast Endless Swamp. The canyon floor collapses into mud, and a sudden burst in the swamp reveals where the fleeing leopard has been trapped. When Wang Xiao reaches it, the calf-sized silver shadow leopard is desperately kicking in the mire but only sinking deeper. Seeing the torn-up ground, Wang Xiao realizes this little leopard was strong enough to kill the python, but in the swamp its power means nothing. Under the pressure of the platinum beast, the trembling leopard stops struggling and stares at Wang Xiao in fear. Wang Xiao suddenly feels a little bad, because he did not win this fight himself and is basically cutting in at the end. He tries to negotiate anyway, gesturing that he only wants the stones and will save the leopard in exchange. The low-level beast clearly cannot understand him, so Wang Xiao gives up on talking and orders the dragon to knock it out. After the swamp skill ends, Wang Xiao jumps down, pries open the unconscious leopard's mouth, and pulls out 5 breakthrough stones. To his surprise, he also finds an unformed mutated core hidden with the stones. That discovery makes him uneasy, because if they had arrived a few days later, the corpse python might have advanced into a much more dangerous gold-level dual attribute beast. He briefly considers whether the silver shadow leopard might drop even more breakthrough stones too, then shuts that idea down because he already decided to spare it. Calling himself trustworthy with shameless confidence, Wang Xiao puts the incomplete core back into the leopard's mouth. He goes even further and pours in 2 recovery potions as payment for the stones before leaving it there to wake up later. Wang Xiao rides off on the dark swamp crocodile dragon, not knowing the leopard quietly opens its eyes the moment he disappears into the sky. Back at the canyon entrance, Wang Xiao finds that Zhou Shiro has already raised a compact base by sealing the pass between mountain walls. 5 purple flame magic towers burn on top of the walls, and Wang Xiao is impressed that Zhou Shiro built this much in barely half an hour. Zhou Shiro is still working on an arrow tower when she notices his safe return and casually asks how things went. Wang Xiao tells her the secret realm is more dangerous than usual, but the rewards are excellent, and he shows her the 5 breakthrough stones. When Zhou Shiro asks where he got so many, Wang Xiao grins and says he basically picked them up from a dragon-tiger fight. After hearing that he knocked out the leopard and took its spoils, Zhou Shiro gives him a flat look and asks if he feels even a little guilty. Wang Xiao argues with complete confidence that it was fair because he paid the leopard with 2 recovery potions, and he declares this realm might let him gather all 15 stones. Zhou Shiro is about to answer when she suddenly freezes and asks whether that silver shadow leopard had short silver fur. Wang Xiao follows her gaze and sees the same silver shadow leopard crouching in the grass a few hundred meters away, staring straight at them. Zhou Shiro whispers that if it came for revenge after being robbed, this is going to feel very awkward. Wang Xiao still insists it was not robbery, and to be safe he summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and another fast wolf beast beside him. As the summoned beast's pressure rolls across the canyon, the silver shadow leopard arches up as if a fight is about to start. But instead of attacking, the leopard suddenly relaxes, rubs its nose against the ground, and quietly backs away into the grass. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are left staring in confusion, trying to guess whether it just left some kind of bait for a trap. Not wanting to overthink a silver beast, Wang Xiao decides to check it himself and tells Zhou Shiro to stay put. Zhou Shiro warns him it could still be a trap, but Wang Xiao points out that being too scared to leave the base over a silver-quality beast would be ridiculous for them. His own logic instantly fires Zhou Shiro up, and she jumps onto the other wolf beast so she can come along too. Wang Xiao can only give in and reminds her to be careful as both of them ride out of the base together. They slow down at the last 50 meters, ready for an ambush, but the grassland stays completely still. When the grass is pushed aside, they find a little pile of shiny things hidden inside instead of a trap. The mix makes no practical sense at first, until Zhou Shiro realizes every item in the pile has one thing in common: it shines. She guesses the silver shadow leopard thought Wang Xiao liked bright stones, so after he took some from its mouth, it brought him more. The idea lands even harder when Zhou Shiro adds that the leopard may simply be repaying him for the potion and for sparing its life. Zhou Shiro lightly teases him for repaying kindness with opportunism, and this time even Wang Xiao sounds a little guilty when he snaps back. In the end, Wang Xiao decides to keep only the breakthrough stones, then leaves 20 beginner energy cores behind so the leopard can reclaim the rest later. After they rode back from scouting, the silver shadow leopard quietly crept out of the grass and stared at the pile of bright stones they had left behind, looking oddly puzzled. Back at their small base in Thorn Canyon, Wang Xiao drew a rough map on the ground and marked the spots where he had found tracks from large beasts. He told Zhou Shiro he would lure the monsters back, but this time she had to fight them herself so she could finally test how much she had improved. Instead of refusing like before, Zhou Shiro agreed after a short pause, clearly wanting to see what a month of training had really done for her. Wang Xiao set out again on the dark swamp crocodile dragon and followed a trail of heavy footprints into one of Thorn Canyon's many branching paths. Before he could even see inside the branch canyon, a black horn-like projectile suddenly shot straight at his face. Wang Xiao jerked backward just in time, and the horns slammed into the rock wall beside him with a violent clang. When he looked up, he found a group of one-horned antelope beasts clinging to the canyon wall and glaring at him. The antelopes all lowered their heads together and fired a storm of black horns before Wang Xiao even had time to identify them. The barrage barely mattered because the dark swamp crocodile dragon did not even bother to dodge, and the flying horns could not leave a mark on its body. With one brutal tail sweep against the rock wall, the crocodile dragon nearly knocked most of the antelope beasts loose. Once he saw their anger flare up, Wang Xiao knew they were hooked and ordered the crocodile dragon to retreat toward the base. The antelope pack chased hard, and every time they started to hesitate, the crocodile dragon swooped back just long enough to provoke them again. By the time the base came into view, the antelope beasts were completely worked up and ready to charge straight into the trap. The pack fired another volley into the sky, and Wang Xiao dodged aside over the walls as he tossed the fight to Zhou Shiro. At that signal, all 5 flame magic towers opened fire together, and the incoming pack vanished into a roaring sea of magic flames. Wang Xiao did not even stop to watch, because he trusted Zhou Shiro to handle those weaker beasts, and immediately went to lure in the next group. The teamwork clicked fast, and in less than an hour they had wiped out more than 100 mutated beasts this way. When the final wave turned out to be several shadow apes and their time was almost up, Wang Xiao stopped playing it safe and sent out the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf to wipe them out in seconds. After the last enemies fell, the two of them gathered the shadow ape materials and started counting everything they had earned. The biggest prize was 11 breakthrough stones, leaving Wang Xiao only one short of the amount he needed for the blazing golden crow. They also piled up plenty of beast materials that could be sold later, even if either of them could turn those drops into tools or skill cards themselves. The metal-devouring ants had refined a lot of ore during those 2 hours too, but it was only common black iron and fine copper, nothing rare enough to change the mood. Once they totaled it all up, both of them were genuinely thrilled because one trip here had paid out like 4 or 5 ordinary small secret realms. Wang Xiao enjoyed the payoff, but the more he thought about it, the stranger the place felt because the beast numbers were abnormally high while their overall strength was too low for a military seal. Zhou Shiro agreed something was off, since the flame magic towers had crushed almost everything and they had not even needed the arrow towers. Wang Xiao briefly wondered if some stronger beasts were still hiding, but he could not accept it because he had already explored most of the realm, and should have sensed any real threat. With no clear answer and the time almost up, Wang Xiao decided to leave first and maybe try another small secret realm afterward. Zhou Shiro agreed right away, still riding the high of their huge gains and not dwelling on whatever hidden danger might be here. But just as Zhou Shiro was about to crush the key, the flame magic tower suddenly fired on its own and both of them snapped toward the wall. They rushed up to check, only to realize the target was just the silver shadow leopard standing a few hundred meters away again. After Zhou Shiro turned off the tower's auto-attack, she waved goodbye to the leopard like it was an old friend, and Wang Xiao laughed that a silver beast would not understand her anyway. Zhou Shiro shot back with a roll of her eyes, tossed out another handful of energy cores for the leopard, and even used the chance to take a swipe at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao grumbled, Zhou Shiro gave one last mischievous wave, and together they finally crushed the key and left the realm. The moment they disappeared, the silver shadow leopard flashed over, swallowed the energy cores, and dropped the disguise skill it had been hiding under. Its body instantly swelled from calf size to a much larger frame, exposing that the harmless-looking silver shadow leopard had been hiding peak gold level strength all along. A flash of golden light brought Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro back to the lowered shop basement, where Lin Xiang was already waiting for them with tea and a smile. When Wang Xiao took the tea, he noticed it had already gone slightly cold and realized Lin Xiang had been standing there waiting for quite a while. Feeling how much Lin Xiang valued him, Wang Xiao asked directly whether they could enter another small secret realm because they still had not found enough of what they wanted. Lin Xiang frowned at once, because in his view there should definitely have been breakthrough stones inside that sealed realm. Wang Xiao carefully downplayed their real harvest and said there were some stones, just not many, because the strongest beasts they saw were only silver level 3. Instead of worrying about danger, Lin Xiang called him out for lying and said the academy rankings were close enough that he could have just admitted he wanted another chance to grow stronger. That hit Wang Xiao hard for a second, because he almost thought Lin Xiang somehow knew what they had really taken from the realm. He quickly recovered and played dumb, but Lin Xiang dropped the real reason he did not believe him. Their intelligence said Thorn Canyon contained gold, or even platinum beasts. Zhou Shiro blurted out in shock, and Wang Xiao insisted just as fast that he truly had not sensed any powerful beasts in there. Once she saw Wang Xiao was serious, Zhou Shiro backed him up and asked Lin Xiang whether the information might simply be wrong. Lin Xiang's face turned subtle, because if they were telling the truth, then even the military's reason for sealing that realm no longer made sense. Zhou Shiro tried another angle and guessed they might have entered the wrong realm entirely, but a cloaked attendant beside Lin Xiang immediately shut that down. Wang Xiao agreed the realm connection itself was not the issue, because the high breakthrough stone drop rate proved it really was the newer sealed realm. With no useful answer in sight, Wang Xiao finally let the mystery go and decided there was no point digging into it any further right now. Lin Xiang offered to arrange another small secret realm anyway, but warned that the older explored ones could not guarantee another breakthrough stone. That was enough to make Wang Xiao drop the idea, because he still had battle comprehension work to finish and would not waste time on a gamble. After a short rest, The three of them returned through the ancient teleportation gate and headed back to Kaiyang City. They parted ways outside the Lord's shop, but before Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro could go far, someone called out loudly for him from behind. The one chasing after him was Li Keifu, and Wang Xiao immediately realized this smooth businessman might really have been waiting there the whole 2 hours. Li Keifu joked about how long he had been kept waiting, and Wang Xiao politely apologized while immediately making clear he still was not planning to sell resources. Li Keifu waved that off at once and revealed he was not here to buy anything this time, but to ask Wang Xiao for help. Once Wang Xiao invited him to explain, Li Keifu pulled out a contract scroll and said Nine Heavens Academy was holding a competition where students could bring in outside lords below level 3 as support. Then Li Keifu got to the point. He wanted Wang Xiao to be his helper in that match, and if Wang Xiao could help him win, he could name his price. When Li Keifu offers to hire him as a fighter, Wang Xiao is ready to refuse until he tests the price with a greedy question about breakthrough stones. Li Keifu barely even pauses and casually promises 10 stones, showing off the kind of money only a major family can throw around. Wang Xiao is just about to agree when Zhou Shiro suddenly pulls him aside, obviously desperate to stop this deal. Away from Li Keifu, Zhou Shiro warns that taking this job will make Wang Xiao look like someone else's hired vassal, especially if the rumor spreads after Nine Heavens Academy's assessment. Wang Xiao shrugs it off because 10 breakthrough stones are too valuable, and to him making money is not embarrassing at all. Zhou Shiro changes tactics and reminds him that Yuheng Academy's own internal assessment is almost here, so helping Li Keifu's side could still hurt them. Wang Xiao calmly explains that the schedules do not clash, so he can take Li Keifu's job and still make it back in time for Yuheng's assessment. She pushes again and says they still need team practice, but Wang Xiao reminds her they have already fought together for months. She even brings up the blazing golden crow's breakthrough, only for Wang Xiao to reveal he already gathered every material except the stone and plans to break it through tonight, then test it tomorrow. Now Wang Xiao knows something is off, because Zhou Shiro never fights his plans this hard unless she is hiding a real reason. He teases her by pretending he is definitely going to take the job, and that little push finally breaks her composure. After a long hesitation, Zhou Shiro finally blurts out the real problem. Her fiancé is from Nine Heavens Academy. Wang Xiao explodes with shock at the idea of Zhou Shiro having a fiancé at all, firing off questions so loudly that she has to hush him. Keeping her voice low, Zhou Shiro explains that Lu Yuyang was chosen for her through their father's old friendship, but that engagement has already been cancelled. She admits she never liked Lu Yuyang because his need to control her was suffocating, so she secretly chose Kaiyang Academy just to get away from him. Even in the middle of that confession, Wang Xiao catches her saying Lu Yuyang was even more controlling than he is, and he cannot resist pointing that out. Zhou Shiro snaps that this is not the point and pleads with him not to drag her to Nine Heavens, because if Lu Yuyang sees her he will cling to her again. Wang Xiao hesitates because her fear is real, but he still cannot bring himself to throw away 10 breakthrough stones over it. Then Wang Xiao lights up with a workaround, wipes his face, and takes off the Nirvana mask to show Zhou Shiro a disguise option. Zhou Shiro immediately points out the flaw. After the last lord competition, everyone already knows she is Wang Zhao's vassal lord, so a simple disguise will not be enough. Wang Xiao quickly upgrades the plan and says she should become someone else entirely, so outsiders will assume they split up instead of suspecting a disguise. She worries her construction lord style will still expose her, but Wang Xiao promises she will not need to do anything tomorrow and tells her to just watch his performance. Because it is Wang Xiao saying it, Zhou Shiro actually believes him and finally agrees to follow his plan. With that settled, Wang Xiao goes back to Li Keifu and agrees in principle, but immediately steers the talk toward getting a deposit first. Li Keifu bristles at first, thinking Wang Xiao doubts the Li family's money, so Wang Xiao smoothly blames the caution on Zhou Shiro instead. Li Keifu admits he only brought 3 stones, and before he can say more Wang Xiao quickly says 1 is enough as proof for Zhou Shiro. The deal is sealed when Li Keifu transfers 1 breakthrough stone, and Wang Xiao happily locks in their meeting at Nine Heavens Academy tomorrow. Back in their territory that night, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro stand outside the beast cave side by side, both buzzing with anticipation for the blazing golden crow's evolution. Zhou Shiro admits this is her first time watching a mutated beast evolve in person, and Wang Xiao jokes that it would be even grander if he had a mutated core too. As they step inside, the cave opens into a blazing fire nest where 10 sun-like orbs circle overhead and turn the whole chamber into a furnace. Zhou Shiro is stunned again by the 10 suns, and Wang Xiao explains that the blazing golden crow's fire skill replenishes itself with the cave's fire energy so well it could theoretically keep going forever. At the bottom of the cave, they stop before a huge mound of scorched earth where the blazing golden crow is buried, with a strange gray-white patch on top. One whistle from Wang Xiao makes the earth tremble, and the blazing golden crow pokes its head out from the mound to answer him. Wang Xiao tells the bird he finally gathered everything, then starts loading the breakthrough materials into its interface one by one. When it is time to add the 10 units of black gold ore, Wang Xiao visibly aches over burning through materials worth at least 100 million. Before he can regret it, Wang Xiao slams confirm, and the materials explode into light that gathers into a swirling 5-colored sphere. The 5-colored light shoots into the blazing golden crow, and at the same instant all 10 suns overhead abruptly go dark. Orange light ignites in the bird's eyes, flames race across its body, and the cave suddenly feels like a real sun has been born underground. Realizing the heat is turning deadly, Wang Xiao activates the protection ring and throws a golden defensive field around himself and Zhou Shiro. Even with the barrier up, the cave stays brutally hot, and a frightened Zhou Shiro grabs Wang Xiao and asks if this kind of breakthrough chaos is normal. Wang Xiao admits he has never seen a breakthrough scene this extreme before, but he still cannot tell whether something is wrong or the blazing golden crow is just that exceptional. When even the protection ring feels close to failing, Wang Xiao orders a retreat and leads Zhou Shiro up the cave wall by touch through the blinding glare. Dozens of meters higher up, the heat finally eases enough for Wang Xiao to look back down into the cave. From above, they watch the cave's light itself seem to condense and pour back into the blazing golden crow in one final surge. When the glare finally fades, the bird reappears much smaller than before, and for 1/10 second Wang Xiao fears the breakthrough failed. He frantically opens its status and sees the words Platinum Level 1, which means the breakthrough did succeed after all. Wang Xiao is thrilled that this makes the blazing golden crow his third platinum quality beast, a major jump in strength right before tomorrow. Then Zhou Shiro spots something strange in the blazing golden crow's skill list, and when Wang Xiao reads further he freezes on a brand new ability called Phoenix Power. After checking Phoenix Power, Wang Xiao realizes the blazing golden crow is basically a walking combat amplifier that buffs nearby troops without draining his own energy. He gets so happy that he starts celebrating like a kid who just found the perfect toy. Zhou Shiro teases him that the skill only helps fire-type soldiers, so she does not see why he is acting this thrilled. Wang Xiao starts walking her through the rules, first reminding her that a soldier cannot fire off 2 skills at the same time. He follows up with the next limit: even lords cannot cast 2 of their own lord skills together unless one comes from a separate skill card. Then Wang Xiao lands the real point by asking if a lord and a soldier can activate their skills together. Zhou Shiro suddenly understands that Phoenix Power can stack with Wang Zhao's Saint Beast Totem because the 2 buffs come from different sources. Wang Xiao grins and explains the nasty timing trick. If the crow buffs first, and he triggers his own enhancement a second later, the total boost jumps to a brutal 15-fold. That number leaves Zhou Shiro stunned, because under a 15-fold surge even Wang Zhao's lava-raging bear or volcanic melting lizard would become terrifying. Once the math sinks in, Zhou Shiro decides the scariest thing here is not the buff but Wang Zhao's habit of turning one skill description into a battle-breaking plan. Wang Xiao brushes off the praise and immediately decides their next real target is helping the lava-raging bear break through so the combo has a stronger fire beast to ride on. Zhou Shiro agrees but warns that the bear's dual attributes will probably make its breakthrough materials even harder to gather. He stays calm and says there is no need to rush, since his lineup is already stacked with 3 platinum-quality beasts, and they can collect the bear's materials gradually. Their planning gets derailed by the blazing golden crow happily trying to burrow back into the soil, which makes Zhou Shiro joke that it might evolve an earth attribute next. Wang Xiao argues for wind or maybe even metal because of its race traits and breakthrough materials, and the 2 of them slide into a pointless, but lively debate. Wang Xiao finally gives up arguing, not out of courtesy but because he suddenly remembers he still owes Tiangang 30,000 words of battle analysis. Back outside the territory, he immediately bends over a desk and powers through the assignment with the practiced misery of someone who has done this far too many times. The next morning, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro arrive early at Yuheng Academy and wait at the gate for Tiangang. When Tiangang appears, Wang Xiao hands over the thick homework bundle and even reflexively opens the nearby trash can, expecting the usual insult. This time Tiangang quietly keeps the papers instead of throwing them away, which instantly tells Wang Xiao something is different. Tiangang leads them into his office, makes tea first, and tells Wang Xiao to open the cabinet in the corner. Wang Xiao opens it, and finds the cabinet stuffed full of all the battle comprehension essays Tiangang pretended to toss away. Tiangang admits he really did read them all, then dryly says they were basically nonsense anyway. The blunt comment makes everyone laugh, but Wang Xiao still asks the real question of why Tiangang kept up this whole act if it was not revenge. Tiangang says he was never trying to get petty revenge, but a new problem forced him to ease the hostility between them. Then he drops the reason with no cushion at all. His brother Tian Chang has gone missing. Wang Xiao is thrown off and blurts out that Tian Chang disappearing should have nothing to do with him unless Tiangang somehow suspects him. Tiangang says he knows Wang Xiao did not do it because the one who secretly took Tian Chang was the military. That instantly makes Wang Xiao connect the dots to the banquet incident and Tian Chang's exposed link to Andu, but he knows he cannot reveal any of that military operation. Since he cannot explain the real reason, Wang Xiao plays dumb and asks why Tiangang is not pressing the military directly instead of coming to him. Tiangang says he already tried, but the military gave him nothing, so now he is asking Wang Xiao to use his connections and at least learn why his brother was taken. Wang Xiao knows he probably cannot get a real answer, but after seeing that cabinet full of saved essays, he finally agrees to ask when he gets the chance. For the first time in more than a month, Tiangang drops all pride and bows deeply to thank him. After getting leave to train outside, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro step out of the office and immediately start discussing Tian Chang's disappearance in private. Zhou Shiro quietly guesses that the military arrest is probably tied to Tian Chang joining the Crimson Star side at the Fang family banquet, and Wang Xiao grimly agrees. But because the military ordered silence, Wang Xiao makes it clear they cannot tell Tian Gang the truth. When Zhou Shiro asks why he still agreed to help, Wang Xiao first checks that Tian Gang is not listening before revealing his real plan. He bluntly says Tian Chang is obviously never coming back, so they just need to invent a decent explanation later. Zhou Shiro immediately praises the scheme, and Wang Xiao bristles when she calls him cunning. With that awkward favor settled for now, the two of them leave Yuhing and head straight for Nine Heavens Academy. Near the destination, Zhou Shiro pulls out the Nirvana mask and transforms herself into Fang Tianyu's appearance. Wang Xiao is immediately horrified and asks why she picked Fang Tianyu of all people. Zhou Shiro defends the choice with perfect logic. Becoming a random stranger would be suspicious. But everyone already knows Wang Xiao knows Fang Tianyu, and her cold personality is easy to imitate. She even spins once and asks if there are any flaws, while Wang Xiao gets hit by an awkward memory and urgently tells her to change into someone else. Before they can settle it, Li Keifu arrives behind them, greeting Wang Xiao warmly and catching sight of the fake Fang Tianyu. Li Keifu politely mistakes her for the real Fang Tianyu and praises the famous ice goddess on sight. Zhou Shiro instantly locks into character, putting on Fang Tianyu's chilly expression and answering with a minimal, distant nod. Then Li Keifu casually asks where Zhou Shiro is today, forcing Wang Xiao to improvise a ridiculous explanation on the spot. Wang Xiao blurts out that his vassal lord has brain problems, and disguised Zhou Shiro instantly kicks him for it before he hurriedly claims he hired Fang Tianyu to help instead. Li Keifu sees the chemistry, immediately reads this as secret romantic trouble, and tells Wang Xiao with a knowing grin that he envies his luck with women. When Wang Xiao tries to explain, Li Keifu shuts him down, hugs his shoulder, and whispers that he will keep this little matter hidden from Zhou Shiro. Li Keifu heads ahead laughing, while Zhou Shiro smugly points out that now she definitely cannot change disguises anymore because he already saw Fang Tianyu. Wang Xiao dryly tells her Li Keifu just promised to keep a secret from her, which only leaves Zhou Shiro more confused. She stands there puzzled for a beat, trying to figure out why Wang Xiao would need anything hidden from her at all. Then the implication finally lands, and as she looks at Wang Xiao's back, a shy blush quietly spreads across her face under Fang Tianyu's disguise. At Nine Heavens Academy, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro follow Li Keifu through a sea of people, barely keeping him in sight in the packed campus. After more than 10 minutes, they finally reach the internal selection ground, where a few hundred experts stand in tense silence instead of the chaos outside. Seeing so many strong lords at once, Zhou Shiro quietly warns that several of them feel dangerously powerful, and asks Wang Xiao one last time if he wants her help. Wang Xiao answers with easy confidence, already convinced his new battle plan and Li Keifu's deep pockets are enough to carry today. Li Keifu comes over and hands them 2 dark blue cloth strips, telling them to tie the team's armband and not lose it. Before Wang Xiao can tie Zhou Shiro's band, Yubo appears behind him and mockingly greets the famous Wang Xiao for showing up at Nine Heavens Academy. Wang Xiao blanks on him completely, and Zhou Shiro has to whisper that this is Yubo, Nine Heavens Academy's top genius with the talent Mystic Energy King. When Zhou Shiro reminds him he once robbed Yubo of 150 energy cores and more than 10 purple resource cards, Wang Xiao finally remembers and casually offers a handshake. Wang Zhao's casual question about Yubo's mage soldiers lands like a blade, because that last fight wiped out more than 30 of Yubo's troops and nearly all his wealth. Yubo notices Li Keifu's team bands and realizes Wang Xiao is the mystery helper brotherly invited. The two immediately trade cold threats, and Wang Xiao taunts Yubo to get more serious this time if he does not want to end up dead again. Yubo suppresses his anger, warns that he hopes Wang Xiao can still laugh after the battle starts, and turns to Li Keifu with a poisonous little apology. Then Yubo raises his voice for the whole venue and loudly claims that Wang Xiao said he would definitely take the championship. The entire field goes dead quiet, and hundreds of hostile eyes lock onto Wang Xiao at once. Li Keifu panics and urges Wang Xiao to tell everyone he never said that before the whole academy decides to gang up on him. Wang Xiao first shouts that he never said it, then instantly doubles down and declares that the only true part is that everyone here is trash. That one line detonates the venue, and the students and hired helpers all start shouting that they will crush him inside the secret realm. Li Keifu looks ready to cry, but Wang Xiao only grows more arrogant and says he did not come for a slot at all. He came to put Li Keifu on the throne as Nine Heavens Academy's #1. Everyone is stunned by the declaration, and Li Keifu alone knows enough about this lineup to regret inviting Wang Xiao at all. A moment later, Li Keifu grabs Wang Zhao's hand and begs with painful sincerity for him to stop talking so they can survive the selection at all. When Li Keifu warns he will cancel the cooperation if this keeps up, Wang Xiao instantly changes his tune and apologizes to the crowd for talking nonsense after a bad night's sleep. Even Zhou Shiro cannot take that shameless turnaround, and she quietly asks where his grand domineering aura just went. Wang Xiao mutters back that principles can wait until Li Keifu actually hands over the 9 breakthrough stones he promised. Li Keifu gives up on arguing, tells the two of them to stay put, and disappears into the crowd to handle whatever he can. The crowd settles back into preparation, but now the whole venue carries a sharpened hostility aimed straight at Wang Xiao. Zhou Shiro worries that he pushed too far, and Wang Xiao calmly admits that making himself the target was the point. He explains the real plan while letting her tie the band. If he draws the strongest few onto himself first, Zhou Shiro will have fewer chances to be exposed to her ex-fiancé. That hits a nerve, and Zhou Shiro flares up to correct him that Lu Yuyang is her ex-fiancé, then hurriedly insists she has nothing to do with him anymore. Before Wang Xiao can tease her more, a handsome young man taps his shoulder and politely introduces himself as Lu Yuyang. Wang Xiao jokes about whether he robbed this one too, but the mood turns sharp when Zhou Shiro grabs his wrist so hard the cloth nearly cuts into his skin. Lu Yuyang says he has a connection to Wang Zhao's vassal Zhou Shiro, so Wang Xiao quickly steps in front of the disguise and claims Zhou Shiro never came, only his friend Fan Tianyu did. Lu Yuyang says he is not here to see her anyway, and asks to discuss a deal directly with Wang Xiao. Then Lu Yuyang calmly reveals his real intention. Because his talent works better with Zhou Shiro, he wants Wang Xiao to hand over her vassal contract to him. He even starts naming prices, offering 10 million star coins and climbing to 20 and 30 as if Zhou Shiro were a tradable tool. That finally snaps Wang Zhao's temper, and he asks what kind of person treats Zhou Shiro like an item to be bought and sold. Instead of backing down, Lu Yuyang keeps pressing the deal, and Wang Xiao opens a glowing trade interface and answers with an even colder insult. Wang Xiao says that if Lu Yuyang becomes his vassal instead, he will pay 50 million, making it clear the proposal is an insult either way. When Lu Yuyang asks if that means no, Wang Xiao answers plainly that as long as he is alive, Lu Yuyang can forget about taking Zhou Shiro. Lu Yuyang drops the polite act completely and says that if Wang Xiao will not agree, he will just shatter Wang Zhao's territory core and seize the vassal contract by force. Wang Xiao does not give an inch and warns that if Lu Yuyang wants to die, he does not mind breaking Lu Yuyang's core first. Furious now, Lu Yuyang laughs bitterly, spits out 3 cold words of good, and retreats into the crowd with resentment written all over his face. The second he is gone, Zhou Shiro hugs Wang Xiao from behind and thanks him in a shaky voice. Wang Xiao instantly ruins the mood by joking that maybe she is thanking him for not selling her for less than 30 million. Zhou Shiro punches him and calls him hopeless, but her eyes are red and shy as she admits that what he said earlier really moved her. Wang Xiao almost gets emotional too, then catches himself because the face in front of him is still Fan Tianyu's, leaving the moment hanging in awkward confusion. Li Keifu returns with 2 secret realm keys and warns Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro that every 10 teams are split into different realms, so the wrong key means getting separated. When Wang Xiao questions why only 10 teams enter each realm, Li Keifu explains that 1,000 contestants were already cut down by preliminaries, and this selection will narrow them from 1,000 to 100, then 10, before the final round. Wang Xiao dryly asks what happens if he accidentally carries Li Keifu all the way to first place, and Li Keifu reveals the academy already blocked that loophole by banning outside helpers in the final round. That means Wang Xiao only has to help Li Keifu survive the 2 advancement rounds, which sounds easy to him. Li Keifu immediately ruins the easy mood by admitting several academy geniuses were eyeing him at key pickup, and after Yu Bo's earlier stunt, he and Wang Xiao have basically become everyone's target. Knowing trouble is coming no matter where they land, Li Keifu awkwardly begs Wang Xiao to keep a low profile after they enter. Wang Xiao promises with a straight face that keeping a low profile is his specialty, even though he clearly knows that sounds ridiculous. Before the selection starts, Wang Xiao casually asks about Lu Yuyang and tries to find out what kind of lore talent he has. Li Keifu vaguely remembers Lu Yuyang as an unremarkable student with some kind of support talent, which is enough for Wang Xiao to stop treating him as a serious threat. A low hum suddenly spreads across the field, and every secret realm key begins to flash at once. Li Keifu's face hardens as he realizes the competition has begun with almost no warning at all. Around them, students crush their keys and vanish in flashes of gold, leaving Wang Xiao mildly offended that nobody even bothered with a formal opening speech. Li Keifu tells them to move, crushes his key first, and Wang Xiao follows with Zhou Shiro a heartbeat later. The next moment, Wang Xiao opens his eyes in a freezing world of snow and ice and immediately feels the cold bite through his clothes. He turns and finds Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu already peering over the edge of a cliff at something below. Below the cliff, 2 teams are already brawling in the snow, filling the air with ice spikes and snow blades almost as soon as the round begins. Li Keifu recognizes the 2 team leaders below as Sun Qingwei and Lu Zi and warns Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro that both sides are above average and especially dangerous in an ice realm like this. Wang Xiao barely treats it as a problem and decides that since they met these teams in the same realm, they might as well wipe them out now. Before Li Keifu can say much, Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon, and the black armored beast dives straight off the cliff like a bolt of black lightning. The 2 teams finally notice the dark swamp crocodile dragon dropping from above and look up toward the cliff, but their reaction comes too late. From the cliff, Wang Xiao lazily calls out Berserk Shock, and the dark swamp crocodile dragon folds its wings and slams into the middle of both teams like a living cannonball. The shock wave clears the snow in a huge radius, and when the white haze settles, nearly all the soldiers are simply gone. Only the 2 enemy lords are left unconscious in the snow, and from the cliff above Li Keifu can barely process that Wang Xiao erased 2 whole teams in one hit. Wang Xiao barely bothers to admire the result, and just tells Li Keifu to hurry up and find the next team because this secret realm is freezing. Li Keifu follows. But now he looks at Wang Xiao very differently and decides those 10 breakthrough stones were absolutely worth the price. 20 minutes later, after sweeping away 3 more teams on the road, the trio reaches a flatter stretch of the snowy realm to rest out of the wind. Li Keifu privately doubts Wang Xiao's count, because he only witnessed one of those 3 eliminations and never even saw the other 2 teams before they vanished. Wang Xiao asks whether they are near the center of the secret realm, and Li Keifu points toward a nearby hill where the true middle should be. Instead of staying cautious, Wang Xiao says he wants the center because it will make things easier for the other teams to come find them. Wang Xiao lays out the situation in the snow. With so few teams left, and no battles nearby, either everyone else is already gone, they have joined forces, or they are scattered and unable to find each other. Zhou Shiro quietly cuts off his first guess by pointing out that since they are still here, at least 2 teams must still remain. Wang Xiao praises her and keeps going, saying that if the remaining teams joined up to deal with him, the center would be the perfect place to openly challenge them. Li Keifu is horrified that Wang Xiao wants to declare war on up to 4 teams at once, but Wang Xiao calmly admits his third scenario still leads to exactly the same plan. When Li Keifu realizes every branch of Wang Hao's reasoning ends with starting a fight, Zhou Shiro finally laughs, because this ridiculous logic is exactly what she expects from him. Li Keifu gives up trying to stop him and only asks the practical question of how he plans to announce this challenge to the whole realm. Wang Xiao cheerfully admits he has not figured out the delivery yet, only that the meaning has to be clear. Elsewhere in the ice realm, Yubo has already built his own pressure-filled alliance meeting, seated on an ice chair with 30 red-robed mages drawn up behind him. 2 red-robed scouts rush back with news that the other 5 teams have already been wiped out, and Yubo immediately asks the 3 remaining teams whether they will cooperate with him. The teams go silent until one handsome boy asks the obvious question: if they help Yubo win, who gets the final advancement spot? Yubo mocks the very idea that anyone in the same realm as him should still be dreaming about advancing for themselves. A chubby boy tries a softer approach and bluntly exposes the truth. Yubo only wants allies because he is not confident he can beat Wang Xiao alone. Yubo instantly denies any fear of Wang Xiao and claims he is simply showing mercy by giving these students a chance to serve him. The chubby boy immediately calls that bluff and turns to leave with the others, refusing to work for free. Yubo answers with force instead of words, blasting the chubby boy's whole team into the air with a hurricane and freezing everyone else in place. With the threat made clear, Yubo gives the last 2 teams a brutal choice: cooperate now or get eliminated on the spot. The 2 captains realize resistance is pointless, but they still refuse to become cannon fodder unless Yubo pays them for the risk. Yubo starts at 100,000 star coins each, and the 2 captains immediately push the price up to 200,000 per person. Needing every advantage against Wang Xiao, Yubo swallows the insult and transfers the full 400,000 star coins on the spot. Just as that shaky alliance comes together, a loud explosion rips through the sky somewhere in the distance. A firework bursts overhead and spreads into a giant hand with its middle finger raised, turning Wang Xiao's declaration of war into the most direct message possible. In the icy center of the secret realm, Li Keifu stares at Wang Xiao's strange hand sign and can tell it is somehow insulting even though he does not understand it. Wang Xiao wipes away the plan he drew in the snow, says their trap message worked, and openly praises Zhou Shiro for pulling it off. When Zhou Shiro asks what the gesture means, Wang Xiao hurriedly dodges the question and tells them to hide because the enemy could arrive at any moment. After Li Keifu goes to find cover, Zhou Shiro lingers and asks the real question: can Wang Xiao handle this alone? Wang Xiao answers a little too casually, then lowers his voice and reminds Zhou Shiro that he still has a hidden trump card. Zhou Shiro finally agrees to hide, but she makes Wang Xiao promise to call them the moment things go bad. Once Zhou Shiro is gone too, Wang Xiao sits alone on the snow-covered hill and waits for the bait to work. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 people glide in through the air, and Wang Xiao immediately spots Yubo leading them with wind magic. Yubo lands and greets him like an old enemy, and Wang Xiao mocks the flashy entrance before sizing up the extra people he brought. One delicate-looking participant blurts out that they are not hired helpers at all, and Yubo snaps around because the slip exposes that this is a team-up. Wang Xiao jumps on the opening and mocks Yubo for talking big earlier, only to show up with a group instead of fighting him alone. Yubo keeps pretending this was their idea, then twists the knife by asking whether Li Keifu already dumped his so-called fighter. Wang Xiao ignores the insult, confirms from Yubo's silence that the other teams have already been dealt with, and pushes to start fast. Instead of risking himself first, Yubo quietly orders 2 allied lords to test Wang Xiao and force out as much of his strength as they can. One allied lord starts a formal introduction, but Wang Xiao cuts him off on the spot and says he does not care about names, only the fight. An older allied lord loses his temper, opens with 10 peak silver rank flame goblins, and sends them charging uphill before Wang Xiao even stands. Yubo instantly sees the mistake, because the attack comes before Wan Xiao has even shown his lineup and walks right into a counter. Wan Zhao's Ice Thunder Horn Wolf flashes into place like a white wall, and the charging goblins cannot leave a mark on it. Before the attackers can recover, the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf swings once and erases all 10 flame goblins in a single hit. The group goes cold, and one hired helper suddenly recognizes Wan Xiao from the Lord competition and panics that someone like him could smash straight through his core defenses. That terrified helper crushes his secret realm key and vanishes on the spot, abandoning the fight the moment he realizes who Wan Xiao is. Wan Xiao stays seated as if nothing happened, lets the wolf fade away, and calmly asks the suddenly quiet group who wants to try next. When no one wants to make the next move, Wan Xiao almost lazily offers them the obvious option and tells them to surrender. For a moment the two allied captains really waver, until Yubo angrily reminds them they signed a contract and cannot just walk away now. One allied captain apologizes for what comes next, and Wan Xiao watches as the enemy side finally commits to a real attack. A vortex opens behind the apologizing lord, and 30 bronze rank explosive slimes spill onto the snow like ugly little bombs waiting to go off. Even Yubo turns solemn when he sees the slimes, because he knows that if they were aimed at him, winning would still cost him badly. Then the second team and the hired helpers all join in, and in a rush of summons Wan Zhao's hill ends up almost completely surrounded by enemy soldiers. Wan Xiao briefly pulls out his blood chi connection card, thinks better of it, and changes his plan instead of overcommitting. Wan Xiao finally shows his core lineup as 3 mutated beasts appear on the hill behind him at once. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the Raging Lava Bear, and the Gold-Armored Black Turtle. Yubo panics and warns everyone to attack before Wan Xiao can stack shared defenses, because once that happens nobody here can break him. The warning turns into a full assault as the swarm of summoned soldiers surges uphill at Wan Xiao in one crushing wave. Then Wan Xiao makes an even stranger move. He recalls the Gold-Armored Black Turtle and leaves only the wolf and bear on the field. Instead of bracing for impact, Wan Xiao turns the whole thing into a game and tells the wolf and the bear to compete over who kills more and earns the first breakthrough. Both mutated beasts launch at once, and the siege flips instantly into a one-sided slaughter. Soldiers start dropping like cut grain, and shattered light from their deaths fills the battlefield so thickly it blocks everyone's view. Then the explosive slimes start dying too, and the whole field erupts in a chain of violent blasts. For a brief second, the slime summoner lights up with hope, convinced those explosions should have maimed even platinum beasts at that range. Yubo raises his wand and sends wind through the smoke, and everyone braces to finally see Wan Xiao hurt. But when the smoke clears, Wan Xiao is still sitting where he started, untouched behind the wolf and the bear. The slime summoner blurts out that this should be impossible, because anything killing explosive slimes up close should have been caught in the blast. Wan Xiao finally explains the trick. The wolf and bear only pinned targets in place while 2 shadow golden thorn spiders stayed back and picked off the explosive slimes from range. A surviving lord angrily calls it cheating, really just panicking because Wan Xiao held 2 more mutated beasts in reserve until the middle of the fight. Wan Xiao just laughs it off and points out the obvious. 5 people sent more than 200 soldiers against him, and he beat them with only 4 beasts. With his army gone, one battered lord turns to Yubo and asks the question everyone is thinking now: can they finally leave? Yubo answers with contempt, questioning whether that lord really came into this election with only 10 gold-rank soldiers to his name. The lord snaps back that not everyone has Yubo's family background, which leaves Yubo realizing he cannot tell whether these people still have hidden troops or not. Yubo quickly decides he cannot let them walk away yet, because if they leave now he still will not know Wang Zhao's full strength and his money will have been wasted. Yubo crushes 2 challenge vouchers and forcibly drags 2 exhausted allies into link duels with him before they can react. A hurricane erupts around Yubo, and in one ruthless move he crushes both linked lords, taking back the resources and star coins he paid them before. That betrayal is enough for the remaining helpers, who crush their keys and flee the secret realm without another word. Now with only the 2 of them left, Yubo turns back to Wan Xiao wearing that old lofty smile and asks who he thinks will win. Wan Xiao answers without hesitation that it definitely will not be Yubo. Yubo's smile turns cold, and he finally reveals his own force by summoning 50 red-robed mages in one sweep. At Yubo's command, all 50 mages cast extreme cold storm together, and dark clouds, lightning, and a brewing blizzard swallow the sky over the battlefield. Yubo taunts that Wang Xiao said he hated the cold and tells him it is still not too late to surrender. Wang Xiao ignores the threat, looks up at the darkening sky, and quietly says the weather means it is about time for the sun to rise. Then a deep spatial vortex opens behind Wang Xiao, and a piercing cry tears straight through the storm clouds. On the snowy battlefield, a piercing cry rips through the clouds and even Yubo realizes Wang Xiao has just brought out a high-level fire beast he never accounted for. The blazing golden crow bursts out in full view, and 10 flaming tail feathers peel away and become 10 blazing suns that drive the cold back across the snowland. Yubo is rattled when Wang Xiao calmly says the bird is a platinum level 1 blazing golden crow he only recently subdued. Yubo refuses to believe that claim, decides Wang Xiao is bluffing, and immediately switches to overwhelming fire magic instead of hesitating. The 50 red-robed mages answer together, and the frozen field turns into a brutal sea of fire as snow vaporizes, stone melts, and lava floods the ground. Certain he has the advantage, Yu Bo mocks Wan Shao and sends lava pillars twisting up toward the blazing golden crow to trap it in midair. Then the 10 suns wink out, the blazing golden crow explodes into scattered light, and Wan Shao is left in a painfully awkward silence as his so-called ace runs for its life. Even while cursing the cowardly bird in his head, Wan Shao keeps a straight face and loudly tells Yu Bo he is finally getting serious. Yu Bo braces for another move, and Wan Shao opens his spatial vortex again to throw out a beast that actually thrives in this burning field, the volcano melting lizard. The volcano melting lizard instantly activates heavenly flowing fire, melts into the lava itself, and turns Yu Bo's own spell into its hunting ground. Yu Bo suddenly feels his control over the fire element break, and by the first second a lava surge has already swallowed 30 of his red-robed mages. In the second, the rest of Yu Bo's mage line disappears under the boiling lava too, leaving him suddenly exposed. By the third second, 4 giant lava waves rise like walls around Yu Bo, and he loses before he even has room to dodge. A system notice declares Wan Shao advanced, and golden light pulls him out of the secret realm and back onto the quiet 9 Heavens Academy field. Back outside, Wan Shao finds Li Keifu and Zhou Shiro casually killing time with cards, both of them covered in paper notes, and looking up in confusion at his sudden return. Wan Shao jokes that with him around there was no way they could lose, while Zhou Shiro calmly admits they were just playing cards because waiting was too boring. Once it sinks in that Wan Shao really won, Li Keifu jumps up in delight and blurts out that he might be the first one here to secure an advancement spot. A resentful voice cuts in, and Su Weiming reveals Li Keifu is only second because Wan Shao already advanced first from their group. When Li Keifu starts asking how Wan Shao dealt with Su Weiming's troublesome explosive slimes, Su Weiming cuts the story off and immediately warns him about Yu Bo instead. The warning lands that Yu Bo was in their group too and will not take this quietly, but Li Keifu is more shocked that Wan Shao really fought him and immediately begs for the story. Before Wan Shao can answer, Lu Yuyang walks over with a fake smile, and Wan Shao instantly shifts into guard mode and edges protectively in front of Zhou Shiro. Lu Yuyang ignores Wan Shao completely and starts flattering Li Keifu instead, congratulating him for defeating Yu Bo while Li Keifu awkwardly admits he does not even remember who this man is. Still smiling through the insult, Lu Yuyang says he only came to greet Li Keifu and asks for guidance in the next round, which makes Li Keifu realize this man advanced too. The bigger shock lands when Lu Yuyang calmly says he was not just a qualifier, but the very first person to advance. After Li Keifu politely asks for mercy if they meet later, Lu Yuyang finally turns to Wan Shao and says he already agreed to shatter Wan Zhao's Lord Core. Li Keifu laughs at the threat and bluntly tears off the polite mask, calling Lu Yuyang a nobody who got ahead of himself after a few nice words. Instead of snapping, Lu Yuyang stays eerily smooth and asks if Li Keifu is really determined to protect Wan Shao. When he leaves, Lu Yuyang makes the real target clear and vows that in the next round he will break Wan Zhao's Lord Core and seize Zhou Shiro's vassal contract. After Lu Yuyang leaves, Li Keifu curses the act and demands to know what kind of background that guy really has. From off-panel, Su Weiming admits he does not know Lu Yuyang well either, but warns that people from Lu Yuyang's group said his methods were strange. Then Su Weiming reveals that the rumor says Lu Yuyang found a construction-type helper in the secret realm and built defenses the others could not break. That possibility makes Wan Shao and Zhou Shiro exchange a troubled look, because if Lu Yuyang already found construction support, his obsession with taking Zhou Shiro still needs an explanation. Su Weiming adds from off-panel that nobody actually saw a full base, so it might have been a craftsman-type talent instead of a true construction lord. With that, Wan Shao finally pieces together a coldly practical answer. Lu Yuyang's current helper is either incomplete or hired, so taking Zhou Shiro as a true vassal would still be far more valuable. Wan Shao steps back to Zhou Shiro, quietly straightens her scarf, and promises he will not let Lu Yuyang take her away. Zhou Shiro softly says she believes him, but then her expression tightens as she senses something else wrong and asks if he also feels like someone is watching them. Deep under 9 Heavens Academy, a silent control center watches 100 secret realms at once, with every screen feeding straight into the advancement competition. Next door, Academy head Jiang sits alone by the observation window, staring blankly until a knock pulls him back to work. Xiao Shan enters with the first summary report, and Jiang tells her to skip the paperwork and give him the numbers directly. Xiao Shan reports that 1,009 Heaven students brought in 2,377 outsiders, including more than 600 students from other academies. Jiang is briefly pleased by how many outside students showed up, but Xiao Shan immediately points out that most of them are only mid-tier students, not their academy's real stars. That pushes Xiao Shan to ask the real question: did the other academies already see through 9 Heavens Academy's plan and keep their geniuses away on purpose? Jiang admits that possibility makes sense, because his so-called search for helpers was really a way to lure other academies' students in and study them before the ranking assessment. He even laughs at himself, saying every academy head is an old fox, so getting seen through was almost inevitable. Then Xiao Shan flips to a specific page and shows him the names that suddenly make this whole situation more suspicious. Wan Xiao and Fang Tianyu. Jiang immediately finds it strange, because Wan Xiao and Fang Tianyu are too valuable to Kaiyang Academy for their headmaster to casually let them come. Xiao Shan explains that Li Keifu invited Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiruo, but Zhou Shiruo supposedly had something come up at the last minute, so Wan Xiao brought Fang Tianyu instead. She adds one more detail that changes everything. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiruo appear to have already transferred to Yuheng Academy. That makes Jiang freeze, because now it looks less like Kaiyang was fooled and more like Kaiyang and Yuheng may be using his own trick against him. He slaps the folder down and realizes he has been played. The two academies likely sent their best people here to probe Nine Heavens Academy's strength in return. Xiao Shan follows his reasoning and concludes that Zhou Shiruo probably never had a scheduling conflict at all, and Fang Tianyu was sent as a deliberate replacement. Jiang doubles down, saying there is no harmless explanation for Wang Xiao casually bringing a Kaiyang prodigy around after already transferring schools. For a moment both of them feel relieved that they caught the trap before it went any further. Xiao Shan asks the obvious next step, wondering if these suspected spies should simply be disqualified. Jiang rejects that immediately, because Li Keifu invited them, and the academy still owes the Li family too much to leave him stranded before the next round. So instead of removing them, he asks the more dangerous question, how strong are they right now? Xiao Shan says Fang Tianyu has not shown enough yet, but Wan Xiao has clearly grown stronger since the Lord competition. She lists Wan Zhao's new lineup from the first round, starting with an unidentified dragon-type mutated beast that the staff can only guess is platinum rank. Then she names the other two clearly, the level 1 platinum blazing golden crow and the level 6 platinum volcanic melting lizard. Jiang remembers that Wang Xiao already had a platinum wolf as well, which means the boy is now carrying an absurd 4 platinum mutated beasts. That is enough for Jiang to quietly activate a special mutation plan and order the staff to match Wang Xiao against people who can restrain him in the second round. He also warns Xiao Shan to make the targeting subtle, because Li Keifu must not realize Wang Xiao is being singled out. And since Fang Tianyu was sent here too, Jiang orders the same kind of hidden scrutiny for her as well, refusing to waste such a useful chance to study Kaiyang's ace. Left alone again, Jiang stares at Wang Zhao's file with pure envy, muttering over the boy's outrageous luck with platinum beasts. A few minutes earlier at Yuheng Academy, Huan Tingwei is already buried in Wang Zhao's file and grumbling that only he could personally make that boy lose repeatedly in a ranking assessment. A staff member brings in the internal selection process for his signature, and Huan Tingwei puts Wang Ao's file aside for the moment. Right then the Yuheng Academy head suddenly sneezes, rubs his nose, and grumbles as if someone must be cursing him somewhere. The staff member blames overwork and bluntly tells him he needs rest, because he even brought back the wrong secret realm last month. That finally gets the Yuheng Academy head's full attention, because he cannot believe he could have misidentified a secret realm himself. The staff member explains that the realm labeled Scorching Purgatory was supposed to contain gold beasts and intense heat, but a student reported it was freezing instead. The staff member adds that he checked personally and confirmed it. The realm is not a blazing inferno at all. The Yuheng Academy head starts to protest, then stops cold and asks who entered that realm before the report came back. When he hears Yihan, Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiruo, Su Junru, and Zhao Yunyan were the earlier group inside, the name Wang Xiao instantly makes the whole setup look deliberate. The Yuheng Academy head quietly pieces it together, and realizes someone handed him that realm on purpose as part of a scheme. Just as quickly, he smooths his face back to normal, signs the internal selection process, and orders Scorching Purgatory closed for now. Once the staff member leaves, the Yuheng Academy head pulls Wang Zhao's file back out and focuses on one name in particular, Blazing Golden Crow. Back at Nine Heavens Academy, Li Keifu spends the waiting time showing Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiruo around because the rest of the first round still has to finish. After the walk, Li Keifu finally brings up the favor that has been bothering him the whole time. He asks Wang Xiao that if they run into Lu Yuyang in the second round, he should win if he must, but please do not shatter Lu Yuyang's Lord Core. Wang Xiao is puzzled, because even Li Keifu openly dislikes Lu Yuyang, so sparing him sounds strange. Li Keifu admits it is not about liking Lu Yuyang at all, but about avoiding the mess of having his invited helper permanently cripple one of his own classmates. Seeing how troubled Li Keifu is, Wang Xiao finally agrees to leave Lu Yuyang's core intact if that matchup really happens. Li Keifu is immediately relieved and praises Wang Xiao for being generous just as the next big transition hits. A burst of golden light drops the last advancing contestants back onto the field, and the academy announcement declares the first round over with the second round starting in only 10 minutes. Li Keifu thinks that turnaround is too harsh, especially for the last person who just finished fighting, and says so out loud. Instead of being grateful, the exhausted student snaps back at Li Keifu to mind his own business. Li Keifu bristles and starts to challenge the student right back, asking what class he is from. The answer is just 2 words, Class 0, and Li Keifu instantly loses all his swagger. Li Keifu coughs awkwardly, turns away, and suddenly acts like he never wanted a fight in the first place. Once they step a little farther away, Zhou Shiruo bluntly asks why Li Keifu is so scared of a class that sounds like it should be the weakest. Li Keifu explains that Class 0 was only created this year, and even though its students are ordinary and weak on average, the academy head personally teaches them far more than anyone else. That sounds so backwards that Wang Xiao can only joke that either this is favoritism or the academy head has way too much free time. Li Keifu says nobody really understands it either, which is exactly why Class 0 has become the academy's strangest rumor. Then he lowers his voice even more and shares the rumor that Class 0 is actually the academy head's hidden trump card for the coming ranking assessment. Wang Xiao can only find the whole thing funny, because every academy they have dealt with lately claims to be hiding some mysterious special class or plan for the exact same assessment. While Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and Li Keifu are still chatting, a sharp teasing voice cuts in and calls Li Keifu out for getting cocky after one win. Li Keifu quickly introduces the woman as the academy head's assistant, Xin Shanshan, and presents Wang Xiao and Fan Tianyu as the helpers he recruited. Xin Shanshan already knows their names and praises Wang Zhao's tournament performance, which makes it obvious she has been paying close attention. When Li Keifu asks why she came herself, Xin Shanshan pulls out 3 glowing secret realm keys and scolds him for being the only one who still has not collected his. Li Keifu realizes he forgot the second round entirely, grabs the key in a panic, and Xin Shanshan brushes him off with a demand for a meal later. Before leaving, Xin Shanshan politely wishes them good results in round 2, but her half-smiling look makes Wang Xiao instantly feel that something is off. The keys begin to hum and flash, and Li Keifu realizes the start window is already closing, so all 3 crush their keys at once. Golden light drops them into a miserable starting point, a reef barely 10 steps wide, surrounded on every side by open blue sea. Li Keifu is still trying to identify the setting, but one look at Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro's faces tells him this marine map is terrible news for them. Wang Xiao admits the problem bluntly. With no water-type mutated beasts, he may not be able to help Li Keifu much at all in this round. Li Keifu desperately proposes freezing the sea, assuming Fan Tianyu's elemental power can make them a battlefield on the water. The question nearly exposes Zhou Shiro's fake identity, and she freezes up because she is not actually Fan Tianyu at all. Wang Xiao steps in fast and argues that freezing only the surface would be unstable, easy to break, and too dangerous to fight on. Li Keifu still pushes for alternatives, but once he goes to inspect the reef edge, Zhou Shiro quietly suggests coming clean about the deception. Wang Xiao says confessing changes nothing, because even with a venue card they can only freeze about 100 meters, and this reef is still too tiny for Zhou Shiro to build real fortifications or even place the flame magic tower. Looking at how perfectly this sea map shuts down both of their specialties, Wang Xiao starts to suspect their bad luck is not random at all. Zhou Shiro is not convinced yet and points out there still might be larger land nearby, so Wang Xiao decides they cannot stay exposed on the reef and need to scout from the air. Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon, pulls Li Keifu back from the water's edge, and the 3 of them take off over the sea. Outside the realm, Xin Shanshan immediately orders the surveillance staff to capture and identify Wang Zhao's dragon the moment it appears on the monitor. She then reports to Academy head Jiang, who confirms they followed the plan and deliberately sent Wang Zhao's group into the star-fragmented sea. The setup is even worse than Wang Xiao guessed. 3 Class 0 students with Sea, Berserk bloodline, and Beast hypnosis talents were placed in the same group to crush him from both terrain and troop matchups. Interested in how Wang Xiao will respond under full suppression, Academy head Jiang orders a dedicated screen and starts watching personally. Back in the star-fragmented sea, the 3 riders cross more than 1,000 meters and still see nothing but water, which leaves Li Keifu sick and the whole search feeling hopeless. Zhou Shiro feels awkward because the air search was her suggestion, and now they cannot even easily find their tiny starting reef again. When the dark swamp crocodile dragon starts slowing from exhaustion, Wang Xiao decides they need to freeze a temporary platform before they end up falling into the sea. Just before he uses the card, Li Keifu suddenly spots what looks like land off to the left, giving them one last hopeful target. Wang Xiao is uneasy because that dark shape was not there a moment ago, but with the dragon nearly spent, he can only gamble and fly toward it anyway. Up close, the supposed island turns out to be a packed flotilla of giant brown floating island turtles drifting together on the surface. Li Keifu apologizes for mistaking them for land, but Wang Xiao checks with an identification scroll and learns these silver-level sea turtles are famously gentle and even rescue creatures that fall in the water. That is enough for Wang Xiao, who decides the turtle shells are safer than open water and orders the others to jump down and rest there. Li Keifu panics that they will drown if the turtles dive, but Wang Xiao points out these creatures are too sturdy to be startled by a few human lords and jumps first to prove it. Wang Xiao lands steadily and the turtle keeps swimming as if nothing happened, proving his gamble right. Seeing Wang Xiao safe, Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu jump too just as the exhausted dark swamp crocodile dragon collapses back into scattered light. Wang Xiao catches Zhou Shiro safely, but Li Keifu crashes hard onto a turtle shell and instantly accuses him of valuing women over friends. The banter barely lasts a second before the entire turtle flotilla suddenly shifts direction, throwing everyone off balance and smashing Li Keifu's lower back into a shell edge again. Zhou Shiro gets carried dozens of meters away with the turning turtles, and Wang Xiao can only shout for her to be careful while he rushes to check on the badly hurt Li Keifu. Li Keifu insists he can still stand, but the pain leaves him pale and stiff enough that Wang Xiao immediately tells him not to move around. Once Zhou Shiro makes her way back over, the three finally regroup on the turtle shells, with Li Keifu grimly worrying that wherever this herd is heading might be even worse. Wang Xiao cannot explain why the floating island turtles suddenly accelerated, but staring at their coordinated movement, he gets the eerie feeling that this whole herd may have come to pick them up on purpose. Deep in Nine Heavens Academy's surveillance room, Academy head Jiang watches tiny moving dots in the star-fragmented sea and smugly praises the students he has trained for years. Xin Shanshan arrives with a communicator and says Huang Tingwei from Yuheng Academy has been urgently looking for him. Jiang calls back in a deliberately busy tone, but Huang only tells him to continue his meeting and hangs up, which leaves Jiang baffled. Before Jiang can make sense of it, the door opens and Huang Tingwei himself walks in, catching him completely off guard. Jiang hurriedly kills the live screen and puts on a warm host smile, but Huang's stare is cold enough to scare Xin Shanshan out of the room. Once they are alone, Huang sits in Jiang's seat and asks the real question straight out. Is his student Wang Xiao here? Jiang admits Wang Xiao is in the secret realm as Li Keifu's invited helper, and Huang immediately presses him over why Nine Heavens suddenly allows outside assistance. Jiang hints that Huang also took advantage of the situation, only to realize from Huang's blank reaction that the man actually knows nothing. Huang drops the confusion for now and bluntly says why he came. He wants Wang Xiao to lose in this selection round. Jiang thinks Huang has gone mad for targeting his own promising student, but Huang insists Wang Zhao's path has been too smooth and he needs a hard lesson. Realizing Huang only wants Wang Xiao humbled, Jiang reopens the live feed and coolly says they might as well watch together. Jiang casually claims he was already prepared because he would not let Yuheng's student show off in his academy, and Huang lets the excuse pass even if he clearly does not buy it. Out in the star-fragmented sea, Wang Xiao grows more uneasy the faster the giant turtle raft carries them, and he finally admits something about this rescue feels wrong. Li Keifu immediately wonders if another beast tamer lord is controlling the floating island turtles, but Wang Xiao says they are ordinary wild mutants with no contract at all. Since the mystery still makes no sense, Wang Xiao decides they should stop trusting the turtles and leave to find the rest of the team. Just as Wang Xiao is about to summon a mount, Zhou Shiro points ahead and spots real land in the distance. When they realize the turtle raft is heading straight for that island, Wang Zhao's suspicion hardens into a warning that someone may be waiting there. A flash of fire erupts from the island, and a huge fireball screams toward their floating platform before anyone can do more than react. With almost no time left, Wang Xiao summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and drags everyone into the air just before the fireball hits. The fireball blows apart the giant turtle raft below them, proving they would have been dumped into the sea if Wang Xiao had hesitated for even a second. Li Keifu shudders at how bad that could have been, and Wang Xiao snaps fully into combat mode and orders a direct charge for the island. As they rush in, Wang Xiao spots a flame magic tower hidden among the trees and instantly warns the others that the island has attack fortifications. The tower fires again, but the dark swamp crocodile dragon accelerates hard and slips under the canopy before the next fireball can hit. Hidden by the forest now, Wang Xiao recalls the dragon, spreads spider troops around them, and asks Zhou Shiro to identify the strange tower. Zhou Shiro says it looks like a purple flame magic tower, except its attack speed is much faster than it should be. That abnormal firing speed makes Wang Xiao realize who they are probably facing, and Li Keifu grimly catches up to the same thought. When Zhou Shiro asks who it is, Wang Xiao names Lu Yuyang and explains that his talent should be fortification enhancement. Zhou Shiro's face turns ugly at the name, but Li Keifu points out the trap. If they leave the forest, the tower gets a clear shot again. Wang Xiao adds that staying still is just as dangerous because the same trees hiding them also blind them, so they will never see the bombardment coming. A whistling sound overhead proves his point, and Wang Xiao yanks both teammates close while pumping energy into his protective ring. A golden barrier blooms around them just as the trees explode into a sea of fire. Knowing the burning cover will expose them any second, Wang Xiao drags the other two deeper toward the center of the island. They finally stop near a dirt slope, and the next three fireballs all land back near the first blast, showing the enemy is still probing their old position. Wang Xiao drops the barrier, realizes the enemy has temporarily lost them, and says this is exactly the opening they needed. Li Keifu asks if Wang Xiao already has a plan, and Wang Xiao admits it is risky but says the enemy's attack pattern is so simple that their odds are actually high. Back in the underground control room, the closer island feed lets both academy heads finally see Wang Zhao's group clearly. Hearing Wang Xiao talk about high odds from low ground, Jiang snorts that Huang judged him right, and calls this exactly the kind of blind confidence he needs punished. But Huang is not listening to the taunt anymore, because something else on the screen has caught his eye. Why is Kaiyang's Fang Tianya-looking girl standing with Wang Xiao? Jiang casually assumes Huang already understood the trick and says those outsiders were sent to probe Nine Heavens and Yuheng from the inside. Huang's flat denial makes Jiang realize too late that he has just exposed his own scheme for bringing in outside helpers. Huang pounces on the opening and calls Jiang an old fox who used the students to secretly study the other academies. With no way to take the words back, Jiang can only sigh and ask Huang to keep quiet about it once his student defeats Wang Xiao. Huang starts to answer, then suddenly smiles at the screen and throws the challenge back. Wait until your student actually defeats Wang Xiao. Jiang whips back to the live feed and finds the island image suddenly empty, because Wang Xiao and the others have already disappeared from view. When Wang Xiao's group suddenly vanished from view, Academy head Jiang immediately switched the surveillance feed to a panoramic shot. On the screen, a white blur tore through the forest, and they recognized Wang Xiao's ice thunderhorn wolf charging straight for the island's center. Jiang frowned at Wang Xiao's reckless route, while Huang Tingwei coldly said the boy needed this setback. On the nameless island, the ice thunderhorn wolf made so much noise that the enemy's flame magic tower immediately opened fire. A few close blasts finally forced the wolf to veer back, and the tower operator thought he had stopped the charge. Then Wang Xiao suddenly appeared behind the tower operator and warned him to stop, or he would smash the man's lord core. Wang Xiao froze for a beat when he realized the tower operator was the Class 0 student who had argued with Li Keifu before, not Lu Yiyang. To make the threat real, Wang Xiao dropped his concealment and brought out the dark swamped crocodile dragon right beside the tower. Terrified by the crocodile dragon, the tower operator hurriedly stopped the barrage at once. With the pressure gone, the ice thunderhorn wolf rushed in and dropped off Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu beside Wang Xiao. Watching the feed, Jiang realized Wang Xiao had used the wolf as a diversion, while Huang Tingwei sounded openly disappointed that the setup looked too easy. Back at the tower, Wang Xiao noticed the operator was calming down instead of panicking, which immediately felt wrong. The operator ignored the threat, introduced himself like an awkward fan, and said it was an honor to be eliminated together with Wang Xiao. Before anyone could process that, the tower operator slammed the flame magic tower and sent a pillar of fire roaring into the sky. Wang Xiao instantly realized this was the real trap and yelled for everyone to run. Wang Xiao leapt onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon, while Zhou Shirua and Li Keifu climbed back onto the ice thunderhorn wolf and fled. Behind them, the tower operator laughed and said they were doomed from the moment they landed, because the real target had always been the whole island. A towering wall of seawater suddenly rose around the island before they had even gone 100 meters. Instead of crashing down, the sea curved overhead into a giant dome and sealed the entire island in. One look at that impossible barrier made Huang Tingwei realize this was no ordinary venue card and suspect a top water-based talent was behind it. Jiang proudly confirmed it was the talent of a sea god apostle, a legendary gift said to stand closest to the 12 heavenly gods. Even Huang Tingwei had to admit that with a trump card like that, Wang Zhao's loss suddenly looked very real. Inside the dome, furious beast roars started echoing all over the island the moment the seals settled into place. When Zhou Shiro finally saw the seawater shell above them, she asked in a shaky voice what had happened. Wang Xiao grimly explained that Jiabo had been bait, and someone had laid this whole setup specifically for them. Li Keifu could not understand why another competitor would volunteer to be disposable bait unless the payoff was huge. Before Wang Xiao could answer, the dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly bucked him off its back. Zhou Shiro hurried to help Wang Xiao up, and he snapped at the crocodile dragon for acting up at the worst possible time. Then the ice thunderhorn wolf started swaying restlessly too, which was far more alarming because it was usually Wang Zhao's steadiest beast. Zhou Shiro wondered if the sealed island had frightened the beasts, but Wang Xiao knew fear did not explain the crocodile dragon's behavior. Once the wolf grew even more unstable, Wang Xiao made the call to pull both mutated beasts back into his territory. With his beasts gone, the surrounding roars felt even louder, and Li Keifu quietly asked if Wang Xiao could at least understand what they meant. Wang Xiao admitted he could only tell the beasts were furious, and that meant they had to go back and question Jiabo. Even knowing it was dangerous, Wang Xiao said they had no choice, because he could not fight blind while something on the island could twist his mutated beasts. So the three of them headed back on foot, moving much slower now that Wang Xiao dared not use his beasts. When they finally reached the flame magic tower again, the operator was still there waiting like he had known they would come back. The operator mocked how fast they gave up trying to break out, but Wang Xiao cut straight to the point and demanded an explanation. The operator answered bluntly that they were trapped because Wang Xiao was too strong to deal with any other way. He revealed he was not alone either, and that 2 more accomplices were backing him up on the island. One of those allies had the bloodline berserk talent, which could drive a specific type of soldier into a berserk state, and explained why Wang Zhao's beasts became unusable. The other hidden ally was the sea god apostle, and the operator made it clear that the dome sealing them in was that person's work. That title alone was enough to make all 3 of them look worse, because even the rumors around it were terrifying. When Wang Xiao asked why an enemy would hand over so much information, the operator calmly said this was not a battlefield and they wanted to win without fighting. The operator's real offer was simple. Now that Wang Zhao's strongest advantage was crippled, they should surrender rationally and save themselves the beating. Wang Xiao went quiet again under that familiar feeling of being deliberately hunted from the moment he entered this secret realm. The operator finally turned to Li Keifu and said the choice was his, since he was the official participant who could end this now. After weighing the ruined odds, Li Keifu reluctantly pulled out the secret realm key and prepared to forfeit. But just as Li Keifu was about to crush the key, a hand shot out and stopped him. Even with Li Keifu already tense, Wang Xiao calmly tells him not to panic because he still wants one more answer from Jiabo. Wang Xiao asks about Jia Bo's own talent, and Jia Bo looks at him like he's stupid for not being scared enough already. Instead of pretending he can beat a C specialist head-on, Wang Xiao bluntly admits he can't and says he just wants advanced intel on a future academy rival. Wang Xiao says it so openly that Zhou Shiruo and Li Keifu both give him awkward looks, and even the unseen Jia Bo is left momentarily speechless. Wang Xiao pushes a little further and suggests they exchange information like friends since Jia Bo's side already controls the situation. After failing to read Wang Xiao at all, Jia Bo finally gives in and says his talent is hypnotist. When Wang Xiao asks if that means hypnosis on soldiers, Jia Bo sneers off-panel that if he could hypnotize lords directly, this fight would already be over. Wang Xiao accepts the answer for a beat, then points toward the nearby flame magic tower and asks how hypnosis could affect a fortification at all. Jia Bo almost explains himself, then catches the trap and snaps off-panel that Wang Xiao is trying to trick information out of him. As Jia Bo gives a final warning to forfeit, the mood turns sharp enough that Zhou Shiruo and Li Keifu quietly pull out their secret realm keys. Wang Xiao ignores the threat and calmly asks whether the real issue is bloodline berserk, because fortifications should not even count as living targets. Jia Bo shouts off-panel and forces up his energy aura, but the panic in his reaction only makes Wang Xiao more certain he is bluffing. Wang Xiao presses the advantage and says Jia Bo seems suspiciously desperate, like he simply cannot keep the act going much longer. After catching that slip, Wang Xiao theatrically apologizes for exposing him and keeps mocking the unseen Jia Bo. Wang Xiao finally says it outright. Jia Bo's talent was only making them see fake floodwater and hear fake beast roars to scare them into surrendering. Jia Bo completely loses his temper off-panel, and the moment he roars back, the fake seawater and beast noises vanish from the island all at once. Li Keifu blurts out that everything was an illusion, and Zhou Shiruo's shocked look shows she has reached the same conclusion. Elsewhere in front of the viewing screen, Huang Tingwei laughs off-panel and needles Academy head Jiang for boasting so much about what turned out to be a bluff. Academy head Jiang angrily defends Jia Bo's talent off-panel, while Huang Tingwei's smug needling continues from somewhere nearby. Back on the now quiet island, Zhou Shiruo asks Wang Xiao how he figured out the trick in the first place. Wang Xiao answers with one line first, details decide success or failure. He points back toward the side where they first landed and tells Zhou Shiruo and Li Keifu to look carefully at what is missing there. Li Keifu says there is nothing there, and Wang Xiao replies that this emptiness is exactly the problem. Wang Xiao reminds them they took dozens of fireball hits on landing, so that area should have been scorched and smoking if the attack had been real. He adds that the island was supposedly full of berserk mutated beasts, yet not a single real one ever appeared after they landed. Then he points out the talent mismatch too, because a Lord enhancement should not have boosted the Flame Magic Tower's attack range and speed like that. His last clue was Jia Bo himself, because after such a huge setup, only one enemy ever showed up in person. With the deduction complete, Wang Xiao summons his three beasts behind him and declares that aside from their trio, Jia Bo is the only other person on this island. Wang Zhao's clean analysis leaves Jia Bo nothing to say, and the pressure on the island flips as Wang Zhao's side takes the upper hand. Relieved and angry at being toyed with, Zhou Shiruo and Li Keifu step up beside Wang Xiao as the three of them prepare to settle this properly. Instead of looking shaken, Jia Bo starts clapping off-panel and calmly admits he underestimated Wang Zhao's eye for detail. That reaction feels wrong enough that Wang Xiao immediately asks what exactly Jia Bo is smiling about. Jia Bo ignores Wang Zhao's question and, from off-panel, tells the three of them good luck in a way that sounds more like a warning. Before anyone can stop him, Jia Bo crushes his key off-panel and vanishes in golden light, willingly forfeiting the competition. The three of them just stand there for a beat, because winning this way feels far too strange to be safe. Li Keifu cautiously asks if that means they won, but even Wang Xiao answers with obvious doubt. Wang Xiao cannot understand why Jia Bo would leave after already signaling his companions, unless something worse was about to arrive first. Zhou Shiruo voices the same bad feeling directly, and says Jia Bo's parting good luck sounded like a threat. Before Wang Xiao can answer, a heavy rumble rolls across the sea and a white line appears on the horizon as the shoreline water starts pulling away. Zhou Shiruo's first thought is that this might still be another illusion, so she snaps into full alert and scans for Jia Bo. Li Keifu follows that lead too, but the island itself starts shaking under their feet and proves this threat is painfully real. Realizing they have only seconds, Wang Xiao shouts for everyone to move. The three of them scramble onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon's back and launch into the sky just before the disaster arrives. By the time they gain altitude, the white line has grown into a 100-meter wall of water charging straight at the island. The first impact swallows more than half the island in one brutal crash. More waves slam down right after the first hit, and the island they had just escaped is smashed into scattered fragments. Watching that devastation, Wang Xiao immediately names the attacker. This has to be the sea god apostle. He also realizes why Jia Bo fled so fast, because anyone still on that island would have died with it. Li Keifu goes pale and mutters that Class 0 really is full of monsters if this is what the sea god apostle can do. Wang Xiao stays unnervingly analytical and points out that from the second wave onward, the attack was already weakening. To Li Keifu that sounds insane, because one hit was already more than enough to kill them, and he cannot believe Wang Xiao is still evaluating a counterattack. Wang Xiao spells it out anyway, a move that huge must cost a lot, which means the enemy should not be able to repeat it at full power right now. The moment Li Keifu realizes Wang Xiao really does want to fight, fear takes over and he blurts out a warning before he can even finish the sentence. Wang Xiao acts first, steering the dark swamp crocodile dragon down toward one of the larger broken island fragments instead of retreating. Once they land, Li Keifu finally explodes and demands to know if Wang Xiao has gone crazy trying to fight the sea god apostle at sea. Wang Xiao coldly cuts through the panic and tells Li Keifu to stop talking and start laying ice venue cards so these drifting fragments can be connected. Li Keifu refuses outright, arguing that loving tough fights is one thing, but challenging a marine divine talent on his home field is suicide. Before Wang Xiao can force the issue, Zhou Shirua steps in and quietly reminds him that this is not their own match to decide. She makes the point clearly. They are only helpers brought in by Li Keifu, so if he wants to surrender, that choice is his. Wang Xiao turns to Li Keifu and asks the real question instead. Can he honestly accept being targeted like this without fighting back at all? Li Keifu falls silent because he knows Wang Xiao is right that this was a deliberate setup against them. Wang Xiao pushes once more and asks if Li Keifu really does not want to meet that attacker face to face and demand an explanation himself. Li Keifu admits he wants the truth, but says not now or here because defeat is already a foregone conclusion. To settle his decision, Li Keifu transfers all 9 breakthrough stones to Wang Xiao as thanks for helping him this far. Then Li Keifu pulls out his own secret realm key and tells Wang Xiao to stop his losses here. Right before he can use it, a voice suddenly shouts for them to wait from somewhere out at sea. They turn and see a wave a few meters high rushing toward them with a young man and a young woman standing on top of it. A wave carries Wang Xiao, Li Keifu, and disguised Zhou Shiro onto a tiny shore, where 2 waiting Class 0 students immediately size them up. Sun Qianwen spots their secret realm keys and immediately asks if they are trying to withdraw, already treating surrender like an insult. Li Keifu tries to smooth things over with a friendly greeting, but Sun Qianwen flatly rejects even meeting them. Jiang Mu quickly apologizes for her rudeness and introduces himself and Sun Qianwen with practiced politeness. Li Keifu introduces Wang Xiao and disguised Zhou Shiro as the helpers he brought, but Jiang Mu barely reacts to them and focuses on judging Li Keifu instead. Jiang Mu says he has heard a lot about Li Keifu and finds him disappointingly ordinary, instantly souring the mood. Before Li Keifu can recover, Jiang Mu casually backs away and announces that the battle should start right now. Jiang Mu reveals Sun Qianwen awakened the divine talent sea god apostle and says she has never accepted anything except total victory. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are startled that the gloomy girl has a god-tier talent, while Li Keifu still thinks they can simply crush their keys and leave. Jiang Mu reads Li Keifu's thoughts and bluntly warns that surrender will not save them, because Sun Qianwen will keep hunting challengers until she beats them for real. That explanation finally lands, and Li Keifu realizes forfeiting here would only delay the same fight. Wang Xiao cuts through the madness and openly calls Sun Qianwen crazy for forcing a fight nobody wants. Sun Qianwen explodes, declaring that as a sea god apostle she cannot lose and every opponent must be personally defeated by her. Wang Xiao mocks her obsession, pulls Li Keifu into line, and bluntly tells her to stop talking and come win if she can. Sun Qianwen takes the challenge personally and storms off with Jiang Mu, promising he will regret provoking her. Once they are gone, disguised Zhou Shiro quietly worries Wang Xiao pushed Sun Qianwen too far, but he brushes it off and readies his bow for an attack from the sea. A giant wave rises far out at sea, and as it races closer it keeps growing until the trio realizes this is not a challenge, but a killing strike. Wang Xiao urgently summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to escape, but the beast suddenly goes berserk and flings all 3 of them into the sea instead. Surfacing in the chaos, Wang Xiao instantly understands Jiang Mu must have triggered the dragon's berserk state, and recalls it before it becomes another danger. With no time left to regroup, the current drags them away from shore and the full weight of the colossal wave crashes down on top of them. Outside the realm, Academy head Jiang sees the trio vanish under the wave and panics, ordering Little Shan to send an emergency rescue team into the star-fragmented sea. Huang Tingwei stops the rescue at the last second, saying Wang Zhao's side may not have lost yet. Academy head Jiang turns back in confusion, and a huge shadow suddenly rises under the water on the screen. An ice mountain bursts out of the sea, and Huang Tingwei explains that Wang Zhao's side used an ice venue card so buoyancy could force them back up through the waves. Huang Tingwei quietly tells Academy head Jiang to watch closely, because talent rank alone does not decide who is truly stronger. Back in the realm, Wang Xiao catches his breath on the ice mountain and checks that Zhou Shiro and Li Keifu are still alive after the near drowning. As another wave forms in the distance, Wang Xiao urgently asks how many ice venue cards they still have left. Li Keifu says he only has 3 ice cards left, and Zhou Shiro almost reveals how closely she knows Wang Zhao's supplies before both of them catch the slip. Before Li Keifu can press the question, the second giant wave smashes their ice mountain apart, and drives all 3 back under the sea. Another ice card flashes underwater and lifts them back to the surface again, but Wang Xiao is now convinced Sun Qianwen is trying to kill them outright. Wang Xiao forces the real question back onto Li Keifu and asks if he still wants to quit now that Sun Qianwen has made surrender meaningless. Furious and soaked to the bone, Li Keifu finally snaps and swears he would rather fight to the end than let Sun Qianwen leave unscathed. That answer is enough for Wang Xiao, who promises Li Keifu will not die and orders every remaining ice card handed over for a war of attrition. As the waves keep coming, Wang Xiao reveals he has been counting. Sun Qianwen's first wave was around 70 meters, and every new one has dropped by about 10. Li Keifu is not convinced, because even a small wave can still drown them in their current state. Zhou Shiruo adds the bigger problem. Jiang Mu's bloodline berserk can shut down Wang Xiao's mutated beasts, so surviving is not the same as hitting back. Wang Xiao grins anyway and reminds Zhou Shiruo of their flag capture training, because this time he wants to fight using her soldiers too. When Zhou Shiruo points out her soldiers can also be berserked, Wang Xiao counters with the key limit. Jiang Mu can only target one type at a time, so he cannot lock down both sides together. The next wave proves his point, arriving much weaker at around 30 meters and only breaking their ice instead of pulverizing it. Now standing together on a larger ice fragment, all three of them finally smile, because Sun Qianwen's strength is visibly running down. Wang Xiao predicts Sun Qianwen will have to pause and recover within 3 more waves, and he marks that opening as the moment to strike back. 10 minutes later, the 13th wave is barely 5 meters tall, and the battered ice still keeps the three of them afloat through the last week's surge. The moment the wave pressure bottoms out, Wang Xiao gives the order to attack. Wang Xiao resummons the dark swamp crocodile dragon and leaps onto its back, gambling on speed before Jiang Mu can ruin the move. Jiang Mu's interference hits again almost instantly, and the dragon enters berserk state the second Wang Xiao mounts it. At the same time, Zhou Shiruo commits to Wang Xiao's plan and summons 3 gold-level skeleton archers onto the floating ice. Li Keifu adds wind magic to the archers, and their drawn bows lock onto the distant figure riding the waves as the counterattack finally takes shape. On the floating ice, Zhou Shiruo drives the borrowed skeleton archers into a rapid-fire barrage, their arrows boosted by Li Keifu's wind magic until they blur across the sea. Just as Zhou Shiruo pushes for a 4th volley, the 3 skeleton archers suddenly go berserk and start smashing each other with their longbows instead. That breakdown is exactly the opening Wang Xiao was waiting for, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon finally shakes off the enemy's interference and clears its eyes. Wang Xiao orders a berserk charge, and the furious dragon rockets forward like black lightning straight into Jiang Mu's wave wall. The collision punches a hole through the seawater curtain and tears the giant wave apart in one deafening blast. Zhou Shiruo and Li Keifu cheer for a split second, then freeze when Jiang Mu and Sun Qianwen lose their footing and drop into the rough sea below. Sun Qianwen is too drained to swim back up, and even Jiang Mu can't dive deep enough through the violent currents to reach her. Before Jiang Mu can lose her, a black shape dives like lightning, snatches Sun Qianwen first, and slams into him hard enough to fling him into the air. Jiang Mu looks up in disbelief and sees Wang Xiao on the dragon's back, carrying both him and the unconscious Sun Qianwen away from the sea. When Jiang Mu tries to speak, Wang Xiao cuts him off cold and makes it clear he is saving them anyway, not forgiving them. Only after Wang Xiao points it out does Jiang Mu realize Sun Qianwen is alive too, and his panic finally drops into shaken gratitude. The rescue stays rough to the end, because the dragon simply drops Jiang Mu from the air onto the ice with no ceremony at all. Wang Xiao lands next and tosses Sun Qianwen down just as bluntly, making her cough up water and wake on the ice. Sun Qianwen wakes confused, sees Wang Xiao nearby, and instantly assumes he must have used some dirty trick on her. Jiang Mu quietly explains that she almost drowned and Wang Xiao pulled both of them out of the sea. Even with the memory coming back, Sun Qianwen still refuses to believe an enemy would save her and stubbornly rejects the idea that she needed help. Zhou Shiruo steps in with a cold face and says Wang Xiao may fight hard, but he still refuses to stand by when someone's life is truly on the line. Li Keifu piles on, openly ashamed of Sun Qianwen for insulting the person who just saved her. Jiang Mu gently asks Sun Qianwen to apologize, but that only makes her explode again and reveal how twisted her pride has become. Sun Qianwen flatly says that anyone who unsettles or looks down on her as a sea god apostle deserves to die. Wang Xiao finally answers with open contempt, telling her that a real powerhouse would not be shaken apart by a few sharp words. He points to the horizon and warns her that from now on he will treat her as a real enemy and break her lord core if he gets the chance. The instant Wang Zhao's killing intent turns real, Sun Qianwen goes rigid under the pressure and cannot even get a word out. That humiliation only makes Sun Qianwen snap harder, and she roars as the surrounding sea begins rising into fresh giant waves. Wang Xiao stays calm and prepares to fight again, convinced that a powerful talent still means nothing if its owner can't use it well. Before the fight can restart, Jiang Mu suddenly knocks Sun Qianwen unconscious and cuts the sea back to silence. With the battlefield abruptly quiet, Jiang Mu admits the pressure around Sun Qianwen's talent has pushed her into more and more extreme thinking. He bows deeply and apologizes for everything, leaving Wang Xiao and the others caught off guard by the sudden sincerity. Wang Xiao lets the tension go, admits his own words were harsh too, and accepts the apology without dragging it out. Jiang Mu repays that grace by pointing them toward the real battlefield, a crystal island cluster about 3 kilometers away. Then Jiang Mu gives up their advancement spot on the spot, crushing both keys and withdrawing with Sun Qianwen as his final apology. Even after the golden light takes them away, Wang Xiao is still more offended by Jiang Mu's parting claim that they only lost because they went easy. Once Zhou Shiro pushes him to move, Wang Xiao summons the dragon again and the trio heads for the Crystal Islands Jiang Mu named. Outside the realm, Huang Tingwei is openly delighted, because Wang Xiao just proved in front of everyone that talent rank alone does not decide the winner. Huang Tingwei keeps boasting that Wang Xiao is his student now, while Academy head Jiang can only stew because the result speaks for itself. Certain the rest will be easy for Wang Xiao, Huang Tingwei loses interest in the screen and walks out early. Back in the realm, Wang Zhao's group reaches the designated battlefield at last and sees the Crystal Islands scattered across the sea like broken stars. 3 other teams are already fighting there, but Lu Yuyang is nowhere in sight, so Wang Xiao has no idea whether he was eliminated or simply placed elsewhere. Wang Xiao does not hesitate at all, throwing his mutated beasts into the melee while handing Zhou Shiro 10,000 metal-devouring ants to strip resources from the islands. The round ends exactly how Wang Xiao intended. Li Keifu secures one of the Academy's 10 spots. Wang Xiao makes a hefty profit, and the Crystal Islands are left half devoured behind them. A flash of golden light pulls the trio out of the secret realm and drops them back onto the grounds of Nine Heavens Academy. Li Keifu excitedly thanks Wang Xiao for carrying both advancement rounds so hard that he barely even had to attack. Wang Xiao keeps it modest, saying Li Keifu already paid in resources and that the next captain round would depend on Li Keifu himself. After they part ways with Li Keifu and get some distance from the academy, Zhou Shiro finally checks behind them and decides it is safe to drop the disguise. With a relieved exhale, Zhou Shiro removes the Nirvana mask and changes back from Fang Tianyu's face to her real appearance. But the instant Zhou Shiro relaxes, a sinister voice behind them says he knew it was her all along. Just after Zhou Shiro drops her disguise, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro freeze when Huang Tingwei suddenly appears behind them like he was waiting for this exact moment. Wang Xiao forces out a nervous greeting, while both of them realize Huang Tingwei somehow slipped close without Zhou Shiro sensing anyone nearby. Ignoring Wang Xiao, Huang Tingwei beckons at Zhou Shiro and asks to inspect the item she just used. Zhou Shiro hurriedly hands over the Nirvana mask and nervously explains that it belongs to Wang Xiao, and she was only borrowing it. After studying the mask, Huang Tingwei immediately pegs it as a downgraded orange quality item and asks Wang Xiao where he got it. Wang Xiao calmly says he bought it cheap after its quality dropped, and Huang Tingwei gives the mask back with a strange little compliment about his luck. Before they can relax, Huang Tingwei asks if they are busy and orders both of them to return to the academy with him because he has something to say. On the walk back, Wang Xiao gets more and more uneasy, worried Huang Tingwei might punish them for secretly joining an outside match behind the academy's back. Every time Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro try to lag back and whisper, Huang Tingwei slows down too, making it obvious he is not giving them a chance to coordinate. At the academy gates, Huang Tingwei sends them ahead to his office and says he will be there in a moment. Once they reach the empty office without him, both of them finally breathe again, and Zhou Shiro quietly asks what he could possibly want. Wang Xiao has no answer, and that only makes the silence in the office heavier. The office door suddenly opens, and Huang Tingwei walks in carrying a locked suitcase that instantly puts both of them back on edge. Huang Tingwei sits behind the desk, pops the suitcase lock, and opens with the chilling line that they have really made him proud. When Huang Tingwei praises their iceberg buoyancy trick, Wang Xiao blurts out a reflexive compliment back and then realizes too late that the trap has already closed. Huang Tingwei calmly lists Star Fragmented Sea, Sea God Apostle, World Destruction Flood, and Iceberg Escape, making it impossible for Wang Xiao to keep pretending. Wang Xiao can only admit he has been found out, and Huang Tingwei reveals Nine Heavens Academy already knows too. Then Huang Tingwei drops the real issue. Nine Heavens invited outside help so they could scout the strength of rival academies before the ranking assessment. Realizing they really walked into a scouting trap, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro immediately bow their heads and admit they were wrong. Huang Tingwei scolds them for exposing their strength, but in the next breath admits there was one upside: he got to enjoy old Jiang looking embarrassed. Before they can make sense of him, Huang Tingwei finally opens the suitcase and lays out 3 purple ice attribute venue cards as rewards. Wang Xiao is stunned that rewards are still on the table, and Huang Tingwei explains these are separate from the scolding because they earn them by saving people. Huang Tingwei makes it clear the 3 cards are for Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and Li Keifu, not some special extra favor just for Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao quickly collects the cards and thanks him, even on Li Keifu's behalf, but Huang Tingwei cuts him off with a laugh and says this reward is simply what they deserve. The mood snaps again when Huang Tingwei's smile vanishes and he announces that the carrot is over, and now comes the stick. Huang Tingwei turns directly to Zhou Shiro and asks what mistake she thinks she made, putting all the pressure on her instead of Wang Xiao. Zhou Shiro looks to Wang Xiao for help and timidly guesses broad lessons like don't be rash or think more carefully, but Huang Tingwei rejects every answer. When Zhou Shiro is nearly in tears, Wang Xiao finally steps in and accuses Huang Tingwei of bullying her instead of just saying the answer. Huang Tingwei throws the question back at Wang Xiao, and Wan Xiao can only admit he doesn't know before angrily saying they will leave if this keeps up. Instead of backing down, Huang Tingwei points to the real mistake. Wan Xiao treated Zhou Shiro like his vassal lord while she was disguised as Fan Tianyu in Star Fragmented Sea. He explains that Li Keifu had already sensed something was off, and only a wave hitting at the right moment kept the disguise from being exposed on the spot. With that pointed out, Wan Xiao drops the attitude and admits this really was his negligence. Seeing Wan Xiao finally listening, Huang Tingwei asks for the full truth about why Zhou Shiro pretended to be Fan Tianyu in the first place. Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro spend more than 10 minutes explaining everything in detail, no longer daring to hide anything from him. After hearing it all, Huang Tingwei calls their behavior childish but accepts that their motives were understandable and says he will let it go this time. Wan Xiao quickly thanks him and, feeling the danger has passed, tries to politely end the meeting and leave. Huang Tingwei stops them with one last question and pulls out a document on the blazing golden crow. Wan Xiao recognizes the monster file from Scorching Purgatory, and Huang Tingwei immediately asks where that creature is now. After a split-second hesitation, Wan Xiao decides hiding it would be worse and honestly says the blazing golden crow is now his contract beast in his territory. He even adds that the blazing golden crow has already broken through from peak gold level 3 to platinum level 1, which briefly surprises Huang Tingwei. Just as suddenly, Huang Tingwei waves the matter off, tells them they can go, and reminds Wan Xiao to deliver Li Keifu's venue card to him. Once they are out of the office, both of them finally relax for real, and Zhou Shiro admits she never expected the academy head to be that scary when angry. Wan Xiao teases her for lacking imagination, but he is still puzzled about why Huang Tingwei suddenly cared so much about the blazing golden crow. Before Zhou Shiro can answer, Wan Zhao's communicator rings, and the caller turns out to be Lin Xiang. The next stop is Kaiyang City's Lord's shop, where Wan Xiao lets Zhou Shiro browse on her own and follows Lin Xiang into the manager's office. As soon as they sit down, a clerk covers the table with tea and snacks so lavishly that Wan Xiao immediately knows Lin Xiang is trying too hard. Wan Xiao jokes that this looks more like a birthday feast than a casual meeting, and Lin Xiang insists it is simply proper hospitality for a guest. Lin Xiang personally pours Wan Xiao a rare tea from Xingdu, and Wan Xiao has to admit it really is excellent. But the good tea only makes Wan Xiao more certain something is up, so he asks Lin Xiang to stop being mysterious and say what he really wants. Lin Xiang tries to play it off as friendly small talk, but Wan Xiao instantly points out they already saw each other yesterday. When Lin Xiang keeps trying to smooth it over, Wan Xiao bluntly asks if he is buttering him up for a favor and then gets up to leave. That finally cracks Lin Xiang's act, and he hurriedly stops Wan Xiao and admits there really is a problem. With no room left for pleasantries, Lin Xiang finally gets serious and says the headquarters wants to ask Wan Xiao for a favor. Lin Xiang suddenly turns serious and asks Wan Xiao one thing first. When he explored Thorn Canyon before, did he see anything stronger than silver-level beasts? Wan Xiao answers without hesitation that Thorn Canyon only had silver beasts, and the strongest one he saw was peak silver level 3. Lin Xiang presses him again with obvious unease, making it clear this is not casual small talk. Then Lin Xiang reveals the problem. The shop sent a team with 1 level 5 lord and 3 level 4 lords into Thorn Canyon last night, and none of them came back when the time limit ended. Wan Xiao immediately understands how bad that is, because natural secret realm explorers should be forced out when time runs out unless they were already wiped out inside. He still questions it in disbelief, because a small secret realm should not be able to erase a team that strong unless something far more dangerous is hiding there. Lin Xiang confirms the team has been missing for over 10 hours, so at this point everyone assumes they are already dead. Wan Xiao insists that if a platinum-class threat had really been in Thorn Canyon, he should have noticed it, which makes the whole situation feel wrong. Since Wan Xiao is the only person who has entered Thorn Canyon and returned safely, Lin Xiang asks him to guide a new expedition instead of sending blind reinforcements to die. Wan Zhao's first reaction is refusal, because if a team of veteran lords died inside, he does not see what a younger guide like him could possibly change. That changes when Lin Xiang adds the real offer. Headquarters already gathered 3 level 5 lords, and they only need Wan Xiao to lead them through the terrain. After only a brief pause, Wan Xiao agrees to go, but he decides to leave Zhou Shiro out of this dangerous trip. Lin Xiang wastes no time, arranges a delay for the shop assistant waiting on Wan Xiao, and rushes him upstairs to depart immediately. They pass through the ancient teleportation gate and reappear in the holy capital basement, where 3 expedition members are already waiting. Lin Xiang introduces the youngest man as Wu Yan, a top Blue Planet University student whose fire magic will be useful inside Thorn Canyon. Next comes Li Tongfu, a burly support lord whose healing is not as famous as life recovery, but is strong enough to earn a place on the team. The last man stares at Wan Xiao, recognizes him, and turns out to be Tang Longji, Tang Hengshan's uncle. That family connection instantly softens the mood, and Wan Xiao respectfully calls him Uncle Tang. Just as they are about to leave, Li Tongfu abruptly objects and demands a different guide. Li Tongfu even threatens to leave the mission if Wan Xiao stays on the team, turning the whole basement tense in a second. Wan Xiao steps in front of him and coldly asks what exactly his problem is. Li Tongfu answers with pure hostility, shoving Wan Xiao and barking at him to get lost. Wan Xiao dodges cleanly, and Li Tongfu nearly stumbles, which only makes him angrier. When Li Tongfu tries to swing at him, Tang Longji flashes in and clamps down on his wrist before the punch can land. Tang Longji backs Wan Xiao openly, while Li Tongfu is forced to admit that Wan Xiao did nothing to him, and he simply does not want to team up with a kid. His real excuse is simple and insulting. If stronger lords already died in Thorn Canyon, he refuses to trust a half-grown guide like Wang Xiao with his life. Lin Xiang and Tang Longji both push back, insisting that Wang Xiao's age has nothing to do with his real combat value. Wu Yan stays completely detached, watching the argument like it has nothing to do with him. Tang Longji lays out the team's roles one by one, showing this expedition was carefully built for Thorn Canyon and that every member, even Li Tongfu, has a specific job. That breakdown makes Wang Xiao realize the Lord's shop did not throw this group together carelessly, and it also reminds him his own team is still missing a true healer. In the end, Li Tongfu stays only after Tang Longji forces the issue, and Tang Longji bluntly tells Wang Xiao not to expect treatment from that man if a big fight breaks out. Wang Xiao swallows the insult for now, deciding there is no point exploding over a temporary team he may never see again. With the argument barely settled, the staff opens the teleportation door and Tang Longji quickly takes command of the entry order. Li Tongfu snipes at the arrangement again, mocking the idea of a guide entering last. To cut off more pointless friction, Wan Xiao proposes entering with Tang Longji first so he can activate the small base he left inside earlier. Tang Longji accepts immediately and leads the way into Thorn Canyon with Wan Xiao right behind him. The moment they arrive in Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao spots the familiar small base he built before still standing near the entrance. Wan Xiao quickly opens his control interface and brings all 10 flame magic towers online. Tang Longji is openly impressed to see purple quality fortifications in a place like this, while Wan Xiao awkwardly brushes off the praise. Li Tongfu arrives next, clearly startled by the base and towers before covering it with another sneer. He dismisses the whole thing out loud as nothing special, and neither Wang Xiao nor Tang Longji bothers answering him. Wu Yan finally teleports in too, and for one brief beat the full team is assembled inside Thorn Canyon. Before Tang Longji can even start giving orders, a chilling dangerous aura suddenly crashes over the group. A silver flash slices past in an instant, so fast no one can properly see what just attacked. The killing intent vanishes just as suddenly, and Tang Longji whirls around shouting to see who is still alive. When the 3 survivors turn back toward Li Tongfu, they find his body still standing there with his head completely gone. Li Tongfu is suddenly beheaded in front of the group, and the shock turns the whole secret realm trip into a crisis in one instant. Tang Longji yanks Wan Xiao back, Wu Yan sprints with them, and the 3 retreat straight into the base before the unseen attacker can strike again. From the wall, Tang Longji curses Li Tongfu for dying so fast, trying to cover his own alarm with anger. Wu Yan calmly points out that healing had nothing to do with it, because whatever attacked Li Tongfu was simply too fast for anyone to react. Wu Yan notices Wang Xiao is disturbed in a different way and asks if he actually knows what just attacked them. Wang Xiao admits the silver flash looked like the silver shadow leopard he saw before, but that makes no sense because it used to be only peak silver level 3. Wu Yan bluntly calls that impossible, because a silver beast should not be able to instantly kill a level 5 lord like Li Tongfu. Tang Longji adds that only a platinum beast should be capable of that kind of instant kill, so he suspects Wang Xiao either remembered wrong or saw a different leopard. Wang Xiao insists his beast tamer lord talent is sensitive to powerful beast auras, and he is certain there was only one platinum level mutant in this realm when they entered. Mid-explanation, Wang Xiao suddenly goes pale because that platinum aura has completely vanished. The other 2 struggle to explain that disappearance, but Wang Xiao doubles down that the lone platinum beast was real and has now vanished for no clear reason. Before the argument goes anywhere, the flame magic tower suddenly fires on its own and proves something is outside the wall again. They rush up and spot the silver shadow leopard sitting quietly in the grass 100 meters away, as if it came to watch them. Wang Xiao recognizes it immediately and even calls out to it like an old acquaintance, which makes the scene feel even stranger. The silver shadow leopard seems to remember him and starts walking toward the base, but the tower fires again the moment it enters range. The leopard dodges with a silver flash so cleanly that the fireball might as well have missed empty air, and it reappears unharmed in the same calm pose. Wang Xiao argues that the tower cannot stop something that fast anyway, so leaving the defenses active only blocks any chance to understand its intentions. Once Wang Xiao shuts down the flame magic tower, the leopard comes closer on its own and stops only 30 meters from the base. Tang Longji checks the beast with an identification scroll and confirms it really is only silver level 3, which makes the whole situation even harder to explain. With Tang Longji's reluctant approval, Wang Xiao climbs down to meet the silver shadow leopard face to face. Instead of attacking, the leopard flops onto its side and exposes its throat like a spoiled pet asking Wang Xiao for affection. Wang Xiao laughs in disbelief and scratches its chin, and the silver shadow leopard cuddles his arm while purring harder. That warm moment curdles when Wang Xiao notices fresh blood under the leopard's paw and realizes it was stained only moments ago. Wang Xiao stops petting it and demands to know where the blood came from, expecting no answer from a beast that should not understand him. To Wang Zhao's surprise, the leopard stands and turns toward Li Tongfu's corpse, making the answer horribly clear without speaking. Wang Zhao finally accepts the possibility that this familiar silver beast was the silver flash that killed Li Tongfu, and that makes it suddenly feel far more dangerous. He reacts instantly by summoning the dark swamp crocodile dragon as a shield and the ice thunderhorn wolf as his mount, then bolts back for the base. Tang Longji and Wu Yan are caught off guard by Wang Zhao's sudden retreat, and by the time they react he is already back inside the walls. Expecting a fight, Tang Longji summons 10 gold giant pitchers and Wu Yan readies his magic staff with strange flames, but no attack comes. Outside the base, the dark swamp crocodile dragon and the silver shadow leopard only stare at each other, leaving the humans confused by the eerie calm. Back on the wall, Wang Zhao shows the fresh blood on his sleeve and insists the silver shadow leopard is the one that killed Li Tongfu. Tang Longji and Wu Yan still struggle to accept it, because a silver level 3 beast should not be able to kill a level 5 lord no matter what Wang Zhao says. When Tang Longji teases him for saying the beast admitted it, Wang Zhao finally snaps and demands to be taken seriously for once. Tang Longji backs off and asks the practical question of whether they should just kill the leopard now. Wang Zhao hesitates, because the silver shadow leopard does not feel like a bloodthirsty beast and he starts to wonder if Li Tongfu gave it a reason to attack. Seeing that hesitation, Wu Yan brings up a detail he kept quiet about. Li Tongfu had taken out a purple quality skill card right after they entered the secret realm. Wu Yan says Wang Zhao's earlier interaction made the leopard seem unusually gentle, so Li Tongfu may have been hiding another motive when he used that card. Wu Yan decides to check the body himself, and Tang Longji agrees to cover him from the wall. Wu Yan summons a gold flame skeleton warhorse and rides out to inspect the body, and Wang Zhao immediately follows him down to Li Tongfu's corpse. While they approach the corpse, the silver shadow leopard casually runs over to rub against the dark swamp crocodile dragon like nothing is wrong. At Li Tongfu's body, they find the hidden card in his hand exactly where Wu Yan expected. The card is Flowing Poison Shadow Arrow, a purple sneak attack skill that fires invisible poison arrows and can quietly kill someone if treatment comes too late. Wu Yan explains this card is built for hidden assassination, not normal self-defense, which makes Li Tongfu's earlier move look even more suspicious. As the suspicion sharpens, Wu Yan suddenly asks Wang Zhao where he had been standing at the exact moment Li Tongfu died. When Wu Yan asks for Li Tongfu's exact position before he died, Wang Zhao steps aside, points to a spot on the ground, and confirms it. Wu Yan's calm face turns cold with anger, and he says Li Tongfu really did deserve to die. He signals Tang Longji over from the wall and bluntly reveals that Li Tongfu tried to assassinate Wang Zhao with a flowing poison shadow arrow. Tang Longji and Wang Zhao both hesitate, because even with bad blood between them, attacking the only guide in an unknown secret realm makes no sense at first glance. Wu Yan says he can prove it, walks to the corpse's feet, and picks up Li Tongfu's skill card to reconstruct the attack. He stands where Li Tongfu had been, tells Tang Longji to take his old position, and lets Tang's broad body block the line between him and Wang Zhao. Tang Longji points out that Wu Yan cannot even see Wang Zhao from there, but Wu Yan calmly answers that Li Tongfu could. Wang Zhao instantly understands the trick and blurts out the answer at the same time as Wu Yan height. When Wang Zhao and Wu Yan both crouch down, they can see each other beneath Tang Longji's arm, proving Li Tongfu had a clean shot at Wang Zhao all along. The proof lands hard on Wang Zhao, because if the silver shadow leopard had not interrupted, he would have taken a poison arrow from a healer who might never have saved him. Tang Longji's mood darkens too, and he mutters that the Lord's shop may have sent them someone rotten enough to ruin future cooperation. Wu Yan warns him not to judge too fast, and says the urgent question now is what to do with Li Tongfu's body. He proposes burning the corpse and taking the healer's supplies since Li Tongfu is dead but his treatment resources could still keep the team alive later. Tang Longji eyes Wu Yan with suspicion and asks if he had already been watching Li Tongfu from the start. Wu Yan only shrugs with a slippery answer, and Tang Longji finally gives permission to do it. Wu Yan ignites Li Tongfu's chest with a spell, and the fire devours the whole body in seconds until nothing is left but black ash in the wind. Wang Zhao watches the ashes scatter with a complicated look, still processing how quickly one teammate vanished. Tang Longji tries to steady him, saying this cruel side of a professional lord came early, but at least Wang Zhao should understand it was not his fault. Wang Zhao thanks him and says he is not grieving Li Tongfu, because something else is bothering him much more. He points at the silver shadow leopard playing with the dark swamp crocodile dragon and asks the real question, how did a peak silver level 3 beast instantly kill a level 5 lord? The point hits Tang Longji hard, and he calls out to Wu Yan because they almost missed the most important problem. Without even looking up from the resources he just looted, Wu Yan says he heard enough and already has a grim answer in mind. Wu Yan quotes an old saying from an outer realm lord, once every impossible answer is gone, the ridiculous one left is usually the truth. Then he says it plainly, if a silver level 3 beast cannot kill a level 5 lord like that, the only answer is that this leopard is not really silver level 3. Wang Zhao and Tang Longji both balk, because they checked the leopard themselves and the identification scroll clearly showed peak silver level 3. Before answering further, Wu Yan divides Li Tongfu's healing supplies into 3 shares and hands Wang Zhao and Tang Longji their portions, while quietly keeping the other materials unmentioned. To test his theory, Wu Yan uses another identification scroll on the silver shadow leopard, but the result still comes back exactly the same. Tang Longji immediately points at the appraisal as proof, and Wu Yan says the false reading may come from one of the leopard's skills instead. Wu Yan turns to Wang Xiao for Beast Tamer insight, but Wang Xiao admits he barely knows this species and can only guess from the skill names. Wang Xiao guesses Floating Light Shadow looks like a speed skill, but Wu Yan points at Silver Flash and asks why one beast would need two skills that do the same thing. When Wang Xiao cannot explain that either, Wu Yan says there is only one real way left to confirm the hidden skill effect: contract the leopard. That plan stalls immediately, because Wang Xiao says his soldier pit is already full. Wu Yan deadpans that this means the whole mystery can only be solved after Wang Xiao upgrades his Lord Core, and Wang Xiao shamelessly agrees. Tang Longji pulls them back to the real mission and says they should use the time left to find the last team first. He adds that if they still learn nothing by the end, Wang Xiao may have to sacrifice one contracted beast so they can test the leopard properly. Wang Xiao accepts that, already thinking the metal-devouring ant would be the least painful beast to give up even if losing its future growth still stings. Back at the base map, Wang Xiao starts explaining the canyon layout and the places he already cleared while warning Wu Yan about poison-heavy areas. Tang Longji suddenly spots an X in one corner of the map and asks what it means. Wang Xiao stares at it and realizes with real confusion that he never drew that mark. Wu Yan immediately guesses the earlier missing team must have seen the map and left the X as a clue, giving them the first concrete lead they have had. Since it is their only clue, the trio heads out at once and calls back the dark swamp crocodile dragon from its game with the leopard. The three of them climb onto the dragon's back to depart, but a silver blur flashes up beside Wang Xiao before takeoff. It is the silver shadow leopard again, and when Wang Xiao tries to send it away, the beast just lies down stubbornly and refuses to leave. Tang Longji cuts the struggle short and tells Wang Xiao to bring it, because they only have an hour and a half left. So Wang Xiao gives the order, and the dragon carries all 4 passengers toward the marked X. The dragon flies strangely slowly this time, and that gives Wang Xiao his first good look at how full of hidden cracks and side spaces the canyon really is. Wu Yan notices it too and shouts forward, asking if Wang Xiao is even sure this place only has one canyon route. Wang Xiao has to admit he was rushing for breakthrough stones last time and never studied the terrain this carefully, which only makes the hidden layout more worrying. After a tense search, they finally reach the spot marked on the map, and find what looks like just another narrow crack hidden under weeds. Then the real sign comes into view. Someone painted a huge X in blood on the rock beside the crack, proving this is the clue they were meant to find. At the crack in Thorn Canyon, Wang Xiao, Wu Yan, and Tang Longji stop cold when they see a blackened X painted in dried blood on the rock wall. Wu Yan rubs the stain between his fingers, smells it, and confirms it is human blood that dried at least 10 hours ago. That timing points straight at the missing last team, and Tang Longji decides they have to go inside and check for survivors. Wu Yan pours cold water on that hope and says that even if they find the previous team now, it will probably only be bodies. Before moving, Wang Xiao points out something that does not add up about the blood mark and the map mark back at the base. He reasons that a team exploring together would not leave one mark here and another at base unless someone came back after already finding this exact crack. Tang Longji tries to patch the gap in the story, then realizes for himself that it still makes no sense for explorers to go back just to mark a map. After a tense pause, Wu Yan offers the only explanation that fits. Someone survived whatever was inside, came back out, and left warnings behind. Tang Longji immediately objects that if anyone escaped, the Lord's shop would never have needed to send a new team at all. Wu Yan answers with a knowing smile and says the Lord's shop is perfectly capable of lying about survivors if it suits them. Wang Xiao still wants to know why, and Wu Yan looks almost amused that he has not learned to half believe anything the Lord's shop says. Tang Longji spells it out for him. If the survivor reported a nasty danger, the shop might hide that warning so no one can refuse the mission before entering. Wang Xiao is horrified by that logic, but Wu Yan steadies him and says the shop is deceptive, not suicidal, because they still expected this team to handle the problem. Then Tang Longji darkly adds that with Li Tongfu already dead, he is no longer sure they still have that ability. After that uneasy silence, Tang Longji forces the team back into motion and says there is nothing to do now but see the truth for themselves. Just as they are about to enter, the silver shadow leopard suddenly leaps in front of the crack and blocks their way. Tang Longji barks at the beast to move, but when it ignores him, he has to admit it only listens to Wang Xiao. Before Wang Xiao can even speak, the leopard turns around and rakes away the weeds, exposing hidden black thorn vines lining the crack walls. Wang Xiao checks the strange vines with an identification scroll and learns they are poison feather thorns so deadly that the warning bluntly says death may be preferable to the poison. The warning hits Wang Xiao a second later, and cold sweat breaks out as he realizes his chest and back would have scraped straight across those thorns in the narrow gap. Shaken but steady, Wang Xiao asks Wu Yan to handle the trap now that they know what is hiding there. Wu Yan sends a floating flame into the crack, and the hidden thorn trap erupts into a roaring fire that races down the passage. Then faint purple smoke starts pouring out, and Tang Longji yells that it is poisonous, forcing the men to retreat at once. After the fire dies and the smoke clears, the crack is safer and a little wider, with the poison feather thorns burned into brittle black traces on the stone. Wan Xiao tests the burnt remains with a long stone, sees them crumble apart, and decides the path is finally clear. Just before they enter, Wu Yan stops Tang Longji and bluntly points out that his broad build makes this crack too risky for him. Tang Longji hates the idea but accepts it, deciding to watch the area outside while Wan Xiao and Wu Yan push in alone. Wan Xiao slips into the crack first, while the silver shadow leopard tries to follow but is forced to stay behind by its own size. Inside, Wan Xiao advances slowly over the charred remains until the crack widens enough for normal walking several minutes later. When the route finally opens up, Wan Xiao turns back and calls for Tang Longji, but Wu Yan's cautious reply from deeper behind tells him to keep moving first. The crack keeps twisting deeper with no branches, and after nearly 10 more minutes Wan Xiao finally sees daylight ahead. Wan Xiao rushes out of the cave and finds a hidden inner basin, bright with sunlight and flowers beneath absurdly tall canyon walls. The sight leaves him awkwardly humbled, because if Thorn Canyon hides places like this behind its walls, he had explored far less of it than he thought. Wu Yan steps out behind him, takes in the hidden world, and immediately asks the practical question, are there any mutated beasts here? Wan Xiao senses the area and says he does not feel any beast aura, which is enough for Wu Yan to split the search. Wu Yan points Wan Xiao toward one side of the basin and has them search separately to cover the hidden area faster. As Wan Xiao walks away, Wu Yan watches him with a puzzled look and quietly decides the rumors about this kid were clearly not the whole truth. Outside the crack, Tang Longji sits with the silver shadow leopard and starts turning over a new question in his head about why this wild beast is so strangely attached to Wan Xiao. That thought snaps into something uglier when he remembers the leopard did not attack anyone else, but it instantly used a killing move on Li Tongfu. Unable to ignore it, Tang Longji kneels by the leopard and carefully asks to see its claws the way Wan Xiao did. When the leopard silently lifts its furry paw on command, Tang Longji realizes with a jolt that it understands human speech. Tang Longji takes the offered paw, inspects the claws closely, and whatever he sees turns his face grim on the spot. Back in Kaiyang City's military office, Qi Lianjuan rushes in with bad news. Someone may have infiltrated the Crimson Star prison hidden inside Extreme Ice Hell. Qi Lianjuan explains that the Ice Hell holding Anda was shut down for an hour last night, then reopened with the operation log erased so neatly that the problem was only discovered at morning handover. They traced the shift to a Blue Planet University in turn, but the school says that student, Wu Yan, supposedly died in a secret round last week. In Thorn Canyon, Wan Xiao finds a narrow trail of flattened grass running along the basin edge, like something heavy passed through recently. He turns to call Wu Yan over, only to notice Wu Yan has already wandered off on his own, searching the ground with his head lowered. Following the trail to its end, Wan Xiao reaches a wide patch of crushed grass where something seems to have stopped or rolled there, then vanished without leaving any way out. He starts guessing it might be some flying beast, then spots a tiny detail in the grass that makes his eyes tighten. Before he can inspect it properly, Wu Yan walks up and casually asks what Wan Xiao found. Wan Xiao keeps it light, says the trace might belong to a beast with strong jumping or flight, and asks how Wu Yan's own search is going. Wu Yan says the place feels wrong and suggests they stop splitting up, so the two head back to the basin edge together. While they search, Wu Yan suddenly brings up the old 9 provinces lord competition and asks if Wan Xiao was the one who led the defense against the Crimson Star invasion. Wan Xiao laughs awkwardly at being remembered, and Wu Yan smoothly steers the talk toward what rewards Wan Xiao got afterward. After saying the academy gave him plenty, Wan Xiao jokes that Wu Yan sounds like he is checking whether there is anything worth killing him for. Wu Yan praises Wan Xiao as a young hero for Blue Planet, but Wan Xiao suddenly fires back that Senior Wu really does not even blush when he lies. Wu Yan's smile falters, and Wan Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf as his voice turns openly hostile. Wan Xiao points straight at the base map markings and asks if Wu Yan was the one who drew them. Wu Yan calmly denies it and insists this is his first time in Thorn Canyon, pretending he has no idea what Wan Xiao is talking about. Wan Xiao answers by summoning the Raging Lava Bear too, making it clear his suspicion is not going away. Then Wan Xiao opens his palm and reveals the real clue, a small piece of black gold ore he found in the crushed grass. When Wu Yan casually says the ore is burned, Wan Xiao immediately catches the slip, because there were no fire marks anywhere in that grassland. Wan Xiao presses harder and ties the burned ore to Li Tongfu's body, arguing that the same hidden fire method must have been used in both places. He spells out the logic. If Wu Yan really got Li Tongfu's resources, then Li Tongfu's corpse must have been burned completely, and Wu Yan only rushed ahead first so the rest could be finished later. With the gold-armored Black Turtle and Blood-Chi connection ready in hand, Wan Xiao finally names him outright and asks whether he should call him Senior Wu or the Survivor. The title hits home, and Wu Yan drops the act, admitting Wan Xiao guessed right enough to be dangerous. Wan Xiao coolly admits he partly bluffed him, then instantly activates the turtle's absolute defense and shares the defense boost to the wolf and bear through Blood-Chi connection. Even faced with that setup, Wu Yan stays strangely calm, puts away his staff for a moment, and asks Wan Xiao to explain exactly how he figured it out. Wan Xiao lays out the first flaw, Wu Yan unnecessarily summoned a flame skeleton warhorse just to move less than 30 meters, like he wanted to plant a false lead about his troops. His second point is the crack itself. Inside that dark fissure, Wu Yan never used fire for light, as if he already knew there was no danger waiting in the dark. The third flaw is his behavior. Wu Yan was the one who wanted to split up, then the one who insisted on sticking together, which only makes sense if he first wanted Wang Xiao gone and then wanted to control where he moved. Wu Yan finally answers that Wang Xiao got one thing wrong. He did not separate him to destroy evidence, but to keep anyone else from interrupting what was about to happen. A blast suddenly erupts at the crack entrance behind them, and flames roar up the rock wall like a trap sealing the area. The instant Wang Xiao is distracted, Wu Yan redraws his staff and fires a fireball straight at him. The raging lava bear lunges in front to intercept, but the exploding fireball spreads into a huge flaming net that wraps around the bear instead of burning out. Even with fire resistance and the turtle's shared defense, the flaming net tightens so brutally that the raging lava bear is crushed and shattered into light in under 10 seconds. Wu Yan barely looks impressed and immediately sends 2 more fireballs at Wang Xiao. This time the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf does not rush in blindly and instead slashes the fireballs apart with berserk thunder from a distance. Seeing an opening, the wolf leaps over the broken flames to strike Wu Yan directly. Wu Yan snaps his fingers, and the shattered flames instantly reform into another net that catches the wolf in midair. In only a few seconds, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf is crushed apart too, leaving Wang Xiao staring at a completely one-sided gap in power. Wang Xiao realizes hiding anything now is pointless, so he recalls the turtle to stop wasting energy and decides to use his strongest beast instead. A massive spatial vortex opens, and Wang Xiao summons the Platinum Level 6 Volcano Melting Lizard into the already cramped basin. Wu Yan recognizes the lizard's level at a glance, smiles instead of worrying, and says this finally makes the fight interesting. Then gorgeous flames bloom around Wu Yan and a purple spatial vortex opens behind him, making Wang Xiao realize with a jolt that Wu Yan is not a blue planet lord at all. Wu Yan guesses Wang Zhao's move, smirks, and says his reward is a faster death. A ball of white fire floats out of Wu Yan's vortex, and the nearby gorgeous flames rush into it like they were called. As more flames merge into it, the fireball turns pale blue and gives off a much deadlier heat. Wang Xiao instantly senses the danger and orders the volcano melting lizard to strike with Inferno Whiptail. The giant flame whip tears the blue fireball apart and scatters it across the ground. Wang Xiao does not relax for a second, because he knows Wu Yan would not use a lord's skill that dies this easily. His suspicion is right. The scattered blue flames reignite and begin pulling themselves back together. The volcano melting lizard smashes it again with another whip, but the same useless cycle starts over. Realizing brute force is not solving this, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll to check the strange flame. The scroll only reveals Hellfire Spirit, Platinum Level 6, Fire and Superpower, with even its skills left unknown, and that rattles Wang Xiao. From farther back, Wu Yan mocks Wang Xiao for failing to identify it, and Wang Xiao notices he has already retreated onto a flame skeleton warhorse. Wang Xiao shouts that Wu Yan cannot be from Blue Planet, because the vortex and the failed appraisal make no sense otherwise. He even guesses Crimson Star, but Wu Yan openly sneers that Crimson Star is trash and denies being one of them. Wang Xiao demands to know why Wu Yan targeted him and lured Uncle Tang away, but Wu Yan coldly twists it as if they had been working together. Wu Yan gives Wang Xiao one more taunt, survive 3 minutes, and he will explain who he really is. Right after that, the Hellfire Spirit finishes condensing into a humanoid shape instead of a simple fireball. The volcano melting lizard lashes at it again, but this time the Hellfire Spirit catches the flaming whip with its bare hand. With one savage yank, the much smaller spirit drags the giant lizard several steps off balance. Before the volcano melting lizard can recover, the Hellfire Spirit jumps in and hammers its head with a storm of punches. The lizard's higher level keeps it standing, but every time it scatters the spirit, that blue body just reforms and keeps hurting it. Watching his strongest fire beast lose ground this fast, Wang Xiao realizes it may not even survive 30 seconds. He races through his options and rejects them one by one, because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is too badly countered and his other beasts still would not beat the Hellfire Spirit. In the end, Wang Xiao bets on a different plan: turn the basin into a fire field so the volcano melting lizard can become flowing fire and drag this into an attrition battle. Confident his stock of recovery potions can outlast Wu Yan's energy, Wang Xiao opens a deep gray vortex and calls out the blazing golden crow. The blazing golden crow activates Crimson Earth 1,000 miles, firing 10 feather suns into the sky and turning the whole area into a burning sea. Bathed in that fire field, the volcano melting lizard activates heavenly flowing fire and explodes into a monstrous orange blaze to meet the spirit head-on. Even Wu Yan looks surprised for a moment, and admits Wang Xiao still had a trump card left. With the volcano melting lizard now made of living fire, the Hellfire Spirit's brutal punches stop mattering and the battlefield finally stabilizes. The red and blue flames almost look beautiful together, but Wang Xiao has no room to appreciate it because keeping this setup running is draining him dry. The blazing golden crow is still terrified enough to flee if Wang Zhao's attention slips, so he has to keep forcing it to stay while both platinum beasts burn through his energy. His remaining energy crashes down so fast that he has to pull out a recovery potion and drink it mid-fight. When Wang Xiao looks up again, Wu Yan still seems absurdly calm, and that starts to feel wrong. Wang Xiao senses something off, but since attrition is his only path now, he pushes the thought aside and commits to it. Another half-minute burns away, and one potion is no longer enough, so Wang Xiao takes out two and prepares to chain them. At the same time, Wu Yan casually pulls out his own potion, making Wang Xiao think the other side is finally starting to crack. Instead of drinking it, Wu Yan throws the potion into the fire sea, and the bursting energy makes the flames surge violently higher. Then Wu Yan throws in several more potions, and the overloaded sea of fire explodes upward until both battling flame bodies vanish inside it. The sight should help the volcano melting lizard, but Wang Xiao suddenly feels a sharp, ugly premonition instead. From behind the wall of flames, Wu Yan announces that the 3 minutes are over. Wang Xiao snaps back that he does not care where Wu Yan came from anymore, only that he will beat him. Wu Yan mocks that bravado and says he will tell Wang Xiao a different secret instead. The secret is the trap itself. Wu Yan calmly reveals that his hellfire spirit feeds on fire. Wang Xiao's eyes widen as he finally understands why Wu Yan kept feeding the battlefield more and more flames. Before Wang Xiao can fix anything, the giant firestorm starts collapsing inward as if something inside is devouring it all. As the flames clear, the volcano melting lizard lies like molten fire on the ground while the hellfire spirit hovers above it, rapidly swelling into a giant. Once the ordinary flames are gone, the giant spirit bends down, grabs part of the volcano melting lizard's fire body, and starts eating it. Wang Xiao panics and forces the blazing golden crow to pour out more flames, but the hellfire spirit devours those two before they can help. Then Wang Xiao tries to recall the volcano melting lizard back to his territory, but the contract suddenly fails him for the first time. He can only watch in horror as the spirit keeps eating, and it feels like he can hear the volcano melting lizard crying out. Desperate, Wang Xiao turns to Wu Yan and begs him to stop it, saying he will agree to anything. Wu Yan perks up at that and repeats anything, clearly enjoying the power he has over Wang Xiao now. Wang Xiao agrees without hesitation, because by then nearly half of the volcano melting lizard has already been eaten. Wu Yan finally names his price. Let the mutated beast become blood food for their soldiers. The hellfire spirit devours even faster, and the volcano melting lizard's last desperate struggle goes nowhere. Then the system confirms the worst. The volcano melting lizard is dead, its contract slot opens, and Wang Xiao coughs up blood on the spot. That grief flips into pure rage, and Wang Xiao glares at Wu Yan with bloodshot eyes and a violent aura. He stops bargaining and starts summoning everything, beginning with the ice thunderhorn wolf, raging lava bear, and gold armor black turtle. Wang Xiao leaps into the air and lands on the dark swamp crocodile dragon as it appears beneath him. Another gray vortex rips open, and swarms of metal-devouring ants and shadow golden thorn spiders flood into the basin like a living tide. The blazing golden crow cries out and activates Phoenix power, boosting Wang Xiao's whole side with stronger stats and added fire attacks. Still mounted and seething, Wang Xiao drops Sacred Beast Totem from the sky, stacking an even bigger boost and lightning attacks onto everything he has left. In the narrow basin, Wang Xiao arrives fully committed, with more than 20,000 mutated beasts packed behind him and even his non-combat metal-devouring ants brought out for this kill-or-be-killed fight. Wang Xiao coldly calls out Wu Yan's trap, saying he knows this place was chosen to cut off his escape, and Wu Yan's silence only makes the standoff heavier. After drinking a recovery potion, Wang Xiao snaps that Wu Yan has trapped himself too, and vows that even a 5th-level lord will die here today. Wu Yan gives a mocking answer, purple lines spreading from his collar across his face as he starts to unleash something dangerous. Wang Xiao cuts him off with a single order, and 10,000 metal-devouring ants plus 10,000 shadow golden thorn spiders surge forward like a black flood toward the hellfire spirit. The spiders fire a storm of piercing spider spears, and the hellfire spirit explodes under the dark barrage. At the same time, the metal-devouring ants chew through the basin walls until rocks crash down and bury the blue flames under a fresh landslide. Wu Yan is briefly surprised, then openly dismissive, because he knows the hellfire spirit is not that easy to erase, and this only buys Wang Xiao a moment. A second later, pale blue fire seeps out through the cracked rubble again, proving Wu Yan right as the hellfire spirit starts reforming under the stones. While Wu Yan is still talking, Wang Xiao launches the real attack and uses Blood Chi connection to spread the gold armor black turtle's defense across his other beasts. With that boost in place, the dark swamp crocodile dragon and a second unnamed white lightning beast tear toward Wu Yan from sky and ground at nearly the same time. Wu Yan hurriedly opens a light purple vortex behind him, but the black and white lightning charge reaches him before that defense can fully unfold. Backed by the Holy Beast Totem and Phoenix power, the unnamed White Lightning Wolf's Berserk Thunder surges to a level far beyond its own rank. Wu Yan barely escapes by springing off the flaming skeleton warhorse, and the flaming lightning slash cleaves the horse in half instead. Before Wu Yan can recover, Wang Xiao orders Berserk Impact, and the dark swamp crocodile dragon curls into a black cannonball and slams into him. The collision sends Wu Yan flying into the rock wall hard enough to spread a massive crater of cracks across the base inside. Knowing a 5th level lord will not die that easily, Wan Shao instantly follows with flying meteor and calls in the blazing golden crow's hidden bombardment. The crow rains down countless meteoric streams of fire, blasting the wall until the rock melts like butter under the heat. For one brief beat, Wan Shao thinks no one could survive inside that molten wall. Then a huge bubble swells out of the melted rock, and Wan Shao instantly realizes the fight is not over. The magma bubble bursts, and a huge purple sphere rises out of the heat with Wu Yan hidden alive inside it. When the purple shell pops, Wu Yan steps out merely disheveled, mocking the fact that a 3rd level lord pushed him this far but still failed to hurt him enough. Wan Shao grits his teeth and sends the dark swamp crocodile dragon in again, refusing to let that opening close. This time the restored hellfire spirit intercepts, smashing the dragon aside with a pale blue flame hand before it can reach Wu Yan. Wu Yan starts to smile at that clean defense, until he suddenly notices the real problem. Wan Shao is no longer riding the dragon. He whips around to search for Wan Shao, and a dangerous presence suddenly surges from behind him. A white lightning beast slams onto the rock wall behind Wu Yan, shatters stone, and ricochets toward him from a new angle. Wu Yan sneers and burns the incoming white lightning away, only for the attacker to burst into fragments because Wan Shao recalled it on purpose. While Wu Yan is still trying to understand why that chance was abandoned, the dark swamp crocodile dragon loops around the hellfire spirit and closes in from his blind side. In the next breath, the dragon gets close enough that Wu Yan finally senses the real danger and panics into throwing up another purple defensive sphere. But again no collision comes, and when Wu Yan drops the shield in confusion, he discovers the dragon has vanished too. That moment of confusion is exactly what Wan Shao wanted, because from the ground he finally unleashes the raging lava bear's long-charged blazing pillar. Boosted by the holy beast totem and phoenix power, the raging lava bear fires a blazing beam so bright it drowns out the sun and engulfs Wu Yan before he can defend himself. The beam keeps going, punching a smooth red-hot tunnel straight through the distant rock wall as the hellfire spirit collapses into shattered purple light. When Wu Yan disappears from sight, Wan Shao finally lets himself believe he may have won. The second his nerves loosen, the cost hits him all at once, and his remaining beasts collapse into white light as Wan Shao drops to the ground in total exhaustion. Now that the fight pauses, he feels every injury at once and realizes how badly that desperate sequence wrecked his body. He remembers why. To fool Wu Yan, he forced the dark swamp crocodile dragon not to shield him and jumped from dozens of meters up just to reach the raging lava bear in time. After several deep breaths, Wan Shao looks over the shattered basin in disbelief and can barely process that he actually pushed the battle this far. He bitterly tells himself that desperate situations really can squeeze out hidden potential, then tries and fails to stand because he has nothing left. Just as he is wondering if he should rest longer, 2 hands slide under his arms and lift him, and an icy familiar voice says he was strong, just not strong enough. Wan Shao jerks 3 meters away and turns, only to see Wu Yan somehow still standing there, and despair hits harder than before. Wu Yan looks like a walking corpse now, with burned flesh, a missing lower leg, a ruined arm, and carbonized wounds so deep his beating heart can still be seen. Wan Shao blurts out that Wu Yan should be dead, because with those injuries any normal person would have died many times over already. Wu Yan answers with a ghastly sneer that a 5th level lord is never that easy to kill, carbonized tissue flaking off as he smiles. Wan Shao falls silent because it is true, he already spent every trump card he had, and now his body and energy are both empty. Sensing that despair, Wu Yan mocks him again, and then the heart in his open chest starts pounding as purple patterns race through his body and reveal yet another hidden trump card. Even with that crushing reveal in front of him, Wan Shao still bends down, picks up a stone, and repeats that Wu Yan will not leave this place alive. He drags his broken body forward step by step anyway, and every pace clearly hurts enough to make most people stop. But willpower alone cannot create a miracle, and Wu Yan casually blocks him with the staff and tells him to surrender. Wan Shao answers through gritted teeth that as a lord of the blue planet, he would rather die than surrender. He tries one last throw with the stone, but he is so drained that it drops to the ground the instant it leaves his hand. Wu Yan laughs at that pitiful last effort, then turns solemn and says he respects Wang Zhao's battle spirit enough to grant him the Purple Star's highest etiquette, a death in extreme pain. That single phrase shocks Wang Zhao more than the threat itself, because Wu Yan has just admitted he is not from Blue Planet at all, but from Purple Star. Wan Shao instantly understands how impossible that should be, since Purple Star is extremely far away and reaching Blue Planet would mean crossing unstable secret realms and terrible risks. So instead of begging for his life, Wan Shao hoarsely asks the real question: why would someone risk all that just to hide in a small secret realm and ambush Blue Planet lords? Badly wounded but still sharp, Wan Shao presses Wu Yan about his real goal, and Wu Yan instantly gets suspicious of what he is plotting. Wan Shao mocks Purple Star for acting timid, and the taunt lands because Wu Yan still cannot trust a man who has already turned certain death around more than once. After checking for an ambush and finding nothing, Wu Yan finally asks who Wang Shao is and why he wants answers so badly. Wan Shao gives his name and plays the question off as curiosity, leaning even harder into the act of a dying man with nothing left to lose. Wu Yan asks why he should indulge that curiosity, and Wang Xiao snaps back that a man already this close to death can ask whatever he wants. Wu Yan finally admits he came here to find something, which immediately makes Wang Xiao question why he would expose himself by ambushing Blue Planet lords instead of searching quietly. Wu Yan reveals he slipped onto Blue Planet far earlier than expected and learned this abandoned secret realm is being used privately by the Lord's shop, so chaos here would stay hidden from the military. When Wang Xiao points out that the Lord's shop could still send real experts, Wu Yan calmly says that would only help him because drawing experts in was the whole point. Then Wu Yan lays out the real motive. Crimson Star stole Purple Star's holy beast, and he used this trail of killings to force powerful people into the realm until the one who took it finally showed up. Wu Yan even looks proud of the trap, while Wang Zhao's expression turns strange because the story is suddenly sounding a little too familiar. Trying to confirm the suspicion, Wang Xiao asks what kind of beast this holy beast is, only to learn that even Purple Star never saw the hatched form because it was stolen as an egg. Wang Xiao pushes for identifying traits, and Wu Yan says a holy beast is smart enough to go beyond the contract, and will always reveal itself to protect its master during a surprise attack. Wu Yan jokes that Wang Xiao sounds ready to help him search, then drops the act and reminds him he is still going to die here. Now the mystery clicks into place for Wang Xiao, because those holy beast traits match the dark swamp crocodile dragon almost perfectly. Even knowing it is a Purple Star creature already, Wang Xiao still struggles to accept that his own beast might actually be the stolen holy beast everyone is hunting. Wu Yan decides the talk is over, raises his staff, and sends those eerie cremation flames drifting toward Wang Xiao to finish him off. Wang Xiao tries to move and cannot even twitch a finger, so all he can do is face death with one last regret that he never got to say goodbye to Zhou Shiro. At the last second, a thunderous explosion rips open the nearby rock wall, and Tang Longji's giant pitcher smashes into the basin through flying rubble. Both men instantly recognize Tang Longji, and Wu Yan panics because his clean execution just turned into a rescue. Wu Yan hurriedly tries to force the killing blow anyway, but a silver flash cuts in first, and Wang Xiao vanishes from where he lay. Tang Longji's giant pitcher hurls a huge boulder into the basin, and Wu Yan abandons any thought of pursuit and bolts for escape instead. When the dust settles, Wu Yan is already gone, and dozens of meters away the silver shadow leopard gently lowers Wang Xiao to safety instead. The leopard whimpers with obvious worry, and Wang Xiao weakly reassures it by patting its head even while barely holding himself together. Tang Longji rushes over, but the second he sees how badly Wang Xiao has been torn apart, his concern hardens into fury. Wang Xiao ignores his own condition and urgently orders Tang Longji to chase Wu Yan, revealing that the fire mage is actually a Purple Star Lord who can never be allowed to disappear again. Tang Longji hesitates because a Purple Star infiltrator on Blue Planet sounds outrageous, so Wang Xiao doubles down and says Wu Yan admitted it himself and is already badly hurt. That is enough for Tang Longji to move, but just as he is about to give chase, a far more shocking aura erupts right beside him. The silver shadow leopard starts glowing from head to tail, and both men freeze because that pressure is way beyond anything a silver level 3 beast should have. With a deafening roar, the leopard drops its disguise and reveals a much larger, colder, brutally powerful true body. Realizing they have been fooled the whole time, Wang Xiao immediately tells Tang Longji to use an identification scroll. The open scroll confirms the truth in plain text. The silver shadow leopard is actually platinum level 2, with wind affinity and terrifying speed skills. The two men can only stare, because a beast tamer and a veteran lord both got completely played by one mutated beast hiding its real level. Tang Longji suddenly understands how Li Tongfu died so fast, because only a platinum beast could have killed him that cleanly. That reminder jolts Wang Xiao into a more urgent truth, and he blurts out that Li Tongfu and the last exploration team were all murdered by Wu Yan. Tang Longji is horrified and tries to move at once, but the clock is against them because the secret realm only has 10 minutes left before they are forced out. Wang Xiao refuses to let the time limit become an excuse and insists they kill Wu Yan inside those 10 minutes with the leopard's help. Tang Longji helps Wang Xiao onto the leopard's back, and Wang Xiao downs 2 recovery potions as they launch straight into the chase without waiting for the medicine to work. They race back through the giant pitcher's tunnel into the canyon, only to find the outside already turned into a deliberate sea of fire. Tang Longji immediately reads the trick. Wu Yan burned the area to wipe the flame skeleton warhorse's trail and slow anyone trying to track him. Wang Xiao agrees and flips the logic around. If Wu Yan needs tricks like this, it means he no longer believes he can beat them head-on. Tang Longji admits the arson still worked because 10 minutes is barely enough to hunt a determined fugitive, let alone through this mess. Wang Xiao calmly points out they are not tracking alone and asks the silver shadow leopard if it can smell out the fire mage. The leopard gives a soft response, sniffs the air, and suddenly bounds toward a hidden direction like it has caught the scent. It stops at a crack in the rock, and Tang Longji's face sinks because he already knows that maze is full of branching passages perfect for hiding. Wang Xiao is not worried at all, because the whole point of bringing this helper is that it can follow the scent through the maze for them. The silver shadow leopard slips into the twisting crack without hesitation, carrying Wang Xiao through a maze so confusing that even he quickly loses all sense of direction. Thanks to the leopard's nose, The chase cuts through the maze fast and reaches an exit before Wu Yan can vanish completely. The instant they break out, a fireball comes screaming at Wang Xiao, and that ambush is enough for him to know they have found Wu Yan. The silver shadow leopard answers with silver flash, and in a single blur it carries Wang Xiao 100 meters away before the fireball even lands. When the blast only spreads fire instead of shattering stone, Wang Xiao immediately reads the weakness behind it and realizes Wu Yan is running out of power. He turns and spots Wu Yan at last, posted on a slope atop the flamed skeleton warhorse and glaring down at him. Wu Yan cannot understand why the silver shadow leopard is helping Wang Xiao at all, because he can tell this beast was never actually under Wang Xiao's contract. Wang Xiao answers with sarcasm and straightens on the leopard's back just enough to promise again that Wu Yan is not leaving this place alive. Wu Yan sneers at a level 3 lord threatening him, but the mockery is already sounding thinner than before. Tang Longji blows through the crack right after him, arriving on the giant pitcher with full level 5 pressure and turning Wang Xiao's threat into a very real siege. With Tang Longji fresh, Wang Xiao still fighting, and the platinum leopard watching from the side, Wu Yan finally sees the scales tipping hard against him. Wu Yan lets out a long breath and admits he never expected to be pushed this far by them. Then he reveals one more hidden card by producing a strange purple star potion that glows with dense, dangerous purple energy. Before either side can react, Wu Yan activates the vial, snaps out a hidden needle, and drives it straight into his own heart. The potion hits hard, and Wu Yan endures it with a growling, half-burned face as a frightening new aura starts building inside his broken body. Wu Yan roars Wang Zhao's name, rips off his completely carbonized left arm, and fully unleashes the desperate power he was forcing out. The canyon turns into a destructive storm, and even Wang Zhao's silver shadow leopard has to crouch low just to stay steady in the blast. Wang Zhao's bad feeling proves right when thousands of curved fire sickles appear in the storm and shred anything in their path. Wang Xiao orders an immediate retreat, and the silver shadow leopard flashes up the sheer canyon wall with Tang Longji in tow. From a rocky ledge high above the storm, Wang Xiao sees flames flickering through the dust and realizes Wu Yan has not chased them yet. Tang Longji admits Wu Yan's fire attack shredded his giant pitcher instantly, so the safe plan would be to stall, but they have less than 7 minutes left in the secret realm. Wang Xiao says there is still one way to kill Wu Yan, but it will need Tang Longji's cooperation. A minute later, Wang Xiao recovers just enough to summon again and drops the gold-armored black turtle into the canyon hard enough to rip apart the storm. With the dust forced back, Wu Yan reappears across from Wang Xiao, both of them staring each other down in the open canyon. Wu Yan sneers that 5 minutes is enough to kill Wang Xiao, and Wang Xiao coldly shoots back that Wu Yan was the one hiding first. Wang Xiao gives the signal, and Tang Longji answers from the distance just as the trap starts moving. Wu Yan realizes too late that Tang Longji has already lined up 10 giant pitchers in the distance, and aimed them through the thinning dust. The 10 siege rocks crash down toward Wu Yan, but he coolly guides the flame skeleton warhorse through them one by one. The mist rocks flood the area with dust again, and Wang Xiao uses that cover to switch beasts and commit to the next step of the plan. Wang Xiao lands back on the silver shadow leopard and drives straight into the dust, trusting its nose to find Wu Yan before Wu Yan finds him. Inside the blind dust cloud, the silver shadow leopard finds Wu Yan by scent, and the two sides collide in a brutal close-range fight. The silver shadow leopard's speed carves fresh wounds into Wu Yan and his mount, but Wu Yan's invisible fire sickles keep the duel locked in a deadly stalemate. When Tang Longji warns him to dodge, Wang Xiao retreats instantly, baiting Wu Yan into looking up at the second wave. Wu Yan smugly steps into what looks like a safe gap between the falling rocks, convinced Tang Longji is repeating the same failed attack. Then one falling rock suddenly changes direction, and Wu Yan recognizes it as the curled-up dark swamp crocodile dragon hidden inside the barrage. Wu Yan sees through the diversion, but before he can dodge, Tang Longji fires his Lord Talent and raises a stone cage around him. Trapped for one crucial instant, Wu Yan realizes Wang Xiao and Tang Longji are coordinating too smoothly to be strangers, likely through a vassal contract. Wang Xiao does not give him that instant, ordering the dark swamp crocodile dragon to slam into the fresh cage with berserk impact like a giant iron ball. Certain that a wounded Wu Yan could still claw his way back, Wang Xiao immediately throws every combat beast's killing move into the blast zone. Tang Longji joins in with buffed giant pitcher volleys, turning the canyon into a non-stop 3-minute execution attempt. When the bombardment finally stops, the battlefield has become a boiling 100-meter magma pit stained by lightning and poison. Tang Longji believes even a level 6 lord would have died in that, and for a second Wang Xiao finally starts to relax too. That relief dies immediately when a purple ball of light rises out of the magma with Wu Yan still inside it. When the purple defense fades, Wu Yan is revealed as a barely living wreck, his limbs destroyed and faint purple patterns glowing under the charred flesh still holding him together. Wang Xiao instantly connects those purple patterns to the potion Wu Yan injected earlier, and realizes that medicine is the reason he still has not died. Before they can react further, a light purple spatial vortex opens behind Wu Yan and the Hellfire Spirit starts reaching through it. Wang Xiao knows the moment the Hellfire Spirit fully appears, killing Wu Yan in under a minute becomes impossible. Tang Longji says they have less than a minute left in the realm, and Wan Xiao realizes they are out of time unless something changes right now. Then the silver shadow leopard suddenly bolts away on its own, and Wan Xiao catches a glimpse of a black vine clenched in its jaws as it wheels back mid-run. Wan Xiao instantly understands the idea and orders Tang Longji to raise Rock Cry Hall again, then stop halfway before the stone pillars fully close. Using the half-raised stone pillars as stepping stones, the silver shadow leopard loops around Wu Yan at high speed and the final move is suddenly in motion. Back by the lava pool, the silver shadow leopard returns to Wan Xiao while Wu Yan hangs helplessly in black vines, and even the purple spatial vortex starts collapsing. Tang Longji demands an explanation, and Wan Xiao says the silver shadow leopard trapped Wu Yan with poison featherthorn and that the attack must be highly poisonous. Wu Yan suddenly roars, the purple markings all over his body go dark, and his limp body drops straight into the lava. Tang Longji bursts into celebration when Wu Yan burns to ashes, but Wan Xiao catches the meaning of that last roar and feels cold instead of relieved. Wan Xiao studies the lava and tries to make sense of Wu Yan's warning, because ashes should have meant the threat was over. Before he can figure it out, the silver shadow leopard collapses beside him with black blood on its mouth. Tang Longji checks the fallen leopard and guesses it accidentally poisoned itself with poison featherthorn while binding Wu Yan, and now its breathing is fading fast. With no time left, Wan Xiao urgently asks the dying silver shadow leopard to become his contract beast. At that exact moment, golden light wraps around Wan Xiao and Tang Longji, and they realize their secret realm time has run out before the leopard can answer. Wan Xiao vanishes, still shouting for the leopard to agree, leaving the poison beast alone by the lava as its body twitches and weakens. The next instant, Wan Xiao reappears in the Holy Capital Lord's shop basement, still yelling in panic, while Lin Xiang and several cloaked people stare at him in confusion. Wan Xiao tries to rush back through the teleportation door, but Tang Longji grabs him and bluntly says he already knows it is too late. Just as the struggle peaks, Wan Xiao and Tang Longji sense the same response and suddenly break into relieved smiles. Tang Longji congratulates Wan Xiao for subduing another fierce general, and both men collapse laughing from sheer release. Lin Xiang presses them about Wu Yan and Li, but Wan Xiao and Tang Longji are still laughing too hard and too tired to answer. Once he catches his breath, Tang Longji tells Wan Xiao to report this to the military, and Wan Xiao immediately decides to go. Lin Xiang panics at the mention of the military and blurts out that Wan Xiao might be betraying the Lord's shop, but Wan Xiao brushes him off and leaves Tang Longji behind to explain. Back in Kaiyang City's Lord's shop, Wan Xiao steps out of the ancient teleportation gate and finds Zhou Shiro waiting with her arms crossed and a dark face. Wan Xiao tries to act normal, but Zhou Shiro goes straight to the point and demands to know where he went. He lies that he only went to check rare resources, and Zhou Shiro instantly pokes the hole in it by asking why the volcano melting lizard is gone. The question hits hard, but Wan Xiao only says they will talk later and insists on finding Commander Chen first because the matter is urgent. Zhou Shiro guesses this visit to Commander Chen might finally win them something from the military, so she holds back her questions and goes with Wan Xiao. The guards let them into the military building after a quick registration, but the mood inside is immediately wrong. Everywhere they look, soldiers and staff move with tight expressions and hurried steps, as if some major emergency is already underway. Zhou Shiro quietly asks if the military is preparing for battle, but Wan Xiao says the war never really stops, so this has to be something else. Then the elevator opens and Qi Lianjuan steps out looking just as tense and overworked as everyone else. Wan Xiao stops him and says he urgently needs to see Commander Chen, but Qi Lianjuan tries to push him off because the military is too busy right now. That changes instantly when Wan Xiao drops the real reason. He found traces of a purple Star Lord. When Wan Xiao confirms he fought the man and heard the admission himself, Qi Lianjuan immediately takes control and orders them to follow him. Instead of going up to Qin Jimeng's office, the elevator carries them deep underground, making it clear this report is far more serious than a routine meeting. On the way down, Qi Lianjuan starts taking notes, and Wan Xiao gives a full account of the secret realm fight while hiding only the Lord's shop's private involvement. As soon as the elevator opens underground, Zhou Shiro punches Wan Xiao and angrily demands why he went into something that dangerous without taking her. Wan Xiao can only laugh weakly and say it was a last-minute trip, and that he would have brought her if he had known how bad it would get. Qi Lianjuan cuts the bickering off and starts a blunt cross-examination, trying to pin down exactly who this purple Star Lord was and what he could do. For question after question, Wan Xiao has to admit he does not know the man's real identity, potion, or full troop list, only that Hellfire Spirit and Flame Skeleton Warhorse fought for him. When Qi Lianjuan asks whether the enemy's level 5 status was confirmed or only self-reported, Wan Xiao admits he heard it from the man but says a level 5 lord at the scene also confirmed it. Qi Lianjuan finally brings them into a secure room, where Qin Jinrong is already waiting with bloodshot eyes and obvious exhaustion. Before Wan Xiao can start, Qin Jinrong calmly says he already heard the whole report through Qi Lianjuan's earpiece. Qin Jinrong says the problem is that Wu Yan is already dead and cannot be interrogated, leaving the military with too little to work with. Wan Xiao tries to explain that leaving Wu Yan alive was nearly impossible, and Qin Jinrong makes it clear he is not blaming him. Then Qin Jinrong drops the order that really stings, For Wang Xiao, this matter ends here, and he is to tell no one and go back to preparing for the academy ranking assessment. Wang Xiao refuses to accept that and argues that Wu Yan's last words point to more accomplices, so there is no way this can simply be buried. Qi Lianjuan tries to usher him out, but Wang Xiao plants his feet and says he is not leaving unless he is allowed to be involved. When Qin Jinrong asks for a reason, Wang Xiao gives the one answer that changes the whole room. He says the Purple Star's target is him. That shocks Zhou Shiro completely, because she cannot understand how Wang Xiao could already be marked by Purple Star forces. Wang Xiao finally explains that the real target is the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, a Purple Star holy beast egg stolen by Andrew before later falling into the military's hands. Then Wang Xiao looks straight at Qin Jinrong and says the part the military wanted buried. Once they used him as bait, he no longer had the option to stay out. Still angry about being used, Wang Xiao speaks to Qin Jinrong with open hostility instead of any respect. Qin Jinrong does not snap back, and after a long pause he orders Qi Lianjuan to take Zhou Shiro outside so the two of them can talk alone. Once the room is cleared, Qin Jinrong admits he did intend to use Wang Xiao when he gave him the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon egg. He explains that Wang Xiao was chosen because a Beast Tamer Lord had the best chance to hatch it, not because he already knew the egg came from Purple Star. Wang Xiao flatly refuses to believe that the military held Andrew for so long without learning he had been to Purple Star. Qin Jinrong says Andrew's loyalty was fanatical, and pulling real intelligence from a Crimson Star Royal was far harder than Wang Xiao imagined. Then Qin Jinrong reveals the real shock. Someone sneaked into Extreme Ice Hell last night and removed Andrew's seal for a full hour. By the time the military saw Andrew again, his mind had completely collapsed, and he would only ramble about his trip to Purple Star. That broken confession was how Qin Jinrong finally learned the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon was a holy beast deliberately bred by Purple Star. Wang Xiao studies Qin Jinrong's face for a lie, but all he sees is a tired commander carrying real worry. When Wang Xiao demands to know why he was not warned, Qin Jinrong bitterly says telling him earlier would only have made him afraid. Qin Jinrong bluntly says the best place to hide the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon was right beside Wang Xiao, like hiding a leaf inside a forest. That answer makes Wang Xiao realize Qin Jinrong actually wants him to keep the beast instead of surrendering it. Qin Jinrong does not deny it, and says Blue Star needs every scrap of information it can gather about Purple Star, even through a mutated beast. Qin Jinrong follows with another dangerous clue and says the infiltrator who entered Extreme Ice Hell was most likely the same Wu Yan Wang Xiao met earlier. Wang Xiao immediately understands the point. If the infiltrator used Wu Yan's identity too, then this enemy may not have any companions sharing the job. Qin Jinrong agrees that sharing one fake identity would be too risky, but he still cannot explain Wu Yan's final line that this was not the end. Since any hidden Purple Star ally would want updates from the field, Qin Jinrong tells Wang Xiao to go home and act like nothing happened. Wang Xiao catches on at once and realizes Qin Jinrong wants to lure the snake out of its hole by using him as bait. Qin Jinrong admits it is a gamble and warns Wang Xiao that the enemy may not even exist, so he is free to refuse if the risk feels too high. Wang Xiao only sneers at that idea and makes it clear he was never going to back down. Outside in the corridor, Zhou Shiro keeps pacing in worry while Qi Lianjuan stands guard at the closed door. She nervously asks again whether something is wrong inside, and before Qi Lianjuan can calm her, a heavy bang slams against the door. An intense shouting match erupts inside, and even through the door they can tell Wang Xiao and Qin Jinrong are fighting fiercely. Qi Lianjuan tries to open the door, finds it blocked from inside, and prepares to kick it down as the noise gets worse. Before he can break in, the door flies open and Wang Xiao storms out cursing Qin Jinrong as a stingy rooster. Still acting furious, Wang Xiao grabs Zhou Shiro and drags her toward the elevator without slowing down. Qi Lianjuan rushes inside instead, and Qin Jinrong loudly keeps up the act by raging that a mere beast tamer lord dared push his luck. Because Qin Jinrong's voice carries through the hall, the whole corridor starts buzzing with rumors about what could have angered him so badly. At the far end of the corridor, one young staff member watches the elevator direction with flickering eyes, already thinking about what he just heard. In the elevator, Zhou Shiro is baffled and asks what conditions Wang Xiao raised to make the argument blow up like that. Wang Xiao loudly complains that Qin Jinrong would not even part with a piece of black iron ore, but secretly pinches Zhou Shiro's hand to warn her to play along. Zhou Shiro instantly gets it and answers in the same calm voice, pretending to persuade him while secretly returning the signal. The two of them keep up the fake quarrel all the way out of the building so anyone watching will believe Wang Xiao really fell out with Qin Jinrong. Only after they are well away from the building does Zhou Shiro quietly ask what Wang Xiao and Qin Jinrong are really planning. Wang Xiao jokes about his acting, then immediately turns serious, and says the real explanation has to wait until they are back inside their shared territory. They split up in public, go home separately, and finally meet again inside the shared lord territory where outsiders cannot listen in. Now speaking freely, Wang Xiao retells the whole incident to Zhou Shiro without hiding anything. When she hears the volcanic melting lizard died in battle, Zhou Shiro quietly looks stricken for the two young lizards left behind. After collecting herself, Zhou Shiro asks the next crucial question and checks whether Wang Xiao successfully contracted the silver shadow leopard. Wang Xiao confirms the contract succeeded, but says the leopard is still hiding somewhere in the territory to recover from poison feather thorn venom. Jo Shirua says she already sensed that little beast was special, and she is genuinely amazed it could even hide its true level from an identification scroll. Wan Xiao gets excited too and says that hidden level skill is so outrageous he might use it to shock Tian Gang during training. Jo Shirua rolls her eyes at that, then presses him again for the real plan since no one can possibly eavesdrop here. Instead of answering, Wan Xiao smiles mysteriously and says they are still waiting for one more person. Before Jo Shirua can question that, a deep gray vortex tears open in the air and a burly middle-aged man descends into their territory. Jo Shirua is completely thrown and asks who this man is and how he could possibly enter their territory at all. Wan Xiao finally introduces him as Tang Longji, Tang Hingshan's uncle, a level 5 lord, and secretly Wang Zhao's own vassal lord. That reveal hits Jo Shirua even harder than the level gap, because she never expected a 5th level lord to be tied to Wang Xiao like this. Tang Longji immediately grumbles that Wang Xiao makes it sound like he submitted, when the contract was only supposed to improve their cooperation. Wang Xiao drops the teasing and asks for the real update from the lord's shop. Tang Longji says he explained the matter to manager Lin but carefully avoided exposing Wu Yan as a purple star cultivator. After Wang Xiao confirms Jo Shirua is trusted, Tang Longji adds that the headquarters verified Wu Yan really was the lone survivor from the previous team. Wang Xiao says the military was already on alert, and that after speaking with Chen Jinrong, he has a rough plan ready. Both listeners lean in, but Wang Xiao refuses to explain the plan and says the less they know, the safer the operation will be. He then awkwardly reminds Tang Longji that their vassal contract was supposed to end after the secret realm, but he still needs Tang Longji for what comes next. Tang Longji agrees surprisingly fast, but only on one condition: no 4th person can ever learn that a 5th level lord is serving under a 3rd level one. Wang Xiao immediately promises to keep it buried, now fully aware that this hard-hitting level 5 ally is the hidden trump card he needs for the trap. The next morning, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy looking calm on the surface, but his eyes keep sweeping the road because his nerves still tell him danger could be hiding anywhere. Nothing actually happens on the way, and Wang Xiao is just starting to think he is being too jumpy when Tian Gang suddenly intercepts him at the academy entrance. Wang Xiao greets him like usual and almost reflexively raises a hand as if turning in homework, only to remember he has not written his battle notes for days. But Tian Gang is not here about classwork at all. He leans in and anxiously asks how his brother is doing after being secretly taken away by the military. Wang Xiao blanks for a second, then remembers the old request and hurriedly tells him that Tian Chang was only taken to cooperate with an investigation and should return later. Tian Gang immediately pokes holes in that answer, pointing out that Tian Chang only dealt with Crimson Star and questioning why the military would come for him now instead of earlier. Forced to improvise, Wang Xiao says the military wanted details from the Lord competition because Tian Chang was absent from the main group at the time. Even then Tian Gang is not fully convinced, but after a beat he decides to stop pushing and just hopes his brother will come back soon. Seeing how hard Tian Gang is taking it, Wang Xiao quietly reminds him that Tian Chang is an adult responsible for his own choices, but the comment only makes Tian Gang shut him down. Tian Gang cuts the family topic short and switches to business, warning Wang Xiao that the academy's internal selection starts that afternoon and repeating his old lesson: avoid arrogance, avoid impatience, and stay calm. That familiar line lands between them, and Tian Gang even sighs that if Tian Chang had half of Wang Zhao's brains, things might not have gone this way. Wang Xiao uses the opening to ask about the actual rules, and Tian Gang's face turns oddly complicated before he explains that this selection will be fought in pairs as a flag capture battle. Wang Xiao is stunned on the spot because he and Tian Gang have drilled that exact format for more than a month, making the whole thing feel almost absurdly convenient. Tian Gang warns him not to get cocky just because the format looks familiar, because the selection is much nastier than it seems at first glance. He breaks down the numbers for him. More than 1,200 students are entering, winners advance immediately each round, and reaching the final 10 means surviving at least 7 straight matches. Then the real pressure drops. The academy head has banned recovery potions during the competition, so everyone has to survive on their starting energy from beginning to end. Wang Xiao quickly realizes how brutal that is. 1 or 2 hard fights could wreck his energy plan and effectively bury his chances in the later rounds. Hoping for a shortcut, he asks Tian Gang if there is a way to handle this, and Tian Gang bluntly says yes. That hope dies immediately when Tian Gang refuses to explain, saying that as class director he cannot hand one student an answer that would be unfair to everyone else. So Wang Xiao gives up on squeezing hints out of him and accepts that he will have to think his own way through the selection. Just then Jo Shirua arrives late, and Wang Xiao immediately pulls her into the conversation so the three of them can go over the selection rules together. Wang Xiao explains both the rules and his own analysis to Jo Shirua, while Tian Gang only steps in to correct details and still refuses to give away the answer directly. Then Wang Xiao remembers one more problem and asks whether he and Jo Shirua might be matched against each other since they are already a pair. Tian Gang says it is technically possible but very unlikely, because the matching is manually adjusted and their vassal contract makes obvious throw matches a risk the academy usually avoids. Relieved on that point, Wan Xiao admits he still has not found a real strategy, and asks Zhou Shirua to give her opinion first. A little flattered but very serious, Zhou Shirua says the key should be conserving strength. She divides possible opponents into two groups: weaker teams that should be crushed fast, and evenly matched or stronger teams that become dangerous if the fight drags on. For the harder matches, Zhou Shirua proposes leaning on defense instead, baiting the enemy into attacking first and trying to let them waste their energy. Before she can go further, Wan Xiao and Tian Gang answer at the same time, instantly exposing the flaw in that idea. Wan Xiao points out that even defending costs a lot of energy, and if the other side is thinking the same thing, both teams could just stall each other to death. Tian Gang agrees and finally reveals the real trap. Beneath the surface rules, this selection also has hidden rules. Wan Xiao catches the first one almost immediately. With so many competitors, time itself has to matter. Tian Gang says that is only half of it, and explains the cruel finish. In the round that leaves more than 10 winners, the actual deciding factor is who wins first, not just who wins. The implication hits Wan Xiao hard. The school has quietly shifted the real pressure onto the second-to-last stage, forcing everyone to chase fast victories without knowing their standing. Annoyed by how underhanded it is, Wan Xiao blurts out a curse at the person who designed such a nasty system. Then a cold voice answers from behind him. The academy head says he is the one who came up with those rules. Caught red-handed, Wan Xiao turns around with an awful forced smile and greets Huang Tingwei as politely as he can. Huang Tingwei is not amused and immediately tells Wan Xiao that if he has so much energy to complain, he can go do the long-delayed training assessment right now. That order revives an old problem for Wan Xiao, because the tiny house in the academy corner is the place where he once failed the assessment for Beast Tamer Lords and got stuck attending training classes. Wan Xiao tries to object that the internal selection is about to start, but Huang Tingwei cuts that off and says the assessment will not take long. Huang Tingwei sends Zhou Shirua to handle both of their registration procedures first, then orders Wan Xiao to follow him with no room for debate. So Wan Xiao leaves with Huang Tingwei, and the two cross the academy grounds toward the trial proving ground. At the shabby little test house, Huang Tingwei opens the door and simply tells Wan Xiao to go in. Wan Xiao swallows whatever complaint he had, steps into the darkness, and the door closes behind him. A hidden voice asks for his talent, and Wan Xiao answers that he is a Beast Tamer Lord, even reminding the unseen teacher that he came here once before. The unseen examiner ignores the reminder and simply says to begin, leaving Wan Xiao confused because there is no portal, no machine, and nothing visible to start. Then a faint buzzing rises out of nowhere, starting almost softer than a mosquito before swelling fast into a sharp, inescapable drone. The strange part is that the sound does not hurt him. Instead, Wan Zhao's expression slowly loosens, his eyes lose focus, and his consciousness starts to drift. Outside the hut, Huang Tingwei hears that buzzing too. His expression turns solemn, and he calls someone on his communicator to say everything is ready and they can begin. In Kaiyang City's trading market, a shabby middle-aged vendor waited by a cloth full of cheap or and spirit grass, looking so lifeless that nobody took him seriously. A random customer asked about the water spirit grass, got hit with a ridiculous price of 500 units of fine copper ore, and stormed off cursing. Later, two young men repeated the same question, but this time one bargained in a strange way that made the vendor finally look up. When the vendor coldly changed the price to 100 units of purple gold mineral, the brothers gave the right answer, and the secret contact was confirmed. Lan Dehai hurriedly wrapped up his whole stall and led the two men through side alleys to a ruined house for the real meeting. But the moment they stepped inside and saw a Blue Planet soldier waiting, the brothers thought they had been sold out. Lang Bewley instantly grabbed Lan Dehai by the throat, and purple patterns flared on his hand as the vendor choked red-faced. The soldier quickly exposed his own glowing purple markings and revealed that the uniform was only a disguise. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lang Bewley let go and apologized, and the group finally settled down to talk inside. Turk introduced himself as the operations vice-captain, Lan Dehai revealed he was their Blue Planet liaison, and the brothers gave their names as Lang Bewley and Lang Lena. When the brothers asked about their captain, Turk bluntly said the captain was probably already dead. Turk laid out portraits from the captain's last mission, and the brothers were shocked to see that a mere level 3 lord like Wan Xiao had been operating alongside a level 5 lord. Turk said the mission had failed, Li Tongfu was missing with the captain, and Wan Xiao was now the one they needed to watch most closely. To Turk, the real problem was obvious. A level 3 lord who could walk away from a level 5 operation unharmed had to be hiding something dangerous. When Lang Lena asked about Wan Xiao's talent, Lan Dehai cut in first and identified him as a Beast Tamer Lord. Lan Dehai explained that Wan Xiao was already well known in Kaiyang City for leading Blue Planet Lords against the Crimson Star invasion during the Lord competition. The Lang brothers sneered at first, but Turk shut that down by reminding them these were the Crimson Star people who stole their holy beasts. Lan Dehai warned them not to underestimate Wan Xiao, especially because he seemed close to Blue Planet's military, and that finally made the brothers take the threat seriously. Turk immediately eased that fear by saying Wan Xiao had already fallen out with the military, and he had seen it happen himself. After Turk described Wan Zhao's public quarrel with Qin Jingrong, Lan Dehai realized Wang Xiao might be greedy enough to manipulate instead of attack head-on. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao woke up groggy in the little black test room and realized he had somehow fallen asleep during the assessment. The door opened, Huang Tingwei appeared with a dark face, and Wang Xiao nervously apologized and asked for another chance. Instead of explaining anything, Huang Tingwei coldly told him he had passed, which only made the result feel even stranger. Wang Xiao hurried after the academy head for answers, but he ran into Zhou Shirua and Yi Han before he could catch him. When Zhou Shirua asked about the result, Wang Xiao admitted he had passed but remembered absolutely nothing from the test. He checked with Zhou Shirua first, and she confirmed her old assessment had been a fast-moving territory development trial with abundant resources. Yi Han said his own version had been different, built around changing the venue's attributes with his elemental overlord talent, which only made Wang Xiao's blank memory feel weirder. Even Yi Han had never heard of anyone passing this assessment by seemingly just sleeping through it. Before they could sort it out, Su Jun recalled out that the academy's internal selection was about to start. The moment Wang Xiao spotted the legendary Gao Lishuan, he rushed over faster than Yi Han because he wanted answers immediately. Gao Lishuan met that urgency with a deadpan handout, reminding Wang Xiao their deal said 100 star coins a month before he answered any academy problem. Wang Xiao could only pay on the spot, and Gao Lishuan finally agreed to listen. When Wang Xiao explained the missing memory, Gao Lishuan answered with a straight-faced insult, and said Wang Xiao's brain was the problem. Pressed for a real explanation, Gao Lishuan said the training test targeted consciousness, so if Wang Xiao had fallen asleep, forgetting the process was possible. The answer sounded reasonable, but Wang Xiao could tell Gao Lishuan was still hiding something. An ear-piercing whistle cut the conversation short, and Su Junru urged everyone to move because the selection had officially started. Gao Lishuan took off first toward the teleportation building, with Yi Han and Su Junru chasing after him and Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro forced to follow. By the time they reached the teleportation hall, more than 1,000 students from different year groups had already gathered in class formations. In front of the crowd stood a massive teleportation door, nearly 3 times the size of a normal one, built for the academy's internal selection. After Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro found their class, a staff member used a loudspeaker to call the whole place to silence and begin announcing the rules. The staff explained that the academy had borrowed an artificial secret realm from the military, and everyone would enter through one giant gate before being split into separate 2-person arenas. The warning not to damage the artificial realm made Wang Xiao think of Tian Gang, and he quietly realized that teacher had actually been helping them more than he claimed. When the final command came down, the staff waved a red flag and officially opened the selection. The crowd exploded forward at once, charging the portal like a flood of excited fighters. As the noisy rush cleared out, Wang Xiao noticed the ones still hanging back were almost all the strongest student factions, the kind of people patient enough to enter last. At the academy portal hall, Wang Xiao scans the other contestants and realizes most of the students gathered here are the strongest ones he is likely to face inside. Yi Han spots Wang Xiao, waves excitedly, and jokes that Wang Xiao should not go easy on him if they meet in the arena. Wang Xiao fires back with the same energy, joking that he will definitely beat Yi Han up if they cross paths. Still laughing, Yi Han heads through the teleportation door with Su Junru, and the joking mood gives way to the real pressure of the qualifier. Wang Xiao leans close to Zhou Shiro and quietly warns her to remember these nearby students, because if she meets them inside, she cannot afford to hold back. Zhou Shiro tries to stay optimistic and points out that with more than 1,000 participants, they might never run into these dangerous people at all. Wang Xiao immediately shuts that down and explains that this waiting area only has about 90 top students, so meeting at least a couple of them is almost guaranteed. That math lands hard on Zhou Shiro, and her expression sours as she admits she has no real chance if she runs into monsters like Wang Xiao or Yi Han. Wang Xiao lowers his voice even further and gives her one risky last resort. If things get desperate, she can try summoning the dark swamp crocodile dragon. He explains that as his vassal lord she normally should not be able to call his troops, but that particular dragon is unusual and can sometimes ignore the contract's limits. Zhou Shiro grimaces at the word might, but she still accepts the plan, takes a breath, and steps into the teleportation door. Wang Xiao follows her into the light and arrives in a floating rectangular arena where each fighter starts on opposite ends and wins by stealing the other side's flag. Before Wang Xiao can study the field for long, a male student opponent across the arena yells at him to stop looking around and start the match. The enemy has already laid out a neat formation with shield-bearing elven guards in front, goblin archers behind them, and 5 fast elven knights waiting as the flag-snatching force. Wang Xiao actually respects the setup, then politely introduces himself and asks for the other student's name. The student answers with pure arrogance, saying Wang Xiao does not need his name because he is about to be eliminated anyway. When Wang Xiao only summons a calf-sized silver shadow leopard, the opponent hurriedly checks it with an identification scroll and laughs at such a small-looking silver beast. Wang Xiao just smiles and says that little leopard is already enough to deal with him. Then Silver Flash erupts, and the silver shadow leopard becomes a streak of light that rips straight through the enemy formation before anyone can react. By the time the unnamed student understands what happened, his flag is gone and he vanishes in a golden elimination light. Wang Xiao praises the leopard, but the stolen flag immediately resets and a new opponent is teleported in, leaving him no real break between rounds. Wang Xiao steadies himself, greets one incoming opponent with a dry hello and goodbye, and keeps slicing through the bracket at absurd speed. After 5 minutes, Wang Xiao has already won 4 matches, and even the strongest of those opponents could not stop his mix of stealth from flickering light and shadow and sudden burst speed from silver flash. Because he has spent less than 10% of his energy, Wang Xiao feels he has almost locked in a qualifying spot, but he still cannot help worrying about how Zhou Shiroi is doing. That thought is cut off when the 5th opponent appears in golden light, and Wang Xiao freezes after recognizing Su Junru on the other side. Su Junru is just as startled, and the awkward coincidence lands immediately because meeting here means one of them will be knocked out. Su Junru quickly asks what round this is for Wang Xiao, and when he says 5th, she blurts out in shock that she has only just won one match herself. Wang Xiao realizes the simultaneous matching system makes their progress uneven, which means Su Junru is horribly unlucky, but it also confirms his own lead is huge. Relaxing a little, Wang Xiao tells Su Junru to surrender on her own before he ends up hurting her. Instead, Su Junru suddenly bows deeply and apologizes, leaving Wang Xiao baffled about what she means. Her answer is action. She summons several mechanical spiders and rapidly combines them into a compact fortress that seals her flag inside from every angle. Su Junru admits she knows she cannot beat him, but to improve Vihan's chance of qualifying, she will do everything she can to drag Wang Xiao down here. Wang Xiao can only stare at the sealed fortress in disbelief, realizing Su Junru has turned herself into a pure stumbling block that gains her nothing and only tries to tax him. When Wang Xiao protests that this should be illegal, Su Junru smugly points out the rules only forbid moving the flag, not building a shell around it. She even adds that this same little fortress just won her last match, and that it can tank a full-strength hit from a platinum soldier. That warning makes Wang Xiao hesitate, because even if he can break it with stronger beasts, the energy cost would chew up the huge advantage he built in the early rounds. Instead of forcing a costly breakthrough, Wang Xiao dismisses the silver shadow leopard and calmly says he will beat Su Junru at her own game. He sits down right there on the arena floor and summons 100 metal-devouring ants to start chewing through the fortress layer by layer. The ants do start carving away the outer shell, but slowly enough that Su Junru cannot understand why Wang Xiao is willing to spend so much time on this. When she finally asks what he is doing, Wang Xiao turns the question around and asks how much energy she thinks Yihan has already burned by now. That is when Su Junru finally gets it. Wang Xiao is trading some of his lead in time for preserved energy, which matters far more in the final rounds. Wang Xiao spells it out for her. Since he is already multiple rounds ahead, this battle is the perfect place to rest inside the rules and save strength for the endgame. Now Su Junru is the one trapped, because if she keeps stalling, Wang Xiao rests for free, and if she surrenders, he keeps both his time lead and his energy. Unwilling to hand him a comfortable rest, Su Junru decides to at least make him react and sends several armed mobile fortresses charging straight at him. Wang Xiao instantly sees the idea, moves beside his own flag, and feeds energy into his protection ring to raise a thin golden defensive field around himself. Because the ring blocks all indirect attacks, the mechanical fortresses slam into an invisible wall and cannot even touch him despite firing flames, lightning, and physical weapons. Seeing her backup plan fail too, Su Junru is left completely dumbfounded while Wang Xiao sits safely inside the shield and quietly appreciates just how absurdly useful that ring is. A few minutes tick by, the mobile fortresses run out of energy, and right as Su Junru prepares to send more, the ants finally bite a huge hole into the flag fortress. One metal-devouring ant pokes through the gap, grabs Su Junru's flag with absurd ease, and ends the whole match in just 3 minutes. Wang Xiao cheerfully notes that 3 minutes is still enough time for him to clear 2 more rounds, and Su Junru can only wave an angry fist before the elimination light takes her away. As soon as Su Junru disappears, Wang Xiao drops the shield, recalls the ants, and summons the silver shadow leopard again to be ready for the next instant match. Then the 6th opponent arrives, and Wang Xiao's face goes awkward all over again when the new golden light reveals Zhao Yunyan. After some awkward greetings, Wang Xiao asks what round Zhao Yunyan is on and learns it is only his 3rd, which makes Wang Xiao decide the honest answer would only sting. So Wang Xiao simply tells Zhao Yunyan not to ask too much, then advises him to surrender because there is no point dragging this fight out. But Zhao Yunyan refuses, saying he still wants this fight because he once swore he would defeat Wang Xiao fair and square in a secret realm. With that challenge laid down, Zhao Yunyan summons 20 lava slimes and braces himself to finally test that promise against Wang Xiao. Seeing Zhao Yunyan burning to finally challenge him head-on, Wang Xiao stops brushing him off and decides to give him the serious fight he has wanted for so long. Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Raging Lava Bear beside his Silver Shadow Leopard, forming a clean triangle as he warns that he will not hold back. Zhao Yunyan answers with the same stubborn edge and sends out 20 lava slimes at once. The slimes unleash lava spray together, and the arena suddenly fills with roaring pillars of molten fire aimed straight at Wang Xiao's side. Wang Xiao answers with Iron Wall, and the Raging Lava Bear slams the ground to raise a molten metal barrier that blocks the entire barrage. Even behind the defense, Wang Xiao can tell Zhao Yunyan has improved a lot since the Lord competition, and that makes him sharpen his focus. The moment the wall drops, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard flash out like white lightning and shred more than half the lava slimes in one pass. Instead of rushing the flag, Wang Xiao pulls his beasts back and seriously asks Zhao Yunyan if he still wants to continue. Zhao Yunyan grits his teeth, refuses to back down, and piles on more pressure by summoning 20 more lava slimes and 10 explosive slimes hidden among the survivors. Wang Xiao immediately realizes Zhao Yunyan has gone all in, burning energy on a reckless setup because he only cares about winning this one fight. He changes tactics on the spot, ordering precise kills, safe spacing, and a coordinated mix of Berserk Thunder, Silver Flash, and Earth Spike. The Raging Lava Bear's stone spikes trigger the first explosive slime, and the blast throws nearby lava slimes into the air like perfect targets. The two speed beasts capitalize instantly, cutting down every airborne slime while chain explosions keep launching new targets for them. In under half a minute, Zhao Yunyan's formation is gutted, and Wang Zhao's team comes back with only the Silver Shadow Leopard lightly singed. Zhao Yunyan blurts out in disbelief that the explosive slime's death explosion should have badly injured Wang Zhao's beasts. Wang Xiao keeps quiet about his earlier experience fighting explosive slimes and simply asks again if Zhao Yunyan wants to continue. Zhao Yunyan finally admits the loss, but his eyes still burn as he swears that one day he will beat Wang Xiao. Trying to help without saying too much, Wang Xiao transfers Zhao Yunyan 10,000 star coins as compensation for the explosive slimes that will not revive in his territory. Zhao Yunyan refuses the money on principle, insisting that losses are part of fighting and he cannot take it. Wang Xiao awkwardly tries to explain that he could have taken the flag anyway and only fought like this to train his beast's teamwork, so Zhao Yunyan can treat the money as sparring pay. That lands horribly, and Zhao Yunyan goes red with rage because he thinks Wang Xiao just called their desperate fight a practice round. Before Wang Xiao can fix it, Zhao Yunyan explodes and floods the arena with a furious last-stand swarm of hundreds of slimes. Wang Xiao instantly knows words are useless now, so he decides the only kind option left is to end the match fast and limit Zhao Yunyan's losses. The Silver Shadow Leopard blurs through the crowd in a single flash and comes back with Zhao Yunyan's flag before the swarm can even matter. Zhao Yunyan can barely get a word out before the golden light of defeat takes him away and his entire slime army dissolves with him. Wang Xiao wins again, but instead of feeling good about it, he is left mildly guilty and starts thinking he should buy Zhao Yunyan a meal later. When he checks his condition, Wang Xiao sees that Su Junra's match and Zhao Yunyan's match together have pushed his energy down to under 60%. He quickly does the math and relaxes, thinking he is only one more win away from securing a spot in the academy ranking assessment anyway. Since he does not care about becoming captain, Wang Xiao figures he can finish the next opponent and stop there. A new opponent appears in golden light, and because Wang Xiao does not know him, he ends the match immediately with the same flag-snatching move. But just when Wang Xiao thinks 7 wins should have settled qualification, another opponent materializes and throws his whole assumption off. He first guesses this must be the captain round, because only that would explain why the fights are still going. The new student attacks with summoned troops right away, and Wang Xiao drops the theory for the moment and answers with force. The fight is disappointingly one-sided, and Wang Xiao is left baffled that such a weak opponent somehow lasted this long. After his beasts crush the goblin commanders and the leopard steals the flag, that 8th opponent vanishes too. Then the 9th opponent appears, and Wang Xiao is stunned to recognize him as one of Zhao Yunyan's classmates from Class E. That makes no sense to him, so Wang Xiao pauses to ask a simple question and learns this is only the other student's 4th match. Watching those peak silver skeleton archers line up, Wang Xiao finally realizes he completely misunderstood how this internal selection works. The matches are not synchronized round by round at all, and winners just keep getting thrown into the next fight immediately, even if other students are far behind. That means when Wang Xiao had already fought 6 times, Zhao Yunyan was only on his 3rd, so fast wins were actually dragging Wang Xiao into more battles. Now Tian Gang's unfinished warning clicks into place for him. Hidden Rule 1 was Victory Order, and Hidden Rule 2 is brutally simple, the capable work more. The more he thinks about it, the worse it sounds, because if he keeps winning in 10 seconds, he could end up fighting half the school before the top 10 are decided. With no better option, Wang Xiao sighs, gives up complaining, and sends the Silver Shadow Leopard forward again to keep grinding through it. Elsewhere in the academy head's office, Huang Tingwei is buried in a dense report and frowning over difficult data. A staff member suddenly knocks and rushes in, breaking the silence with clear panic. When Huang Tingwei coldly reminds him not to interrupt without a real reason, the staff member blurts out that Wang Xiao has gone crazy from mowing through opponents. At the monitoring station, a staff member rushes in and blurts out that Wang Xiao has already eliminated 9 opponents. Huang Tingwei barely reacts at first because Wang Xiao's strength is obviously above the other students anyway. Then the staff adds the real shock. Wang Xiao did it all in just 15 minutes. That number finally makes Huang Tingwei stand up, because at this pace Wang Xiao could tear through a huge chunk of the selection by himself. He quickly realizes Wang Xiao is warping the whole event into a luck test, since anyone who avoids him might reach the finals even without top strength. When the staff urges him to act before more promising students get wiped out, Huang Tingwei makes a blunt decision. Huang Tingwei orders them to pull Wang Xiao out of the secret realm immediately, and count him as already qualified for the ranking assessment. The staff hesitates because that rule never existed, but Huang Tingwei shuts the doubt down and tells him to carry it out. After the staff runs out, Huang Tingwei studies Wang Xiao's data again and quietly wonders what kind of level 3 lord this kid really is. Back inside the secret realm arena, Wang Xiao has already stopped holding back and keeps fighting because he knows he cannot afford to relax before the field drops to 10 people. His next opponent, an unnamed level 4 senior, is already being crushed even with a full set of peak gold level soldiers. Desperate and furious, the battered unnamed senior points at Wang Xiao and accuses him of cheating for having so many platinum level troops as a mere level 3 lord. Wang Xiao brushes the complaint off with a muttered sneer and lifts his hand to finish the fight. Instead, golden light suddenly flares over Wang Xiao's body, and he realizes he is being teleported away before the match is even decided. He can see that neither side's flag has fallen, so this is not a loss at all, which only makes the forced teleport even stranger. The next instant, the golden light swallows his view and throws him out of the secret realm. Wang Xiao reappears outside the huge portal in front of a packed crowd of students and eliminated participants, completely caught off guard. When he asks if he has been eliminated, a staff member instead hands him a secret realm key and tells him he has already qualified and can wait outside to rest. That one word, rest, instantly lights the crowd on fire because the rules had promised there would be no breaks at all. The complaints pile up fast, and soon the whole field is roaring that the academy is openly favoring Wang Xiao. Then the academy broadcast cuts in, and Huang Tingwei's calm order to shut up crushes the entire commotion in one instant. Huang Tingwei goes even further over the broadcast and flatly admits that yes, he is biased toward Wang Xiao. The admission makes the crowd flare again, and the students Wang Xiao beat start looking at him like he won through dirty help. But over the broadcast, Huang Tingwei reminds everyone of Yu Heng's real rule: if you are strong enough, you get to stand above the normal rules. He ends it with a hard challenge, saying that if anyone wants the same treatment, they should become strong enough to earn it. After the broadcast goes dead, the entire field stays quiet because no one can really argue with strength being king at Yu Heng Academy. Wang Xiao quickly figures out Huang Tingwei probably used him as a whip to scare and motivate the whole academy. Since the academy head already gave him cover, Wang Xiao decides to act a little lawless and enjoy the privilege to the fullest. He hops up onto the registration table itself, and the nearby unnamed staff immediately snaps at him to get down. Wang Xiao only smiles, points toward Huang Tingwei's office, and the staff member instantly swallows the rest of the scolding. With nobody daring to stop him, Wang Xiao stretches out on the table and openly uses it as his resting spot. The students around him grumble that he is unbearably arrogant, but now even that complaint starts bending back toward the same brutal lesson about strength. One by one, the sharper students stop whining, decide they need to train harder, and start leaving the venue. Within minutes, more than half the onlookers have dispersed, and Wang Xiao is quietly impressed that the academy head's stunt worked this well. He also judges that most of that motivation will probably burn out fast unless Huang Tingwei keeps doing this kind of thing again. That thought even makes him joke to himself that next time he should charge the academy head an appearance fee. While waiting, Wang Xiao casually checks the registration forms and sees that roughly 400 participants are still fighting inside. More than an hour later, that number finally shrinks to just 18, confirming how absurdly fast Wang Xiao's own run had been. What really surprises him is that Zhou Shiro's name is still on the survivor list this late, even though her construction lord style is supposed to suffer badly whenever the battlefield changes. 8 more students drop out, and Zhou Shiro's name still remains, leaving only the final 10 candidates. Since Wang Xiao already took one guaranteed slot, he realizes one extra person still has to be cut from these 10 before the captain battle can begin. He asks who is left, and the staff starts reading names before suddenly choking on an odd result in the records. The records show that Ihan's name is still in the final group even though his elimination column is completely empty. A second look reveals Zhou Shiro's record is just as strange as Ihan's. She is still in the running, but her elimination column is also empty. The staff cannot make sense of it, but Wang Xiao slowly realizes they did not brute force their way forward at all. They slipped through a loophole. He explains that the selection only cares about becoming one of the last 10, so if others keep killing each other fast enough, someone can survive all the way there without fighting. The staff objects that they would still need wins later, and Wang Xiao points out the trap. Once others keep winning, the pairings keep shifting, so Ihan and Zhou Shiro can stay untouched while someone else gets eliminated. Almost on cue, the portal buzzes and another student is dumped out, confirming that the final clash happened between other people again. At the same moment, Wang Zhao's key lights up, which means the internal selection is officially over and the captain battle is about to start. Wang Xiao can only laugh to himself, because Ihan and Zhou Shiro really did coast into the finals while everyone else fought like mad around them. At the captain stage of the internal selection, Wang Xiao is teleported back into the same rectangular secret realm arena, but this time the opponent waiting across from him is clearly much stronger. Wang Xiao quickly notices that the senior's aura is at least level 4, but the man is drenched in sweat and breathing hard from fighting all the way here without rest. Before Wan Shao even acts, Zhao Lei has already arranged a careful defensive lineup around his flag instead of charging in blindly. Seeing the lineup, Wan Shao silently approves because every unit is placed for this flag capture format, even if the roster itself is not overwhelming. Instead of summoning troops right away, Wan Shao politely introduces himself and confirms that the tired fighter opposite him is a senior named Zhao Lei from Year 2 Class A. Zhao Lei says he has wanted to fight Wan Shao for a while, only for Wan Shao to answer with an awkward apology instead of battle spirit. Wan Shao points out that Zhao Lei has been forced to keep fighting with no recovery, while he himself just rested for more than an hour, so this match is not fair from the start. Zhao Lei cuts him off with battlefield logic and demands that Wan Shao stop talking nonsense and summon his soldiers. Wan Shao calmly refuses, then shocks Zhao Lei by kicking down his own flag and intentionally fouling out of the captain battle. He gets forcibly ejected at once because Wan Shao never cared about becoming captain in the first place, and with his situation already complicated, staying low-key is safer than standing out. The moment Wan Shao returns, another teleportation door buzzes and Zhou Shiro appears beside him, having also made it to the end of the selection. Wan Shao teases her for finally getting eliminated, and Zhou Shiro instantly fires back that he should be praising her for lasting this long. He suddenly asks whether Ihan or Zhou Shiro was stronger, and her shocked reaction tells him he guessed the pairing correctly. Wan Shao pulls her aside and explains the loophole he figured out. Ihan probably proposed that in exchange for a qualification slot, Zhou Shiro would enter the captain's stage and then voluntarily forfeit. He points to the obvious proof that she has no battle marks at all, and Zhou Shiro is so impressed by the deduction that she blurts out that he is almost scary. Wan Shao admits he only figured the trick out afterward, and now he feels a little bitter that he worked so hard when he could have coasted to a spot. When Zhou Shiro asks if that means he really fought all the way through, Wan Shao only answers with a strange, evasive smile and leaves it there. The two head to Tian Gang's office to report their good news, expecting their class director to be pleased that his class produced 2 qualifiers outside the usual Class A crowd. Inside the office, Tian Gang is just staring out the window in a daze, so lost in thought that Wan Shao has to call him several times before he reacts. Wan Shao smugly announces that he and Zhou Shiro both secured qualification for the academy ranking assessment, but Tian Gang only gives a flat, lifeless congratulations. That dead reaction feels completely wrong, so Wan Shao directly asks whether something happened to him. Tian Gang shuts the question down and tells them to leave, making it obvious he is hiding some painful trouble. Just as they prepare to go, Tian Gang suddenly stops them and asks a much more personal question. As Tian Chang's former classmates, what do they really think of his younger brother? The moment they hear that, both of them realize Tian Gang may already know something about Tian Chang joining Crimson Star, and neither of them can figure out how to answer without hurting him. After several painful minutes of hesitation, Tian Gang seems to read their silence for himself and simply tells them to go, reminding them to return in 3 days for the academy ranking assessment. They leave the office, but neither of them can shake the image of Tian Gang looking hollowed out by the blow. Instead of going far, the two quietly hide near the corridor window and keep watch because Wang Xiao no longer wants to ignore Tian Gang after everything the teacher has done for him. Inside the office, Tian Gang opens the window, braces both hands on the sill, and stares downstairs in lonely silence, looking unsettlingly fragile. Zhou Shiro quietly worries that he might take things too hard, and Wang Xiao tries to deny it but cannot hide that he is not sure either. Zhou Shiro suggests informing the academy head, but Wang Xiao immediately rejects that because if the news spreads, the whole Tian family could be ruined in Kaiyang City. That leaves Zhou Shiro frustrated, because they cannot guard Tian Gang every second, especially once he goes home. After staring at Tian Gang's lonely back for a while, Wang Xiao decides this is a special problem that needs a special solution. Without explaining further, Wang Xiao pulls out his communicator and calls Commander Qin, asking for a meeting. The next stop is a private room in Kaiyang restaurant, where a huge table of expensive dishes arrives, but only Wang Xiao is enthusiastically digging in. Zhou Shiro cannot believe he is feasting at a time like this, and Wang Xiao shamelessly answers that he came to solve the problem and fulfill his long-delayed dream of eating here. Their contact finally arrives when a sharp, serious young man in casual clothes enters the room, and Wang Xiao instantly recognizes him as Adjutant Qi. Wang Xiao dryly points out that Qi Lianjuan's aura is so obvious his disguise is almost useless, but Qi just sits down and says Commander Qin cannot show his face right now. Since Qin Jinrong is unavailable, Qi Lianjuan tells Wang Xiao to say whatever he needs to say to him first. Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and asks whether the military captured Tian Chang a few days ago. After Qi confirms that point, Wang Xiao immediately asks for Tian Gang to be allowed to meet Tian Chang, hoping a face-to-face encounter can pull his teacher out of this collapse. The request instantly puts Qi Lianjuan on edge, and he coldly asks the real question underneath it all: how does Tian Gang even know that Tian Chang joined Crimson Star? Wang Xiao starts to deny leaking anything, then freezes when he realizes Qi's reaction means the military never informed Tian Chang's family in the first place. Qi Lianjuan explains that Tian Chang has gone insane, the case is not formally settled yet, and the military is still trying to treat him and find out how much he leaked, so there was no reason to notify the family. That revelation leaves both Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro stunned, because if the military said nothing, Tian Gang's breakdown suddenly makes even less sense. Zhou Shiro voices the core mystery out loud. If no one informed the family, what exactly triggered Tian Gang to suddenly ask about his brother? Qi Lianjuan presses further and asks whether Tian Gang might have overheard something from Wang Xiao, but Wang Xiao firmly rejects that because Tian Gang only changed after the selection, when everyone was inside separate secret realm spaces. The stranger it sounds, the more serious Qi Lianjuan becomes, because if Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro did not leak anything, then someone else inside Yuheng Academy may have. Wang Xiao still circles back to the main request, and Qi Lianjuan finally says he will report it to Commander Chen, though he warns them not to expect too much. Back in Tian Gang's office, the teacher stands alone at the window for a long time before his blank eyes finally sharpen with a grim decision. With a heavy sigh, Tian Gang takes out his communicator and makes his own move, agreeing to an unknown deal on one condition: he has to see his brother first. In a private room at Kaiyang Restaurant, Qi Lianjuan and Zhou Shiro brood over the leak, while Wang Xiao casually keeps eating like he already sees where this is going. After a satisfied burp, Wang Xiao presses Qi Lianjuan for an answer, and she admits a secret operation with so many people involved was almost impossible to keep airtight. Wang Xiao points out the real problem: the leak did not spread randomly, it reached Teacher Tian specifically, which feels far too targeted to be chance. Qi Lianjuan catches Wang Zhao's meaning at once, and Wang Xiao solemnly tells him to notify Commander Chen that they can start casting the net. When Qi Lianjuan worries that moving now might be rash, Wang Xiao pushes back that this is exactly the kind of danger you prepare for before it explodes. Qi Lianjuan does not argue after that, and his suddenly grim face makes it clear he knows just how serious the situation could become. Completely lost, Zhou Shiro asks what they are even talking about, and Wang Xiao teases that if she understood this conversation too easily, he would need to rethink trusting her. The joking tone fades when Wang Xiao asks Qi Lianjuan for one more favor. He hopes Tian Gang can meet his brother. Qi Lianjuan asks if Tian Gang really matters that much to him, and Wang Xiao answers with an uncertain yes that shows even he is not fully sure what Tian Gang means to him. Qi Lianjuan finally agrees to try, though he warns that in this special situation he cannot promise it will work. Wang Xiao thanks him sincerely, bows slightly, and immediately ruins the solemn moment by dumping the bill on Qi Lianjuan. Before Qi Lianjuan can recover, Wang Xiao grabs Zhou Shiro and bolts out of the private room. The escape ends in a hard collision when Wang Xiao slams into a middle-aged man stepping out of the opposite room, and both of them stagger back. Wang Xiao apologizes at once, but the man, Lan Dehai, brushes it off with an easy laugh and tells him to be more careful next time. Then Tian Gang peeks out from behind Lan Dehai, and both Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro are caught off guard to see him here at all. Tian Gang awkwardly guesses they are out on a date, which makes Wang Xiao realize he is still holding Zhou Shiro's hand and instantly let go, red-faced. Wang Xiao hurriedly says they only came to meet a friend, and when Qi Lianjuan steps out of the room, he quickly introduces him to Tian Gang and the others. The moment he hears the name Tian Gang, Qi Lianjuan's eyes flicker, and he quietly gives the teacher a closer, much more suspicious look. Asked who he is, the middle-aged man introduces himself as Lan Dehai, a market broker, and hands out business cards while offering everyone a dramatic discount. Wang Xiao tests him by asking about Ma Yinla, and Lan Dehai answers instantly that he even taught that kid before, grumbling that Ma Yinla now ignores small customers after landing a big client. That answer lowers Wang Zhao's guard, so he turns to Tian Gang and asks if this dinner is really just about buying resources. Lan Dehai cuts in before Tian Gang can answer and says he invited teacher Tian here because 2 nephews from Xiling want help entering an academy in Kaiyang City. Lan Dehai keeps talking, saying academy entry is hard outside registration season, so he is repaying an old deal with dinner and asking Tian Gang to help find a way. When Wang Xiao looks to Tian Gang for confirmation, Tian Gang does nod, but the smile he puts on looks strained enough to make the whole story feel wrong. Lan Dehai suddenly offers to cover Wang Zhao's table too, and before Wang Xiao can refuse, Qi Lianjuan accepts for him on the spot. Qi Lianjuan even walks Lan Dehai toward the counter, an oddly eager move that leaves everyone else staring after them. Zhou Shiro whispers that Adjutant Qi seems weirdly stingy today, but Wang Xiao catches Qi Lianjuan winking back and realizes he is deliberately drawing Lan Dehai away. With Lan Dehai pulled away, Wang Xiao immediately turns back to Tian Gang and asks what really happened and who that man was. Tian Gang hesitates, glances after Lan Dehai, and still falls back on the same cover story that the man only came to ask about helping a nephew enter an academy. Wang Xiao catches the hesitation and knows the truth is deeper than that, but Tian Gang's attitude makes it clear he will not open up so easily, so Wang Xiao changes tactics and casually says he did not expect Tian Gang to have enough influence to help students get into an academy. Tian Gang quickly corrects him that he recommended those nephews to Yaoguang Academy, not his own, then cuts the talk short and tells Wang Xiao to rest for the coming ranking assessment. Before Wang Xiao can press further, Tian Gang hurries off without looking back, ignoring Wang Zhao's calls completely. Zhou Shirua says Tian Gang is acting like he is hiding something from them, and Wang Xiao flatly agrees that her instinct is right. To check one last clue, Wang Xiao leans into Tian Gang's private room and finds a table full of expensive dishes that have barely been touched. That untouched meal convinces Wang Xiao even more that something is wrong with Tian Gang, even if he still cannot see the whole picture. Outside the restaurant, Tian Gang spots Lan Dehai waiting across the street and rushes over to him like a man afraid to keep him waiting. Lan Dehai answers Tian Gang's question with silence and a cold stare toward the restaurant before leading him away without a word. The two finally stop in an empty dark alley, where the friendly broker act is gone, and Lan Dehai bluntly asks whether Tian Gang revealed anything. Tian Gang hurriedly swears he followed the script exactly, and he immediately asks for the one thing he really wants, to see his brother. Lan Dehai refuses for now and says the meeting will only happen after his nephews enter Yaoguang Academy and secure spots in the academy ranking assessment. Tian Gang grimly explains that getting them into the academy is one thing, but ranking assessment slots are limited and depend on actual strength. Lan Dehai does not care about the difficulty, and calmly insists that Tian Gang will find a way. He suddenly asks about Wang Xiao, and that one casual question makes the threat underneath the conversation much clearer. When Tian Gang confirms Wang Xiao is his student, he also hurriedly says he can think of a way to help the nephews. But Lan Dehai must not harm his students. Lan Dehai waves that concern aside, confirms that Wang Xiao already qualified for the assessment, and seems satisfied by the answer. Before leaving, Lan Dehai hands Tian Gang a communicator and says they will contact him through it when the meeting with his brother is arranged. He adds one final warning: if this communicator ever contacts Tian Gang first, the situation has changed, and Tian Gang must pretend to know nothing no matter what he hears. Tian Gang agrees, opens the communicator, and sees only a single number stored inside. When he looks up to ask more, Lan Dehai has already vanished, leaving Tian Gang alone with the threat and the promise. Tian Gang chases deeper into the alley, only to emerge onto the busy main street where Lan Dehai could have gone anywhere. After a long conflicted look at the communicator, Tian Gang finally puts it away and walks off, still trapped by whatever holds his brother. Back in the restaurant private room, Qi Lianjuan returns and immediately asks whether Wang Xiao managed to get anything useful out of Tian Gang. Wang Xiao sighs that Tian Gang gave him nothing, and he tosses the same question right back at Qi Lianjuan. Qi Lianjuan says Lan Dehai is far too rich for a mere broker, rich enough that his business probably has a hidden problem behind it. Wang Xiao dryly agrees, and with neither of them holding anything solid yet, the conversation ends and Qi Lianjuan leaves for now. After Qi Lianjuan leaves, Zhou Shirua asks the obvious question: if Tian Gang is clearly in trouble, why did Wang Xiao hide that suspicion from him? Wang Xiao says Tian Gang clearly does not want their help, and until they know more, he would rather handle this small personal mess themselves than add it to the military's bigger crisis. Zhou Shirua accepts that answer, and the two finally leave Taiyang restaurant. Later, after Wang Xiao returns home and enters his territory, he walks straight into chaos as Tang Longji gets chased around by the silver shadow leopard. Wang Xiao quickly orders the leopard back to its nest, and Tang Longji finally escapes with his life and a lot less dignity. Completely baffled, Wang Xiao runs over and asks what Tang Longji did to make the silver shadow leopard go mad on him. Tang Longji protests that he has no idea, saying he only wandered in to look around when the leopard suddenly started hunting him. Then Wang Xiao notices a few crystals in Tang Longji's hand and asks where he got them. Tang Longji cheerfully explains he picked them up nearby because they looked pretty, and he wanted to make jewelry for his wife. He even asks if he can keep these ordinary crystals, and Wang Xiao can only stare at him and realize he has finally solved the mystery of the leopard chase. In Wang Xiao's territory, Tang Longji eagerly listens when Wang Xiao says he already knows why the silver shadow leopard chased him. Wang Xiao explains that no crystal mine should exist there, so those polished crystals were never wild resources in the first place. Tang Longji blurts out that he picked them up because they were pretty enough to turn into jewelry for his wife, but he still has no idea what that has to do with the leopard. Wang Xiao finally says the truth in one sentence: those crystals were the silver shadow leopard's personal collection. He recalls that the leopard has always hoarded shiny stones, and their strange friendship started when he stumbled into that habit back in Thorn Canyon. After taking the breakthrough stone he needed, Wang Xiao had paid the leopard back with energy cores, which is why it treats him far more warmly than most people. Now Tang Longji has taken the leopard's favorite treasure without giving anything back, so from the beast's point of view, this was outright theft. To settle it, Wang Xiao pulls out 20 beginner energy cores and hands them to Tang Longji as compensation. When Wang Xiao tells him to apologize to the leopard as well, Tang Longji is so stunned he can barely repeat the word. Wang Xiao can only smile helplessly, because by now he is painfully used to dealing with mutated beasts that all have their own personalities and rules. Wang Xiao summons the silver shadow leopard again, and the beast instantly drops low the moment it sees the stolen crystals in Tang Longji's hand. With Wang Xiao urging him on, Tang Longji awkwardly squats down and tries to negotiate with the leopard face to face. Tang Longji sets down the 20 energy cores and sincerely offers them in exchange for the crystals he wants to keep. The leopard glances at Wang Xiao for approval, takes the energy cores, and quietly walks away instead of fighting. After a long stunned pause, Tang Longji can only sigh that Wang Xiao really has had a hard life dealing with beasts like these. Wang Xiao jokes back that one of his beasts only works if he praises it, and another tries to hide every time danger shows up. Tang Longji laughs it off and says he had better not visit deeper, because Wang Xiao's territory has too many strange rules for his peace of mind. Once the laughter fades, Wang Xiao turns serious and asks why Tang Longji suddenly came to his territory in the first place. Tang Longji reveals that his investigation into the fake Wu Yan has finally produced a result. Wang Xiao instantly guesses the key point and asks if Tang Longji found the real Wu Yan. Tang Longji says Blue Planet University really did have a fire mage student named Wu Yan, exactly matching the identity the imposter used. But the match is horrifying, because the real Wu Yan died last week. That one sentence makes Wang Xiao realize the Purple Star infiltrator must have already been hiding on Blue Planet for at least a week. Tang Longji nods and adds an even darker suspicion: the infiltrator probably did not come alone. He explains that Wu Yan supposedly died in a medium secret realm to ordinary mutated beasts. But after checking the place himself, Tang Longji does not believe a fire mage should have fallen that easily. Wang Xiao coldly finishes the logic for him. Wu Yan must have already lost his ability to fight before the beasts closed in, which means a careful enemy arranged the kill. Tang Longji says he already reported the finding to the Kaiyang military district anonymously, just as Wang Xiao had advised. When Tang Longji asks why they had to hide their names from their own side, Wang Xiao gives the bitter answer that he suspects Purple Star agents have already infiltrated the military itself. The story cuts to the Kaiyang military building underground, where Turk walks down a cold corridor in military clothes and a white coat. Through a door window, Turk sees the once gifted Tian Chang strapped to a hospital bed, staring blankly upward and muttering like a broken man. Turk smiles to himself at the sight, thinking that Enda's methods really did turn a genius into a lunatic. He tries to use a card on the lock, but the door rejects it with a wrong key sound that instantly puts him on edge. When the same card opens a different empty room just fine, Turk reads the words General Prison Unlock card and suddenly realizes something is wrong. In the same underground level a little later, Qi Lianjuan approaches the corridor alone and finds only a cleaner still mopping the floor. Qi Lianjuan questions why the cleaning is still going on, and the cleaner irritably complains that someone tracked dirt through the area during a room inspection. The dirt looks real enough that Qi Lianjuan starts doubting whether this was only a sensor mistake instead of an intruder slipping through. After one last suspicious look, Qi Lianjuan leaves with the assault team, and the cleaner is left alone in the corridor. Only after Qi Lianjuan is gone does the cleaner stop acting and reveal the stolen unlock card hidden in his dustpan. It was Turk all along. Turk sneers that the card itself is suspicious, gives Tian Chang's cell one last look, and leaves without hurrying. Elsewhere in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Qin Jinrong opens his eyes when Qi Lianjuan arrives to report that the ambush failed. Qi Lianjuan explains that surveillance really did catch a military-clothed intruder trying a door, but the target was Tian Chang's room, not Enda's. The mention of Tian Chang leads Qi Lianjuan to bring up Wang Zhao's request to let someone visit him, but Qin Jinrong cuts it off and refuses for now because the treatment is at a critical stage. Qi Lianjuan next reports that the general unlock card used as bait is gone, and he has already posted guards nearby to catch whoever returns it. Qin Jinrong immediately orders those guards recalled, because a careful infiltrator who already smelled the trap will only hide deeper if they push too hard now. When Qi Lianjuan worries they are losing their best chance, Qin Jinrong answers with cold patience that a cat will come if there is fish, because they still have bait left. Qi Lianjuan first guesses Endu, then realizes the real bait must be Tian Chang, and Qin Jinrong's silence confirms it. Qin Jinrong then admits with a heavy sigh that he did not believe Wang Zhao's warning about Purple Star infiltrators in the military, but now the younger man looks painfully correct. Qi Lianjuan tries to comfort him, but Qin Jinrong bluntly says enemy cunning is no excuse when the front line is already under pressure, and one hidden saboteur could do terrible damage. Still thinking it through, Qi Lianjuan asks why the infiltrator would go after Tian Chang at all if the Purple Star side is supposedly searching for a lost holy beast. That question makes Qi Lianjuan connect tonight's prison move with the earlier trouble around Tian Gang, because Tian Gang is Tian Chang's brother. Qin Jinrong takes the link seriously at once and orders a meeting with Tian Gang tomorrow, plus hidden surveillance around Tian Chang's cell to see who comes near him next. Just before Qi Lianjuan leaves, Qin Jinrong shows him a mysterious envelope that arrived that afternoon, addressed only with the words for Commander-in-Chief Qin to open. Qin Jinrong tells Qi Lianjuan to investigate who sent the letter, adding one more quiet mystery to an already ugly night. Back in Wang Zhao's territory, he and Tang Longji sit in a heavy silence, both turning over how bad the military infiltration might really be. Wang Xiao finally says that since he and Commander Chen are pretending to have fallen out so the enemy will approach him more boldly, he needs Tang Longji to keep watching the military side instead. Tang Longji readily agrees as a fellow Blue Planet Lord, but then his face turns awkward because his own backlog of missions has piled up while he was investigating Wu Yan. When Wang Xiao suspects he might be backing out, Tang Longji hurriedly denies it and awkwardly starts asking Wang Xiao for help instead. When Tang Longji suddenly asks Wang Xiao for help, Wang Xiao is genuinely baffled because a veteran level 5 lord should not need him for routine secret realm work. Wang Xiao tests the idea and asks if Tang Longji wants him to join a secret realm run, and Tang Longji admits that is basically it. Tang Longji hurries to reassure him that Wang Xiao only needs to show up, not fight, because the academy ranking assessment is close and he should save his strength. Wang Xiao jokes that he would just be there to pad the numbers, and Tang Longji, embarrassingly serious, accepts that if it gets Wang Xiao to come. Still suspicious, Wang Xiao presses for the real terms, asking whether he might have to act, whether it is dangerous, and what the pay is. Tang Longji promises he will not force anything, swears it will be safe with him there, and offers 1,000 star coins plus whatever resources Wang Xiao gets inside. The offer sounds almost laughably small to Wang Xiao, but he remembers fighting alongside Tang Longji in Thorn Canyon and decides to help as a friend instead of haggling over money. Instead of taking the fee seriously, Wang Xiao tells Tang Longji to sell him extra breakthrough stones in the future, which makes Tang Longji realize he has agreed. Tang Longji excitedly locks in a meeting for the next morning at the Lord's shop, and the favor is settled. After that, Wang Xiao shows Tang Longji around the territory one more time before they part ways. The next morning, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy first to report that he is going out to train. Tian Gang reacts with almost suspicious calm, and Wang Zhao's unease only grows when he cannot pry any useful clue out of him. Unable to get answers, Wang Xiao updates Zhou Shiro through his communication device and heads to the Lord's shop anyway. At the quiet Lord's shop, Wang Xiao finds Lin Xiang and Tang Longji already waiting downstairs over tea. Lin Xiang greets him warmly and assumes he came to buy resources, but Wang Xiao says he is only here because Tang Longji asked for help. Lin Xiang starts to say something revealing, and Tang Longji cuts him off so fast that Wang Xiao immediately senses they are hiding something. They head upstairs in a hurry, but Wang Xiao stops and directly asks Tang Longji whether he has been deceiving him. Tang Longji denies it, but his guilty face makes the lie obvious, and Wang Xiao only follows because he can still sense no real malice from him. On the 6th floor, Lin Xiang opens a storeroom instead of taking them toward Holy Capital headquarters, and Wang Xiao realizes Tang Longji's story does not add up. Inside the warehouse, Lin Xiang leads them to the hidden artificial secret realm setup and takes out 2 rune-engraved entry crystals. Wang Xiao pushes the entry key back and demands the truth, realizing Tang Longji lured him into an artificial secret realm instead of the mission he described. Tang Longji finally admits he lied a little, insists he means no harm, and begs Wang Xiao to trust him and see for himself inside. After a brief hesitation, Wang Xiao accepts the key and activates it anyway. Golden light swallows his vision, and Wang Xiao arrives in a white ice secret realm of low snowy mountains that feels strangely warm. Before Wang Xiao can figure out the odd warmth, a deafening thud erupts ahead and a blood-red giant rises from the mountain range. Wang Xiao almost summons his troops on reflex, but he freezes when the giant's shape feels eerily familiar. He pieces it together in an instant. The giant blood construct looks like Lin Dong's blood pool power enlarged with Tang Hingshan's giant talent. Then 2 more giant soldiers rise beside it, a holy giant knight on one side and a coldly beautiful ice mountain saintess on the other, turning the snowy field into a full battle line. Recognizing the holy knight and ice mountain saintess too, Wang Xiao finally understands why Tang Longji dragged him here in secret. Tang Longji appears beside him through a flash of light and pretends to be shocked, but Wang Xiao immediately calls out the act. Since Tang Longji keeps playing dumb, Wang Xiao decides he might as well answer this reunion with a fight. He opens a spatial vortex and calls out the blazing golden crow first. This time the crow does not act timid, because Wang Zhao's old comrades are only challenging him, not trying to kill him. With one beat of its wings, the crow scatters 10 blazing feathers that expand into 10 scorching suns across the sky. The heat wave rips through the cold, melts the snow for 1,000 meters, and exposes the grassland hidden underneath. The crow's platinum level 2 pressure slams down so hard that the 3 giant soldiers are pinned in place for a moment. Looking at the grass under the melted snow, Wang Xiao finally understands the strange warmth and realizes someone had been freezing this realm by force. Wang Xiao openly calls them out by name, telling Fang Tianyu, Tang Hingshan, Lin Dong, and Han Bufan to stop hiding because old friends do not need this kind of entrance. Tang Hingshan roars back from the mountains that a little heat will not make them surrender, proving this reunion really will start with a fight. Wang Xiao turns back to Tang Longji and bluntly confirms the truth. This whole request was just a setup so his old comrades could drag him here. Tang Longji admits it at last and explains that Tang Hingshan would not stop pestering him after hearing Wang Xiao had been seen, so he arranged this surprise reunion. Wang Xiao calls it one huge surprise and immediately checks one more thing, whether Tang Longji plans to join the fight too. Tang Longji backs away like a spectator and promises this is a matter for the younger generation, which leaves Wang Xiao free to fight in earnest. Remembering they all fought together against Crimson Star, Wang Xiao feels his own battle spirit rise because he wants to see how much these old friends have improved. He expands his lineup by summoning the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Silver Shadow Leopard. Then the blazing golden crow dissolves away, and Wang Xiao swaps it out for the dark swamped crocodile dragon. As soon as it appears, the crocodile dragon uses roaming dragon shadow and disappears underground. At the rear, the gold-armored black turtle appears and spreads absolute defense through blood-chi connection to cover Wang Zhao's assault team. Watching this formation come together, Tang Longji can already tell his nephew and the others are in for a rough beating. Wang Xiao launches first, sending the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard streaking toward the Giant Blood Man and the Ice Mountain Sanctus. The distance is only a few hundred meters, so the two beasts cross it almost instantly even with low ridges in the way. Before the enemy can react, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf triggers Berserk Thunder and rips a claw across the Giant Blood Man's waist, nearly cutting it in half. At the same time, the Silver Shadow Leopard leaps at the Ice Mountain Sanctus, forcing her to raise an ice wall in defense. But the leopard's claw bends with the surrounding cold wind into a curving blade, bypassing the straight defense and carving wounds all over her body. For the first time, pain breaks the Sanctus's emotionless face as blood runs down her snow-pale body. An unseen Fang Tianyu shouts at Han Bufan to stop hesitating, and Han Bufan finally orders the Holy Giant Knight to counterattack. Before that counterattack can even begin, a black shadow bursts from underground and smashes into the warhorse's exposed jaw. The armored warhorse instantly blacks out, the Giant Knight crashes down, and in less than 5 seconds Wang Xiao has smashed all 3 enemy summons out of combat. After Wang Xiao drops the enemy side in one opening burst, Tang Longji can only sigh that Tang Hengshan's group still has not improved. Wang Xiao lightly corrects him, saying he only had the first strike and that once their formation is ready, it would take another 5 seconds to break them again. Tang Longji mocks that kind of modesty, and Wang Xiao's expression turns serious as he warns that the other side has already measured his attack power and will start fighting for real now. Tang Longji still thinks the wounded soldiers are finished, but Wang Xiao reminds him that Tang Hengshan has a classmate with the life recovery talent. Right on cue, a huge life array opens over the mountains and floods the field with green light until the 3 battered soldiers recover to full strength. Tang Longji is genuinely impressed by how broken life recovery looks when it backs strong soldiers. Wang Xiao admits that kind of healing support is nasty, but his battle intent only rises as his 3 mutated beasts charge the freshly restored enemy again. He explains that Yang Fan can heal them once, but with his current strength he cannot keep restoring heavy injuries forever, even with potions. Wang Xiao even counts the timing out loud. Yang Fan needs a few seconds for each potion to kick in, and if he forces more healing than that, he will faint from overdraw. Because this is only a spar, Wang Xiao decides not to crush Yang Fan outright and instead orders his beasts to spread their attacks and force the support side to retreat. The 3 mutated beasts switch cleanly to one-at-a-time pressure, with one striking while the other 2 circle to cut off any counterattack. Tang Longji finally blurts out that Wang Xiao is being absurdly cautious for someone whose platinum beasts are already overwhelming a silver team. Wang Xiao just grins and says this is not bullying the weak, it is respecting the opponent. Back at the hidden command point in the mountains, Yang Fan sneezes from the cold and snaps at Fang Tianyu for making the venue feel freezing. Fang Tianyu shoots Yang Fan down, and Tang Hengshan cuts the bickering off because Wang Xiao is about to attack again, and they still need Yang Fan standing. Yang Fan gulps an energy potion, opens his status, and is horrified to see half the restored energy vanish immediately because someone got hit again. Han Bufan awkwardly raises a hand and explains that Wang Zhao's beasts keep targeting the warhorse's lower jaw, the weakest point in the Holy Giant Knight's defense. Before Yang Fan can even complain, Fang Tianyu's side takes another heavy hit, and the life array drains his energy all over again. Now rattled, Yang Fan hurriedly opens another potion instead of wasting breath on anyone. Han Bufan quietly suggests surrender after checking with an identification scroll and confirming that all 3 of Wang Zhao's mutated beasts are platinum rank. That revelation crushes the mood, because even with Tang Hengshan's giant tribe boost they can barely handle 1 platinum summon, let alone 3. Yang Fan refuses to surrender anyway, almost crazed as he shouts that they trained this long to shock Wang Xiao and he can still hold on. Yang Fan's stubbornness fires the others back up, and Tang Hengshan leads the boys into a reckless rally to fight it out. Fang Tianyu lets the shouting settle, then calmly says they will definitely lose if they keep fighting on their own. Back on the field, the dark swamp crocodile dragon smashes the enemy knight's warhorse hard enough to stagger it, but this time the mounted giant does not collapse. The reason shows up immediately when the enemy side's Bloodman support goes berserk, ignores its own damage, and throws itself over to protect the mounted giant. Fang Tianyu follows up with ice shield armor, sealing the warhorse's exposed lower jaw in a layer of hard ice. At the same time, Yang Fan forces the life array to full output again, restoring the mounted giant and letting its huge counterattack drive all 3 beasts back. Seeing the save, Wang Xiao finally smiles because the other team has at last understood what real cooperation means. Tang Longji is stunned that Fang Tianyu's side can patch the mounted giant's weak point like that, and Wang Xiao teasingly asks if he has always fought alone. Wang Xiao even shamelessly credits himself, saying those students learned a lot from fighting beside him in real combat. When Tang Longji asks if that means the next phase will be difficult, Wang Xiao says yes and no at the same time, just enough to leave him confused. Wang Zhao's answer becomes clear when he recalls the silver shadow leopard and swaps in the flame-covered raging lava bear instead. From the hidden mountain position, Tang Hengshan immediately warns everyone that Wang Xiao has switched to the raging lava bear. The boys brighten up when Fang Tianyu calmly says he predicted this, because Wang Xiao always goes after the strongest support when he cannot hit the real core directly. Fang Tianyu tells them this is the moment to show the results of their training, but the boys hesitate because they had wanted to hide that move for the academy rankings. Fang Tianyu reassures them that Wang Xiao will keep it quiet anyway, and reminds them they came here so he could judge their joint attack skill. After one last check on Yang Fan's fading condition, the group grits its teeth and commits to the combo. Han Bufan calls for Fang Tianyu's support, and Fang Tianyu begins the Holy Curse chant while his soldier's effect spreads onto the battlefield. The chant wraps the giant mounted enemy in white frost, stacking a second layer of ice armor over its already heavy plate. Even the giant sword transforms, turning silver-white and sprouting deadly ice spikes along the spine. Before Tang Longji can gasp again, Wang Xiao calmly predicts that Lin Dong will be the next one to move. He is right again when the enemy side's Bloodman support suddenly explodes into a storm of blood instead of simply collapsing. That blood gathers into a huge crimson shield and rises into the mounted enemy's hand. With ice armor outside and a blood shield in hand, the mounted giant no longer looks like an ordinary holy knight at all. Wang Xiao barely reacts to the spectacle, because he is already watching where the blood landed and quietly says he has found them. On the field, the newly upgraded mounted giant stops defending and charges straight at Wang Xiao's wolf beast. Its huge frozen slash tears through the mountain hard enough to flatten half a slope, but Wang Xiao's wolf beast still vaults dozens of meters into the air to dodge. Even after dodging the main slash, scattered cold lights still burst out and break the wolf's golden defense, catching Wang Xiao by surprise for the first time. The wolf answers instantly with Berserk Thunder, but the blood shield blocks it, and the mounted enemy only slides back a few steps. Wang Xiao immediately realizes the blood shield is Lin Dong's blood pool trick, because even heavy claw damage starts sealing back almost for free. At the hidden command point, Lin Dong gets cocky and cheers that their method is working and they should finish Wang Xiao in one push. But while everyone watches the deadlock around the upgraded mounted giant, no one notices that the dark swamped crocodile dragon has already slipped off the battlefield. Tang Longji starts worrying about the stalemate, but Wang Xiao is not worried at all and instead wears a faint, knowing smile. In the middle of the mountain battle, Tang Longji can't sit still and urges Wang Xiao to save his pinned down beasts. Wang Xiao stays absurdly calm, sits on the ground, and tells him to let the bullets fly for a while, which only makes Tang Longji think the kid is getting arrogant. As the holy giant knight smashes down again, the golden defense on Wang Xiao's two beasts shatters one more time under the impact. That second hit makes Wang Xiao finally see the trick. The huge sword's spine is firing thousands of hidden ice spikes, and the combined barrage is what breaks absolute defense. Wang Xiao mutters that his old classmates clearly studied his beasts in advance, and he can't decide whether to feel flattered or annoyed. Then Wang Xiao senses the opening he was waiting for, turns to Tang Longji, and coolly says he only needs 1 second. At Wang Xiao's command, the ice thunderhorn wolf launches into the air and gathers lightning around its claws for a berserk strike. Tang Longji expects the same failed result again, right up until the holy giant knight's blood shield suddenly explodes into red mist on its own. With the shield gone, the wolf's lightning claw tears straight through the blood mist and rips open the knight's chest armor. Before the knight can recover, the raging lava bear switches into berserk beast form and blasts a blazing pillar straight into the fresh wound. When the light clears, a huge bloody hole is burned through the holy giant knight's chest, and the summon collapses into shattered light. The whole counterattack took only a second, and Tang Longji is left staring so hard he nearly forgets to breathe. Hidden in the mountains, Fan Tianyu and the others are just as stunned because their airtight stalemate somehow flipped into instant defeat. Wang Xiao stands up and loudly reminds Lin Dong that he still remembers the old lord competition rule. If the main blood pool body is hit, everything it made disappears. He follows up by exposing Fan Tianyu's defense too, saying her ice armor could dampen fire but still needed a blood shield because it couldn't stop the wolf's physical strike. Then he calls out Tang Hengshan and Yang Fan too, revealing that he let them burn themselves out while his two beasts stalled for time. When Wang Xiao reaches Han Bufan, he pauses and smugly says there is nothing worth discussing, which finally makes Han Bufan explode. Han Bufan storms out to yell back, but Wang Xiao's hidden dark swamp crocodile dragon pops up and smacks him down before he can finish his complaint. With Han Bufan instantly turned into a hostage, Fan Tianyu finally gives up and admits their whole team lost. The old friends finally meet face to face, but after that ambush and counterattack, the reunion lands in stiff awkward silence instead of warmth. Tang Longji tries to fix the mood by praising the battle, but his timing only makes the younger group even more embarrassed. Realizing he made it worse, Tang Longji hurriedly excuses himself, and leaves the kids to talk on their own. Without an elder standing there, Fan Tianyu relaxes first and asks whether Wang Xiao has settled in well after transferring to Yuheng Academy. Wang Xiao says Yuheng suits him because it respects strength, even if the pressure is high, and asks how the rest of them have been doing. Tang Hengshan proudly says their self-made team has gotten much stronger and even worked out group tactics, but his confidence fades the moment he looks at Wang Xiao's beasts. Seeing their spirits drop again, Wang Xiao suddenly gets an idea and offers a way to make them stronger fast. The group instantly perks up, because helping their team coordination was exactly why they came looking for Wang Xiao before the rankings. Before Wang Xiao starts explaining, Fang Tianyu has her ice mountain saintess melt the frozen battlefield so they can all sit down and talk properly. Wang Xiao starts with Han Bufan, bluntly saying their main frontline fighter needs stronger soldiers because the current Holy Knight lineup will only hold the whole team back. He keeps going for a full half hour, drilling into soldier choices, synergy, talent timing, and even where each lord should stand in battle. Even Tang Longji, quietly watching from the side, ends up admiring Wang Xiao more as he sees how clearly and confidently the boy teaches. When Wang Xiao finally wraps up and tells them to test the ideas first, the whole group answers in unison without hesitation. Han Bufan suddenly asks if Wang Xiao is not worried they might use all this and beat him in the academy rankings. Wang Xiao answers with a sly grin that if they can beat him, that just means they finally finished their apprenticeship under him. That one word is enough to set them off, and Han Bufan and Tang Hingshan immediately pounce on Wang Xiao to shut him up. Yang Fan and Lin Dong pile in too, and the boys end up wrestling around like old friends while Fang Tianyu watches with a helpless little smile. After everyone calms down, Han Bufan awkwardly asks why Zhou Shirua did not come with Wang Xiao. Yang Fan instantly teases him for still being hung up on her, and Han Bufan turns red trying to deny it. Wang Xiao can tell Han Bufan really does like Zhou Shirua, but since he has never crossed the line, Wang Xiao just answers the question honestly. He explains that Zhou Shirua is away on a mission he gave her to keep watch on their current class director. That answer confuses everyone, so Wang Xiao starts laying out the messy Tian gang situation and the unknown enemies hiding behind it, while keeping the deeper truth to himself. The explanation is so tangled that even after half an hour some of them still do not really get it. Tang Hingshan gives up on understanding the details and bluntly says that if Wang Xiao needs help, he will show up and do his best anyway. Han Bufan and Lin Dong back him up right away, but when the group looks to Yang Fan, he points out the real problem. Even if they want to help, they have no practical way in. That practical question kills the momentum, because none of them can reach Tian gang at Yuheng or fight enemies the military still cannot handle. Fang Tianyu steadies the conversation and asks Wang Xiao directly whether there is anything they actually can do for him right now. Wang Xiao is about to say no, but then another idea clicks into place, and he admits he really does need their help with something. The scene shifts back to the Lord's shop, where Lin Xiang is waiting at the 6th floor warehouse and greets the returning group with a suspiciously knowing smile. Wang Xiao instantly realizes Lin Xiang knew about the setup all along, because he was the one who handed Fang Tianyu's group the secret realm keys. When Wang Xiao asks why no one warned him, Lin Xiang silently looks at Tang Longji, and Tang Longji immediately turns away like this has nothing to do with him. Wang Xiao finally laughs it off, ends the teasing, and tells Lin Xiang to prepare a purchase instead. A few minutes later in the 5th floor VIP room, Wang Xiao sits his friends down in front of a table loaded with purple quality cards at the peak of gold level 3. Wang Xiao tells Han Bufan to choose, and specifically points him toward the Holy Archangel because it matches his holy talent and gives him real magic pressure against demons and undead. But the moment Han Bufan sees the Holy Archangel's price tag at 300,000 star coins, he and the others all go stiff. Even these well-born academy elites find that price painful, and Han Bufan can only stare at Wang Xiao and ask if he is really planning to give him a soldier that expensive. At the Lord's shop, Wang Xiao casually opens his account and proves he really can afford to buy gifts for everyone. The whole lounge goes quiet in disbelief, and even Tang Longji looks rattled by how rich Wang Xiao really is while Lin Xiang stays calm. Once he sees Wang Xiao is serious, Han Bufan stops holding back and grabs the Holy Archangel card first. Wang Xiao invites the others to pick two, and the quiet room instantly turns into an excited rush toward the card display. Only Fang Tianyu stays seated, and the way she hesitates makes Wang Xiao realize she wants something harder to ask for. When Wang Xiao asks directly, Fang Tianyu quietly admits she wants to buy more breakthrough stones. Wang Xiao immediately looks troubled, because breakthrough stones are rare and his own mutated beasts already need them. Seeing that reaction, Fang Tianyu forces a smile and tries to back off before she loses face. But Wang Xiao knows Fang Tianyu is too proud to ask unless she truly needs help, so he asks how many she needs. Fang Tianyu lights up at once and says she only needs 10 more to finish the 15-stone breakthrough for her Ice Mountain Saintess. After thinking it through, Wang Xiao places all 9 of his remaining breakthrough stones into the trade column and promises to find the last one later. Fang Tianyu is stunned that he would hand them over before even naming a price. When Wang Xiao says the stones are free, Fang Tianyu's shock instantly turns into suspicion. Fang Tianyu calls him out in front of everyone, because Wang Xiao giving away soldiers and rare resources for free feels completely unlike him. The others pile on at once, convinced a schemer like Wang Xiao would never throw away 2 million in gifts without wanting something dangerous in return. Wang Xiao tries to act innocent and call the gifts a reunion present, but nobody in the room believes him anymore. Pressed from all sides, Wang Xiao finally admits what he wants. If needed, he wants them to lose to him in the academy ranking assessment. That confession detonates the room, and Fang Tianyu angrily throws the 9 stones back because she sees it as an insult to their dignity and the academy. The boys keep denouncing him until Han Bufan almost lets slip that he might have accepted for a better price, and the room instantly turns on him too. With the whole plan about to collapse, Wang Xiao can only sigh and beg them to at least hear the full explanation. Before he explains, Wang Xiao asks Tang Longji and Lin Xiang to step outside so the next part stays private. Once they are alone, the group sits back down, still annoyed, and Wang Xiao finally drops the joking tone. Wang Xiao tells them he cannot reveal everything, but he has a bad feeling the academy ranking assessment will not go smoothly. Tang Hingshan first takes it as another invasion joke, but Wang Zhao's face stays so serious that the laughter dies almost immediately. He finally says they can think of it as an alien invasion, and that one line makes the whole room turn cold. Han Bufan asks whether something has already happened, and Wang Xiao admits he is not sure yet, which is exactly why he wants to prepare in advance. Fang Tianyu is the first to see the shape of his plan and guesses that he wants them hidden as his reserve force. Wang Xiao confirms it. If he gives a signal, they should deliberately lose the first match hard, hide their real strength, and wait for his moment to strike back. He also makes clear that if no danger appears, they should forget all of this and just fight normally. Even after hearing him out, Lin Dong still senses there is one more uncomfortable truth Wang Xiao has not said yet. Wang Xiao reluctantly admits the real insult. Right now, they are still too weak to serve as the trump card he wants. That brutal honesty finally flips the mood, and the boys angrily accept his gifts as compensation while agreeing to help anyway. Fan Tianyu agrees too, but only on one condition: she wants all 10 breakthrough stones together, not 9 now and 1 later. Wang Xiao agrees at once and gives the 5 of them a solemn bow, because he knows the danger he is asking them to walk into could be real. Yang Fan brushes off the thanks with a joke, reminding Wang Xiao that ever since meeting him, every battle has already been dangerous anyway. With the deal settled, Wang Xiao calls Lin Xiang back in and starts paying for the cards everyone picked. Han Bufan takes the Holy Archangel, Lin Dong skips soldiers because of his blood pool talent, and Tang Hingshan and Yang Fan each choose a purple enhancement card instead. The cards are worth more than 1.5 million, but thanks to Wang Zhao's ties with the Lord's shop and Lin Xiang quietly doing him a favor, the final bill drops to 1 million. After the bill is settled, Fang Tianyu and the others head out of the shop in much better spirits with their new gains in hand. When Tang Longji also tries to leave, Wang Xiao stops him and bluntly says he should make up for tricking him into coming here in the first place. Tang Longji tries to throw the blame onto Dashan, but Wang Xiao casually reminds him that Tang Hingshan had once been his vassal too, making the family connection impossible to dodge. Realizing he is being threatened outright, Tang Longji sours and asks how much money Wang Xiao wants. Wang Xiao smiles wider and says he does not want money at all, only a small favor from a level 5 lord. Late that night, the two of them come out of the lord's shop side by side in completely opposite moods. The reason becomes clear fast. Over the last few hours, Wang Xiao dragged Tang Longji through 6 small military-sealed secret realms and let the level 5 lord do most of the fighting. That shameless favor pays off huge, because Wang Xiao comes away with more than 30 breakthrough stones and a pile of spirit grass and ores. After selling the extra resources to Lin Xiang, Wang Xiao not only earns back the 1 million he just spent on gifts but even turns a little profit on top. Tang Longji finally sees the whole trick and bitterly says Dashan was right. Wang Xiao really never does business at a loss. Wang Xiao laughs it off and calls himself just a junior, still pretending this whole squeeze was perfectly reasonable. Then the night takes a turn, because Wang Zhao's communicator suddenly rings and he pauses, wondering who would contact him this late. Late at night, Wang Xiao answers Ma Yunla's call expecting a normal chat, and instead hears a panicked cry for help. Ma Yunla gasps out that he is at Market East, 6th Street, and Wang Xiao immediately tells him to hold on. Tang Longji recognizes the location at once and sprints off to lead the rescue, with Wang Xiao rushing after him. They reach 6th Street fast, but the place is so empty that Wang Xiao fears Ma Yunla has already run past them. A breathless figure suddenly charges out of the darkness, with 2 more silhouettes chasing close behind. The runner turns out to be Ma Yunla, and he practically collapses in relief the moment he sees Wang Xiao. Tang Longji steps in front like a wall and coldly demands to know why the 2 strangers were chasing him. The pair identify themselves as Lang Lina and Lang Beauty, and insist the reason for the chase should be explained by Ma Yunla himself. Still sprawled on the ground, Ma Yunla protests that he already warned them the broken item might not work before they insisted on buying it. Lang Beauty throws out the disputed weapon, along what he says was sold as a powerful broken orange item with bee souls inside, only for it to fail completely in a secret realm. To settle the facts, Wang Xiao uses an identification scroll on the whip right there in the street. The item is confirmed as the 9 Dragon Whip, a broken orange weapon made from the live-extracted tendons of 9 mutated beasts, with 9 attribute attacks and a brutal backlash. Even though the crafting method sickens him, Wang Xiao admits the whip itself is real and reminds the twins that broken gear always comes with a risk. Ma Yunla quickly backs that up and says he warned them in advance, but the mood shifts the second the brothers bring up the price. The twins reveal the market value is only about 100,000 star coins, then force Ma Yunla to admit he took 2 million from them. Wang Xiao and Tang Longji are stunned, because even if the buyers named the number themselves, a 20 times markup is still shameless. The twins call it fraud, Ma Yunla calls it business, and the argument almost turns into a fight before Tang Longji physically blocks them apart. Tired of the ugly scene, Wang Xiao steps forward and orders everyone to stop. He picks up the 9 dragon whip and offers the twins 2 million star coins for it, choosing to end the mess by taking the item himself. Ma Yunla blurts out that he never takes back sold goods, and Wan Xiao snaps at him to shut up. The twins agree to the buyback, and Wan Xiao walks closer to complete the transfer. At close range, Wan Xiao realizes the brothers are nearly impossible to tell apart, with matching faces, hair, and clothes like true twins. Then one of them suddenly recognizes him as Wan Xiao, and the mood shifts again before the payment can go through. Instead of taking the money, the two brothers abruptly turn and bolt into the darkness. Wan Xiao is left frozen in confusion, and even Tang Longji has no idea why they ran. Tang Longji offers to chase them down for an answer, and Wan Xiao quickly sends him after them. With Tang Longji gone, Wan Xiao throws the whip back at Ma Yunla and scolds him for crossing the line just to make money. Ma Yunla grumbles that the buyers offered the price themselves, but Wan Xiao still calls him out for throwing away his principals over 2 million. Trying to soften the blow, Ma Yunla admits he originally bought the whip as a gift for Wan Xiao. That only shocks Wan Xiao more, because a beast tamer lord would hate a weapon made from mutated beast's live-extracted tendons. Ma Yunla hurriedly explains that he bought it before noticing the living tendon detail, and once he realized that part, he had already changed his mind. Wan Xiao can tell the intention was meant kindly, but the way Ma Yunla handled the sale still leaves a bad taste. Tang Longji soon returns out of breath and reports that the twins ran so fast he lost them completely after hundreds of meters. Wan Xiao tells Ma Yunla to hold on to the whip for now and refund the brothers later if they ever come back, even offering to let the money be deducted from his own payment. Ma Yunla refuses to let Wan Xiao eat that loss and instead transfers nearly 3 million star coins from the consigned resources he already sold. He adds that some goods still have not found buyers yet, so they can settle the rest after those sales are done. Wan Xiao agrees and immediately hands over more extra resources for Ma Yunla to sell. That makes Tang Longji wonder why Wan Xiao bothers with the broker at all when he also supplies the Lord's shop. Wan Xiao explains that the Lord's shop is safest for expensive high-level goods, but ordinary resources get lowballed there, so patient market sales earn him thousands more on each batch. Tang Longji stares at him and dryly concludes this is exactly why Wan Xiao has managed to save up tens of millions. Once Ma Yunla has caught his breath, the three prepare to leave together. Before they part, Wan Xiao asks Ma Yunla whether he knows a broker named Lan Dehai. Ma Yunla says yes, but describes Lan Dehai as a strange broker who refuses any deal above 10,000 star coins and has a reputation that sounds more mocking than respectful. That answer clashes with what Wan Xiao heard before, so he presses further and asks if Lan Dehai was really the one who taught Ma Yunla to do business. Ma Yunla explodes at the rumor and insists all his business sense came from his own talent, not from Lan Dehai at all. While Ma Yunla keeps bragging, Wan Xiao quietly pieces together the ugly implication that Lan Dehai lied on purpose just to gain his trust. The more he thinks, the clearer it feels that Lan Dehai wanted to create a fake friend of a friend connection, which means there was probably something wrong with him from the start. That suspicion brushes against Tian Gang's recent strange behavior, but the full connection still stays frustratingly out of reach. Ma Yunla, back in a better mood, offers to treat Wan Xiao and Tang Longji to supper as thanks for helping him. But Wan Zhao's mind is too tangled to enjoy food, so he politely turns the invitation down and leaves the trading market alone. As he walks and thinks, Wan Xiao remembers he still promised to deliver 10 breakthrough stones to Fang Tianyu tonight so his training will not be delayed tomorrow. Deep in thought, he heads toward the Fang family without noticing that the Lang brothers are back on a nearby rooftop, silently watching him from above. On a rooftop at night, Lang Lina spots Wan Xiao walking alone below and pushes to attack immediately with a challenge card. Lang Beauty stays cautious because they still cannot reach their deputy captain or Lan Dehai, and he refuses to rush in blind. When Turk also fails to answer, Lang Lina gets more anxious as Wan Xiao is about to slip out of sight. Just as Lang Lina is ready to tear open the card, Lang Beauty abruptly orders a retreat instead. Lang Beauty explains that Lan Dehai already warned them Wan Xiao is not simple, and their earlier disappearance may have made him suspicious. To prove the point, Lang Beauty indicates a dark alley where a figure may be a drunkard or may be an ambush waiting for them. Lang Beauty insists the mission is too important to handle carelessly and says the deputy captain already has a plan in motion. Lang Lina mocks him for sounding scared, but Lang Beauty coolly says this is strategy, not cowardice. Lang Beauty finally shows his true angle. If the deputy captain's plan fails instead of theirs, the brothers can step in later and enjoy the payoff themselves. When Lang Lina catches on and blurts out his excitement, Lang Beauty shushes him and keeps his scheme quiet. When Lang Lina asks what happens if the deputy captain's plan succeeds, Lang Beauty spells out the trick. As the men carrying it out, they can make sure it never succeeds cleanly. Lang Lina is thrilled by his brother's scheming, and the two finally back away from the roof without attacking Wan Xiao. Meanwhile, in Kaiyang City's West District, Wan Xiao reaches the rebuilt Fang family estate and is struck by how rich the family still looks after its recent destruction. He knocks on the gate, and a cranky middle-aged gatekeeper opens the side door, annoyed that someone came in the middle of the night. When Wan Xiao says he needs to see Fang Tianyu, the gatekeeper tries to send him away because she is already asleep. Wan Xiao blocks the door, insists the matter is urgent, and starts bribing the man to make an exception. The gatekeeper pretends to worry about rules, but 2 more coins are enough to buy his cooperation. A moment later, Fang Tianyu comes out half awake in loose pajamas and pink rabbit slippers, looking nothing like her usual cold, untouchable image. Her drowsy voice almost throws Wang Xiao off again, but he quickly remembers why he came and tells her he brought the breakthrough stones. Fang Tianyu snaps fully awake when she realizes Wang Xiao really gathered the breakthrough stones, and her sleepy confusion vanishes on the spot. Wang Xiao places all 10 stones into the trade interface, and Fang Tianyu accepts them in a daze as the impossible delivery becomes real. With the stones safely delivered, Wang Xiao casually tells Fang Tianyu to go back to sleep and then heads off, saying he will see her at the academy ranking assessment. Left behind in the night, Fang Tianyu checks the stones, pinches her own cheek, and realizes this was no dream at all. Watching Wang Xiao disappear, Fang Tianyu is left wide awake and deeply curious about how he got those stones in only a few hours. The next morning, Ma Yunle quietly calls Wang Xiao and reports that the 2 suspicious men fled the moment they saw him again. Ma Yunle followed them anyway and reveals the key shock. The 2 brothers went straight into Yaguang Academy. The detail that they are transfer students from Xiling on their first day makes everything click for Wang Xiao. He immediately connects them to Lan Dehai's so-called nephews and realizes this is no coincidence, but a much bigger problem. Wang Xiao tells Ma Yunle to shadow the brothers for the next few days and learn everything they do, everywhere they go, and everyone they meet. After ending that call, he immediately contacts Lin Xiang to set up extra surveillance through the Lord's shop as well. Wanting answers from Tian Gang, Wang Xiao heads to Yuheng Academy and goes straight for the teacher's office. Instead of finding Tian Gang, he learns another teacher is covering class because Tian Gang suddenly took sick leave. That convenient illness feels wrong to Wang Xiao, and his suspicion spikes hard enough that he bolts out of the office on the spot. Outside, he runs into Zhou Shiro and simply tells her to follow him before taking off at full speed. After a long hurried run, the 2 stop near a residential block, and Zhou Shiro finally demands to know what is going on. From cover near the residential block, Wang Xiao points out Tian Gang's home and says he suspects their teacher has been coerced into rebellion. With Zhou Shiro still reeling, Wang Xiao quickly lays out the chain linking Lan Dehai, the Lang brothers, and Tian Gang's earlier uneasy behavior. Wang Xiao adds one grim conclusion: no one is perfect, and Tian Gang's weakness is probably what they are using to control him. Before they can say more, Tian Gang's front door opens and 2 men in military uniforms step out into view. Zhou Shiro blurts out that one of the men is Tian Gang himself, almost unrecognizable without his glasses. The sight rattles Wang Xiao too, because he is certain Tian Gang is not actually military, and this disguise only makes the situation murkier. Before they can act, Tian Gang and the other uniformed man get into a military vehicle and drive off. Wang Xiao almost runs after the vehicle on instinct, but he stops himself and switches to a smarter way to track it. He immediately calls Adjutant Qi and passes along the suspicious military vehicle's plate number so the real military can track it. At the military building, Qi Lianjuan forwards Wang Xiao's plate number to surveillance, and then heads straight for Commander Chen's office. In Commander Chen's office, Qi Lianjuan presents a suspicious envelope addressed to him and explains it was thrown into the compound from a distance early the day before. Qi Lianjuan then spreads out surveillance photos showing the sender clearly: Tang Longji, a burly level 5 lord with former Central Continent military service who returned to Kaiyang about a year ago. The mention of Tang Longji's military background makes Qin Jingrong uneasy, but he still refuses to tell Qi Lianjuan what the letter actually says. Just as Qi Lianjuan turns to leave, his radio crackles with a new alert from surveillance. The military vehicle Wang Xiao flagged has appeared. A surveillance warning about a suspicious military vehicle reaches Qi Lianjuan, and Qin Jingrong immediately senses trouble. Qi Lianjuan explains that Wang Xiao already warned him about someone suspicious in a military car, so Qin Jingrong orders him to investigate at once. Down on the first floor, Tian Gang walks in disguise as military staff, but the sight of real soldiers all around him makes his nerves spike. Turk quietly tells Tian Gang not to look so tense, but Tian Gang presses him on why meeting his brother requires this shady fake uniform set up in the first place. Turk claims it is a special period and says not everyone can see Tian Gang's brother, leaving Tian Gang even more suspicious of who this man really is. Tian Gang remembers that Lan Dehai promised he could see his brother this morning, and now he cannot tell if Turk is legitimate or just frighteningly composed. Turk leads him into an elevator, presses a hidden control, and the car starts descending underground instead of going up. When the doors open again, a hidden underground corridor appears, and Turk warns that Tian Chang is in bad shape before leading him on. Tian Gang asks what happened, but Turk refuses to explain, forcing him to keep walking with that dread hanging over him. As they pass the rooms, Tian Gang sees that many of them hold human-shaped ice sculptures, and his fear for his brother gets much worse. Turk finally stops at one room and says Tian Chang is inside, but Tian Gang freezes for a second, afraid of what he is about to see. Turk coldly tells him not to worry because his brother is still warm, and Tian Gang rushes to the window to look inside. Inside the room, Tian Gang sees Tian Chang strapped to a bed, staring blankly upward and muttering to himself, and the sight hits him like a blow. Tian Gang panics and demands the door be opened, desperate to get to his little brother. Turk casually says he cannot open it because he does not have the authority, which makes Tian Gang realize this promise was never real. When Turk tries to brush it off and leave, Tian Gang grabs him by the collar and refuses to accept this fake meeting. The two argue in the corridor, with Tian Gang insisting he has to go inside and Turk snapping that he only agreed to let him look. Their struggle is interrupted when Qi Lianjuan arrives and sharply demands to know what they are doing down here. Turk instantly switches to a glib military act, saluting Qi Lianjuan and pretending he is just taking a new recruit on rounds. Qi Lianjuan immediately catches a flaw because he remembers Turk as a cleaner, not a prison guard. Turk tries to laugh it off and leave, but Qi Lianjuan stops him again and turns his attention to the disguised Tian Gang instead. Qi Lianjuan studies Tian Gang's face and says he looks familiar, pushing the whole disguise to the brink. Qi Lianjuan orders Tian Gang to remove his hat, and Tian Gang realizes he has already been recognized enough that one wrong move will expose him completely. The silence drags for a few seconds, and Turk suddenly realizes these two actually know each other. Tian Gang gives the faintest confirmation, expecting help, but Turk betrays him on the spot by shoving Qi Lianjuan and bolting. With Turk gone, Qi Lianjuan finally recognizes Tian Gang and blurts out his identity in shock. Tian Gang has no time to explain and just points after Turk, so Qi Lianjuan confidently says the runner cannot escape this place. Qi Lianjuan immediately radios for an ambush at the elevator, while Tian Gang panics and runs the wrong way deeper into the prison. Qi Lianjuan catches up and corners Tian Gang at a dead end, making it clear there is nowhere left to run. Instead of attacking, Qi Lianjuan questions him coldly about the disguise and the man who brought him here. Tian Gang still eyes the wide corridor like he might dash past him, but Qi Lianjuan reads that thought instantly and shuts it down. Qi Lianjuan promises he will not pursue the matter if Tian Gang cooperates, and that unexpected mercy finally breaks the standoff. When Tian Gang asks why he is helping, Qi Lianjuan answers plainly that he trusts Wang Zhao's judgment and believes Tian Gang must have his reasons. That trust finally crushes Tian Gang's resistance, and he slumps against the wall and says he will confess everything. A few minutes later, Tian Gang admits he helped two people get into Kaiyan Academy, and Turk used that favor to lure him here with the promise of seeing his brother. Tian Gang adds that those people were after the academy ranking assessment, a motive that leaves Qi Lianjuan thinking hard about what their real target could be. Before he can sort it out, Qi Lianjuan gets a call that Turk never came back up because he smashed the elevator cameras and went even deeper instead. The report says Turk stopped at the military preparation area and the information area, so Qi Lianjuan orders both places searched and the elevator sealed. With a full search about to begin, Qi Lianjuan tells Tian Gang he will send him out before the sweep starts. But Tian Gang stops and makes one last desperate request: let him meet Tian Chang, and he will accept any punishment after that. Qi Lianjuan nearly refuses, then explains that Tian Chang is in a critical treatment stage and any shock could ruin the progress made so far. Tian Gang asks what is wrong with his brother, but Qi Lianjuan says he cannot reveal the details and instead hands over his contact card. Qi Lianjuan promises that if Tian Gang calls in 2 days, he will personally arrange the meeting. When Tian Gang can barely believe it, Qi Lianjuan reveals the cruel irony. Wang Xiao had already contacted them, and the military was going to let him meet Tian Chang in 2 days anyway. That means Tian Gang was manipulated for nothing, and the thought of Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro worrying over him makes the shame hit so hard that he coughs up blood. Qi Lianjuan rushes to help, but Tian Gang stops him, wipes his mouth, and forces out a bitter excuse that he is fine. Tian Gang leaves with a staggering promise to return in 2 days, and Qi Lianjuan quietly tells the guards upstairs not to stop him. Back outside the military building at last, Tian Gang staggers out under strange looks and immediately sees Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro anxiously searching for him across the street. Outside the military building, Zhou Shiro spots teacher Tian first and excitedly tells Wang Xiao his deduction was right. Wang Xiao grumbles that it was deduction, not guessing, and Zhou Shiro immediately runs over to greet Tian Gang. Tian Gang looks terrible, but instead of brushing them off, he bows and thanks both of them. He reveals that Qi Lianjuan already told him they tried to arrange a meeting with Xiao Chang, so Wang Xiao awkwardly admits he hid it to avoid giving false hope. Then Tian Gang drops the real good news: Commander Chen already agreed, and the meeting will happen in 2 days. Before they can celebrate, Tian Gang suddenly drops to his knees and apologizes for rejecting their help out of pride. Wang Xiao quickly pulls him up and gently says this was exactly why people say the player sees less clearly than the observer. Tian Gang realizes Wang Xiao understands far more than he expected and can only sigh that he wishes Xiao Chang were half this smart. With Tian Gang still weak, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro help him to the roadside and take him straight to the hospital. Not far away, Turk watches the taxi leave, his eyes turning cold when he recognizes Wang Xiao. Once the car is gone, Turk uses his communicator to report that he has been exposed and tells the other side to take over. Back in the Commander-in-Chief's office, Qi Lianjuan finishes his report, while Qin Jingrong sits with his eyes closed, barely containing his anger. After a long silence, Qin Jingrong asks if the infiltrator has been caught, and Qi Lianjuan can only admit the search is still ongoing. Qi Lianjuan also asks whether Tian Gang should be brought back for investigation, but Qin Jinrong dismisses the idea and sends him outside. The moment the door closes, a violent crash erupts from inside the office. Alone at last, Qin Jinrong erupts, crushing one steel armrest, mangling the other, and raging that first Wan Xiao and then an enemy both slipped into his military building. Still seething, he grabs the heavy office chair and hurls it into the wall hard enough to shatter it. After venting, Qin Jinrong smooths his clothes, calls Qi Lianjuan back in, orders human resources and security to report to him, and casually asks logistics for a new chair. When Qi Lianjuan leaves again, Qin Jinrong stares out the window and quietly admits that Wan Xiao has brought him one surprise after another. Later at Yuheng Academy, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro escort the still pale Tian Gang across campus and complain that he should be resting, not walking around like this. Tian Gang answers that he insisted on coming back to the academy to recuperate, which only confuses the two of them more. At the office building entrance, Academy head Huang Tingwei comes out, takes one look at Tian Gang, and snaps that they should get him to the infirmary immediately. But before anyone can move, Tian Gang stops them and says he came here to tell Huang Tingwei something important. Then Tian Gang quietly says he is resigning, and everyone there is stunned on the spot. When Huang Tingwei asks why, Tian Gang says his ego made him fail badly enough that he no longer feels worthy to teach students. Zhou Shiro and Wang Xiao rush to defend him, arguing that he was manipulated and that he had really been trying to keep them out of danger. Seeing Tian Gang waver, Huang Tingwei suddenly says he will approve the resignation, shocking Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro into protesting. Huang Tingwei immediately adds a condition. Because the academy ranking assessment is too close, Tian Gang has to stay and help for a few more days first. With that settled by force, Huang Tingwei orders Zhou Shiro to take Tian Gang to the infirmary and tells Wang Xiao to stay behind. After Zhou Shiro leaves with Tian Gang, Huang Tingwei asks Wang Xiao the real question: can Yuheng Academy beat Kaiyang in the coming ranking assessment? Wang Xiao answers carefully that as a former Kaiyang student he cannot speak lightly, so all he can promise is to do his best and leave the rest to fate. Huang Tingwei laughs at that answer, then abruptly changes the subject and asks how Wang Zhao's blazing golden crow is doing. Wang Xiao is startled that Huang Tingwei knows about it, then remembers the academy head was the one who brought back the secret realm where that mutated beast came from. So Wang Xiao tells him the truth: the blazing golden crow already broke through to level 1 platinum, but something about it still feels wrong. Before Wang Xiao can explain, Huang Tingwei bluntly guesses the core problem: that bird is afraid of death. Wang Xiao admits that is part of it, but says the golden crow is stranger than simple cowardice because it even wants to dodge weaker enemies unless he absolutely needs it to fight. What makes it even weirder is that when Wang Xiao truly needs its power, the golden crow stops avoiding him and performs perfectly, almost like a different creature. When Wang Xiao asks if Huang Tingwei understands that behavior, the academy head scoffs that he is not a beast tamer and sends him off to prepare for the assessment. But Wang Xiao stops him for one last concern and asks whether he really plans to let Tian Gang leave after the ranking assessment. Huang Tingwei turns and stares at him so coldly that Wang Xiao nearly panics under the pressure. Then Huang Tingwei scolds him for asking something so stupid, since if he truly meant to let Tian Gang go, he would have approved it on the spot. Wang Xiao finally catches up and excitedly realizes Huang Tingwei is buying time so the students can help convince Tian Gang to stay. Huang Tingwei says that is only part of it, because Tian Gang also needs time to cool down, and in the end whether he stays will depend on what the students do next. Wang Xiao immediately accepts the mission with a grin, and after sending him off with a laugh, Huang Tingwei is left standing alone in quiet, heavy thought. 2 days later, Tian Gang stands outside the military building on the day Qi Lianjuan promised to let him meet his recovering brother, but the closer the truth gets, the more uneasy he looks. Wang Xiao tries to joke him into moving, but Tian Gang's silence makes it obvious he is stalling because he fears the answer waiting inside. Zhou Shiro gently suggests going back, but Tian Gang steadies himself and says that if there is a problem, he has to face it sooner or later. After finally making up his mind, Tian Gang walks into the military building alone. When Zhou Shiro moves to follow, Wang Xiao stops her and quietly explains that Tian Gang probably does not want his students seeing his reaction once he learns the truth. Wang Xiao lowers his voice even more and warns that they are still on bad terms with Commander Chen, so staying too close to the military could expose them. Before they can say more, Wang Zhao's communicator rings, and the call is from Qi Lianjuan. Wang Xiao answers, but a cold order from the communicator tells him to get upstairs immediately, and then cuts off before he can respond. Zhou Shiro recognizes the voice as Chen Jinrong's, and both of them are left wondering why the commander wants Wang Xiao now. Even without understanding the reason, Wang Xiao decides he has to go because Chen Jinrong would not summon him like this without a serious cause. To stay safe, Wang Xiao ducks into an empty alley and uses the Nirvana mask, changing his one visible body into a middle-aged man before heading in alone. Because Zhou Shiro cannot change her appearance and is too closely linked to him, Wang Xiao leaves her outside and heads into the building by himself. Inside the Commander-in-Chief's office, disguised Wang Xiao opens the door expecting Chen Jinrong alone and freezes when he sees Tang Longji there too. Wang Xiao blurts out Uncle Tang in surprise, and Tang Longji only sees a wrinkled stranger calling him that, which makes the moment weird instantly. Realizing the mistake, Wan Xiao cancels the disguise and reveals his real young face, and Tang Longji immediately gets curious about the transformation prop. Tang Longji gets excited about the mask, but Qin Jinrong suddenly slams the table and cuts off the reunion before it can continue. With the office quiet again, Qin Jinrong pulls out an envelope and demands to know exactly what it means. Wan Xiao checks the envelope and notices only the words to Commander Chen, but Tang Longji's guilty face gives away that this is his so-called anonymous method. Wan Xiao admits the envelope came from his side and explains that it contains their investigation into Wu Yan, sent anonymously to avoid exposing their connection. Instead of calming down, Qin Jinrong turns quiet and more dangerous, and Wan Xiao realizes the letter itself is not what truly angered him. Qin Jinrong finally spells it out in a burst of anger. Wan Xiao is a student hired only to assist, yet he investigated military targets and handed over intelligence like he was doing the army's job for them. Wan Xiao tries to explain that he was only helping, but Qin Jinrong cuts him off and reminds him that assist has limits he already crossed. Qin Jinrong throws down more papers and bluntly points out the bigger issue. Wan Xiao not only investigated people like Wu Yan, he also went out and met the criminals himself. Still unconvinced, Wan Xiao lowers his head and answers softly, but Qin Jinrong reads that resistance immediately. Then Qin Jinrong makes it official and harsher than before, banning Wan Xiao from this case entirely unless he gives a direct order. That order finally snaps Wan Zhao's patience, and he asks outright whether Qin Jinrong is throwing him aside now that the case is almost solved. Tang Longji panics and tells Wan Xiao to apologize, but Qin Jinrong raises a hand and stops him before answering himself. Qin Jinrong says flatly that even if he is burning the bridge, Wan Xiao can do nothing about it. With nothing left to say, Wan Xiao swallows his anger, turns away, and slams the office door so hard the silk banner on the wall trembles. As soon as Wan Xiao is gone, Tang Longji turns back and asks why Qin Jinrong had to treat a child that harshly. Qin Jinrong finally drops the hard front and admits the opposite of what Wan Xiao thinks. He is pushing the boy away because this case is too dangerous to let him get any deeper. Tang Longji assumes Qin Jinrong means the violent Purple Star people, but Qin Jinrong quietly says that is not the danger he is talking about. Tapping the letters, Qin Jinrong realizes Wan Xiao must not know everything they uncovered, because if he did, he would never have reacted like that. To bury that truth immediately, Qin Jinrong burns the letters and crushes the ashes himself. Then Qin Jinrong switches back into commander mode, orders Tang Longji to keep this matter absolutely secret, and even threatens to bury the entire Tang family if a third person learns it. Qin Jinrong warns that Wan Xiao will probably come asking questions soon, and Tang Longji agrees he will have to prepare a lie good enough to fool a smart kid. Still troubled, Tang Longji asks if Qin Jinrong had known that hidden truth for a long time, and Qin Jinrong admits he did, though he still does not know who the child involved is. The moment Tang Longji presses again, Qin Jinrong's face turns dangerous, and Tang Longji immediately backs off and hurries out. Left alone, Qin Jinrong locks the office, triggers a hidden mechanism in the file cabinet, and opens a secret passage to a thick mithril vault door. He enters the vault of S-Class top secret files and pulls an old photograph from the bottom of a document stack. In the old photo, a much younger Qin Jinrong is smiling in uniform beside another young soldier whose face eerily resembles Wang Bao's. Rubbing the old photo with his fingertips, Qin Jinrong quietly counts the years and confirms this buried connection has been haunting him for 6 years. Outside the military building, Zhou Shiro is casually sipping iced milk tea when Wan Xiao suddenly storms out with a dark face. She immediately warns him that he came out in his real face and needs to transform back before someone recognizes him. Wan Xiao snaps that it no longer matters, grabs her drink, and bitterly says helping other people only gets him treated like this cup. He slams the milk tea onto the ground in a petty burst of anger, splashing it across the street. Zhou Shiro instantly smacks him and demands he pay for her milk tea instead of throwing a tantrum. The slap cools him down, and Wan Xiao quietly apologizes while pulling her toward the milk tea shop. On the way over, Wan Xiao finally admits that Commander Chen just scolded him for stealing the limelight. Zhou Shiro is stunned and asks what happened, because that accusation makes no sense to her. He buys 2 new drinks, sits with her by the street, and explains the whole situation from inside the military building. After hearing it all, even Zhou Shiro feels Qin Jinrong went too far, but before she can comfort him, Tang Longji walks out of the building. Zhou Shiro points Tang Longji out and suggests asking him, since he just spent a long time talking with Commander Chen. But the moment Tang Longji meets Wan Zhao's eyes, he looks away and hurries off as if he never saw him. Wan Xiao gives up immediately and mutters that trouble is when you learn who your real friends are. He throws away his empty cup, stands up, and abruptly decides they are going back to the academy to prepare for tomorrow's ranking assessment. Zhou Shiro is still confused and asks about Commander Chen, but Wan Xiao bluntly says he does not care anymore and walks off. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wan Xiao says he needs harder training and heads straight for the building with the teleportation doors. Zhou Shiro starts checking the secret realm list for something suitable, but Wan Xiao does not even wait and walks into the nearest portal. She has no choice but to follow, and inside the secret realm she quickly realizes something is wrong with the way he is fighting. Wan Xiao summons all his mutated beasts and tears through enemies with no strategy at all, fighting like he is trying to burn his anger out. Whenever his energy runs dry, he just drinks another recovery potion and charges into the next secret realm without stopping. By the third realm, Joshiro understands this is not training anymore, it is pure venting, and she cannot even find room to help him fight. She has never seen him this close to losing control, but instead of lecturing him, she decides the only thing she can do is stay by his side. So every time he empties himself out again, Joshiro silently hands him another recovery potion. After grinding through who knows how many realms, maybe 10 or 20, Wan Xiao finally stops. Joshiro offers one more potion and gently asks if he feels any better now. Wan Xiao takes it, says he feels much better, and thanks her with a real smile this time. When she asks what they should do next, Wan Xiao suddenly laughs and decides he is done for today and just wants to go home and sleep. They leave the secret realm, and only then do they realize it is already fully dark outside. Wan Xiao says he is too tired to walk her back tonight, and waves her off before heading away alone. But as soon as he turns a corner, the fatigue vanishes, and he quietly peeks back to see whether Joshiro really left. Instead, he looks straight into Joshiro's eyes and jumps in shock when she catches him in the act. Wan Xiao tries to turn it around and asks why she is following him, but Joshiro immediately points out that he only knows because he was sneaking a look back. When he makes up a flimsy excuse, Joshiro teases that he always raises his eyebrows when he lies and tricks him into proving it. Caught again, Wan Xiao drops the act and admits he wants to question Commander Chin because, after calming down, he sees several suspicious points in what happened today. Joshiro accepts that answer right away and even suggests bringing gifts, since the argument with Chen Jinrong was so heated. Wan Xiao is startled that she wants to go too, and Joshiro makes it obvious that of course she is not letting him go alone. Before he can object, Joshiro drags him off to the trading market to look for something suitable. While they browse through the crowd, Wan Xiao suddenly spots an old acquaintance and blurts out Lan Dehai's name. Wan Xiao is sure he is not mistaken, because Lan Dehai has bothered him ever since their earlier meeting and Ma Yunla's clues only made him more suspicious. He tells Joshiro to follow and immediately chases after Lan Dehai through the market. As they run, Wan Xiao explains that he suspects Lan Dehai is tied to the Purple Star people, and proving it would be the best gift they could bring Commander Chin. Joshiro just smiles at him, amused that the same man who swore off helping Qing Jinrong is already rushing to do exactly that. When she reminds him of his milk tea outburst, Wan Xiao can only mumble that angry words should not count. Their banter ends when Wan Xiao spots Lan Dehai again, this time heading into a quiet alley where following him openly would be obvious. Wan Xiao quickly uses the Nirvana mask and changes his appearance into a plain middle-aged man so he can slip into the alley alone. He tells Joshiro they would be too big a target together, and orders her to wait, while he checks the alley himself. Joshiro grabs him and refuses, because if Lan Dehai really is connected to Purple Star then Wan Xiao could be walking into a trap. Wan Xiao insists he knows his limits, breaks free, and disappears into the darkness before she can stop him again. Left outside alone, Joshiro can only wait, because his disguise gives him a chance to escape, but her following would expose them both. More than an hour passes with no sign of Wan Xiao, and the bad feeling in her chest keeps getting worse. She is torn between staying hidden and rushing in after him, right up until someone calls out to her from behind. It is Ma Yunla, and Joshiro reacts like she just found reinforcements, grabbing him and begging for help. She tells him Wan Xiao followed Lan Dehai into that alley and has not come back, so she needs Ma Yunla to check inside right now. Ma Yunla is baffled by the whole story, but Joshiro is too frantic to explain more and pushes him to look first. He finally agrees and walks into the alley, while Joshiro stays outside clinging to that thin bit of hope. 5 minutes later Ma Yunla comes back looking irritated and asks if Joshiro is playing some kind of joke on him. He says the alley is a dead end with only an abandoned house inside, and there is no sign of Wan Xiao, Lan Dehai, or even a trace of either of them. Joshiro cannot believe it, because she clearly saw Wan Xiao run in there herself. At that point she stops caring about exposure and sprints into the alley herself to find him. Inside, her eyes adjust to the darkness, and she sees that the alley really is a 10-meter dead end boxed in by a tall bare wall and a rundown residence. She spots the open courtyard door and heads straight into the abandoned property without hesitating. The yard is overgrown and the house beyond looks close to collapsing, but Joshiro is too desperate to care and rushes inside anyway. But inside there is nothing except dust and broken furniture, and the terrible answer finally lands on her. Her strength gives out, and Joshiro sinks to the floor whispering that Wan Xiao is really gone. When Ma Yunla catches up and sees her like that, his complaints die on the spot, and he can only ask carefully if Wan Xiao really came here. Joshiro turns to him with tears pouring down her face and repeats in a trembling voice that Wan Xiao is gone. In the abandoned courtyard, Ma Yunla can only watch Joshiro cry, wanting to comfort her but not knowing how. After a helpless pause, Ma Yunla suggests calling the military, and that one idea instantly gives Joshiro something to cling to. The moment she hears military, Joshiro jumps up and sprints out before Ma Yunla can even react. Ma Yunla chases after her, only to find she is already gone and grumble at how absurdly fast she moved. Once the coast is clear, the fake Ma Yunla parts the weeds and reveals the real Ma Yunla unconscious in the grass, apologizing for stealing a chance to escape. After bowing to the unconscious real Ma Yunla, the imposter in Ma Yunla's appearance turns and runs out of the courtyard. The next day at Yuheng Academy, the whole school gathers for the ranking assessment send-off while Huang Tingwei speaks from the rostrum. Most of the qualified students look proud, but Zhou Shiro, Su Junru, and Yi Han are weighed down by Wang Zhao's disappearance while Gao Lixuan stands nearby in the same tense lineup. Yi Han quietly asks if Zhou Shiro might have mistaken what she saw in the dark, but her silence says she still believes Wang Xiao really vanished there. Su Junru cuts Yi Han off and tries to steady Zhou Shiro, insisting Wang Xiao may have found a clue and chased after it on impulse. Zhou Shiro breaks down again, saying she waited outside Wang Zhao's house all night and he never came back. Su Junru tries one more weak excuse, but even she knows it makes no sense with the ranking assessment about to start. Gao Lixuan suddenly asks whether Zhou Shiro is still bound by her vassal contract, looking for a colder but clearer answer. When Zhou Shiro confirms the contract is still active, Gao Lixuan bluntly concludes that Wang Xiao is alive. That proof calms nothing for Zhou Shiro, because knowing Wang Xiao is alive does not tell her where he is. Gao Lixuan dismisses her fear in his usual rough way, saying Wang Xiao even handled Crimson Star's royal family, so this should be nothing. Su Junru quietly rebukes him, reminding him that anyone would worry after someone vanished for an entire night. Gao Lixuan grumbles that women are troublesome, but the moment is cut short as the decorated departure minibus rolls in. With the ceremony over, Su Junru squeezes Zhou Shiro's shoulder and guides her toward the bus. Even as she boards, Zhou Shiro keeps looking back toward the academy gate, still hoping Wang Xiao will appear at the last second. The team rides into Kaiyang City's packed Central Square, where the ranking assessment has been turned into a huge public spectacle. The square is fully set for a global broadcast, with a massive crystal screen, a commentary platform, and prestigious seats for city leaders and academy heads. Seeing the roaring crowd, most of the students light up, because this assessment can put their names in front of all 12 domains. Huang Tingwei hypes them up one last time, reminding them that today's performance could shape their entire future. Then he kicks the bus door open and sends them out like warriors stepping onto a stage. The Yuheng students roar together and pile out of the vehicle, while Su Junru, as the late replacement, ends up last in line. Just before Su Junru gets off, the middle-aged driver grabs her from behind and oddly asks her for a favor. Elsewhere in the square, Lang Buli and Lang Lina study the Yuheng team and confirm that Wang Xiao really is missing. They decide Lan Dehai was probably right, and assume Wang Xiao overheard their target list last night and stayed away on purpose. But without Wang Xiao present, they start worrying whether the other academies are strong enough to make their own planned loss look natural. Lang Buli decides they still have to wait and see, because Kaiyang Academy and Nine Heavens Academy may still bring dangerous lords of their own. Right then, Kaiyang Academy's bus arrives and the crowd erupts for the city's long-dominant first-place school. Su Junru tries to pull Zhou Shiro's attention out of her gloom by telling her to look at the Kaiyang team. The Kaiyang team steps out in battle armor with Fan Tianyu leading, and the leader's cold striking looks immediately draw a wave of reactions from the crowd. Zhou Shiro recognizes the Kaiyang lineup and quietly points out that 2 students near the back only entered the top 10 after Tian Chang was arrested and Wang Xiao transferred away. Just saying Wang Zhao's name makes Zhou Shiro tear up again, and Su Junru immediately hugs her from behind without pressing further. When the Kaiyang team comes over, Fan Tianyu is startled by Zhou Shiro's swollen eyes and first assumes Wang Xiao must have bullied her. Han Bufan starts angrily defending Zhou Shiro, but cuts himself off when he realizes Wang Xiao is not even here. Fan Tianyu asks where Wang Xiao is, and that simple question pushes Zhou Shiro into crying even harder. Su Junru has to explain for her, telling Kaiyang Academy that Wang Xiao disappeared last night. The Kaiyang students are stunned, and Lin Dong steps forward anxiously to ask how Wang Xiao could just vanish like that. Zhou Shiro manages to say that they went to the trading market. Wang Xiao entered an alley, and he was simply gone. Before anyone can make sense of it, venue staff step in and order the teams back to their assigned positions. Then Nine Heavens Academy arrives with much less fanfare, drawing only a few calls from parents in the crowd. As the Nine Heavens team gets out, Li Keifu calls out to Zhou Shiro from afar. But before Zhou Shiro can answer Li Keifu, she spots Lu Yuyang at the front of the team and freezes in shock. Lu Yuyang recognizes her too, smiles like an old acquaintance, and leaves his team to walk straight over. He greets Zhou Shiro with slick familiarity and openly flirts, acting as if he still has the right to approach her. When Lu Yuyang reaches for her hair, Su Junru steps in and smacks his hand away on the spot. Su Junru plants herself in front of Zhou Shiro and coldly calls Lu Yuyang out as a shameless creep. Yi Han and Gao Lixuan immediately move up too, making it clear Yuheng Academy will not let him push Zhou Shiro around. Gao Lixuan goes straight for the throat, warning Lu Yuyang that he can die for bullying someone from Yuheng. The commotion draws Kaiyang Academy over too, and Fan Tianyu comes with the Kaiyang students to stand on Zhou Shiro's side. Nine Heavens Academy rushes over when they see Lu Yuyang surrounded, and in seconds all 3 academy teams are tangled together. Nobody even agrees on what happened anymore, and the hot-blooded students erupt into a full shouting match about bullying, shame, and academy pride. At the center of the mess, Lu Yuyang is left completely baffled that one sleazy move somehow sparked a 3 academy near brawl. The square is already tense before the test even starts, with the 3 academies glaring each other down and Kaiyang and Yuhing looking closest to a fight. When the uproar draws too much attention, the city lord frowns, staff rush in to restore order, and Qin Jinrong silently pushes the commentators to calm the crowd. One commentator almost brings up the missing Wang Xiao, but Qin Jinrong's glare shuts that down fast and the pair hurriedly switch to empty hype about Lu Yuyang instead. Even after the teams are pulled apart, Lu Yuyang leans in with a smug promise that he will make Zhou Shirua his vassal lord. Su Junru immediately cuts him off, wraps an arm around Zhou Shirua, and treats the threat like disgusting nonsense. But Zhou Shirua barely cares about Lu Yuyang at all, because what really crushes her is not knowing whether Wang Xiao is safe. Su Junru notices how shaken she is, gently reassures her that Wang Xiao will be fine, and Zhou Shirua can only hope that is true. Once all 9 teams are present, the ranking assessment officially begins and the square turns from noisy drama to cold competition. Then the first twist lands. Inside the secret realm, the strongest platinum beasts are worth the fewest points, while weak black iron beasts are worth the most. The crowd erupts at once, because the scoring sounds completely backward and nobody can believe the announcer did not make a mistake. The commentator tells everyone to wait, and the next rule makes the trap much worse. Beating another participant takes all of that person's personal points. After that, the real target list is announced, with lower-ranked academies worth little and Kaiyang Academy worth a massive jackpot, especially Fan Tianyu's 1,000-point captain bounty. The square goes dead with shock, because one captain from Kaiyang is now worth more than whole low-ranked teams and everyone instantly understands what kind of bloodbath these rules are inviting. Up in the stands, Huang Tingwei sees it for what it is and says the rules are practically forcing the students to hunt each other. Another academy head points out that the backward beast scoring will keep the strongest monsters alive too, so the secret realm will stay dangerous on top of the player hunt. Academy head Jiang mockingly points out that being weak suddenly has benefits, because his entire 9 Heavens team is worth less than a single top captain. Huang Tingwei bristles at the mockery, but another academy head cuts in and bluntly says this is a massacre aimed at the top academies and a complete reshuffle of the rankings. That warning hits home when Huang Tingwei notices the lower-ranked academy heads looking at them not with mockery, but with pure predator greed. Down in the preparation area, Fan Tianyu feels the same thing from the student's side, because the moment her score is announced, countless hostile eyes lock onto her. When the commentator finally shouts to start, the huge teleportation gate lights up and the lower-ranked academies rush in first without hesitation. Only the top 3 teams stay behind, because under these rules charging in blind would be walking into a coordinated ambush. Yihan quietly proposes an alliance with Kaiyang, thinking the 2 top academies should survive the opening hunt together. Gao Lishuan rejects that idea immediately, because to him Kaiyang's 5,500 points are too valuable to ignore if Yuheng wants to win. He walks straight up to Fan Tianyu and arrogantly says he might spare them if her whole team surrenders to him instead. Fan Tianyu returns the insult without changing expression, and the brief unity from earlier instantly vanishes. Caught between her new classmates and her old schoolmates, Zhou Shirua looks miserable because helping either side would feel wrong. Gao Lishuan leaves with one last taunt, saying he will let Kaiyang live for 1 hour, and Yuheng follows him toward the gate. As she passes Fan Tianyu, Zhou Shirua quietly apologizes for going with Yuheng. Then Su Junru suddenly grabs Fan Tianyu and, after making sure the others are gone, whispers a shocking secret. She is Wang Xiao, and she already has a plan. After passing through the gate, Zhou Shirua arrives in what looks like a wasteland and forces herself to focus on the fight instead of Wang Zhao's disappearance. A shout from Yihan makes everyone look back, and the battlefield's real shape is so bizarre it stops the whole team cold. The secret realm is not one terrain at all, but 4 different venues crudely stitched together, with the wasteland cut by hard lines into lava, iceberg, and sea regions. After the team finally snaps out of it, Su Junru is the first to think clearly and says they should pick a venue that matches their talents and let Zhou Shiro build a base there. Gao Lishuan accepts that reasoning right away and orders everyone to report which attribute field suits them best. Listening to Su Junru talk, Zhou Shirua suddenly feels her way of thinking sounds strangely familiar, and a wild thought flashes through her mind. She almost wonders if Su Junru could somehow be Wang Xiao, but then instantly panics at her own idea and talks herself out of it. Once the votes are counted, the Earth Wasteland wins by a small margin, so Gao Lishuan decides the team will set up there. Zhou Shirua immediately takes out her materials to start building the base that the whole plan depends on. But before she can begin, one enemy team drops out of the sky and Yuheng instantly shifts into a full defensive formation around their builder. The leader of that team is Lu Yuyang, and he makes it obvious he came for Zhou Shirua the moment he lands. He repeats his earlier threat right to her face, saying again that he will make her his vassal lord. Su Junru steps in front of Zhou Shirua again and coldly tells him he is still dreaming. Lu Yuyang just smiles and says they will find out soon, which is bad enough until a new gust of wind makes everyone look up. The real crisis appears overhead, because 2 more teams are already descending from the ice and lava sides, turning Yuheng's opening into a 3-team siege. 2 more academy teams drop into the Mystic Realm, and Yuheng realizes the new arrivals are only the 6th-ranked Xuanji and 7th-ranked Quanshu teams. The 3 lower-ranked academies split apart and lock Yuheng into a triangle, making it clear this is a planned surround, not a chance meeting. Outside the arena, the commentators excitedly call it the low-ranked school's counterattack and guess they picked Yuheng to test whether they can challenge first-place Kaiyang later. Academy head Jiang says nothing, but his smug little gesture toward Huang Tingwei and Qin Kaiyang makes both men grind their teeth. Qin Kaiyang warns Huang Tingwei that Yuheng may take a huge loss here, because even Gao Lishuan and Yihan should struggle against a 3-way siege. Huang Tingwei shoots back that Kaiyang is next if Yuheng falls, and the 2 academy heads trade confident hints that both schools are hiding trump cards. Back inside the Mystic Realm, Gao Lishuan steps to the front and needles Xuanji captain Zhao Tianque for acting brave before but now hiding inside a coalition. Zhao Tianque snaps that this is just cooperation, but Gao Lishuan immediately drives a wedge into the alliance by asking who gets Yuheng's captain points. For a second, Yuheng hopes the alliance will crack over the reward split, because everyone knows multi-party cooperation usually falls apart over benefits. But Lu Yuyang shuts that plan down at once, saying they already agreed on the split before joining forces. Lu Yuyang lays out the terms coldly. Xuanji takes 5 members' points, Quanshu takes 3 members plus Yuheng's captain, and 9 Heavens wants only Zhou Shiro. Su Junru instantly steps in front of Zhou Shiro and spits back that they can forget it, and Yuheng finally drops all talk and prepares to fight for real. Yuheng explodes into battle formation as 30 heavy shield goblins slam their giant shields into the ground and raise an iron wall around the whole team. Fire Alliance summons keep pouring out behind the shield wall, and the gold-quality lava ripper lands with a burst of scorching pressure that sweeps across the battlefield. The allied schools answer with their own summons, and because they came prepared for Yuheng, most of their frontline troops are ice attribute to counter the fire-heavy lineup. Lu Yuyang pulls back to a safer position and orders everyone to stick to the plan, betting that this arena will limit Yuheng's fire soldiers enough for a combined rush. Gao Lishuan catches the enemy's intent at once and, with a wicked grin, turns to Yihan like he has been waiting for exactly this. Yihan answers with swagger, his pitch-black eyes lighting with real flame as he prepares to show why they call him an elemental overlord. When Yihan unleashes elemental domain, a scarlet ring blasts out from under his feet and turns the surrounding 1,000 meters into a sea of lava in seconds. The crowd outside goes wild at the sight of a student rewriting the battlefield by himself, and even people in the stands can feel how overwhelming Yihan's talent is. Huang Tingwei immediately starts bragging that he trained Yihan himself, only for Qin Kaiyang and the other academy heads to brush it off as normal for a level 9 genius. Back in the fight, the allied ice troops are heavily weakened by the lava field, but their ranged soldiers keep firing in a non-stop bombardment from outside Yuheng's shield wall. Yuheng fires back through the pressure, but the same heavy shield wall protecting them also blocks their view, so they can only suppress blindly and stop the enemy from getting close. As both sides burn through energy fast, Gao Lishuan slips over to Zhou Shiro and asks the one thing that matters now: how long would it take her to build a base here? Zhou Shiro answers honestly that even a bare minimum base would still need half an hour, and Gao Lishuan's face tightens because he knows they do not have that kind of time. Before the problem can stall them, Su Junru cuts in and quietly offers Gao Lishuan a risky plan instead. Su Junru whispers the details into Gao Lishuan's ear, and even he looks surprised by what she is proposing. She admits she is not sure it will work, but she still thinks it is worth trying, and after a brief pause Gao Lishuan bites the bullet and agrees. Outside the shield wall, Zhao Tianque gets impatient and presses Lu Yuyang again, asking when the promised power-up is finally coming. Lu Yuyang stays cool and says they are waiting for Yuheng to show a flaw, because Yihan's lava domain and lava ripper both drain his energy and cannot last forever. He tells the other captains to recover for now, then promises that once Yihan starts to fade, his own lord talent will smash the shield wall in one push. Zhao Tianque immediately circles back to the reward split, and insists again that he wants the points from 5 Yuheng members after the breakthrough. Right on cue, the battlefield cools as the lava starts hardening into black ground, and Lu Yuyang instantly sees his opening. He shouts for the attack, and the recovered ice-type melee soldiers surge forward the moment the oppressive lava pressure drops. Then Lu Yuyang slams his palms together, and releases all things increase, spreading a dark green formation under the allied army. Every allied soldier caught in the formation swells to a larger size and suddenly hits far above its original level, turning the whole charge into a boosted breakthrough. From the audience's view, it looks like Lu Yuyang's formation is forcing Yuheng backwards step by step, and the last ranked 9 Heavens captain suddenly becomes the center of attention. Under the enhanced barrage, the first volley finally makes fine cracks spread across Yuheng's supposedly impenetrable heavy shields. Lu Yuyang sees the cracks and realizes the trap is working, so he orders everyone to pour everything in and break Yuheng in one go. More than 100 enhanced soldiers crash into the shield wall together, and one of the giant shields finally shatters into flying light. The alliance surges for the opening, convinced they have punched through at last. But the instant they try to flood through, an incandescent pillar of fire erupts straight out of the gap and cuts off the charge. Yihan's fire attack erupts on the live broadcast like a second sun, blinding the audience for a moment. When the light fades, a 100-meter lava river is still burning across the wasteland, and the Alliance Army's charge has been almost completely erased in one hit. The result is so absurd that even Ihan stares in disbelief at the damage his own straight-line skill somehow caused. Gao Lishuan, just as stunned, gives Su Junru a thumbs up and jokes that she deserves a pay cut for a plan that worked too well. Su Junru coldly says the trap only worked because Lu Yuyang was too confident and shoved his people straight into the opening. Then Su Junru drops the smile and says stage 1 is done, and it's time to start stage 2. While building the base nearby, Zhou Shiro hears that line and gets the same strange familiar feeling again from Su Junru. Zhou Shiro wonders again if Su Junru is really Wang Xiao in disguise, but with everyone watching she holds herself back. On the other side, the Alliance army is left staring at the wreckage as their frontline troops and buffs collapse all at once. Zhao Tianque snaps first and demands that Lu Yuyang explain the disaster after promising a sure win. Still reeling, Lu Yuyang makes it worse by blurting out that their soldiers were just too weak. That one sentence sets off Xuanji and Quan Shu, because they were the ones bleeding on the front line while Lu Yuyang stood back and buffed. Even the 9 Heaven students start looking at Lu Yuyang with distrust, and he finally realizes he just talked himself into a corner. Gao Lishuan steps out through the shield wall gap and loudly thanks Lu Yuyang for his brilliant plan, pretending the inside job is already settled. His taunt lands perfectly, and Zhao Tianque immediately decides Lu Yuyang pushed them forward on purpose to get them killed. Quan Shu piles on too, accusing Lu Yuyang of secretly weakening the enhancement so their troops would collapse. Lu Yuyang roars that Gao Lishuan is just sowing discord, but now the timing is too perfect and nobody wants to believe him. Outside the secret realm, the crowd buys the betrayal story too, and the backlash spreads from Lu Yuyang to 9 Heavens Academy itself. In the stands, Academy head Jiang can tell Gao Lishuan is framing Lu Yuyang, but it doesn't matter when the audience has already decided 9 Heavens is rotten. Back in the secret realm, Gao Lishuan stops pretending and brings 6 teammates, including Ihan, out of the wall to move the plan forward. Gao Lishuan keeps baiting Lu Yuyang in front of everyone, acting like he is impatient for his secret partner to pick a victim. Then Yuheng suddenly attacks Quan Shu, forcing the furious Xuanji side to conclude that 9 Heavens must be the other half of the setup. Zhao Tianque orders the attack without waiting any longer, and Xuanji slams straight into 9 Heavens. 9 Heavens has no time left for doubt, so they summon their troops too, and the wasteland erupts into a 4 Academy melee. Far away at the Ice Mountain venue, Lang Lina watches the distant flashes and asks if they should go profit from the chaos. Lang Beauty refuses, because he has no interest in helping Yaoguang Academy win after what he is already doing here. The real horror is at their feet, where the other 8 Yaoguang students have been knocked out, tied together, and lined up like cargo. The 2 brothers lift one bound student together and throw him off the cliff, dragging the rest of the line after him. A few seconds later, the heavy thuds from below confirm the brothers just dumped all 8 bodies into the ravine. Lang Lina asks why they need such a messy setup if they can already kill Blue Planet Lords at this level. Lang Beauty explains with a cruel smile that this is how they make sure Blue Planet notices something is wrong, whether or not hidden cameras caught them. When Lang Lina worries they might have done all that for nothing, Lang Beauty says 8 tied corpses at the bottom should be enough to send the message. After that, Lang Beauty starts assembling a device from territory parts so he can send their coordinates to the deputy captain. He orders Lang Lina to stand guard, drive off mutated beasts, and kill anyone who comes close. Back on the wilderness battlefield, the chaos settles into 2 separate wars, Yuheng crushing Quan Shu, and Xuanji grinding against 9 Heavens. Because Quan Shu was already gutted by the lava strike, Yuheng is clearly winning that side and Gao Lishuan starts watching 9 Heavens instead. His plan is simple now. Once Quan Shu falls, Yuheng will swing over and wipe out both Xuanji and 9 Heavens too. He barely takes 9 Heavens seriously at all, thinking a team led by a mere enhancement-type lord cannot possibly threaten Yuheng. But on that front, Lu Yuyang's earlier positioning means 9 Heavens kept more strength than the others, enough to trade blows with Xuanji for now. That balance only convinces Zhao Tianque further that Lu Yuyang planned this all along, so he angrily starts burning his hidden cards. Gao Lishuan notices exactly what Zhao Tianque is revealing, quietly reading Xuanji's trump cards from the sidelines. Inside the heavy shield wall, Gao Lishuan and the others are out fighting while Zhou Shiro keeps building and Su Junru alone watches the battlefield through the gap. Zhou Shiro finally walks over and asks Su Junru for authority to place 4 Thunder Magic Towers, using the base work as an excuse to probe her. Su Junru casually agrees at first, then catches herself because only the real hidden planner would have that authority. When Su Junru tries to laugh it off, Zhou Shiro hits her and calls out the truth directly. Wang Xiao, how long are you going to hide from me? The fake Su Junru still insists for a second, so Zhou Shiro points at the unfinished base and dares her to build the machinery herself. That breaks the act, and the disguised body slips behind the shield before flashing back into Wang Xiao's real appearance. Looking awkward and caught, Wang Xiao quietly asks how she figured him out. Zhou Shiro says they have spent almost every day together for months, so of course she could recognize him. Then she smacks him again for vanishing on her and making her panic all night. Wang Xiao quickly puts the Nirvana mask back on, returning to Su Junru's appearance so no one outside notices the reveal. Now forced to explain, He says he followed Lan Dehai into an alley last night and overheard him speaking with the deputy captain. What he heard was bad enough to change everything. That group plans to make a move during the academy ranking assessment itself. Zhou Shiro asks what the move is, but Wang Xiao admits he still doesn't know the exact target or method. What he does know is worse for him personally. The deputy captain specifically said Wang Xiao had to be stopped before he ruined their plan. So if he entered openly as Wang Xiao, Yuheng Academy would become the first target, which is why he had to sneak in under Su Junra's face. His goal was to get inside first, figure out what the enemy is really doing, and only then decide how to stop it. Zhou Shiro finally understands the reason, and then immediately hits him one more time anyway. When Wang Xiao protests, Zhou Shiro shyly says this one is punishment for how touchy he has been, especially all the times he hugged her today. Before he can explain himself, Zhou Shiro suddenly steps in and hugs him first. With a faint sob, Zhou Shiro admits she is just relieved he is really here. Wang Xiao swallows the explanation he was about to make and quietly pats her back, because at this point neither of them needs more words. Just as Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro enjoy a warm private moment beside the unfinished base, the poor student they left doing manual labor pops out and awkwardly reminds them the construction still is not done. Zhou Shiro quickly pulls back in embarrassment, but Wang Xiao catches her again and says that now she has found him, they can switch to a new plan. He points toward the battlefield and whispers his idea in Zhou Shiro's ear, and she stares back like he has suggested something absurd. When Zhou Shiro questions whether anyone would really fall for it, Wang Xiao grins and says that if it is him, they definitely will. Back on the battlefield, Quanshu Academy's defense finally breaks under the lava ripper's full effect, and Ihan immediately burns down the opening with another sooner fiery flame. All 10 Quanshu students are wiped out at once, handing Ihan a huge point jump and pushing Yuheng Academy past Kaiyang into first place overall. Outside in the city square, the crowd erupts in cheers for Yuheng's comeback while Quanshu Academy is announced out of the race and stuck in 9th place. Qianshu's academy head leaves in a dark mood, furious not at the crowd but at how foolishly his own students threw away all their starting points. Riding the momentum from that win, Gao Lishuan immediately leads Yuheng's 7 survivors toward the next battlefield where Xuanji and 9 Heavens are still locked in a messy fight. The moment Yuheng rushes over, both Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang panic and order their teams to stop fighting and back off, each suspecting the other side is about to gang up on them. In truth, both academies had already wanted to flee and only got dragged into this by mutual suspicion, but by the time they realize it, the chance is already gone. Gao Lishuan leans into the chaos and loudly calls Lu Yuyang an ally, acting like Yuheng has arrived to back him up. Lu Yuyang instantly denies it and desperately shouts to Zhao Tianque that Yuheng is only trying to sow discord. Zhao Tianque snaps back that he is not stupid and blames Lu Yuyang for stalling them here in the first place. Cornered and desperate, Lu Yuyang blurts out a brutal compromise. Both academies leave people behind to block Yuheng so the rest can run, and Zhao Tianque listens without trusting him yet. Gao Lishuan keeps a calm face, but inside he realizes this cut-the-tail escape would be dangerous for Yuheng because even one survivor hiding in the dark could become a major threat later. Still wary after being tricked once already, Zhao Tianque says he might cooperate but asks the obvious question: why should he trust Lu Yuyang now? To prove he is serious, Lu Yuyang grits his teeth and offers to leave 6 of his own people behind, only for Zhao Tianque to press even harder and demand 7. Lu Yuyang finally agrees, and the 9 Heavens team explodes in outrage because everyone knows staying behind against Yuheng is basically a death sentence. Their anger cuts straight at the truth. Lu Yuyang forced his way into the captain's seat before, and now he is ready to sacrifice almost everyone else for his own escape. Outside the arena, the audience also turns on 9 Heavens, disgusted by both Lu Yuyang and the academy that produced him. Trying to contain the damage, Academy head Jiang stands up and publicly apologizes, then declares Lu Yuyang's cowardly choice is his personal behavior and says he will expel him after the competition. The words backfire instantly, and Huang Tingwei can tell at once that Academy head Jiang has just made the whole 9 Heavens disaster even worse. The furious crowd hears only a headmaster dumping blame onto a student, and the backlash surges into talk of refusing to apply and even transferring out of 9 Heavens on the spot. Academy head Jiang is stunned as his academy's reputation collapses in real time, and when Huang Tingwei quietly tells him 9 Heavens is finished, he has no answer left. Realizing years of planning have gone to waste, Jiang leaves the stands in a daze, beaten before his academy's strongest class ever gets a chance to shine. Inside the secret realm, the 9 Heavens students still do not know their academy is imploding outside and keep tearing into Lu Yuyang for trying to save himself. After one setback too many, Lu Yuyang finally snaps and shouts for everyone to shut up, claiming his retreat plan is for the academy's glory. Li Keifu finally steps in and coldly tears that excuse apart, pointing out that if preserving strength really matters, the strongest should escape and the weak captain should stay behind instead. Lu Yuyang scrambles for another excuse and says he cannot stay because the captain has to survive to keep the team united, but nobody is buying it anymore. Li Keifu calls that nonsense too and bluntly says they only fell into this trap because of Lu Yuyang's blind command in the first place. That line hits Zhao Tianque too, and he suddenly realizes he was dragged into this mess by Lu Yuyang's bad decisions, so he tears up the earlier deal on the spot. Zhao Tianque declares that 9 Heavens can stay behind and cover Xuanji's retreat instead, which sends Lu Yuyang straight back into a rage. Lu Yuyang threatens to really join forces with Yuheng if Zhao Tianque tries to leave, and Zhao Tianque fires back that he would rather fight to the death than lose people for someone else's stupidity. The argument keeps spiraling until Lu Yuyang is basically fighting everyone around him by himself, while Yuheng hangs back and watches the mess in awkward silence. Yihan quietly asks if they should attack now, but Gao Lishuan folds his arms and says there is no need when the enemy is busy tearing itself apart. Then a sharp female voice cuts across the battlefield and shuts down the entire argument with one sentence: "None of them are leaving." Zhou Shiro descends from the sky on the ice thunderhorn wolf, and the platinum aura pouring off her instantly freezes the whole battlefield in shock. Gao Lishuan and Yihan recognize both Zhou Shiro and Wang Zhao's wolf, but seeing those two pieces together makes no sense at all. The audience outside is just as stunned, because everyone knows the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf is one of Wang Zhao's soldiers and Wang Zhao is not even on the participant list. On the commentary platform, even the hosts have no answer and can only ask Qin Jingrong how a vassal lord could possibly summon another lord soldier. Qin Jingrong stays calm and offers only a cautious guess about unusually high compatibility, because even he has never seen anything like this before. Then Qin Jingrong's eyes sharpen when he spots Su Junru quietly standing at the gap in the heavy shield wall on the battle screen. An annoying smile slowly appears on his face. Up in the stands, Qin Jinrong quietly slips away from the crowd and calls his people to retreat for now, but he also tells an assault team to stay ready because Wang Xiao seems to have noticed something. Inside the secret realm, everyone stares at Zhou Shiro on the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, completely baffled that she is riding Wang Zhao's mutated beast. Yihan finally blurts out the obvious question, asking how Zhou Shiro can possibly summon his idol Wang Zhao's beast. Trying not to panic, Zhou Shiro repeats Wang Zhao's absurd cover story and says her compatibility with him is high enough that his authorization lets her use his soldiers. Zhou Shiro braces for everyone to tear that excuse apart, because even she thinks it sounds completely fake. At first the crowd does look doubtful, and even Gao Lishuan and the others clearly do not buy it. Then Yihan suddenly lights up and accepts it on the spot, deciding that if Wang Xiao is involved, even something this weird must be normal. Gao Lishuan follows that logic too, saying Wang Xiao already carries so many unsolved mysteries that one more barely feels strange anymore. That lazy chain reaction spreads fast, and before long both the teams in the secret realm and the audience outside have simply decided to accept the impossible because it involves Wang Xiao. Even the commentators pivot away from Zhou Shiro and start marveling instead at how Wang Xiao became this strong in less than a year as a beast tamer lord. Zhou Shiro is left half stunned and half horrified that Wang Zhao's ridiculous confidence was actually right again. She forces herself back on task and urgently points at Xuanji and 9 Heavens, insisting they cannot be allowed to leave now that the base is ready. Without waiting for agreement, Zhou Shiro jumps down, and the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf answers with a howl before charging the two enemy teams head-on. Yihan instantly backs the assault by unleashing his power, freezing the surrounding kilometer into an icy battlefield that boosts the wolf even further. That makes Zhao Tianque finally believe Lu Yuyang was not secretly colluding with Yuheng, because Yuheng is clearly trying to crush both teams alike. Realizing the danger, Zhao Tianque shouts for a joint retreat in groups of 5, and Lu Yuyang immediately starts assigning a rear guard. The 5 students Lu Yuyang sacrifices are still stunned when he and the others turn and run, leaving them to face the charging wolf alone. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf crashes into them with berserk thunder, and instantly blasts 2 9 Heaven students flying away. The surviving rear guard and Xuanji's cover teams swarm in together, surrounding the wolf with summoned soldiers and barely stalling it through sheer numbers. Seeing the chase bogged down, Zhou Shiro anxiously turns to Gao Lishuan and begs him to stop the escape before the two teams slip away. Gao Lishuan is baffled by her urgency, because in his eyes the secret realm is closed and those teams cannot truly escape anyway. Zhou Shiro has no real explanation beyond Wang Zhao's orders, so she can only push harder and tell Gao Lishuan to stop them first and ask questions later. Gao Lishuan reluctantly agrees, though he pointedly says she owes him a real explanation this time. He stomps the ground and a khaki energy ring races outward across the battlefield, reaching the fleeing teams in an instant. Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang brace for an attack when the wave reaches them, but for one strange second nothing seems to happen. Then Gao Lishuan calmly names his talent, Mountain Movement. The battlefield instantly erupts with violent tremors and deep straight cracks, splitting the ground into huge blocks under everyone's feet. Before anyone can react, the giant slab carrying Lu Yuyang and Zhao Tianque's people rises and surges back toward Gao Lishuan like a stone warship. Outside, the audience explodes in shock because Gao Lishuan is not just fighting in the venue, he is rewriting the venue itself. Even the commentators are lost, because when they pull Gao Lishuan's file, his talent entry is still marked only as secret. In the stands, another academy head leans toward Huang Tingwei and asks what kind of talent could do something that outrageous. Huang Tingwei finally reveals the truth with obvious pride. Gao Lishuan is a spatial lord, one of the 12 heavenly talents. That reveal lands hard enough, and Huang Tingwei presses the point by saying 9 Heavens also had a sea god apostle, but Wang Xiao eliminated him during the Academy's own selection. Back in the secret realm, Zhao Tianque and Lu Yuyang's teams are dumped right back onto the battlefield, and the whole fight freezes as everyone stares at Gao Lishuan in disbelief. Watching from inside the base, even Wang Xiao is shaken, because he instantly sees Gao Lishuan's power as a terrifying all-purpose weapon for attack, defense, terrain control, and force positioning. As the ground returns to normal, Zhao Tianque and the others lose their nerve completely because they finally understand that running is pointless. Even Yu Hing's own students look at Gao Lishuan differently now, stunned that someone this unassuming has been hiding that kind of monstrous talent. Gao Lishuan himself only looks tired and resigned, muttering that after hiding for so long, he has finally been exposed. Then he looks at the trapped enemy teams and bluntly tells them to give up and let Yu Hing eliminate them properly. Zhao Tianque swallows his pride and appeals to old friendship, blaming Lu Yuyang for dragging them into this mess and begging Gao Lishuan for one chance. Gao Lishuan plays it off as a team vote, but when he asks who wants to spare them, not a single Yu Hing hand goes up. Zhao Tianque can tell he is being brushed off, but before he can think of another move, Lu Yuyang suddenly cuts in and says eliminating them now would be a bad deal. Lu Yuyang argues that if Yu Hing lets both teams go farm points and weaken other academies first, Yu Hing can collect a much bigger reward later with less effort. Zhao Tianque explodes at the idea of becoming Yu Hing's errand dogs, but Lu Yuyang coldly answers that a higher ranking matters more than pride after elimination locks their score. The ugly logic lands anyway, and Gao Lishuan and Yihan both fall silent to consider it because Yu Hing only truly cares about taking first place. When Lu Yuyang proposes peace, Zhou Shiro immediately panics and warns Gao Lishuan not to trust him. Gao Lishuan hesitates because Lu Yuyang's offer sounds reasonable, and he presses Zhou Shiro to give a real reason to keep fighting. Zhou Shiro believes Wang Xiao has a reason, but because she cannot expose him, she is left speechless at the worst possible moment. Seeing her stall, Gao Lishuan starts to call Yihan over to settle the matter another way. Before anyone can decide, the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf suddenly lashes out with Berserk Thunder straight at Lu Yuyang, blowing up the truce on the spot. Lu Yuyang reacts with chilling speed and drags Zhao Tianque in front of him as a human shield. The attack blasts Zhao Tianque away, and he vanishes in golden light on the spot, instantly eliminated. Xuanji Academy explodes in rage at Lu Yuyang's betrayal, and both academies start summoning soldiers for a full brawl. As spells and attacks flood the battlefield, Gao Lishuan pulls his own team back and turns on Zhou Shiro for firing during negotiations. Zhou Shiro is briefly thrown because she never gave that order, then she spots the disguised Su Junru at the base and realizes Wang Xiao made the move. Covering for him, Zhou Shiro coldly insists that Lu Yuyang was too cunning to trust in the first place. Gao Lishuan is angry that she acted without permission, but her refusal to back down finally pushes him to make the call himself. Yu Hing Academy charges in hard, and the already battered Xuanji and 9 Heavens teams collapse within minutes. When the dust settles, Yu Hing has only 2 lightly injured members while both enemy academies are wiped out. Gao Lishuan figures those points should have locked first place, so Yihan opens the interface to check the total. The numbers do not add up, and Yihan realizes Yu Hing is missing exactly 100 points. Zhou Shiro instantly traces the gap to Lu Yuyang and points out that the missing 100 matches the 9 Heavens captain's value exactly. Gao Lishuan understands that Lu Yuyang escaped during the last melee, after using Zhao Tianque as bait to steal everyone's attention. Even so, the team still holds a crushing lead, so Gao Lishuan stops chasing and orders everyone back to base to rest. Back through the shield wall, everyone is hit by the sight of Zhou Shiro's compact fortress packed with towers, catapults, and a full essence iron wall. The whole team stares in disbelief, because an ordinary lord would need at least a full day to build something this dense. A little embarrassed by the praise, Zhou Shiro brushes it off and says she only managed this much because time was short. Then the base door opens and the outward form of Su Junru walks out smiling to welcome everyone back. Gao Lishuan answers with a knowing smile and bluntly calls the disguised figure by his real name, Wang Xiao. That one name stuns the whole group, and the disguised Wang Xiao tries to play it off for one last second. Gao Lishuan corners him with a simple test. If he is really Su Junru, he should be able to build a machine right now. Wang Zhao's disguise freezes, and when he looks at Zhou Shiro for help, she quickly shows she did not betray him. With no way around it, Wang Xiao removes the Nirvana mask and reveals himself for real. The whole team is left staring in disbelief, and Gao Lishuan immediately demands to know what happened to the real Su Junru. Wang Xiao says Su Junru is unharmed and waiting in the car, but he still refuses to explain everything because he is not fully certain yet. He asks them to trust that everything he did was for their sake, and Zhou Shiro quietly moves to stand at his side. The Yu Hing members do trust Wang Xiao, but the whole setup is so suspicious that nobody knows how to react except by looking to Gao Lishuan. Wang Xiao finally says the core of it. If his premonition is right, this secret realm is about to become deadly, and the weaker students will only die if they stay. That warning makes Gao Lishuan's eyes tighten, but Wang Xiao still will not name the threat until he is completely sure. Wang Xiao bluntly asks whether Gao Lishuan believes him, and Gao Lishuan goes quiet, weighing the choice instead of answering. Elsewhere in the lava venue, Han Bufan's holy giant knight sweeps away a few lava slimes while the Kaiyang team catches their breath. Han Bufan suggests checking the huge disturbance in the wasteland, but Fang Tianyu refuses to think of their current score as enough. When Fang Tianyu asks whether 3,500 points is really a huge lead, the team quickly agrees it is only a small one. Lin Dong points out they could catch up by killing one top 5 team, and Yang Fan adds that even the bottom 4 teams would be enough. Han Bufan warns that the wasteland explosion sounded like at least 3 teams crashing together, so Kai Yang may already be slipping out of the top 3. That possibility lights a fire under the team, and Tang Hingshan bluntly says Kai Yang cannot let its long-held first place die in their hands. The others pile on and argue they should stop farming beasts now, because player eliminations are worth far more points. Fang Tianyu does have one reason to hesitate. The moment they start hunting other teams openly, Kai Yang's hidden strength will be exposed. That reminder cools everyone down immediately, because the whole team has been following Wang Zhao's warning to stay hidden. Then one teammate finally says the ugly thought out loud: what if Wang Zhao set all this up and fooled them from the start? The suspicion snowballs when another teammate argues Wang Zhao may have used the danger story to pin Kai Yang down while he harvested points somewhere else. Fang Tianyu tries to defend Wang Zhao on instinct, but for the first time her confidence starts to shake. Tang Hingshan pushes the point harder, saying Wang Zhao may still have lowered his head because he now belongs to Yuheng Academy, not Kai Yang. Now Fang Tianyu really starts doubting, because even Wang Zhao's expensive help and careful warnings suddenly look suspicious in hindsight. Yang Fan offers a compromise: send a few people to secretly track Wang Zhao, and if he is really farming points, they will know he lied. Inside the wasteland base, Gao Lishuan finally gives in to Wang Zhao's risky warning, but he does it through clenched teeth and makes it clear he will settle the score later if this goes badly. Wang Zhao brightens and confirms Gao Lishuan is trusting him, and Gao Lishuan immediately cuts to the real issue by demanding the next move. Wang Zhao sums up his strategy in one sharp line: they will farm points as hard as possible and use those points to lure the dangerous players into making a move. As he speaks, Wang Zhao puts the Nirvana mask back on and says only the Academy's top 3 teams should have the strength to handle the hidden threat. He adds that Kaiyang Academy has already been warned and will cooperate, while Flowing Cloud Academy is still an open problem he hopes to solve if he gets the chance. Wang Zhao points out that teams ranked 6th, 7th, and 9th are already gone, and says the 4th and 5th teams normally would not challenge them unless a huge pile of points tempts them. Gao Lishuan interrupts on the spot and asks why Wang Zhao skipped over Yaoguang Academy, the team in 8th place. Wang Zhao turns grave and says that Yaoguang Academy's twin pair, Lang Buli and Lang Lina, are the most likely source of the danger he has been warning about. Gao Lishuan almost presses for proof, then remembers Wang Zhao still cannot explain everything and settles for the practical part of the plan instead. With teams growing scarce, Wang Zhao says they have to hunt mutated beasts now, preferably pulling every beast below silver rank back into the base so the defenses can butcher them safely. Gao Lishuan immediately picks a few agile teammates to act as bait, orders everyone else to stay with Zhou Shiro, and tells Wang Zhao he is coming along too. Wang Zhao accepts without complaint, knowing he cannot pitch a reckless plan and then hide behind the others once the dangerous work begins. Zhou Shiro suddenly grabs Wang Zhao and tries to keep him behind, claiming she needs his authority to pull materials if the base has to be repaired. Gao Lishuan refuses instantly, making it obvious that Wang Zhao is too important to leave behind if they are going to draw danger toward themselves. When Zhou Shiro tries to push again, Wang Zhao gently stops her before the argument can grow. He reassures her that they are only going out to lure beasts and opens the warehouse authority to her, so she can control base materials even while he is gone. That is still not enough for Zhou Shiro, and she blurts out that if he is leaving, then she wants to go with him. Wang Zhao reminds her that if she leaves, nobody will be left to run the base they are counting on for the whole plan. Pulling her aside, Wang Zhao quietly guesses the truth. She is really afraid Lu Yuyang might appear while he is away. Zhou Shiro gives the smallest nod, admitting her fear without saying much. Wang Zhao promises she should stay hidden in the base, keep the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf with her, and trust that he will come straight back the second Lu Yuyang shows himself. When Zhou Shiro anxiously asks how he can return fast if he is too far away, Wang Zhao answers with a light smile that the Silver Shadow Leopard can bring him back at once. Faced with his direct promise, Zhou Shiro finally relents, though she still looks uneasy. Gao Lishuan shouts from across the base for them to stop dragging this out, because every extra moment means fewer beasts left to harvest. Wang Zhao answers, gives Zhou Shiro one last reassuring pat on the hand, and heads over to the waiting bait team. The final bait team is only 5 people, because Wang Zhao insists that Ihan stay behind as a stronger guard for the base. Before they move, Gao Lishuan sketches the route on the ground and marks several locations where his lord's skill sensed mutated beasts roaming. He warns that the targets are too far away to judge clearly, so everyone must hide their aura and retreat the instant they encounter gold or platinum beasts because the risk is not worth those points. The team agrees, summons their soldiers, and gets ready to ride out into the wasteland. Wang Zhao calls out the Silver Shadow Leopard, but before he can ride off alone, Gao Lishuan climbs on behind him and bluntly demands a ride because he has no travel beast of his own. Then Gao Lishuan lowers his voice and tells Wang Zhao to obey his signals later, hinting that he is planning something the others are not meant to notice yet. Asked what that means, Gao Lishuan only says he is doing his duty as captain, and his hard glance toward the other 3 riders tells Wang Xiao exactly what he means. Once Wang Xiao realizes those 3 are the weakest in the squad, he quietly admires Gao Lishuan for protecting them even while pretending not to care. Wang Xiao even teases him for being a better captain than he looks, and Gao Lishuan answers with a cold truth. They can complain later if they live long enough to do it. With that, Gao Lishuan gives the order and the 5-man bait team rushes out of the base toward the marked beast locations. Far away in the Ice Mountain venue, Lang Bewley works over an artificial teleportation gate and curses Blue Planet technology for being stronger in engineering than in combat. Nearby, Lang Lina keeps watch and reports that many participants have already been eliminated. A moment later, Lang Lina spots movement and warns that Yuhing Academy has finally sent people out, but only 5 of them. That number immediately interests Lang Bewley, who starts wondering whether Yuhing's construction lord can build a teleportation gate for him. Back in the wasteland, Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan speed ahead on the Silver Shadow Leopard, while the other 3 struggle to keep up and the gap in strength becomes obvious at a glance. Luckily, the first target is close, and within minutes they reach a muddy quagmire where several spiky porcupine beasts are rolling around. Wang Xiao checks them with an identification scroll, confirms they are silver level 1 ironthorn porcupines, and casually notes the 3 kills would only be worth 90 points. Instead of letting Wang Xiao wipe them out, Gao Lishuan orders the other 3 to provoke the beasts and lure them back to base while he and Wang Xiao cover from the flanks. The 3 teammates trust his judgment and start moving their soldiers in to bait the porcupines with light attacks. Then Gao Lishuan suddenly jumps down, slams out a khaki energy ring with his lord's skill, and cracks the ground open directly under those 3 soldiers. The fissure snaps shut again almost immediately, wiping out the soldiers and leaving the 3 lords staring in total confusion. Their confusion lasts 1 second too long, because the disturbed ironthorn porcupines lock onto the now defenseless lords as their back spikes begin to rattle like metal. One lord tries to bolt, but Gao Lishuan raises a little mound behind him and trips him at the worst possible moment. The porcupines unleash a storm of black spikes like arrow rain, and the 3 lords rage at Gao Lishuan even as emergency golden light eliminates them from the field. Gao Lishuan dusts off his hands as if the matter is settled, then casually tells Wang Xiao they can deal with the beasts now. Wang Xiao can only sigh at the ruthless method before sending the Silver Shadow Leopard in to finish the 3 porcupines with a single wind-splitting claw. After collecting the 90 points, Wang Xiao gives Gao Lishuan a strange look and admits he thought this cold captain did not care about anyone at all. Gao Lishuan answers bluntly that he still does not care in any sentimental way, but as captain he is responsible for whether his team members live or die. He points out that those weaker students cannot even compare to Zhao Tianque, and if Wang Xiao's fear is true, leaving them in this assessment would only get them killed. Then he turns the knife on Wang Xiao and demands to know whether he thought about any of this when he proposed a plan that only the strongest teams could survive. Without waiting for a soft answer, Gao Lishuan grabs Wang Xiao by the collar and tears into him for acting like he can decide who has to stay in danger while innocent people may die. The force of that anger stuns Wang Xiao for a few seconds, because Gao Lishuan's usual coldness has cracked open into something much harsher and more honest. When Wang Xiao finally answers, he says with a bitter smile that of course he had thought about it. Gao Lishuan lets go, drops to the ground, and says there are only 2 of them here now, so Wang Xiao should finally tell him the full plan. Faced with that stubborn demand, Wang Xiao gives in, sits down too, and begins explaining that the whole problem started several days ago. Elsewhere outside Yuhing's base, Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan peek from behind a huge rock and stare at a battlefield so wrecked it looks like the ground was turned inside out. Han Bufan whispers that a clash this violent must have involved at least 3 teams, and he cannot help suspecting Wang Zhao's side was in the middle of it. Fang Tianyu agrees Yuhing had to be involved because their base is right there, but she still cannot tell who they fought or how the battle ended. Han Bufan points out that the base is still standing, so Yuhing probably won, and that immediately makes him worry Wang Xiao is trying to snowball points and shut everyone else out. Fang Tianyu pushes back and says Wang Zhao's real goal was to wipe out weaker teams early so they would not be slaughtered later if the hidden danger truly appeared. Han Bufan is still unconvinced and warns that whatever Wang Xiao said before, all those points are now in Yuhing's hands, and Flowing Cloud Academy cannot ignore the ranking race. He stresses that participant points are worth far more than beast kills, so if Wang Xiao really keeps erasing teams first, catching up later would be almost impossible. That leaves Fang Tianyu staring at the distant base in silence, because she still wants to trust Wang Xiao but has not seen a single clear sign that his promised danger is real. While hiding outside the shield wall, Han Bufan spots Zhou Shiro stepping out alone and tells Fang Tianyu she might know what Wang Xiao is hiding. Fang Tianyu calls out, and the 2 old classmates rush together for a relieved reunion hug in the middle of the danger. Their quick catch-up turns warm and a little girlish when Fang Tianyu blurts out that Zhou Shiro has gotten prettier. Fang Tianyu leans in and quietly asks the real question, how far Zhou Shiro has gotten with Wang Xiao now. Before Zhou Shiro can answer, Han Bufan steps out to greet her, and she grabs the opening to change the subject. Zhou Shiro asks why only the 2 of them are here, and Han Bufan explains they came as an advance team to scout the situation. Han Bufan points out that Zhou Shiro's side is watching them, and all three notice Ihan standing at the wall gap with open suspicion. Zhou Shiro waves that they are just chatting, but Ihan stays on guard anyway because right now every academy is still an enemy. Seeing there is no room for small talk, Fang Tianyu asks bluntly whether Zhou Shiro knows what danger Wang Xiao warned about in this ranking assessment. Zhou Shiro is caught off guard and says Wang Xiao never told her the full plan. Han Bufan bristles at that answer, accusing her of keeping secrets from people who are risking themselves for this. Zhou Shiro firmly insists she is not hiding anything and only knows scattered warning scenes, not how Wang Xiao pieced them together. The two of them cannot tell if she is lying, but Wang Xiao being secretive enough to do this actually sounds believable. With no better lead, Fang Tianyu asks Zhou Shiro to repeat every clue she does have so they can at least start from something. Elsewhere in the wasteland, Wang Xiao finishes laying out his investigation, and Gao Lishuan stands there in tense silence as the explanation ends. Gao Lishuan sums up Wang Zhao's theory with a cold stare, saying Purple Star infiltrators slipped into the assessment and are after his mutated beast. Off-panel, Wang Xiao grimly admits he still has no proof, only his certainty that Lang Buli and Lang Lina are where everything started going wrong. Gao Lishuan still does not buy it, and flatly says Wang Xiao is lying. He tears into the logic, demanding how Purple Star could plan this from so far away and why they would bother with infiltration instead of crushing Wang Xiao directly in a challenge arena. Off-panel, Wang Xiao fires back that Purple Star should not know the Holy Beast is with him anymore because the Lord who impersonated Wu Yan died before passing that on. When Gao Lishuan presses whether that claim is fact or just another guess, the answer off-panel makes it clear it is still speculation. That answer turns bitter when Gao Lishuan reminds him that 3 teammates already died over a theory that still is not proven. After a heavy pause, Gao Lishuan still decides one part is solid enough to act on. The suspicious pair of brothers need to be checked immediately. He adds that even without their exact position, Yaoguang Academy would naturally favor the distant ice mountain field. With Gao Lishuan's read on Yaoguang's ice-heavy team, movement starts at once beside the waiting Silver Shadow Leopard. Gao Lishuan rides out on the Silver Shadow Leopard, and the rush toward the ice mountains begins at top speed. Back outside Yuhing's base, Zhou Shiro finishes sharing every clue she has, but Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan still cannot make the pieces fit together. Fang Tianyu presses her one more time to think carefully in case she missed anything important. Zhou Shiro starts to swear that was everything, then suddenly stops when she senses someone approaching. 2 Yaoguang Academy fighters walk into view, and the mood outside the base goes cold at once. Han Bufan instantly reacts to the Yaoguang threat and summons 4 holy knights to stand between the newcomers and the group. A burst of heat behind them reveals Ihan has already come up in combat mode with Lava Ripper, but he makes it clear he is here to help, not backstab Wang Zhao's classmates. Fang Tianyu accepts the temporary cooperation and gets ready to fight as the Yaoguang pair draw closer. The 2 Yaoguang fighters stop at a cautious distance, raise their hands, and claim they are not here to fight, only to ask for help. Instead of answering Ihan, the Yaoguang fighters ask to meet Yuhing's construction lord, putting Zhou Shiro at the center of the threat. When Fang Tianyu blocks the request, one Yaoguang fighter drops the pretense and says that if they keep stopping him, he will kill them. The threat is so real that Ihan attacks first, sending Lava Ripper over the Holy Knights and throwing up a blazing fire wall to cut the pair off. Ihan orders everyone back to the base, and despite being rival schools, they retreat together because Zhou Shiro's fortifications are their only safe option now. Thanks to Zhou Shiro's authorization, Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan get into Yuhing's base without triggering its defenses. Outside the secret realm, the commentators catch the clash and are baffled that low-ranked Yaoguang just challenged second-place Yuhing head-on. They are even more stunned to see Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan standing inside Yuhing's base, making it look like the 2 academies may have joined forces. Once they check the roster, the commentators realize the 2 attackers are new Yaoguang recruits with Heat Halo and Ice Halo talents, which makes the challenge look even stranger. That mystery only deepens when they realize the rest of Yaoguang's team is nowhere in sight, suggesting this attack is bait for something bigger. In the stands, Huang Tingwei corners Qin Kaiyang over why his students are inside Yuhing's base, and both teachers irritably deny wanting any alliance. Back inside the base, Zhou Shiro activates every fortification and says the 2 men outside are almost certainly the brothers Wang Xiao warned them about. Fang Tianyu agrees and insists they have to get Wang Xiao back here as fast as possible because they are blind on the enemy's real situation. Zhou Shiro says she already warned Wang Xiao through the vassal contract, but until he arrives, they will have to survive with their own strength. Ihan tries to steady the room by pointing out they still have numbers and fortifications on their side. His sentence dies mid-breath when a deafening impact slams into the base wall and sends the Lava Ripper crashing back like a fireball. That one hit terrifies them because Lava Ripper had been fighting 500 meters away, which means the enemy just launched it back with overwhelming force. Ihan grimly judges that the attacker is at least a level 4 lord, maybe worse. Han Bufan blurts out that this should be impossible in a student ranking assessment, but Ihan warns that Yaoguang could have cheated the roster and no one would notice in time. Fang Tianyu turns straight to Zhou Shiro and asks the one question that matters now: can this rushed base actually stop a level 4 lord? Joshiro cannot give her any comfort because this base was built under brutal time pressure, and even she knows it may not hold. As smoke and fire roll outside, the two Yaoguang fighters calmly walk out of the flames, and everyone in the base realizes the siege is about to get much worse. A few minutes earlier at the Ice Mountain venue, Wan Xiao and Gao Lishuan ride the silver shadow leopard through the snow while Gao Lishuan scans ahead like a living radar. They stop near a tall icy cliff, and Wan Xiao doubts anyone could really be hiding in a snowfield this exposed and trackable. Gao Lishuan trusts his scan anyway and points straight to the foot of the cliff, insisting someone is hidden there. Wan Xiao jumps down to check for himself and instantly sinks waist deep into snow so cold it almost freezes his legs through the battlesuit. The freezing ground makes Wan Xiao even more sure no one could stay hidden here for long, but he still forces himself to trudge to the cliff edge. At first he finds nothing, then his foot catches on something buried under the snow and his expression changes. He dives into the snow, fumbles around, and drags up a rope that absolutely should not be lying hidden in a place like this. When Wan Xiao tries to carry the rope back, a heavy weight catches, and he hauls up a green-gray corpse from under the snow instead. The sudden sight sends Wan Xiao stumbling backward, and he slips hard into the drifting snow. Before he can get buried completely, the silver shadow leopard bites his belt and yanks him back out while Gao Lishuan rushes in to check on him. Once Wan Xiao catches his breath, he hands over the rope and says the snow is hiding a corpse. Gao Lishuan has the silver shadow leopard drag the line back, and one corpse turns into 8 frozen Yaoguang Academy bodies laid out in a grim row. Wan Xiao confirms the Lang brothers are not among the dead, which only makes the whole scene feel more suspicious. Gao Lishuan quietly admits he should have trusted Wan Xiao earlier, because if they had arrived sooner, these people might still be alive. Wan Xiao suddenly realizes something else is wrong too, because 8 bodies have been here this long and the audience outside should have noticed by now. Gao Lishuan explains this cliff base is a live broadcast blind spot, and he knows because he memorized every camera range before entering. Wan Xiao immediately says they need to alert the outside world and get military reinforcements involved. Before they can act on that, Wan Xiao suddenly senses trouble at Yuhing base, and his whole focus snaps away from the cliff. Gao Lishuan does not hesitate, and the two of them jump onto the silver shadow leopard and race back at full speed. Back in the wasteland, Yuhing base is already firing every fortification it has, but the non-stop barrage only proves the hidden enemy is still out there. Han Bufan warns that the energy cores are running out fast and asks Fang Tianyu whether they should call Tang Hingshan's group back. Yihan cuts in with a dramatic promise to protect Yuhing himself, then jumps straight off the wall before anyone can stop him. As he lands outside, Yihan spreads his elemental domain and turns the surrounding 1,000 meters into a lava field that instantly empowers the lava ripper. By the time everyone on the wall reacts, Yihan is already outside through the gap, and the base falls into a beat of stunned silence. Han Bufan finally blurts out that Yihan's heroic line was unbearably cringe, and even Zhou Shirua can only hold her forehead at that one. The awkwardness lasts only a moment before Zhou Shirua takes over, pulling out fresh energy cores and ordering everyone to replace the fortification power sources in careful batches. Because Yuhing is badly short on hands, Zhou Shirua asks Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan to help even though they are unfamiliar with the base. Fang Tianyu agrees on the spot and takes the outer fortifications, so the whole wall team splits up to keep the barrage alive. Outside the wall, Yihan charges out full of confidence, and only then realizes the fortifications are firing so wildly that he cannot even see where the enemy is. He still refuses to let the base stop attacking, so he plants himself in the wall gap and has the lava ripper flood the whole area with random slashing strikes. Yihan knows the area is too large to cover perfectly, but he bets that a truly random attack pattern will leave the enemy no absolutely safe blind spot. Outside in the city square, the audience watches the broadcast and mocks Yihan because the camera shows exactly what he cannot see. From the audience angle, the truth is obvious. 2 young lords from Yaoguang Academy are calmly standing right at the edge of the fortification's sensing range inside a defensive field. Commentators start spinning a bigger theory that Yaoguang may have used those 2 as bait to drain Yuhing's energy before the rest of their hidden team goes for the kill. They even call Yaoguang a possible dark horse that could steal the points of 4 teams at once if the ambush works. But Huang Tingwei is not buying the easy explanation, because he knows Yihan well enough to feel that something about this fight is badly off. Someone beside him tries to calm him down, but Huang Tingwei says bluntly that if the enemy were only this strong, Yihan would never have acted so rashly. That thought sends Huang Tingwei searching the stands, and the first thing he notices is that Yaoguang's academy head looks puzzled instead of pleased. Then Huang Tingwei spots Chen Jinrong sitting upright but secretly glancing down and fiddling with something under the table, and his bad feeling spikes. Huang Tingwei stands up at once, ignores someone calling after him, and heads out through the crowd toward a private corner. Once he finds a secluded spot, Huang Tingwei pulls out his communicator and calls Chen Jinrong directly. A few minutes later Chen Jinrong arrives looking calm, but Huang Tingwei gets straight to the point and demands the truth about whether something has gone wrong inside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Huang Tingwei catches Chen Jinrong dodging the truth and presses him hard about Yihan's abnormal battle state. When Chen Jinrong finally admits there is almost certainly an enemy inside, Huang Tingwei snaps and grabs him by the collar for risking the students' lives. Qin Jirong says Wang Xiao sent a signal and something is very likely happening, but he only gives one dry excuse: the younger generation has been far too bold. Forced to choose, Huang Tingwei drops the argument and tells Qin Jirong to save them first, while making it clear he still wants the truth afterward. Back in Yuhing Base, Yihan keeps driving the lava ripper into a frenzy even as his own energy drains fast, because stopping to recover could open a fatal gap. Yihan refuses to panic because Zhou Shiro already sent word, and he is hanging on with sheer faith that Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan will make it back in time. Outside the kill zone, Lang Lina fumes inside the golden barrier and wants to wipe everyone out already, but Lang Buley keeps him in check. Lang Buley reminds his brother that they cannot make personal moves before their deputy captain arrives, and rushing the base could kill the construction lord they came for. When Lang Lina worries their target's teammates may already be coming back, Lang Buley says that is exactly what he wants. Before he can explain the trap, Lang Buley senses the others arriving and yanks Lang Lina back out of the base's defense range. The instant the brothers slip out of range, the fortifications stop firing all at once, and the battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Yihan calls off the lava ripper too and, with the barrage suddenly gone, briefly wonders if the enemy was already finished off. A silver leopard suddenly bursts through the dust with Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan on its back, and Yihan blurts out Wang Zhao's name before hurriedly correcting himself. Wang Xiao jumps down before he even fully steadies himself and urgently asks where Zhou Shiro is and what happened here. Yihan points to the base and says Zhou Shiro should be safe inside, then explains that 2 Yaoguang Academy men came looking for her and attacked when they were refused. The name Yaoguang instantly puts Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan on edge, and Gao Lishuan sharply asks Yihan if he is sure. Yihan starts explaining that Kaiyang Academy is here helping them too, but then he spots movement in the dust and warns that the enemy is back. 2 young men in Yaoguang armor emerge through the haze, and Wang Xiao recognizes them at once as the Lang brothers. All 3 defenders snap into battle at once. The silver shadow leopard wheels around, the ice thunderhorn wolf rushes over from the base, Yihan summons the lava ripper again, and Gao Lishuan unleashes violent energy. But just as the real clash should begin, the 2 Yaoguang figures disperse like fog instead of taking the fight. The 3 freeze in confusion, and Gao Lishuan wonders if the brothers just left the secret realm. Wang Xiao immediately rejects that, saying leaving the secret realm should trigger a golden light, and this was not it. Before they can settle it, 2 distant figures take shape in the dust again, snapping all 3 defenders back to attention. The defenders tense up a second time, only for the distant figures to flicker and vanish again a few seconds later. After the same fake-out happens yet again, Gao Lishuan decides the enemy is trying to harass them until they drop their guard. Yihan relaxes at that explanation, but Wang Xiao immediately says the enemy's plan cannot be that simple. Wang Xiao points out the flaw: if those appearances were the enemy's real bodies, the base's fortifications should have auto-fired, but they never reacted once. That logic leaves Gao Lishuan with no answer, and Wang Xiao turns fully toward the base as a worse suspicion starts to form. Wang Xiao realizes Zhou Shiro should have come out as soon as she knew he was back, yet the whole base ahead of him looks strangely empty. When Wang Xiao presses him, Yihan admits the fortification's energy core was running low and the others should still be inside, which only makes Wang Xiao more certain something is wrong. Wang Xiao races through the enemy's odd behavior and realizes the contradictions only make sense if this whole attack was a setup. The last clue lands when Yihan repeats that the enemy wanted Zhou Shiro's help, and Wang Xiao suddenly realizes the fight outside was only a diversion. Wang Xiao shouts that it is a diversion, leaps onto the silver shadow leopard, and bolts for the base in a streak of light. The moment Wang Xiao crosses the wall, he finds Fang Tianyu, Han Bufan, and 2 Yuhing students collapse by the entrance as if they were struck while opening the gate. Zhou Shiro is missing from the fallen group, and Wang Xiao's heart sinks on the spot. Wang Xiao tears through the whole small base on the silver shadow leopard and even checks the outer arrow tower belt, but Zhou Shiro and another teammate are nowhere to be found. When Wang Xiao gets back to the gate, Gao Lishuan and Yihan have already started treating the fallen defenders with spirit herbs and tools. When Gao Lishuan asks what Wang Xiao meant by diversion, Wang Xiao answers by opening Zhou Shiro's base interface through their vassal contract. The interface exposes the real breach. The base fortifications were switched to manual mode, so they were never auto-targeting intruders. Wang Xiao explains that construction lords switch defenses to manual mode to avoid hitting teammates, and the enemy used that habit to lure them back outside while sneaking into the base. Gao Lishuan still questions it, because even he never knew construction lords had that habit, so how could the attackers know? Wang Xiao says there are only 2 possibilities left. The enemy either has a construction lord too, or they have fought in official wars before. Gao Lishuan finishes the thought with a grim face. If that is true, the people who took Zhou Shiro may be warriors from other planets. Zhou Shiro wakes up shivering in a white world of snow and ice, and her first stunned thought is why she has been dragged to the ice mountain venue. When she tries to move, Zhou Shiro realizes her hands are bound and someone else is tied back to back with her. A young man in a Yaoguang battlesuit walks over through the snow, crouches in front of her, and calmly asks which of them is the construction lord. Seeing his face makes Joe Shiro remember the ambush at Yuhing Base, when the fortification suddenly went quiet just as she thought Wang Xiao had returned. She had switched the base to manual mode and headed to the entrance with the others, only for a dull-looking Yaoguang youth to appear from nowhere and knock Fan Tianyu and Han Bufan out. Everyone tried to buy time by claiming they were the construction lord, but Zhou Shiruo was knocked out from behind before she could learn what happened next. Back in the present, Zhou Shiruo realizes the smiling man in front of her looks almost identical to that attacker, but this one feels sharper and much more dangerous. Forcing herself to stay calm, Zhou Shiruo asks who he is and why he wants the construction lord. Lang Beauty introduces himself as a Yaoguang Academy student and points to a strange metal arch nearby that he wants assembled. Zhou Shiruo recognizes the structure at a glance as an artificial teleportation gate, but she hides it and pretends she has never seen a fortification like that. Her slip makes Lang Beauty suspicious, and he starts probing whether she is the real construction lord. Zhou Shiruo lies smoothly that she is only close friends with the construction lord, so she knows a lot about fortifications without being one herself. Just then the person tied behind Zhou Shiruo wakes up, and she instantly understands why they were taken together. Lang Beauty pulls out a delicate white quality dagger, cuts the rope between them, and drags the other captive in front of Zhou Shiruo. The terrified boy demands to know who Lang Beauty is, but Lang Beauty ignores him and turns the whole thing into a cruel guessing game. Without waiting for an answer, Lang Beauty suddenly drives the dagger into the boy's thigh and leaves him screaming in the snow. Zhou Shiruo had hoped to stall him with words, but one scream is enough to tell her she is dealing with a completely unreasonable madman. Lang Beauty cheerfully says they can keep cutting pieces off until someone answers, and raises the dagger to stab again. To stop him, Zhou Shiruo blurts out that she is the construction lord. When Lang Beauty asks for proof, Zhou Shiruo reveals her name and even says she is Wang Xiao's vassal lord, betting that his side is already targeting Wang Xiao. Then she bluffs hard, claiming Blue Planet already knows the Purple Star plot, and that Wang Xiao only kept the academy assessment running to trap them all here. Seeing him hesitate, Zhou Shiruo presses the threat and says the Blue Planet army has already gathered, so surrender now is his only chance to live. Lang Beauty briefly acts shaken and asks if she can really plead for him, almost like her bluff has worked. The next second he drops the act and stabs the boy's leg again, proving he was never frightened at all. When Zhou Shiruo shouts that the Blue Planet army will charge in soon, Lang Beauty just shrugs and says he knows. He admits her read on their mission is accurate, but says that is only the deputy captain's plan because he and his brother came here simply to kill people. That answer finally breaks Zhou Shiruo's bluff, and she realizes schemes mean nothing against a lunatic who wants the army to walk into his trap. Lang Beauty points at the half-assembled teleportation gate, and orders Zhou Shiruo to finish it in 3 minutes because he has already built most of it. He cuts Zhou Shiruo's rope, yanks the injured boy into his arms, and presses the dagger to the hostage's throat to warn her not to stall or sabotage the build. Knowing she cannot beat him and that one wrong move could get them both killed, Zhou Shiruo swallows her anger and starts examining the gate components. As he reminds her that only 3 minutes remain, Lang Beauty turns toward the distant Yuhing base with a secretive smile, clearly waiting for what comes next. Back at Yuhing base, the teammates who were knocked out wake up and explain the attack, and Wang Xiao suddenly senses through the vassal contract that Zhou Shiruo is at the Ice Mountain venue. When Gao Lishuan asks how he knows, Wang Xiao says it is the vassal contract and keeps focusing until he confirms they can see Yuhing base from their position. Gao Lishuan immediately sketches the Ice Mountain map on the ground, and with Wang Xiao's clues he narrows the spot down to the cliff where they had found a corpse earlier. That realization hits Gao Lishuan hard, and he curses himself for not climbing the cliff when they had the chance. Before anyone can dwell on it, Wang Xiao gets another update from Zhou Shiruo and learns the enemy is forcing her to build an artificial teleportation gate in just 3 minutes. The whole room goes tense because a 3-minute construction window means enemy reinforcements could arrive before anyone reaches the cliff. Wang Xiao stops waiting, turns for the exit, and says he is going to save Zhou Shiruo himself. Gao Lishuan grabs him to stop him, but Wang Xiao tears free and starts issuing split orders for everyone else to move while he buys time at the front. He sends Fang Tianyu and Han Bufan to gather Kaiyang's team, and orders Gao Lishuan and Yi Han to find Flowing Cloud Academy, or at least drag them toward the Ice Mountain field. Gao Lishuan objects that this is effectively starting a war with no guarantee help can arrive in time, and he flatly refuses to support such a reckless move. Wang Xiao shuts that down at once and says he is not discussing options anymore because Zhou Shiruo is still in enemy hands, and he will go even alone. Then Wang Xiao adds that the military is probably already waiting outside for a clear signal, and he decides to give them one himself. He pulls off the Nirvana mask and returns to his real appearance, ready to reveal himself openly. As Wang Xiao walks out of Yuhing base, beast summons answer one after another, starting with the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the Silver Shadow Leopard, and the Blazing Lava Raging Bear. More and more mutated beasts fill in behind them until Wang Xiao steps out with an entire beast army packed around Yuhing base like an iron wall. Outside the secret realm, the sheer scale of that beast tide alarms the competition director enough to switch the main broadcast screen to Yuhing's base. The audience erupts in disbelief at the impossible number of monsters, And then someone spots the figure at Yuhing Base's gate on the screen and realizes it is Wang Xiao. When the broadcast zooms in, the whole square finally sees the truth. The person inside the secret realm is Wang Xiao. The audience falls dead silent because Wang Xiao was never supposed to be one of Yuhing Academy's official participants. Even the commentators are thrown off, awkwardly wondering on air if Wang Xiao's appearance counts as breaking the rules. A replay shows Wang Xiao taking off the Nirvana mask, and the commentators piece together that Su Junra had been his disguise all along. Chen Jinrong is already moving, quietly deciding that Wang Xiao revealed himself on purpose because he confirmed the enemy's location. After ordering the assault team to move, Chen Jinrong locks eyes with Wang Tingwei, and the two men rush off together toward the same corner of the venue. Back in the secret realm, Wang Xiao waits just long enough for the outside world to see him, then dismisses most of the beast tide and keeps only the silver shadow leopard for speed. Wang Xiao tells the base to follow the plan while he goes ahead to stall for time, then rides out as fast as a silver streak. Fang Tianyu sends Wang Xiao off, and Han Bufan immediately summons the Holy Knight to carry the two of them toward the lava field. The rest of Yuhing hesitates for a beat, then Gao Lixuan mutters that he is the captain and hurries Yi Han along to move out too. That leaves only two slower Yuhing members behind, and they prepare to head for the Ice Mountain venue together as ordered. Before they can leave, a lone enemy in Yaoguang battle gear staggers out of the drifting dust and blocks their path. Lang Lina calmly reveals the trap. His side guessed Wang Xiao was hiding here and expected Yuhing to split up, though he sounds disappointed that only two people stayed behind. The two Yuhing members brace to fight, but Lang Lina suddenly starts changing in front of them. Glowing purple patterns crawl from under Lang Lina's collar up his neck and across his face, shocking the two Yuhing students who have no idea what he is. Lang Lina answers with pure killing intent, calling himself the thing that wants their lives as a pale purple spatial vortex blooms open beside him. At the Ice Mountain field, Wang Xiao arrives at top speed, switches to the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, and climbs to a better vantage point above the cliff. From above, Wang Xiao spots Zhou Shiro under pressure, hurriedly assembling an artificial teleportation gate, while Lang Beauty guards her nearby. He also sees why Zhou Shiro is obeying. Lang Beauty has an injured Yuhing boy hostage, and the boy looks so weak he could die at any time. Wang Xiao quickly sees the problem. He can reach Lang Beauty and Zhou Shiro, but from this angle he cannot save the hostage first. The hostage suddenly wakes and almost gives Wang Xiao away by calling out to him. Wang Xiao hurriedly signals for silence, and the boy wisely closes his eyes again before Lang Beauty notices anything. With the immediate danger contained, Wang Xiao contacts Zhou Shiro through the vassal contract and tells her he has arrived. Zhou Shiro answers in a tight, anxious voice that she is almost out of time, but she keeps building without exposing that help has arrived. Wang Xiao steadies her, promises reinforcements are coming, and quietly explains a rescue plan that will only work if they move in perfect sync. When Zhou Shiro slows down for just a beat while listening, Lang Beauty instantly notices and threatens the hostage with his dagger. Zhou Shiro quickly covers for herself by holding up two similar parts, and claiming she is only trying to tell them apart. Because even he cannot distinguish the parts, Lang Beauty accepts the explanation and pushes her to finish faster. Zhou Shiro assembles the final pieces and slots an energy core into the machine, bringing the artificial teleportation gate to life. The moment the gate lights up, Lang Beauty gets greedy and drops the hostage to seize Zhou Shiro himself. Zhou Shiro was waiting for exactly that, and whips around to sprint away the instant his grip on the hostage is gone. Lang Beauty is left blinking in confusion for a split second, unable to understand why Zhou Shiro would abandon her teammates so fast. That confusion is the opening Wang Xiao needed, and he attacks from behind with Berserk Thunder. Lang Beauty wants to dodge, but the teleportation gate behind him forces his hand, so he throws up a defensive field instead. That is exactly what Wang Xiao wanted, because the barrier locks Lang Beauty in place long enough for the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf to snatch up the hostage and run. The lightning claw slams into Lang Beauty's barrier so hard that even he is shaken by how close it comes to breaking. When the dust settles, Lang Beauty realizes Wang Xiao used his own caution against him and rescued both Zhou Shiro and the hostage. A moment later, Turk steps out of the activated gate, proving the enemy invasion route is now open. Turk is immediately angry that the gate opened 10 minutes late, and Lang Beauty lazily blames the complicated portal assembly. When Turk presses him on how the gate got built at all, Lang Beauty coolly admits that Zhou Shiro was forced to do it, and that pulling Wang Xiao here was intentional. Turk calls him out for acting on his own, and then notices someone is missing. Lang Lina never came through the gate. Lang Beauty looks back toward Yuhing's base with ugly envy and says Lang Lina is probably off having fun, which makes Turk realize something much worse is happening there. A short distance away, Wang Xiao has the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf set the rescued boy down and gives him a recovery potion. Wang Xiao checks Zhou Shiro first, but she is physically fine and far more upset that she was forced to help the enemy. Zhou Shiro blames herself for not being strong enough, but Wang Xiao cuts that off and reminds her she endured all of this to save a teammate's life. Then Wang Xiao takes off his protection ring and hands it to Zhou Shiro so she can guard the injured boy until reinforcements arrive. Before Zhou Shiro can stop him, Wang Xiao decides the gate has to be destroyed and jumps back onto the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. Wang Xiao covers the 100-meter gap in an instant, and launches another berserk thunder straight at the teleportation gate. At the last second, a phantom condenses between the attack and the gate, and a bright blade draw cuts Wang Xiao's energy claw cleanly in half. The sight rattles even Wang Xiao, because this was not a normal person stepping through the gate, but a swordsman soldier that formed directly from phantoms. On the snowy mountain, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and confirms the swordsman guarding the enemy's side is an undead swordsman at platinum rank, with its skill ominously marked as unknown. That single word rattles him, because the last enemy he saw with an unknown skill was the fake Wu Yan's Hellfire Spirit, a fight so brutal he only survived with Tang Longji's help. Wang Xiao remembers what he learned afterward. A skill shows up as unknown only if the soldier has never used it, or if everyone who saw it died. Outside the secret realm, the audience spots Yaoguang Academy opening a teleport gate and starts murmuring over how openly they seem to be breaking the rules. Then everyone notices the glowing purple patterns on Lang Buli's skin, and the whole square erupts because those marks look exactly like a purple Star-Lord using energy. Before the commentators can fan the panic, Qin Jirong cuts in and calmly declares that the purple pattern is only a newly developed enhancement item. When the commentators hesitate, Qin Jirong repeats himself with commander-level pressure until they understand this is the story they are expected to tell. So the commentators awkwardly parrot the lion air, first hinting at a purple star invasion and then instantly correcting themselves with Qin Jirong's official explanation. Ridiculous as it sounds, most of the crowd accepts it the moment Qin Jirong's name is attached, because his credibility is stronger than their own eyes. Even the other academy heads turn to congratulate Yaoguang's academy head for secretly helping with a military experiment, leaving him smiling dryly because he has no idea what is really happening. One man is not fooled. Qin Kaiyang remembers fighting Purple Star people before, notices Wang Tingwei's disappearance and Qin Jinrong's hidden worry, and realizes something is badly wrong. Back on the ice mountain, Turk and Lang Buli step out from behind the teleport gate, and Turk greets Wang Xiao almost politely, as if this were a formal visit instead of an ambush. Turk casually notes that Wang Xiao looks thinner than in the photo, making it clear they have investigated him thoroughly before coming here. Still keeping that respectful tone, Turk introduces himself as the deputy captain of the special operations team and asks what happened to Brewer. When Wang Xiao looks puzzled, Turk explains that Brewer was the fake Wu Yan, and that one name instantly tells Wang Xiao exactly which enemy they mean. That answer gives Wang Xiao one small relief. If Brewer belonged to this group, then for now he is not surrounded by a second hidden enemy. So Wang Xiao answers plainly that Brewer is dead, and he was the one who killed him. Turk laughs it off at first, mocking the idea that a level 3 lord could kill a level 5 one, but Wang Xiao's silence slowly wipes the smile off his face. The mood snaps hard when Turk asks again if Wang Xiao really killed Brewer, and the undead swordsman beside him answers by drawing its blade half an inch into the freezing wind. Turk admits the mission just changed. He had only planned to kill Wang Xiao and reclaim the holy beast, but now he has to bring him back alive for judgment by the holy court. Wang Xiao has never even heard of the holy court, and Turk quietly makes it worse by saying a person would rather die in battle than be judged there. Wang Xiao hints that he still has a third option, but Turk dismisses it immediately and points to Lang Buli, warning that Wang Xiao definitely does not want to see that man's lord talent. Wang Xiao holds himself back, gambling that Qin Jinrong has already noticed the trouble outside, but the warning about Lang Buli's talent makes him even less willing to move rashly. Then the standoff twists unexpectedly when Lang Buli looks toward the wasteland battlefield, smiles like a man about to enjoy himself, and tells Wang Xiao not to listen to Turk. Lang Buli openly says he and his brother were locked in the holy prison for too long, and now that they are finally out, he has no intention of grabbing one captive and going home quietly. He pushes it further and says the holy court should not care if the ones dying are just blue planet lords, exposing that this mission means far less to him than the chance to slaughter freely. Before Turk can stop him, Lang Buli jams a finger into his mouth and unleashes a piercing whistle that rings across the entire secret realm. In the wasteland below, scarlet fog erupts over the small battlefield, and the instant system notice says Zhang Ken and Lucy have been eliminated. That instant kill shocks Wang Xiao, because those two Yuhing students were strong enough to matter, and with enemies like this he suspects elimination probably means death, not evacuation. A heartbeat later, the scarlet fog rises from the wasteland like a living red cloud and races straight toward the ice mountain peak. Wang Xiao realizes his plan to stall for rescue just died with that whistle, and he starts preparing to fight with force before the situation gets even worse. But before he can act, Wang Xiao catches an even stranger detail. The usually controlled Turk looks terrified the moment he sees that scarlet mass coming. Turk lunges at Lang Buli, grabs his collar, and pleads with him to stop because this was never part of their operation plan. Lang Buli coldly peels Turk's hand away and says this may not be Turk's plan, but it is absolutely his, because if they were sent out to work, they deserve some fun in return. When orders fail, Turk tries authority instead and demands that Lang Buli make Lang Lina stop immediately, but he does not even get to finish the threat. Lang Buli shuts him up by wrapping one hand around Turk's throat and offering a brutal choice: watch obediently and live, or die together with the Blue Planet Lords. Then the scarlet fog lands on the summit and bursts apart, revealing Lang Lina in a wild, exhilarated mood after his massacre below. Lang Lina gushes that the feeling was incredibly satisfying, then notices his brother choking Turk and immediately perks up at the new entertainment. The brothers treat Turk's life like a joke, and when Lang Beauty asks what they should do, Lang Lina lights up and asks if they can kill him too. Turk cannot speak, but he can still act, and in that instant his eyes harden as the undead swordsman suddenly draws and strikes at both Lang brothers without warning. At the same time, Lang Lina's scarlet fog blooms again, and Wang Xiao finally sees the truth inside it. The red mist is really a dense swarm of countless tiny flying insects. The moment Wang Xiao sees the scarlet insect fog, his whole body goes cold as if pure instinct is screaming at him not to get close. A snow-white slash cuts into the swarm and does absolutely nothing, which makes the threat feel even worse. Then the insect fog suddenly spreads and swallows Turk and the undead hunter whole. Wang Xiao does not hesitate. He calls over the ice thunder horn wolf and pulls back instead of getting dragged into whatever that thing is. Since the purple star enemies are suddenly tearing into each other, Wang Xiao decides not to interfere and treats it as the best possible break for Blue Planet. He reaches Zhou Shiro, and she stares at the huge red fog in shock as she asks what happened over there. Zhou Shiro wants to use the chaos to evacuate and leave the rest to the military when they arrive. Wang Xiao refuses right away because Fang Tianyu and the others are still coming to meet them, and walking off now would send those allies straight into a trap they know nothing about. To get any clue at all, Wang Xiao tears open an identification scroll and aims it at the insect fog from afar. The result is nothing but unknowns, which tells Wang Xiao he is facing a soldier Blue Planet has never recorded before. That makes Turk's earlier warning about Lang Beauty's Lord Talent hit a lot harder, because Wang Xiao suddenly suspects the bluff was real. Then the insect fog bursts apart, and only Lang Beauty and Lang Lina are left standing on the cliff. Lang Lina licks his lips in twisted excitement, and raves that a level 8 platinum soldier tasted wonderful. Lang Beauty stays colder and points his brother's appetite toward Wang Xiao instead, asking if he wants to know what a holy beast tastes like. Hearing that, Wang Xiao realizes the impossible answer may be true. Turk and his undead soldier were not beaten, they were eaten. When the brothers start walking toward him together, Wang Xiao's hands begin to shake on their own like prey reacting to a natural predator. Wang Xiao quickly decides Zhou Shiro has to leave first with the injured boy on the ice thunder horn wolf, while he stays behind to cover them. Zhou Shiro flatly refuses and plants herself beside him, insisting that as his vassal lord she will face this with him. He tries to push her away with the harsh truth that she would only slow him down, and Zhou Shiro can only swallow the guilt because she knows he is right. Just as Zhou Shiro is about to leave, a green barrier drops from the sky and seals the whole area like a giant bull. Wang Xiao whirls around and sees Lang Beauty holding the torn challenge scroll that locked both sides together. Now Wang Xiao is trapped in the worst possible bind, because surrendering would save his life but hand all his resources to the Lang brothers and doom the others anyway. So he gives a bitter smile and admits they only have one option left now: fight side by side. Zhou Shiro answers without drama. She takes off her protection ring, puts it on the injured boy, and makes sure its defensive field opens before stepping back into the fight. Then she lightly teases Wang Xiao with Tian Gang's old complaint that he always loves charging into the spotlight and making every battle harder than it needs to be. Wang Xiao plays along, and in answer he summons the ice thunderhorn wolf, the raging lava bear, and the silver shadow leopard one after another. Zhou Shiro grins and says battles go easier when a man and woman work together, then finally reveals she has real strength of her own too. A deep spatial vortex opens behind Zhou Shiro, and a clearly mechanical mutated beast starts stepping out. Outside the secret realm, everyone watching sees Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro get dragged into the challenge arena, and the commentators try to keep talking like this is still just a normal school match. The commentators even wonder if the Yaoguang side gave up its rule-breaking helpers out of conscience, completely missing how dangerous the situation really is. Xin Jinrong sits through the chatter with a dark face, because unlike the audience he knows this crisis is far worse than a ranking assessment. Then his eyes catch a faint light blue spatial vortex opening in one corner of the screen above the lava field, and his panic finally eases a little. A few minutes earlier in the lava field, the 10 Kaiyang students had already split into camps on an isolated island while Fang Tianyu tried to force a decision. Fang Tianyu declares that as captain she has decided to support Yu Hing now and demands a clear answer from the holdouts. One of the holdouts snaps back that Fang Tianyu is only a temporary captain and has no right to order everyone around. Another holdout piles on, demanding to know why Kaiyang should risk itself for Wang Xiao now that he is no longer their student. Fang Tianyu is trapped by the truth she cannot say, because if she reveals the Purple Star invasion she might scare these people into refusing outright. She also cannot just leave them behind, because Wang Xiao built his plan around all 10 Kaiyang participants, and every one of them matters. Seeing Fang Tianyu stalled, Tang Hingshan steps up like a hammer and warns the two holdouts that refusing a captain's support order means open disobedience. The two holdouts flinch under the pressure, but one still insists they are not Fang Tianyu's vassals and do not have to obey blindly. One holdout makes it uglier by hinting that Fang Tianyu's 4 close male allies are only backing her because of some dirty relationship. That rumor does not shake Fang Tianyu, but it instantly lights a fuse in the 4 boys who treat her like family. Han Bufan steps in first, and with the others closing around him, the nasty holdout goes pale as the argument is about to turn into a beating. Before anyone can explode, one of the watching students suddenly spots a spatial vortex opening high in the blue sky. Fang Tianyu recognizes it first and realizes with relief that reinforcements have finally arrived. A young officer drops to the ground first, followed by more than 30 soldiers in Blue Planet military armor with killing intent all over them. The officer introduces himself as Kaiyang Military Region Commander-in-Chief Qi Lianjuan and asks if these students are from Kaiyang Academy. Fang Tianyu immediately steps forward, identifies herself as captain, and admits she was trying to reinforce Wan Xiao but got stalled by internal trouble. Qi Lianjuan takes one look at the 2 resisting boys, understands enough, and cuts straight through the argument with military authority. In the name of the Kaiyang Military District, he announces that the academy ranking assessment is suspended and all of them are now temporarily drafted to cooperate with the military. When Qi Lianjuan orders Kaiyang's top students to move out with the military, Fang Tianyu's side is visibly relieved while a few other students turn tense at once, realizing the trip is dangerous. Even so, the 2 worried students do not dare refuse a military draft that could ruin their future as lords, so they exchange a bitter look and agree. Qi Lianjuan skips the pleasantries and asks Fang Tianyu where the target is. Fang Tianyu points toward the Ice Mountain venue and explains that another reinforcement group from Yuhing and Luyun should also be there, though she is not sure if they have arrived yet. Qi Lianjuan immediately signals the soldiers and orders Kaiyang's group to follow behind the team at once. Outside the secret realm, the audience is startled when a full military team suddenly appears on the field. Before the crowd can panic, Qin Jinrong grabs the microphone and says the military is arresting Yaoguang participants who used an illegal homemade artificial teleportation portal. His explanation calms the audience, and people quickly start treating the whole thing as rule enforcement instead of a disaster. But when the crowd starts asking where the rest of Yaoguang Academy went, Qin Jinrong quietly turns anxious because he knows their disappearance could expose a much bigger crisis. He realizes that if another large-scale student tragedy becomes public, it will not just damage Kaiyang military region but shake trust in all 12 military districts. So Qin Jinrong quietly slips away and orders the broadcast director to avoid showing the Ice Mountain venue at all. Back inside the Ice Mountain Challenge Arena, Wan Xiao has no idea help is coming and stares down only the enemies in front of him. Lang Buley laughs at their confidence, and Wan Xiao coldly fires back that they will find out soon enough. Zhou Shiro commits their last 3 advanced energy cores to the mechanical beast, knowing it buys only about 3 minutes of terrifying output. At the same time, Wan Xiao opens a deep spatial vortex behind him and prepares to unleash the blazing golden crow. Just before the clash starts, Lang Buley suddenly calls for a pause and casually asks how many helpers Wan Xiao arranged behind the scenes. Wan Xiao refuses to give details and only says the reinforcements will be more than enough to deal with them. That answer seems to satisfy Lang Buley, and he pats Lang Lina's shoulder, saying the holy beast is his brother's prize while the people coming later will belong to him. Lang Lina lights up at once, thrilled by the promise, and that strange excitement makes the threat feel even worse. Before Wan Xiao can respond, a scarlet insect fog explodes outwards so fast that it swallows him almost instantly. Inside the red haze, Wan Xiao realizes something is off because he cannot even hear the insect's wings anymore. He reacts instantly, and orders the lava raging bear to fire raging flame beams straight through the fog. The opening lets him grab Zhou Shiro back to his side, and the blazing golden crow finally tears its way out of the vortex behind him. As soon as the blazing golden crow appears, the temperature surges and the scarlet insects visibly turn restless under the heat. Zhou Shiro catches the weakness immediately and sends the overdriven mechanical beast into action with heavy flame output. Those flames are strong enough to rival a flame magic tower, and in just seconds the insect fog starts thinning fast. Seeing the opening, Wan Xiao locks onto the densest part of the swarm and orders the blazing golden crow to use death-burning wind. A wall of superheated fire crashes down and wipes out nearly half the swarm in one terrifying sweep. The attack is so effective that even Wan Xiao is stunned, and the result immediately makes him wonder how Turk was taken down so easily before. After the remaining insects are nearly burned away, Wan Xiao has both area attackers stop and mocks the Lang brothers for relying on such weak tricks. Lang Buley answers with an eerie, careless smile, and Wan Xiao notices that Lang Lina looks excited instead of angry about losing so many insects. That abnormal reaction puts Wan Xiao on guard at once, and he demands to know what else they are hiding. Instead of answering, Lang Lina throws out another ball of scarlet insect fog. Wan Xiao burns that new wave away immediately, but another scarlet insect fog appears right after it like a nightmare repeating itself. Zhou Shiro is shocked by how absurd the consumption is, and Wan Xiao realizes Lang Lina's true soldier is probably the mother of these insects, not the expendable swarm itself. That means the insects can keep coming unless the hidden mother is exposed, which makes Zhou Shiro realize they could be trapped in a stalemate forever. Wan Xiao says delay should favor them, but behind that calm answer he is increasingly bothered by Turk's death and by whatever Lang Buley's Lord Talent is still waiting to do. Sensing his anger, the blazing golden crow pours on even more power and burns the next insect fog so cleanly that not a single bug survives. For the first time, the Lang brothers lose their easy smiles and study Wang Xiao with real caution. But instead of changing tactics, they throw out the same scarlet insect fog again, and Wang Xiao finally snaps at the pointless repetition. No one answers his shout, and only the insect's buzzing grows louder as he burns the swarm away one more time. When the flames clear this time, the Lang brothers are simply gone, even though the challenge arena is still active and should not let anyone leave. The impossible disappearance hits Wang Xiao at once, and he abruptly shoves Zhou Shiro away while throwing himself back. A split second later, the ground under their feet explodes. A scarlet insect fog suddenly erupts around Wang Xiao, and he finally realizes Lang Lina kept spamming it as a smokescreen for a hidden swarm to slip close. He lands blind inside the fog and hesitates to burn it away, because he cannot see Zhou Shiro and might hit her too. Dozens of flying insects settle onto Wang Xiao and bite him, and the strange, almost pleasant sensation makes him flinch out loud at the worst possible moment. A cold blade flashes through the mist, and Wang Xiao barely escapes by diving into the ground before the attack can split him apart. Shaken, Wang Xiao sees the trick more clearly now. The fog hides the Lang brothers' movements like a magician's black cloth while cutting off their target's vision. Before he can settle on a counter, another precise strike slices a palm-sized patch of skin off his shoulder, proving the enemy can still track him inside the fog. He gulps a healing potion and stares at the bug stuck on him, suddenly realizing Lang Lina may be using his own insects as living trackers. That thought hits harder because Zhou Shiro is somewhere in the same trap, and Wang Xiao immediately calls for her while sidestepping yet another hidden strike. When Zhou Shiro still does not answer, Wang Xiao fears the worst, but checking the vassal contract at least confirms she is still alive. Needing a fast answer, Wang Xiao shouts for Zhou Shiro to lie flat and immediately drops prone himself to set up a safer attack. The blazing golden crow answers with another burning death wind, and the flames rip more than half the insect fog out of the sky in one brutal sweep. Through the scorched opening, Wang Xiao finally spots Zhou Shiro lying nearby with a savage shoulder wound and half her shirt soaked red. Wang Xiao instantly summons the gold armor black turtle, using its mountain-like body as a shield to cover both of them from the brothers' hidden attacks. Under the turtle's cover, Wang Xiao crawls to Zhou Shiro, feeds her a healing potion, and asks if she can still hold on. Zhou Shiro insists the wound is only superficial, even though her pale lips make it obvious she has already lost a lot of blood. Wang Xiao wants to send her away to protect the injured under the protection ring's field, but Zhou Shiro refuses and says she may have spotted the Lang brothers' weakness. She cannot explain it clearly yet, and only says that when he shoved her aside, she saw something she needs to confirm one more time. Wang Xiao suspects she is partly bluffing just to stay in the fight, but after a beat he decides to trust her and cooperate. The gold armor black turtle dissolves into light, and the moment its cover is gone the Lang brothers are standing in the distance again as if they never moved at all. The standoff resets across dozens of meters, but now only Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro look battered while the Lang brothers smugly mock them as only SOSO. Wang Xiao answers with a cold glare, summons the ice thunder horn wolf and the raging lava bear, and says they only got lucky because he slipped once. He launches the same pressure again, sending the wolf charging straight in while the bear fires a blazing pillar at the brothers. Lang Beauty almost sounds disappointed as Lang Lina throws up the scarlet insect fog again, and both attacks vanish into it as uselessly as before. Outside the fog, Wang Xiao can only see stray flashes of lightning from the wolf's blind attacks, while Lang Beauty mocks him for still not learning. Then the entire insect fog surges toward them, and Wang Xiao shouts for Zhou Shiro to dodge as the trap closes again. Instead of dodging away, Zhou Shiro slides behind Wang Xiao and presses tightly back-to-back with him, gambling on the one-target trick just before the fog swallows them. Outside the fog, Lang Lina suddenly gets confused because his insects only detect one target inside, not two. The brothers bicker in confusion over where the missing person went, but even they know nobody can leave the challenge arena before the winner is decided. Inside the fog, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro hold the awkward back-to-back pose with real nerves, betting everything on her guess that the brothers care too much about catching both of them at once. Zhou Shiro explains that when Wang Xiao knocked her aside earlier, she happened to dodge the swarm and overheard Lang Beauty telling Lang Lina to lower the fog so they could catch them all in one sweep. Wang Xiao thinks the deduction sounds dangerously thin, but when no attack comes even after half a minute, he has to admit her instinct is working. Zhou Shiro quietly calls it an opportunity, and Wang Zhao's answer is only a small rising smile that says he already has an idea. Outside the arena, the scene shifts to the icy mountain venue where Qi Lianjuan arrives with warriors and the Kaiyang Academy team and immediately notices trouble on the cliff. Before they can move, a warrior calls Qi Lianjuan over to a patch of disturbed snow where something grim has been uncovered. They reveal 8 rope-bound corpses in Yaoguang armor buried under the snow, and their young faces make the sight hit even harder. A warrior suggests burying the bodies again so the Academy's students will not be scared, but Qi Lianjuan can only stare at the dead with a dark, clenched expression. Fan Tianyu cuts in before he can answer and says they are not children anymore. Looking at the dead through the ring of warriors, Fan Tianyu says they are all lords of the Blue Planet, and the Kaiyang students answer the scene not with fear but with anger. Qi Lianjuan finally stops treating the students like sheltered kids and silently decides they need to face the battlefield for real. He has 8 corpses laid out in full view, forcing the students to look at what this mission can really cost. The students remember past chaos, but this is the first time they have to stand still and truly feel how close death is. Qi Lianjuan gives them one blunt choice: go now if they are ready, or leave now if they are not. Liang Shuang and Sun Whiting are the first to back out, choosing survival even though it may cost them a military future. A second pair also asks to leave, and Qi Lianjuan does not pressure them at all. Fan Tianyu panics because Wang Zhao's plan needs those lord talents, but Qi Lianjuan calmly cuts him off and says it will still work. With the 4 withdrawals sent away, Qi Lianjuan orders everyone else to move out, and the operation continues. Back on the cliff, Wang Xiao uses the Lang brothers' argument as an opening and has the blazing golden crow burn away the insect fog again. When Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro reappear, Lang Beauty smacks Lang Lina for insisting there had only been one target. Wang Xiao mocks them for not even knowing how many enemies they are fighting, pushing their teamwork even closer to breaking. Lang Beauty snaps at his brother to trap them again, and Lang Lina floods the area with scarlet insect fog. This time Wang Xiao does not burn the fog away. He orders the golden crow to press it down with crimson earth 1,000 miles instead. With the fog pinned below waist height, Wang Xiao stands exposed on purpose so any sneak attack will be easier to catch. Lang Beauty realizes the trap and lashes out at Lang Lina again when the fog cannot rise any higher because of the heat. Then Lang Beauty notices the real problem. Zhou Shiro has vanished from Wang Zhao's side. Zhou Shiro suddenly pops up from the left and turns their attention just long enough for the real strike to land. At the same moment, Zhou Shiro's mechanical beast opens full fire from the other side and buries the brothers under a wall of attacks. The scarlet insect fog collapses into scattered light, showing the ambush hurt them badly, but Wang Xiao still refuses to relax. Wang Xiao immediately calls for the next move and sends the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf charging back into the fight. While Wang Xiao holds the front, Zhou Shiro opens her interface and speed builds a green fire defensive tower in under 10 seconds. Wang Xiao praises her faster building because that new tower will keep any future insect fog from pressing right on top of them again. With the area overheated by the golden crow, Wang Xiao swaps beasts and brings out the silver shadow leopard, finally free from the ice terrain handicap. Wang Zhao's confidence flips from defense to offense as the silver shadow leopard shrinks down and quietly activates, flickering light and shadow. That momentum is cut short when a hidden blade arc suddenly slashes the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and destroys it on the spot. At the same time, the mechanical beast burns to its last advanced energy cores and its barrage dies with a sharp crack. The Lang brothers step out of the dim aftermath in shredded clothes and strange purple patterns, furious but still standing. Lang Beauty coldly tells Wang Xiao he has truly angered him this time. When he spots the silver shadow leopard, Lang Beauty immediately guesses Wang Xiao may be running low on energy and starts pressing that weakness. Wang Xiao shouts back that he still has plenty left, but his stiff expression makes it obvious the taunt landed. Seeing that reaction, Lang Beauty decides to get serious and opens a territory vortex behind himself for the first time. Wang Xiao expects a new soldier, but the first thing he hears is a horribly familiar buzzing. Instead of a normal summon, a far larger tide of scarlet insect fog erupts from Lang Beauty's vortex and floods the entire challenge arena. The sky of the arena vanishes under the bug cloud, and only the fire defensive tower keeps a small circle of visibility around Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro. Even with that safe zone, the wall-to-wall insects are enough to make both of them go cold. Zhou Shiro quietly asks what comes next, and Wang Xiao decides to play along because if they cannot see the brothers cannot see them clearly either. The silver shadow leopard slips into the insect fog as their moving eyes and quickly scouts the brothers' rough position. Using the leopard's report, Wang Xiao summons 10 shadow golden thorn spiders and fires physical piercing spider spears into the fog. The first volley smashes against the barrier wall instead, telling Wang Xiao the target dodged in time. The silver shadow leopard feeds him a new location at once, so Wang Xiao keeps the spear volleys coming without hesitation. An arc blade suddenly cuts back through the bug cloud, but the fire defensive tower gives Wang Xiao just enough warning to dodge. He fires another 10 spider spears straight back along that attack line, turning the fight into a silent close-range exchange through the fog. Move after move, the hidden duel keeps going in eerie silence, and the tension only gets worse because either side can see the other clearly. In the middle of that pressure, Wang Xiao checks on Zhou Shiro and learns she still needs more time. Wang Xiao jokes that their lives are in her hands now, trying to keep her steady while she works on the spent machine. Then, under the insect buzz, both of them catch a faint voice calling Wang Zhao's name. Wang Xiao realizes the voice is too faint for anyone inside the arena, which means reinforcements have finally reached the outside. Zhou Shiro lights up too, because for the first time in this fight they no longer have to face the Lang brothers alone. With backup outside, Wang Xiao finally opens the surrender option because losing the arena no longer means certain death from total exhaustion. But before pressing it, Wang Xiao suddenly remembers something better, pulls out a glowing purple card, and asks Zhou Shiro if she is ready to hit back. At the Ice Mountain Cliff, Qi Lianjuan's group reaches the battlefield and freezes when they see a green challenge barrier covering the ground like an upside-down bowl. Fang Tianyu realizes it is a challenge arena, and the whole group immediately understands the worst part. anyone outside can only watch. Qi Lianjuan presses his hand against the barrier, but the paper-thin green wall does not budge at all. Tang Hingshan explains the cruel rule plainly. Until the arena decides a winner, the people inside cannot come out, and the people outside cannot get in. Fan Tianyu desperately asks whether the military has any way to force entry, but Qi Lianjuan's silence already gives her the answer. When Han Bufan says they should at least warn Wang Xiao to surrender, Fan Tianyu rushes to the barrier and starts shouting his name herself. Inside the insect fog, the Lang brothers stay calm, because they believe the arena has already locked Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua in for a slow death. Lang Lina notices faint voices outside, and Lang Buli realizes Wang Zhao's reinforcements have arrived, which only makes him more excited. Just as the brothers start talking about enjoying the holy beast next, the challenge suddenly ends on its own and both of them are left staring in confusion. At the same time, Wang Xiao sees the Lang brothers' warehouse reward trigger and drags Zhou Shirua straight toward the voices outside. Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirua burst out of the fog and finally meet the reinforcements waiting outside the barrier. Wang Xiao immediately asks for Gao Lishuan, and Fan Tianyu explains the Flowing Cloud Academy team is still stuck searching in the sea venue. Fan Tianyu is alarmed by the blood on both of them, but Wang Xiao brushes it off as superficial and turns straight to military numbers. When Qi Lianjuan says Commander Chen kept the support force small to avoid exposing the Purple Star matter, Wang Xiao cuts him off because he only wanted to know how much help he actually had. Then Wang Xiao pulls out a Purple Life and Death Arena card, making it clear he is not planning to let the Lang brothers walk away alive. Before using it, Wang Xiao coldly asks whether the military would object if he kills the invaders who murdered his beasts and left corpses on the cliff. Qi Lianjuan says the rules require captured invaders to be interrogated first, but when Wang Xiao asks what happens if he insists, Qi Lianjuan finally looks away and silently yields. Wang Xiao tears the card open at once, and a huge purple barrier expands over the battlefield to turn the fight into a real death match. As the scarlet fog finally breaks apart, the Lang brothers are exposed in the open just as Wang Xiao announces that this arena only ends with death. Lang Buli is not intimidated at all, and his amused reply makes the whole arena tense up for the coming clash. While everyone focuses on the showdown, a lone figure slips out of a distant artificial teleportation gate, jumps down the cliff, and vanishes without being noticed. Once the death arena is set, Qi Lianjuan orders the military to strike first, and 300 gold-level heavy armor beastmen thunder into the scarlet fog. The students are fired up by the scale of the attack, but Wang Xiao stays cold and pulls Tang Hingshan, Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, Lin Dong, and Han Bufan aside for another plan. Wang Xiao checks whether their new formation is ready, because he is already assuming the military's opening attack is only a probe and will fail. Tang Hingshan is stunned when Wang Xiao bluntly says the military will lose this round, and Wang Xiao treats that outcome like the obvious setup for his own move. Lin Dong nervously admits the timing is too tight for him, and Wang Xiao can only clap his shoulder and tell him to make it work. Before the planned talk can go further, Zhou Shirua spots the fog collapsing, and the result is exactly as Wang Xiao predicted. When the insect fog clears, all 300 heavy armor beastmen are gone, and the Lang brothers are still standing there completely unharmed. Wang Xiao immediately kicks off his backup move and tells Han Bufan it is his turn. Han Bufan summons 5 holy knights, and Tang Hingshan enlarges them with giant tribe into towering holy giant knights for a heroic countercharge. Fan Tianyu shouts toward Qi Lianjuan that they are not children anymore, and the whole giant knight team charges in full spirit. Then the glorious charge turns absurd in 1 second, because the whole giant knight squad skids at the edge and tumbles straight off the cliff. Qi Lianjuan explodes in frustration and immediately orders a rescue team, because at this point it looks like Wang Zhao's side has just made a suicidal mess. But before the rescuers can get far, scarlet insect fog blocks the route, and Lang Buli makes it clear he has no intention of letting anyone save those fools. Qi Lianjuan retreats the rescue team and goes straight to Wang Xiao, now openly suspicious that the cliff disaster was arranged on purpose. Wang Xiao denies setting them up, but his eyes catch the tiny scarlet bug on Qi Lianjuan's collar, and he instantly understands their conversation has been overheard. On the enemy side, Lang Buli confirms through his bug scout that Wang Zhao's companions really did look like idiots, so Lang Lina excitedly asks to begin the real show. Purple patterns flare across both brothers, and spatial vortices start opening behind them, revealing that they had been hiding something far worse than insect fog. Lang Lina throws his arms wide and calls for the party to begin as a scaled beast head slowly pushes out of his vortex. Then the beast does something no one expected and swallows Lang Lina whole, leaving the battlefield stunned while Wang Xiao realizes this is part of their plan when he catches Lang Buli smiling. Lang Lina suddenly vanishes, and the scarlet insect fog hanging over the snowfield collapses with it. Before anyone can process that change, a violet new aura crashes down hard enough to make Wang Xiao panic. Wang Xiao shouts for everyone to retreat, but the soldiers freeze and look to Qi Lianjuan for the order instead. Qi Lianjuan cannot understand the warning and asks why they should pull back when one enemy seems to have disappeared. Wang Xiao starts to explain, but the giant teleportation door explodes first and turns the whole sky purple. The blast hurls Lang Buli backward and instantly tears apart the blue planet soldiers closest to the gate. Seeing the disaster unfold, Wang Xiao realizes his warning came too late. Then the scattered purple light starts gathering again, condensing into one scaled beast head after another. In seconds, a 30-meter nightmare takes shape, the 9 devouring Taotai, wrapped in black smoke with 9 savage heads and red eyes glowing like lamps. Its first roar punches through the battlefield, and thick black smoke gushes out to swallow most of its body. The warriors hurriedly call up their troops again, but the monster only keeps smoking in place instead of attacking. Lang Bewley gets back on his feet in the distance and watches in silence, which only makes the stalemate feel stranger. Even Qi Lianjuan is shaken enough to ask what that thing actually is. Wang Xiao tries an identification scroll, but his civilian version still returns nothing useful. Qi Lianjuan pulls out a military scroll instead, and this one actually opens a full data screen in front of them. The military file identifies the creature as a Platinum Level 29 devouring Taotai with shadow powers and terrifying devouring skills. The remarks are worse. The Purple Star Holy Court bred this beast, lost control of it, and watched it slaughter priests and clerics before escaping. When Wang Xiao asks what priests and clerics mean on Purple Star, Qi Lianjuan bluntly translates that into Blue Planet terms, Level 5 and Level 4 lords. That comparison makes Wang Xiao's face sink, because a beast like that should not still be this dangerous if it were only an ordinary Platinum Level 2. Then fighting noises explode from inside the black smoke, and Lang Bewley smiles like he has been waiting for this. As the smoke parts, one of the Taotia's heads spits Lang Lina back out alive. Lang Lina slams into the snow so hard it blasts powder across the field, but he still moves like he feels none of it. Instead of turning on Blue Planet, Lang Lina launches straight back at the 9 devouring Taotai and punches one head hard enough to snap it backward. He keeps bouncing from head to head, kicking and punching so fast that the giant monster cannot fight back even once. The smoke finally clears, and everyone on the Blue Planet side can only stare at a human lord physically overpowering a platinum monster. After nearly a minute of this beating, Lang Lina lands again looking shredded and filthy, but grinning with wild excitement. Behind him, the 9 devouring Taotai actually drops to its knees and lowers all 9 heads in submission. Wang Xiao finally understands the ugly truth. This beast was not attacking Blue Planet at all. It was trying to kill its own master and got beaten into obedience. That only makes the situation worse for him, because if Purple Star Lords can fight like this with their own bodies, defeating their soldiers will not be enough. Lang Lina wipes the slime from his face, calls the Taotai useless, and warns that he will kill it for real if it dares resist again. The giant beast shudders under that threat, clearly afraid of him now. Only after establishing that dominance does Lang Lina turn back to Blue Planet and casually ask if they are ready. That snaps the Blue Planet side out of their shock, and they answer by deploying a full formal formation of 500 peak gold level 3 elf warriors. Even with that lineup, almost nobody looks confident after what they just witnessed. Lang Lina, on the other hand, just cracks his neck and grins wider as he invites them to start the party. At his signal, the 9 devouring Taotai lunges straight into the battlefield. The elf warriors react instantly, retreating in step and firing a full volley of arrows into the charging beast. The Taotai answers with a thunderous roar that blows the entire arrow volley away in midair. 9 streams of black smoke pour out right after the roar, and Wang Xiao immediately realizes it is about to use a skill. But before Qi Lianjuan can get the warning out, the smoke bursts apart, and the one giant Taotai splits into 9 separate shadow clones. By the time they understand what happened, all 9 Taotai bodies have already slammed into the elf warrior formation. The 9 split 9 devouring Taotais crashed into the elven line and turned the opening clash into a brutal massacre in seconds. When the survivors finally scattered, only a few wounded elves were left, and the Blue Planet side felt real fear for the first time. Before morale could collapse, Qi Lianjuan barked out a clean new plan: pull back the elves, switch 10 people to strength units, and turn everyone else into ranged attackers. The elven troops vanished in white light, and 100 giant strength soldiers appeared in their place with 300 giant cannoneers forming up behind them. At Qi Lianjuan's order, the giants swarmed each Taotai in groups and physically pinned the monsters to the ice. The moment the giants let go, 300 cannon shots rained down and buried the trapped Taotais in a towering sea of fire. Watching the flawless teamwork, Wang Xiao was stunned by both the firepower and the level of discipline behind it. Then the fire twisted, black smoke surged up, and the whole inferno suddenly turned into cold black flame. Wang Xiao instantly realized the problem was evil contamination, and Qi Lianjuan reacted just as fast by pulling the cannoneers back. Even the next barrage turned black before it landed, and the contaminated flames began flowing straight back into the 9 devouring Taotai. As the 9 split Taotais lifted their heads and drank in the black flames, their combined aura only kept getting stronger. From the enemy side, Lang Lina threw his arms up and gleefully called for the Taotai to eat every attack the Blue Planet side sent. The sight dragged up Wang Zhao's anger from an earlier devouring battle, and he suddenly decided to answer fire with more fire. A sharp cry split the air as Wang Xiao summoned the blazing golden crow and sent its platinum-grade death-burning wind at the Taotai. Even that stronger flame turned black and got swallowed, but Wang Xiao did not stop there. Qi Lianjuan grabbed Wang Xiao by the collar, furious that he seemed to be feeding the monster on purpose. Wang Xiao met that glare head-on and gambled on one idea. If the Tao Tai could absorb power, maybe too much power would break it. Qi Lianjuan understood the gamble at once, let Wang Xiao go, and ordered every giant cannoneer to hit the Tao Tai with full power. More reserves were summoned in, bringing the total to 500 giant cannoneers firing without holding back. Wang Xiao joined the overload plan too, calling out the raging lava bear so its blazing pillar could hammer the same target beside the golden crow's flames. The non-stop barrage still could not injure the split Tao Tais directly, and all that stolen fire only drove their aura higher. Lang Lina mocked the blue planet side as idiots, still convinced they were making his beast stronger. That smug look vanished when the 9-head Tao Tai suddenly roared in pain and started swallowing even more frantically. Lang Buley instantly saw the truth and shouted that the Tao Tai was only an artificially raised soldier with a hard limit on how much energy it could contain. Cracks spread across the Tao Tai's swollen body, but because Lang Lina's last order was still to eat every attack, the beast could not stop itself. Once the blue planet side saw the contamination field weakening, they attacked even harder to finish the overload. A hole finally burst open in the Tao Tai's body, strange black-purple light leaked out, and the giant monster exploded into dense smoke. The blast threw everyone away at once, and Wang Xiao's world became nothing but white light and rushing wind. When Wang Xiao came to, he found the silver shadow leopard had dragged him clear and was also carrying the unconscious Zhou Shirua and Qi Lianjuan. The size of the explosion rattled Wang Xiao, but the black smoke around the cliff told him the Tao Tai had to be in terrible shape too. He slapped Qi Lianjuan awake and urgently told him this was the moment to press the attack before the monster recovered. Qi Lianjuan came around just enough to ask the worst possible question, because none of his scattered troops were anywhere nearby. With no one else available, Wang Xiao decided he would have to rely on his own side instead. Wang Xiao laid the still unconscious Zhou Shirua on the snow, left 2 recovery potions beside her, and called Qi Lianjuan onto the leopard to move out. The 2 men climbed onto the silver shadow leopard and rushed back toward the smoke-covered cliff. Back at the enemy side, Lang Buley had already knocked Lang Lina to the ground and was beating him in pure fury for nearly ruining everything. Lang Buley tore into him for forgetting the Tao Tai's energy limit, then demanded a solution on the spot. Scrambling to recover, Lang Lina recalled the wrecked Tao Tai and resummoned it through a purple spatial vortex. The beast came back badly weakened, with drooping heads, a swaying body, and obvious damage from the overload. Before Lang Lina could steady himself, a silver flash cut across the battlefield and stopped right in front of the brothers. Lang Buley stared at the riders in disbelief when he realized Wang Xiao had survived the blast. Wang Xiao jumped down, took in the Tao Tai's miserable condition, and answered with a cold taunt about cruel commanders and unlucky beasts. When Wang Xiao warns the Lang brothers, they just sneer and remind him that he should be worrying about his own side instead. Lang Buley steps up and taunts them hard, saying Wang Xiao's larger group already failed once, so coming back with only 2 people looks like suicide. Wang Xiao bluffs that they are not alone at all, because he supposedly hid elite troops nearby before the fight even started. He shouts for those elite soldiers to appear, but the cliff stays dead silent and the bluff lands with painful awkwardness. Qi Lianjuan quietly asks if Wang Xiao actually warned anyone, because at this point even he can feel the plan falling apart. Wang Xiao doubles down and starts yelling even louder, practically begging his so-called elite soldiers to save him before he dies. Below the cliff, the real backup is scrambling, where Lin Dong sits by a steaming blood pool and strains to finish a dangerous undead enhancement. Tang Hingshan finally snaps and urges Lin Dong to hurry, because Wang Zhao's desperate shouting overhead makes it obvious they are running out of time. Han Bufan cuts in and explains that Lin Dong's undead blood pool clashes hard with his own holy divine domain, so reinforcing Han Bufan's holy knight trump card was never going to be quick or easy. Tang Hingshan does not care about the explanation and argues back, because every second they wait leaves Wang Xiao hanging alone above them. Fan Tianyu shuts the argument down and tells them to stop disturbing Lin Dong, insisting that Wang Xiao can hold out a little longer. Back on the cliff, Wang Xiao finally gives up on shouting, and Lang Buley openly mocks him for his invisible elite soldiers. Wang Xiao admits under his breath that the backup is not ready yet and tells Qi Lianjuan they need to stall somehow. When Qi Lianjuan asks how long they need to buy, Wang Xiao can only answer with an awkward "I don't know." With no better option, Wang Xiao opens a spatial vortex and starts throwing out his beasts at once, leading with the ice thunderhorn wolf and then the raging lava bear and gold-armored black turtle. The pressure jumps again when the blazing golden crow and dark swamp crocodile dragon take to the sky and a whole formation of shadow golden thorn spiders appears in the distance. Qi Lianjuan answers by summoning 10 peak gold level 3 elf commanders, giving their side a disciplined front line instead of just brute force. At Qi Lianjuan's order, the elf commanders draw their swords and release a holy aura that cuts through the bitter cold around the cliff. Wang Xiao immediately links everyone to the golden armored black turtle's defense, spreading a light green shield effect across his whole side. Then the blazing golden crow triggers Phoenix power, bathing the field in a scarlet ring that massively boosts every ally's stats and fire damage. A moment later a Thunder Beast Saiyan totem descends too, stacking another huge buff on top and leaving Qi Lianjuan stunned by how absurd Wang Zhao's support skills are. Wang Xiao warns him not to get too excited, because these crazy boosts are already every trump card he has left. Qi Lianjuan answers with new confidence, because with boosts like this he finally believes they can really hold the Lang brothers off. Across the field, even Lang Buley turns serious when he feels their aura spike and realizes the enemy is really betting everything here. Lang Lina settles it brutally by turning to the weakened 9 devouring Tao Tai and ordering it to kill everyone or die by his hand instead. Driven by fear, the 9 devouring Tao Tai goes berserk, its red eyes flaring as black smoke erupts and its body splits into 9 again. Wang Zhao's side answers immediately, charging in a horn formation with the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf at the tip and the rest of his beasts driving in behind it. The two sides crash together almost instantly, and Wang Zhao's opening combo hits with the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf's Thunder Slash and the raging lava bears erupting earth spikes. The Tao Tais leap into the air to dodge the ground assault, and one is instantly smashed in the nose by the dark swamp crocodile dragon so hard everyone hears bone break. The blazing golden crow follows with flying fire meteor, forcing the Tao Tais back down under a storm of fireballs. As one Tao Tai drops out of the firestorm, the Ice Thunder Horn Wolf catches it and rips across its head with an ice claw packed with lightning, fire, and freezing force. That strike breaks its defense, burns and shocks the wound, then freezes its split-open head into a grotesque ice sculpture. The silver shadow leopard flashes in and shatters the frozen head, finishing that Tao Tai on the spot. With another Tao Tai already dropped by the earlier skull-breaking hit, Wang Zhao's side wins the opening exchange cleanly and cuts the enemy down to 7. Qi Lianjuan even starts to relax and jokes that Wang Zhao's beasts are cooperating so well he may not need to step in at all. That confidence vanishes instantly when another Tao Tai knocks the dark swamp crocodile dragon offline, and the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf's boosted ice claw slices into the dragon by mistake instead. The shared defense keeps the dragon from being seriously hurt, but the shock makes it recoil right into the blazing golden crow. The timid blazing golden crow finally breaks under the pressure and flees all the way back to Wang Zhao's territory in a burst of scattered light. The remaining 7 Tao Tai seize that opening at once and swarm the lone dark swamp crocodile dragon in the air. No matter how the dragon thrashes, the Tao Tais toy with it, and the beasts on the ground can only watch because none of them can reach that fight. Wang Zhao's early advantage collapses, and he curses the runaway crow when it refuses to answer any more summons. Forced to improvise, he asks Qi Lianjuan for any flying unit at all, saying even a weak distraction would be better than letting the dragon fight alone. Qi Lianjuan hesitates because what he has is a very strange fit for the job, but Wang Zhao cuts him off and tells him to send it anyway. Qi Lianjuan's answer turns out to be a flock of palm-sized jungle sprites, and Wang Zhao immediately feels his heart sink. When Qi Lianjuan explains that the jungle sprites are meant for stealth scouting, Wang Zhao can barely believe this is the rescue option he got. The two of them snap at each other for a second, but there is no time to keep arguing once the jungle sprites enter the battlefield. The sprites are weak, but their sudden swarm is visible enough to distract 2 Tao Hais for a moment, and that tiny opening is all Wang Zhao's side needs. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf pounces on that opening, badly wounding one Tao Tai with its claws and tearing another one's throat open in the same savage rush. One enemy bursts into black smoke immediately, dropping the Tao Tai count from 7 to 6. The injured survivor tries to run, but the raging lava bear chases it down, enters berserk beast form, and smashes it into smoke too. That counterattack cuts the enemy down to 5, but Wang Zhao does not relax, because he already knows the sprite's distraction trick will stop working once the Tao Tais realize how harmless they are. So even after clawing back the momentum, Wang Zhao stays grim and starts searching for the next move before this fragile setup collapses again. The battlefield keeps grinding on, and after 2 more Tao Tai clones fall, 5 shadow clones are still pinning down all 5 of Wang Zhao's mutated beasts. Even with more troops in reserve, Wang Zhao's side is losing the rhythm because the surviving Tao Tai clones have spread out and forced every beast into a separate duel. Qi Lianjuan finally asks if he should send in the elf commanders, but Wang Zhao shuts it down immediately. Wang Zhao explains that the clones should collapse once only 2 or 3 heads remain, so Qi Lianjuan's strongest reserves have to be saved for the real 9-headed body. Qi Lianjuan gets frustrated and points out the obvious problem. If they keep waiting, Wang Zhao's mutated beasts may collapse first. Qi Lianjuan offers a smaller compromise and asks to at least use the shadow golden thorn spiders for support, but Wang Zhao refuses that too. Wang Zhao keeps the spiders in reserve as well, gambling everything on a single window against the Taotia's final form. Qi Lianjuan realizes Wang Zhao is carrying the heavier burden here, steadies himself, and asks one last time whether the clone form really will end after a few more losses. Wang Zhao says the logic is simple. Once too few heads are left, shadow clones stop being useful. After hearing that, Qi Lianjuan quietly says he has a solution. On the enemy side, the Lang brothers admit Wang Zhao is stronger than they expected, especially since even his gold-quality beasts can trade blows with Tao Tai clones. But Lang Lina still mocks the stalemate, thinking Wang Zhao's beasts can do nothing better than drag the fight into a draw. That confidence breaks the moment the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf suddenly abandons its own duel and leaps toward the Tao Tai fighting the Silver Shadow Leopard. The Tao Tai chasing the wolf attacks on instinct and smashes through the wolf's shared golden defense, carving bloody wounds across its back. Instead of slowing down, the wolf uses that hit to fling itself faster and lands exactly where the trap needs it. Lang Buley instantly sees the plan and yells for the shadow clone state to be cancelled, realizing Wang Xiao is sacrificing one position to break the whole board. By then it is already too late, because the wolf and leopard read each other in one glance and move together. The wolf forces the target Tao Tai to dodge with an ice claw feint, opening the exact lane the leopard needs. The silver shadow leopard flashes in behind it and shears away half the Tao Tai's head with wind-splitting claw. Before the blood even hits the ground, the wolf and leopard pivot together and rush the Tao Tai that wounded the wolf. Cornered by two platinum beasts at once, that second Tao Tai is torn down almost immediately. With two more clones gone, the stalemate finally snaps and Wang Zhao's side surges forward. The raging lava bear roars into berserk beast form, and three allied beasts gang up on the seventh Tao Tai while only two enemies remain tied down elsewhere. Even as the advantage swings back, Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan stay tense because the real question is whether the Lang brothers will act logically at all. Their answer comes fast when the last two Tao Tai clones suddenly explode into black smoke. The smoke streams together to reform the true body, and Wang Xiao instantly shouts for the reserve strike to begin. 10 elf commanders charge in with heavy swords as Wang Zhao's exhausted mutated beasts pull back out of the kill zone around the reforming Tao Tai. At the same moment, 1,000 black spider spears rip through the air and punch hundreds of bleeding holes into the Tao Tai's huge body. The wounds are not fatal to something that huge, but the pain and poison hit hard enough to make it crash to the ground screaming. The elf commanders pile in and hack downward with brutal rhythm, their heavy swords finally breaking through the Tao Tai's famed scales. Once the monster is carved into a mangled wreck, the elf commanders suddenly jump back instead of overcommitting. That retreat sets up the second wave, and another 1,000 spider spears slam in to pin the ruined Tao Tai like a grotesque hedgehog. Lang Lina fumes and looks ready to intervene himself, but Lang Buley stops him cold and tells him to stand down. Then purple light flashes in Lang Buley's eyes, and the dying Tao Tai turns into black smoke and vanishes back under his control. That shocks Wang Xiao, because everything until now made the Tao Tai look like Lang Lina's soldier, not Lang Buley's. Before he can untangle that mystery, a new spatial vortex opens behind Lang Buley and leaks out a deeply wrong aura. Wang Xiao feels the strangeness at once, and his mutated beasts react even more clearly with visible unease. Only the dark swamp crocodile dragon reacts differently, staring at the aura with excitement instead of fear. Qi Lianjuan tries to calm Wang Xiao by saying they can still handle a new enemy soldier, but his trembling fingers give away that he is really steadying himself. Wang Xiao realizes Qi Lianjuan was not warning him at all. He was trying to keep his own fear under control after everything they already spent to beat one soldier. Just as Wang Xiao is about to reassure him, a familiar roar cuts across the field. A scaled beast head pushes out of the vortex, and Wang Zhao's expression goes cold when he recognizes it. Qi Lianjuan stares in shock as a full 9-head Tao Tai walks out again, looking almost identical to the one they just destroyed. At first it almost looks absurdly simple, like the brothers are just using matching soldiers, but Wang Xiao spots the truth in the details. The new Tao Tai is standing at full power, yet it still carries the exact same wound pattern as the one that was just butchered. That detail pulls an earlier clue back into place, because Wang Xiao remembers Lang Buley had already shown the same pattern with Lang Lina's scarlet insect fog. Between the shared soldiers, the same filthy aura, and Turk's old warning, Wang Xiao finally begins to understand Lang Buley's lord talent. He turns to Qi Lianjuan and says hoarsely that he thinks he knows what Lang Buley's talent is. But before Wang Xiao can say it aloud, Lang Buley interrupts the moment by expanding the vortex into something far larger. With a faint smile, Lang Buley delivers the cruel punchline: a person's greatest enemy is not someone else, but himself. A huge ancient bronze mirror floats out of the vortex, worn and dusty at first, then turning clear as it reflects Wang Zhao's mutated beasts. Then the mirror's surface ripples like water, and a second ice thunderhorn wolf steps out in perfect peak condition, while the original remains on the field. The copies keep coming, as peak state versions of the raging lava bear and gold armor black turtle emerge too, with swarming shadow golden thorn spiders spilling out behind them. On the frozen battlefield, the two armies still looked evenly matched at a glance, but Wang Zhao's side was already drained while Lang Buley's mirrored army stood fresh and terrifying. Qi Lianjuan quietly asked for a new summon, and Wang Xiao could only admit he was out of real trump cards. He even tried calling the blazing golden crow again, but nothing answered, and the only reserve he had left was a swarm of spiders that would probably just get mirrored too. Then Wang Xiao heard the worst possible signal in his ears. The holy beast totem had just run out. With Phoenix power already gone and the totem boost collapsing too, Wang Zhao's beasts dropped off a cliff in strength while the mirror copies kept every peak state enhancement. Wang Xiao finally said it out loud to Qi Lianjuan. They probably were not getting out of this. Qi Lianjuan swallowed the shock fast and answered with a crooked smile that if this was the end, they should fight all out. That answer strangely relaxed Wang Xiao, and once death felt certain, overthinking stopped mattering. After downing a recovery potion, Wang Xiao saluted Qi Lianjuan like a comrade at the last line, and Qi Lianjuan returned it without hesitation. The two men turned cold at the same time, and their exhausted forces charged anyway. Lang Buley barely looked impressed, just flipped a hand and ordered his mirrored army to tear them apart. The fight immediately turned brutal, because every real beast was facing its own mirror image that knew the same habits, feints, and killing moves. The 9-head Tautai made it even worse by spitting black smoke and splitting into 9 elite soldiers that roamed the battlefield. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf was the first to fall, trapped by the Tautais and blasted through the chest by its own clone's Berserk Thunder. A minute later the Silver Shadow Leopard and Raging Lava Bear went down too, leaving only the Black Turtle barely hanging on and the Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon still fighting in the air. The Crocodile Dragon only looked even because the ground beast could not interfere much up there, but Wan Xiao could tell that small advantage would not last. As the surviving mirror beasts finished off their matches, they spread into a semicircle and boxed Wan Xiao and Qi Lianjuan in. Qi Lianjuan tried one last bit of dry humor about using their strengths better, and Wan Xiao shot back that he would remember that in his next life. The Mirror Ice Thunderhorn Wolf stepped out from the pack and stopped 10 steps away, staring down at them with cold, empty eyes. Looking into those familiar eyes, Wan Xiao could not help treating the fake like an old companion and asked it, half joking and half sincere, to make it quick. The Mirror Wolf raised a paw to kill him, and a bolt of lightning suddenly smashed down in front of it and hurled it away. An afterimage dropped from the sky, hit the ice in a storm of electricity, and forced every surrounding mirror beast back at once. When the lightning cleared, Wan Xiao saw a mechanical beast in front of him, and Zhou Shiro leaning out from its back asking if he was alright. Wan Xiao recognized Zhou Shiro, but instead of relief he felt worse, because one machine could never close a gap this big. After Zhou Shiro jumped down beside them, Wan Xiao pointed out the bronze mirror and explained the real problem. Anything it reflected could be projected at peak strength. The instant Zhou Shiro understood, she whipped around toward her mechanical beast, realizing it should have been copied too. The bronze mirror really did turn toward the machine and reflect its image, so all three of them braced for disaster. But after half a minute nothing came out, and Wan Xiao suddenly realized the mirror could not copy mechanical beasts after all. Qi Lianjuan corrected the idea right away. It was not the metal body that broke the mirror, it was the energy cores inside it. That flaw was real, but it changed almost nothing, because they had no resources left to field the 100 machines they would need. So Wan Xiao gave up on surviving with restraint, pulled Zhou Shiro into his arms, and declared that even if they died, they would die showing what a blue planet lord looked like. Zhou Shiro wrapped her arms around him and answered with a sweet calm that she would follow his lead. Before Qi Lianjuan could get a word in, the mechanical beast took its order and charged straight into the enemy cluster, and the nearby mirror beasts rushed in to pin it down. Its shell was already veined with fine cracks from running on borrowed energy, so Zhou Shiro stopped trying to conserve anything. She shouted explosive thunder flash, and the machine's core and weapon ports all began screaming with unstable light. The first blast turned the area around it into a lightning-soaked sea of fire and sent the surrounding mirror projections flying. Then a second explosion erupted from inside the first one, even bigger and more violent than Zhou Shiro had intended. The nearest mirror bear and leopard were ripped apart on the spot, and the rest of the mirror army came out badly mauled. Even Wan Xiao, Zhou Shiro, and Qi Lianjuan were caught in the wave and thrown across the ice. When Wan Xiao shouted at Zhou Shiro about the machine's strength, she was just as shocked and insisted she had never built it to hit this hard. That answer made Wan Xiao think of something, and he immediately turned to stare toward the cliff instead of the blast zone. At the cliff edge, Lang Bewley also felt the same chill and turned around to find a pair of crystal clear indifferent eyes right behind him. A shout came up from below the cliff that reinforcements had arrived, and the owner of those eyes rose into the sky on 6 white wings like a holy executioner. Everyone froze under the descending holy aura as the beautiful but terrifying Platinum Level 3 Holy Archangel finally showed itself in full. The Holy Archangel rises over the icy peak and spills down calm-looking holy light that is packed with pure killing intent. With one gentle point, the Archangel wipes out the battered mirror soldiers, and even the mirrored dark swamp crocodile dragon drops from the sky before anyone can see how it was hit. Wan Xiao is still taking in that power when hoofbeats thunder closer through the snow. 3 holy knights arrive with Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, and Han Bufan, and Fan Tianyu calls out in obvious worry that they came as fast as they could. After Han Bufan dismisses the knights, Fan Tianyu jumps straight to checking Wan Xiao, and he answers with a grim little joke that he is still alive. Wan Xiao immediately drags Han Bufan's attention to the ancient bronze mirror, and warns that it can copy their soldiers. Before Wan Xiao can explain properly, the bronze mirror tilts and locks onto the Holy Archangel, making his heart jump. Seeing that target, the Lang brothers' side turns greedy, convinced that copying the Holy Archangel would guarantee their escape even against the Blue Planet army. But after the ripples settle, the mirror produces nothing at all. Lang Bewley freezes, and Lang Lina demands to know why the projection failed while he snaps back that he has no idea. Shaken for the first time after projecting thousands of soldiers, Lang Bewley keeps changing the mirror's angle and trying again, but the Holy Archangel still cannot be copied. Back on Wan Zhao's side, Han Bufan guesses the mirror may be failing because the Holy Archangel is simply too high level to copy. Wan Xiao rejects that idea at once, because the mirror had already copied his level 2 Platinum Ice Thunderhorn Wolf before. Qi Lianjuan offers a different clue, saying the issue might be the kind of soldier rather than the level. When Wang Xiao brings up Qi Lianjuan's elf soldiers, Qi Lianjuan points out that elves can have holy attributes without being true holy soldiers. That finally clicks for Wang Xiao. The mirror copies are carrying an evil, undead-like aura, so a true holy soldier like the Holy Archangel is their natural counter and cannot be replicated. With his confidence back, Wang Xiao tells Qi Lianjuan to summon his soldiers again because this is their chance to turn the fight around. Qi Lianjuan hesitates because he is not built for drawn-out frontline fighting, and his remaining soldiers are too badly hurt to bounce back on their own that fast. Wang Xiao says that part is covered and turns to Yang Fan with a knowingly nasty grin. Yang Fan complains that he must have owed Wang Xiao in a past life, but he still stomps down and opens a glowing emerald life array. Wang Xiao resummons his worn-down mutated beasts, and the emerald life array rapidly washes away their exhaustion and stabilizes their strength. Qi Lianjuan summons his soldiers too, and even he is stunned by how absurdly fast Yang Fan's healing has become. He finally recognizes Yang Fan by name, and asks how a Kaiyang Academy recovery lord is suddenly healing like a level 7 medic. Wang Xiao is impressed too, and Yang Fan instantly starts acting smug about how much he has improved. Fan Tianyu immediately tears down his bragging and reminds everyone that this boost comes from Wang Xiao's amplification card, and it only lasts 10 minutes. Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan trade one look and agree that 10 minutes is enough. Once every soldier is restored, Wang Xiao lays down one critical rule: except for the Holy Archangel, no one can let that mirror reflect their troops. Fan Tianyu says she can handle that part, and summons her Ice Mountain Saintess beside her. The newly strengthened Saintess type summon looks so refined and holy that Wang Xiao blurts out a worried guess that it might count as another true holy soldier. Qi Lianjuan quickly clarifies that the Ice Mountain Saintess is an elf subtype, not a true holy soldier, which makes Wang Xiao flinch at the thought of the mirror copying another gold unit. Fan Tianyu, now fully exasperated, cuts them off and says they should let her finish because she has a way to stop the mirror from seeing anyone at all. She activates Silver Sacrifice, and silver light erupts from the Ice Mountain Saintess into a vicious cold whirlwind. In an instant, dark clouds swallow the sky and heavy snow crashes down until visibility drops to less than 10 meters. Wang Xiao praises the move at once, especially after noticing that the storm is also boosting his Ice-type Ice Thunderhorn Wolf. The wolf's extreme cold body kicks in, healing it instantly and raising all its attributes by half, and Wang Xiao starts smiling because every advantage is finally on their side. Qi Lianjuan catches Wang Zhao's confidence, and with both men ready at last, the counterattack starts for real. At Wang Zhao's order, the restored troops charge into the blizzard and almost immediately vanish into the whiteout. The Lang brothers instantly realize the snowstorm is there to blind the mirror and shut down its projections. Lang Buley abandons the Holy Archangel idea and urgently orders Lang Lina to make him a fire venue around the mirror instead. Lang Lina answers without hesitation, opens the warehouse interface, and pulls out a green venue card they had taken from Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro before. When she tears the card open toward the mirror, intense heat spreads out, melting the snow in a wide circle and filling the area with rain, vapor, and steam. The mirror is still fogged by steam, but with constant heat drying it out, Lang Buley can already feel the danger closing in and starts silently begging for more time. He does not get that time, because heavy footsteps suddenly break through the snow and a silver shape lunges straight at him. Lang Buley panics and throws the bronze mirror in front of himself as a shield just as the silver shadow leopard reaches him. The silver shadow leopard catches the mirror too late and crashes into it anyway, exactly as Wang Xiao planned to start breaking the source of the projections. The collision blasts out a deafening shockwave that throws the leopard back and strips the snow from a 100-meter circle. That opening reveals the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Raging Lava Bear, who fire their strongest attacks together at the center of the mirror. Their combined blast hammers the mirror, and the rebound throws both beasts away too. But Wang Xiao has stacked the attack, and right behind them the Dark Swamped Crocodile Dragon and Gold-Armored Black Turtle surge in to finish the job. The Dark Swamped Crocodile Dragon folds in on itself, accelerates with berserk impact, and turns its defense into a brutal spear aimed straight at the mirror's heart. At the last second, a mirror-projected 9 devouring Taotai jumps out of nowhere and throws its mountain-like body in front of the dragon's killing blow. The dragon's hit blows the Taotai projection into black smoke, but the mirror is still intact, and Wang Zhao's beasts dive back into the blizzard the instant the shockwave fades. Watching the shaking but intact mirror, Lang Buley grits his teeth for a beat and then suddenly smiles. He shouts into the storm that blurring the mirror was a clever trick, then reveals the ugly truth. The bronze mirror does not only project whatever is directly reflected in its surface. In the thick snow, Lang Buley suddenly shouts and Wang Zhao's face changes first, because he realizes the mirror is about to do something worse. Purple patterns crawl over Lang Buley's face as he forces his power to the limit, and ripples spread across the misty mirror. The mirror starts spitting out old projections at once, beginning with an Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and then the Raging Lava Bear, Dark Swamped Crocodile Dragon, Silver Shadow Leopard, and more. The team finally understands the danger. Lang Buley is reusing soldiers the mirror copied before, not just the ones in this battle. Qi Lianjuan realizes their snow cover plan is basically broken, because blocking the mirror's view no longer stops what it already recorded. Wang Xiao quietly makes it worse, reminding everyone that Lang Buley is an old veteran, so nobody knows how many past monsters that mirror can drag back out. Since the storm is only hurting their own view now, Wang Xiao tells Fang Tianyu to stop the snow. Fang Tianyu recalls the Ice Mountain Saintess, and the blizzard fades away until the whole battlefield opens up again. With the snow gone, everyone sees the enemy lineup almost perfectly mirrors Wang Zhao's side, except Lang Buley has a copied 9-head Tao Tai while Wang Xiao still has the Holy Archangel. The real Ice Thunderhorn Wolf charges out as vanguard, and its mirror copy lunges straight in to meet it. Instead of brawling, Wang Zhao's wolf swerves away at the last second and drags the mirror wolf out of position. That opening is enough for Wang Zhao's silver shadow leopard to flash in and rip off the mirror wolf's ear with wind-splitting claw. Before the injured mirror wolf can hit back, the berserk raging lava bear replaces the leopard and drives earth spikes straight through it. A thread-thin holy strike falls from above and erases the pinned mirror wolf into black smoke. The same rhythm starts repeating all over the field as the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard bait enemies. The raging lava bear and Shadow Golden Thorn Spider pin them, and the Holy Archangel finishes them. In under a minute, more than half of Lang Buley's fresh mirror soldiers are gone, and even the 9-head Tao Tai copy cannot turn it around. Wang Zhao's own beasts are hurt too, but Yang Fan's life array keeps healing them before the damage can really stack up. Watching the enemy line collapse, Yang Fan relaxes enough to joke that they may not even need Tang Hingshan or Lin Dong. Han Bufan gets cocky and starts calling the mirror soldiers weak, as if one holy light sanction is all it takes. Fang Tianyu shuts that down immediately and points out the win only looks easy because their holy damage and teamwork counter the mirror copies perfectly. Before Han Bufan can save face, Wang Xiao cuts in with a warning: morale is good, arrogance is not. Wang Zhao's ominous feeling proves right when fresh ripples spread through the bronze mirror, and a new shape forms inside that is clearly not one of the current soldiers. He instantly orders Fang Tianyu to signal Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong, because the real monster is finally coming out. After the last mirror 9-head Tao Tai falls, Lang Buley does not look worried at all and instead mutters impatiently for his next projection to come out faster. Lang Lina is thrown by his brother's sudden excitement, and asks what he is summoning this time. When Lang Buley quietly answers Night Roarer, Lang Lina freezes, then lights up with the same shocked excitement. The mirror starts shaking so violently that even the Lang brothers retreat all the way to the cliff edge to get away from what is about to emerge. That reaction makes Wang Zhao's unease spike, because the brothers barely flinched even when a 9-head Tao Tai almost killed one of them. Then the mirror bangs again and again like something inside is slamming against its cage. A blast of black smoke erupts around the mirror, and for 1 second Wang Xiao thinks Lang Buley is just pulling out another 9-head Tao Tai. Instead, a thunderous roar tears across the mountaintop and instantly clears the snow for 1,000 meters. The pressure that follows is so terrifying that Wang Zhao's soldiers crash to the ground, and even the Holy Archangel is forced down before anyone sees the enemy clearly. Pinned to one knee under that invisible mountain, Wang Xiao forces out an order to call Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong into the fight now. Fang Tianyu, pale but still steady, fires a signal flare into the darkened sky. The flare is nearly snuffed out by the pressure after a single flash, but that brief signal is enough. Below the cliff, Lin Dong sees the signal and slams both hands onto the blood pool to unleash blood pool creation. A full set of armor made from blood rises out of the pool and shoots up the cliff toward the Holy Archangel. Piece by piece, the blood armor locks onto the Holy Archangel and boosts its aura several times over. At the same time, Tang Hingshan spreads out his giant tribe energy ring from below the cliff. The moment the blood-armored Holy Archangel touches that ring, it swells to more than 10 times its size. The giant Archangel forms a blood and light sword and raises holy light protection to push back the crushing pressure. Only after that shield goes up can Wang Zhao's side breathe again, and the black smoke finally starts to clear. When the smoke parts, Wang Xiao sees the thing Lang Buley dragged out at last, and it does not look like any natural soldier he has ever known. Up close, the monster is a nightmare patchwork of giant, snake, dragon, lion, eagle, crocodile, undead, and more, all crammed into one body. Wang Xiao can only stare and ask what this thing even is, because it feels less like a soldier and more like a manufactured monster. Shi Lianjuan tears open an identification scroll, and the result is almost worse than the creature's appearance. The scroll names a Night Roarer, a platinum level 4 monstrosity with a stack of attributes and a rumor that it is an artificial purple star soldier the Holy Court publicly denied existed. That revelation leaves almost everyone stunned, because this looks like an unbeatable secret weapon. But Wang Xiao narrows his eyes and smiles anyway, because to him a trump card this extreme means the enemy is finally running out of options. He tells the others this is their chance, turning the team's fear into the first spark of a counterattack against Night Roarer. Wang Xiao tries to lift the team's spirits, but with the Night Roarer blocking the way and the Lang brothers still alive, nobody can believe they have a real chance. He reveals that their enemy is a purple star criminal who was once captured there, hoping that clue will point them to a weakness. Wang Xiao reasons that if the Lang brothers were caught even with a monster like the Night Roarer, their projected soldiers must have some hidden flaw. Qi Lianjuan immediately shuts down the first guess, saying the projected soldiers they just faced were still at full strength. Before Wang Xiao can push the theory further, the Night Roarer loses patience and suddenly charges. Han Bufan throws out the Holy Archangel, and Yang Fan forces his life array to full power to keep it standing. The Holy Archangel lands a blazing holy light sanction and actually knocks the Night Roarer back a few steps. But the recoil shatters the Archangel's blood armor too, showing just how monstrous the Night Roarer really is. Yang Fan's life array floods the Holy Archangel with healing while its blood armor quickly reforms, letting Han Bufan keep stalling the Night Roarer. Han Bufan screams that he can stall for a little longer, buying Wang Xiao a tiny window to find the real answer. Wang Xiao first suspects the projection might have a time limit, but the past battles ended too fast for him to prove it. Then his eyes land on the exhausted Lang brothers, and a new possibility hits him. Maybe projection burns energy like any other summoning. Qi Lianjuan reaches the same conclusion before Wang Xiao even finishes asking, and the two decide to test it on the spot. Looking over the battlefield, Wang Xiao understands Qi Lianjuan's plan at once: force the enemy to reveal what he can still project. Wang Xiao orders the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard to circle the fight and sprint straight for the Lang brothers. The sudden flank shocks Lang Beauty, and before he can even warn his brother, a spatial vortex opens beside them by reflex. The vortex spits out the 9-head Taotai still covered in its old wounds, and that battered body gives Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan the proof they wanted. They shout the answer together. Lang Beauty's projection burns energy, and after the Night Roarer, he has almost nothing left. Even half-ruined, the 9-head Taotai still crashes into battle, but the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard manage to pin it down. Wang Xiao immediately adds the Raging Lava Bear and Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, trying to break through and strike the lords directly. But on the main front, Yang Fan finally collapses, and the whole support chain around the Holy Archangel starts breaking apart. Without healing, Lin Dong's blood armor burns away under the Night Roarer's roar, and the Holy Archangel is suddenly hanging by a thread. Fan Tianyu hurriedly adds eye support in front of the battered Holy Archangel, but the Night Roarer's pressure still makes it feel hopelessly thin. Seeing the line about to break, Zhou Shira can only cry out for Wang Xiao because she has no resources left to save them herself. Wang Xiao grabs Qi Lianjuan and tells him to take command until the signal, making a decision before anyone else understands it. Then Wang Xiao does the craziest possible thing and sprints out toward the battlefield himself. A silver flash sweeps him up onto the Silver Shadow Leopard, and together they race straight toward the cliff. At the cliff, Lang Beauty explodes at Lang Lina for summoning the injured 9-head Taotai and exposing their weakness. Lang Lina snaps that without that summon they would already be dead, and for the first time he openly roars back at his brother. Lang Beauty decides the cliff is no longer safe and orders an immediate escape through the teleportation portal. That escape plan dies instantly when Lang Beauty looks down and realizes the artificial teleportation portal has already been smashed apart. Wang Xiao appears on the Silver Shadow Leopard holding the missing portal parts and tells Lang Beauty that this is where he dies. He throws the parts off the cliff, cutting off the brothers' last clean escape route right in front of them. That finally drives Lang Beauty berserk, and he swears he will kill Wang Xiao with his own hands. His fury pulls the Night Roarer away from the Holy Archangel, and the giant monster turns to hunt Wang Xiao instead. Wang Xiao immediately retreats on the Silver Shadow Leopard, but the Night Roarer's thunderous pursuit is almost just as fast. As the giant closes behind him, Wang Xiao can only hope Qi Lianjuan understood the trap he just set. Back with the others, the whole group freezes as they watch Wang Xiao get chased by the Night Roarer. Zhou Shira breaks first and begs someone to save Wang Xiao, her voice already shaking into sobs. Han Bufan is ready to react on pure emotion, but Qi Lianjuan clamps him down before anyone ruins Wang Zhao's gamble. Qi Lianjuan coldly orders everyone to ignore Wang Xiao for now and attack the enemy lord, because this opening is exactly what Wang Xiao risked his life to create. Once they really read the field, the opening is obvious. The Night Roarer is far away chasing Wang Xiao, the wounded 9-head Taotai is tied down, and Lang Lina is trapped in the lava bear's fire. That leaves only Lang Beauty hiding behind his ancient bronze mirror, and Fan Tianyu shouts the simple answer: kill the leader, and everyone survives. In the last beat, every idle soldier surges toward Lang Beauty at once, turning Wang Zhao's desperate bait into an all-or-nothing strike on the king. Seeing enemy soldiers closing in, Lang Beauty realizes his safe options are running out, but he still refuses to give up his chance to kill Wang Xiao. Instead of recalling the Night Roarer or playing it safe, the madman picks a third option: kill Wang Xiao and seize the holy beast in one desperate swing. Lang Beauty pulls out a blue planet energy potion he should never drink, gambling his own body for one last burst of power. Qi Lianjuan's group is stunned when they see a purple star lord chugging a blue planet potion that should be dangerous to him. Qi Lianjuan sees through it immediately, and warns everyone that Lang Beauty would rather poison himself than give up his chance to finish Wang Xiao. The first potion burns through Lang Beauty like lava, but he forces himself to endure it, and recovers only a fraction of the energy he wanted. Furious at the weak effect, Lang Beauty immediately drinks a second blue planet potion and pushes his body even closer to collapse. The double backlash nearly drops him dead on the spot, but Lang Beauty still claws his energy back above half as the enemy closes to striking distance. With red eyes and a cracked smile, Lang Bewley rasps that the party has begun and activates the bronze mirror. A mirrored 9 devouring Tautai bursts out of the bronze mirror, splitting into 9 smoke-wreathed bodies and slamming straight into the front line. Qi Lianjuan's elf vanguard is shredded on contact, and he instantly feels the difference. These soldiers are not retreating injured, they are being killed for real. Qi Lianjuan throws his stronger elf commanders forward, but the gold rank gap is still too wide and they vanish almost instantly, buying only a heartbeat of time. That tiny delay is enough for the rest of the coalition to reach the fight, and Han Bufan orders the Holy Archangel to strike with full power. The Holy Archangel floods the darkness with a storm of holy light, but the 9 devouring Tautai answers by wrapping itself in demonic smoke to resist it head-on. The clash explodes like daylight across the snow, and when the blast settles, the Tautai looks battered but still very much alive. Han Bufan's confidence wavers when even their best counter can't finish the monster. Qi Lianjuan steadies Han Bufan at once, calmly explaining that holy power is still working and telling him to keep the pressure on. Han Bufan regains his nerve and turns back to the battlefield, ready to look for another opening. Meanwhile, at the edge of the life and death arena, Wan Shao spots a steep ice mountain and tries to use the terrain to buy a little breathing room from the night roarer. But just as the leopard turns for the slope, a translucent purple screen appears in front of them and blocks the path cold. Wan Shao instantly realizes he has hit the arena boundary itself, and with the night roarer almost on top of him, there is nowhere left to dodge. He yells for the silver shadow leopard to evade, and the beast flashes sideways just before the night roarer crashes into the boundary. The impact shakes the whole arena wall, throws Wan Shao off his mount, and sends both of them skidding across the ice. When Wan Shao scrambles up, he is stunned to see hair-thin cracks in the supposedly unbreakable purple arena boundary. That single strike finally drives the truth home for Wan Shao. The night roarer is far more terrifying than he had imagined. The monster locks onto him again, and one look into its golden eagle-like eyes nearly crushes Wang Zhao's breath on the spot. Wan Shao snaps out of it, leaps up, and the silver shadow leopard catches him mid-move before sprinting away again. As the chase resumes, Wan Shao gives up any fantasy of fighting back alone and admits this thing is beyond him completely. He glances toward the distant cliff battle, sees only flickering lights, and realizes no one is coming to save him in time. Then another problem hits. The silver shadow leopard is slowing down, and Wan Shao realizes his last escape route is dying under him. For one bleak second, Wan Shao feels like he is out of options, then his old stubbornness kicks back in and refuses to die quietly. He decides to use the same dirty trick again and drag another monster into the chase, because any usable move is better than dying here. While racing through battle aftershocks and chaos, Wan Shao focuses his senses and searches the air for a hidden mutated beast nearby. He finally catches a faint unfamiliar aura from an ice mountain ahead, and the hidden presence feels strong enough to be at least peak gold level 3. Understanding this is their last shot, the exhausted silver shadow leopard forces out one more burst of peak speed toward the mountain. At the base of the mountain, Wan Shao orders a strike, and the silver shadow leopard tears through the ice with a wind-splitting claw. The upper half of the ice mountain starts sliding away, exposing a hollow cavity hidden inside like a frozen volcano. A violent aura erupts from the cavity, and Wang Shao realizes with a jolt of relief that he has just flushed out a platinum mutated beast. Its hiding place destroyed, the unseen mutated beast flies into a berserk rage and fires countless spinning arcs of light before it even shows itself. The night roarer charges in at exactly the wrong moment, and takes one of those spinning slashes straight across the chest. The hit does not truly hurt the monster, but it enrages the night roarer enough to turn the whole trap into an immediate platinum-level brawl. Without even seeing each other clearly, the two monsters start a savage life-and-death fight by smashing and blasting through the ruined ice mountain. Wan Shao and the silver shadow leopard slip into a nearby ice crevice and hide there while the monsters tear into each other above them. Even hidden, Wan Shao knows the platinum beast was doomed the moment he dragged it into this fight, and now all he can do is worry whether he will survive what happens next. Pinned near the shattered ice wall, Wan Shao forces himself to focus again because the platinum beast fighting the night roarer is only level 2 and probably cannot finish it alone. He reasons that this cramped secret realm is overcrowded with mutated beasts, so there has to be another one nearby he can use to wear the night roarer down. 2 minutes later, the platinum beast's aura starts fading, and Wan Shao finally catches the faint scent of a second mutated beast with only gold-level strength. Even a weak gold beast is good enough now, so Wan Shao rides out on the silver shadow leopard while the night roarer is still distracted by its current fight. He follows the trail to a huge crack in the ground and suspects the hidden gold beast is lurking directly below it. The moment he peeks over the edge, a deadly ice thorn shoots up from the darkness and misses his face by a hair. What comes out next is an ice corrosion python, and Wan Shao instantly recognizes the species from a brutal earlier encounter with a far stronger platinum version. This one is much smaller than the level 7 monster he once faced, but it still coils up in a defensive posture and watches him without blinking. To calm it down, Wan Shao raises his hands to show he means no harm and slowly backs away with the leopard. After he retreats far enough, the python eases slightly, and Wan Shao notices the terrifying commotion at the ice mountain has suddenly gone quiet. When he turns back fully, Wang Xiao sees that half the ice mountain is gone and the whole area has collapsed, confirming he narrowly avoided being buried alive. The platinum beast is already dead, but it mauled the night roarer badly enough to leave most of its back tentacles severed and white bone exposed. Moved by the unknown beast's sacrifice, Wang Xiao mutters a rough thank you and promises to collect its corpse later if he survives. Then he makes his move and charges straight back at the ice corrosion python to drag one more enemy into the night roarer's path. The startled python opens its mouth to fire an ice spike, but Wang Xiao throws 2 recovery potions straight into its jaws instead. The potions burst in its mouth, pure energy floods its body, and Wang Xiao shouts that this is compensation before vaulting past its head. With Wang Xiao gone from its sight, the confused python reflexively unleashes ice sting at the new threat rushing in behind him. The ice thorn slams into the night roarer's wounded chest, freezing a huge patch of flesh and driving freezing energy deep into its injuries. Enraged, the night roarer locks onto the python and the 2 beasts crash into another vicious fight, while Wang Xiao runs off to find the next unlucky target. Back at the cliff battlefield, the mirror image 9-head Tao Tai is still forcing out black smoke to resist holy light sanction, but now it can only stand there and gasp. Its real body is no better, cornered at the cliff edge by the ice thunderhorn wolf and the dark swamp crocodile dragon with barely enough strength left to growl. Inside the sea of fire, Lang Lina has already stopped moving, yet the raging lava bear keeps the flames burning so he cannot counterattack. Seeing the enemy side about to break, Qi Lianjuan shouts for everyone to push harder. But when no one answers, he turns and realizes his own side is just as spent, with Fan Tianyu and Zhou Shiro already on their knees and Han Bufan barely keeping his eyes open. The truth hits him hard. These kids have already held on far beyond reason, and Qi Lianjuan can no longer bring himself to force another empty rally. Just as he starts wondering whether they have any option left, Qi Lianjuan catches the faint smell of blood from below the cliff. A giant blood-red humanoid suddenly rises from the cliff bottom, and Tang Hingshan shouts that reinforcements have arrived. Tang Hingshan jumps into camp carrying Lin Dong, and Han Bufan, half revived by the sight, curses at them for disappearing at the worst time. Tang Hingshan bluntly explains that Lin Dong passed out after his blood armor broke, and the red finger marks on Lin Dong's face show just how hard he tried to wake him. Qi Lianjuan cuts the reunion short and points at Lang Buli, saying their whole side is spent now and only Tang Hingshan and Lin Dong can finish this. Tang Hingshan accepts immediately, and turns his body so the badly drained Lin Dong can see the target clearly. At Lin Dong's control, the giant blood man hammers down on the bronze mirror, and the first blow is blocked but does not stop the assault. The giant blood man keeps pounding, and under the relentless impacts the bronze mirror is driven lower and lower until it pins Lang Buli to the ground. The whole team roars for Lin Dong to hold on through one last hit, and even Qi Lianjuan can barely control his expression anymore. But just before the finishing blow lands, a cold flash slices the giant blood man clean in half. A second cold light wipes out all the summoned soldiers at once, and the entire battlefield falls into a stunned silence. With the summons gone, the raging lava bear disappears, the sea of fire dies away, and Lang Lina is revealed lying there burned black and motionless. At the same time the bronze mirror finally vanishes, leaving Lang Buli flat on his back with crazed open eyes and pupils already starting to dilate. Qi Lianjuan immediately realizes the Lang brothers were in no condition to launch those cold slashes, which means someone else interfered. Elsewhere in the arena, Wang Xiao suddenly sees the ice corrosion python curled on the ground while the night roarer has already burst into black smoke, and the result makes no sense to him. He quickly rejects the idea that the little gold python could have killed the night roarer by itself and starts searching for another explanation. When Wang Xiao notices the attack lights at the cliff have also disappeared, he suddenly understands and decides his teammates must have already beaten Lang Buli. Thrilled, he rides the silver shadow leopard straight back across the arena as fast as he can. He reaches the cliff in seconds, sees both Lang brothers down, and happily gives the team a thumbs up for pulling it off. Instead of cheering, the conscious survivors only stare at him strangely, and Wang Xiao is left baffled by the mood. Qi Lianjuan finally tells him the unsettling part: whatever ended the fight does not seem to have been their doing at all. After hearing the story, Wang Xiao can accept Lang Buli collapsing from injuries, but the two cold slashes still make no sense because the life and death arena should block outside interference. Qi Lianjuan pushes back with the obvious problem: several of them saw those slashes, so this is not a shared hallucination. That makes Qi Lianjuan ask the key question: whether Wang Xiao is absolutely sure there were only their people inside the arena when it activated. Wang Xiao cannot swear to that, but he reminds everyone that the enemy special operations team should only have had 5 members and almost all of them are already accounted for. He lists them out. The fake Wei Yan died in Thorn Canyon, Turk died in internal conflict, the Lang brothers are right here, and that leaves only the broker Lan Dehai. Neither of them can believe a slick middleman like Lan Dehai was secretly the one who cut down the summons, so the mystery only gets worse. While Wang Xiao is still trying to soften the question with one last maybe we saw it wrong guess, a violent warning suddenly explodes through his instincts. A deadly warning hits Wang Xiao first, and he throws himself forward before the hidden strike can hit the exhausted group. Wang Xiao shouts a warning, summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard, and finally sees the ambusher at the cliff edge. The real shock lands when Turk calmly walks out from behind the swordsman, alive after everyone thought Lang Lina's insect fog had already killed him. Turk turns straight to Qi Lianjuan and greets him like an old enemy, making it clear this ambush was aimed at more than just Wang Xiao. Qi Lianjuan quietly questions Wang Xiao about Turk's supposed death, and that simple question twists the knife because Wang Xiao realizes he missed something obvious. Wang Xiao demands answers, and Turk casually explains that he escaped by diving back into the teleportation gate when the scarlet insect fog swallowed the area. That answer only makes Wang Xiao angrier, because he finally realizes Turk survived through a trick he should have seen himself. Qi Lianjuan cuts past the excuses and asks for Turk's true goal, forcing the conversation into open interrogation. Turk tries to dodge by teasing Wang Xiao, but Qi Lianjuan's cold pressure wipes the smile off his face and makes him answer seriously. Under that threat, Turk admits their original mission was to find Wang Xiao, kill him, and take back the holy beast, but Brewer's death changed the order to capturing Wang Xiao for judgment. Wang Xiao fills in one missing piece by identifying Brewer as the Purple Star Lord who once impersonated Wu Yan. Wang Xiao immediately presses the bigger contradiction. If Turk only wanted the holy beast, there was no reason to wait until the Academy ranking assessment to strike. The question lands hard enough that Turk drops the act for a moment, then bitterly praises Wang Xiao as smart enough to be Commander Chen's successor. Qi Lianjuan shuts down the taunt, warns Turk one last time not to talk nonsense, and demands the real secret mission. Turk starts to reveal the secret mission, deliberately pauses to draw their attention, and that opening becomes the real trap. In the same instant they lean in, the undead swordsman slashes, sending a blinding sword arc straight at Wang Xiao and Qi Lianjuan. The silver shadow leopard saves them by throwing itself into the slash, and even though the swordsman's strike cuts through its claw attack, the beast still burns itself out to stop the hit. With no time left for caution, Wang Xiao orders the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf forward while Qi Lianjuan summons elf warriors to raise shields around the group. Knowing they cannot survive a drawn-out fight, Wang Xiao gambles everything on a lethal opening and sends the wolf to hit Turk and the swordsman at the same time. The plan means nothing against a huge strength gap, and one cold sword draw shatters both berserk thunder attacks before knocking the wolf out of the air. The wolf does not even make it to the ground before it breaks into recall light, showing just how completely the swordsman outclasses Wang Xiao's beasts. Wang Xiao tries to answer with more summons, calling back the silver shadow leopard and the dark swamp crocodile dragon, but the level 7 platinum swordsman erases both in another instant. When Wang Xiao is about to keep burning through summons alone, Qi Lianjuan stops his arm and bluntly tells him this burden is not his to carry by himself. Wang Xiao snaps back that it is his problem, because almost everyone behind them is already down and cannot protect themselves anymore. The grim picture is obvious now. Zhou Shiro, Fan Tianyu, Yang Fan, and Han Bufan are unconscious. Lin Dong is badly injured from his broken blood armor, and only Tang Hingshan is still standing with any strength left. Qi Lianjuan still refuses to panic, and Wang Xiao finally catches his meaning. He is not surrendering, he is setting Turk up. Qi Lianjuan suddenly starts shouting at Turk like a sore loser, accusing him of sneak attacks and trying to bait him into talking more. Turk laughs off the accusation, but Qi Lianjuan doubles down and claims the elf warrior's shields are enough to stop the swordsman, a lie so bad even Wang Xiao almost winces. Wang Xiao quietly questions how anyone could believe that shield line can stop a platinum level 7 swordsman, because by raw power the claim is ridiculous. Turk takes the bait enough to mock Qi Lianjuan personally, calling him a fool and ridiculing how someone like him ever became Commander Chen's adjutant. Tang Hingshan cannot stand the insult and fires back, but Qi Lianjuan cuts him off because the whole point is keeping Turk confident and talking. Qi Lianjuan finally explains the plan in a whisper. Anger is useless, but if Turk believes he has the absolute advantage, he might reveal what they still need to know. When Wang Xiao says a real idiot would not stay this calm, both he and Qi Lianjuan slowly turn to look at Tang Hingshan instead. Lin Dong weakly spells it out for him. They think he looks like the believable idiot in this little act. So they workshop the performance right there behind the shields, with Wang Xiao directing the tone and Tang Hingshan feeding Qi Lianjuan cruder insults to make the act feel real. Qi Lianjuan throws himself into the role and bellows insults about Turk being a weak sneaky coward, trying to sell the image of a man who has lost control. Through the shield gap, Wang Xiao sees that Turk is no longer laughing and is actually wondering whether the anger is genuine, which means the act is finally working. Qi Lianjuan decides suspicion is still too high, grimly says he needs to push harder, and tells the others to be ready to hold him back. Before either of them can stop him, Qi Lianjuan suddenly roars that he will fight Turk to the death and shoves past the shield wall himself. The instant Qi Lianjuan leaves cover, the undead swordsman answers with another flashing draw, and the excerpt ends right as the trap turns lethal again. At point-blank range, Turk's cold sword light lands in front of Qi Lianjuan's boots instead of on his body, leaving a deep scar in the ice and showing how close death just came. Qi Lianjuan finally feels how close he was to being cut down, and even he breaks into cold sweat. Turk mocks him for freezing up, while Qi Lianjuan forces himself to answer with a desperate challenge to kill him if Turk can. Turk says he will kill Qi Lianjuan later, then probes the battlefield and points out that nobody came to save him, exposing how weak Qi Lianjuan's bluff really is. Qi Lianjuan shouts that Blue Planet's main force is coming, but even his own voice sounds guilty, and Turk immediately tears the lie apart. Behind the shield, Tang Hingshan starts worrying that Qi Lianjuan is about to collapse under the pressure. Wang Xiao stops watching Qi Lianjuan's nerves and quickly huddles with the others to prepare an escape. He tells Tang Hingshan to take Yang Fan and Han Bufan and run the instant the signal appears, no matter what else is happening. Tang Hingshan immediately notices the unfair load split, because Wang Xiao is clearly planning to keep Zhou Shirua with him. Wang Xiao flatly says Zhou Shirua is his vassal lord, so he is taking her himself, and he tries to hand the remaining unconscious teammate off instead. Tang Hingshan refuses the handoff, saying the other unconscious teammate will probably hit him when she wakes up, and the oddly specific complaint cuts through the tension for a second. When Tang Hingshan asks what the signal even is, Wang Xiao admits he does not know yet and is betting that Qi Lianjuan has a hidden arrangement. Outside the shield, Turk drops the act, purple patterns spreading across his skin as he admits Qin Jinrong's plan has already disappointed him. Then Turk suddenly asks about live cameras, revealing that his real target is not just the students in front of him, but the whole audience watching Blue Planet. Qi Lianjuan realizes Turk wants to broadcast something, so he points him toward a surviving camera on a distant ice mountain. Turk gets annoyed that the camera is so far away, blames the wrecked battlefield on his own side's sloppy fighting, and vents by kicking Lang Bewley. After that, Turk faces the camera with polished manners and introduces himself as the deputy captain of the special operations team. He even apologizes for the captain's absence, pretending this invasion scene is a formal public address instead of a massacre in progress. Qi Lianjuan stares at him in disbelief and asks if this bizarre speech was the secret mission all along. Turk ignores the interruption and tells the whole planet the real message. Blue Planet has 30 days to leave before the Holy Alliance army arrives, and after that the only choices are submission or death. That declaration hits the students like a shockwave, because a sudden interplanetary invasion in just 30 days sounds almost impossible to believe. Turk knows they will doubt him, so he coldly points at Wang Zhao's group and says he will use their deaths as proof for the entire world. Back in the city square, the public feed has already been switched away, but Qin Jinrong secretly keeps listening to Turk on a private screen, growing more and more terrifyingly tense. The pressure around Qin Jinrong gets so heavy that the director nervously tries to ask whether he can switch the screen again. Qin Jinrong smoothly shuts him down, hides the screen from everyone else, and keeps monitoring the scene in grim silence. Back at the Ice Mountain venue, Tang Hingshan wants to run immediately after hearing Turk promise to kill them, but Wang Xiao still holds him in place. Wang Xiao spots Qi Lianjuan making hidden hand signals behind his back and realizes the real signal still has not come yet. Once Turk finishes speaking to the world, Qi Lianjuan presses him for the mission's real meaning, and Turk openly confirms it was a declaration of war through the global broadcast. Qi Lianjuan demands to know why Purple Star would suddenly attack Blue Planet, and Turk answers with a rumor instead of a reason. Blue Planet has something valuable enough to make others greedy. That answer only deepens the mystery for Qi Lianjuan and Wang Xiao, because neither of them can guess what Blue Planet is supposed to possess that is worth a war. Turk abruptly ends the conversation, says his kindness is over, and gives the kill order at last. As the unseen undead swordsman draws its blade, Wang Xiao catches Qi Lianjuan clenching his hidden fist at the same instant and realizes the real signal has finally come. Wang Xiao shouts for Tang Hingshan to run, and both of them finally bolt, trusting Qi Lianjuan's arrangement because there is nothing else left to trust. Even at full speed, the white snowfield barely seems to move under them while the killing slash behind them closes in fast. The danger reaches Wang Zhao's back, and his dark swamp crocodile dragon leaps out on instinct to shield him even though the gap in strength is hopeless. The undead swordsman's power wipes the dragon out in a single touch, turning the loyal summon into shattered light. Before the killing slash can finish them, a new streak of light cuts in from elsewhere so fast that Wang Xiao almost thinks he imagined it. That strike blows apart the sword arc and shatters the giant purple life and death arena around them at the same time. With the arena finally gone, the ground under Wang Xiao and Tang Hingshan suddenly rises and carries them away like a fast-moving platform. Wang Xiao instantly recognizes Gao Lishuan's familiar earth magic and realizes their reinforcements have finally broken in. Another slab of earth races past from the other side, and in that split-second crossing Wang Xiao glimpses someone who absolutely should not be here. As the moving ground rushes them away, Wang Xiao suddenly stiffens like he just recognized someone impossible. Tang Hingshan asks what happened, but Wang Xiao hesitates and brushes it off, unsure if he really saw the person he thought he did. The ground finally slows beside an ice mountain whose peak has been cut flat into a rescue platform. Gao Lishuan and Yihan are waiting there with 10 white-armored Flowing Cloud Academy participants ready to receive the wounded. The rescue team sees how badly Wang Zhao's side was mauled, with 5 people still unconscious, and the whole mood turns grim. Gao Lishuan immediately orders treatment, and Flowing Cloud Academy students rush in with healing potions. Gao Lishuan introduces the short-haired captain beside him as Su Qingma of Flowing Cloud Academy. Wang Xiao barely greets her before trying to head straight back into the fight, and leave his team in their care. Yihan plants a hand on Wang Zhao's shoulder and tells him, oddly calm, that this time they are definitely going to win. When Wang Zhao asks what that means, Yihan flatly forces him to sit and says the enemy will be finished any second. Gao Lishuan backs Yihan up and tells Wang Zhao to stay put, clearly convinced the battle has already turned. Then Gao Lishuan grumbles that calling for help from Flowing Cloud cost him a huge favor, and he only did it because one person came with him. Wang Zhao catches the key word and asks who came, and Gao Lishuan finally reveals it with a smug sneer, the academy head himself. Back on the cliff, Turk watches Wang Zhao's group get carried away while a streak of light knocks aside the undead swordsman's attack, and his confidence immediately drops. A second flash slams into the undead swordsman so hard that its longsword is knocked clean out of its hand. Turk instantly judges the unseen attacker as monstrously strong, at least a level 6 lord, and starts feeling real danger for the first time. Then a domineering presence drops from the sky, not the strongest Turk has ever felt, but so violent and unreasonable that it scares him anyway. Huang Tingwei appears in front of Turk like a venomous joke, a thin man in a loose suit with a face so malicious that nobody can laugh at him. Huang Tingwei asks if Turk is the one who injured his students, and Turk stalls for time while quietly drawing out 2 glowing purple potions behind his back. Turk probes him instead, guessing he might be military, but Huang Tingwei calmly says he used to be and now runs Yuheng Academy. When Turk admits he never even learned the academy head's name, Huang Tingwei turns colder and says that on a battlefield, not knowing who you cannot provoke gets you killed. A deep gray vortex opens behind Huang Tingwei as he says that if Turk came to declare war for Purple Star, he should already be ready to die. Turk starts to answer, but a flash cuts him off and blows the undead swordsman apart before Huang Tingwei's soldier has even fully shown itself. Seeing his level 7 platinum soldier nearly erased in one strike, Turk finally feels the panic of someone who might really die here. Turk demands to know who Huang Tingwei really is, unable to believe someone this dangerous would be satisfied being just an academy head. Huang Tingwei gives the same calm answer again, but the name nags at Turk like something he should have remembered sooner. Before Turk can press further, Qi Lianjuan staggers up from the ground, still dazed from the aftershock but immediately asking whether the others escape safely. Huang Tingwei points Qi Lianjuan toward the distant ice mountain and mockingly tells him to get out of the way. Qi Lianjuan refuses to leave yet because he still needs to confirm Turk's mission. That lets Turk test another angle, hinting that Huang Tingwei must still be tied to the military if he knows Adjutant Qi this well. Huang Tingwei shuts that down at once, yanks Qi Lianjuan behind him, and says this has nothing to do with Blue Planet or the military anymore. He makes it brutally simple. Turk hurt his students, so now he is going to teach Turk a lesson. Then the thing in the vortex finally starts coming through, one furry arm after another until a bizarre 8-armed monkey-like creature steps out. From the ice mountain, Wan Xiao can only stare because the academy head soldier looks almost harmless at first glance. Yihan is puzzled too and guesses Huang Tingwei might just be using it to test the enemy first. Gao Lishuan quietly corrects them and says no, that strange little monster really is the academy head soldier. He says he only knows it from what he has read, but since Huang Tingwei almost never fights in public, they should watch carefully. On the cliff, Turk sees the creature clearly at last and is jolted into recognition. This is the 8-armed Vajra, and that means this really is that Huang Tingwei. Huang Tingwei says Turk remembered too late, and the 8-armed Vajra vanishes forward in a blur. In the next instant the monster is already in Turk's face, feinting high with 2 fists, while 6 more arms hammer his ribs at once. Turk desperately resummons the undead swordsman as a shield, knowing he cannot beat the 8-armed Vajra head-on, and only needing a second to move. Using that tiny opening, Turk dashes to the fallen Lang brothers with the 2 purple injection potions still hidden in his hands. Turk coldly calls the 2 brothers traitors and decides they can at least be useful by dying for him. He triggers both potions and drives their heart needles straight into the Lang brothers' chests. From the ice mountain, Wan Xiao sees the injection and instantly knows something is very wrong. He urgently tells Gao Lishuan that he has seen that drug before, and it can force Purple Star Lords to keep fighting even after fatal heart damage. That finally shakes Gao Lishuan, and golden light flashes in his eyes as he immediately activates his Lord Talent to move everyone back toward the battlefield. On the cliff, Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan also see Turk inject the brothers, but only Qi Lianjuan reacts with real alarm. Qi Lianjuan recognizes the purple light and needle design from Wang Zhao's old Thorn Canyon warning and shouts for Huang Tingwei to stop Turk. He is too late, and as the purple medicine floods their hearts, the deadened patterns on the Lang brothers flare back to life. A violent burst of aura explodes from both brothers at once, strong enough to make even Huang Tingwei's expression finally shift. As the brothers start rising again under those boosted auras, Qi Lianjuan grimly admits he does not know exactly what Turk used, only that it is definitely bad news for them. As Qi Lianjuan speaks, the Lang brothers stagger back to their feet, both of them radiating wild purple energy but staring around in a daze. Still disoriented, Lang Lina notices his brother's terrifying aura, and Lang Beauty realizes the same thing is happening to him too. Lang Beauty checks his interface, realizes something is terribly wrong, and his confusion snaps into rage when he spots Turk standing nearby. He accuses Turk of injecting them with the potion, and Turk admits it without even trying to deny it. Lang Lina is even more shaken because the man in front of him should be dead, and Turk coldly mocks him for believing he was that easy to kill. Cutting the shock short, Lang Bewley tears open the cloth over his chest and finds a small hole near his heart where the purple patterns burn the brightest. The moment Turk confirms it, Lang Bewley explodes with murderous intent and lunges to kill him. Turk stops him with one brutal truth. The potion has already taken effect, so even killing him will not save them. That single sentence drains the fight out of Lang Bewley, and even Lang Lena finally understands that their sudden power-up came from the fatal potion. When Lang Bewley demands Turk's real goal, Turk points toward the distant clash and says he needs their help killing every blue planet lord in the secret realm. Lang Bewley scoffs at helping the man who doomed them, so Turk points at the incoming group and tempts them with one last reward: kill as much as they want, with no one left to stop them. That promise lands exactly where Turk wants it to, and the brothers trade a sick, eager look as they decide a final massacre is worth the price. Lang Lena makes the choice visible by opening a purple spatial vortex and summoning his huge ancient bronze mirror back into the fight. Huang Tingwei immediately moves to kill the brothers, but Turk has the undead swordsman erupt again and force the 8-armed Vajra to slow down for a crucial moment. Turk taunts Huang Tingwei to let the younger generation settle their own fight, and that tiny delay gives the Lang brothers their opening to escape. Huang Tingwei turns his full hostility on Turk instead, but Turk just sneers back and tells him to try. Farther back, Wang Xiao sees the bronze mirror reappear and urgently warns everyone that its light can project any soldier except holy ones. Gao Lishuan speeds their moving ground platform up even more, because Huang Tingwei is now alone against a stronger enemy side. As the team rushes in, Su Qingma steps behind Wang Xiao and offers him a recovery potion. Wang Xiao tries to refuse, but Su Qingma flatly tells him this is no time for stubbornness because the whole team needs him in fighting shape. Before Wang Xiao can explain himself, Gao Lishuan backs her up and jokes that if he keeps refusing, she really might kick him off the platform. Su Qingma even shows off the mithril-embedded short boots she would use, which leaves Wang Xiao too speechless to keep refusing the potion. They finally reach the battlefield edge, but Gao Lishuan stops about 100 meters short because the Lang brothers are already there waiting to block them. The brothers look even stronger than before, with the 9-head Tao Tai and the ancient bronze mirror looming behind them in a haze of evil black smoke. The instant their eyes meet, Wang Xiao barks for everyone to get ready. With a heavy thud, Wang Xiao summons the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, Yihan brings out the Lava Ripper, and the Flowing Cloud Academy students call up their own soldiers too. The allied soldiers gather into one formation, and the force they release is strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the 9-head Tao Tai. Gao Lishuan asks if everyone is ready, and once he gets the moment he wants, his eyes flash gold and he stomps the ground. An earth-yellow shockwave spreads out, and towering walls of soil surge upward in a ring around the entire battlefield. The walls rise hundreds of meters and close overhead in seconds, sealing everyone inside a giant airtight earthen coliseum. Watching from outside, Turk recognizes Gao Lishuan as a spatial lord and sneers that Huang Tingwei's students have trapped themselves. Huang Tingwei answers coldly that Turk should worry about himself, because with his students sealed off, he can finally fight without holding back. Freed from those distractions, the 8-armed Vajra overwhelms the undead swordsman again and knocks it clean off the cliff with a brutal string of punches. Turk immediately recalls the fallen soldier through his territory, but his face turns heavy because the 8-armed Vajra is already beating it on pure instinct alone. Then a thunderous impact shakes the ground from inside the fortress, and both men pause as the sealed battle erupts hard enough to be felt from far away. Huang Tingwei catches that signal and smiles strangely, saying Turk's side seems to be losing inside. Turk refuses to show panic and insists he still has more methods left, but Huang Tingwei says he is not talking about their duel at all. Huang Tingwei flips Turk's own words back at him and says this is not a trap for his students, but a hunt where they went after easy prey. He follows that with a gamble: stop fighting, wait to see who walks out alive, and let the loser surrender. Turk senses the stalling, but since the undead swordsman cannot win head-on and he needs time for his own trump card, he accepts anyway. Both sides honor the deal for now, pulling their soldiers back while the atmosphere grows even tighter around the silent fortress. Inside the giant fortress, orange firelight floods the sealed space as Yihan activates his talent and turns the whole arena into a lava field. No one complains about the brutal heat, because every eye is locked on the fight now raging in the middle of the arena. To match the new terrain, Wang Xiao switches from the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf to the Raging Lava Bear so he can better combo with Yihan's Lava Ripper. With Tang Hingshan's giant tribe support and Gao Lishuan's lord talent added in, their side actually trades blows evenly with the injured 9-head Tao Tai and sometimes pushes it back. The Flowing Cloud Academy group can only stare in shock, because seeing the top academies fight seriously is even more overwhelming than they expected. Su Qingma says it with a little bitterness. Their soldiers and talents are so strong that her side barely has anything to do. Wang Xiao, Yihan, and Gao Lishuan shut that idea down at the same time, because they know this fight is nowhere near settled. Wang Xiao explains that the unscaled 9-head Tao Tai is still injured and not at full strength, and more importantly, the bronze mirror has not made its move yet. That warning makes everyone finally turn and look toward the forgotten corner where the bronze mirror has been silently hovering the whole time. Some of the Flowing Cloud students still doubt Wan Zhao's warning and suspect he is overstating how dangerous that mirror really is. Wan Zhao does not bother arguing, because with the fight already at a kill or be killed stage, he knows they will understand soon enough. What really bothers him now is that Lang Buley still has not made a move, and that hidden restraint feels more dangerous than an open attack. Wan Zhao knows Turk's drug is burning the Lang brothers' lives for a short burst of power, so Lang Buley suddenly hiding behind the bronze mirror feels wrong instead of safe. The more Wan Zhao thinks about it, the worse it feels. If he were in Lang Buley's place, he would already be using the Night Roarer projection to wipe people out fast. That hesitation convinces Wan Zhao the enemy is setting up something even more troublesome, and he immediately orders Su Qingma to strike the person behind the mirror without looking into it. Su Qingma answers at once and summons a squad of flame skeleton archers, using the fire-rich lava field to push their strength even higher. Because the mirror blocks the shot, the flame skeleton archers sprint sideways for a clear angle, and Wan Zhao and Yi Han instantly read the plan. Without needing to speak, Wan Zhao and Yi Han pull the 9-head Taotai away by directing the Raging Lava Bear and Lava Ripper, opening space for the archers to target the mirror's blind spot. Just when Su Qingma is ready to fire, the archers send back a baffling answer. There is nobody behind the bronze mirror. Su Qingma relays the report, and Wan Zhao turns in shock because from his side he cannot see behind the mirror either. Then Wan Zhao catches the real problem first. Lang Lina is gone too. Everyone looks around and realizes both Lang brothers have vanished in the middle of the fight without anyone noticing. Gao Lishuan urgently calls for a search, but the sealed space is so small that everyone already knows there should be nowhere normal to hide. Tang Hingshan guesses the brothers might have slipped out while everyone was distracted, but Gao Lishuan flatly rejects it because his control over the ground would have caught any escape. Pressed for an answer, Gao Lishuan admits he can still feel the brothers inside this space, but he cannot lock them down, as if they are moving insanely fast. That makes no sense to the others, because nothing visible is moving fast enough to explain it. Wan Zhao suddenly remembers the brothers pulling the same vanishing trick earlier inside another sealed arena, and he suspects Lang Lina's side is the real key. With no time to explain more, Wan Zhao warns everyone to summon defensive troops at once because the enemy could pop out anywhere for a sneak attack. Gao Lishuan responds immediately by summoning heavy shield goblins into a tight wall, but Su Qingma's group hesitates instead of copying him. When Gao Lishuan demands to know why they are standing still, Su Qingma points out the problem bluntly. If the enemy never appears, pure defense just leaves them trapped and waiting. Wan Zhao asks what she has in mind, and Su Qingma answers with a riskier idea. If the hidden enemy will not come out, they will force them out. Su Qingma calls over a thin handsome youth from her team, and he steps up with a bright, almost carefree smile. A deep gray vortex opens behind the youth, and countless fist-sized red birds pour out until they fill almost every corner of the sealed arena. Wan Zhao first thinks it might be some kind of search method, but one bird suddenly flashes red and explodes. That first blast sets off the rest, and the trapped battlefield erupts into a chain of non-stop explosions so loud they shake the whole fortress. Wan Zhao clamps his hands over his ears, but the blasts still leave him half-deaf and convinced for a moment that the whole place might collapse on them. When the explosions finally die down, nearly everyone is sprawled on the ground in a daze, and even the fighting soldiers are staggering. Even Su Qingma is filthy from the blast and furious enough to grab the smiling youth by the collar, while Wang Xiao still cannot hear a word. Then Wang Xiao spots the payoff. The Lang brothers have been blasted out of hiding less than 20 meters away, both of them dazed and badly shaken. Wang Xiao immediately shouts that the enemy has appeared and sends the silver shadow leopard charging in, only to realize the others are still too deafened to react. Grinding through the chaos, Wang Xiao waves and physically shakes his allies to make them notice the target before the chance disappears. By the time the team finally focuses on the brothers, Lang Buley has also recovered enough to curse them for detonating explosions inside a sealed space. Lang Buley slaps Lang Lina to get moving, and purple light patterns flare across Lang Lina's body as sand whips up around them. The brothers vanish again before the silver shadow leopard can hit them, and the battlefield seems to reset back into a nasty stalemate. This time Wang Xiao catches the trick properly, and realizes they are not using simple stealth at all. An earth element mutated beast is carrying them underground. Wang Xiao shouts that the brothers are underground and instantly summons the dark swamp crocodile dragon to dive after them with roaming dragon shadow. The others finally switch tactics too, turning all their soldiers toward the ground to guard against another sudden pop-up attack. Wang Xiao leans close and tells Gao Lishuan the enemy's earth-type helper is too fast for the crocodile dragon to pin down alone, so he needs Gao Lishuan's terrain control. Gao Lishuan answers by stomping the ground, and the earth across the battlefield rumbles under his control. The pressure works at once. Two afterimages shoot out of the ground as the Lang brothers are forced into the open. The moment the brothers appear, every nearby soldier attacks without waiting for orders. At the critical second, the 9-head Taotai breaks off its old fight, splits into 9, and throws itself into the barrage to shield the brothers. Several Taotai bodies are blown apart into black smoke, but the sacrifice buys the brothers just enough protection to survive with only light injuries and sink away again. Now that Gao Lishuan understands the trick, he keeps the earth in turmoil and squeezes the hidden brothers right back out of the ground almost immediately. This time even the freed raging lava bear and lava ripper join the kill zone, and the brothers are swallowed by a massive combined blast. Most of the team is ready to believe the brothers are finished, but Wan Xiao still shouts for everyone to keep attacking. To prove he means it, Wan Xiao drives the violent lava bear to fire another blazing pillar straight into the blast zone. Then a faint buzzing cuts through the battlefield, and everyone's attention shifts toward the ancient bronze mirror in the corner. The once dull mirror has turned bright and liquid-looking, and a blurry shape is condensing inside it. Wan Xiao instantly realizes what is happening and tries to finish Lang Beauty before the projection completes, but the others lose focus and rush the mirror instead. Wan Xiao shouts for them to come back, but he is too late. With a deafening roar, black smoke floods out of the bronze mirror, and the Night Roarer projection appears again. The Night Roarer opens with one brutal roar, and weaker allied soldiers shatter into light before they can even reach it. The students freeze as the massacre keeps going, and Wan Xiao knows they already missed their best chance to kill the Lang brothers before this projection appeared. Su Qingma tears open an identification scroll, but the result comes back blank and scares her even more. When Su Qingma demands answers, Wan Xiao only tells them the Night Roarer is a Purple Star Platinum soldier, and keeps the worst details to himself. Wan Xiao points straight at Lang Beauty and reveals the key rule. This Night Roarer is only a projection sustained through the mirror. He lays out their two options: kill Lang Beauty to erase the projection, or drag the fight out until the enemy runs dry. One look at Lang Beauty hiding behind the mirror and the Night Roarer guarding him makes everyone abandon the direct kill plan immediately. Su Qingma pushes for the second plan, but the Night Roarer wipes out the last allied soldiers right in front of them before Wang Xiao can finish the warning. Then Wang Xiao drops the real problem. Both Purple Star Lords were injected with some drug, and for now their energy is basically endless. The group nearly sinks into despair, and Su Qingma has to ask the only useful question left: how long does that effect last? Wang Xiao says the drug should last at least 10 minutes, and even last time he only won after teaming up with a level 5 lord against a badly wounded enemy. Any relief dies again when he reminds them that this time there are two enemies, and neither one came into the fight already crippled. Su Qingma refuses to let the mood collapse, summons several fierce poison slimes, and openly challenges Flowing Cloud Academy to prove they can do what Yuhing did. Her words hit home, and Flowing Cloud Academy answers with a reckless surge as wave after wave of soldiers rushes the Night Roarer. Wan Xiao, Gao Lishuan, and Yihan trade a quick look, and Yuhing jumps in too rather than let another academy carry the whole fight. The Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and the Lava Ripper appear together, as Yuhing finally commits its own real force to the battle. Tang Hingshan drags himself to the front and declares that even alone, Kai Yan will not hide behind the others. He activates Giant Tribe, and every allied soldier caught in the khaki shockwave swells to more than 10 times its original size. The giantized army almost breaks the arena, so Gao Lishuan hurriedly expands the Beast Coliseum and turns the standoff into a full-scale siege. Outside the Coliseum, Huang Tingwei and Turk keep their promise not to interfere and simply watch each other from a distance. When the Coliseum suddenly expands, Huang Tingwei smiles first and acts like the outcome is already leaning his way. Turk mocks him for betting on a so-called holy beast that Wang Xiao probably cannot use properly anyway. Huang Tingwei cuts him off with open contempt and reveals Turk still has not understood what is really inside that arena, a true holy beast. Back inside the Coliseum, Su Qingma's fierce poison slime reaches the Night Roarer first, clings to it, and bursts into a dark purple numbing fog. The poison actually slows the level 7 platinum monster, and the rest of the allied army immediately piles on while it is staggered. Yihan sees the Lava Ripper in position and urgently shouts for everyone in front to clear the line of fire. The Lava Ripper condenses an incandescent fireball between its claws and unleashes sooner fiery flame like a blinding beam. At the same instant, Wan Xiao orders the raging lava bear to add its own blazing pillar, and Tang Hingshan's buff pushes the combined finisher to a much higher level. The combined blast slams into the Night Roarer's chest and erupts so brightly that the whole Coliseum looks like it is facing a newborn sun. When the light finally fades, a huge charred hole has been burned through the Night Roarer's chest, and the students explode into relieved cheers. Yihan is ready to celebrate, but Wan Xiao stays grim because a projected soldier should have vanished if that wound was really fatal. From far away, Lang Beauty laughs and says that level of damage was never enough to kill the Night Roarer in the first place. Wan Xiao catches the clue in that taunt and starts piecing together the Night Roarer's real body structure. Before he can explain it, the Night Roarer spits out more dark poison fog, proving it was only stiff from Su Qingma's slime and not from a mortal wound. Su Qingma instantly understands what happened and shouts the truth, pushing everyone to restart the assault before the opening disappears. Even with the missing chest section, the Night Roarer fights on, but its slowed movements tell Wang Xiao the poison is still buying them a narrow chance. Wang Xiao finally sees it clearly and points at the lion body, realizing this chimera monster has another heart hidden there. Yihan does not waste a second and relays the new aim point to the Lava Ripper while the frontline keeps the monster pinned. The Lava Ripper and Wang Xiao's raging lava bear fire their full power combination a second time, this time straight at the lion body's heart area. When the glare clears, Everyone stares in disbelief because the second attack left only a black scorch mark and barely burned a single hair. Su Qingma questions the miss, but Ihan snaps back that the shot definitely landed. Wang Xiao cuts in with the real answer. After 2 all-out kill skills in a row, their own platinum soldiers are the ones hitting their limit. The proof is right in front of them. The lava ripper's golden fur has dimmed badly, and the raging lava bear has already collapsed flat on the ground. Ihan curses their bad luck and says the lava ripper would be much stronger if they were fighting in a natural fire environment instead of this arena. Su Qingma shoots back that complaining now is pointless, but Wang Xiao suddenly latches onto Ihan's complaint as if it might be the missing key. With his eyes lighting up, Wang Xiao asks the one question that could change the whole fight. Would the lava ripper really become stronger in a natural fire-attributed battlefield? At the cliff, Huang Tingwei calmly needles Turk by bringing up Purple Star's old fear of the Holy Beast race and the origin of its artificial soldier research. Turk is rattled that Huang Tingwei knows secrets planets usually hide from each other, and Huang almost admits his old military background before cutting himself off. Huang steers the talk back to the battlefield and forces Turk to admit the key rule. A holy beast becomes far stronger when the battlefield attribute suits it. When Huang reveals there is a gold fire-type holy beast inside the Colosseum, Turk still scoffs because the ice field should cripple fire soldiers. Inside the beast Colosseum, Su Qingma asks the same question everyone is thinking, and the flowing cloud students panic at the idea of chasing the night roarer anywhere. Lang Bewley mocks them from a distance for shouting their plan out loud, and Su Qingma shrinks back in instant embarrassment. Wang Xiao ignores the awkwardness and rushes to Gao Lishuan, because Gao's energy is nearly spent and the Colosseum will fail if they wait any longer. The moment Gao agrees, he stomps the ground and raises a tight earthen dome around everyone, buying Wang Xiao one last hidden pocket of time. Using that brief shelter, Wang Xiao drops into his territory and heads straight for the scorched chamber where the blazing golden crow is hiding underground. Wang Xiao orders the crow out, but the newly platinum-ranked holy beast only wriggles deeper into the scorched ground to show open defiance. That refusal makes Wang Xiao snap, and he drags out their contract to remind the crow that it begged to sign with him in the first place. Wang Xiao puts his finger on the release option and gives the crow 5 seconds to choose, warning that freedom just means getting thrown back to the night roarer alone. Back inside the dark earthen dome, Wang Xiao opens his eyes to worried faces, and Ihan immediately demands to know whether the gamble worked. Before Wang Xiao can explain, the blazing golden crow answers for him with a scream from outside, and its 10 burning feathers bloom into 10 blazing suns. The fire surge turns the stone walls glassy and vaporizes nearby rock, while the lava ripper drinks in the heat and swells into a towering golden monster. Seeing the fire field finally swing their way, Wang Xiao grins coldly and tells Ihan to burn everything. As the battle rages outside, the group waits in the dome with grim faces, and Su Qingma quietly realizes just how much Yuheng Academy has been carrying this fight. Wang Xiao suddenly snaps Su Qingma back to reality and tells her team exactly what matters next: ignore the night roarer and smash the mirror. Gao Lishuan finally drops the dome, and a blast of furnace-hot air hits the group the instant the earthen shield collapses. When the dust clears, everyone is stunned by the transformed battlefield, where the blazing golden crow, the giant lava ripper, the maimed night roarer, and the resummoned 9-head Taotai are all locked in a furnace-hot deadlock. The lava ripper is no longer ordinary either, because the fire boost has turned it into a giant golden predator with strength far beyond its usual state. Across from them, the night roarer looks wrecked, with half its upper body charred and 2 lion legs torn away under the relentless fire assault. Lang Lina has also resummoned the 9-head Taotai, but even that brutal monster is now being overwhelmed by the overcharged lava ripper. Wang Xiao shocks everyone back into motion, and the flowing cloud team finally rushes for the ancient bronze mirror instead of staring at the monsters. Lang Lina panics as Wang Zhao's side rushes the mirror and sends the 9-head Taotai to intercept them. The lava ripper cuts that move off instantly by flashing in front of the Taotai and stabbing its burning claws straight through one thick neck. While the night roarer gets pinned back by the blazing golden crow's burning wind, the lava ripper rips one of the Taotia's heads clean off. Lang Lina breaks down over her main beast, and that panic leaves the mirror side wide open. Su Qingma takes the lead, rallies the students, and drives the attack force straight toward the mirror where the Lang brothers are hiding. At the mirror's edge, the whole attack force unleashes its strongest moves together, and a massive combined blast slams into the ancient bronze mirror. The first head-on clash hits so hard that Wang Xiao coughs blood, but the attackers grit their teeth and keep hammering the mirror. Lang Bewley screams back from behind the mirror, mocking them for thinking this kind of assault can break his defense. That challenge wakes the others, and Han Bufan rises first before Zhou Shiro, Fan Tianyu, Lin Dong, and Yang Fan all join the mirror assault without hesitation. Fresh reinforcements pile onto the same target, and every survivor who can still stand starts battering the mirror head-on. The fight turns brutally simple and almost manic, as both sides ignore everything except pouring more force into the mirror than the other side can endure. Behind the mirror, the Lang brothers are bleeding too, with purple patterns flickering out of control as they force the defense to hold. The Beast Colosseum itself starts failing under the repeated shockwaves, with cracks spreading through the structure and nearby stone turning to dust. Even as the attackers start to tire, Lang Buley laughs from behind the still-standing mirror and boasts that it is his Lord's core. That boast almost crushes everyone's morale, because if the mirror really is a higher Lord core, their chances should be practically zero. Then a hair-thin crack finally appears in the core crystal, and Wang Xiao instantly roars that the enemy is the one breaking first. Inside the Beast Colosseum, Lang Buley and Lang Lina brace the ancient bronze mirror and freeze when another crisp cracking sound rings out. Lang Lina panics and asks if her brother's Lord core just shattered, while Lang Buley nervously insists it probably did not. Risking his life, Lang Buley peeks past the mirror and finds only scorch marks, which means the strange sound came from somewhere else. On the other side of the battlefield, the shattered sound and Wang Zhao's roar hit the exhausted crowd like a spark, and their morale surges back to life. The students start screaming out promises, battle cries, and even last words, then throw everything they have into one desperate counterattack. Gao Lishuan stays oddly calm in the middle of the frenzy and quietly taps Wang Zhao's shoulder instead of joining the shouting. When Wang Xiao thinks Gao Lishuan is running out of strength, Gao Lishuan points down at the crushed recovery potion under Wang Zhao's foot and asks what happened. Caught red-handed, Wang Xiao admits Su Qingmao gave him the potion and begs Gao Lishuan not to expose his morale-boosting lie. Gao Lishuan silently helps him cover it up by scraping dirt over the broken potion and dryly tells him to pay more attention next time. Before Wang Xiao can answer, another crisp crack sounds out, and this time both of them know the berry bottle was not the cause. The two blurt out that it is real this time, and the mood flips from bluffing to genuine hope. The dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly appears overhead, and Wang Xiao instantly calls Tang Hingshan for help. Tang Hingshan reacts at once and has his giant pitcher seize the dark swamp crocodile dragon and whirl it around like a discus. Tang Hingshan unleashes super strength throw, and the dragon spreads its wings, stacking both forces into a sonic boom charge. The bronze mirror is already spiderwebbed with cracks, and the charging dragon fills its surface with fractured reflections. Behind the mirror, Lang Buley sees the shield is already ruined and freezes because guarding the Lord core or dropping the shield both end in death. He hesitates one beat too long, and the curled dark swamp crocodile dragon slams straight into the cracking bronze mirror. The mirror breaks, the Lang brothers are blasted away into scattered light, and the students' follow-up attacks swallow the last of them. When the smoke clears and the corner is empty, Wang Xiao immediately calls for Gao Lishuan to confirm whether the enemy is really gone. Gao Lishuan activates his Lord talent, feels the ground, and rules out the one possibility everyone fears most: they are not hiding underground. Su Qingmao starts to wonder if the brothers escaped, but Yihan finally says the truth out loud: they were burned down to ashes. The moment it sinks in that they really won, the whole battered group finally breaks and erupts into raw, tearful celebration. Wang Xiao notices that Gao Lishuan still has not relaxed at all and jokingly asks if he is not going to join the crying. Gao Lishuan calls the celebration childish and warns this is only a staged victory, because enemies outside are still not dealt with. The mood hardens immediately, and Su Qingmao wipes her tears and demands that Gao Lishuan get them out there now. Seeing everyone ready again, Gao Lishuan asks Wang Xiao if he is prepared, and Wang Xiao answers with a grin that he is. Outside the Beast Colosseum, Huang Tingwei and Turk are still facing off, and Huang Tingwei calmly notes that the fight inside seems finished. Huang Tingwei presses Turk to honor his promise and surrender, but Turk sneers that the winner may not be decided yet. The Beast Colosseum suddenly shakes apart into dust, and the surviving students burst out of the wreckage alive. Turk's face turns black when he sees the students are exhausted but all still alive, which means his side failed completely. Huang Tingwei rubs it in with a sly little smile and asks again whether Turk will now admit defeat. Turk pretends to surrender by tying his own hands, but he smirks as he twists the promise and says he never promised his soldiers would stop fighting. Before the sentence is even finished, the undead swordsman draws its blade and floods the field with a killing aura. Huang Tingwei does not budge at all and flatly calls Turk shameless for playing word games. Turk snaps back that Huang Tingwei would have cheated the same way if his own side had won. Huang Tingwei only smiles, and beside him the 8-armed Vajra finally starts moving again. The 8-armed Vajra spreads all 8 arms, rapidly bulks up, and its pressure instantly crushes the undead swordsman's momentum. As the students rush in to help, Gao Lishuan abruptly stops them and says the battlefield no longer needs them. Wang Xiao argues that Turk should be even more dangerous than the siblings they just beat, so at least helping should matter. Gao Lishuan refuses with rare force and hands Wang Xiao an identification scroll so he can see what the academy head soldier really is. When Wang Xiao tears the scroll open from afar, the result nearly blows his mind. The 8-armed Vajra is diamond level 4. Wang Xiao and the others are left staring because even many legendary lords only have platinum soldiers, yet their academy head has a diamond one. Enjoying their shock, Gao Lishuan points out the remark that only one person has ever subdued this soldier, and that person is Huang Tingwei himself. Su Qingmao cannot understand why a man strong enough for a brilliant military future would be running a city academy instead. Gao Lishuan starts to hint at Huang Tingwei's military past, but a shout from the battlefield cuts him off. Huang Tingwei warns that the enemy is troublesome enough for him to get serious, and he orders Gao Lishuan to take the students away immediately. Gao Lishuan obeys on the spot, hustling everyone farther back and even raising a sloped earth wall for safety. Out on the field, the 8-armed Vajra finishes transforming and stands revealed as an 8-armed giant ape nearly 10 meters tall. Watching from behind the wall, Gao Lishuan clenches his fists in excitement and tells them to pay close attention because they rarely get to see this side of the academy head. Then the 8-armed Vajra moves first, dropping a plain, brutal punch straight at the undead swordsman's head. The punch tears through the air with crushing pressure so strong that even the students far away feel their hearts tighten. The undead swordsman barely breaks free in time and slices upward, carving a deep wound into the Vajra's fist. For one brief second, Turk thinks Huang Tingwei's beast is all brute force and starts to smile. That smug look dies instantly when the bleeding Vajra acts like it felt nothing and keeps the punch coming without slowing down. The punch lands like a meteor, cracking the earth open and smashing the undead swordsman completely into the ground. On the snowy cliff, the 8-armed Vajra slowly lifts its blood-soaked fist after that brutal exchange, and the students can only stare, still trying to process what they just saw. Once the shock breaks, the whole group erupts in cheers for Academy head Huang, and even Wang Xiao shouts himself hoarse. In the middle of the celebration, Wang Xiao grabs Gao Lishuan and asks what he meant about Huang Tingwei once having a bright future in the army. Gao Lishuan lowers his voice and reveals the rumor that Huang Tingwei once built enough military merit to become a candidate for Commander-in-Chief of the 6th Military Region. Wang Xiao nearly blurts that out loud, and Gao Lishuan has to clamp him down and warn him that Huang Tingwei hates people bringing it up. When Wang Xiao asks why a future commander ended up running an academy instead, Gao Lishuan admits he only heard that Huang Tingwei made some huge mistake and was expelled from the military. Their gossip cuts off when Su Qingma points at Turk and realizes something is off. His soldier was supposedly destroyed, but he looks almost pleased. A blade suddenly flashes out of the ground, and the undead swordsman reappears in full view, somehow looking completely unharmed. Yihan blurts out in disbelief, and Su Qingma quickly guesses that Turk must have recalled the soldier at the last second. Gao Lishuan immediately shoots that down, pointing out that a recalled soldier should have vanished in a flash and reappeared on the ground, not from underground. Pressed for a better answer, Gao Lishuan admits he does not know either, then points everyone toward Wang Xiao because he looks like he already figured it out. Wang Xiao hesitantly says the undead swordsman probably stabbed into the ground and dropped by itself, so fast that everyone mistook it for getting smashed down. Before the students can argue more, the fight resumes as the undead swordsman throws out a cross slash, and the 8-armed Vajra smashes it apart with its injured fist. The Vajra swings another crushing punch, and this time everyone finally sees the trick clearly. The undead swordsman flips its blade, drills into the ground, and drops out of the fist's path in less than a second. The crowd goes dead silent, because Wang Zhao's wild guess was exactly right. Su Qingma tests him right away, but Wang Xiao can only play it off with a dry joke about maybe being talented. Then the cliff battle turns sharp again when the undead swordsman rushes back in and catches the distracted Vajra with a clean cross slash straight into its chest. A huge cross-shaped wound splits open and blood erupts from the Vajra's chest, making almost every watcher's face go pale. Strangely, Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan are the only ones not panicking, because they are no longer watching for the Vajra to fall but for the undead swordsman to finally die. When Yihan demands an explanation, Wang Xiao bluntly says they are discussing when the undead swordsman will die, leaving the whole group stunned again. Out on the cliff, the wounded Vajra turns sluggish, and the undead swordsman takes over completely, circling it at full speed and carving fresh wounds into its body. The Vajra roars and swings all 8 arms wildly, but it cannot keep up, and in seconds more than 10 bloody gashes tear across its body. Watching the one-sided pressure, Turk coldly decides to finish the fight with one decisive strike. At Turk's order, the undead swordsman accelerates again and runs so fast around the cliff that it whips the snow into a towering white tornado. The storm hits even the spectators, and Gao Lishuan reacts fast enough to tilt the earth wall into a steep slope that diverts the wind away from the students. Inside the tornado, the swordsman's speed leaves 8 separate figures in the air at once, and Turk unleashes the skill called 8-directional gold-shattering carve. A storm of sword beams rips through the tornado, and when the red haze clears, the Vajra is covered in countless cuts from head to toe. The 8-armed Vajra gives one more pained roar, sways heavily, and crashes to the ground in a mountain of blood. That collapse rattles even Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan for a moment, because the battlefield finally looks as bad as everyone feared. But on the cliff itself, Turk's face darkens, because even after that massacre, the 8-armed Vajra still has not dissipated. Turk mocks the Vajra's stubborn durability, but Huang Tingwei answers with easy confidence and asks whether that was really Turk's strongest move. When Turk calls those wounds injuries, Huang Tingwei almost laughs them off and keeps pressing him for something stronger, which only makes Turk more unsettled. Turk runs through every explanation he can think of, from testing strength to draining energy to bluffing, but none of them make Huang Tingwei's attitude feel normal. In the end, Turk stops thinking and decides to force the answer out by killing the Vajra outright. The undead swordsman shoots into the sky so fast it disappears, and a terrifying sword aura drops over the entire battlefield like something hanging above everyone's heads. Even Wang Xiao feels his heart clench, because the pressure from this move is worse than the level 8 platinum demon he faced before. Then the clouds split with the sound of a blade being drawn, and a gigantic sword-shaped phantom appears overhead, filling the sky with snow-white light. With Turk's shout of heaven's slaying sword, the giant blade drops like a flaming meteor toward the fallen 8-armed Vajra, and only Huang Tingwei stands there without a trace of despair. A gigantic flaming sword phantom crashes toward the battlefield, and everyone watching feels like no human could possibly stop it. Huang Tingwei stays perfectly calm and finally calls out to his golden iron tiger just as the attack closes in. The dying 8-armed Vajra forces itself back up, blood spraying from its wounds as dark metallic light spreads across all 8 palms. At Huang Tingwei's next command, the 8-armed Vajra meets the descending sword phantom head-on with the first explosive punch of 8/Hurricane. It keeps hammering the phantom again and again until the impossible finally happens and a crack opens across the giant blade. The hurricane turns savage enough to tear Gao Lishuan's shout apart, and the whole group has to drop and cling to each other just to avoid being blown away. When the wind finally dies, everyone crawls up and sees the battlefield has been carved into a gigantic crater. Gao Lishuan goes pale with cold sweat and realizes they were nearly buried in that attack even from hundreds of meters away. Gao Lishuan nervously suggests retreating again, but Wang Xiao stays put because he has already spotted the 8-armed Vajra climbing out of the pit with someone in its hand. The 8-armed Vajra climbs out of the crater carrying the limp undead swordsman in one hand, proving it won the exchange outright. Su Qingma is baffled that the undead swordsman has not been forcibly recalled yet, and Wang Xiao points to the crippled body as he explains the damage still does not count as fatal. Before Wang Xiao can finish, the undead swordsman suddenly bursts into star fragments, meaning Turk chose to recall it himself. Across the crater, Huang Tingwei looks almost absent-minded, while Turk stands there seething under flickering purple patterns. Turk praises Huang Tingwei's old fame through gritted teeth, and Huang Tingwei calmly asks the only thing that matters now, surrender or keep fighting. Turk claims he will surrender, then immediately pulls out a glowing purple potion with a hidden needle and tries to stab it into his own heart. Huang Tingwei's face hardens at once because he knows Turk is about to do something far worse than surrender. Before Turk can plunge the needle in, an arrow rips in from afar and shatters the potion in his hand. The shooter is Qi Lianjuan, who somehow climbed up in his weakened state and refuses to let Turk die before answering one question. Qi Lianjuan demands to know what preparations Purple Star made for the invasion they plan to launch in 30 days. Turk mocks the question, but Qi Lianjuan quietly repeats that Turk is not allowed to die yet and keeps him pinned under threat. Seeing Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan lock Turk down, Wang Xiao calls for the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf so he can ride over and check the situation himself. Gao Lishuan instantly jumps onto the wolf, and Yi Han follows right behind him without even pretending to stay back. Zhou Shiro does not climb on, but she quietly grabs Wang Zhao's hand, making it clear she is going too in her own way. At the same time, Han Bufan summons Holy Knights and the rest of Taiyan Academy mounts up too, so the whole group ends up moving together. Wang Xiao can only laugh helplessly and wave everyone forward, turning his solo trip into a full group charge. Back at the crater, Turk tries another purple injector, but a second arrow smashes it before he can use it again. The 8-armed Vajra shrinks back to normal size, flashes in close, and wraps all 8 arms around Turk to lock him down completely. With Turk finally immobilized, Huang Tingwei props the weakened Qi Lianjuan up on his shoulder and dryly tells Turk he can still earn a quicker death by cooperating. Wang Zhao's group reaches the crater, and Gao Lishuan immediately starts praising Huang Tingwei while Turk is still pinned behind him. Huang Tingwei answers the flattery with a scolding, but Gao Lishuan grins right back because he knows the old man would have stopped them sooner if he truly wanted them gone. Wang Xiao steps in and asks Huang Tingwei for permission to question Turk himself. Turk cuts him off at once and sneers that he will not answer anything, almost daring them to hit him. Annoyed, Wang Xiao immediately turns and asks if he is at least allowed to beat Turk up a little for that attitude. Qi Lianjuan is about to refuse, but Huang Tingwei lets it happen as long as Wang Xiao does not kill him. Wang Xiao walks up with Gao Lishuan, Yi Han, and Tang Hingshan, and the 4 of them form a threatening half-circle in front of Turk. Tang Hingshan starts the intimidation, warning Turk to cooperate before their fists do the talking. Instead of reacting to the threat, Turk goes straight for Wang Zhao's weak point and correctly guesses he wants to know how Lang Lina can fight soldiers barehanded. Wang Xiao tries not to show it, but his eyes give him away, and Turk realizes he has found the perfect bait. Turk offers to reveal the secret, but only if Wang Xiao comes close enough to hear it alone. Tang Hingshan, Gao Lishuan, and Yi Han all call it a trap immediately, but Wang Xiao starts overthinking the risk instead of backing off. He studies Turk's restraint and convinces himself the setup is safe, because breaking free would mean ripping out his own joints and turning himself into a cripple. Confident in that logic, Wang Xiao waves the others back and leans in until his ear is almost pressed against Turk's face. Turk whispers the real clue at last. Purple Star's research on strength was never limited to soldiers. The meaning hits Wang Xiao just as a terrifying aura erupts beside him, as strong as a platinum-grade soldier. The blast catches the 8-armed Vajra off guard and blows Wang Xiao completely off his feet in the same instant. Before Wang Xiao can recover, a huge hand clamps around his throat and lifts him into the air. Gao Lishuan, Yi Han, and Tang Hingshan are blasted straight into the pit, and Wang Xiao finally sees the trap he walked into too late. On the far side, everyone erupts in panic, and Zhou Shiro tries to rush in to save Wang Xiao until Fan Tianyu and Su Qingma stop her. Even the 8-armed Vajra freezes in panic, waving its arms helplessly because one wrong move could get Wan Xiao killed. Dangling in Turk's hand and watching the disaster unfold, Wan Xiao bitterly admits to himself that this time he was the fool who missed an obvious trap. Turk suddenly tightens his grip on Wan Xiao's throat, snapping him out of his racing thoughts and reminding him that one wrong move will kill him. Even while being choked, Wan Xiao mocks Turk for using such a crude trick, and Turk calmly says any method is fair as long as it wins. Wan Xiao realizes Turk's body has probably been modified like the Night Roarer and bluntly calls the Purple Star Lords a bunch of lunatics. He goes further and guesses Turk let himself get captured by the 8-armed Vajra just to lure him close enough for this trap. Turk admits the risk was worth it, and says Wan Xiao is so smart that he almost hates to kill him. Wan Xiao answers with reckless humor, telling Turk to let him go, and joking that he can ask the others to kill him more cleanly. Across the deep pit, Huang Tingwei and the others can only watch in dread because one wrong interruption could set Turk off instantly. Instead of exploding, Turk bursts out laughing, lets go of Wang Zhao's neck, and grabs his shoulder like they are suddenly old friends sharing a joke. Wan Xiao seizes the opening and jokes that if Turk really cannot bear to kill him, then he should just stay on Blue Planet and never go back. Turk actually acts enlightened by the idea, and the people on the far side of the pit are left staring at the absurd sight of Wan Xiao nearly talking an enemy into surrender. Then Zhou Shiro quietly reveals the real point. Through her vassal connection, Wan Xiao has secretly told them to retreat to their prepared base and wait for him to lure Turk there. Huang Tingwei doubts that a hostage in this position could possibly have a plan, but Zhou Shiro still says she believes Wang Xiao. Fan Tianyu, the Kaiyang and Flowing Cloud students, and even the weakened Qi Lianjuan all back Wang Xiao, forcing Huang Tingwei to give in. Huang Tingwei finally agrees to withdraw and tells Zhou Shiro to warn Wang Xiao to stay alive, because he still plans to punish him later. As the group slips away in silence, Qi Lianjuan remembers one last message and asks Zhou Shiro to pass it on to Wang Xiao. Back at the pit edge, Wang Xiao keeps Turk talking and casually asks whether Purple Star really plans to invade Blue Planet in 30 days. Turk says the invasion is real, so Wang Xiao pushes further, and wonders why Purple Star would wage a war this far from home if not for resources. Enjoying the advantage, Turk offers to tell him the truth but says Wan Xiao must first agree to 2 conditions. Wan Xiao agrees too fast, and Turk's face suddenly goes cold as he names the real second condition. Wan Xiao has to give him his life. Before Wan Xiao can react, Turk's metal-bright fingertips slash through his special fiber armor and spear straight for his heart. At the last instant, a thin flesh wing snaps open in front of Wan Xiao and blocks the fatal blow. The strike still hammers through the wing hard enough to blast Wan Xiao several meters away and make him cough up blood. Gasping through the pain, Wan Xiao jokes weakly that if the rescue had come a little later, both of them would have been free. The dark swamp crocodile dragon folds its wing and lands beside him, finally exposing Turk again on the other side. After drinking a recovery potion, Wan Xiao calls Turk out and says that attack was never really about killing him at all. Turk stops dodging the point and stares at the dark swamp crocodile dragon, openly recognizing it as Purple Star's holy beast even in its youthful form. Wan Xiao presses him on how he could identify it at all, because Purple Star supposedly has no normal way to distinguish that holy beast. Turk finally lays out the trap. When a lord's life is in danger, Purple Star soldiers can forcibly override contract limits, so he staged a killing strike to make the hidden holy beast expose itself. Wan Xiao calmly says the plan was close to what he had expected too, except he underestimated Turk's speed and really could not summon a soldier in time. That answer jolts Turk, because if Wan Xiao really saw through the setup, then this test only confirmed what Turk desperately wanted to know. Wan Xiao does not deny it, and Turk immediately states his real goal now that the secret is out: crush Wang Zhao's Lord Core, annex his territory, and seize all his soldier contracts. Then, oddly enough, Turk pauses before attacking and says he wants to ask the dark swamp crocodile dragon one question first. Wan Xiao is baffled because soldiers are not supposed to understand normal speech, but his curiosity wins out, and he lets the dragon step forward. Turk politely introduces himself to the dragon as someone from Purple Star and asks why a holy beast would acknowledge such a weak Blue Planet lord. Wan Xiao is about to laugh off the question, but before he can finish, the dark swamp crocodile dragon rumbles out a blurred answer of its own: strong. The dark swamp crocodile dragon suddenly blurts out that Wan Xiao is strong, and Wan Xiao freezes because he has only just realized his beast can actually talk. Once the shock passes, Wan Xiao quickly connects the dots. This dragon has always acted smarter than ordinary mutated beasts, understood human speech, and probably learned to speak after staying with him so long. Turk immediately mocks that a mere level 3 lord should not count as strong at all. When Turk guesses the dragon means Wang Zhao's potential is strong, the dark swamp crocodile dragon gives a firm nod instead of backing down. Turk tries to explain Wang Zhao's early power as luck, but the dragon repeats that same blunt answer again: strong. That settles Turk's decision, and he coldly declares that if he wants the dragon back, he will have to prove he is stronger than Wang Xiao. Turk challenges him outright with soldier against soldier and lord against lord, turning the standoff into a direct duel. Before Wang Xiao can answer, Turk explodes forward with terrifying speed and nearly reaches him in an instant. Wan Xiao drops low, grabs onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon, and the dragon instantly beats its wings to blast Turk back and launch them into the sky. As they climb higher and higher, Wan Xiao sticks to his real plan. He never intended to beat Turk head-on, only to stall until Zhou Shiro finishes setting up the wasteland base. He chooses the high sky because he wants to stay out of attack range without exposing the hidden base below. Then Wan Xiao turns around and gets a nasty shock. Turk is chasing them on the back of a massive black flying bird, with the undead swordsman riding behind him. Realizing he never confirmed whether Turk had flying troops, Wan Xiao is so irritated by his own low-level mistake that he vows to write a 20,000-word self-criticism if he makes it back alive. The air suddenly turns thick and sticky around them, and Wan Xiao realizes they have flown all the way to the secret realm's upper border where there is simply no way higher. With the sky route cut off, Wan Xiao instantly orders a dive and sends the dragon back down. Turk follows the turn perfectly, and keeps his pursuit steady at about 200 meters, refusing to let them shake him off. Even while panicking, Wan Xiao notices something strange. The undead swordsman still has not attacked, even though this distance should already be within range. That mismatch gives Wan Xiao a bold idea, and the scene shifts to the hidden wasteland base where everyone else is racing to make his gamble possible. Back at the wasteland base, Huang Tingwei leads the group inside, and Zhou Shiro immediately starts repairing the damaged defenses and replacing the fortification's energy cores with every construction-capable lord she can find. Most of the others can only stand aside in anxious silence because they have no way to help with the technical work. Su Qingma is the first to break the silence, asking the question everyone is afraid to say out loud: will Wan Xiao be alright? Tang Hingshan answers without hesitation that Wan Xiao is definitely smarter than him and will absolutely make it back. Han Bufan quietly points out that being smarter than Tang Hingshan is not exactly a high bar, and the weak joke only makes the room feel more awkward. Seeing the group spiral again, Qi Lianjuan speaks up in his usual calm way and says that since Wan Xiao left a plan through Zhou Shiro, all they need to do is trust it and cooperate. Huang Tingwei then turns to Fan Tianyu, hoping someone who has worked with Wan Xiao before can explain what he is thinking. Fan Tianyu can only give a bitter smile and admit that Wang Zhao's ideas are always strange, and nobody really understands them until the results appear. Before Huang Tingwei can press further, Zhou Shiro hurries over and solemnly asks both him and Qi Lianjuan for help. After making sure the fortifications keep getting fresh energy cores, Zhou Shiro privately explains Wang Zhao's next assignment to the two men. The explanation is clear enough, but both Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan are left staring because the plan sounds bizarre even by Wang Zhao's standards. Embarrassed, Zhou Shiro asks if she explained it badly, but Huang Tingwei says the real problem is that the plan sounds so abnormal he can barely believe Wan Xiao came up with it. Zhou Shiro admits she cannot promise it will work, but she firmly says Wan Xiao did arrange it this way and that she believes him. That answer is enough for Huang Tingwei, who finally accepts the madness, helps Qi Lianjuan up, and heads out to carry out Wang Zhao's strange plan. The story cuts back to the air, where Wan Xiao keeps the chase over the icy mountain field so Turk still will not discover the hidden base route. But the dark swamp crocodile dragon is tiring, and the distance starts shrinking from 200 meters to about 100 in just a few seconds. As the gap falls toward 50 meters, Wan Xiao finally sees the undead swordsman draw a dazzling cold slash across the air. At the last second, the dark swamp crocodile dragon forces out another burst of speed and barely escapes the killing blow. The same pattern repeats several times, and Turk slowly realizes this is no random survival instinct because Wan Xiao is deliberately probing his limits. By baiting those attacks, Wan Xiao confirms that the undead swordsman's current range is only about 50 meters, so he resets his own safe line at 70. That discovery matters immediately because the dragon no longer has to waste energy staying 200 meters away and can save precious strength for the longer chase. With the distance problem solved for the moment, Wan Xiao launches the second step of his plan and starts loudly insulting Turk and his mount to provoke a mistake. Turk instantly sees through the childish provocation and tells himself not to take the bait. Even so, Wang Zhao's trash talk is vicious enough to get under his skin, and Turk can only grit out a curse while pouring more power into his slower flying soldier. The black bird still cannot match the dark swamp crocodile dragon's speed, and even after Turk burns energy in anger he has only clawed back about 10 meters while Wang Xiao still has plenty of room to maneuver. Wang Xiao keeps provoking Turk in midair, but behind the act he knows his lead is fake because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is almost out of stamina. A minute later, Wan Xiao realizes Turk is closing in much faster than expected, and his smug face finally slips. When the gap becomes dangerous, Wan Xiao abruptly tries to smooth things over and asks Turk not to take the taunts personally. Turk does not buy it, but he still waits until he is close enough before finally ordering the undead swordsman to strike. The undead swordsman fires a cross slash through the air, and Wan Xiao reacts in pure survival mode by recalling his mount and dropping out of the attack path. Turk instantly closes in on the falling Wan Xiao, leaving him no room to resummon the dragon and escape normally. Just as Wan Xiao is cornered, a woman's voice sounds in his mind and gives him a split-second opening. Turk instinctively looks back to check for a trap, and Wan Xiao immediately uses that mistake to spring away and summon the dragon again. By the time Turk realizes he was baited, Wang Xiao is already fleeing again, and the desperate chase restarts at full speed. Both sides stop holding back and tear across the map, from the icy mountain zone into the hotter wasteland air. When the dragon suddenly dives, Turk spots Yuhing's base below and realizes Wang Xiao is trying to break back into his allies' defenses. Afraid Wang Xiao might reach Wang Tingwei inside the base, Turk makes a hard decision and launches himself forward faster than his own mount. Turk appears right behind Wang Xiao and tries to finish him with a hand strike, but the exhausted dragon whips its tail into block. Turk's arm is barely affected, but the dragon loses more than 10 scales and still succeeds in knocking his trajectory off just enough. Using that tiny chance, the dragon curls around Wang Xiao and crashes into Yuhing's base like a falling meteor. The dragon collapses from the impact, but Wang Xiao survives with light injuries, climbs out of the crater, and runs for the base interior. Turk lands hard behind him with only minor injuries and immediately continues the chase on foot. Before Turk can catch Wang Xiao, Yuhing's fortifications open fire and force even him to dodge for his life. The small base turns out to be packed with purple-quality attack weapons that auto-lock onto Turk, making his speed and feints almost useless. After several near hits, Turk finally has to swallow his anger and retreat to a safer distance. Under that cover, Wang Xiao makes it into the base at last, and Zhou Shiruo rushes straight into his arms in frightened relief. Zhou Shiruo finally breaks down and admits how terrified she was, but Wang Xiao forces the moment back to the plan because the battle is not over. When Wang Xiao asks if everyone is in place, Zhou Shiruo steadies herself and confirms they followed his arrangement exactly. With the trap ready, Wang Xiao resummons the dark swamp crocodile dragon but leaves it idle while he goes alone to the wall to bait Turk again. Outside the stopped fortifications, a dust-covered Turk glares at Wang Xiao, and Wang Xiao immediately starts taunting him again from behind the wall. Turk calls Wang Xiao shameless, but Wang Xiao keeps provoking him to come in, trying to drag him exactly where he wants him. The standoff turns absurdly childish, with Wang Xiao yelling "come in if you dare" and Turk snapping back "come out if you dare." Meanwhile, 100 meters underground, the hidden students from 3 academies are crammed inside a stone chamber waiting for a signal that has not come. Tang Hingshan quietly asks Gao Lishuan to make the space bigger, but Yihan explains Gao Lishuan is already stretched thin maintaining another tunnel for the academy head and Qi Lianjuan. Fan Tianyu is especially miserable because the crush leaves him nearly face-to-face with Su Qingma, and Yihan can only tell everyone to endure until Wang Zhao's signal. Han Bufan suddenly points out a nasty flaw in the plan. None of them signed a vassal contract with Zhou Shiruo, so how is any signal supposed to reach them this deep underground? The underground hideout erupts into anxious arguing, with some demanding to go up and Yihan refusing to ruin Wang Zhao's plan on a guess. Before they can decide anything, everyone senses a weak energy drawing close from above and falls silent. Then the answer literally peeks in, as the dark swamp crocodile dragon opens a hole from above and blinks down at them. Back above ground, Wang Xiao keeps shouting himself hoarse at Turk, still trying to hold his attention right where the trap needs him. Turk finally runs out of patience, resummons the undead swordsman, and threatens to destroy the entire base if Wang Xiao refuses to come out. The ground under the undead swordsman explodes, launching it into the sky, and Wang Xiao instantly recognizes the setup for its deadliest move, Heaven's Slaying Sword. A terrifying sword aura gathers overhead, but instead of looking at the foaming giant blade, Wang Xiao stares at Turk as if waiting for something else to hit first. Turk notices Wang Zhao's strange reaction, remembers he already checked the area, and grows uneasy because that confidence no longer fits what he is seeing. Then Turk's expression changes for real when he suddenly feels a powerful aura rushing straight toward him. A terrifying new aura suddenly flares up, and Turk instantly abandons his attack on the base because this hidden enemy feels stronger than anyone he has faced before. He spots the source and sends the undead swordsman plunging straight into one patch of ground before Wang Xiao can react. The slash cuts into the earth so cleanly it leaves giant cross-shaped marks, and for one eerie second the battlefield goes quiet. Then the ground erupts and a huge earth ball bursts apart in midair, revealing not a hidden powerhouse but Gao Lishuan and the other students. The exposed students start dropping, and instead of protecting themselves they push their power out wildly, turning the space around Turk into a chaotic blur of mixed aura. Turk refuses to bite and assumes these students are just suicidal bait, but their insane move still leaves him rattled because he cannot read Wang Zhao's plan at all. Before Turk can sort it out, he senses danger behind him and turns to find 10 elf warriors already aiming at him and the undead swordsman. Turk thinks he has finally seen through the trick and decides these elf warriors must be Wang Zhao's real killing move. Sure he has cracked the plan, Turk orders the undead swordsman to rush the archers and wipe them out before they can matter. The archers do fire, but the undead swordsman shreds their arrows, tears through the summons, and sends a killing sword light straight for Qi Lianjuan's throat. Qi Lianjuan roars back and throws out 10 elf commanders as shield bearers, turning his own body into the final bait point. The sword beam rips through 5 shields in a row, then dies at the 6th and bursts into star-like fragments before it can reach Qi Lianjuan. Just as Turk tries to strike again, he notices the ground bulging under his feet and realizes too late that something has been creeping up from below. The earth explodes open and the 8-armed Vajra's huge furry arm shoots up to seize Turk's ankle. In that instant, Turk finally understands the full trap. Every frantic move on the battlefield, even Qi Lianjuan's stand, existed to hide Huang Tingwei's real kill grab underground. The 8-armed Vajra bursts fully out of the ground, shifts into berserk beast form, and locks all 8 arms around Turk before he can escape. With one crushing squeeze, the giant ape grinds Turk's bones until he screams in pain and can do nothing but rage inside its hands. The moment Turk's body is crushed, the undead swordsman collapses too, proving the whole fight was decided in barely 2 or 3 seconds. But the students are still in danger, because the ones blasted into the air are now dropping hard back toward the battlefield. 2 silver beasts leap out from the base to save them, but even the Ice Thunderhorn Wolf and Silver Shadow Leopard cannot catch everyone in time. They save 12 people, while tougher students like Gao Lishuan, Yihan, and Tang Hingshan slam down on their own and grit through the pain. Wan Xiao rushes out to check the injured students, and only relaxes after making sure everyone is still alive. Even half-broken, Gao Lishuan still finds time to complain that Wan Xiao only seems worried about the girls. Wan Xiao helps him up and asks for one last push, because they still need to lock Turk down properly. Still cursing the whole idea, Gao Lishuan forces out his earth talent, and tears the nearby base apart to turn it into a prison around Turk and the 8-armed Vajra. At the same time, Zhou Shiro opens her control panel and says she can switch more than 100 purple fortifications to autofire the instant Turk tries to move. With the trap complete, Wan Xiao thanks her and turns to Huang Tingwei and Qi Lianjuan, telling them his part of the plan is done. Qi Lianjuan stays quiet, but Huang Tingwei looks at Wan Xiao with open approval and calls him a true young hero. Wan Xiao tries to push the credit back onto the 8-armed Vajra, but Huang Tingwei makes it clear that is not the part that impressed him most. He presses a hand onto Wang Zhao's shoulder and says Wang Zhao's nerve and planning under pressure already match a professional lord. That sudden sincerity leaves Wang Xiao happy but suspicious, because he cannot shake the feeling that a trap might be hiding inside the compliment. Huang Tingwei simply climbs up the wall toward the captive, and the others snap out of it and follow because Turk still has answers they need. From the top of the wall, everyone gets their first close look at the diamond grade 8-armed Vajra, and even allies feel the pressure pouring off it. Wan Xiao finally asks the question bothering him. If Huang Tingwei is not a beast tamer, why is a mutated beast like this serving as his soldier? Huang Tingwei answers with a dry rebuke, pointing out that lord classes do not limit someone to only one kind of troop and using Zhou Shiro as the obvious example. Wan Xiao tries to explain he only meant raising mutated beasts should be inefficient for other lord types, but Huang Tingwei shuts that down too with a blunt answer. He uses it because he likes it. Chastened, Wan Xiao drops the topic, and Huang Tingwei signals the 8-armed Vajra to show them the battered Turk between its fingers. Seeing Wan Xiao again, Turk admits he badly underestimated him and now understands just how deep the young man's planning runs. Qi Lianjuan cuts in immediately and demands the real issue. What exactly is Purple Star preparing before its war with Blue Planet in 30 days? Turk answers with pure contempt, curling into a sneer and telling them to beg if they want to know. Qi Lianjuan's face darkens, and he asks Huang Tingwei to help him take Turk back for a proper interrogation. Huang Tingwei refuses on the spot, because once they leave the secret realm he cannot keep summoning troops, and no one else will be able to physically hold Turk down. Qi Lianjuan tries one more practical fix and suggests knocking Turk out first, hoping that would make transport possible. Huang Tingwei shoots that down too, reminding him Turk would eventually wake up, and they cannot have him and the 8-armed Vajra babysit the prisoner forever. Out of options, Qi Lianjuan can only ask if Huang Tingwei has a better solution, and Huang Tingwei answers with a sinister smile that yes, he does. When Huang Tingwei says he has an idea, the whole group goes tense and listens. Huang Tingwei bluntly proposes dropping the interrogation and killing Turk on the spot. Qi Lianjuan immediately objects, insisting Turk still carries important intelligence they need. Huang Tingwei cuts him off and says the enemy attack in 30 days is already the key information, and they cannot afford to chase more at any cost. Qi Lianjuan still looks troubled, but he finally swallows his argument and yields the decision. Instead of striking, Huang Tingwei turns the moment into a lesson and warns the students not to waste time probing enemies they cannot understand. The students answer in unison, and Huang Tingwei immediately puts the choice to Turk: cooperate, or die here. Turk sneers back and claims Huang Tingwei is bluffing badly. Huang Tingwei answers with force, and the 8-armed Vajra suddenly tightens until Turk's bones crack. Even half delirious with pain, Turk still insists Huang Tingwei does not dare to kill him. Huang Tingwei has the Vajra crush him again, and this time Turk is too wrecked to even scream. The students look sickened, and some of the girls turn away because they cannot bear the sight. Yihan finally speaks up and says killing is one thing, but this feels too cruel. Huang Tingwei coolly answers with his second lesson: mercy to the enemy can become cruelty to your own side. He pushes the point harder by asking what the Purple Star would do to them if the roles were reversed, and the students fall into uneasy thought. Qi Lianjuan quietly protests that these are still children, but Huang Tingwei says the coming war will not wait for them to grow up gently. Watching that exchange, Wan Xiao realizes Huang Tingwei is forcing the students to face the reality of war before it crashes over them. Wan Xiao decides to step in and asks for the chance to kill Turk himself to avenge his dead mutated beast. Huang Tingwei clearly doubts Wan Xiao can do it, but after a pause he still gives him room. Wang Xiao walks right up to Turk and asks if he has any last words. Turk can barely stay conscious, but he still spits out one last arrogant taunt and tells Wang Xiao to just do it. Wang Xiao grabs a refined iron arrow from a defensive arrow tower and drives it straight toward Turk's forehead. The arrow pierces Turk's skin but stops at the skull, proving Wang Xiao really is not strong enough to finish the job. Wang Xiao calmly admits it will not work and hands the arrow back to Huang Tingwei, asking him to do the killing instead. Huang Tingwei catches on to Wang Zhao's real point, suppresses a reaction, and instead asks the other students if anyone else wants to try. The students all look at each other, but when it comes to killing a helpless prisoner, not one of them can step forward. Huang Tingwei lets the matter drop with a gentler tone, making it clear he understands this is not something they can change overnight. He tells them the ranking assessment will continue while he and Qi Lianjuan handle the captive and return later. Before they go, Qi Lianjuan orders everyone to keep the 30-day war warning secret until the military confirms and announces it properly. The students agree and head down from the wall in scattered groups. Once the last student is gone, Huang Tingwei drops the performance and quietly admits to Qi Lianjuan that he was bluffing about killing such a valuable prisoner. Qi Lianjuan is left speechless, because Huang Tingwei had sounded completely serious a moment ago. Huang Tingwei casually explains the real plan. Once they leave, he and Qi Lianjuan will immediately enter another secret realm with Turk so the captive cannot escape. Outside the base, the temporary alliance breaks instantly, and the three academy teams separate into wary groups again. After an awkward pause, Su Qingma politely asks to leave first, and Gao Lishuan thanks her for the help. Su Qingma gives Fan Tianyu a final nod and leads the entire Flowing Cloud team away intact. Gao Lishuan cannot quite start the next farewell, so he nudges Wang Xiao to handle Kaiyang instead. Wang Xiao forces out a stiff thank you, and Fan Tianyu answers just as awkwardly that friends help each other. Fan Tianyu says there is no time to waste if Kaiyang still wants points, and the rivalry fully slides back into place. Before leaving, Fan Tianyu runs over and gives Zhou Shiro a quick hug. Kaiyang leaves too, and suddenly only the 4 battered Yuhing members are left by the base. Gao Lishuan checks their current score and sees Yuhing's points have gone up again, likely thanks to the Lang brothers dying to the crocodile dragon. The score bump helps, but they still cannot see anyone else's numbers, so the only safe plan is to chase every point they can in the time left. Gao Lishuan says the fastest way to earn points would be fighting another academy, but he cannot bring himself to target Kaiyang or Flowing Cloud after what just happened. Yihan suggests hunting the remaining academies instead, but Gao Lishuan starts counting and realizes most of them are already gone. By the time Gao Lishuan finishes tallying the eliminations, only Kaiyang and Flowing Cloud are still left in the match besides Yuhing. That leaves Mutated Beasts as the only easy target, but with less than an hour left and all 4 of them injured, Yuhing is badly outnumbered and too slow to compete cleanly. Just when the plan seems dead, Wang Xiao remembers one more target. Lu Yuyang from 9 Heavens escaped earlier. Gao Lishuan instantly gets excited too, because if that runaway really is Captain Lu Yuyang, catching him would be worth a huge 100-point swing. Yihan immediately points out the obvious problem. The arena is enormous, so finding one hidden person sounds impossible. As Wang Xiao and Gao Lishuan hit the same wall at once, Zhou Shiro hesitates, raises her hand, and says she might actually have a way. In a shallow pit beside the blazing lava field, Wang Xiao quietly tells Zhou Shiro she does not have to force herself into this plan just because he mentioned it. Zhou Shiro holds his hand and admits she feels guilty for dragging him down in the academy ranking, so this dangerous job is the one thing she wants to do for the academy. Wang Xiao starts to push back hard against that idea, but Zhou Shiro cuts him off and steers the talk back to the target hiding in the lava field. Wang Xiao explains why he is almost sure Lu Yuyang is hiding deeper in the lava field, because Lu mentioned gathering people there before his first escape was interrupted. After hearing enough, Zhou Shiro summons her own plain white warhorse, using a personal travel mount because she cannot summon Wang Zhao's beast herself. Zhou Shiro climbs out, gets on the horse, gives Wang Xiao one last look, and rides alone toward the deadly lava zone. Once she disappears into the distance, Wang Xiao can only stare after her and mutter that nothing can go wrong. A teasing voice answers from behind, and Wang Xiao whips around to find Gao Lishuan and Yihan standing there after apparently catching the whole awkward moment. Gao Lishuan casually seals the pit into an underground chamber, and starts moving it through the earth, turning their hiding place into a mobile tunnel. When Wang Xiao worries this trick should fail under the lava, Gao Lishuan says Zhou Shiro already solved it by having Yihan maintain the chamber's earth attribute with Element Overlord. Now convinced, Wang Xiao urges them to move faster because Zhou Shiro has already ridden far ahead as the bait. Outside the secret realm, Qin Jinrong steps out of the broadcast room after restoring the live feed and immediately finds the pale, wounded Qi Lianjuan waiting for him. Qin Jinrong scolds him for not treating his injuries first, but Qi Lianjuan says he came to ask for instructions. Before Qi Lianjuan can finish whispering, Qin Jinrong guesses it is about the prisoner, and says Academy head Huang can listen in on the interrogation too. Qi Lianjuan is alarmed because Huang is officially a civilian now, and any real progress in that interrogation would become highly confidential military information. Qin Jinrong quietly drops a bigger bomb and reminds Qi Lianjuan that the Purple Star will launch a large-scale attack in 30 days, so Huang's civilian status will not last much longer anyway. After making sure Qi Lianjuan understands and keeps quiet, Qin Jinrong orders him to let someone else handle the prisoner, pull Huang's file from his office, and prepare a teleportation gate for a trip to the military after the competition. When Qi Lianjuan asks whether Huang should be warned first, Qin Jinrong grins wickedly and says no, because he wants to give Huang a surprise himself. Back in the lava field, the three-man earth ball races under molten rock, but even Yihan's support cannot stop the brutal heat from cooking everyone inside. Half delirious from the temperature, Wan Xiao jokes that he finally understands how a roast chicken feels, but inside the earth ball nobody is in the mood to laugh. Then Wan Xiao suddenly snaps alert and calls out a target 30 meters to the northwest. Gao Lishuan leaps up to strike at once, only for Wan Xiao to stop him again because Zhou Shiro wants a little more time. Wan Xiao explains, with obvious worry, that Zhou Shiro is using herself as bait so they can first figure out Lu Yuyang's lord talent. Yihan does not understand the caution at all, but Wan Xiao insists that they are all injured and Lu Yuyang has been waiting patiently, so being careful now is still the smart move. So the three men stay hidden beneath the lava, and Wan Xiao can only stare upward in silence, worrying about the trap Zhou Shiro is walking into. Above them, the lava field looks like a piece of hell, and Zhou Shiro waits on her snow-white warhorse across from Lu Yuyang and more than 10 gold mutated beasts. Lu Yuyang greets her like an old friend, but Zhou Shiro ignores the act and immediately demands to know why the competition's mutated beasts are helping him at all. He smugly jokes that it is probably his personal charm, and Zhou Shiro has to physically fight down the urge to throw up. Then Lu Yuyang turns the meeting into a sales pitch, belittling Wan Xiao as a small beast tamer lord who just got lucky and saying he will end up feeding stronger lords. He finally reveals the key point Zhou Shiro wanted: his talent. All things increase can trade for stronger power, and even let him use mutated beasts and other soldiers that are not his. Lu Yuyang boasts that her construction talent plus his increase ability would make them unstoppable, then reaches out and orders her to become his vassal. To keep him talking, Zhou Shiro pretends to be tempted and asks whether joining him really could help her sweep across the blue planet. That bait works perfectly, and Lu Yuyang eagerly doubles down, praising her limitless potential and treating their alliance like a guaranteed path to domination. Then he gets impatient and summons a vassal contract on the spot, pushing her to give up on Wang Xiao and sign immediately. Zhou Shiro tries to delay him again by saying she needs time and still does not fully understand his talent, but Lu Yuyang refuses to give her space to think. When Zhou Shiro tries to back the horse away, Lu Yuyang suddenly grabs the reins and his whole attitude turns dark. At his signal, the gold mutated beasts start closing in, and the fake recruitment finally shows its real shape as naked coercion. Lu Yuyang drops all pretense, says making her his vassal is already a reward, and snarls that she should stop being shameless and sign. He grabs Zhou Shiro's hand and forcefully tries to press it onto the contract, turning the whole meeting into an attempted forced subjugation. The moment he suddenly lets go, Zhou Shiro loses her balance and falls hard off the horse onto the charred ground. Instead of helping her up, Lu Yuyang sneers that she cannot beat him and should just sign, showing exactly how little respect he ever had for her. That is the moment Wan Xiao can no longer hold back, and the lava beside them explodes as the hidden earth ball bursts out with him, Gao Lishuan, and Yihan inside. Lu Yuyang instantly recognizes the three men as opponents he cannot fight head-on, and his confidence collapses into pure survival instinct. He starts to turn and run like a man who knows exactly when he is outmatched, but one glance at the fallen Zhou Shiro and the contract in his hand makes him hesitate over whether to gamble on one last chance. Lu Yuyang makes a desperate gamble and orders his gold-mutated beast to hold everyone back while he forces Zhou Shiro's hand toward the vassal contract. Lu Yuyang thinks he only needs a few seconds to seal the contract and 10 seconds to escape, but Wang Xiao answers with brute force. The raging lava bear roars out fear deterrence, and the whole pack freezes on the spot under its overwhelming pressure. A silver blur tears through the frightened pack and drops the trapped beasts before they can move again. Gao Lishuan ignores the beasts completely and hurls himself at Lu Yuyang, furious over being roasted underground for half a day. The kick sends Lu Yuyang flying, and before he can even recover, Yihan crashes in to stomp him flat. Yihan happily beats Lu Yuyang while yelling that this idiot dared to steal his idol's wife, and Zhou Shiro instantly flushes red. Gao Lishuan joins the kicking too, and Lu Yuyang's screams finally get so pitiful that even Wang Xiao feels a little sorry for him. Wang Xiao adds only a few restrained kicks of his own, then leaves the others to vent and goes straight back to help Zhou Shiro up. Once Zhou Shiro is back on her feet, Wang Xiao checks her over in obvious relief and asks if she is hurt. Zhou Shiro says she only fell, then wonders why Wang Xiao rushed out so fast when she still had not figured out Lu Yuyang's talent. Wang Xiao jokes that if they had waited any longer, she would have become Lu Yuyang's vassal, then turns serious and reminds her not to linger on enemies she cannot read. Zhou Shiro admits she only hesitated because she feared Lu Yuyang was hiding something, but the mist still leaves her quietly blaming herself. When Zhou Shiro says she is too useless to even handle something this simple, Wang Xiao shuts that down and tells her nobody is good at everything. Zhou Shiro blurts out that Wang Xiao seems good at everything, and the second she realizes what she just said, her face burns even hotter. Before Wang Xiao can change the subject, Gao Lishuan and Yihan stomp back over, annoyed that Lu Yuyang surrendered and slipped out of the secret realm. The four of them open their interfaces and count the haul, but even after nearly 400 new points, Gao Lishuan thinks Yuhing is still far behind. Gao Lishuan says Flowing Cloud alone picked up 5,600 points by eliminating the 4th and 5th teams, and Yihan groans that Yuhing might fall even farther instead of reaching first. Wang Xiao tries to steady the mood by saying their early choices still saved a lot of people, so the academy head should understand even if the final ranking looks bad. Their weird silence tells Wang Xiao he may be badly underestimating how their academy head reacts to failure. Before anyone can explain, all four of them sense a powerful presence racing straight toward their position. A mounted Kaiyang squad thunders into view first on Imites, and Yuhing recognizes the Holy Knights charging straight toward them. Then a giant tornado sweeps in from the Sea Arena side, and Yuhing realizes the top two academies are closing on them from opposite directions. Not knowing why their side came, Wang Zhao's group stays put and waits instead of making the first move. The two top teams dismount and face Yuhing from dozens of meters away, and the same people who fought side by side earlier now slip back into wary rivals. Wang Xiao breaks the silence and asks what they want, because the air has already turned too awkward to ignore. Su Qingma bluntly says Flowing Cloud came to challenge Yuhing, and Fan Tianyu immediately says Kaiyang came for the same reason. Instead of bracing for a fight, Wang Xiao catches both sides off guard by saying there is no need to rush. He proposes that all three academies lay out their goals first, framing the whole confrontation like a negotiation instead of a clash. Wang Xiao says Yuhing wants to surpass Kaiyang for first place, Su Qingma declares Flowing Cloud wants to beat both of them, and Fan Tianyu says Kaiyang only needs to stay on top. Wang Xiao pushes one step further and asks everyone to compare point ranges, saying Yuhing is also in the 5 digits but starts with a 1. Both Fan Tianyu and Su Qingma admit their teams are in the 20s, which lets Wang Xiao argue that the gap is real but not hopeless. Wang Xiao solemnly states the obvious rule that eliminating any team could decide the title, but his big build-up only leaves both women more confused. Even Wang Zhao's own teammates look baffled, because he sounds like he is just repeating the competition rules everyone already knows. Yihan quietly asks Gao Lishuan why his idol suddenly started reciting rules, and Gao Lishuan can only admit he has no idea either. Then Gao Lishuan notices Zhou Shiro quietly smiling, which tells him she already understands what Wang Xiao is really doing. Zhou Shiro quietly tells them through the vassal link that Wang Xiao is bluffing about Yuhing's score, because their real total is already above 20,000. She pieces it together fast. Flowing Cloud got huge team elimination points but fought fewer beasts. Kaiyang fought many beasts but eliminated fewer teams, and Yuhing secretly collected extra points from enemies Wang Xiao killed earlier. Once Gao Lishuan realizes Yao Guang's points may also have gone to Yuhing, he finally understands why Wang Xiao is pretending the score gap is smaller. Gao Lishuan spells it out for Yihan. If they fight now and lose even one person, the gap only gets worse, so Wang Xiao is dragging things out instead of gambling with an injured four-man team. Yihan finally catches on, out in the open, with only 4 injured teammates, and no fortifications. Stalling is their best shot left. Up front, Wang Xiao keeps calmly spinning his overlong analysis, and somehow his serious tone is working well enough that neither rival team cuts him off. At the same time, Zhou Shiro quietly checks the remaining time through the vassal link and feeds Wang Xiao the countdown without alerting anyone else. The stall keeps working until the last 10 minutes, when Su Qingma finally cuts in and asks Wang Xiao to stop circling and speak plainly. Fan Tianyu checks the time too, realizes there are only 10 minutes left, and bluntly asks if Wang Xiao has been dragging this out on purpose. Wang Xiao goes stiff on the spot, because denying the stall sounds impossible now, but admitting it could spark the exact 3-school brawl he was trying to avoid. Outside the secret realm in Kaiyang City Square, the crowd is half asleep from Wang Zhao's non-stop chatter when the commentators suddenly snap everyone awake with news that the last 3 teams have finally moved. The main screen fills with a tide of mutated beasts, and the audience immediately realizes Wang Xiao has dumped an absurd number of summons onto the field. Once someone identifies them as metal-devouring ants, the crowd gets even more confused because these creatures are known for eating minerals, not fighting. Back inside the secret realm, Gao Lishuan stares at Wang Xiao like he has lost his mind and complains that suddenly dropping 10,000 soldiers without warning is terrifying. Wang Xiao awkwardly explains he had no safe chance to warn them, because one wrong move would have made the other teams attack immediately. When Gao Lishuan points at the ants eating dirt and demands real combat troops, Wang Xiao admits his stronger mutated beasts are mostly injured and these ants can only buy time. That answer kills the mood fast, because Gao Lishuan has almost no spare soldiers left, and Yihan admits he only has Lava Ripper while still drained from earlier fighting. Zhou Shiro suddenly steps in and says she still has 10 silver level 2 skeleton archers at full strength. Gao Lishuan reacts to that with obvious doubt, then decides they might as well rely on Wang Zhao's useless looking ant wall, and drag things out a little longer. On the opposing side, both Kaiyang Academy and Flowing Cloud Academy see the giant ant swarm, turn wary at once, and summon troops without daring to commit too hard yet. Han Bufan grumbles that the ants' shells are annoyingly hard, and Tang Hingshan instantly mocks him, while his own giant soldiers kick the creatures aside with ease. Their bickering nearly turns into a full argument until Fang Tianyu coldly cuts in and orders them to stop wasting time and go kill Wang Xiao first. With the team back in line, Fang Tianyu turns to Lin Dong and checks whether his setup is ready. Lin Dong, standing before a wide blood pool, says ordinary troops will not be enough against Wang Xiao, Gao Lishuan, and Yi Han, so he needs a little more time. Fang Tianyu decides gold quality power should be enough because Wang Zhao's side has already spent too much strength, and she bluntly says this is the moment to pick the softest persimmon. Flowing Cloud Academy reaches the same conclusion even faster, because Su Qingma quickly sees that the ants look scary in number but are almost harmless in a real fight. Instead of wasting energy clearing ants, Su Qingma has her team stand right inside the swarm and prepare a clean counterattack. Once the plan is set, Su Qingma summons several explosive slimes and sends them rushing straight toward Wang Zhao's team as the opening blast. At the same time, Lin Dong's blood pool erupts skyward and condenses into 10 muscular gold-quality blood men, giving Kaiyang Academy its own heavy strike force. Fang Tianyu tells her team this may be their first real chance to beat Wang Xiao, and the whole group answers with ugly, eager smiles. Then the flowing cloud explosives go off first, blasting dozens of ants into the air and proving the race to reach Wang Xiao has already started. Not willing to fall behind, Fang Tianyu orders Tang Hingshan to clear a path, and Kaiyang Academy surges forward with giants and blood men charging together. Both enemy teams rush forward almost together, only to find that after the blast clears the ants, Wang Xiao and his 3 teammates have completely vanished. Tang Hingshan blurts out whether Su Qingma somehow blew them up, but she checks the score interface and flatly says no points changed, so that is impossible. Su Qingma concludes that Wang Zhao's side must have slipped away during the setup window, because they were never going to sit still and wait to be killed. With too many ants and too little time to hunt a 4-man team, Su Qingma and Fang Tianyu silently arrive at the same answer. If Wang Xiao is gone, they may as well attack each other. Fang Tianyu acts first and calls on Lin Dong, and the 10 blood men immediately lunge at Flowing Cloud Academy to trigger a full battle between the top 2 teams. 5 meters below that battlefield, Wang Zhao's whole team is hiding inside a cramped underground chamber while the war above finally turns exactly the way he wanted. Gao Lishuan gives Wang Xiao a thumbs up and praises the whole scheme, from the endless chatter to the ant smokescreen to forcing both enemy teams to waste their last minutes on each other. Yi Han is still confused about one thing, because if the other 2 teams keep eliminating each other, Wang Zhao's score gap could also get worse. Wang Xiao admits that risk is real, but says fighting head-on would only hand away more points, so hiding and watching the Tigers fight is their only remaining chance to protect second place and maybe steal first. A fresh tremor shakes dirt from the ceiling, and Wang Xiao grins evilly because the harder those 2 teams fight up there, the better the hidden team might profit in the end. Yi Han and Gao Lishuan both call Wang Xiao evil again, and Wang Xiao barely swallows the urge to curse them out. Trying to move past that, Wang Xiao thanks Gao Lishuan for still having enough strength to make this underground refuge, because without it they would be running for their lives right now. That is when Gao Lishuan's face turns awkward and he quietly says he has good news and bad news. Yi Han instantly asks for the good news first, so Gao Lishuan opens the competition interface and reveals there are only 7 minutes left in the assessment. Yi Han starts to question how that counts as good news, but Wang Xiao already realizes something is very wrong and turns to ask about the bad news instead. In a voice barely louder than a mosquito, Gao Lishuan admits he is out of energy. Wang Xiao immediately understands the disaster. If Gao Lishuan cannot use his talent anymore, this underground hideout has become a trap surrounded by lava. He frantically checks for an energy potion, only to remember he has nothing left after earlier losses and the chaos with the Lang brothers. With nowhere to go and no easy fix, Wang Xiao explodes at Gao Lishuan for not saying this sooner, snapping that they cannot exactly swim up through lava. Gao Lishuan fires back just as angrily, pointing out that Wang Xiao only told him to dig the hideout and never asked how much energy he had left. Wang Xiao has no answer to that, so he slumps to the ground and bitterly accepts that all they can do now is wait for time to run out and pray their score survives. The chamber falls into a miserable silence, because first place is now out of their hands and even second depends on luck. Then Zhou Shiro quietly breaks the silence, and says she still has 1 energy potion. A faint blue potion appears in Zhou Shiro's hand, and Gao Lishuan's eyes light up as he grabs it and starts drinking immediately. Wang Xiao is relieved for a second, but then he frowns because every surrendered resource should have returned to him earlier, so he asks where Zhou Shiro got that potion. Blushing hard, Zhou Shiro admits Fang Tianyu gave it to her earlier when she was injured and unconscious, and she had secretly kept it because she thought she might need it for Wang Xiao later. Underground, the air turns painfully awkward after Zhou Shiro's embarrassing slip, and even Yi Han looks like he is barely holding in a laugh. Wang Xiao forcibly acts normal and urges Gao Lishuan to hurry, saying their whole victory now depends on him. Gao Lishuan pretends he heard nothing, gulps down the last half of the energy potion, and everyone is stuck waiting in even worse silence. Above ground, Taiyang keeps crushing Flowing Cloud, with Wang Zhao's joint battle plan and the giant Holy Archangel making them look nearly unbeatable. After repeated Holy Light sanctions, more than half of Flowing Cloud soldiers are down, and the rest are clearly on the verge of collapse. A Flowing Cloud teammate begs Su Qingma to retreat before they are wiped out and hand Kai Yang free points. Su Qingma refuses immediately because he suspects Gao Lishuan, and the others are hiding nearby, waiting to flank them the moment they run. Even when his teammate warns that Kai Yang alone can already finish them, Su Qingma still will not give the retreat order, leaving the whole team agitated and stuck. Outside the secret realm, the audience has no idea an alien invasion happened earlier, because the broadcast spent most of the day showing scenery and harmless beasts instead of the real crisis. Now that a real top-tier battle is finally on screen, the crowd absolutely does not want Flowing Cloud to retreat. The commentators lean into the excitement too, joking about how this is one of the first serious fights the broadcast has shown all competition. They judge that Flowing Cloud has basically lost, and one commentator says retreat would be the rational choice since they are still ranked first overall. Then they remember the missing third team and wonder if Yuheng has been hiding this whole time to sit safely on the sidelines and profit from the chaos. Before anyone can finish that thought, every metal-devouring ant around the battlefield bursts into shattered light at once. When the glare clears, Wang Xiao, Zhou Shiro, Yihan, and Gao Lishuan are suddenly standing right in the middle between Kai Yang and Flowing Cloud. The commentators explode with excitement as Yuheng finally reveals itself with only 5 minutes left, and suddenly the whole match feels wide open again. Everyone expects Yuheng to ally with one side, because with only 4 people left, charging both top academies should be suicide. Instead, 2 spatial vortexes open over the battlefield, and the Ice Thunderhorned Wolf and Lava Ripper burst out together. The 2 beasts split instantly, with the Horned Wolf charging Kai Yang on the left and the Lava Ripper rushing Flowing Cloud on the right. The commentators can barely believe what they are seeing, because Yuheng has chosen to attack both sides head-on instead of joining anyone. Inside the secret realm, both academies also sense something is wrong, and Su Qingma's first instinct is to pull back before he walks into a hidden trap. Kai Yang reaches the same conclusion, and Han Bufan immediately has the giant Holy Archangel withdraw while covering itself in dense holy light. At the very center, Wang Xiao sees both sides retreating instead of charging, and he finally knows the bait worked. He coldly calls out to Gao Lishuan again, because this entire comeback now rests on Gao Lishuan's talent going off in time. The summoned wolf and lava ripper suddenly dissolve into light, exposing that their charge was only a feint to force everyone into position. Gao Lishuan stomps down and unleashes a khaki energy ring that races across the battlefield in every direction. The ring slices through both enemy teams without hurting them, and that harmless touch is exactly what makes Su Qingma realize the real danger. Su Qingma yells for everyone to stop Gao Lishuan before he can fully activate his lord talent. Flowing Cloud soldiers rush the center, and Kai Yang tries to answer too as Han Bufan orders the Holy Archangel to call down Holy Light Sanction on Gao Lishuan. Gao Lishuan grins and tells them Yuheng will be taking their points first, because by now they are already too late. The ground across a 600-meter radius suddenly splits apart, and the entire battlefield gives way into a massive bottomless pit. Flowing Cloud and Kai Yang alike drop with the collapsing earth, and even the flying Holy Archangel bursts into light because its owner has already been eliminated. The square and the live stream both go dead quiet, because for a moment it really looks like everyone just died together. Then the camera zooms in and reveals the trick. At the very center, one narrow stone pillar never fell, and the 4 Yuheng members are still standing on it. Yihan stares at Gao Lishuan in shock, because from their angle it looked like he had just collapsed an entire battlefield in one blow. Gao Lishuan quickly explains that he secretly hollowed out the ground earlier and only left a thin shell, so all he had to do now was release the support and let the whole area cave in. After hearing there is only about a minute left in the competition, Gao Lishuan gives a tired crooked grin and asks Wang Xiao to accept the award for him. The moment he says it, Gao Lishuan's eyes roll back and he faints from overusing his power. Outside, the points board updates at last, and the commentators realize Yuheng has pulled off a full comeback by eliminating both top academies at once. Kai Yang is locked in third, Flowing Cloud lands second, and Yuheng rockets to first with an overwhelming 70,650 points. The audience erupts in cheers, but the academy heads react very differently to the upset. Flowing Cloud's academy head is secretly delighted because his school still climbed one place, and he even has the nerve to praise the match with calm satisfaction. Kai Yang's academy head looks much worse, because Kai Yang has fallen from its long-held throne all the way to third place. His mood is darker than simple frustration, because he notices Huang Tingwei still has not returned and starts connecting that disappearance to Qin Jinrong's suspicious absence and the strange dead-air broadcast. Staring at Qin Jinrong smiling and clapping on the commentary platform, Kai Yang's academy head does not know the details yet, but his instincts tell him something big has happened behind the scenes. When the Secret Realm countdown ends, Wang Zhao's group is wrapped in golden light and dumped straight into a crowded medical tent outside. The mood is immediately ugly, because the students from Flowing Cloud and Kai Yang glare at Yuheng's team like they just stole history from them. Wang Xiao is about to hand Gao Lishuan over for treatment when he spots Ji Lianjuan standing there pale and badly hurt, clearly waiting for him. Ji Lianjuan gets straight to the point, and warns him that the foreign race invasion must stay secret, and everyone here has already been told the same thing. He explains that the commander already blocked the battle footage from the audience, so if anyone asks what happened in that missing stretch, Wang Xiao needs to invent a believable cover story himself. Wang Xiao can hear the backhanded compliment in that order, but he still slips in one more question about the 8 Yaoguang participants who never came back. Qi Lianjuan cuts him off cold and says the authorities will handle Yaoguang, while Wang Xiao's only job now is silence and rest. With that conversation shut down, Wang Xiao hands the unconscious Gao Lishuan to the medics and leaves the tent with Zhou Shiro and Yi Han. Outside, they realize the tent sits behind the giant event screen with a red carpet path leading toward the main podium and the roaring crowd beyond. That is when Wang Xiao suddenly remembers the obvious question he forgot to ask: what place did Yuheng even get? A warm voice answers for him, and Qin Kaiyang steps out smiling to tell them that wiping out 2 teams at the end could only mean first place. Even after transferring away, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro still greet Qin Kaiyang like their old academy head, and he proudly tells them they did not disappoint him. Wang Xiao awkwardly starts to explain the mess with Kaiyang, but Qin Kaiyang waves it off and says his own academy needed the lesson after staying on top for too long. When Wang Xiao asks about Huang Tingwei, Qin Kaiyang says Yuheng's academy had already left on urgent business and asked him to escort the champions to receive the award instead. That answer bothers Wang Xiao, because after Turk's death he cannot figure out what could still pull Huang Tingwei away so fast. A moment later, Qin Kaiyang personally leads Yuheng onto the podium, and the crowd explodes at the sight of the former top academy head presenting the title to the new winners. Then Wang Xiao has to give the champion's speech with almost no warning, but pure habit saves him and he delivers polished, humble words even while his mind is somewhere else. Once Wang Xiao steps down, the public ceremony still has more speakers, but for the exhausted competitors the academy ranking battle is finally over. The 3 of them return to Yuheng Academy's bus, where only Su Junru is still there because the rest of their teammates were already sent to the hospital. Su Junru tries to congratulate them, but all 3 are too drained to fake any excitement, and even Yi Han has nothing left for a victory mood. Seeing their condition, Su Junru drops the celebration, takes the driver's seat herself, and simply gets everyone home. Wang Xiao barely makes it back before crashing into bed, and when he wakes again it is already deep night under a bright starry sky. The competition is finally over, but the victory does not feel light at all, because his whole body hurts so badly he cannot even sit up. After several failed attempts, he gives up on moving in the real world and drops his consciousness into his territory instead. Inside the territory, the first thing he sees is Zhou Shiro already there, and both of them blurt out the same question at the same time. It gets even more awkward when they answer in perfect unison too, both saying they came to organize the resources. Wang Xiao tries to smooth over the weird silence by suggesting they sort everything together, and Zhou Shiro is just about to respond. Then Zhou Shiro suddenly notices something behind him and points upward with a suspicious frown. When Wang Xiao turns around, he sees his normal Azure Lord core in the air and, just beside it, a second identical core floating where absolutely nothing like that should exist. The duplicate looks so exact that Wang Xiao can only stand there stunned, trying and failing to guess what could possibly have gone wrong with the foundation of his territory. He first asks if the extra core belongs to Zhou Shiro, but she points out her own Lord core somewhere else, next to Tang Hingshan's, which means the problem is only his. That answer only makes it worse, because Wang Xiao knows a Lord core should not behave like this unless the territory was directly invaded, and that never happened. He runs through every explanation he can think of, from the challenge arena surrender to Anda's old case to even his own system, but none of them fit this absurd scene. Desperate for anything, he even rubs his eyes like a fool, but when he looks again the second core is still there. Zhou Shiro suggests calling Huang Tingwei or Commander Chen for help, but Wang Xiao decides he has to inspect the anomaly himself first. She immediately tries to stop him, because either of them knows if going near that thing is dangerous. Wang Xiao insists that if his Lord core is involved, he cannot hide from the risk, and he argues that someone needs first-hand information anyway. Zhou Shiro offers to go with him, but Wang Xiao refuses again and says she needs to stay back and watch the whole field in case something suddenly changes. After one last warning to be careful, Zhou Shiro lets him go, and Wang Xiao floats alone toward the 2 cores. Up close, a status panel confirms the first crystal is his original Lord core, so he turns toward the second one to inspect the fake. But the second he turns, Wang Xiao freezes, because another Wang Xiao is hovering opposite him beside the duplicate core. He does not dare move at first, and what feels even stranger is that Zhou Shiro on the ground gives no warning at all, as if she cannot see the extra person. Then Wang Xiao glances down and notices the other Wang Xiao copying the same movement in reverse, and the truth suddenly clicks into place. To test it, he raises his right hand, and the figure opposite instantly raises its left exactly like a mirror image. After trying a few more movements, Wang Xiao finally relaxes enough to laugh at himself, because the threat was not a clone at all but some kind of reflection. Now convinced it is safe enough, he calls Zhou Shiro up to see it for herself. The moment Zhou Shiro flies into range, another Zhou Shiro appears opposite her too, proving the whole thing really is acting like a giant hidden mirror. Zhou Shiro startles for a split second, then immediately catches on and guesses there is a mirror in their territory. Wan Xiao flies straight toward the reflected version of himself, and the two figures meet perfectly in the middle without touching anything solid. Their palms overlap exactly but feel nothing at all, so Wan Xiao realizes this is not a normal surface but a thick, invisible mirror-like layer. Zhou Shiro tests it too and gets the same result, leaving both of them staring at the impossible mirror suspended inside the territory. While Zhou Shiro asks why something like this would appear in their territory at all, Wan Xiao suddenly remembers another possibility, and dives downward to check beneath it. As soon as he slips around the bottom and reaches the far side, Wan Xiao sees enough to confirm his suspicion and blurts out that he was right. Behind the bright surface, Wan Xiao finally sees the truth and freezes because the giant object is Lang Buli's ancient bronze mirror. He quickly realizes the bright side he saw earlier was just the back of the mirror, which only makes the mystery worse. Wan Xiao is rattled by two ugly questions at once. Why did Lang Buli's mirror appear in his territory? And how did a shattered core come back whole? Zhou Shiro rushes over, takes one look, and immediately recognizes Lang Buli's bronze mirror too. When Zhou Shiro asks why Lang Buli's mirror is sitting in his territory, Wan Xiao can only admit he wants that answer just as badly. Wan Xiao says the mirror's appearance probably ties back to the dark swamp crocodile dragon, the purple star sacred beast Lang Buli came to retrieve. Zhou Shiro follows the background but still cannot see how the dragon and the mirror connect. So Wan Xiao starts from the rules she knows. In a challenge battle, surrender costs resources, but soldiers and contracts are not taken that easily. He explains that because the dark swamp crocodile dragon is his contract beast, Lang Buli would have needed a Lord Duel and a shattered Lord Core to steal that contract away. That leads Wan Xiao to his theory. Lang Buli must have triggered a Lord Duel inside this territory, but died before the battle could truly begin, leaving his core behind. Zhou Shiro grimly jokes that she used to be too weak to even imagine breaking someone else's Lord Core, so of course she never learned this rule. The joke passes quickly, and they turn back to the real problem. The mirror is still here, and neither of them knows how to get rid of it. Zhou Shiro suggests the simplest answer first. If it is a Lord Core, maybe they should just smash it. Wan Xiao doubts it will be that easy and walks up to test the mirror first. His knuckles hit solid metal with a clang, and that alone tells him this thing will not break like ordinary glass. Mid-explanation, Wan Xiao suddenly realizes their attacks might do nothing and yanks Zhou Shiro dozens of meters back to stay safe first. Then Wan Xiao tears open a white skill card and hurls a fireball straight at the mirror to see what happens. The mirror answers with a bell-like blast that throws both of them back, and when the flames clear, the surface is completely untouched. Wan Xiao only shrugs, because after seeing this mirror withstand the Academy's bombardment before, he never expected their test to matter. Zhou Shiro does not like leaving Lang Buli's core hanging over their land, but right now they are stuck with a threat they cannot touch. After thinking it through, Wan Xiao suddenly suggests asking Tang Longji, the level 5 lord who should know more than they do. Zhou Shiro immediately agrees, relieved that Tang Longji can enter their territory directly through his vassal connection. Wan Xiao sends the message through the vassal contract, but Tang Longji does not answer right away. With nothing else to do, the two of them spend the next stretch of time sorting their chaotic resources while the silent mirror keeps hanging there overhead. More than an hour later, Tang Longji finally arrives and cheerfully congratulates Wan Xiao on Yuheng winning the championship. His smile fades the moment he notices 4 Lord Cores in the air and wonders if Wan Xiao somehow took in another vassal. Wan Xiao corrects him at once. That strange one is not a new vassal's core at all, but a mirror. He then walks Tang Longji through the whole incident in detail, only deliberately leaving out the coming full-scale war with the Purple Star. Tang Longji falls quiet for a long time to digest the story, and Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro wait him out without interrupting. At last, Tang Longji gets to the point and says the normal answer is simple. Use Wan Xiao's own Lord Core to devour and assimilate the abandoned one. Wan Xiao does not buy the easy answer and shoots Tang Longji a suspicious look, because this definitely sounds too neat. Pressed by that look, Tang Longji admits the catch right away. That method is only normal theory, and no one knows if Blue Planet and Purple Star Lord Cores can really fuse. He explains that on past battlefields they either captured foreign invaders for information or killed them outright, so Wan Xiao's situation is something he has never seen before. That answer sets Zhou Shiro off, and she snaps that they came to Tang Longji for help, not for Wan Xiao to gamble his life on an untested guess. Wan Xiao immediately cuts in, apologizes for Zhou Shiro's outburst, and makes it clear she only reacted because she is worried about him. Tang Longji is not offended at all and frankly admits Zhou Shiro is right to question him. He says his reasoning is simple. Challenge arenas already work on foreign races, so maybe the Lord Duel system works across planets too. Then Tang Longji lays out the deeper argument. Blue Planet and Purple Star Lords may look different, but they still fight the same way, build territories the same way, and rely on the same kind of energy. He even points out that Wan Xiao already uses Crimson Star fortifications, so if the essence is the same, the 2 Lord Cores should be able to fuse too. Wan Xiao cannot answer because the idea hits a dangerous nerve in him instead of sounding impossible. Inside his own head, Wang Xiao remembers that the dark swamp crocodile dragon was raised by the purple star, yet it can still contract with him and fight in sync with blue planet energy. That memory pushes him toward a dangerous conclusion. If the two kinds of energy already mix, maybe the two Lord cores really can too. The urge gets so strong that the giant mirror stops looking like a problem and starts looking like a starving man's feast. Zhou Shiro catches that look instantly and calls him out before he can say a word. She flatly tells him not to deny it, because after everything they have been through, she can read risky ideas straight from his eyes. Wang Xiao backs off verbally and claims he is not going to do it now, only think through whether the idea might be feasible. Zhou Shiro shuts that down too and tells him the risk is so high he should not even let the thought grow. Unexpectedly, Tang Longji backs her up and says Wang Xiao really should not try this yet. Tang Longji explains that his theory only applies later, because right now Wang Xiao is just a level 3 lord trying to handle a core that likely belonged to a level 4 or 5 enemy. When Wang Xiao asks when he would be strong enough, Tang Longji first says level 4, then immediately corrects himself and insists level 5 would be safer. That answer nearly chokes Wang Xiao, because reaching level 5 would take years and leave Lang Buli's core hanging in his territory the whole time. So Wang Xiao hides his real frustration and says he understands now. Instead of waiting years, he will ask Academy Head Huang or Commander Chen if they know another solution. Tang Longji agrees that those seniors might have a better answer, and on the surface the discussion finally seems settled. But Zhou Shiro knows Wang Xiao too well, and one look tells her he has not given up at all, only buried a very dangerous plan deeper. Zhou Shiro can tell Wang Xiao is still hiding something, but in front of Tang Longji, she keeps quiet and watches him carefully instead of exposing him. Tang Longji gives Wang Xiao a few more elder contacts from Kaiyang City's big families, then takes off a Tang family ring and tells him to use it if anyone refuses to meet him. Wang Xiao gratefully accepts the ring, and Tang Longji laughs it off, saying they have life and death friendship, and Wang Xiao is close to Tang Hengshan anyway. Tang Longji even says the ring is probably just insurance, because with Wang Xiao's current fame, those families should be eager to win his favor. Then Wang Xiao suddenly says he will return the ring through Tang Hengshan later, because he wants to terminate his vassal contract with Tang Longji. Wang Xiao explains he kept the contract secret to investigate the Purple Star Lord more easily, but now that that matter is settled, he cannot keep a level 5 lord tied to him as a vassal. Tang Longji immediately acts like he never cared about the contract, but his huge grin gives away how relieved he is to get his dignity back. After a solemn goodbye, Tang Longji leaves the territory, ending that temporary alliance on good terms. Wang Xiao personally releases Tang Longji's vassal contract, and the invalid contract shatters into drifting light fragments in front of him. The smile disappears from Wang Zhao's face, and he turns to Zhou Shiro with the real question he has been avoiding. He asks Zhou Shiro if she still wants to remain his vassal, and the sudden question catches her completely off guard. Wang Xiao points to the two lord cores suspended in the air, and says she has been staring at him in silence, so she must already know what he is planning. Once she realizes there is no point pretending, Zhou Shiro drops the act and bluntly asks if he understands how dangerous this plan really is. Wang Xiao admits he knows the risk, but says if the attempt fails, even her lord core could be dragged down with his. Before he can even finish asking, Zhou Shiro cuts him off and says there is no need to ask because she is not leaving. When Wang Xiao presses her about losing everything if her lord core is implicated, Zhou Shiro blurts out that she will just start over with him. The moment the words are out, Zhou Shiro realizes how intimate that sounded, flushes red, and hurriedly explains that she simply believes he can succeed and will stand with him no matter what. Wang Xiao stares at her in silence for several seconds, clearly moved, then makes his decision. He suddenly says they are leaving now, and when Zhou Shiro asks where, Wang Xiao answers with the plan in one line: gather resources and rush to level 5. The two head straight to Kaiyang City's trading market, because from level 3 onward, upgrading a Lord Core needs such absurd resources that Wang Xiao decides the fastest answer is money. At the entrance to the Lord's shop, Zhou Shiro finally admits she is uneasy and quietly asks Wang Xiao if this plan can really work. Wang Xiao reassures her with a calm smile, but before he can say more, the door flies open and Lin Xiang rushes out in a hurry. Lin Xiang recognizes Wang Xiao instantly, congratulates him on winning the championship, and the awkward doorway collision turns into a polite greeting. When Wang Xiao asks why he is rushing around, Lin Xiang says he has to pick up an important batch of goods and invites them to wait in his office first. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Xiang runs back into the office drenched in sweat and apologizes repeatedly for not receiving them properly. Once everyone sits down, Wang Xiao gets straight to the point and says he came to discuss a very big deal. He adds that the amount may be so huge Lin Xiang will have to coordinate with headquarters, instantly making the manager worry. Then Wang Xiao drops the real bomb. He is preparing to become a level 5 lord. The office falls completely silent, and Lin Xiang sits there staring for a full 10 minutes like he has turned to stone. When Lin Xiang finally recovers, he carefully confirms Wang Xiao is only level 3, then grabs pen and paper and decides to start by calculating the jump to level 4 first. Wang Xiao lists the few resources he already has, but when the numbers stop after refined copper, mithril, and purple gold, Lin Xiang nearly snaps his pen in disbelief. Wang Xiao admits he has been too busy to farm secret realms properly, which is exactly why he came here to make the shop solve the gap with money. Lin Xiang warns him that high-level materials like platinum mine, purple gold mineral, advanced energy cores, and especially the core upgrade stone are all painfully expensive and rarely circulate on the market. Wang Xiao cuts straight through the warning and says price is not the problem, telling Lin Xiang to name it as long as the Lord's shop can gather the goods. That confidence only makes Lin Xiang more conflicted, because he knows the resources for even level 4 are worth a staggering fortune, and Wang Zhao's real goal is still level 5. In the end, Lin Xiang decides to calculate first and argue later, and the office turns into a long, grinding pricing session. After more than an hour of listing and checking, Lin Xiang ends up looking completely frazzled before finally reaching a total. Lin Xiang hands over the list and says the total for the key purchase resources comes to 118.597 billion coins. The number hits like a hammer. Zhou Shiro blurts out in shock, and even Wang Zhao's hands jerk so hard he almost smacks the list back into Lin Xiang's face. Lin Xiang quickly explains this is already the discounted price, with Wang Zhao's supplier status giving him 30% off plus a tiny extra cut from Lin Xiang's own authority. Wang Zhao still pushes for a better deal, but Lin Xiang says any extra approval from headquarters probably would not even cut more than 1 billion off the bill. That answer lands badly, because against a base price above 100 billion, even a billion coin discount suddenly feels tiny. After a heavy silence, even Lin Xiang gently breaks character as a merchant and tells Wang Xiao not to force this, because leveling up is not worth rushing blindly. Zhou Shiro backs him up and softly urges Wang Xiao to reconsider, warning him not to rush just because he has that thing. She almost says Lang Buli's Lord Core out loud, but catches herself just in time and changes the wording before exposing their secret in front of Lin Xiang. Even so, Wang Xiao refuses to back down and says he has to level up as soon as possible. He quietly explains to Zhou Shiro through their vassal link that Lang Buli's Lord Core is only part of the reason, because the real clock is the war that starts in 30 days. That reminder shuts Zhou Shiro up at once, because she knows Purple Star will invade Blue Planet in 30 days, and if the military fails, young lords like them may be forced to stand in the gap. After finally getting Zhou Shiro to stop objecting, Wang Xiao stares at the massive resource list and tells Lin Xiang he wants the deal. Lin Xiang nearly bursts with joy, already imagining the giant sale turning him into the top performer and sending him back to headquarters. Certain Wang Xiao wants a discount, Lin Xiang immediately promises to help him get the best price possible. But when Wang Xiao says he wants to discuss something else, Lin Xiang's excitement drops fast, and he senses trouble. Wang Xiao calmly asks whether he can pay a down payment first and settle the rest in installments. Lin Xiang thinks it over and for a deal this huge, admits he might be able to ask headquarters for an exception. When Lin Xiang asks how much cash Wang Xiao has, Wang Xiao silently raises 3 fingers. Lin Xiang first guesses 30 billion, and Wang Xiao has to awkwardly admit it is nowhere near that much. Lin Xiang drops to a guess of 3 billion, and Wang Xiao still shakes his head. Then Wang Xiao finally says the truth. He and Zhou Shiro only have about 30 million total. That number is so ridiculous against the 118 billion deal that Lin Xiang instantly gets up and tries to throw them out before the joke goes any further. Zhou Shiro spreads her hands and bluntly reminds Wang Xiao that she already told him this had no chance. Wang Xiao refuses to quit there, pulls Lin Xiang back, and insists he still is not finished. Lin Xiang snaps that bringing a 30 million deposit into a 100 billion negotiation is an insult, and would get him kicked all the way back from headquarters. Only then does Wang Xiao reveal his real plan. He will use black gold ore to pay the rest. Lin Xiang quickly does the math and realizes Wang Xiao would need well over 10,000 units, which sounds completely impossible. He spells out why he cannot believe it, because black gold ore is scarce across the whole planet, and most of it is controlled by the military. When Lin Xiang asks how many years Wang Xiao expects to take, Wang Xiao answers without blinking, 3 days. Wang Xiao doubles down and promises that once the resources arrive, he will hand over 10,000 units of black gold ore within those 3 days. Zhou Shiro cannot hold back anymore and asks if he has gone crazy, because even she thinks this promise sounds impossible. Inside, Wang Xiao is betting on his hidden advantage, but to Lin Xiang and Zhou Shiro he just looks like a fool making a suicidal promise. Lin Xiang and Zhou Shiro exchange a look so worried that Lin Xiang quietly suggests she should just take Wang Xiao to a hospital. Wang Xiao cuts that off by pulling out a contract and declaring that he is willing to bind the promise officially. He writes the terms on the spot, setting a 30 million deposit now and equal black gold or payment within 3 days after delivery. Then Wang Xiao stamps it with his Lord Mark first, proving he is not bluffing. Lin Xiang warns him one last time that failing a contract like this brings brutal punishment, but Wang Xiao says he knows and asks only whether Lin Xiang believes him. Thinking of the ruin this could bring him if Wang Xiao fails, Lin Xiang hesitates hard, because the debt would crush him too. But Wang Zhao's determined stare and their past deals finally push Lin Xiang into a reckless decision, and he stamps his own mark on the contract too. The contract instantly activates, splitting into white light and sinking into both men, which means the deal is now bound for real. That is the moment Zhou Shiro truly explodes, scolding Wan Xiao for betting their lives on finding 10,000 units of black gold ore. Wan Xiao just smiles, tells her not to worry, and thanks Lin Xiang for trusting him. Lin Xiang immediately admits he is already regretting it, and hurriedly adds that he still needs headquarters to approve the transaction. Wan Xiao understands, transfers the full 30 million deposit on the spot, and even says they can negotiate canceling the contract if headquarters refuses. With his own future on the line now, Lin Xiang promises to push as hard as he can and says he will bring back an answer by tomorrow night at the latest. Wan Xiao accepts the timeline, and Lin Xiang immediately heads off through the ancient teleportation portal to contact headquarters. Once Lin Xiang is gone, Wan Xiao stretches like the crisis is over and casually suggests that he and Zhou Shiro should go back and rest. Zhou Shiro is stunned that he can even think about resting when they might need to find 10,000 units of black gold ore. Wan Xiao brushes it off, saying there is no point panicking before the Lord's shop even confirms the deal. They leave the Lord's shop at dawn, but Wan Xiao suddenly disappears from Zhou Shiro's sight the moment she steps outside. That sudden disappearance hits a nerve, and Zhou Shiro panics because it reminds her of the last time Wan Xiao went missing. Before she can shout his name, someone clamps a hand over her mouth and drags her into a narrow alley. Then the familiar voice behind her says not to be afraid, and she realizes the person who grabbed her is Wang Xiao. Relief turns straight into anger, and Zhou Shiro punches him for scaring her like that. Wang Xiao apologizes fast, and says he only did it because he spotted someone outside who looked very familiar. He points out a hidden figure down the street, but at first Zhou Shiro cannot make out anything in the dim early light. After Wang Xiao guides her line of sight, Zhou Shiro finally notices a blurry human silhouette hiding behind a big tree. Wang Xiao quietly says he thinks the hidden man is Lan Dehai, the Purple Star Lord who was supposed to have been captured already. Zhou Shiro is thrown off because Adjutant Chi said Lan Dehai had already been taken, which makes the sighting even more unsettling. Before Wan Xiao can finish saying he is not fully sure, the cloaked figure suddenly steps out from behind the tree. A gust lifts the brim of the stranger's hat for one clear instant, and Wan Xiao sees enough to confirm the hidden man really is Lan Dehai. Before dawn, Lan Dehai sneaks through the city wrapped in a large cloak, clearly moving like a man who knows the military is hunting him. He pauses at the alley mouth to check for pursuers, then melts back into the darkness anyway, not realizing his cover is already blown. Watching from cover, Wan Xiao tells Zhou Shiro to stay put and quickly pulls on the Nirvana mask to turn himself into a middle-aged man. Zhou Shiro immediately grabs his arm and insists on going too, still upset that he vanished on his own last time. Wan Xiao whispers that she cannot disguise herself and could ruin the tale, but Zhou Shiro flatly refuses to let him slip away alone again. With no time left to argue, Wan Xiao finally gives in and warns her to stay right behind him. The moment they enter the alley, they catch sight of the cloaked figure slipping out the far side, and Wan Xiao rushes after him. At the next street, Wan Xiao only dares peek from cover because the open road is too exposed, and he waits a few seconds before moving again. After nearly an hour of this stop-and-go pursuit, the chase reaches Kaiyang City's outer warehouse district, where the roads twist into a maze. As dawn brightens and pedestrians vanish, Wan Xiao realizes they are about to lose the ability to hide at all. Zhou Shiro suggests calling Qi Lianju in to seal off the area, but Wan Xiao warns that Lan Dehai may have an artificial teleportation portal and could escape before the troops arrive. So Wan Xiao decides to switch from sneaking to openly tailing Lan Dehai under the mask, while Zhou Shiro contacts Qi Lianju for backup. He promises to scratch stone arrows at intersections so she and the military can follow his trail later. Zhou Shiro still refuses, afraid he will stop leaving marks or get exposed, and Wan Xiao teasingly says it depends on how much she trusts him. He quickly turns serious again, says his whole goal is to catch Lan Dehai, and leaves before she can keep arguing. Left at the maze of intersections, Zhou Shiro can only grit her teeth, trust the arrows, and call Qi Lianju herself. Somewhere deeper in the district, Wan Xiao confirms Lan Dehai's route, scratches another arrow, and hurries after him alone. Then Lan Dehai suddenly stops, calls out into the lane, and waits with a suspicious bulge hidden under his cloak. Caught off guard, Wan Xiao instantly acts the part of a warehouse guard and shouts back that he is the one watching the place. Lan Dehai eyes him with suspicion, and Wan Xiao doubles down by grabbing a wooden stick and demanding proof that he really owns a warehouse here. Pressed into a corner, Lan Dehai claims he is just a businessman collecting goods, and Wan Xiao orders him to take him straight to the warehouse. Lan Dehai agrees at last, but the ruthless look in his eyes says he has already made up his mind about this so-called guard. Now tailing him in public, Wan Xiao follows Lan Dehai through the warehouse maze, but he can no longer leave any more arrows. A few minutes later, they stop at a small isolated warehouse overgrown with weeds near the city border, exactly the kind of hideout Lan Dehai would choose for a fast escape. When Lan Dehai opens the dark warehouse, Wan Xiao hesitates at the threshold and decides there is no need to risk going inside yet. He acts convinced, tells Lan Dehai to stop being so sneaky next time, and turns around as if he is about to leave. Instead, Lan Dehai springs the trap, yanking his cloak over Wang Zhao's head and sweeping his legs out from under him. Before Wang Xiao can recover, Lan Dehai hoists him up and hurls him straight into the warehouse. The lights snap on, and Wang Xiao finds himself in a nearly empty warehouse with only 2 metal boxes, which somehow makes the whole setup feel even worse. Still staying in character, Wang Xiao angrily demands why Lan Dehai threw him inside when he had already said he believed him. Lan Dehai just smiles colder and tells him to keep pretending, making it clear he no longer buys the act at all. Then Lan Dehai summons a jeweled saber, and Wang Xiao realizes this broker came armed and ready to kill. For one bad moment, Wang Xiao thinks his real identity has been exposed, and all he has to defend himself with is a rotten stick. But Lan Dehai reveals a different misunderstanding. He thinks this guard recognized him as a wanted man and was about to alert the military. That absurd explanation almost makes Wang Xiao laugh from sheer relief. But Lan Dehai has already decided he cannot leave alive. Lan Dehai charges first, and swings his saber straight for Wang Xiao's neck, forcing the fight to begin for real. Wang Xiao ducks under the blade and smashes his wooden stick at Lan Dehai's head, only for the weathered stick to explode into pieces. His only weapon gone, Wang Xiao rolls back to make space and urgently reaches into his territory for anything he can throw. He flings the makeshift hidden weapon, and Lan Dehai snaps his saber up to block, expecting something dangerous. Instead, the shot misses badly and clangs into the warehouse door, leaving Wang Xiao embarrassed until Lan Dehai sees what he actually threw, a lump of copper ore. In the warehouse, Lan Dehai is genuinely baffled when Wang Xiao starts using fist-sized or chunks as weapons. Wang Xiao snaps back that he is rich, then immediately starts pelting Lan Dehai with more copper ore like thrown stones. Lan Dehai dodges one chunk, knocks away the next with his blade, and tries to rush in before Wang Xiao can keep the range open. Wang Xiao stops aiming carefully, and just floods the space with 7 or 8 ore chunks at once, turning the fight into a clumsy but dangerous barrage. Lan Dehai cannot evade everything anymore, and a hit to the shoulder slows him just enough for another ore to smash his forehead. Even bleeding, Lan Dehai keeps coming, while Wang Xiao realizes this absurd ore tactic is the only thing keeping a blade away from him. Minutes later, the warehouse floor is buried in scattered ore, Lan Dehai's face is bloodied, and both men are breathing hard from the ugly stalemate. Wang Xiao's arms are nearly dead from throwing heavy ore, but he still pulls out 2 more chunks and keeps taunting Lan Dehai to come closer. Lan Dehai threatens him, but he does not move, and Wang Xiao sees the truth at once. This man has stayed alive for years by being extremely cautious. Wang Xiao mocks him for not letting him walk away, and the fight hardens into a simple rule. Only one of them is leaving this warehouse alive. Lan Dehai bets that Wang Xiao cannot have endless ore, and Wang Xiao almost laughs because that is the one thing he actually does have. The instant Wang Xiao says Lan Dehai should believe in jinxes, Lan Dehai bursts forward with a sudden charge. But the rush is a feint, and Wang Xiao wastes both throws while Lan Dehai slips sideways and lets the ore slam into the warehouse wall. Lan Dehai repeats the trick over and over, forcing Wang Xiao to throw on instinct just to keep him from getting within saber range. Wang Xiao sees the problem clearly now. He still has plenty of ore, but his stamina is almost gone, and Lan Dehai is winning that trade. At last Wang Xiao cannot even complete a proper throw, and the final ore chunk just drops to the ground in front of him. Lan Dehai immediately starts mocking him, and Wang Xiao shouts back that he still has strength even though his body makes the lie obvious. To humiliate him, Lan Dehai walks right up, lays the heavy saber on Wang Xiao's shoulder, and dares him to hit him now. Wang Xiao lets the act drop in one heartbeat, and his bitter, beaten expression suddenly turns sharp when he answers that Lan Dehai said it himself. Before Lan Dehai can react, Wang Xiao summons one more ore chunk into his hand, slips past the blade, and smashes it point blank into Lan Dehai's temple. The blow lands with a sick crack, Lan Dehai's eyes roll back, and then both men crash to the floor, completely spent. Wang Xiao stares up at the black ceiling, tries to stay alert long enough to check Lan Dehai, and loses the fight against sleep. When Wang Xiao wakes, the first thing he remembers is Lan Dehai, and he jolts up ready to fight again. He finds Lan Dehai still down beside him, breathing so faintly he is almost mistaken for dead. Relieved that Lan Dehai is still alive, Wang Xiao turns practical and drags away the high-level saber as his first piece of loot. When the scraping sound makes him freeze, Wang Xiao checks Lan Dehai again, then quietly stores the saber into his territory instead. Searching Lan Dehai's body, Wang Xiao finds almost nothing except a strange finger-length piece of metal that looks very much like a key. That key makes Wang Xiao look straight at the only 2 metal boxes in the warehouse and suspect they hold everything Lan Dehai was protecting. Before checking the boxes, Wang Xiao ties Lan Dehai's hands and feet with his own coat and drags himself over on sheer stubbornness. Up close, Wang Xiao realizes the boxes are lord items, which means Lan Dehai could have packed them up and escaped with them at any time. He opens the first box with the key and finds it crammed full of neatly arranged scrolls instead of treasure. Every scroll he checks is filled with dense strings of numbers, and the more he looks, the less they feel like any normal account book. Unable to make sense of hundreds of numbered scrolls, Wang Xiao loses interest in the first box and moves on. The second box hits him much harder, because inside is a fortune, more than half a chest full of purple resource balls. When Wang Xiao checks one ball and finds 10 million star coins inside, his exhaustion vanishes under the shock of realizing the chest holds about 3 billion. He instantly thinks beyond the thrill of looting and sees what this money could do for his upgrade plan if he hands it to Lin Xiang. Then the real danger hits him. Once the military takes Lan Dehai away, these boxes should be confiscated too, and his fortune could slip right out of his hands. Even taking the money now would not solve it, because if Lan Dehai survives, he can still tell the military Wang Xiao walked off with 3 billion star coins. That is when Wang Zhao's thoughts turn truly dark, and he realizes one more hit could silence Lan Dehai forever and bury the secret with him. He even works through the excuse in his head, telling himself Lan Dehai is already half dead and the kill could be passed off as an accident in battle. But once the logic is done, Wang Xiao still cannot move, because he knows this would not be fighting for survival anymore, it would be murder for profit. In the warehouse, Wang Xiao stares at unconscious Lan Dehai and the resource balls, fighting hard against the urge to kill for profit. He finally backs down because robbing a helpless enemy for money would cross the line he still refuses to break. Even so, Wang Xiao keeps another oar in hand and waits beside Lan Dehai, ready to hit him if he wakes up and resists before the military arrives. Before his greed can win, loud footsteps rush in from outside, and Zhou Shiruo's anxious voice calls his name. Wang Xiao yells back, and the warehouse door explodes open as armed soldiers storm inside shouting for everyone to surrender. Wang Xiao gives them a tired wave, but the soldiers and even Zhou Shiruo freeze because he is still in the Nirvana mask disguise. 2 soldiers jam their guns at his head, and only then does Wang Xiao realize why everyone is looking at him like an enemy. He hurriedly cancels the Nirvana mask disguise and reveals his real face, making the nearby soldiers jerk in shock and almost fire. Qi Lianjuan and Zhou Shiruo rush over, and Qi Lianjuan immediately asks if Wang Xiao is alright. Zhou Shiruo's relief turns straight into anger, and she punches Wang Xiao for lying about leaving her a trail to follow. Wang Xiao complains that he wanted to leave a mark, but Lan Dehai discovered him too quickly. Only now does Zhou Shiruo notice Lan Dehai on the ground, and she goes pale at the sight of his bloodied head. Wang Xiao calmly assures her that Lan Dehai is still breathing, and he did not go too far. He points Qi Lianjuan toward the 2 metal boxes, saying they should be what Lan Dehai tried to escape with. Qi Lianjuan opens the first box and finds coded scrolls that even Wang Xiao could not make sense of. Then he opens the second box, sees the half-filled stash of purple resource balls, and gives Wang Xiao a very loaded look. When Qi Lianjuan casually asks if that is all, Wang Xiao instantly hears the accusation and bristles. Wang Xiao explodes, furious that after all that restraint, Qi Lianjuan still suspects he pocketed part of the loot. He even blurts out that if he were really the type to steal it, he would have smashed Lan Dehai to death first and erased the witness. Instead of arguing back, Qi Lianjuan quietly says that exact logic is why he believes Wang Xiao did not steal anything. Then Qi Lianjuan bows and apologizes for insulting Wang Zhao's character, leaving him too stunned to stay properly angry. Wang Xiao grumbles that he would kick Qi Lianjuan if he had the strength, and Qi Lianjuan blandly tells him to try later. With the tension settled, Qi Lianjuan orders Lan Dehai and both boxes taken away as evidence. Before leaving, Qi Lianjuan tells Wang Xiao to come to the military building tonight for the official record. Wang Xiao refuses on the spot, still mad enough that he does not even want to see Qi Lianjuan for a few days. Qi Lianjuan shuts that down by saying the investigation must follow military rules and be properly recorded. Then he adds the real shocker. Once the resource balls are checked, Wang Xiao can take them away because they were originally his. Wang Xiao is left standing there stunned, trying to understand what Qi Lianjuan meant as the soldiers disappear. Once things quiet down, Zhou Shiruo helps Wang Xiao up and softly asks if he is hurt. Wang Xiao says he is only exhausted, and the thought of 3 billion star coins suddenly makes him feel a lot less tired. Leaning on Zhou Shiruo, he slowly leaves the warehouse and heads home. After they leave, a handsome young man with a ruby-like gem in his forehead rises from hiding in the weeds and watches them go. The hidden youth slips into the empty warehouse, surveys the aftermath, and fixes his eyes on a dark purple bloodstain. Alone in the warehouse, the youth mocks the purple star side for failing and says the rumor was true, Andrew really messed this up. Then the red gem in his forehead flashes, and he leaves the whole warehouse engulfed in a sudden sea of fire. That evening in Kaiyang City, Wang Xiao wakes up sore all over after sleeping the whole afternoon from pure overwork. The promise of those resource balls gets him moving again, and he forces himself out to the military building early. At the entrance, he unexpectedly runs into Tian Gang and happily calls out to his old teacher. Tian Gang congratulates him, and Wang Xiao answers with playful flattery before asking if he came to see Tian Chang. Tian Gang admits Tian Chang's treatment has hit a bottleneck, and now the doctors want family around to steady his emotions. He guesses Wang Xiao is here for Commander Chen, and Wang Xiao keeps his own business vague so he does not add to the teacher's burden. Just before leaving, Tian Gang asks whether Wang Xiao has seen the academy head, because Huang Tingwei has been missing since the ranking assessment. The question rattles Wang Xiao, but after thinking it through, he decides it probably is not a disaster and tells Tian Gang he has not seen Huang Tingwei. Tian Gang tells him not to be late for tomorrow's academy celebration, and the two finally part ways. Wang Xiao heads to the top floor for Commander Chen because he still cannot find Qi Lianjuan directly. At the office door, he suddenly hears Huang Tingwei raging inside and stops cold. Huang Tingwei is furious that Qin Jinrong can summon him back to the army just when Yuheng Academy finally took first place. Realizing the missing academy head was not missing at all but being recalled, Wan Shao presses his ear to the door to hear more. Qin Jinrong answers in his usual cold way that special circumstances forced his hand, and he even claims this should suit Huang Tingwei because he never wanted to run an academy anyway. That only makes Huang Tingwei angrier, because being pulled out now means years of work at Yuheng will be handed to someone else. Outside the door, Wan Zhao's heart sinks because he had already decided to keep learning from Huang Tingwei after everything he saw in that last battle. Unable to accept it, Wan Shao bursts through the office door and shouts that Academy head Huang cannot leave. The instant Wan Shao barges into the office, Qin Jinrong and Huang Tingwei both turn on him so sharply that his excitement vanishes on the spot. Huang Tingwei recognizes him at once, and Wan Shao realizes too late that he just charged into a private talk about Huang Tingwei leaving. Since he is already exposed, Wan Shao steels himself and blurts out again that Commander Qin cannot let Academy head Huang leave. Qin Jinrong coldly asks when Wan Shao arrived and whether he heard everything, and Wan Shao bluntly admits that he did. Wan Shao argues from the heart that Huang Tingwei is a good academy head and the students want him to stay, but Qin Jinrong brushes that aside as none of Wang Zhao's business. Qin Jinrong suddenly slams the table and explodes with pressure, trying to drive Wan Shao out by force. Even with his heart pounding, Wan Shao refuses to retreat until Huang Tingwei steps in and calmly tells him to leave first. Wan Shao finally gives in, steps outside, and presses his ear to the closed door to keep spying on the meeting. The two old foxes clearly expect that trick, because their voices drop so low that Wan Shao cannot catch a single useful word and only gets more anxious. After nearly 10 nervous minutes, Qin Jinrong finally calls him back in. When Wan Shao re-enters, the mood has completely flipped, and both older men are now smiling at him in a way that feels far more dangerous. Huang Tingwei invites him to sit, and Wan Zhao's guard shoots even higher when he sees that overly kind smile. The moment Wan Shao sits down, Huang Tingwei starts praising his battle performance, as if he is the model of the whole younger generation. Qin Jinrong piles on with even more flattery, bringing up Wang Zhao's ranking assessment, and how he helped capture and beat down the Purple Star spy that morning. Then Qin Jinrong casually mentions a reward from the spy incident, and the moment Wang Shao realizes his 3 billion coins may still be safe, his face lights up. Instead of stopping there, Huang Tingwei and Qin Jinrong keep taking turns praising him so hard that even Wan Shao starts to feel creeped out. Unable to take it anymore, Wan Shao cuts in and bluntly asks what they actually want from him. Qin Jinrong drops the smile just enough to reveal the hook. Because Wan Shao is so outstanding, they have a mission for him. Wan Shao immediately senses the trap, but because Qin Jinrong still owes him a huge reward, he swallows the refusal and asks to hear the mission first. Qin Jinrong pulls out documents and claims the outside regions are interested in Kaiyang this year, so he wants to organize a student exchange team and have Wan Shao lead it. That explanation only makes Wan Shao more suspicious, because this kind of publicly funded trip should never require that much scheming or flattery. He is even less convinced because Purple Star supposedly plans to declare war in 30 days, and a military commander should be preparing defenses, not arranging sightseeing. So Wan Shao stops playing along and tells both men plainly that he may not be brilliant, but he is not stupid enough to believe this cover story. Qin Jinrong keeps up the act and sweetens the offer, saying there are 10 spots total, with Huang Tingwei and Wan Shao fixed in place and the other 8 left for Wan Shao to choose. Wan Shao still refuses to buy it and points out the obvious. If war is really near, no one should be wasting time on an exchange program. Qin Jinrong snaps back that the captured Purple Star spy was just spreading panic, and insists there is no actual war plan at all. Wan Shao is not convinced for a second, because Turk's behavior in the secret realm was far too real and ruthless to brush off as a lie. He presses harder and asks about the special situation he overheard, pointing out that Qin Jinrong was ready to use Huang Tingwei's trump card over it. After a glance at Huang Tingwei, Qin Jinrong offers a new half-truth and says the trip is really about showing off Kaiyang's strength to the other military districts. He explains that the mission is being carried out under the Kaiyang military district's name, so he wants Huang Tingwei back in uniform to lead the team since he is too busy himself. Wan Shao immediately catches the hole in that story too and asks why they were talking about replacing the academy head if this were only a temporary assignment. Qin Jinrong answers that the trip will last about half a year, so Yuheng cannot stay without an academy head for that long. Huang Tingwei backs him up and pretends his only complaint is losing the chance to show off Yuheng's first-place status at home before being dragged away. Wan Shao still does not let it go and points out that someone as vain as Huang Tingwei should be thrilled to show off on the entire blue planet, not sulk about leaving Kaiyang City. Qin Jinrong tries one more explanation, saying Yuheng's local ranking means very little on the wider blue planet, but Wan Shao is still preparing another question. Before Wan Shao can keep digging, Qin Jinrong slams the table again and angrily demands a simple answer on whether he will go or not. That outburst convinces Wan Shao even more that the exchange is a cover, so he stops probing aloud and decides to investigate the truth himself later. He finally agrees to take the mission, but first confirms that he really has the right to choose anyone he wants for the team. Qin Jinrong impatiently tells him to submit the list quickly, promises to handle the chosen people, and orders him to get ready because they leave in 1 week. Wang Xiao leaves without closing the door this time, making it obvious he is not trying to sneak around outside anymore. Once he is gone, Huang Tingwei quietly tells Qin Jinrong that he got too anxious just now, because Wang Xiao is far too smart to fool easily. Qin Jinrong admits it, but says that is exactly why he stopped explaining, because Wang Xiao is too much like his father to ever believe a neat lie. He reveals the real strategy at last. It is better for Wang Xiao to stay suspicious, because that vigilance may keep him alive when trouble comes. Huang Tingwei accepts that answer, but his worry shifts to the battlefield itself as he asks whether Kaiyang Military District can really hold on after he leaves. Qin Jinrong snorts at him for getting full of himself, and reminds Huang Tingwei that he personally trained him back when he was only a level 4 lord. Huang Tingwei jokes that they might at least be evenly matched now, yet he still cannot hide how uneasy he is about what Qin Jinrong is planning to face alone. He gives one last quiet warning that the children have already grown up, so Qin Jinrong does not need to shoulder everything for them anymore. Qin Jinrong answers with a faint smile that grown or not, children are still children, and protecting home is simply what soldiers do. On the top floor of the military building, Wang Xiao walks away instead of eavesdropping, knowing Qin Jinrong and Huang Tingwei are too cautious to leave anything exposed. Just as he reaches the elevator, the doors open and Qi Lianjuan steps out, catching Wang Xiao off guard. Wang Xiao recovers first and smoothly greets him, pretending he had been looking for Adjutant Qi all along. Qi Lianjuan asks whether Wang Xiao has seen the commander, and Wang Xiao casually points him back toward the office where Qin Jinrong is meeting Huang Tingwei. Qi Lianjuan says he needs to report first, then promises to take Wang Xiao to collect the item afterward. A few minutes later, Qi Lianjuan returns and leads Wang Xiao into the elevator toward the 6th floor. On the way down, Qi Lianjuan warns that the storage room is off limits to outsiders, so Wang Xiao must keep his eyes to himself and follow instructions exactly. Wang Xiao agrees, but the warning only makes him more excited about finally seeing one of the military building's hidden areas. That excitement dies instantly on the 6th floor when Qi Lianjuan hands him a blindfold and earplugs instead of a tour. Qi Lianjuan bluntly says it is the rule, and Wang Xiao has no choice but to put both on. Trusting Qi Lianjuan enough to go along, Wang Xiao lets himself be guided forward by the hand and starts memorizing the route from his own footsteps. As the turns keep coming in a neat pattern, Wang Xiao mentally sketches a floor plan and starts to feel that the layout is strangely deliberate. The pattern breaks on the 17th turn, and Wang Xiao immediately realizes something about this route is wrong. A misstep drops him into a burst of weightlessness, and he realizes they have quietly started going downstairs. They keep descending flight after flight, and Wang Xiao grows even more suspicious about why a 6th floor route hides what should be several floors lower. At last Qi Lianjuan removes Wang Xiao's earplugs and tells him they have arrived. When Wang Xiao takes off the blindfold, he finds himself in a small sealed room with nothing inside except a square table and one of Lan Dehai's metal boxes. Wang Xiao jokes that all the earlier warnings were pointless, then notices Qi Lianjuan had also been wearing a blindfold and earplugs the whole time. Qi Lianjuan, still not having heard Wang Xiao properly, ignores the joke and simply tells him to inspect the box, sign the form, and take the item if everything looks right. Wang Xiao eagerly opens the lid, and the sight inside makes him go blank because the box is completely empty. He even closes it and opens it again like that might fix things, but the box stays empty and his mood turns ugly fast. Qi Lianjuan calmly explains that the box itself is the reward, an orange-quality purple star item called the Sound Realm box that can store even ordinary daily objects inside a territory. To prove it, Qi Lianjuan tosses the pen and form into the box, closes it, and makes the whole thing dissolve into light before summoning it back from his territory with the contents intact. Wang Xiao explodes anyway, because what he wanted was Lan Dehai's 3 billion star coins, not a fancy storage box. Qi Lianjuan is genuinely confused and says Wang Xiao should have said so earlier, because he assumed Wang Xiao was interested in the item. That is when Wang Xiao finally realizes Qin Jinrong never actually promised him the money, only Lan Dehai's thing, and he has been neatly played by his own assumption. He still asks one last time for the star coins, but Qi Lianjuan flatly refuses and says that much money is enough to strengthen Kaiyang City's defenses. Seeing how miserable he looks, Qi Lianjuan offers a compromise and says he can try to get Wang Xiao a second Sound Realm box instead. Wang Xiao rejects the idea of extra boxes and instead trades away the money issue for one answer he has wanted from the start. After Qi Lianjuan warns that he will not reveal classified secrets, Wang Xiao asks what the long numbers on those scrolls actually mean. Qi Lianjuan doubts Wang Xiao would give up 3 billion just for curiosity, and Wang Xiao snaps back that you cannot give up money you were never going to get. Qi Lianjuan finally gives the partial answer. The military suspects those giant number strings are encrypted coordinates. When Wang Xiao questions the impossible length, Qi Lianjuan scribbles a quick decoding example to show that the visible numbers are probably a cipher hiding much shorter real data. Even so, Qi Lianjuan admits they still have no idea what the actual encryption method is, so the coordinate theory remains only a theory. Wang Xiao asks the obvious next question, why they do not simply ask Lan Dehai, and Qi Lianjuan says they cannot because Lan Dehai is still unconscious from Wang Zhao's beating. That answer makes Wang Zhao's suspicion spike, because he suddenly remembers information that should have come from Lan Dehai and realizes something about this whole setup still does not add up. He keeps that suspicion to himself, ends the questioning, and demands the sound round box he was promised. Qi Lianjuan tells him to stay put and opens the door, giving Wang Xiao his first real glimpse outside. Outside is a corridor lined with transparent display cabinets full of battlefield spoils, making the secret place look less like a vault and more like a hidden war trophy hall. Then Wang Xiao spots one display that makes his pupils shrink, a black jeweled saber almost identical to the weapon Lan Dehai used. Back in the room, Wang Xiao yanks out Lan Dehai's saber and realizes the blade he just glimpsed outside was not merely similar. It looked like the exact same weapon in another color. The more he studies it, the stranger it gets. High-level custom weapons should not come in near-identical pairs, especially not one loaded with expensive gems. Then he spots a deliberate oddity in the blade itself. One edge lies flat while the other curves slightly, as if it was designed to fit against something else. He tears open an identification scroll to check the saber, but the scroll gives him nothing at all. When a second scroll also fails, Wang Xiao concludes the problem is not bad luck. The saber is probably damaged or incomplete. His eyes move to the hilt guard, where 4 beast claws seem built to grip another piece. That pushes his suspicion even further. A sharp thought hits him. If the black saber outside has the same claws and the same uneven blade, the two sabers might actually be halves of one tool. He almost rushes out on the spot, but Qi Lianjuan's repeated warning not to wander around the military building makes him stop short. He knows this place is full of rules, and even Qing Jinrong would not necessarily protect him if he crossed a line here. Then his gaze lands on the sound round box, and the memory of losing 3 billion star coins instantly revives his rebellious mood. He talks himself into it fast. He is only stepping out to look at a knife, and if hesitation means defeat, then he refuses to hesitate. Wang Xiao cracks the door open and peeks into a broad, silent corridor lined wall to wall with display cabinets full of exotic items. After confirming no one is there, he hurries straight to the cabinet holding the black saber opposite his room. Up close, the match is undeniable. The black saber has the same clawed handguard and the same flat and curved blade shape as the white one in his hand. That is enough for Wang Xiao to lock in his guess. These are not two separate weapons at all, but a single tool split in half. Then he notices the cabinet is barely secured. A simple clasp is all that stands between him and the answer he wants. He starts making excuses to himself at once. Taking it out briefly to test the pair would be research, not theft. Before he can open it, footsteps break the silence. Wang Xiao panics and bolts back into his room. He shuts the door and barely gets himself together before Qi Lianjuan walks in and catches him pale, sweating, and obviously rattled. When Qi Lianjuan asks what is wrong, Wang Xiao instantly lies that he is just hungry because he has not eaten since last night. Qi Lianjuan accepts the excuse, lectures him for skipping food, and brings out another sound round box together with a fresh registration form. Wang Xiao signs immediately, stows the boxes away, and obediently puts the blindfold and earplugs back on to leave with Qi Lianjuan. Not long after, they reach the canteen, and Qi Lianjuan drops off food for him before hurrying away to deal with other work. Left alone at last, Wang Xiao eats mechanically, but his mind keeps circling the black saber and the chance he missed by a few seconds. He cannot let it go. The failed identification scrolls and the matching hilt make him more convinced than ever that the two sabers belong together. For a moment, he regrets not simply asking Qi Lianjuan to bring the black saber over and settle the mystery openly. But that idea immediately sours too. If the two halves really combine, Qi Lianjuan would probably take the white saber away, and Wang Xiao already feels cheated enough. What really pushes him is how easy the answer feels to reach. He knows the route, the cabinet is barely locked, and the matching saber was placed right across from his room like fate was baiting him. Then the answer clicks. He does not need an escort if he can walk back and openly by pretending to be Qi Lianjuan. He quietly summons the Nirvana mask into his hand and decides to disguise himself as Qi Lianjuan, while the real adjutant is still busy. Wang Xiao wolfs down the rest of his meal and slips away to a quiet corner where no one is watching. When he steps out again, Wang Xiao is wearing Qi Lianjuan's stern face and checks the disguise with growing confidence. He strides toward the elevator acting like the real adjutant, ready to bluff his way through if anyone appears. Almost absurdly, the building is empty. He reaches the elevator without meeting a single person, which only makes the whole break-in feel prearranged. He rides up to the 6th floor, mentally replaying the route to the collection room and preparing to retrace every turn. But the moment the doors open, Wang Xiao freezes. The 6th floor is not a corridor at all, just a bare open level with pillars and blank walls. The scene makes no sense to him. He clearly remembers 17 turns from before, yet there is not even a single room in sight. He checks around for the stairs he should have used earlier, but even after moving around the pillars, he cannot find any way down. Wondering if he remembered the floor wrong, he rides to the 5th and 7th levels, only to find ordinary office areas that also do not match his memory. With no better lead, he returns to the 6th floor and starts looking for hidden mechanisms instead. A faint machine-like buzzing reaches his ears from somewhere nearby or below, but the sound is too soft and vague to track. Then another detail jolts him. The closed elevator is somehow in front of him, even though it should still be behind him. He spins around expecting a second elevator, but behind him there is only more open floor and pillars. The first elevator has simply vanished. That is when the danger finally feels real. This floor is not just hidden. Something here is actively messing with space or his senses. He decides to leave immediately, but the moment he heads toward the elevator, his vision blurs and the elevator jumps to another position. He corrects his direction and tries again, only for the same blur to hit and the elevator to slide away once more. After several failed tries, the absurdity starts crushing him. The elevator stays only about 10 meters away, yet he cannot reach it at all. He reaches for an identification scroll again, hoping some hidden item is distorting his sense of direction, but the scroll still gives him nothing. Forced to calm down, Wan Xiao reviews what keeps happening and notices one key pattern. Every shift comes right after a brief moment of sensory blackout. That leads him to a grim new guess. This entire 6th floor may be a maze that reacts to sight and sound, which would finally explain why Qi Lianjuan wore a blindfold and earplugs too. Alone in the pitch-dark 6th floor, Wan Xiao decides his only chance is to trust a wild guess and walk with his eyes shut and ears covered. The first few steps hit him with real fear, and every inch forward feels like he might step straight into an invisible abyss. When his toes finally bump something solid, he reaches out carefully and finds the cold metal seam of the elevator door. He opens his eyes in relief at the elevator, but the bizarre trip leaves him much more wary of whatever this floor really is. Now that he thinks he understands the trick, Wan Xiao shuts out sight and sound again and starts retracing the maze by memory, counting every turn under his breath. After the 17th left turn, he opens his eyes and stares at a staircase that absolutely was not there before. He quits trying to explain the maze and heads down anyway, trusting the route more than the rules. At the bottom, everything matches his memory exactly, and the black saber is still waiting inside its display case. Excited but still half disbelieving, Wan Xiao opens the case and takes the black saber out with both hands. He summons his own white saber from storage and slowly presses the two blades together to test the idea that has been bothering him. With a clean snap, the beast claw fasteners lock in place and the two sabers fuse into one complete weapon. Wan Xiao tears open an identification scroll on the fused blade, desperate to see what kind of monster item he just completed. The item panel reveals 10% slash and 100% slash, nasty effects that can break defenses and carve away a target's fixed health. Then he reaches the final skill, unlimited slash, and nearly loses his grip when he realizes the saber can shred even top-tier targets in seconds. The truth hits hard. This is an orange quality weapon, a real divine artifact instead of another flashy but useless treasure. He immediately sees the value from every angle, because this weapon could boost his own side in battle or sell for a terrifying price. That greed turns awkward fast when Wang Xiao remembers the biggest problem. The black half was never his to begin with. He considers stealing it outright, but the thought of being hunted by the military for years kills that plan almost instantly. Instead, he comes up with a sneakier answer, splits the fused weapon apart again, and starts planning how to get the black saber into his hands the right way. He puts the black saber back in its case, strokes the cabinet with a wicked grin, and promises he will be back for it soon. Back on the top floor and wearing his normal face again, Wang Xiao runs into Qin Jinrong just as the commander is heading out to a meeting. Qin Jinrong is puzzled that Wang Xiao is still here, so Wang Xiao casually blames it on Adjutant Qi taking him to collect his reward. When Qin Jinrong asks if the reward was satisfying, Wang Xiao flatly says no and trashes the two orange quality boxes as useless junk. Qin Jinrong snaps that those broken boxes are orange items, and says Wang Xiao can only blame himself for not asking clearly before the money was transferred away. Wang Xiao immediately probes the opening, trying to pin Qin Jinrong down on whether cash was ever really an option. Qin Jinrong shuts that down too, saying the official bounty on Lan Dehai was only 10 million and he can stretch it to 20 at most. Wang Xiao pushes back hard, reminding him that he captured Lan Dehai alone and could have pocketed 3 billion if he had been less principled. Once Qin Jinrong asks what he really wants, Wang Xiao finally drops the answer, a weapon-type item. Qin Jinrong does not get it, because Wang Xiao normally relies on his beasts, so Wang Xiao starts listing all the times his own body was left exposed and nearly killed. Qin Jinrong cuts off the long speech and offers the easy solution instead, telling Wang Xiao to take 20 million and buy something at the trading market tomorrow. Wang Xiao refuses immediately, saying the market goods are too ordinary, and hinting that what he really wants is something from the military's own stock. Qin Jinrong rejects that on the spot, making it clear that military weapons are tightly controlled and not handed to civilians. So Wang Xiao quickly pivots and asks for a confiscated foreign race item instead, which finally makes Qin Jinrong pause and consider it. With Qin Jinrong listening, Wang Xiao describes exactly the weapon he wants, a black cold weapon of a certain length, low-key but with gem decorations. The description hits too close, and Qin Jinrong asks outright whether Wang Xiao wandered around in the storage room. Wang Xiao keeps his face steady and plays dumb, but under Qin Jinrong's hard stare, his nerves almost crack. At the last second, Qin Jinrong lets it go, says he knows what Wang Xiao wants, and tells him to wait in the office while the item is brought over. About 10 minutes later, Qi Lianjuan arrives with 4 soldiers carrying 8 metal boxes, and even he looks surprised to find Wang Xiao sitting there. Qin Jinrong tells Wang Xiao to choose for himself, and the old shameless act dies quickly when the commander warns him not to push his luck. Wang Xiao opens the first box and finds a beautiful black crystal short spear, but he only studies it to avoid looking too obvious. He puts the spear back, moves to the next box with his heart pounding, and silently prays this gamble did not go wrong. The lid opens, and the black saber he has been scheming for is finally lying right there in front of him. In Qin Jinrong's office, Wang Xiao instantly locks onto a black saber and refuses to pick anything else. Qin Jinrong tries to steer him away, admitting the black saber is only a broken leftover that used to be orange quality. He even points out the purple quality shadow spear as the smarter prize, but Wang Xiao hugs the black saber tighter and says he likes this one. Qin Jinrong looks at him like an idiot, remembering that this saber only survived because he recovered half of a terrifying black and white pair after a brutal battle. Since Wang Xiao insists, Qin Jinrong finally gives it to him with a dark grin and warns him not to regret the choice. Wang Xiao answers with a smug little jab that Qin Jinrong should be the one worried, which immediately makes the commander suspicious. Before Qin Jinrong can press him, Wang Xiao tosses out a casual excuse, stores the saber, and bolts for the exit. Qin Jinrong can only call after him to remember the student exchange roster, then lets the strange feeling go and returns to work. He tells Qi Lianjuan to have the remaining items put back, then heads off to a meeting. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao rushes home like a thief who got away with something and dives straight into his territory to check his prize. Safe at last, he pulls out the missing white saber too and snaps the black and white halves back together. The moment the weapon becomes whole, Wang Xiao realizes the combined unlimited slashing saber feels much lighter than either half should. After a few practice swings, his shock turns into delight when the strange balance proves real instead of imagined. Now fully excited, Wang Xiao decides to test the restored weapon properly inside his territory. He raises 10 thick stone pillars from the ground as clean targets for the first round of swings. He splits the fused weapon back into 2 sabers and hacks at the first pillars to compare the separate form. The twin blades bite deep but stop there, and when he pulls them free, their edges are still perfectly intact. Satisfied with the durability test, he fuses the sabers again and swings the complete weapon at a third pillar with the same force. For a second it looks like he somehow missed a target standing right in front of him. Then a thin line appears, and the top half of the pillar slides down with a mirror-smooth cut that leaves him stunned. Wang Xiao quickly tests again with weaker swings, and the 1-meter pillars still split apart as easily as tofu. The power is so ridiculous that Wang Xiao shudders at the thought of facing this weapon complete, and realizes Lan Dehai nearly killed him with only half of it. Awed by the craftsmanship, he silently vows that if he ever meets a true prop master, he has to make friends with that person. Since the basic attacks are already absurd, he moves on to testing the saber's actual skills. To give the first skill a real target, Wang Xiao raises an entire 100-meter mountain inside his territory. He fires 10% slash, and a snow-white saber beam carves a huge scar into the mountain with explosive force. The damage is strong but not as shocking as he expected, so he remembers this skill's real value is its chance to ignore defenses. After a brief pause, he activates 100% slash and feels a full tenth of his energy vanish at once. A far larger white blade light tears across the mountain, seeming to miss until a hairline break appears through the entire mass. The mountain's upper half is too heavy to slide off, but Wang Xiao knows the strike really did cut it clean through. That one attack is enough to make him ecstatic, because with this saber in hand he finally feels ready to seize the next batch of resources. He does not even bother testing the final 50% energy skill, resets the territory, and goes to bed in an unusually peaceful mood. The next morning, Wang Xiao wakes refreshed, eats something simple, and heads for Yuheng Academy instead of going straight to Lin Xiang's shop. Tian Gang had specifically told him there would be a celebration, so Wang Xiao decides he should at least show his face at the academy first. Even before he enters, Wang Xiao can feel the good mood inside Yuheng, and the campus is already decked out in lanterns and bright banners. Students who once treated him coldly now greet him warmly, and thank him for what he did in the ranking assessment. One student tells him Tian Gang seems to be looking for him, so Wang Xiao heads toward the office building. At the office entrance, Wang Xiao is surprised to find Kaiyang Academy's head, Qin Kaiyang, waiting there in person. The older academy head lightly jokes about whether he is unwelcome, but Wang Xiao is immediately puzzled because this celebration should have been an internal Yuheng event. When the older academy head asks whether Huang Tingwei has shown up today, Wang Xiao admits he only saw his own academy head last night at the military building. The older academy head says he only wants to chat with Huang Tingwei and politely steps aside to let Wang Xiao pass inside. Upstairs, Wang Xiao finds Tian Gang pacing the corridor with a communicator, clearly anxious enough to light up the moment he arrives. Tian Gang asks at once whether Wang Xiao has seen Huang Tingwei, because he still cannot reach the academy head before the celebration starts. Wang Xiao explains that Huang Tingwei was still in the military building with Chen Jinrong last night, which only makes Tian Gang more uneasy. Tian Gang mutters that if Huang Tingwei had returned, he would not be this worried, then decides to contact Adjutant Shi again and sends Wang Xiao away. As Wang Xiao heads back downstairs, he suddenly realizes the older academy head has not been waiting casually at all but is effectively blocking the office entrance. He guesses Huang Tingwei may actually be avoiding the older academy head, though Wang Xiao has no interest in digging into whatever old grudge lies between them. Still, Wang Xiao feels a little bad for the old man standing guard in the sun and decides to tell him the truth. Wang Xiao tells the older academy head not to keep waiting because Huang Tingwei is not here. The older academy head is thrown off by that answer, because Yuheng is holding a celebration and its academy head should obviously be present. Wang Xiao adds that Huang Tingwei was likely still at the military building, since that is where he saw him last night. The words military building hit hard, and the older academy head's face turns abnormally solemn as he immediately leaves the academy. At the academy, Wang Xiao sees Qin Kaiyang suddenly rush off with a grim face, and that rare loss of composure instantly tells him something is wrong. Because Qin Kaiyang and Qin Shui were two of the only people who still treated him seriously after his weak talent awakened, Wang Xiao trusts his instincts and hurries after the old headmaster. He also figures following Qin Kaiyang might lead him straight to the military building and finally to Huang Tingwei, making the chase worth it. But before he gets far, a young man wrapped in bandages steps into his path and carefully asks if he is Wang Xiao. The student introduces himself as Ma Mingyang and thanks Wang Xiao for saving him during the academy ranking assessment. Wang Xiao is still trying to remember him until Ma Mingyang pulls out the mithril protection ring, and the memory clicks into place. He realizes this was the badly injured Yuheng student from the challenge arena, the one he and Zhou Shirao protected during that fight. With the confusion cleared up, Wang Xiao warmly asks about Ma Mingyang's injuries, and Ma Mingyang says they are only superficial now. Ma Mingyang formally returns the protection ring and thanks him again, while Wang Xiao brushes it off as classmates taking care of each other. By the time that quick favor is settled, Qin Kaiyang is already gone from sight, so Wang Xiao prepares to keep moving on his own. Then his communicator rings, and when Wang Xiao sees Lin Xiang's name, he immediately guesses the Lord's shop may finally have an answer for him. Lin Xiang says the matter is basically settled, but someone from headquarters wants to meet Wang Xiao in person right now. Wang Xiao hesitates because he still has the military building and the academy celebration hanging over him, but the chance to upgrade his Lord Core wins out. He agrees to the meeting, and Lin Xiang sounds visibly relieved the moment Wang Xiao says yes. Before leaving, Wang Xiao calls Tian Gang to warn him he might miss the ceremony, then heads straight for the trading market. At the trading market entrance, Wang Xiao finds Lin Xiang personally waiting by the teleportation door, which tells him this meeting is more delicate than usual. Lin Xiang says he came out to meet him because he needs to warn him first, and Wang Xiao finally turns fully serious. He explains that the headquarters representative is Shen Tianlin, an executive with a powerful family and real influence inside the Lord's shop. Lin Xiang warns that Minister Shen has a bad temper and begs Wang Xiao not to clash with him, only to see that Wang Xiao is not really taking the warning to heart. Even so, Lin Xiang can only keep the peace as best he can and leads Wang Xiao upstairs to the office area. Before they even reach the office, the sound of something shattering, a girl's scream, and an angry man's roar spill out into the hallway. Lin Xiang panics and rushes in, and Wang Xiao follows him into the mess. Inside, Wang Xiao gets his first look at Shen Tianlin, a burly executive whose expensive outfit is so overloaded with gold and gemstones it looks almost ridiculous. The office floor is littered with a smashed teacup and spilled premium tea, and Lin Xiang quickly realizes Shen Tianlin threw a fit over the drink. Shen Tianlin sneers that tea worth only 3,000 star coins is nothing but grass and uses it to mock Kaiyang City as a poor backwater. Lin Xiang swallows the insult and hurriedly presents Wang Xiao as the buyer who wants hundreds of billions in upgrade resources. The moment he sees Wang Xiao is young, Shen Tianlin decides the business is over and says he refuses to waste another second on this deal. Lin Xiang desperately tries to smooth things over, but Shen Tianlin cuts him off and threatens his position if he keeps blocking the way. Under that pressure, Lin Xiang instinctively steps back, and Shen Tianlin strides toward the door only to find Wang Xiao still standing there. When Shen Tianlin snarls that a good dog does not block the way, Wang Xiao smiles and fires back that he does not need to move aside for another dog, especially a mad one. Lin Xiang turns green and drags Wang Xiao aside in panic, unable to believe he ignored the warning this completely. Wang Xiao says flatly that his manners are for people, not mad dogs, and sits down as if the executive's threat means nothing. He even says that if this deal falls through, he can gather the materials himself, turning Shen Tianlin's attempted intimidation into a bluff. Shen Tianlin warns him not to regret it, and Wang Xiao answers just as coldly that the executive is the one missing a chance to curry favor with him. That arrogant line makes Shen Tianlin burst out laughing, because from his point of view Wang Xiao is just an unknown kid from a small city. Before Shen Tianlin can finish mocking him, Wang Xiao suddenly summons his black and white saber, making the whole room flinch for a beat. Shen Tianlin mistakes it for a threat, but Wang Xiao says he only wants to show him something. He slams the sound realm box onto the coffee table, then pulls out two more, forcing Shin Tianlin to stop walking out. Then Wang Xiao starts laying out scarce strategic materials one after another until the whole table is crowded with proof that he is not bluffing. Lin Xian quietly realizes what Wang Xiao is doing and can barely hide his excitement, while Shin Tianlin's contempt finally starts to crack. Shin Tianlin tries to recover by asking what Wang Xiao wants and whether this is just showing off, but he is no longer in control of the room. Wang Xiao picks up a piece of black gold ore and says he plans to use it as payment, a move that forces Shin Tianlin to admit he recognizes the value. Shin Tianlin's last line of resistance is to question whether Wang Xiao can really produce that much black gold ore. Wang Xiao meets that doubt head-on and says the reason is simple, because he is Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao calmly says his confidence comes down to one thing, because he's Wang Xiao, Lin Xiang freezes and Shin Tianlin bursts out laughing like he just heard a ridiculous joke. Wang Xiao doesn't back down and asks if he looks like he's joking, which only makes Shin Tianlin laugh harder because the kid is deadly serious. Before Lin Xiang can smooth things over, Shin Tianlin's smile vanishes and a crushing aura explodes through the office. The pressure smashes the room into chaos, pins Wang Xiao to the sofa, and sends Lin Xiang flying out the door. Shin Tianlin glares down at him and demands what gives a mere level 3 lord the right to talk big, but Wang Xiao grits his teeth and repeats the same answer anyway. Even under that pressure, Wang Xiao sneers back that Shin Tianlin is just a man bluffing with items, and that jab finally makes the storm stop. As the pressure lifts, Wang Xiao studies Shin Tianlin's collar and locks onto the flashing sapphire badge that gave the trick away. Shin Tianlin checks the badge, gives a faint smile, and admits Wang Xiao has finally earned the right to negotiate with him. Lin Xiang cautiously returns and asks if that whole outburst was a test, but Shin Tianlin leaves him hanging and turns straight back to Wang Xiao to ask when he noticed. Wang Xiao says he felt something was off the moment he entered, because Shin Tianlin's show of arrogance was too deliberate. He points out the first flaw: a guest that important would never be left waiting 10 minutes for tea unless the rude act was staged for his arrival. Then Wang Xiao adds the second flaw: if headquarters truly thought he couldn't pay, sending someone as high-ranking as Shin Tianlin in person made no sense. Shin Tianlin admits the logic is solid, but presses him on one last point: what if the guess had been wrong and the attack had been real? Wang Xiao quietly reveals he came prepared with a protection ring, an item that can block indirect attacks with a defensive field. That answer finally satisfies Shin Tianlin, who laughs, drops the hostility completely, and calls for fresh tea so he can really talk business. As Lin Xian hurries off, he realizes this deal might actually close, and the thought of a promotion from 100 billion star coin sale nearly makes him float. Back at the table, Shin Tianlin sincerely praises Wang Xiao as an extraordinary young lord, but the next breath makes it clear the real negotiation is starting now. Shin Tianlin says praise is one thing, but buying resources for 4-level advancements is another, and Wang Zhao's word alone isn't enough to trust a debt that huge. Wang Xiao points to the resources on the table as proof, but Shin Tianlin bluntly prices the whole pile at only about 1 billion star coins. So Wang Xiao changes his angle and asks a different question: how long does Shin Tianlin think it's been since he awakened his lord talent? When Wang Xiao says the answer is exactly 3 months, Shin Tianlin stares at the table full of loot in genuine disbelief. Wang Xiao lets that shock sink in and says the point is simple: he may not have the money yet, but he has the ability to make it and the strength to back that up. That line hits Shin Tianlin hard, because with Wang Zhao's results sitting right in front of him, he can't dismiss it as empty boasting anymore. Trying to measure what kind of monster he's dealing with, Shin Tianlin asks what soldiers Wang Xiao normally uses. Wang Xiao names 3 regulars: the Platinum Ice Thunderhorn Wolf, the Platinum Dark Swamp Crocodile Dragon, and the Silver Shadow Leopard he only subdued recently. Just hearing 2 platinum units almost makes Shin Tianlin choke, and he hurriedly asks if that's really all. Wang Xiao says he has more and opens his interface, showing a packed roster of high-level beasts so absurd that even the gold-level Raging Lava Bear sits near the bottom. After a long stunned pause, Shin Tianlin confirms these beasts were all raised in the same 3-month window, and Wang Xiao simply nods. That breaks Shin Tianlin's understanding of beast tamer lords, and suddenly he leans in with a new kind of interest, certain Wang Xiao must know some hidden method. Shin Tianlin asks point-blank if Wang Xiao has some trick for raising mutated beasts so fast, and Wang Zhao's heart skips because the question cuts dangerously close to his biggest secret. Wang Xiao keeps his face steady and lies that he just got lucky enough to find a few high-level mutated beast eggs. Shin Tianlin immediately shoots that excuse down and says even a high-level diamond beast egg still needs a long growth period after hatching. He even reveals headquarters has a diamond-quality beast egg of its own, and says one like that takes 70 years just to grow from infancy to youth. The moment Wang Xiao hears diamond beast egg, he forgets the danger for a second and blurts out the only thing he cares about: is it still there and can it be sold? Shin Tianlin catches himself, drags the conversation back on track, and pushes again for Wang Zhao's secret method. Wang Xiao recovers, sticks to the lie, and insists again that he really has no trick. Seeing soft pressure won't work, Shin Tianlin lays out a hard bargain: reveal the method and he'll cut 40% off the price. When Wang Xiao still hesitates, Shin Tianlin raises the stakes again to 60% and adds the diamond beast egg on top. That one offer hits Wang Xiao right where it hurts, because ever since seeing the 8-armed Vidra's power, He's been quietly obsessed with obtaining a diamond soldier of his own. In Wang Zhao's mind, the situation turns ugly fast, because if he refuses, Shin Tianlin can simply choke off the resources he needs for 4 level-ups and leave him with nothing but a ruined relationship with the Lord's shop. Shin Tianlin clearly knows he has the advantage, so he doesn't rush at all and just waits with a faint smile while Wang Zhao struggles to invent a believable lie. Just as the silence grows unbearable, a knock breaks the deadlock from outside the office door. Then Lin Xiang walks back and carrying 2 cups of tea, stepping straight into the middle of a negotiation that has turned far more dangerous than he realizes. In the private tea room, Lin Xiang leans in with a smile and asks how Wang Zhao's deal with Shin Tianlin is going. Shin Tianlin presses Wang Zhao directly, saying his offer is already generous and there should be nothing left to hesitate over. Wang Zhao stalls for time by asking why the Lord's shop would pay such a huge price for mutated beasts when they are not even mainstream soldiers. Shin Tianlin answers without hiding much. High-level lords still want mutated beasts because at equal level their combat power ranks near the very top. He adds that mutated beasts only fell out of favor because they take too long and too many resources to raise. That makes Wang Zhao realize the real business model. The shop has likely been raising high-level mutated beasts for rich lords all along. Instead of answering, Shin Tianlin lets Lin Xiang praise him, making it clear he likes hearing that Wang Zhao has seen through part of the plan. Lin Xiang slides over beside Wang Zhao and starts pitching hard, saying this is not losing a secret but grabbing a chance to rise in one step. Wang Zhao bluntly says he does not want to hear it, but Lin Xiang keeps talking anyway. Lin Xiang argues that if Wang Zhao hands over the method, he loses nothing, gains major benefits, and should even get priority when the shop sells those beasts. When Shin Tianlin pointedly ignores that prompt and Wang Zhao says nothing, Lin Xiang is left hanging in awkward silence. Shin Tianlin finally cuts in, tells Lin Xiang to leave, and exposes the real issue. Wang Zhao is not refusing, he is calculating how to squeeze out more value. Wang Zhao admits that Shin Tianlin saw through him, even if he tries to laugh it off. Shin Tianlin raises the stakes by ordering a gold contract, the kind used for major branch deals, and tells Wang Zhao to add any extra conditions he wants after they agree. Lin Xiang blurts out why that contract is terrifying. If either side breaks it, the violator becomes the other party's slave forever. Shin Tianlin calmly confirms that brutal clause, making his sincerity look absolute, and his determination even harder to escape. One hard look from Shin Tianlin shuts Lin Xiang up, and the manager obediently leaves the room. With Lin Xiang gone, Wang Zhao realizes the gold contract means Shin Tianlin has blocked every easy retreat, and may turn violent if he is refused. He quickly works out the numbers in his head and understands why Shin Tianlin is so ruthless. Shortening beast cultivation would save absurd amounts of money for years. After weighing survival against leverage, Wang Zhao finally says yes, but only on the condition that he gets to state one request first. Shin Tianlin brightens at once and urges him to name whatever he wants. Wang Zhao carefully lays out his trap. He can reveal the method, but he cannot promise anyone else will be able to use it. That answer makes Shin Tianlin frown hard, because now the whole deal sounds suspicious. Wang Zhao doubles down on the lie and claims the fast growth method is not teachable at all, because it comes from his own lord's skill. The claim stuns Shin Tianlin, and his first reaction is blunt disbelief because he has never heard of such a talent. Wang Zhao stays steady and counters that no one can possibly know every lord's skill among billions of lords. That argument leaves Shin Tianlin with no clean rebuttal, and for the first time he hesitates. Wang Zhao immediately pushes the advantage, saying he has technically already explained the method, so Shin Tianlin can either sign anyway or let him buy the resources at full price. Shin Tianlin stays quiet for a moment, then changes the whole test by demanding proof with his own eyes. When Wang Zhao plays confused, Shin Tianlin spells it out, and says he wants to see that claimed lord's skill work with his own eyes. Wang Zhao tries to dodge by saying the skill only works inside his territory, but that just gives Shin Tianlin the next move. Shin Tianlin instantly produces a vassal contract and says he will enter Wang Zhao's territory as a temporary subordinate, then cancel the relationship afterward. Inside, Wang Zhao panics, because refusing now would expose the lie, but letting Shin Tianlin inspect too closely could do the same. Then Wang Zhao suddenly catches a way out. If he cannot show true rapid growth, he can fake it. He accepts the contract on the spot, stamps it with his lord mark, and politely tells Shin Tianlin not to blame him for what comes next. Once Shin Tianlin marks it too, the temporary vassal bond is formed and both men sink their consciousness into Wang Zhao's territory. They reappear floating under a blue sky inside a freshly merged territory, and Wang Zhao is startled by how his land has suddenly expanded more than tenfold. Shin Tianlin is just as shaken, because Wang Zhao's territory already holds a cluster of cities and hundreds of thousands of people despite only 3 months of growth. While inspecting the air above the territory, Shin Tianlin notices 4 floating lord cores and realizes Wang Zhao has more subordinate links than expected. He casually asks who the extra core belongs to besides Zhou Shiro, but Wang Zhao brushes it off as just a friend's and refuses to explain more. Wang Zhao immediately redirects the moment by inviting Shin Tianlin down to the ground before he can dig deeper. The two land in a barren wasteland, where Shin Tianlin asks if such a powerful skill needs any setup before it can be used. Wang Xiao confidently says no and declares he will use the silver shadow leopard as the demonstration target. A silver blur races in from the distance, and while Shin Tianlin reacts to its speed, Wang Xiao secretly cloaks it with floating light and shadow to make it look weaker. To lock the lie in place, Wang Xiao hands Shin Tianlin an identification scroll and tells him to verify the leopard's grade first. The scroll reports the beast as peak silver level 3, but Shin Tianlin immediately notices something is off because that speed does not feel silver at all. He also remembers not seeing any silver soldiers on Wang Xiao's interface, and the question nearly blows the whole act open. Wang Xiao feels the danger instantly and refuses to give Shin Tianlin time to think, pushing him to move back so the demonstration can start. As Shin Tianlin finally agrees, Wang Xiao secretly palms a new Star Flash skill card and gets into a fake casting pose. He shouts a grand line for effect and triggers the hidden card, unleashing a blinding white burst across the wasteland. Hidden inside that flash, Wang Xiao quietly drops the illusion so the silver shadow leopard's true body can appear as if it just evolved on the spot. When the light fades, the leopard is suddenly several times larger, all muscle and killing intent, and Shin Tianlin is visibly shaken by the apparent jump. Shin Tianlin can barely believe the beast in front of him is the same one he just checked a moment ago. Seeing the act land perfectly, Wang Xiao hides his relief and smoothly offers another identification scroll to seal the performance. Shin Tianlin finally snaps out of his shock and tears open an identification scroll to check Wang Xiao's silver shadow leopard for himself. The result hits hard. The leopard shows platinum level 2, and even the usually shrewd Shin Tianlin blurts out in disbelief. Shin Tianlin can barely accept that one lord's skill could push a beast past gold quality in one jump, and Wang Xiao can only stay quiet because even he knows the display is absurd. To patch the story, Wang Xiao claims the beast was already on the verge of breaking through when he captured it. Shin Tianlin still feels something is off, but because he watched the whole thing happen, he cannot find a clear flaw. Then Shin Tianlin makes an awkward but dangerous request. He asks Wang Xiao to do the breakthrough trick one more time because he did not see it clearly. Wang Xiao hesitates because repeating the act would expose him, and that pause instantly sharpens Shin Tianlin's suspicion. Forced to improvise, Wang Xiao says his Lord Core is still too weak and his skill only works on silver-level soldiers, so that leopard was his last usable one. That explanation lands because it also explains why Wang Xiao has been desperate to level up his Lord Core so early. Seeing Shin Tianlin soften, Wang Xiao presses his luck and asks whether the shop plans to go back on its word, offering to buy everything at full price and settle the bill within 3 days. Shin Tianlin's excitement about easy mutated beast profits drops fast, because the miracle method now looks like something only Wang Xiao can use. After weighing it all, Shin Tianlin decides he still does not believe Wang Xiao can produce 100 billion star coins in only 3 days. He formally drops the friendly tone, apologizes first, and says the state of Wang Xiao's territory gives the Lord's shop no reason to trust his ability to pay. Wang Xiao's heart sinks, but Shin Tianlin suddenly leaves a narrow opening instead of shutting the deal down completely. Shin Tianlin offers a new deal. The shop will sell at full price and wait 3 days for payment, but only if Wang Xiao signs a gold contract. Then Shin Tianlin adds the real price. Wang Xiao must also accept one extra request from him. When Wang Xiao asks what that request is, Shin Tianlin bluntly says he wants Wang Xiao to raise mutated beasts for the Lord's shop. Shin Tianlin lays out the numbers clearly. Wang Xiao has 11 soldier pits now, will have 21 after leveling up, and the shop wants 5 of those pits reserved for its own beasts. Wang Xiao's first instinct is to refuse, because Shin Tianlin thinks the growth comes from a lord's skill, but Wang Xiao knows the real boost comes from his hidden system and it cannot support 5 reserve pits. Worse, the condition is not just 5 beasts but 5 reserve pits, which means Shin Tianlin could keep stuffing new mutated beasts into Wang Xiao's hands without end. If he agrees, he could be chained to the Lord's shop forever. But if he refuses, Shin Tianlin can still choke him by sitting on the upgrade resources. But this deadlock gives Wang Xiao one useful insight. Shin Tianlin is a businessman, and businessmen can still be pushed if the terms move. So Wang Xiao makes a risky move and flatly refuses the offer instead of bargaining from weakness. Shin Tianlin immediately warns him that this is his only chance to get the upgrade resources, trying to force Wang Xiao back into the corner. Wang Xiao corrects him on the spot. This is only his only chance to buy from the Lord's shop, not his only chance to get resources at all. When Shin Tianlin asks who else could supply that much, Wang Xiao points to the many secret realms on Blue Planet, and says he can simply spend more time gathering what he needs. To sell the bluff, Wang Xiao lets the pressure of several platinum soldiers spread through his territory, and says he wants these resources fast, but he does not need them badly enough to kneel for them. That is when Shin Tianlin realizes he may have overplayed his hand, because the resource batch only gives him leverage if Wang Xiao truly cannot walk away. Faced with Wang Xiao's casual pressure, Shin Tianlin suddenly finds himself unsure how to probe him any further. Before Shin Tianlin can recover, Wang Xiao escalates again by opening his interface and canceling the vassal contract they had just signed. The territory connection tears apart on the spot, and Shin Tianlin's consciousness is forcibly kicked back into his real body. Back in the office, Shin Tianlin opens his eyes in alarm and finds Lin Xiang still waiting there with the unsigned gold contract. At the same moment, Wang Xiao opens his eyes too, sweeps the resources from the coffee table back into his territory, and gets up to leave without another word. Lin Xiang rushes over in confusion and tries to stop him, pointing out that the contract has not even been signed yet. Wang Xiao does not soften at all and says there is no point signing anything if he and Shen Tianlin have nothing left to discuss. He goes even harder, saying he already showed enough sincerity, and that sincerity does not mean he will bow his head and obey. Lin Xiang quickly plays peacemaker and drags Shen Tianlin back into the conversation, asking him to clear up the misunderstanding. Seeing Wang Xiao walk away so decisively, Shen Tianlin starts to doubt his own read and hurries to patch the relationship before the deal collapses. Shen Tianlin switches right back to Brother Wang, blames his wording, and asks Wang Xiao to sit down and keep talking. Wang Xiao knows his dangerous move is working, but he keeps acting impatient and throws out the accusation anyway. Was Shen Tianlin trying to turn him into the Lord's shop's slave? Shen Tianlin denies it with a dry smile, personally pulls Wang Xiao back, and offers a face-saving apology so the negotiation can restart. Wang Xiao sits back down, still refusing to give him much face, and says he has his own condition before anything else is discussed. His demand is simple on the surface. He will pay original price, and if the shop doubts his finances, it can take his current resources as collateral. Shen Tianlin reflexively says that $1 billion in collateral is far too small against a $100 billion deal, but the moment Wang Xiao starts to rise again, he hurriedly changes direction. He quickly offers real movement at last, saying that if 5 reserve pits are too many, that number can be reduced. Wang Xiao immediately sits back and asks the only question that matters now: how much are you willing to cut? Elsewhere in the military building, Qin Jinrong and Huang Tingwei are quietly discussing something serious in the commander-in-chief's office when the door is suddenly kicked open. A robust older man with graying sideburns storms in, with Xi Lianjuan following behind and awkwardly explaining that he tried to stop him and failed. Qin Jinrong snaps at Xi Lianjuan as trash and dismisses him, then turns his irritation on the intruder and demands why Kaiyang Academy's head is here. Qin Kaiyang says he came for Huang Tingwei, and the way he says it makes the room instantly more uncomfortable. He says he wants to settle things privately and insists he deserves that chance, making it obvious this is not a casual visit. Then Qin Kaiyang goes straight for the point, calling out Huang Tingwei for vanishing before the academy ranking assessment ended and skipping Yuheng Academy's celebration too. Huang Tingwei fires back that he is discussing serious business and tells Qin Kaiyang to speak quickly or leave. Instead of backing off, Qin Kaiyang says that only proves they are hiding something from him and asks what really happened during the strange live broadcast. Qin Jinrong tries to play dumb and says the assessment ended perfectly, even teasing that Qin Kaiyang cannot be here just because his academy's ranking dropped. Qin Kaiyang is not buying it at all, saying he is not that petty and warning that if they refuse to tell him now, he will investigate on his own. The two men go quiet, and Huang Tingwei finally sighs and asks the obvious question: is Qin Kaiyang deliberately playing tricks on them? Qin Kaiyang cheerfully admits it and says he learned this move from Wang Xiao, awkward as it is, because under the right conditions it works. That answer leaves them both helpless, because status pressure will not work on Qin Kaiyang the way it would on someone lower down. They both know Qin Kaiyang's seniority runs so deep that even the military district commander cannot simply bulldoze him aside. After a beat, Huang Tingwei gives in first and tells Qin Jinrong they may as well talk, because Kaiyang Academy's help will be needed anyway. Qin Jinrong finally sighs, rubs his brow, and switches into full commander mode as he prepares to reveal the secret. He orders Qin Kaiyang, as commander-in-chief of the Kaiyang military district, to keep everything he is about to hear absolutely secret. In the Lord Shop Manager office, Wang Xiao calmly asks if the giant deal is finally settled. Shen Tianlin agrees at once and orders Lin Xiang to draw up the gold contract, making the atmosphere feel much friendlier than their first meeting. The negotiation lands on a final price of 115 billion star coins, with Wang Xiao buying the whole resource batch at original price and still saving billions compared to the earlier offer. The extra condition is that Wang Xiao does not reserve a future spot for the shop, but he will cultivate 3 mutated beasts for them for free. Wang Xiao accepts because he thinks he can control the pace, make the shop wait on future choices, and even build their resources however he wants during the process. After checking the terms himself, Wang Xiao presses his lord mark onto the gold contract and hands it across to Shen Tianlin for the final signature. Instead of signing, Shen Tianlin carefully puts the contract away and admits a deal this huge still needs his boss's approval. Wang Xiao immediately calls that out, because a man who dared promise a 60% discount should not suddenly claim he lacks authority now. Shen Tianlin awkwardly admits he planned to lock in the terms first and persuade his boss later, insisting he can still make this deal happen. Lin Xiang backs him up, and that support matters enough that Wang Xiao decides to trust the process for now. Just as Wang Xiao is ready to leave and wait for news, Shen Tianlin stops him with a new proposal. Shen Tianlin suggests taking Wang Xiao straight to the Lord's shop headquarters, so the resources can be prepared first while he gets the boss's signature. The idea is practical enough that Wang Xiao agrees, even if it means delaying his other plans a little longer. The three head upstairs and enter the ancient teleportation portal to jump thousands of kilometers to the headquarters. They arrive inside the Lord's shop headquarters, and Wang Xiao stays completely calm in front of the massive teleportation array. Shin Tianlin hands Lin Xiang a blue crystal badge and sends him to the storage department to start preparing the resources. Just as the split-up begins, Wang Xiao suddenly snatches the gold contract back out of Shin Tianlin's hand. He opens the contract, erases his own Lord Mark, and makes sure no one is holding a one-sided binding agreement over him. Wang Xiao hands the contract back with a polite smile and a warning underneath it, saying he is simply being careful. Shin Tianlin laughs it off in front of Wang Xiao, but the moment Wang Xiao leaves with Lin Xiang, his face turns dark. Elsewhere in the military building, Qin Jinrong finishes explaining the suspected Purple Star infiltration, and Qin Kaiyang reacts like the whole idea sounds insane. Qin Kaiyang blurts out that if foreign races really hid here for 10 years without detection, then the military would look like fools. Qin Jinrong grimly admits that on this matter, they really were fools, and that answer makes Qin Kaiyang realize the threat may be real. When Qin Kaiyang asks if the city lord knows, Qin Jinrong says no, because they still only have a prisoner's confession and no confirmed evidence yet. The military is rushing to crack confiscated ciphertext, but Qin Jinrong says that proof will still take at least half a month and going public now would only spread panic. Qin Kaiyang immediately sees where this is going and asks if that is why they invented the so-called school exchange. Qin Jinrong confirms it. The technical department will decode the message while a traveling team quietly verifies the locations around Blue Planet under that cover story. That answer makes Qin Kaiyang explode, because to him it sounds like they are sending children into possible enemy strongholds. Huang Tingwei quickly explains that he is the one doing the actual confirmation, and the students are mainly there so his movement looks natural. Qin Kaiyang still argues for using local military support, but Huang Tingwei says official military movement could tip off hidden enemies, so the disguised trip is their safest option. Even after hearing the logic, Qin Kaiyang cannot let go of one thing: they are still children. Huang Tingwei promises that if something goes wrong, he will risk his own life before letting the students die. Qin Kaiyang snaps that he does not care about Huang Tingwei's cheap life, only that the children come back alive. Then Qin Kaiyang asks the practical question: which students are they planning to use? Qin Jinrong says Wang Xiao is choosing the team himself and has permission to pick from any academy, so even he does not know the final lineup yet. Qin Kaiyang starts writing a likely roster, beginning with Zhou Shirua because Wang Xiao will almost certainly bring his vassal lord. He adds Fang Tianyu, Tang Hingshan, Han Bufan, Yang Fan, and Lin Dong as the strongest obvious choices around Wang Xiao. Huang Tingwei takes the pen and adds Yihan, Su Junru, and Gao Lishuan, judging that their ties to Yuheng make them likely picks too. Looking over the 10-person list with Wang Xiao included, Qin Jinrong decides he now has a solid target group and will quietly sound out their families first. Before Qin Jinrong can put the list away, Qin Kaiyang stops him and asks one last time if he is really prepared to risk future pillars of Blue Planet on this mission. Qin Jinrong says nothing, removes Qin Kaiyang's hand, and pockets the list anyway. Seeing that, Qin Kaiyang writes and signs his own note, declaring that he is joining the mission as academy head. Huang Tingwei questions the move, but Qin Kaiyang fires back that Wang Xiao is too sharp to keep fooling forever unless someone believable covers the academy side. Qin Kaiyang pushes harder and threatens to shout the whole secret in the streets if they refuse, leaving Qin Jinrong and Huang Tingwei with no answer except exhausted silence. Lin Xiang leads Wang Xiao through a hidden route under the Lord's shop headquarters, first going down and then climbing back up through a staircase. When they step outside, Wang Xiao realizes they have come out from the underground teleportation area into a huge, bustling district of the holy capital. The sheer scale stuns Wang Xiao, and he blurts out that the holy capital is far more prosperous than Kaiyang City. Lin Xiang laughs and tells him he is praising the place too early, because this still is not the real holy capital. Wang Xiao guesses they must be standing on the edge of the city, but Lin Xiang proudly reveals that the whole district in front of them is only the Lord's shop storage area. Looking closer, Wang Xiao sees the roads full of delivery trucks and workers in matching clothes, and he finally believes this absurdly huge place really is a warehouse district. Lin Xiang keeps showing off the headquarters, explaining that the underground area is for branch staff transport, another district is for training and testing props, and the north side has a resort for important customers. Wang Xiao admits the headquarters is even bigger than he imagined, and Lin Xiang basks in the pride of it like the whole empire belongs to him. After meeting the storage department manager off-screen, Lin Xiang brings Wang Xiao through a towering gate into the resort district to wait. The resort feels quiet and comfortable compared to the warehouse city, and Wang Xiao asks to sit outside instead of waiting in a reception room. Only a few minutes later, Shin Tianlin rushes into the pavilion waving a gold contract and excitedly says the boss has approved the deal. Wang Xiao is already surprised the deal moved this fast, and Shin Tianlin adds a tempting bonus. The diamond quality beast egg will be given to him for free. The free beast egg hooks Wang Xiao immediately, and he reaches for the contract, ready to sign on the spot. Just before leaving his Lord Mark, Wang Xiao suddenly stops cold and starts reading the contract line by line instead. He catches the first problem at once. The agreed price of 115 billion has been quietly raised to 118.5 billion. Then Wang Xiao finds the real trap. The contract no longer asks him to nurture 3 mutated beasts, but 5. Shin Tianlin tries to explain, but Wan Xiao slams the contract onto the stone table and openly calls the trick dirty business. Wan Xiao deliberately raises his voice so loud that customers nearby hear the fight and start gathering around the pavilion. Shin Tianlin rushes in close and hisses for him to lower his voice, but Wan Xiao bluntly says he came here to take these resources today and means to force the issue. Once Shin Tianlin realizes the public scene is intentional, Wan Xiao admits it and warns that the Lord's shop reputation is exactly what he is using as leverage. Shin Tianlin tries to scare him with the weight of offending the Lord's shop, but Wan Xiao plays the barefoot man against the rich giant and acts like he has nothing to lose. Inside, Wan Xiao knows he cannot really fight the Lord's shop head-on, so he commits to this risky bluff because public pressure is the only equal footing he can find here. When Shin Tianlin starts to mention that the boss ordered this, Wan Xiao cuts him off and turns to the crowd instead, demanding that everyone judge the matter. He tells the crowd the change deal would cost him 3 billion more, but says the real problem is the Lord's shop secretly changing its attitude after the terms were agreed. The customers hesitate because they are all long-time patrons, and one middle-aged man asks the obvious question: if the contract was changed, where is Wang Zhao's proof? Wan Xiao answers with brutal honesty that he has no proof at all, because the contract never left Shin Tianlin's hands until just now. Then he flips the weakness into a weapon, saying a nobody like him would never dare accuse the Lord's shop in its own headquarters unless it were true. Wan Xiao pushes harder, declaring that even if he dies today, he still has to warn everyone, and the crowd starts drifting towards sympathy for the weaker side. Once the seed is planted, the bystanders begin sharing their own small grievances about billing errors and missed discounts, and the Lord's shop suddenly does not look untouchable anymore. Lin Xian quickly steps in to calm Shin Tianlin and then pulls Wan Xiao aside, anxiously warning that making things this big can only end badly for him. Wan Xiao snaps back that he treated Lin Xiang like a friend, so if Lin Xiang is here to tell him to swallow the insult, that feels like betrayal too. Lin Xiang insists he wants to mediate, but Wan Xiao bluntly points out that a branch manager from Kaiyang has almost no real voice in headquarters anyway. With Lin Xiang unable to deny it, Wan Xiao pats his shoulder and decides this has to be his fight, because the Lord's shop has been above everyone for too long and needs someone to make noise. Wan Xiao corners Shin Tianlin and coldly demands one last answer: change the contract now, or this gets ugly. Shin Tianlin warns him that even if he wins this round, he still has to deal with the Lord's shop later, but Wan Xiao snaps back that there may not be a later if he backs down now. Shin Tianlin tries to calm the crisis by telling Wan Xiao to disperse the crowd first, but Wan Xiao refuses to budge without a contract change. When Shin Tianlin insists the boss set those terms and he cannot change them, Wan Xiao turns toward the onlookers to blow the whole thing open. That threat works instantly, and Shin Tianlin drags him back with a compromise: disperse the crowd first, and he will take Wan Xiao to meet the boss. Wan Xiao pushes for more, and Shin Tianlin finally blurts out that he will even help negotiate before the meeting if Wan Xiao stops escalating. Wan Xiao checks Lin Xiang's reaction, gets a quiet nod, and finally agrees to settle this much for now. He tells the customers this is a contract error that needs confirmation from the person in charge, and he pointedly thanks everyone for backing him up. Shin Tianlin piles on a formal apology, and the experienced customers quickly realize the fight is moving behind closed doors, so the crowd starts to break up. Once the pressure is off, Shin Tianlin glares at Wan Xiao and complains that drawing this assignment was pure bad luck. Lin Xiang seizes the moment and asks if he can come too, hoping for the first chance in more than 10 years to finally meet the real boss. Shin Tianlin snaps at Lin Xiang as a traitor, but Wan Xiao cuts in, raises the gold contract, and orders that manager Lin comes too. With no room left to argue, Shin Tianlin angrily turns and leads the two of them deeper inside. As they walk, Lin Xiang admits he has served the Lord's shop for over a decade, even as a branch manager, and still never once met the boss. That hits Wan Xiao harder than expected, because it means Lin Xiang has loyally guarded Kaiyang City for years without even knowing who he truly serves. Shin Tianlin brings them back to the transport area and heads straight for an ancient teleportation gate, which makes Wan Xiao instantly suspicious. At the gate, Wan Xiao bluntly asks if Shin Tianlin plans to take them somewhere quiet to deal with them, and Shin Tianlin impatiently says this small dispute is not worth the trouble. Shin Tianlin steps into the gate first, and Wan Xiao can only follow warily after remembering Lin Xiang has never seen the boss either. The teleport drops Wan Xiao into a spacious, almost empty room that still feels expensive, making him immediately sense he is not in a normal branch floor. Lin Xiang steps out behind him and freezes too, because this refined room clearly does not match the standard branch layout he described earlier. Before they can make sense of it, a lazy young woman's voice echoes through the room and casually says this is not a branch at all, but her house. Wan Xiao quickly realizes Shin Tianlin is nowhere in sight, and with only the giant gate behind them and a sealed little window ahead, the room suddenly feels like a locked box. When Wan Xiao turns to check the gate, the unseen woman stops him and reminds him he still came here to talk business. Wan Xiao asks if she is the boss, and her evasive answer only convinces him he is dealing with a hidden go-between, not the real decision-maker. Wan Xiao stops chasing the act and states his terms plainly. He can accept the sudden price hike, but the contract has to restore mutated beast cultivation to the original 3. The hidden woman pushes back by exposing what Shin Tianlin told her. Wang Zhao's Lord skill speeds up mutated beast growth, so in her view even 50 beasts should be manageable. Lin Xiang blurts out in shock that Wang Zhao's Lord skill can really do that, and Wang Xiao pointedly gives him nothing back. Instead of answering Lin Xiang, Wang Xiao feeds the hidden observer a brazen lie that his Lord skill drains huge energy and causes irreversible damage to his body. The hidden girl's scoffing reaction gives away her position, and Wang Xiao instantly summons the unlimited slashing saber toward the wall beside the small window. Lin Xiang grabs at him in panic, but Wang Xiao coldly says he can accept being outplayed, not being treated like a fool. He proves it immediately by driving the saber into the wall and carving a tall rectangle straight through the hidden mechanism inside. The hidden girl finally panics and yells that she is the boss of the Lord's shop, but Wang Xiao ignores her and keeps cutting. With a hard kick, Wang Xiao knocks the cut section down and tears open the fake wall for real. Beyond the broken wall, Wang Xiao finds a hidden office with a surveillance screen and a frightened long-haired young woman in a loose sleeping robe, frozen in a chair with snacks beside her. Before Wang Xiao can press the hidden observer, a violent gust erupts through the office and blasts him backward. Wang Xiao braces himself by activating his protection ring, and Shin Tianlin flashes in front of the frightened young woman with his aura fully unleashed. Wang Xiao points past Shin Tianlin and demands to know whether this hidden young woman is really the boss he was promised. That immediately offends the young woman, who leans out from behind Shin Tianlin and snaps that she is already 20 years old. Wang Xiao cannot be bothered arguing about her age, puts the saber away, and coldly gives Shin Tianlin one last chance to point out the real boss. The young woman loudly claims she is the boss, and Shin Tianlin instantly turns on her in alarm and calls her young miss. She digs in and explains that her grandfather is the current boss of the Lord's shop, and as the future heir, she treats herself as the boss too. Wang Xiao can only stare at this so-called future heir and silently conclude that the Lord's shop's future looks pretty bleak. Before Wang Xiao can press the deal any further, Shin Tianlin hurriedly pulls Lu Yingying aside and tries to calm her down in a tense whisper. Wang Xiao strains to listen, but all he catches is that Shin Tianlin is warning her not to cause trouble for the boss. A moment later, Shin Tianlin turns back and coldly tells Wang Xiao to go home because today's situation is special. That answer instantly irritates Wang Xiao, who calls out how absurd it is to waste his time and then send him away with one sentence. Shin Tianlin says the boss is unavailable, so he cannot approve any contract change himself. Then Shin Tianlin makes a startling concession and offers to front 30 billion star coins himself so the deal can still go through later. That sudden generosity makes Wang Xiao pause, because Shin Tianlin acting against his own interests means the man is trapped by something bigger than money. Just as Wang Xiao starts forming a new plan, Lu Yingying suddenly walks over and asks if he is from Kaiyang City. Without waiting for his confusion to settle, she excitedly asks whether he knows Qin Kaiyang. Wang Xiao cautiously says he does know a senior named Qin Kaiyang, his former academy head, and asks if she knows him too. Instead of answering, Lu Yingying lights up and blurts out that Grandpa Qin really did open an academy. She peppers him with questions about Kaiyang Academy, already acting like it must be an amazing school simply because Qin Kaiyang founded it. Wang Xiao starts to explain that the academy used to be dominant, but before he can finish, she runs off toward Shin Tianlin again. Clinging to Shin Tianlin's arm, Lu Yingying blurts out that she wants to go study at Kaiyang Academy. Shin Tianlin hurriedly drags her aside and reminds her that Kaiyang Academy is basically an ordinary school for freshly awakened newbie lords. Lu Yingying immediately argues that she is still a new lord too, casually revealing that she has only awakened for 4 years and is already level 5. Shin Tianlin tries to stop her by pointing out that she already received an acceptance letter from Blue Planet University. She doubles down anyway and declares that if she has to, she will skip Blue Planet University and repeat her studies at Kaiyang Academy instead. Listening from the side, Wang Xiao is left reeling that this silly-seeming girl is somehow a level 5 lord with a Blue Planet University admission letter. The gap between her weak aura and that elite background is so absurd that Wang Xiao starts wondering if she is secretly some kind of hidden genius. Before he can sort it out, Lu Yingying suddenly screams, covers her face, and runs off in embarrassment. Left awkwardly alone, Shin Tianlin just tells Wang Xiao again to leave, promising the resources will be ready by tomorrow night. Wang Xiao realizes the whole mood has collapsed, and even the leverage he meant to use has slipped right out of his head. Since the deal is basically secured, he stops arguing and writes Shin Tianlin's promise onto an ordinary contract scroll for protection. This time Shin Tianlin does not hesitate at all and immediately leaves his lord mark on the scroll. He even transfers the 30 billion star coins from his own account right there in front of Wang Xiao. After everything is done, Shin Tianlin asks one last time if Wang Xiao can finally go back and wait for store manager Lin to contact him tomorrow night. Wang Xiao checks the contract, confirms there is no trick, and cheerfully reaches out to shake hands over the deal. Shin Tianlin just snorts and walks off, leaving Wang Xiao hanging with an amused little smile. When Wang Xiao turns to leave with Lin Xiang, he finds the manager oddly absorbed in fiddling with the wall screen. Wang Xiao asks what he is doing, and Lin Xiang finally snaps out of it once he notices the others are gone. Then Lin Xiang suddenly asks the real question on his mind, what exactly Wang Zhao's relationship with the eldest miss is. Wang Zhao flatly denies knowing Lu Yingying at all, which only makes Lin Xiang more confused because she clearly helped him. Still acting cagey, Lin Xiang suggests they talk while walking and leads Wang Zhao out through the cut wall and back toward the teleportation route. Once they return to the traffic area, Lin Xiang finally relaxes enough to ask if Wang Zhao knows why Xin Tianlin suddenly changed his mind. Wang Zhao admits he has no idea, because Xin Tianlin's panic and that person alone made no sense to him either. Lin Xiang enjoys that for a second, smugly realizing Wang Zhao was not secretly in control of the whole situation after all. When Wang Zhao tells him to stop posturing and explain, Lin Xiang starts with the strange layout of the two reception rooms. He explains that one room is for guests and the other is for the boss, linked by cameras and voice equipment so the boss can do business without showing up in person. That still leaves Wang Zhao puzzled, so he asks what any of that has to do with Lu Yingying helping him. Lowering his voice, Lin Xiang reveals he secretly checked the camera replay while Wang Zhao was talking. According to that replay, the changes to the golden contract were never the boss's idea at all. Wang Zhao instantly understands where this is going and realizes the contract was altered by Lu Yingying in the boss room. Lin Xiang confirms it, saying Xin Tianlin sent the finalized golden contract over without realizing the person on the other side was the eldest miss. Lu Yingying changed the contract herself, and that one impulsive move is what forced everything afterward. Now that he knows the truth, Wang Zhao should feel lucky, but the whole thing only starts bothering him more. He cannot reconcile Lu Yingying's elite Blue Planet University status and likely real talent with how foolish and reckless she acted today. The reception room setup also keeps nagging at him, because someone important enough to make the boss come out still chose not to meet in person. By the time they pass through the ancient teleportation gate and return to the Lord's shop in Kaiyang City, Wang Zhao still has no answer. At the shop entrance, Lin Xiang says he will send word as soon as the headquarters gives news, and the two part ways. With the resource problem finally loosened, Wang Zhao walks the streets much lighter, but he still cannot stop turning the suspicious details over in his head. Lost in thought, he does not even notice he has wandered close to the military building. He remembers he originally wanted to follow Qin Kaiyan here, but after being delayed so long, he assumes whatever secret meeting happened is already over and turns to leave. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind, and Wang Zhao turns to see Qi Lianjuan coming out of the building. Qi Lianjuan tells him he was not looking for him personally, the commander was. He adds that no one could reach Wang Zhao through his communication device, so he was about to head to Yuheng Academy to find him. Wang Zhao brushes off why he happened to be here and asks instead what Commander Chen wants with him. Qi Lianjuan says he does not know the full reason, but it seems to be about the school exchange roster. That catches Wang Zhao off guard, because the exchange is still a week away and asking for the list this early feels strange. Since Qi Lianjuan cannot explain more, Wang Zhao gives up guessing and follows him into the Commander-in-Chief's office. But the moment Wang Zhao pushes the door open, he freezes, because the office is not just holding Qin Jinrong. Inside, Qin Jinrong, Huang Tingwei, and Qin Kaiyang are all sitting together on the sofa by the French window, smiling at him in the exact same way. Wang Zhao steps into Qin Jinrong's office and immediately feels something is off when Huang Tingwei greets him with suspiciously warm enthusiasm. Huang Tingwei wedges Wang Zhao into the middle seat between himself and Qin Kaiyang, and Wang Zhao carefully asks why Qin Jinrong called him in. Instead of Qin Jinrong answering, Huang Tingwei jumps in and asks how far Wang Zhao has gotten with the student list for the exchange trip. Wang Zhao says he is still considering the list, and quietly probes why they are rushing him when the exchange does not start until next week. Qin Kaiyang explains that many things must be prepared early, then casually drops that he will personally go on the exchange too. That shocks Wang Zhao, because a half-year exchange taking away 2 academy heads makes the whole trip feel even stranger. When Wang Zhao bluntly asks if this is Qin Jinrong's arrangement because the trip might be dangerous, Qin Jinrong dodges and says Qin Kaiyang insisted on going himself. Qin Kaiyang backs him up with a flimsy excuse that he just wants to travel after staying home for more than 10 years, and Wang Zhao can tell it is a forced lie. Qin Jinrong confirms Qin Kaiyang will not take a student slot, so Wang Zhao immediately says he already has a candidate list in mind. Wang Zhao writes down several names on the spot and hands the list to Qin Jinrong with a calm, almost mischievous smile. One look at the names makes Qin Jinrong frown, because the people Wang Zhao picked are clearly not the strongest students available. Qin Jinrong points out Li Keifu and asks who Zhao Yunyan even is, showing just how unexpected the list really is. Huang Tingwei starts to introduce Zhao Yunyan as an ordinary classy student, then abruptly realizes that Wang Zhao really put him on the exchange team. As the 2 academy heads scan the paper, they realize Wang Zhao chose several weak Yuheng and Kaiyang students who sit near the bottom of their classes. Huang Tingwei presses him hard, saying the exchange is supposed to show Kaiyang City's strength, not send people who might embarrass the academy. Wang Zhao instantly fires back that Li Keifu already proved himself in the academy ranking assessment, and even fought with him in the secret realm. Qin Kaiyang tries to smooth things over and says they still need stronger students for a trip this important. Wang Zhao answers with a deliberately shameless line that if the team is full of experts, nobody will notice how impressive he is. Then he corners Qin Jinrong with his own words, asking if the commander plans to go back on the promise that Wang Xiao would choose the list. Qin Jinrong falls into a brief but telling hesitation, because forcing stronger candidates now would practically admit the exchange might be dangerous. That tiny pause is enough for Wang Xiao, and he bluntly asks the question everyone has been dodging. Is this school exchange dangerous? He follows up by saying they do not know him well if they think he would use weaker classmates as props to make himself look good. With the two academy heads left speechless, Wang Xiao turns to Qin Jinrong and demands the real purpose of the trip, warning that he will investigate on his own if nobody tells him. Qin Jinrong shuts him down in a cold official tone, saying the mission is classified and not something Wang Xiao is allowed to know. When Wang Xiao calmly says he will investigate anyway, Qin Jinrong snaps and warns that unauthorized digging would count as stealing secrets. Realizing Qin Jinrong will not budge, Wang Xiao swallows his anger and asks instead if the candidate list will now be decided by the military side. Qin Jinrong says the list is already prepared and hands Wang Xiao the version recommended by Huang Tingwei and Qin Kaiyang. Wang Xiao unfolds it and sees it is full of familiar names, making it obvious the two academy heads loaded the team with people he already knows well. Qin Kaiyang admits he personally recommended Fang Tianyu and the others because a familiar team with good coordination would be easier for Wang Xiao to lead. Wang Xiao immediately spots the real issue and asks what happens if danger comes for top students like Fang Tianyu during the trip. Qin Kaiyang answers in a grave voice that this is exactly why he and Huang Tingwei are going too, because they will not let the students face danger alone. That only confirms Wang Zhao's fears, and he mutters that any danger requiring two academy heads cannot possibly be small. In the end he gives a stiff agreement, says he will obey the arrangement, and walks out with heavy footsteps that make his anger obvious. After he leaves, Huang Tingwei worries that hiding the truth from Wang Xiao may backfire, because they all know how stubborn he is. Qin Jinrong says that is exactly why Wang Xiao cannot be told more, and even hints that if Wang Xiao tries warning others, they should not stop him. Qin Kaiyang starts to press the issue of the students' safety, but Qin Jinrong cuts him off and makes it clear the mission still comes first. With the conversation shut down, the two academy heads can only leave the office carrying their own doubts. Outside on the street, Huang Tingwei and Qin Kaiyang stand in silence for a long 10 minutes before either of them can bring themselves to speak. At last Qin Kaiyang asks the question he had been holding back. If the mission target clashes with the students' safety, which one should they choose? Huang Tingwei avoids the direct answer with a dry joke, saying they already split the roles from the start. He handles the mission, and Qin Kaiyang protects the students. Qin Kaiyang pushes harder and asks what he should do if Huang Tingwei dies. And this time Huang Tingwei turns serious and tells him to make the right choice himself. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao returns to a campus still dressed for celebration, but the bright banners only make his dark mood stand out more. Qin Jinrong's refusal keeps grinding at him, and Wang Xiao hates that he knows danger is coming but still has no idea what shape it will take. His thoughts are broken when Zhou Shiro calls out to him, approaching with Ihan and Su Junru. Wang Xiao quickly smooths over his expression and greets Zhou Shiro, Ihan, and Su Junru, trying to hide the pressure still on his mind. Zhou Shiro immediately calls him out for being so late to the celebration and says she did not even see him when she went on stage to receive the award. Wang Xiao dodges the truth, says he had something to handle and already told teacher Tian, then quickly changes the subject to ask what rewards Zhou Shiro, Ihan, and Su Junru received. That question instantly changes the mood, and Zhou Shiro, Ihan, and Su Junru trade a mysterious look before Ihan grins and teases that Wang Xiao will never guess what the academy gave them. Back at Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao sees the others acting mysterious and starts guessing what reward the academy gave him. Su Junru teases him that Zhou Shiro already collected the reward for him, and says she will only explain if he buys them a meal. Wang Xiao refuses to be baited and opens the shared warehouse interface instead, which makes Su Junru instantly complain that he is too stingy. The surprise turns out to be 60 core upgrade stones, and Wang Xiao is so shocked he blurts out that this reward is way too big. He quickly realizes why the number is so high. His shared warehouse with Zhou Shiro is combining both their rewards, enough to push a Lord Core all the way to level 5. When Wang Xiao glances at Zhou Shiro's half of the stones, she quickly offers him her share too, making it clear his urgent core upgrade comes first. Su Junru immediately jumps in to warn Zhou Shiro not to spoil men too much, and Zhou Shiro blushes hard under the sudden relationship talk. Su Junru even warns Wang Xiao not to use Zhou Shiro's stones, and he answers with a helpless smile that he already has enough through his Lord's Shop deal. Wang Xiao then shares his own good news with Zhou Shiro. The Lord's Shop deal is settled, and the upgrade resources should arrive by tomorrow night. Zhou Shiro lights up at the news and realizes the risky early core upgrade plan can finally move forward. Even with the good news, Wang Xiao still finds the academy reward suspicious, because core upgrade stones are normally only issued after students enter university. Su Junru lowers her voice and reveals the rumor. The frontline war is getting tense, so the academies are pushing these stones out early to prepare students faster. She adds that they were just the first batch because of the celebration, and the rest of the students should receive the same benefit later under other names. The explanation fits, but Wang Xiao still quietly links the timing to the upcoming school exchange and wonders if he is overthinking it. He asks around for Gao Lixuan because he wants to discuss the exchange with him, but Gao Lixuan is nowhere to be found. With nothing else urgent to do, Yi Han and Su Junra leave, and Wang Xiao ends up strolling through the academy alone with Zhou Shiro. As they walk, Zhou Shiro gently asks if everything is really going smoothly, because he has looked distracted all day. She reminds him in a serious voice that she is his vassal lord now, so he should not carry every problem alone and shut her out. That lands harder than she knows, because Wang Xiao suddenly feels that among all his friends, Zhou Shiro is the one person he can trust without hiding anything. He promises he will tell her if something is wrong, and the mood between them turns warm and intimate for a brief moment. Then Wang Xiao suddenly freezes mid-conversation after spotting a girl in the distance who absolutely should not be here in Yuheng Academy. Zhou Shiro follows his gaze and sees an elegant, striking girl in a long dress, and Wang Zhao's stunned reaction immediately sets off her jealousy. When Zhou Shiro asks if that girl is beautiful, Wang Xiao absent-mindedly answers yes without even realizing he is making things worse. Wang Xiao finally recognizes the girl as Lu Yingying from that very morning, and now he is baffled about why the Lord's shop heiress has suddenly appeared in Kaiyang City. He quickly suspects she might be here for Academy Head Qin, but before he can sort it out, a sharp pain in his arm snaps him back. Zhou Shiro, fully convinced she has caught him ogling another woman, kicks his calf, calls him a scumbag, and storms straight into the crowd. Wang Xiao loses sight of Zhou Shiro almost immediately, gives up on explaining for now, and turns toward Lu Yingying instead. At the same time, Lu Yingying grabs a passing male student to ask for directions, and the poor guy brightens instantly at the chance to help a beauty. Before the student can play hero, Wang Xiao cuts in and walks right up, and the boy's annoyance dies the moment he recognizes who it is. Wang Xiao does not waste time explaining and simply grabs Lu Yingying by the wrist and drags her away from the crowd. Lu Yingying yells for him to let go, but the surrounding boys only watch and grumble because none of them dares challenge Wang Xiao. He pulls her into an empty classroom, where she finally breaks free, rubs her reddened wrist, and explodes at him for acting so familiar. Wang Xiao ignores the scolding and directly asks why she left the holy capital and came all the way here. Lu Yingying snaps that where she goes is none of his business, acting exactly like a spoiled heiress who is used to doing whatever she wants. Wang Xiao is not meddling for fun, because if anything happens to the Lord's shop heiress right after his deal with her family, that fallout could hit him directly. So Wang Xiao changes tactics, softens his tone, and offers to help with whatever brought her here if she goes back once it is done. That finally works, and after a guilty pause Lu Yingying quietly admits she came to find Grandpa Qin. Wang Xiao is startled because she means Academy Head Qin, which only makes her presence in Yuheng Academy even stranger. Lu Yingying then has to admit the humiliating truth: she ended up at Yuheng because she does not know the way to Kaiyang Academy. Trying to recover her dignity, Lu Yingying defensively adds that before receiving her Blue Planet University admission notice, she had barely even left the holy capital. Wang Xiao stops arguing and simply offers to take her to Academy Head Qin himself. Even then, Lu Yingying's first reaction is suspicion, and she immediately imagines Wang Xiao tricking her into a trap to threaten the Lord's shop. At that point Wang Xiao loses patience, says he is going to find Academy Head Qin either way, and tells her she can follow or get lost on her own. He barely gets outside before Lu Yingying silently hurries after him anyway, too embarrassed to admit she really needs his help. When Wang Xiao glances at her, Lu Yingying blushes and insists she is not following him because the road does not belong to him, and he realizes this troublesome heiress is now his problem. After Lu Yingying bragged that she did not need a guide, Wang Xiao took her at her word and strode ahead without waiting for her. Less than 10 minutes later, Lu Yingying finally snapped and yelled for him to slow down because she could not keep up. Wang Xiao shot back that her problem was not his problem, but he still eased his pace a little so she would not get lost and blame him. Now that she had caught up, Lu Yingying switched to teasing him and claimed girls do not always mean what they say. She looked him over, guessed he had never had a girlfriend, and got even more excited when he casually admitted it. Lu Yingying immediately pressed harder, offering to help with his love life if he called her sister. Wang Xiao gave her a flat refusal and tried to speed away, but Lu Yingying stuck to him and kept firing off questions about what kind of girl he liked. Her jokes only got wilder, and she even started acting like his embarrassed face meant he liked her. At last Wang Xiao gritted out a demand for silence, completely overwhelmed by how glib this rich girl was. When she laughed even harder, Wang Xiao finally drew a line and told her to respect herself because he already liked someone else. That only made Lu Yingying more curious, and she peppered him with nosy questions all the way to Kaiyang Academy's gate. At the entrance, Wang Xiao ran into Fang Tianyu, and her usually cold face softened into a faint smile when she saw him. Wang Xiao explained that the Yuheng celebration was over and he had come to find Academy Head Qin for business. Lu Yingying swept past Wang Xiao, sized Fang Tianyu up on the spot, and instantly suspected she was the girl he liked. Wang Xiao hurriedly denied it and insisted Fang Tianyu was just his friend, but that blunt answer stung her for a split second before she covered it with a polite smile. Fang Tianyu still introduced herself with perfect courtesy, and Lu Yingying returned the greeting as a girl from the holy capital. Then Lu Yingying mischievously whispered that Wan Xiao liked girls like Fang Tianyu, and he instantly dragged her away before she could say another word. Left alone at the gate, Fang Tianyu replayed that whisper in her head and slowly blushed. Once inside, Wan Xiao stopped and warned Lu Yingying one last time not to keep making trouble for him. He even threatened to send her straight back to the lord's shop, but Lu Yingying smugly countered with her grandfather's business ties. Wan Xiao coolly reminded her that she had snuck out, and if he returned her, the lord's shop would probably thank him instead. For one beat she froze, and then Lu Yingying abruptly changed tactics and screamed that a hooligan was attacking her. Teachers and students rushed over ready to enforce justice, until they saw that the accused hooligan was Wang Xiao. The outrage instantly turned into teasing, because nobody here believed Wang Xiao would actually pull something like that. Just as Wang Xiao tried to explain, Qin Kaiyang stepped out of the office building, and Wang Xiao immediately called him over as rescue. Qin Kaiyang recognized Lu Yingying at a glance and was so startled that she immediately blurted out that he had aged into Grandpa Qin. With that mystery cleared up, Qin Kaiyang dismissed the gathering crowd as a misunderstanding. Even with Qin Kaiyang there, Lu Yingying still pointed at Wang Xiao and complained in full earnest that he had tried to do something to her. But nobody bought it, and Qin Kaiyang gently told her that trick would never work on Wang Xiao's old teachers. Qin Kaiyang asked why she was in Kaiyang City at all, and Lu Yingying's face instantly gave away that she had been seen through. Wang Xiao smoothed things over by saying he had met her at the lord's shop headquarters and brought her because she wanted to visit Qin Kaiyang. Qin Kaiyang understood the real situation anyway, thanked Wang Xiao for bringing her, and gave him a chance to leave cleanly. Wang Xiao wasted no time and turned to leave, still faintly awkward after his tense clash with Qin Kaiyang earlier that day. Once Wang Xiao was gone, Qin Kaiyang looked at Lu Yingying's lowered head and sighed like someone dealing with a familiar old headache. He scolded her for still being so willful after all these years, and that finally drew out her real grievance. Lu Yingying clung to his arm and complained that he had been gone for more than 10 years without coming back to see her. Her complaint softened Qin Kaiyang immediately, and he could only explain that the academy kept him too busy to leave. Seeing his attitude melt, Lu Yingying cheerfully unveiled her real goal. She wanted to repeat a year at Kaiyang Academy so she could stay near him. Qin Kaiyang shut that idea down at once because she had already been admitted to Blue Planet University, and her family would never agree. Lu Yingying stubbornly insisted she could just take the entrance path a second time, because 1 year later did not matter to her. Qin Kaiyang refused again, and this time his face changed as he realized she had probably come for more than a simple visit. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao walked back toward the gate rubbing his ears, almost shocked by how loud the silence felt without Lu Yingying beside him. He even grumbled that next time someone praised rich kids as well-mannered, he wanted to unleash Lu Yingying on them. At the gate he spotted Fang Tianyu still waiting by the roadside, and he headed over because he had something important to tell her. Before he could start, Fang Tianyu gently told him he did not need to explain because she already knew Lu Yingying had been talking nonsense. Her wording confused him, and Fang Tianyu realized she had almost exposed her own misunderstanding, so she hurriedly changed the subject with a blush. Wang Xiao moved straight to business and asked whether Qin Kaiyang had told her about next week's school exchange. Fang Tianyu said she had just been informed to participate, along with Tang Hengshan, Han Bufan, and the others, and she confirmed that Wang Xiao would be going too. Wang Xiao confirmed it and added that Zhou Shiro, Gao Lishuan, Yi Han, and a Yuhing student named Su Junru would also be involved. That made Fang Tianyu realize this was no ordinary academy activity, because the operation sounded like a rare joint mission between major schools. Wang Xiao explained that all 9 academies were involved on paper, but the final student lineup had narrowed to just their 2 schools. Then he warned her plainly that this exchange was not simple and that she needed to tell Tang Hengshan and the others to prepare for danger. Fang Tianyu immediately connected the warning to the looming Purple Star War, but Wang Xiao could only say he was almost certain it was related and that even Commander Chen was treating it with extreme secrecy. She accepted the warning at once and promised to inform the others. After that, Fang Tianyu hesitated and carefully asked whether he and Zhou Shiro were alright, pretending it was only because she had not seen Zhou Shiro with him today. Her question hit Wang Xiao like a jolt, because in all the chaos with Lu Yingying he had completely forgotten something important about Zhou Shiro. He blurted out that this was bad and took off at full speed, disappearing in only a few breaths and leaving Fang Tianyu behind. Fang Tianyu stood there for a moment, puzzled and faintly bitter, as if she had just guessed more than she wanted to know. Then a young male voice called out from behind her, and Fang Tianyu turned to find a very short youth in a dark blue mage cloak standing there. Fang Tianyu recognized the person she was meant to meet, and the short boy raised his head enough to show a delicate face with red cheeks. The boy introduced himself as Luo Na and reminded Fang Tianyu that, by their agreement, he was here to help make her stronger. Luo Na ended the encounter with a direct question that opened a new path for Fang Tianyu. Was she ready? At Yuheng Academy, Wang Xiao finally finds Zhou Shiro hiding alone in a remote corner, and her red eyes make it obvious she has been crying. When Wang Xiao asks why she ignored the vassal contract, Zhou Shiro quietly says she is fine and just wants to be alone. Wang Xiao sits beside her and guesses she is upset because of Lu Yingying, But Zhou Shirao is confused because she does not even know that name. His explanation starts badly enough to sound guilty, and Zhou Shirao's rising eyebrows show she is absolutely not following his flustered defense. So Wang Xiao explains everything from the beginning, including meeting Lu Yingying and why seeing her shocked him, because his plan to upgrade his Lord Core is not something he can hide from Zhou Shirao. Zhou Shirao softens after hearing the truth, but she still rolls her eyes and insists that even if Wang Xiao really liked that girl, it would have nothing to do with her. Wang Xiao calls that nonsense, grabs her hand, and when she fails to pull free, she finally lets him lead her along. Once she calms down, Zhou Shirao worries that if anything happens to Lu Yingying, the Lord's shop might come after Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao brushes that off, saying Lu Yingying is with Academy head Qin now, so any trouble should not land on him. He then asks about Huang Tingwei, and Zhou Shirao says the Academy head has returned and is already in a teacher's meeting. Zhou Shirao adds that Huang Tingwei specifically asked them to come to his office later, clearly with something important to announce. After sitting with her until her mood fully steadies, Wang Xiao heads with Zhou Shirao to the Academy head's office. Outside the office, Yihan and Su Junru are already waiting, and the four of them exchange quick greetings. Su Junru quietly asks if Wang Xiao knows why Huang Tingwei suddenly summoned them, but he dodges the question instead of answering. Su Junru complains that she and Yihan were just about to upgrade their Lord Cores when they got called away. When Wang Xiao realizes they already have the upgrade resources ready, he is stunned by how fast people with backing can move. Su Junru explains that Commander Chen personally ordered Yihan's strength to be raised quickly, and Wang Xiao can only stare at Yihan in envy. The office door opens, and Tian Gang comes out with the other teachers looking tense enough for Wang Xiao to notice immediately. Tian Gang tells Wang Xiao in private that Huang Tingwei is leaving for a while and wants him to serve as acting academy head. Wang Xiao thinks it sounds like good news, but Tian Gang is miserable because the senior teachers already resent a newcomer like him taking that seat. Even when Wang Xiao offers to speak to Huang Tingwei for him, Tian Gang refuses and decides to shoulder the responsibility himself. Wang Xiao teases him with a grin and calls him Academy head Tian, earning a murderous glare before he finally knocks and goes inside with Zhou Shirao. Inside the office, Huang Tingwei looks up from his documents and starts to announce an important decision. Su Junru interrupts at once to point out that Gao Lixuan is missing, but Huang Tingwei says that boy is not coming today and can be informed later. Huang Tingwei announces that the military is organizing a school exchange next week, and he and Academy head Qin will escort Yu Hing's team. Then he says he only has 3 student spots to fill, and Wang Xiao is thrown because he remembers there should have been 5 from Yu Hing. When Wang Xiao tries to question it, Huang Tingwei cuts him off and says there were unexpected changes, so they will talk alone later. Huang Tingwei makes it official that Wang Xiao is a separate candidate chosen by Commander Chen, so 1 out of the remaining 4, including Gao Lixuan, will be left behind. That makes Wang Xiao realize only 1 slot has really changed, which makes him suspect Commander Chen found another strong teammate in secret. Before he can dig deeper, Su Jun returns on him and coldly asks whether he already knew about this. Wang Xiao admits he knew Huang Tingwei would explain something soon, but insists he truly only just learned about the 3 spots. Su Junru snaps that she does not care about the spots nearly as much as the fact that Wang Xiao hid important news from her after they promised to tell each other everything. Wang Xiao has no good answer, and even Huang Tingwei looks briefly thrown watching them argue like a couple in front of his desk. Huang Tingwei finally bangs the desk and orders everyone back to the serious issue. Su Junru immediately changes tack and demands that if Yihan goes, she must go too because she will not let him travel alone again. After Su Junru elbows him for support, the confused Yihan still obediently agrees that he has to stay with Xiaorou. Huang Tingwei turns to Zhou Shirao and asks if she also wants to stay with Wang Xiao, putting the same question to her more gently. Zhou Shirao blushes, admits she wants to go with Wang Xiao, and only says she could stay behind if Brother Xian truly wanted the chance. That answer wins Huang Tingwei over on the spot, and he decides the 4 of them will go while Gao Lixuan no longer needs to be notified. Wang Xiao immediately objects, and insists that Gao Lixuan should take the spot instead. His request confuses everyone, and Su Junru bluntly asks since when his relationship with Brother Xian became that good. Wang Xiao avoids explaining himself to the others and only tells Huang Tingwei that this is his one serious request. Huang Tingwei sees through him and asks the real question: if Zhou Shirao goes, would Wang Xiao quit the trip altogether? Wang Xiao hesitates but admits he would not withdraw, and Huang Tingwei uses that answer to shut the matter down and keep Zhou Shirao on the team. He tells Wang Xiao they will speak alone later, then moves on and gives the group the official travel details, timing, and preparations. As Huang Tingwei repeats the polished exchange story, Wang Xiao grows even more certain the school trip is just a cover for something bigger. The other 3, though, listen closely because this is their first real long trip and the idea of being away for at least half a year makes it all feel very real. When the briefing ends, Huang Tingwei dismisses the others and keeps Wang Xiao behind for the real conversation. The moment they are alone, Wang Xiao asks bluntly why Huang Tingwei insists on bringing Zhou Shirao along. Huang Tingwei counters by asking why Wang Xiao is so determined to keep her out of what they keep calling a normal exchange. Wang Xiao finally explodes, calling the exchange story nonsense, and saying he already knows this trip is far more dangerous than they admit. Huang Tingwei answers with a harder truth. The trip may not be safe, but he and Academy head Qin can at least try to protect them there. Then he lands the real warning. If Zhou Shirua stays in Kaiyang City and something happens there, Wang Xiao should think for himself about what that would mean. That hint makes Wang Xiao realize the danger might not be limited to the trip at all, but could spread across a huge area. When Wang Xiao starts to guess the scale of what is coming, Huang Tingwei cuts him off with a hush and warns that thinking too much will only bring harm. Huang Tingwei sees Wang Zhao's suspicion and calmly tells him he does not need to worry so much. He reveals that Academy head Qin will travel with them too, and claims the two of them together can keep the students safe. Wang Xiao immediately pushes back and asks why, if safety is guaranteed, they gathered the strongest students in the first place. Huang Tingwei drops the old excuse and turns serious, saying the frontline war is much worse than students have been told. He says they need qualified warriors fast, and Wang Xiao suddenly realizes this whole school exchange may really be brutal training. Huang Tingwei half confirms it by saying Wang Zhao's group has already outgrown normal academy teaching and now has to learn through real application. That answer makes Wang Xiao piece together the real purpose. The military wants to push these 10 students to grow fast enough to reach the battlefield soon. Once he understands the good intention behind it, Wang Xiao remembers his earlier clash with Huang Tingwei and Qin Jinrong and feels embarrassed. But even after calming down, Wang Xiao bluntly says something still feels wrong and accuses Huang Tingwei of lying to him. His first objection targets the selection itself, because other top academies also have elite students on their level. Huang Tingwei answers that strength alone is not enough, because they also picked for temperament, potential, and how fast someone can grow. Wang Xiao accepts that point, then raises a second problem. If this plan matters that much, 10 students is far too small a scale. Huang Tingwei calls them an experimental class and says the military cannot spread such a radical method until it proves useful. Then Wang Xiao finally asks the question that matters most to him. Why did Huang Tingwei insist on bringing Zhou Shirou? Wang Xiao speaks frankly and says Zhou Shirou is the weakest right now, while someone like Gao Lishuan would be the more practical pick. Huang Tingwei unexpectedly agrees about Gao Lishuan, but turns the question back on Wang Xiao and asks if he really does not understand why Zhou Shirou was chosen. He says the answer is obvious. If Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirou were separated, both of them would be too distracted worrying about each other to function well. Huang Tingwei adds that Zhou Shirou's potential is still high enough to justify the decision, and Wang Xiao can only accept that answer with a grin and lingering doubt. Since Wang Xiao still looks suspicious, Huang Tingwei offers to let him ask more questions one by one. Wang Xiao takes the opening at once and asks the one thing Huang Tingwei keeps dodging, what his real mission is on this exchange. Huang Tingwei instantly turns shameless, saying he never promised he would actually answer every question. He even says a little doubt is useful, because staying suspicious will keep Wang Xiao alert during the trip. That tells Wang Xiao the conversation is finished, and he realizes Huang Tingwei will never hand over the real core of the secrets so easily. So Wang Xiao stands up, says the exchange clearly is not safe after all, and decides he will keep investigating in that direction himself. This time Huang Tingwei quietly stops him and drops a chilling hint. Turk only died last night. Wang Xiao first thinks Huang Tingwei misspoke, then the meaning lands hard and his face darkens as he realizes how huge the hidden matter may be. He does not ask another question, because if his guess is right, this secret is bigger than a few people or even a few military districts. After a long silence, Wang Xiao bows deeply and thanks Huang Tingwei for warning him at all. Huang Tingwei tells him to go prepare for the exchange, and Wang Xiao leaves the office with the warning still hanging over him. Once Wang Xiao is gone, Huang Tingwei exhales and worries he may have said too much for Commander Chen's liking. Outside in the corridor, Wang Xiao finds Zhou Shirou still waiting for him, while Yi Han and Su Junra have already left. Zhou Shirou says the other two went to upgrade their lord cores, and she cannot hide a little envy at how many secret realms they must have cleared to stockpile those resources. Wang Xiao says he should have enough materials to jump 4 levels by tomorrow night, and promises to help collect hers afterward. Even moved by that, Zhou Shirou still tells him to secure his own rise to level 5 first, because the mirror left in their territory keeps making her uneasy. Wang Xiao agrees and jokingly bumps her priority back just one step, keeping the mood light between them. Before Zhou Shirou can answer, Wang Zhao's communicator rings with a call from Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang sounds rattled and tells Wang Xiao to come to the shop immediately, refusing to explain over the call. The abrupt call makes Wang Xiao immediately wonder if Lu Yingying has been discovered after all. He runs through the possibilities in his head, but decides there is no point guessing when the fastest answer is to go there in person. Half an hour later, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shirou reach the lord's shop and stop cold at the sight inside. The entire first floor is packed shoulder to shoulder with 200 or 300 people, and even the stairs are crammed just as badly. What makes it worse is how wrong the atmosphere feels, because none of them are browsing goods and all of them are standing in eerie silence with their auras tightly restrained. Zhou Shirou edges close and whispers that Wang Xiao may have guessed right, because this looks like a reception party for Lu Yingying. Wang Xiao feels guilty despite knowing he did nothing wrong, but he steadies himself and decides they have to face this head on. He pushes open the door and steps inside with Zhou Shiro, and in the next instant hundreds of sharp eyes turn toward them at once. A middle-aged man by the entrance coldly says the shop is closed today, still polite on the surface but clearly blocking them. Wang Xiao quickly explains that he is not here to buy anything and starts saying Lin Xiang invited him. But the moment he says his name, Wang Xiao notices the crowd's reaction shift in a way that makes the whole room feel even more dangerous. The mood turns ugly the moment Wang Xiao admits who he is, and a middle-aged man from the Lord's shop reaches for him like he's about to make an arrest. Zhou Shiro instantly throws herself in front of Wang Xiao and demands that they speak openly instead of dragging him away. When they dismiss her as a meddler, Zhou Shiro coldly names herself as Wang Xiao's vassal lord and refuses to back down. The man mocks her, warns that Wang Xiao is as good as dead, and more black-clothed enforcers close in until the pressure turns frightening. Even with the room turning dangerous, Wang Xiao pulls Zhou Shiro behind him and jokes that he cannot let people think he's her vassal instead. When the man grabs him, Wang Xiao shrugs free with surprising strength and agrees to go, but only on his own terms. The crowd parts for Wang Xiao to head upstairs, turning his walk deeper into the shop into a tense public escort. Zhou Shiro tries to force her way after him, but the wall of bodies seals shut and cuts her off. Before he disappears into the crowd, Wang Xiao turns back and tells Zhou Shiro to wait, wearing a calm smile that barely settles her panic. After Wang Xiao vanishes upstairs, Zhou Shiro glares at the men with red eyes and quietly prepares to fight for him if she has to. Upstairs, Wang Xiao finds the fourth floor nearly empty except for 4 terrifying guards whose restrained aura still tells him they are far beyond him. He judges from their pressure that these men are at least level 6 lords, which kills any thought of forcing his way in. When Wang Xiao reaches for the office door, one guard stops him with icy politeness and orders him to wait. Even after Wang Xiao says Lin Xiang summoned him, the guard only repeats that the people inside are discussing something, so Wang Xiao has no choice but to wait. 10 long minutes later, a hoarse old voice from inside finally calls Wang Xiao in, and the guards snap even straighter at the sound. Seeing those monsters act that respectfully, Wang Xiao suddenly suspects the person inside is the real boss of the Lord's shop. A guard warns that the boss hates waiting, and Wang Xiao shoots back on impulse that he hates waiting too before immediately regretting it. Since the words are already out, Wang Xiao steels himself and strides into the office to face whoever called him here. Inside, Wang Xiao finds Lin Xiang and Shen Tianlin sitting with a richly dressed silver-haired old man whose warm smile clashes with the heavy security outside. Lin Xiang quickly introduces Wang Xiao to the old man as a standout young lord from Kaiyang City, obviously trying to smooth the mood. The silver-haired elder praises Wang Xiao as rare talent even by holy capital standards, and the compliment only makes Wang Xiao more wary. Prompted by Lin Xiang, Wang Xiao quickly bows and greets the old man as Boss Lu, betting he is related to Lu Yingying. Asked how he knew the surname, Wang Xiao calmly says he met Lu Yingying before, and the old man confirms his guess was right. Wang Xiao asks why such a powerful boss came to Kaiyang City for him, and the old man casually throws the question back to test him. Wang Xiao sees through the trap and refuses to guess, saying less is safer until Lu Yunxing stops circling and gets to the point. The old man says he came here to see Wang Xiao, and when Wang Xiao honestly asks what there is to see, the room's warmth abruptly vanishes. Calling Wang Xiao irresponsible for still playing dumb, Lu Yunxing slaps a handwritten note onto the table and orders him to read it. The message is just a simple note saying the writer went to Kaiyang City and should not be searched for, which leaves Wang Xiao more baffled than frightened. Lin Xiang leans in with a teasing whisper about Wang Xiao climbing a high branch, and Wang Xiao starts to realize this note is supposedly from Lu Yingying. Once that lands, Wang Xiao demands to know what any of this has to do with him. Lu Yunxing still treats him like a liar, and has Shen Tianlin explain why they suspect him. Shen Tianlin brings up Wang Gao's meeting with Lu Yingying and says she left in tears afterward, trying to connect that straight to her disappearance. Wang Xiao cuts him off on the spot and snaps that Lu Yingying was crying after talking to Shen Tianlin, not after talking to him. Shen Tianlin insists that Lu Yingying asked a lot about Wang Xiao afterward, then secretly left a note and disappeared, so they suspect Wang Xiao instigated her runaway. That absurd logic finally breaks Wang Zhao's patience, and he stares at Shen Tianlin like he has heard something insane. Wang Xiao tears into the so-called evidence, pointing out that the note never mentions him at all. He pushes harder by asking how Shen Tianlin could know anything meaningful about him when they had only just met that same day. Shen Tianlin gets stuck on his own story and can no longer answer cleanly. Seeing their accusation fall apart, Wang Xiao coldly says that if someone wants to frame him, any excuse will do, and he suspects this whole scene is really about breaking the contract. When Wang Xiao accuses the Lord's shop of trying to stir up trouble and break the deal, the resting elder Lu Yunxing finally opens his eyes and cuts in coldly. Lu Yunxing openly warns that anyone who keeps spreading nonsense and damaging the shop's reputation will face him directly. Shen Tianlin looks awkward under that warning, and Wang Xiao only answers with a mocking sneer instead of exposing him on the spot. Still thinking Wang Xiao is the problem, Lu Yunxing says he once thought highly of him, but now finds him irresponsible and disappointing. Before Wang Xiao can even ask what that means, Lin Xiang quietly reveals the real condition. If Wang Xiao admits he and Lu Yingying love each other, the resources will be handed over. That absurd condition stops Wang Xiao cold, and he immediately asks who started the rumor that he and Lu Yingying are in love. Lin Xiang points the blame straight at Shen Tianlin, so Wang Xiao turns and demands how he got love at first sight from a single meeting that happened today. Shen Tianlin insists it was obvious, saying Wang Xiao lowered his guard for Lu Yingying and she showed clear interest after he left. Wang Xiao fires back that enemies can be interested in each other too, then drags Lin Xiang in as a witness from the scene. But Lin Xiang sheepishly admits he was busy watching a video replay at the time and noticed almost nothing, which leaves Wang Xiao hanging in pure frustration. Done arguing, Wang Xiao slaps his note onto the table and says Lu Yingying is in Kaiyang City for Academy head Qin, not for him. He presses the point even harder, saying he personally sent her to Qin Kaiyang and they can settle everything by calling him over. After a brief frown over Qin Kaiyang's identity, Lu Yunxing decides to verify it and orders Lin Xiang to make the call. Lin Xiang returns with a strange face and reports that Qin Kaiyang is busy for now, but Lu Yingying really is with him and he heard her voice himself. The next line hits harder. Lu Yingying said she absolutely would not return to the holy capital, then snatched the communicator and hung up. Lu Yunxing bolts out of the office like a storm, and Shen Tianlin rushes after him as heavy footsteps thunder outside with the rest of the group moving out. The office suddenly falls quiet, and Wang Xiao can only ask Lin Xiang with a pained look whether his precious resource batch just disappeared with them. Lin Xiang reassures him that the Lord's shop values its credibility, and probably will not make things difficult if this was all a misunderstanding. Even while comforting him, Lin Xiang cannot resist asking one more time if he and Lu Yingying truly have no feelings for each other, and Wang Xiao snaps back immediately. Right then, hurried footsteps race closer, and Zhou Shiro bursts into the office looking worried sick after seeing the crowd downstairs rush off. Seeing Wang Xiao unharmed, Zhou Shiro finally relaxes and asks what on earth happened. Wang Xiao sinks back onto the sofa and admits the mess is too tangled to explain in a few words, so he decides to stay put and wait for whatever comes next. Instead of pressing him, Zhou Shiro sits beside him with a soft smile and quietly promises that whatever happens, she will stand on his side. Wang Xiao answers by naturally taking Zhou Shiro's hand, and Lin Xiang instantly switches from gossip mode to worried calculation. Watching them together, Lin Xiang starts to suspect the real danger is not Wang Xiao liking Lu Yingying, but Lu Yingying liking Wang Xiao while everyone around them has already noticed. The more Lin Xiang thinks about Shen Tianlin's confidence and Lu Yunxing's overreaction, the more convinced he becomes that this mess may be heartbreak in the making. While Lin Xiang spirals in his own theories, Wang Xiao gives Zhou Shiro a trimmed version of the story and quietly keeps the parts that should stay hidden. Even after explaining it, Wang Xiao cannot shake the feeling that Shen Tianlin sounded too certain, and the whole Lu Yingying situation is stranger than it looks. Nearly an hour later, rumbling footsteps return outside the window, and Wang Xiao sees Lu Yunxing's group rushing back into the Lord's shop. A few minutes later Shen Tianlin comes in alone, and when Lin Xiang asks about the boss, he says Lu Yunxing had to rush back to the holy capital first. Then Shen Tianlin hooks a finger at Wang Xiao and tells him to follow, like the argument from before never happened. Zhou Shiro immediately steps in front of Wang Xiao and coldly reminds Shen Tianlin that they are customers, so if he has something to say, he can say it here. Shen Tianlin answers with a strange threat, saying that if they insist on talking here, they can wait 2 or 3 months. Lin Xiang is the first to understand and blurts out that Shen Tianlin must be taking Wang Xiao to collect the resource shipment. He quickly explains the logic. Huge resource transfers cannot use the ancient teleportation portal, so 2 to 3 months is exactly the logistics time from the holy capital to Kaiyang. Shen Tianlin refuses to say it outright, but his silence is all the confirmation Wang Xiao needs. Wang Xiao jumps up in delight for a second, then abruptly sits back down because the whole turnaround is too suspicious. Instead of following, Wang Xiao asks why people who just came to pressure him are suddenly handing over resources for no clear reason. Shen Tianlin gets impatient and tells him to stop asking questions and just decide whether he wants the resources or not. So Wang Xiao raises the stakes and flatly says he does not want them anymore, telling Shen Tianlin to leave. That bluff lands perfectly, because Shen Tianlin's face changes at once, and he can no longer hide that he needs Wang Xiao to accept. Zhou Shiro leans close and urgently reminds Wang Xiao that these resources matter for his level 4 advancement, but he quietly tells her he knows what he is doing. Now sure he has the upper hand, Wang Xiao presses harder and says the only reason Shen Tianlin is here must be Lu Yingying forcing the issue. He goes even further and guesses the exact threat: give him the resources, or Lu Yingying will refuse to go home. Shen Tianlin blurts out his shock before he can stop himself, which confirms Wang Zhao's entire deduction on the spot. With the truth exposed, Wang Xiao finally pieces it together. Lu Yingying asked about him and made this threat on purpose so everyone would misunderstand their relationship. And once he sees it as revenge, the whole scheme clicks into place. Set a merchant patriarch against a poor boy from Kaiyang and let the elders do the damage for her. Half amused and half exasperated, Wang Xiao mutters that women can be terrifyingly vicious, and says it at exactly the wrong moment. Zhou Shiro's expression turns instantly bitter, and Wang Xiao scrambles to explain that he was not talking about her. That only makes it worse, because Zhou Shiro quietly asks what exactly makes her different from other women. Wan Xiao desperately tries to recover by calling Zhou Shiro a good woman and Lu Yingying a bad one, and somehow manages to insult everyone at once. Xin Tianlin finally blows up and warns Wan Xiao not to think he can casually speak that way about Lu Yingying. Seeing the whole room go bad at once, Wan Xiao gives up on defending his wording, apologizes, and tells Xin Tianlin to hurry up and get him the resources. Xin Tianlin throws down a final warning that this is the last time, then storms out of the office again. Wan Xiao spends a moment coaxing Zhou Shiro until she settles down, because he still needs to chase after this chance before it disappears again. By the time Wan Xiao hurries into the corridor, Xin Tianlin is already gone, so Wan Xiao takes Zhou Shiro and heads for the ancient teleportation portal himself. After Lin Xiang activates the portal, Wan Xiao and Zhou Shiro cross over to the holy capital and follow Wang Zhao's memory toward the Lord's Shop headquarters storage district. When they emerge from the underground passage, Xin Tianlin is waiting by the roadside as if he knew exactly where they would come up. Instead of escorting them further, Xin Tianlin strips off his crystal badge and asks if Wang Xiao even knows who runs the storage department. Wang Xiao is still baffled that Xin Tianlin is leaving early, because there is one glaring problem left. The contract for this deal has not been signed yet. So Wang Xiao pulls out the old gold contract and bluntly asks why they are handing over resources before the paperwork is done. With a huge eye roll, Xin Tianlin snatches the contract, rewrites the terms on the spot, and stamps it with his lord mark to end the issue immediately. When Wang Xiao checks the new terms, he sees the deal has become far better for him. Only 3 mutated beasts, for a total of 15 billion. Wang Xiao does not hesitate for even a second after that and leaves his own lord mark, finally locking the deal in. As the contract closes, Wang Xiao can only laugh helplessly at the irony that Lu Yingying tried to scheme against him but accidentally helped push the transaction through. A golden flash split the gold contract in two, and Xin Tianlin took his copy without even checking it before handing Wang Xiao the crystal badge to collect the goods. Wang Xiao thanked him, but the strange weight and unfamiliar metal of the badge caught his attention for a second. By the time Wang Xiao looked up to ask another question, Xin Tianlin had already left, and Zhou Shiro quietly worried they might have offended the Lord's shop. Wang Xiao brushed that off and told Zhou Shiro the shop would not hold a grudge, figuring Lu Yunxing would calm down after the mess with his runaway granddaughter. At the storage office, the staff saw Xin Tianlin's badge and quickly brought out 2 metal boxes, one large and one small. The clerk explained the big box held Wang Zhao's order, and the smaller one was a personal gift from Xin Tianlin. When the small box opened, a black crystal beast egg wrapped in dense energy aura stunned both of them on the spot. Zhou Shiro immediately relaxed, taking the free gift as proof that the Lord's shop was not angry after all. Wang Xiao agreed out loud, but inside he suddenly suspected the gift was really a test of whether he could truly accelerate a mutated beast's growth. That realization gave him a headache, because raising this diamond beast would burn the one growth chance he needed for the Lord's shop order unless he could somehow push his Lord core to level 5 fast. Unable to solve that problem for now, Wang Xiao pulled himself back to the present and found Zhou Shiro already checking the large box against the list. He stopped her from painstakingly counting everything and loudly praised the Lord's shop's integrity, half reassuring her and half flattering the clerk. The clerk happily played along, then asked the real problem: how were they planning to physically take all these resource balls away? Zhou Shiro assumed they could just store them in their territory, but the clerk awkwardly explained these resource balls were not counted as ordinary goods and could not be taken out that way. The clerk offered to sell them the resource balls themselves at a discount, but Wang Xiao could only smile awkwardly because he was flat broke after this deal. With no cash and no storage space, Wang Xiao grimly proposed upgrading his Lord Core right there in the shop just to consume the resources in batches. Zhou Shiro rejected that at once, warning that a Lord Core upgrade could not be disturbed and was too dangerous to do around outsiders. Wang Xiao admitted she was right, but they still had no way to fit both their old stock and this giant batch of upgrade resources at the same time. Then Wang Xiao suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up as a storage solution finally clicked into place. He immediately summoned 2 1-meter metal boxes, and Zhou Shiro recognized them as the orange-quality Sound Realm boxes. Wang Xiao explained that a Sound Realm box measured storage by total energy, not raw size, so low-grade ordinary resources could be packed inside like a bottomless pit. Its even crazier trick was that once the lid was closed, the packed box still counted as only one storage unit in a territory warehouse. Even the storage manager sounded sour with envy, because one orange item had just solved a problem that normally demanded a huge warehouse. Working together, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro filled the second box too, freeing enough warehouse room to store the purple upgrade resources properly. With the crisis solved, they sat beside the boxes and steadily collected the order, using the list to verify everything as they worked. By the end, Wang Xiao realized the Lord's shop had actually overfilled the order instead of shorting him, which made his earlier suspicion feel a little petty. He stored the diamond black beast egg at last, and the whole collection trip was finally complete. After the usual spatial distortion, Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro returned to Kaiyang City, where Lin Xiang was already waiting anxiously for news. When Wang Xiao confirmed he had the resources, he warmly thanked Lin Xiang for brokering the deal that made all of this possible. Lin Xiang laughed that Wang Zhao's massive order might be enough to get him promoted to headquarters, which gave Wang Xiao a new opening. Wang Xiao threw an arm around him and quietly offered an even bigger chance at headquarters. Another huge order, this time for all the resources needed to reach level 5. Lin Xiang froze, convinced Wang Xiao had to be joking since he had only just secured the level 4 materials. Wang Xiao met that doubt head-on and admitted his real target had always been level 5, but he had hidden behind a smaller request first so Lin Xiang would not reject him outright. That made Lin Xiang remember Wang Xiao really had hinted at level 5 before, and his disbelief turned into uneasy consideration. In the end, Lin Xiang did not promise success, but he agreed to start negotiating for level 5 resources if Wang Xiao could first complete the current transaction cleanly. Wang Xiao grinned immediately and promised to deliver the black gold ore within 3 days, locking in the next step of the deal. After Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro left, Lin Xiang stayed behind in a daze, staring after them with a deeply complicated expression. Wang Xiao, meanwhile, rushed straight home and did not even stop to eat before diving his consciousness into his territory. Zhou Shiro had not entered yet, but Wang Xiao was too impatient to wait and flew alone to the Lord Core hanging in his territory. He touched the Lord Core, and a light blue interface appeared to confirm that his level 3 territory was finally qualified to upgrade. After all the planning and scrambling, Wang Zhao's hands actually trembled with excitement as he stared at the words telling him he could upgrade immediately. He did not hesitate for even a second and slammed his hand onto yes to begin the long-awaited upgrade to level 4. The moment Wang Xiao starts the upgrade, the blue virtual screen bursts into light and his warehouse resources begin draining straight into his Lord Core. That upgrade explodes into a terrifying hurricane, and Wang Xiao can only stare as the whole territory starts looking like it is being torn apart. Before he can make sense of it, Wang Xiao hears Zhou Shiro scream and sees her getting whipped around in the storm like she might be blown away. He rushes her into the eye of the storm, where the wind is still rough but no longer deadly. Still pale with fear, Zhou Shiro asks if this kind of level-up chaos is actually normal, and Wang Xiao can only answer with very shaky confidence. When Zhou Shiro looks down and sees the cities nearly buried under sand, even Wang Xiao has to admit this upgrade feels badly wrong. A few minutes later the sandstorm rises almost to their altitude, and Wang Xiao realizes the two of them are no longer anywhere near safe. Wang Xiao lifts them higher and tells Zhou Shiro to leave the territory, because if this gets worse he needs to deal with his Lord Core alone. Zhou Shiro refuses on the spot, because if Wang Xiao would never abandon her in danger, she will not abandon him either. That shuts Wang Xiao up, so he gives in and only makes her promise to stay right beside him. Just as Wang Xiao prepares to check the Lord Core again, the hurricane stops so suddenly that the silence feels unnatural. After a tense pause, Zhou Shiro quietly wonders if the upgrade is finally over. Wang Xiao tests his control and realizes the territory is listening to him again, which means the upgrade really did finish. As the dust clears under Wang Zhao's command, the territory reappears with one huge change. It has doubled in size. The air itself feels richer now, and both of them can tell their energy recovers faster inside this upgraded territory. Wang Xiao also feels his control over the territory become much finer, even if he cannot fully explain that new precision yet. When Wang Xiao opens the Lord Core panel, the words level 4 finally appear, and he can breathe for real again. Then the system gives Wang Xiao a new level 4 reward, and this time it appears as a giant lottery wheel that only he can see. When Wang Xiao studies the new wheel, he realizes most of its 180 slots are pitch black and unreadable, which instantly makes the reward feel suspicious. He starts to suspect those black spaces might be punishments, which makes this lucky draw feel a lot less lucky. Wang Xiao hates trusting luck, but with no other choice he takes a breath and starts the first draw. The light bar races around the wheel and finally lands on 10,000-fold quantity increase, which immediately eases Wang Zhao's nerves. He quickly uses the second draw too, and this one stops on 10,000-fold quality increase. That reward is not what he wanted most, but Wang Xiao decides he can at least use it on a strong item for Zhou Shiro later. He spends several deep breaths gathering his courage for the last pull, already dreading the black sections on the wheel. Then his worst guess seems to come true when the final light bar stops right on a black entry. Zhou Shiro notices his face go bad immediately, but since she cannot see the wheel, all she sees is Wang Xiao looking like disaster just hit him. Wang Xiao lies that he is fine, even though he is already mourning the reward chances he thinks he just wasted. After finding a quick excuse to send Zhou Shiro off, Wang Xiao rushes back to inspect the black entry properly. Instead of a punishment, the black slot reveals a hidden mission. If Wang Xiao gets a diamond quality soldier, he earns another reward choice. That revelation lights Wang Xiao right back up, because he already has a diamond beast egg and this mission suddenly looks like free profit. He quickly understands the best part too. The hidden mission reward is a choice, not another random spin. In less than a minute, Wang Xiao goes from fearing the black sections to regretting that his first 2 pulls did not land on them too. He accepts the hidden mission, the reward wheel disappears, and a hidden mission marker is added to his Lord Core interface. Once he confirms everything is stable, Wan Xiao comes back down to the ground where Zhou Shiro is still studying the new layout. Zhou Shiro asks again if he should rest first, because from her point of view Wan Xiao just went from half-dead tense to weirdly energetic. But Wan Xiao is already grinning and ready to work, because the bigger territory and that hidden mission have him completely fired up. By the end of it, Wan Xiao is moving with full motivation again, while Zhou Shiro can only wonder what secret just turned him around so fast. Back at the edge of their newly expanded land, Wan Xiao stares at the long strip of wasteland and realizes this territory's shape is a headache instead of a blessing. He sees the problem immediately. If they build normally, their cities could end up nearly 1,000 kilometers apart and too far away to rescue each other in a crisis. But abandoning construction is no better, because any enemy who enters that empty new zone could claim it almost for free. Out of ideas, Wan Xiao asks Zhou Shiro for a solution to handle such a huge new area. Zhou Shiro calmly says they still need to keep building cities, because exploring, developing, and guarding both sides all require people on site. Wan Xiao agrees with the basic idea, but cuts in before she can finish and points out the real trap: distance will still cripple their mutual support. He presses harder, saying that no matter how much they expand their population, one concentrated attack on either end could still leave the other side too far away to help. After getting shut down before she can explain, Zhou Shiro turns visibly unhappy and throws the question back at him. Wan Xiao shamelessly laughs it off, pats her shoulder, and says that is exactly why he asked her in the first place. He immediately dumps the whole problem on her, saying he wants to study his newly upgraded Lord Core and expects a full territory plan by tomorrow morning. When Zhou Shiro realizes that gives her only one night, she is stunned on the spot. Wan Xiao just smiles brighter and tells her to stop waiting around and hurry back to think. Zhou Shiro nearly explodes, but after a beat she swallows it, sighs helplessly, says she understands, and flashes away. Wan Xiao waits to make sure she will not sneak back, and the smile on his face finally disappears. The truth is simple. He was not rushing the territory plan at all. He just needed Zhou Shiro far away before hatching a diamond-quality beast egg that might cause another disaster. To limit the damage if things go wrong, Wan Xiao teleports to the farthest edge of the new territory, as far from the main city as he can get. Only there does he finally take out the diamond beast egg, still wary that if another destructive sandstorm appears, even he will be helpless. He sets the egg down and finally gets a good look at it, half a person's height, glossy black like obsidian, with faint milky patterns hidden inside. Those twisting pale lines feel strangely familiar to him, as if he has seen that hidden pattern many times before, even though he only got the egg a few hours ago. He cannot place where that familiarity comes from, so he forces the doubt down and checks the egg's information instead. The name on the screen makes him frown. Cloud Beast tells him almost nothing about its shape or element. Since guessing gets him nowhere, Wan Xiao decides to stop overthinking and start the blood contract. Even so, he stays careful and activates the protection ring's defensive field before letting his blood fall onto the shell. The blood vanishes into the shell instantly, and Wan Xiao jumps back expecting trouble, but the egg stays completely still. After half a minute of silence, he starts doubting himself and flicks more drops of blood at it just to be sure. Those drops are absorbed too, so Wan Xiao grimly assumes this contract simply needs a lot more blood and deepens the cut. This time he pours a steady stream of blood onto the beast egg, and at last the shell gives a slight tremble. A light blue screen finally appears over the egg and shows the awful truth: contract in progress, 1 out of 100. Seeing that miserable progress after losing so much blood, Wan Xiao's face darkens as he realizes this diamond egg may bleed him half dead before it finishes. He is so angry he almost kicks the lousy thing apart, but he freezes at the last second because smashing it now would waste all that blood. While he hesitates, the number quietly crawls up to 3, and that tiny improvement is just enough to stop him from giving up. After weighing the cost, Wan Xiao decides to brute force it and pulls out a healing potion to fight this contract head-on. Elsewhere, inside a secret realm at Kaiyang Academy, Luo Na's training has turned a once sunny grassland into a brutal mess of broken ice, mud, and blood. On the central ice platform, Lin Dong, Yang Fan, Han Bufan, and Tang Hingshan lie collapsed, and even Fan Tianyu is filthy and exhausted like a little beggar. Luo Na, standing clean and composed at the edge of the platform, smiles and softly asks them how they feel now. Tang Hingshan weakly complains that he may have been mouthy before, but Mr. Luo did not need to train them this ruthlessly. Luo Na stays mild and says this is not cruelty, it is just the only way to understand their limits before helping them improve. Fan Tianyu immediately backs him up, saying they cannot improve unless Luo Na first understands their limits and attack methods clearly. Yang Fan rolls his eyes and snaps back that this went way past training, because for a few moments it honestly felt like Luo Na was here to kill them. Fan Tianyu refuses to budge and reminds everyone that her family worked hard to invite this experienced lord here, so they should stop complaining. Luo Na just smiles indulgently, and Fan Tianyu uses the opening to remind the group why they came at all. They want Wan Xiao to finally see them differently. That hits home fast, and Tang Hingshan hauls himself upright first, vowing that next time they meet, Wan Zhao's eyes will light up. Lin Dong and Han Bufan sit up right after him, clearly fired up by the same idea. The whole group turns to Yang Fan, and under that pressure he gives in and grudgingly sits up too. Satisfied at last, Tang Hingshan immediately asks Luo Na to start the next round of training. Luo Na chuckles and refuses, saying the real month-long training starts tomorrow after he goes back and thinks through their weaknesses properly. That answer makes Fan Tianyu hesitate, because they are supposed to leave next week. She explains that this exchange is exactly why they invited him, and they need to grow stronger as fast as possible before leaving. Luo Na asks where they are headed, but Fan Tianyu can only admit that even they do not know the destination yet and may be gone for at least half a year. After hearing that, Luo Na casually offers to travel over and give them special training once they know where they are going. Fan Tianyu is startled and tries to refuse, because following them for half a year feels far too troublesome to accept. Luo Na gently shuts that down too, saying he owes the Fang family a favor anyway, so this can simply settle the debt. He adds that he might not follow them the entire time, but before they leave he will handle their basic training first, and with that he crushes the key to exit. As soon as Luo Na disappears in golden light, the whole group drops flat again in pure relief. More than 10 minutes later, they finally recover enough to leave, and Fan Tianyu reminds everyone not to be late tomorrow. Right before they go, Tang Hingshan asks the question still bothering him. Who exactly is Luo Na, and why is someone who looks so young so overwhelmingly strong? Fan Tianyu quietly admits he is not really sure either, because he only met Luo Na as a guest in his home the night before and Luo Na offered to help almost immediately. Her answer leaves Tang Hingshan with an even stranger feeling, as if Luo Na's sudden appearance makes less sense the more they think about it. Inside his territory, Wan Xiao collapses beside the beast egg with his vision going black, but the contract is already at 98% and that tiny lead is enough to keep him fighting to stay awake. To stop himself from passing out, Wan Xiao mutters that if this cloud beast turns out weak, he will smash the Lord's shop headquarters for tricking him. He knows the shop is not really to blame, but anger is the only thing keeping his fading body conscious while he waits for the contract to finish. After an agonizing stretch, the contract finally reaches 99%, and Wan Xiao forces himself back onto his feet to witness the end. The contract succeeds at last, and the system immediately tells him the egg will not hatch for 3 months and 15 days. The absurdly long incubation shocks Wan Xiao, but the shock quickly turns into excitement because his past experience says a longer hatch time means a far stronger beast. He immediately burns 1 acceleration growth card, only to shave off a mere 3 days from that massive timer. Wan Xiao uses his last 6 acceleration cards too, but even after emptying his stock, the hatch time still sits at roughly 3 months. Realizing his own supply is nowhere near enough, Wan Xiao decides he has no choice but to buy a huge batch of acceleration cards from the trading market. He leaves the territory and wakes back in reality still wrung out from blood loss, too weak to do more than lie in bed for a while. Once he has enough strength to move, Wan Xiao calls Ma Yunla and asks for 30 green acceleration cards, or any mix strong enough to cut about 90 days. Ma Yunla answers with his usual business-first enthusiasm, then immediately notices Wan Xiao sounds terrible and asks if he is sick. Wan Xiao brushes the concern aside and only pushes for speed, so Ma Yunla agrees to gather what he can and deliver it directly. He considers asking Lin Xiang too, but with more than 100 billion already owed to the Lord's shop, Wan Xiao cannot bring himself to press for more favors. With no better option left, Wan Xiao tosses the communicator aside and falls asleep from sheer exhaustion. An urgent pounding on the door jolts him awake, and after a dazed moment he realizes Ma Yunla must have arrived. Still weak all over, Wan Xiao drags himself to the door by holding onto the wall and furniture. When he opens up, Ma Yunla is indeed waiting outside, and Wan Xiao greets him with a tired smile, expecting the full 30 cards. Ma Yunla awkwardly admits he could only scrape together 16, because acceleration cards are in constant demand and almost no one wants to sell them. Wan Xiao decides 16 is better than nothing and reaches for the cards anyway. But Ma Yunla does not let go and bluntly asks for 5,000 star coins, including his errand fee. Wan Xiao is caught flat-footed because he just spent heavily on resources, still owes the Lord's shop more than 100 billion, and cannot pay Ma Yunla on the spot. Ma Yunla pulls the cards back and insists on payment first, claiming brokerage rules apply no matter how close they are. That excuse only makes Wan Xiao laugh, because Ma Yunla has already made plenty of money selling Wan Xiao's goods before, so this sudden rule talk feels completely off. Ma Yunla digs in and says even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, which only makes Wan Xiao more certain something is wrong. Wan Xiao directly asks if Ma Yunla ran into trouble, and that hits the mark. Ma Yunla finally admits the real issue. Wan Xiao has been blacklisted in the trading market, and everyone is watching Ma Yunla because of their connection. He spells it out even more clearly. If he hands over goods without taking money today, his own business in the market is finished. Wan Xiao is stunned, because his reputation in the market should have been excellent, and he has no idea why he was suddenly blacklisted. Ma Yunla first thinks Wan Xiao is pretending, but Wan Zhao's blank reaction convinces him he truly does not know what happened. So Ma Yunla asks one key question instead. Has Wan Xiao recently done a huge deal with the Lord's shop? When Wan Xiao confirms he did, Ma Yunla drops the bomb that the Lord's shop is said to have announced Wan Xiao owes more than 100 billion and wants him banned. Ma Yunla adds that anyone who dares do business with Wan Xiao will supposedly be banned too, which is why the whole market is staying away. Wan Xiao is furious and baffled, because the debt is real but it is protected by a signed agreement, and a black gold or payment due in 3 days. Ma Yunla can only say the rumor came from inside the Lord's shop and has become effectively true because the whole market believes it, and because Ma Yunla survives on small trade, he pleads that he cannot afford to be dragged down with Wan Xiao. Without another word, Wan Xiao squeezes past him and heads straight for the Lord's shop. Late that night in Kaiyang City's trading market, Wan Xiao arrives in person and the whole street falls silent as people stare at him like he is walking into his own funeral. Ma Yunla trails behind at a distance, worried enough to follow but too afraid of the blacklist to stand beside Wan Xiao openly. As Wan Xiao enters the Lord's shop, the market erupts behind him with whispers that he must have gone crazy to confront that powerhouse directly. Wan Xiao heads straight to the manager's office, convinced Lin Xiang will still be there after a mess this big. Before he enters, Wan Xiao hears Lin Xiang inside fielding one agitated call after another and denying the rumor over and over. That is the first sign something is badly off, because Lin Xiang sounds like a man putting out a fire he never started. Wan Xiao pushes open the door, and one look between the two men is enough to show they are both trapped in the same mess. Lin Xiang motions Wan Xiao to sit, barks at one last caller that this is all a misunderstanding, then shuts off the communicator and drops onto the sofa. Wan Xiao no longer comes in swinging and instead asks the key question: if Lin Xiang did not spread this, then what exactly is happening? Lin Xiang explains he only learned of the rumor about an hour ago when people started asking him to confirm it, and the details spreading outside are alarmingly close to the truth. The rumor says Wan Xiao cheated a massive amount of resources from the Lord's shop, got blacklisted, and should be avoided by the entire market. Lin Xiang swears he never leaked any of it, and Wan Xiao believes him, but that only makes the source even more troubling. Wan Xiao asks if someone at headquarters like Xing Tianlin could be behind it, but Lin Xiang rejects that immediately. Lin Xiang says that even if Xing Tianlin wanted to do it, the news could not have spread through Kaiyang City this fast without passing through him first, and it did not. He even reveals that he contacted Xing Tianlin as soon as the rumor reached him, and Xing Tianlin seemed just as unaware. For a moment Lin Xiang wonders if one of Wang Zhao's enemies deliberately weaponized the debt to choke off his access to resources. But Wang Xiao quickly points out that if someone only wanted to smear him, they never needed such an absurd 100 billion number at all. Lin Xiang follows that logic and calls the whole move childish, because Wang Xiao can clear the matter instantly just by showing the golden contract they already signed. That word hits Wang Xiao hard, because the rumor's petty, obvious sabotage suddenly feels familiar to him. By the end of the conversation, Wang Xiao quietly says he thinks he knows who released the news. Late at night in Kaiyang City's wealthy district, Lin Xiang stares at the grand mansions and quietly wonders what kind of powerful person Wang Xiao came to confront. Wang Xiao shrugs off the question with a dry joke and stops in front of an old iron core wood door, confirming this is Qin Kaiyang's home. A sleepy middle-aged servant cracks open the small door, but the moment he sees Wang Xiao, he wakes right up and recognizes him on sight. When Wang Xiao asks how he was recognized, the servant cheerfully says Qin Kaiyang talks about him at home so often that everyone already knows his face. The servant lets them in and goes to wake Qin Kaiyang, leaving Wang Xiao and Lin Xiang to wait in the quiet living room. About 10 minutes later, Qin Kaiyang arrives in a sleeping robe, and Wang Xiao immediately introduces Lin Xiang before getting to the point. Wang Xiao bluntly says he came to find Lu Yingying, and Lin Xiang freezes as he realizes Wang Xiao suspects her of spreading the rumors. Qin Kaiyang avoids a direct answer, so Wang Xiao lays out the whole mess and says Lu Yingying is the only person who knows enough and dislikes him enough to do this. After hearing the explanation, Qin Kaiyang finally says he will go call her, which all but confirms Wang Xiao guessed right. Qin Kaiyang stays gone for so long that Lin Xiang keeps rushing to the door in panic, while Wang Xiao calmly guesses the old man is lecturing Lu Yingying or figuring out how to smooth this over. When Qin Kaiyang finally returns alone, Wang Xiao immediately asks if Lu Yingying is too embarrassed to face him. Qin Kaiyang snaps that Wang Xiao is still a young man arguing with a girl, basically admitting Lu Yingying really was behind the rumor campaign. Qin Kaiyang offers to publicly clear Wang Zhao's name tomorrow and asks Lin Xiang to help, which Lin Xiang agrees to immediately. The old man also promises compensation, but Wang Xiao immediately presses the real issue by asking whether Lu Yingying herself is willing to admit she was wrong. Wang Xiao makes it clear he does not care about money as much as the pattern, because if Lu Yingying never faces what she did, she will just do it again. Qin Kaiyang promises he already scolded her hard and urges Wang Xiao to let this end here, then casually lets slip that the two of them will be seeing each other often anyway. That one line stops Wang Xiao cold, and he demands to know exactly what Qin Kaiyang means. Qin Kaiyang reveals the new exchange student joining the school trip is Lu Yingying, and Wang Xiao shoots to his feet in disbelief. Before Wang Xiao can process it, Lu Yingying finally appears at the door with a bright smile and declares she repeated a year just to join the exchange and stay by his side. Seeing her in person leaves Wang Xiao visibly awkward, because he cannot treat Lu Yingying like a friend anymore, but he also cannot honestly call her an enemy. Qin Kaiyang is just as wary and asks why she came out after being told to rest, clearly unconvinced by her suddenly obedient act. Lu Yingying says she is here to apologize, and absolutely nobody in the room believes her. She walks up to Wang Xiao, bows deeply, and recites a proper apology so obediently that it feels suspicious on its own. Then she pushes the joke too far by bowing 4 times like she is paying respects to the dead, and Wang Xiao instantly sees through the childish stunt. Qin Kaiyang pulls Lu Yingying behind him and apologizes for her behavior, trying to stop the scene from getting even more ridiculous. Wang Xiao stays polite but draws a hard line. Apology or not, he still refuses to let Lu Yingying join the school exchange. Lu Yingying starts to snap back at him, but one look from Qin Kaiyang shuts her up on the spot. Qin Kaiyang finally explains the real reason. Long ago he was close with the Lu family, helped raise Lu Yingying as a child, and now she wants one more year near the grandfather figure she cherishes. Wang Xiao understands the logic, but he still sees Lu Yingying as a walking time bomb and refuses to gamble the already dangerous exchange trip on her behavior. He makes his position final by saying that if Qin Kaiyang cannot accept it, he will take the matter directly to Commander Chen himself. Qin Kaiyang tells him to go ahead, but the warning in his voice makes it clear Wang Xiao had better prepare himself first. Realizing the argument is going nowhere, Wang Xiao gets ready to leave, but Qin Kaiyang stops him and insists Lu Yingying still owes him proper compensation for tonight. Wang Xiao does not hesitate at all and asks for 30 acceleration growth items, hitting the old man with a number big enough to make him blink. He even explains that he meant to buy them himself tonight, but Lu Yingying's rumor stunt wrecked his business, so this bill really is her fault. Qin Kaiyang accepts the logic on the spot and tells Lin Xiang to hand over 30 cards and charge the whole thing to him. With the rumors, the exchange dispute, and the compensation all settled for now, Wang Xiao and Lin Xiang finally leave the residence together. After they are gone, Qin Kaiyang can only sigh and tell Lu Yingying she really crossed the line this time. Lu Yingying answers with a strange little smile and says that if she did not stir things up this hard, Wang Xiao would never truly remember her. Then she reminds Qin Kaiyang of the dream she had as a child, and the old man suddenly realizes what she is implying. Looking toward the empty doorway Wang Xiao just left through, Lu Yingying quietly says she has a feeling he might be the only person who can help her. Late at night in Kaiyang City's Lord's shop, Lin Xiang lays out 30 green acceleration growth cards for Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao does not even inspect the cards and says he trusts Lin Xiang, while apologizing for dragging him out in the middle of the night. Lin Xiang brushes off the apology, then immediately circles back to the real mystery bothering him. Lu Yingying. Wang Xiao points out that Lin Xiang was the one who first took him to the holy capital, so if he had known Lu Yingying earlier, Lin Xiang would already know. Lin Xiang admits that part makes sense, but he still cannot understand why the Lord's shop eldest miss would single Wang Xiao out at all. Wang Xiao instantly denies any special connection and insists Lu Yingying is probably just still angry that he tore down a wall at the headquarters. Lin Xiang flatly rejects that idea because every rumor he has heard says Lu Yingying has always been sensible and understanding. That description makes Wang Xiao nearly laugh out loud, because the woman he dealt with tonight looked nothing like a calm and reasonable saint. Lin Xiang admits that is exactly why the whole thing feels wrong to him too, because the real Lu Yingying they saw in the rumors about her barely match. Lin Xiang adds one solid fact: Minister Sheng treated her with full respect, so whatever was off tonight, she still had to be the real eldest miss. Wang Xiao briefly wonders if there could be 2 granddaughters, but Lin Xiang shuts that down and says only one person could ever be called eldest miss. With no clue that actually explains Lu Yingying, the 2 of them finally give up on the mystery for tonight. They leave the Lord's shop and part ways outside, ending the awkward late-night discussion. Back home, Wang Xiao knows he still needs to speak with Xing Jingrong about Lu Yingying before the school exchange, but another job is even more urgent right now. He sinks his consciousness into his territory and appears beside the long-awaited cloud beast egg. Remembering the absurdly long incubation time, Wang Xiao quietly promises the beast he will let it out immediately. He starts slapping acceleration growth cards onto the egg one after another, and the incubation countdown drops in huge chunks. Once the timer falls to the final 15 minutes, Wang Xiao stops and saves the last few cards instead of wasting 3 whole days of acceleration on a few remaining minutes. To play it safe, he activates his protection ring and waits behind a pale golden defensive field for the final hatch. As the last minutes crawl by, Wang Xiao gets more and more excited because this could become his first true diamond soldier. He cannot stop comparing it to Huang Tingwei's 8-armed Vajra and imagining how much stronger he is about to become. Then a sharp crack finally snaps him out of his daydream, and a thin fracture appears on the egg. The shell breaks wider and wider, but instead of a beast stepping out, thick white smoke erupts and blinds the whole area. Wang Xiao jumps back in alarm, then realizes the protection ring is not reacting, which means the smoke is not being judged as an attack. Once he calms down, he pushes into the fog toward the egg's position to see whether the hatching actually worked. He finds only shattered black shell on the ground, and with no beast in sight, his face turns ugly at the thought that the hatch may have failed. At that exact moment, the system announces that the cloud beast hatched successfully, and his hidden mission is complete. The good news hits first. but it instantly leaves him confused again because the system says the beast exists, and he still cannot find it anywhere. Before he can think it through, a huge reward wheel appears in the fog with every option glowing at once. Wang Xiao does not hesitate for even a second and chooses the 10,000 times growth increase he already decided on long ago. After the reward lands, he checks his Lord interface and sees a new growth increase option added beside his old quantity and quality boosts. With that settled, he finally tests his hunch and calls out to the hidden cloud beast inside the fog. No voice answers, so Wang Xiao reaches into the fog itself and touches it like he is testing a living body. A status panel opens on contact, confirming his guess that the cloud beast is somehow this entire mass of fog and still in infancy. As the growth reward takes effect, the fog around Wang Xiao suddenly churns hard, like a giant beast waking up inside it. The surging fog drums against his body so hard that Wang Xiao hastily powers the protection ring again to stop the dangerous internal shock. Shaken, Wang Xiao realizes a diamond-quality exotic beast is dangerous even while merely growing, and he is suddenly relieved Zhou Shiro is not here to get caught in it. Outside his immediate view, the cloud beast's growth explodes on a terrifying scale as the white fog spreads across nearly 100 kilometers of territory. At the same time, energy from the whole territory is dragged into the fog, dropping sharply as the cloud mass grows denser and more real. Inside the fog, Wang Xiao feels the change directly as visibility collapses from a few meters to almost nothing below his waist. Then a domineering pressure spreads through the world, and Wang Xiao can tell from aura alone that this thing already feels stronger than Huang Tingwei's Platinum 8-arm Vajra. A soft growl rises from deep inside the clouds, and suddenly all the runaway fog starts rushing toward one point. The converging cloud storm becomes so violent that even inside his shield Wang Xiao can barely keep his feet under him. Just as abruptly as it began, the storm cuts off and the whole territory drops into eerie calm. When the chaos clears, Wang Xiao finds not a majestic giant beast but a smooth white orb about a meter wide, floating before him in gentle five-colored light. Wang Xiao just stares at the glowing orb, thrown off that this tiny floating sphere is apparently his overwhelming new hatchling. His excitement instantly collides with embarrassment, as he imagines future battles where everyone summons terrifying monsters and he sends out a glowing ball. He can already hear Gao Lishuan and Han Bufan mocking him, and for a second he seriously considers giving the beast up on pure pride alone. But after everything he spent hatching it, Wang Xiao forces himself to be practical, and decides to judge the cloud beast by its abilities first. He opens the beast's information panel and gets a much bigger shock than its strange appearance. The panel hits Wang Xiao with a bigger surprise. This strange hatchling is already Platinum Level 2, in the use stage, and naturally carries water, wind, and superpower attributes together. That result stuns Wang Xiao because he has seen soldiers gain 3 attributes only through mutated cores, never as a natural-born trait. He runs through what he learned in class. Even natural dual attributes are basically 1 in a billion, which makes a natural triple attribute beast feel almost absurd. The deeper implication hits next, and Wang Xiao starts to wonder whether the Lord's shop knew all along that this cloud beast was naturally triple attribute. Inside his territory, Wang Xiao stares at the newborn cloud beast and realizes he may have just lucked into an absurdly rare prize, a natural 3-attribute mutated beast with diamond quality. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it feels, because no one should hand out something this precious just to test his beast-raising talent. Wang Xiao finally decides the shop probably did not know, and that this time heaven really handed him a bargain. He compares its aura to the 8-armed Vajra and is startled that this infant beast already feels just as imposing despite its lower level. Its skills look bizarrely simple, and aside from guessing what mimicry might do, Wang Xiao has no idea what suffocation or dream are supposed to mean. Since guessing will not help, he orders the cloud beast to use mimicry first. The white fluff ball violently kneads and reshapes itself until a second Wang Xiao is standing there with matching face, clothes, and even the folds in the fabric. To anyone else it would look flawless, but Wang Xiao is not impressed, because a copied face is useless if the enemy can still sense the wrong aura. He still checks one last hope and asks if mimicry can do more than copy appearances, but the fake Wang Xiao only stares back in confused silence. Wang Xiao is almost ready to write the beast off when his ice thunder horn wolf suddenly comes running over on its own. The wolf freezes at the sight of 2 Wang Xiaos, then quickly picks out the real one and pads over to his side. That reaction makes Wang Xiao frown, because he never summoned the wolf in the first place. Before he can sort it out, the mimic body melts again and turns into a second ice thunderhorn wolf. Then the fake wolf swipes the air and releases the same lightning claw attack as the real one, and Wang Xiao is jolted by the impossible answer. Now he understands why the real wolf appeared. After mimicry, the cloud beast can copy not just a form, but the target's abilities too. To be sure, Wang Xiao has it turned back into him and orders it to summon the Silver Shadow Leopard. A flash later, the Silver Shadow Leopard really comes racing in, and Wang Xiao is left staring at a skill far more ridiculous than he expected. His excitement spikes, because if mimicry really works this way, he finally has a way around enemy attribute counters. Wang Xiao refuses to stop at one lucky guess, so he sends the beasts away and spends a long stretch putting mimicry through repeated trials. By the end of it, he confirms the core rule: the cloud beast can imitate what it sees, but only while the target stays in its line of sight. Even with that limitation, Wan Xiao is fully satisfied, because the skill is still outrageous enough to change how he fights. Only when he moves on to test the next skill does an awkward problem hit him. The Cloud Beast has already drained almost all of his energy. That terrifying consumption finally makes sense of one thing for him: diamond soldiers are for rich, powerful lords, not people who can spend energy casually. He even takes out an energy potion, but he puts it away again instead of burning an emergency item on practice. Accepting that he can test suffocation and dream later, Wan Xiao tells the Cloud Beast to treat the territory as its home and choose somewhere to rest. When he pats it goodbye, the strange little beast turns out to be soft and furry, and Wan Xiao immediately thinks Zhou Shiro would love touching it. The Cloud Beast slowly floats off to find its own spot, and Wan Xiao withdraws his consciousness from the territory. Back in the real world, Wan Xiao opens his eyes on his bed and realizes dawn has already arrived. He slaps his face to shake off the sleepiness, and drags his tired body toward the military building. The building is still quiet that early, so Wan Xiao goes straight to the top floor, expecting an empty office. Instead, he opens the door and walks straight into Qin Jinrong, leaving him awkwardly stuck mid-greeting. Wan Xiao hurriedly smooths it over, only for Qin Jinrong to flatly tell him he was not early at all, because he never went home last night. Only then does Wan Xiao notice the bloodshot eyes and fatigue on Qin Jinrong's face, and he quickly switches to shameless flattery. Qin Jinrong cuts through the nonsense, and tells him to say what he came for. Wan Xiao brings up the school exchange and carefully asks whether he still has the right to choose who goes. Qin Jinrong immediately gets suspicious, because the competition team should already be settled, and he knows Wan Xiao is here to stir something up. Wan Xiao drops the pretense and points straight at the real problem. Lu Yingying has been added to the team. Qin Jinrong admits her identity is special and bluntly advises Wan Xiao to get along with her, because staying on good terms will help him later. That only makes Wan Xiao more suspicious, and the moment Lord's shop comes up, he realizes exactly who she is connected to. With open disgust, Wan Xiao says he would know Lu Yingying even as ashes and pours out their ugly history, painting her as petty and impossible to deal with. After letting him vent, Qin Jinrong cuts to the real question and asks what Wan Xiao wants done. Wan Xiao immediately asks to kick Lu Yingying off the team and even offers Gao Lishuan or anyone else as a replacement. Qin Jinrong rejects the idea on the spot. Lu Yingying cannot be replaced. When Wan Xiao assumes this is about offending the Lord's shop, Qin Jinrong calmly says no, and pulls out the real reason. He explains that Lu Yingying bought her seat by agreeing to cover every expense for the entire exchange trip, and he has already taken the money. Wan Xiao boldly says he will pay instead, right up until he actually sees the terrifying amount written on the page. Qin Jinrong matter-of-factly explains that feeding, housing, and transporting 12 people for half a year is already expensive even at this reduced figure. That shuts Wan Xiao up fast, because there is no way he can afford to buy Lu Yingying out of the team. Still unwilling to lose cleanly, Wan Xiao demands at least one condition in exchange for putting up with her. Qin Jinrong is baffled that Wan Xiao still thinks he can negotiate after refusing a decision Qin Jinrong already made. Wan Xiao doubles down and openly threatens to cause trouble on the road if Qin Jinrong refuses to give him something. For a second, Wan Xiao thinks the threat worked when Qin Jinrong says he should at least answer that attitude properly. Then Qin Jinrong drops the real answer and cuts him off completely. If Wan Xiao wants to act like this, he does not have to go on the school exchange at all. In Qin Jinrong's office, Wan Xiao is blindsided when Qin Jinrong calmly says he wants him off the school exchange team. Wan Xiao protests that Qin Jinrong pushed him to join a few days ago, so being tossed aside now feels like a game to him. Qin Jinrong snaps back that Wan Xiao is the one playing games by using his value to threaten trouble on the road. Qin Jinrong makes the real point clear. The exchange is too important to risk, so if Wan Xiao might become an unstable factor, removing him is the safest answer. That hits Wan Xiao hard, because he suddenly realizes this time Qin Jinrong holds the initiative, not him. After a quick mental reset, Wan Xiao forces out a bright smile and pretends he was only trying to discuss a condition, not make a threat. Qin Jinrong obviously does not buy the sudden attitude change, but he still lets Wan Xiao speak. Wan Xiao instantly changes tactics again and decides that if he cannot change the team lineup, he at least has to squeeze some profit out of this meeting. He opens with a serious face and says he has already become a level 4 lord, expecting that to land with more impact. Instead, Qin Jinrong barely reacts and reminds Wan Xiao that he was the one who had the core upgrade stones distributed early in the first place. So Wan Xiao reveals the real angle. He did not gather the upgrade materials himself, he bought them from the Lord's shop and ended up deep in debt. Wan Xiao says he is not asking for reimbursement, just for Qin Jinrong to introduce him to a way to make money while he is still a student. Then Wan Xiao finally names his target and asks about military-controlled secret realms that contain black gold ore. In Wan Zhao's mind, this is the perfect chance, because enough black gold ore could wipe out his debt and even fund his and Zhou Shiro's push toward level 5. But the request detonates the room, and Qin Jinrong slams the table so hard the teacup and pen jump into the air. Qin Jinrong angrily reminds him that black gold ore is a global strategic resource, and even he needs military headquarters approval to move it. Wan Xiao hurriedly tries to calm him down, and says he knows black gold ore is rare, he is only bringing it up for discussion. Qin Jinrong shuts the idea down on the spot and says that if Wan Xiao only needs money, he can offer 500,000 star coins from his own pocket. Wan Xiao keeps smiling on the outside, but inside he scoffs because 500,000 is nothing next to the debt hanging over his head. He quickly pushes again and claims he has a win-win solution that could get him black gold ore and even let Qin Jinrong make a small contribution. Qin Jinrong clearly does not care about some small contribution, but Wan Xiao's persistence finally makes him allow one more explanation. Once Qin Jinrong relents, Wan Xiao quickly explains that black gold ore is scarce not just because reserves are rare, but because it is brutally hard to mine. He says the real problem is not tiny reserves alone, but ore so diluted in the soil that ordinary mining barely recovers anything. Qin Jinrong cuts him off and warns that if Wan Xiao keeps talking nonsense, he can get out. So Wan Xiao opens his Lord interface and pulls up the metal-devouring ant, the mutated beast hatched from the egg Qin Jinrong once gave him. Qin Jinrong immediately recognizes the beast, because metal-devouring ants eat rock and sand and can filter out trace minerals from the impurities. Wan Xiao finally lays out the pitch. The military's old black gold ore sites must still have trace residue, and his ants could extract what normal mining left behind. But Qin Jinrong still is not impressed, because the military already tried using metal-devouring ants for mining and gave up on it. He explains the first issue is that metal-devouring ants are extremely hard to tame, though he admits that part should not stop a beast tamer lord like Wan Xiao. The real problem, Qin Jinrong says, is efficiency. Even ordinary black iron ore takes about an hour per unit, and black gold ore would take more than 10 hours. Wan Xiao answers with a grin and asks the obvious next question: what if he has not one metal-devouring ant, but an entire swarm? He taps deeper into the interface and reveals a staggering total of more than 9,000 metal-devouring ants. For the first time, Qin Jinrong really breaks composure, blurting out shock and demanding to know where Wan Xiao got so many metal-devouring ants. Wan Xiao dodges the source question and pushes the real point instead. With this many ants, large-scale mining is finally possible. That finally lands, and Qin Jinrong goes quiet as he seriously weighs the offer. Wan Xiao can already feel the answer turning his way, so he keeps quiet and lets the silence work for him. Half a minute later, Qin Jinrong looks up and asks the question that matters now: how the profits should be divided. Wan Xiao double-checks that this means a real deal, and once Qin Jinrong confirms it, he boldly asks for an 80-20 split in his own favor. Qin Jinrong smoothly twists that around and says it is reasonable for Wan Xiao to take only 20%. Wan Xiao blurts out that Qin Jinrong clearly misunderstood, because he meant the military should be the side taking 20. Qin Jinrong refuses outright and says the black gold or secret realms must stay military restricted, because Wan Xiao is still outside the military. Wan Xiao is left speechless for a beat, because the reason sounds absurd, but Qin Jinrong still controls the only access that matters. Qin Jinrong leans back and gives him a blunt final choice: accept 20% and proceed, or leave. Wan Xiao keeps bargaining anyway, first trying to retreat to a 70-30 split in his own favor. Qin Jinrong does not even blink and repeats the same answer: 20%. Wan Xiao drops again to 60-40, still refusing to believe 20% is the fixed line. Qin Jinrong answers him with the same two words again, turning the negotiation into a wall. Wan Xiao finally drops to 50-50, hoping simple fairness might crack the old fox. Qin Jinrong never budges from 20%, and after 10 minutes of one-sided retreat, Wan Xiao is forced to settle for 30. The terms are set at last. Qin Jinrong provides a black gold or secret realm that human miners cannot work. Wan Xiao handles the mining with his ants, and he only gets 30%. They each leave their lord mark on the contract scroll, making the lopsided agreement official. Then Wan Xiao catches the tiny upward curl at Qin Jinrong's mouth and realizes he may have been played from the start. He bluntly asks whether there was ever any new mining technology at all, or if that whole claim was just pressure to cut his share. Qin Jinrong never gives a straight answer, and that smug non-answer tells Wan Xiao everything he needs to know. Without wasting another word, Qin Jinrong writes down a number and tells Wan Xiao to take it to Xiao Qi for the secret realm entry instructions. Wan Xiao takes the unfamiliar military number and, half annoyed and half impressed, admits to himself that the older fox really outplayed him this time. Qin Jinrong's deal leaves Wan Xiao irritated, but he still swallows it because this secret realm lead is his clearest path to black gold ore. Wan Xiao makes one thing clear first: he will not stir up trouble during the school exchange, but Lu Yingying might target him anyway. Qin Jinrong answers bluntly that if Lu Yingying causes real trouble, Wan Xiao can report her or handle it himself, but if she is only picking on him, he should endure it. Wan Xiao brings up the more dangerous question next: if Lu Yingying is in real danger on the road, what exactly is he supposed to do? Qin Jinrong avoids saying it outright and tells him to look at the big picture, making it painfully obvious that Lu Yingying can be abandoned if the situation demands it. After leaving the office, Wan Xiao suddenly realizes he still has no idea where Qi Lianjuan usually works. He almost goes back to ask Qin Jinrong, but gives up because the commander has been awake all night, and this feels too minor to bother him with. Instead, Wan Xiao calls Qi Lianjuan's communicator and hears the ringtone ring out from somewhere at the far end of the corridor. At first he almost laughs at the timing, because Qi Lianjuan always seems to appear exactly when he needs him. But when nobody comes out after several minutes, that odd little coincidence turns into real unease. He calls again, confirms the ringtone is still inside the same area, and starts following the sound himself. The sound stops at an unlatched information room door, and Wang Xiao pushes it open expecting to find Qi Lianjuan inside. Instead he finds Qi Lianjuan collapsed on the floor with dried blood all over his head and face. Wang Xiao rushes over in panic, checks Qi Lianjuan's breathing, and finds he is still barely alive. Qin Jinrong storms in after hearing the noise, and his anger spikes the moment he sees Qi Lianjuan in that state. There is no time to argue, so Qin Jinrong immediately gets a medic in, and after a quick exam and bandaging, Qi Lianjuan is sent to the hospital. Wang Xiao tries to go with them, but Qin Jinrong stops him cold and orders him to stay behind. Qin Jinrong presses him for every detail, so Wang Xiao recounts exactly how the ringtone led him to the information room and the unconscious Qi Lianjuan. When Wang Xiao asks who did this, Qin Jinrong gives only one bitter answer: enemies. Wang Xiao still offers to help because Qi Lianjuan is his friend, but Qin Jinrong shuts that down immediately. Qin Jinrong explains why he is so firm. Qi Lianjuan has only one wound, and it is a killing blow, which means the attacker came to murder him outright inside a military building. He warns that anyone bold enough to do that has a dangerous background, then orders Wang Xiao to leave and sends a guard to take him to the secret realm instead. With no room to fight the order, Wang Xiao follows the guard downstairs, still clearly shaken by what happened to Qi Lianjuan. Before leaving, he calls Zhou Shiro to come over, clearly needing someone he trusts. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Shiro hurries in and instantly notices that Wang Xiao looks wrong. Wang Xiao tells her that Qi Lianjuan was attacked inside the building and may not survive. Zhou Shiro is stunned because Qi Lianjuan handles civil affairs, and Wang Xiao explains that the attacker beat him down so completely there were no signs of a real struggle. The two of them reason out the most likely answer: the attacker probably looked harmless, like a girl or a child, so Qi Lianjuan lowered his guard for a fatal instant. Zhou Shiro thinks Wang Xiao called her here to help investigate, but he says no and turns to the waiting guard instead. Wang Xiao tells the guard to remember everything they just said and report it to Qin Jinrong, because he still intends to help however he can. Only after that does Wang Xiao reveal the real reason for the trip. Qin Jinrong gave him access to a secret realm where the military once mined black gold ore. The news clearly excites Zhou Shiro, but when she sees how worried Wang Xiao still is, she keeps that happiness quiet and just squeezes his hand. The guard leads them into a room lined with 10 sealed teleportation doors and asks for the activation code from Qin Jinrong. Wang Xiao finally realizes the note Qin Jinrong gave him is the code, and the guard takes it to activate the correct portal. A few minutes later one portal flares to life in 5-colored light, and Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro step in together. As soon as they vanish, an unknown handsome young man with slightly red skin slips into the room, smiles at the open portal, and follows them in without hesitation. The portal drops Wang Xiao and Zhou Shiro into Blue Kite Forest, a vast secret realm of endless trees, mountains, and huge abandoned mine scars. Zhou Shiro is impressed enough to guess the military must have mined here for decades. Wang Xiao casually explains that black gold or veins are hard to pin down, so the military digs wide first and only later focuses deep, which is why so many old pits were left behind. Zhou Shiro tries to cheer him up with obvious praise, and Wang Xiao dryly points out that she is complimenting him for class material everyone should already know. She rolls her eyes at being called clumsy, then asks the practical question instead: with so many mines, where do they even begin? Wang Xiao studies the terrain and chooses the biggest mine as their first target, reasoning it should hold the strongest leftover mineral traces. They start walking toward it, but after only a few steps Wang Xiao suddenly turns back with the uneasy feeling that someone is watching them. Zhou Shiro sees nothing but forest, and Wang Xiao can only admit it may be his imagination even though the feeling will not go away. After they move on, the hidden watcher is finally revealed. An unknown handsome young man with slightly red skin is crouched in a tree behind them, silently tracking every step. Wang Xiao first thinks the mine is close enough to reach on foot, but after trudging for half an hour, he realizes they have barely closed the distance. At Zhou Shiro's suggestion, Wang Xiao finally summons the Silver Shadow Leopard so they can stop wasting time walking. The Silver Shadow Leopard bolts forward like a streak of light, but Wang Xiao suddenly senses something behind them and makes it stop almost at once. Wang Xiao insists an energy fluctuation appeared behind them, but Zhou Shiro felt nothing and wonders if he is just too tense after Adjutant Qi's death. Even after finding nothing unusual, Wang Xiao rides on without relaxing, because he still thinks someone might be hiding and watching more carefully now. When they reach the mine, both of them are stunned by its scale, because the military has dug an enormous open pit that drops so deep the bottom vanishes into darkness. Zhou Shiro questions why a black gold ore mine would need to be dug this absurdly deep, and Wang Xiao can only admit he finds the scale ridiculous too. To verify Qin Jinrong's information, Wang Xiao summons 100 metal-devouring ants to chew the nearby soil and check for black gold or residue. While the ants work, Wang Xiao brings Zhou Shiro to sit in the shade and wait for the ore test to finish. Leaning against Wang Xiao's shoulder, Zhou Shiro quietly admits she now feels it too, like someone is watching them from the dark. Wan Xiao tells her not to expose the danger yet, so the two of them keep acting normal, and quietly wait to see what the hidden watcher wants. 10 minutes later, the watcher still has not moved, but the first batch of ants confirms the mine really does contain black gold ore, just in a lower amount than Wan Xiao expected. Since the place is confirmed, Wan Xiao summons the rest of the metal-devouring ants, and their loud gnawing finally gives him cover to whisper about the watcher again. Zhou Shiro calmly pinpoints the hidden presence to their left rear, where the mine rim and nearby cover create too many places to hide. Wan Xiao wants to go flush the person out, but Zhou Shiro immediately pushes him back down and reminds him he was the one who said not to alert the enemy. Wan Xiao argues the watcher has lingered too long to seem openly hostile, and he guesses Qingjinro may have sent someone to secretly monitor the refining. His plan is to bribe the observer into staying quiet, but Zhou Shiro bluntly tells him that idea is ridiculous because Qingjinro would send someone he truly trusts. Wan Xiao says he has to gamble while the enemy stays hidden, but before Zhou Shiro can finish arguing, a soft rustle finally comes from behind them. A thin cloaked man steps out of the forest, calls Wan Xiao by name, and reveals himself as Luo Na. When Luo Na removes his hood, the ruby on his forehead gives away his Crimson Star royal identity, and Wan Xiao instantly understands how dangerous this meeting really is. Wan Xiao warns that barging into Blue Planet's military mine is suicidal, but Luo Na only mocks him for still holding Zhou Shiro's hand at a moment like this. Luo Na openly proposes a bet: can the Blue Planet military reach Wan Xiao before he kills him? Knowing how terrifying Crimson Star royalty can be, Wan Xiao quickly realizes that with only the two of them here, they cannot hope to win a straight fight. So Wan Xiao suddenly acts like he has given up and asks what conditions Luo Na wants in exchange for letting them live. Zhou Shiro is furious that he would bow to an enemy from Crimson Star, not realizing he is only acting. While cutting her off out loud, Wan Xiao secretly speaks through the Lord Contract and tells Zhou Shiro to use the key and run back to the military for help. Zhou Shiro realizes too late that something is wrong, and the ruby on Luo Na's forehead flashes as a blazing red beam fires straight at them. Their protective ring activates on its own and throws up a pale gold shield, but cracks race across it almost instantly under Luo Na's power. Wan Xiao does not panic and instantly blows open a spatial vortex to summon the gold-armored black turtle as a second line of defense. With absolute defense, the gold-armored black turtle drops a thicker golden barrier that barely stops the red beam, but even it shudders from the impact. That single clash tells Wan Xiao the truth. Luo Na is even more monstrous than Andu, and if Zhou Shiro stays, both of them will die here. Wan Xiao shoves the Mystic Realm key into Zhou Shiro's hands, pushes her off the turtle, and orders her to leave immediately. Fighting back tears, Zhou Shiro crushes the key and disappears in a flash so she can bring the military back before Wan Xiao is killed. Left alone on the turtle's back, Wan Xiao tries one last bluff and warns Luo Na that help is already on the way. Luo Na thanks him for the warning with a smile and fires a second red beam so casually that it feels even more terrifying. The beam crashes into the barrier and bursts into a sea of fire, while Wan Xiao frantically searches his inventory for anything that might buy him time. He quickly realizes his usual high-level items are useless against a gap this big, and Luo Na only dared show himself because he knows Wan Xiao cannot stop him. Then Wan Xiao notices a clue in the flames and remembers one possible answer. If Luo Na's attack is fire-based, the volcano-melting lizard might be able to endure it. It is a desperate gamble because the volcano-melting lizard is still only a juvenile, but Wan Xiao decides trying is better than waiting to die. So Wan Xiao roars back at Luo Na, dismisses the gold-armored black turtle, and summons the much smaller volcano-melting lizard in its place. Luo Na is briefly thrown off by the switch, because compared to the mountain-like turtle, this little juvenile beast looks far too ordinary to matter. Wan Xiao confidently claims this one can handle Luo Na's fire better than the turtle ever could. Luo Na laughs at the idea and sneers that on Crimson Star, children could deal with a mutated beast at this level. Wan Xiao pushes the bluff further and dares Luo Na to bet, saying he only needs 1 minute to prove the lizard can deal with it. Luo Na's smile turns colder as he cuts the wager down to 1 second and attacks immediately. The red beam hits the volcano-melting lizard in less than a second, and to Wan Xiao that tiny gap feels endless. The explosion throws Wan Xiao dozens of meters away, but when the fire clears, the volcano-melting lizard is still standing there as if nothing happened. Luo Na is shocked, but Wan Xiao gets up with a cold grin and tells him to admit defeat and surrender. Luo Na demands an explanation, while Wan Xiao keeps acting confident even though he is so drained he can barely speak. Behind the bluff, Wan Xiao knows the truth. The real volcano-melting lizard had already auto-returned to its territory from heavy injuries, and he only force-summoned it back through the flames to fake a clean survival. Wan Xiao bets that even a tiny lie is enough to make Luo Na hesitate for one fatal moment. It works for an instant, and Luo Na's hard stare loosens as he mutters that this should be impossible. The second Luo Na wavers, Wan Xiao launches his real kill setup and opens spatial vortexes around him. Wan Zhao's 3 main beasts crash out together, all firing their sure kill moves at the same target. The combined strike tears open a massive crater, but when the blast settles, Luo Na is gone. Wang Xiao immediately realizes that attack was never strong enough to erase Luo Na, which means he slipped away without being seen. Then Wang Xiao feels a tremor underfoot and understands too late that something is tunneling up from below. He throws himself onto the dark swamp crocodile dragon just before a red explosion erupts from the spot where he was standing. The blast still catches him, and when Wang Xiao touches his burning face, his hand comes away bloody. Luo Na shoots out of the ground like an arrow and lands calmly on the dark swamp crocodile dragon right in front of him. At that distance, Wang Xiao finally feels how hopeless the gap is, because he cannot even stall Luo Na for a few minutes. Instead of finishing him, Luo Na tells Wang Xiao to go down and talk. Wang Xiao bluntly asks if Luo Na is not planning to kill him, and Luo Na answers like that idea was never the point. That answer scrambles Wang Xiao's thinking, because Luo Na fought brutally enough that he had every reason to assume this was a death match. With no better option, Wang Xiao lets the dark swamp crocodile dragon spiral down to the ground so they can hear each other out. Once they land, the dark swamp crocodile dragon dissolves into white light, leaving the two men alone on the ruined ground. Then Luo Na asks the question that truly shakes Wang Xiao: "Are you not actually from this world?" Wang Xiao's face turns ugly at once, because being a transmigrator is an even deeper secret than his system. He tries to cover it by pretending Luo Na means Blue Planet versus Crimson Star, but Luo Na calmly says he means either of those worlds. When Luo Na refuses to explain further, Wang Xiao pushes back and mocks him for speaking nonsense instead of just surrendering. Luo Na looks at him like he is either unbelievably dense or faking it, and the contempt is almost more baffling than hostility. Without warning, Luo Na changes the subject and tells Wang Xiao to summon the dark swamp crocodile dragon again. Wang Xiao does not understand the request, but he still calls the dark swamp crocodile dragon back out. Looking at the dragon almost lovingly, Luo Na finally reveals that he personally nurtured this mutated beast for one goal: opening a path to other planes. Wang Xiao repeats the idea in shock, because Luo Na is not talking about ordinary travel at all. Luo Na says his research proved the dragon can fully break the barrier between planes, but only if it finds a lord who matches it perfectly. Then Luo Na grabs Wang Xiao's shoulder and says he is that perfect match. For the first time, Wang Xiao asks the question that matters most to him: if this is real, can he go home? Luo Na answers with solemn confidence that Wang Xiao can return home as long as he wants to. Wang Xiao stares at the dark swamp crocodile dragon in heavy hesitation, caught between impossible temptation and rising distrust. While Wang Xiao wavers, Luo Na quietly reaches toward the back of his head, ready to invade his territory and shatter his lord core the moment he gets close enough. Instead of being tricked, Wang Xiao moves first and drives a short knife straight into Luo Na's chest. Wang Xiao tells him flatly that he almost believed the story, but he is not a child anymore. Then Wang Xiao finishes it with the unlimited slashing saber and cuts Luo Na's head clean off. Luo Na's severed head hits the ground still wearing a stunned expression, and the chapter ends on that brutal final answer.